Resurrected. This world is destined to tremble at his presence. The notorious pirate reigning over the seas, the 4 emperors of the New World, the admirals of the navy, the 5 elders, and the entire world shall shudder at his return. Let the world remember, this era is named after Rocks. The 5 elders. That man has actually crawled out from the depths of hell. Kaido of the beasts. Rocks, that how is this possible? You are clearly dead. How can you return? Death? Impossible. I am Rocks. Chapter 1. I Rocks. 38 years have passed since the incident at God Valley, and the name of the great pirate Rocks D. Xebec is no longer spoken upon the Grand Line. On the unpredictable Grand Line, amidst bizarre rocks, lies a desolate island, home to graves long unattended, overgrown with weeds. Atop the largest of these graves stands a metal blade, weathered by the elements, its edge still glimmering with a sharp radiance. As a gentle breeze stirs, leaves cascading down split smoothly upon contact with the blade, revealing its extraordinary sharpness before it could even touch the edge. What illustrious being could be entombed with such a transcendent blade? One that has withstood the ravages of time for 38 years, its edge still impervious to decay. That night, under a moonless sky, the sea wind swept across the dark clouds, which were electrified by flashes of lightning. As the waves crashed against the shore, they erupted into a spray of water droplets. A flash, as if cleaving the heavens apart, tore through the sky, rent the fabric of space. With a hue of purple tinged with gold, the lightning struck directly downward, penetrating the decayed wooden hilt and plunging through the blade itself. Crack! A thunderous roar echoed as the purple-gold lightning struck, illuminating the night sky as if it were set ablaze. As the thunder ceased and the clouds dispersed, the pale moon cast its tranquil glow upon the earth. Buzz! The sound of the blade resonated. Then, amidst the curling smoke and the shimmering moonlight, the tomb of the first acknowledged sovereign of the seas, before the era of the pirate King Roger, stirred. Like a hibernating frog pushing through the dirt, it trembled and quivered, emanating an eerie wave of energy. Following this, the massive, rugged granite tombstone, inscribed with the deeds of this great pirate, began to crack. Boom! With a resounding crash from behind the shattered tombstone, beneath the earth scorched by burning grass and wood, a skeletal hand, marred with muscle and bone, emerged from the gaps of the coffin. Though this arm, exposed to the moonlight, appeared emaciated, revealing its stark white bones, it emanated an aura of terrifying power. In an instant, it sent the heavy coffin and the earth above it flying. Then, the shattered remains of Rocks D. Xebec, even more pitiful than the arm, with his skull exposed, sat upright from the coffin. Where am I? Who am I? What am I doing? Rock's jaw clacked, but the desiccated vocal cords failed to articulate his thoughts. Not only was he unable to voice his words, but darkness devoid of any light filled his withered eyes, as he realized that all his senses, sight, smell, touch, and hearing, had vanished. A sound, akin to metal scraping, harsh and dry, resonated in his mind. The strongest sovereign system is loading. Loading failed. Host arrival time is incorrect. The body of the pirate world sovereign Rocks D. Xebec is severely decayed and does not meet system arrival standards. Preparing to extract host. System energy insufficient. Extraction failed. Forced extraction will lead to system collapse. Automatically searching for alternatives. Alternative selected, beginning to draw energy from subsystem modules, restoring host body, commencing repairs. Who? As the dry, piercing system prompt echoed in his mind, he instinctively tensed every nerve, nearly erupting in rage. Who is speaking? Buzz. His outburst failed, for in that instant, he distinctly felt warm currents surging from the center of his brow, spreading throughout his body. Host body has been restored to the minimum requirements for system binding, beginning binding. Binding successful. The mechanical voice resounded once more, system energy insufficient. Host body interruption at maximum capacity. Please acquire energy promptly to restore yourself. As the mechanical voice faded, he realized he had touched something solid. The moment his sense of touch returned, so did his sense of smell and hearing. He then felt a surge of overwhelming power awakening within his torso. Boom, boom, boom. The withered heart began to beat once more, and the decayed body grew warm. Finally, a hazy light appeared before his eyes, revealing that he had regained the vision of a normal person. At this moment, he was astonished to discover that he was lying within a coffin hewn from granite, and his hands, akin to a mummy, were exposed with stark white bones. Yet, as the heat surged within him, like a 3D printer, The skin quickly covered the exposed bones of his arms, as the necrotic spots faded away, revealing veins, muscles, fascia, and skin. The replenished flesh and brain tissue invigorated his once stagnant thoughts, causing them to accelerate. Witnessing such a miraculous, even terrifying scene, he fully embraced the reality of the system's existence. The strongest sovereign system, Pirate World, Rocks D. Xebec, Body Resurrection. This means I have crossed over into the world of pirates. Upon confirming the system's reality, he comprehended his location. This is the world of the Pirate King. I have crossed over to the world of One Piece, and I have resurrected in the body of Rocks, who died 38 years ago. Rocks D. Xebec, the undisputed absolute sovereign recognized by the pirate world before the era of the Pirate King Roger. In his heyday, he commanded the mightiest of crews, including the foremost of the four emperors, the world's strongest man Whitebeard, the legendary pirate Shiki the Golden Lion, Kaido of the Beasts, and Big Mom. Among other renowned figures. Point 1 can only imagine the immense charisma and formidable power possessed by Rocks, a figure capable of commanding such respect and fear, destined to be either a legendary pirate or the sovereign of the seas, as a seasoned assassin who has traversed the precipice of life and death. Resoluteness and audacity are essential traits. Yet, the extraordinary events unfolding within him have rendered him unable to find tranquility thus far. After a considerable pause, he finally steadied his mind and inquired of the system, is there a way to restore Rock's body to its prime condition? Although the system's restoration had enabled the long-dead vessel of Rocks, after 38 years, to once again beat with a revived heart and circulate blood throughout its frame, the system's maximum repair efforts, hindered by insufficient energy, remained incomplete. Thus, while he sensed the overwhelming power encapsulated within this body, he was also acutely aware of its inherent weakness. With each breath he drew, he could feel the agonizing burden on his lungs, and with every heartbeat, the blood surged forth as though it were being sliced through with a dull knife. The system lacks sufficient energy. The host must gather negative values derived from others as a power source. With adequate energy, not only can the system's repair mechanisms be activated to mend the body, but can also unlock additional functionalities. Negative values? He furrowed his brow. Despite having perused countless novels, he was not unfamiliar with the concept of negative values. However, given its relevance to his situation, he requested further elaboration. Please elaborate. Negative values are manifestations of the negative emotions others harbor towards the host, encompassing fear, dread, shock, and more. Whenever others experience negative emotions directed at the host, the system can convert these into negative values. Is shock sufficient to generate energy? While such negative emotions might be challenging to elicit from others, in the context of his rebirth as the maritime Overlord Rocks, would it not be akin to plucking fruit from a tree, readily attainable? Ha! A grin spread across his face, disregarding the pain coursing through his body as he erupted into laughter. Since fate has granted me the embodiment of Rocks and rebirth in his grave, henceforth, I shall be known as Rocks D. Xebec. I am Rocks. In that very moment, as his roar shattered the air, a palpable wave of pressure erupted, reverberating through the atmosphere. In its wake, the land was filled with startled creatures, scattering in a frenzy. The sound surged forth, undiminished, until even the distant waves of the sea were cowed by the overwhelming might of his proclamation, leaving the island and surrounding waters resonating with but a single name. The maritime sovereign, Rocks. In his previous life, where he passed away without ever knowing his own name or lineage, despair had consumed him in the instant he was besieged by gunmen. Yet now, this world had bestowed upon him a second chance. Given that the system has granted me the opportunity for rebirth, how could I languish in misery, merely surviving? In this life, I shall seize the day. Reborn as the dominator of the seas, I will reign supreme, embodying the essence of a true emperor. O world of One Piece, prepare to be cleansed by the might of me. Rocks, the maritime Overlord. Enemies of a new world. Tremble, fragile navy, scum-like celestial dragons. Fear, I am Rocks. Your nightmare has returned. In that instant, Rocks roared with fervor. Even the very air trembled in response to his voice. It quaked, rippling outward, ultimately exploding forth like a detonated bomb. Even the vast expanse of the ocean was stirred by the shattered air, unleashing towering waves that soared dozens of meters high. All of this served to demonstrate to the world that the most fearsome, malevolent, and powerful sovereign of the pirate realm, Rocks, has returned. Chapter 2. Golden Lion Shiki. In his previous life, He was merely an ordinary individual, despite being trained from a young age as a tool for killing. Mastering the art of assassination, he remained just an ordinary man. Thus, he lacked an acute awareness of the overwhelming, cataclysmic power coursing through his veins. It was imperative for him to swiftly adapt to this newfound strength, for he could not continue in a state where he could not fully wield the might he possessed. The Grand Line, a desolate island, teeming with greenery and fragrant blossoms, was adorned with flowers that bloomed in all seasons. Towering trees, reaching skyward, were laden with bountiful fruits. The island was alive with small animals, never having encountered humans, frolicking joyously without fear of predators. Above, vibrant birds soared, singing melodious tunes as they arched their necks. Even the colossal sea creatures, larger than the island itself, seemed to bask lazily in the tranquil atmosphere, floating on the azure surface of the sea. The entire island radiated an extraordinary sense of peace and serenity. However, this serene ambience was shattered in an instant. With a thunderous roar, the air before Rocks was ruptured by the force of his fist, leaving a tangible mark. As the punch cut through the air in a perfect line, it severed a mighty tree, 20 meters high and as thick as 4 men could embrace, which stood rooted in the earth, its branches lush and plentiful. This was not the culmination. Even the mere test of his punch unleashed a force far beyond what a single tree could endure, as a granite hill, standing 10 meters tall behind the tree, was obliterated in an explosive display the moment the tree splintered. While Garp could crush 8 mountains with his fists in preparation for the green pepper, the power emanating from Rocks shattered the tree while simultaneously decimating the massive stone hill into a cascade of debris. Clear the way. As the tree splintered and the mountain crumbled, the fragments shot forth like a shower of stars. In a blur, Rocks positioned himself beneath the falling tree, and with a single hand, he caught it as if it were a mere stick, bracing it effortlessly. With a mighty roar, he clawed into the trunk, and astonishingly, he hurled the colossal tree beyond the island's confines. Boom, 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 boom. Even though the aerodynamics of a supersonic aircraft significantly reduce air resistance, the moment its engines ignite and propel it beyond the speed of sound, it still generates a resounding sonic boom due to friction with the air. In this instant, the towering tree in Rock's grasp acted like a javelin, piercing through 4 consecutive sonic booms before crashing into the distant sea with a tremendous roar. After a brief interval, the sea once again revealed an island, which was, in fact, the carcass of a massive sea creature. Indeed, with a mere flick of his wrist, Rocks had effortlessly dispatched a colossal marine beast. The sheer magnitude of his power left him astonished as he gazed at his palm, noticing the remnants of wood clinging to his fingertips. Yet, this was not the most significant revelation. Most crucially, Rocks realized that the strength he had unleashed to vanquish the giant sea creature was but a fraction of the power that resided within his body, which had yet to be fully unleashed. Rocks raised an eyebrow. Although his physical form had not reached its zenith, even lacking the mastery of swordsmanship and hockey, he found that his raw physical strength could rival, if not surpass, that of the formidable giant Oz. However, he deemed this level of power insufficient. System. When will I be able to wield the hockey, swordsmanship, and martial arts that I originally possessed? Rocks inquired, setting his sights on becoming an entity that transcends the 4 emperors, the pirate king, a sovereign dominator of the seas. In this tumultuous world of piracy, mere physical strength was inadequate for such an ambition. The host already possesses these abilities. They merely await liberation. A harsh and jarring mechanical sound resonated in Rock's ears. Though the system's notification was dry and vague, perhaps due to their symbiotic connection, Rocks discerned its meaning the moment the notification sounded. His ordinary past had instilled in him a subconscious limitation that hindered the full expression of his power, was it not? The host must shatter the mental shackles imposed by hypnosis to harness the latent strength, hockey, and even transcend further. By accumulating sufficient negative value, the system could restore this decayed body to its peak state. Hypnosis? Mental shackles? A glimmer of understanding crossed Rock's eyes. Trained as an instrument of death, he had been subjected to the organization's hypnosis since his earliest memories. After years of such conditioning, his psyche had become shackled with an unbreakable bond that even a master hypnotist would struggle to breach. Yet now, this mental barrier, designed to prevent mission failure and the revelation of information to enemies, had become a fetter restricting his full combat potential. At dawn, on the shore of the island, Rock sat cross-legged upon a massive rock, eyes shut tight. Suddenly, he jolted awake, and like a dragon diving into the sea, he plunged into the depths of the ocean. After deep contemplation, he discovered the quickest method to shatter his mental shackles, by harnessing the immense pressure of the ocean's depths and the exhilarating thrill of life on the brink of death to obliterate those solid constraints. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, submerged in the depths, Rocks felt the dwindling oxygen in his lungs. He persisted, driven solely by his ambition to become the master of the seas and his unyielding desire to rise above mediocrity. Finally, at the brink of consciousness and nearly succumbing, a thread of purple gold lightning flickered at his brow. In that instant, as the lightning manifested, a thunderous resonance erupted in his mind, clarifying his once fuzzy awareness. He sensed it, a familiar yet foreign sensation, a premonition that this was the legendary Haki, standing atop the carcass of the sea creature, wielding the blade of his supreme weapon. The 12 work of the supreme blade, he sliced through the tender flesh of the bull-shaped sea king's back and called out to the system, display my physical condition. As he spoke, a translucent panel appeared before him, visible only to his eyes. Name, Rocks D. Xebec. Race, human. Strength, 80, 100. Speed, 78, 100. Constitution, 30, 100. Negative value, 0. Health. The host condition, nearing death, has worsened an already deteriorating state, necessitating negative value to restore his condition. Body, decayed, weakened, near death. Swordsmanship, Junior Great Swordsman, World's Strongest Great Swordsman, unsealed. Martial Arts, Junior Martial, out of cycle, unsealed. Armament Haki, Junior Martial, out of cycle, unsealed. Observation Haki, Peak Admiral, out of cycle, unsealed. Conqueror's Haki, Peak Martial, out of cycle, unsealed. Devil Fruit ability, none. System evaluation, the host's near-death injuries and decayed physique have drastically diminished swordsmanship, martial arts, and Haki capabilities. The Devil Fruit has not returned with the revival of the body. Nonetheless, even in this state, the host can still stand tall above the masses. Utilizing the immense pressure of the ocean depths, he finds himself teetering on the brink of death, yet through the system, he shatters the shackles of his own psyche. Despite his body's precarious condition, he harbors an unwavering confidence in the power of his current form. Even though his existence could be extinguished at any moment, he believes that, as long as he does not confront more than 2 Marine Admirals, he can eliminate them before succumbing to his fate. Clenching his fingers, he senses the boundless energy surging within him and murmurs, the urgent matter at hand is to familiarize myself with the power that has emerged post-liberation from my shackles, and then swiftly harvest negative value to restore myself. A mechanical voice reminds him, every 100,000 negative values allows for 1 restoration of the body. To return to a healthy state requires 1 million negative values, and to reach peak condition, 10 million. The system's prompt regarding energy scarcity resonates momentarily before falling silent. For one who has chosen to inherit the identity of Rocks, the notion of negative values is trivial, should news of my resurrection escape. The entire world would be left in shock, and all I need to do is orchestrate a grand heist. After consuming some sustenance, if no ship passes by in the interim of familiarizing myself with my newfound power, I shall construct a vessel of my own and depart this island for a grand harvest of negative values. With these thoughts, Rocks seized the freshly cut tender meat of a sea king and leapt towards the island. Moments later, on an island that had been devoid of human presence for 38 years, wisps of smoke began to rise. Meanwhile, high above, a colossal ship, its bow adorned with the proud visage of a lion, soared majestically through the sky. The ship's sides boasted vast, intricate rudders reminiscent of wings, expertly adjusting the airflow. Enormous sails were billowed by the roaring winds, propelling the vessel forward with great haste. Above this soaring ship, vibrant pirate flags, as vivid as the mane of a lion, fluttered in the breeze. This vessel was none other than the flagship of the illustrious pirate captain, Shiki the Golden Lion. Renowned alongside the pirate King Roger and the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, as one of the 3 great legends. Chapter 3. He is Rocks. The ship cruised steadily onward. Within its cabin sat Shiki the Golden Lion, a figure with golden locks cascading to the ground like a lion's mane, exuding an air of unbridled arrogance. Yet, despite his imposing presence, the fine lines etched across his forehead betrayed the passage of time, signaling that he was no longer in his prime. Clearly, even the lion-hearted Shiki, brimming with ambition and audacity, could not withstand the ravages of time. Just then, the ship's doctor, Indigo, approached to conduct a health check. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Shiki abruptly rose, his gaze piercing towards the island where Rocks resided. Noticing Shiki's sudden movement, Indigo instinctively queried, "Captain, what is it?" "Ha." In that instant, Shiki distinctly felt a sensation of being observed. Possessing the power of observation Haki, he understood that someone was using it to spy on him. Someone dares to pry into my affairs. Let me see who it is. With that, Shiki activated his observation haki. But as he sought to pinpoint the source of the intrusion, he found himself unable to detect the presence of the observer. His expression shifted slightly. Although the rudder embedded in his head diminished his haki prowess, as a legendary pirate, Shiki still wielded formidable observation haki. Yet now, he found himself utterly blind to the source of the gaze. Nevertheless, Shiki's reputation was not merely for show. Quickly regaining his confidence, he exclaimed with excitement. To be able to spy on me from such a distance, what impressive observation haki. With a fervent gleam in his eyes, he rose, commanding men. Come and witness who possesses such remarkable observation haki. At Shiki's command, the mighty warship, proud and fierce, adjusted its sails and began to close in on the island where Rocks awaited. As the ship approached, Rocks, already aware of the other's presence through his own observation haki, looked to the sky and laughed with a voice that boomed like thunder. What a delightful coincidence to encounter my subordinate in my own burial ground. Wouldn't you agree, Shiki? Rocks made no effort to conceal his presence, and his domineering voice surged forth, enveloping the airborne ship. Astonished, Shiki, who had intended to use his name to subdue the presence emitting such potent haki from the island, now found himself facing the imposing figure seated upon the land. The confident grin that had adorned his face was swiftly replaced by sheer shock. Even he, the legendary pirate Shiki the Golden Lion, renowned alongside the pirate King Roger, was momentarily rendered speechless, staring wide-eyed at the formidable figure before him. The crew members who had experienced the era of Rocks, many of whom had been part of his crew, were equally stunned, their expressions reflecting utter disbelief. Surprisingly, it was the newer recruits, lacking both strength and experience compared to their predecessors, who exhibited the most composure, having never witnessed the dominance of the Rocks pirates firsthand. Even having heard tales from their comrades, they remained oblivious to the terror embodied by the imposing figure ahead of them. Observing the stunned Shiki, Rocks laughed heartily. Since you're here, Shiki, come and sit. I've missed you, my captain. His laughter, even more commanding and exuberant than Shiki's, resonated powerfully. The new recruits, overwhelmed by the thunderous laughter, found their hearts tempestuous, as they realized this man was proclaiming himself to be Shiki's captain, while the newcomers were merely astonished by Rock's proclamation. Those like Indigo were awestruck by Rock's very presence. For whether it was Rock's casual jest, which exuded overwhelming authority, or the formidable blade at his side, the formidable sword known as the Supreme Blade, everything conveyed a singular truth. The man before them was none other than Rock's Xebec, the captain of the crew that had once dominated the seas 38 years prior. The pirates were left in shock. Indigo was left in shock. Even Shiki, despite his aging years and enduring ambition, stood frozen in disbelief. Captain, am I seeing things? Is he really Rocks? The captain of the Rocks pirates, who dominated the seas 38 years ago, Rocks Xebec? Since the time of the Rocks pirates, they have remained loyal to the Golden Lion. Even after the Golden Lion was imprisoned and impelled down, they steadfastly guarded the Indigo of the Flying Sky pirates, trembling with shock to the point of near disbelief. Extending a quivering finger towards Rocks, his face a mask of terror. In that very moment, a system notification echoed in Rock's mind, audible only to him. Gained -1,000 negative points. Gained -1,000 negative points. Gained -10,000 negative points. This was the legacy left behind by Rocks, who had once dominated the seas 38 years ago. Merely the knowledge of his illustrious name would evoke astonishment in anyone who beheld him, and this astonishment served as sustenance for his revival. The incessant notifications caused Rock's brow to unfurl, and as he raised his hand to silence the alerts, he cast a glance at his attribute panel. Negative points, 128,000. Rocks had no time to spare on the Golden Lion before him, for the negative points he had accrued were sufficient for him to restore his body. Although he had yet to reach the 1,000,000 negative points required for a full recovery, his precarious health necessitated immediate restoration. A mere 10% of his health should suffice to enable him to vanquish the Golden Lion, whose body had yet to crumble. Rocks called upon the system. Energy is available. Restore my body. With the deduction of 100,000 negative points, the body repair module was activated, initiating a minimal intensity restoration. As his words faded, a dry mechanical voice echoed in his ears, announcing the successful activation of the body repair module, with the restoration process underway at 10:50. Accompanied by the system's notifications, Rocks distinctly felt a warm flow emanating from his brow, spreading throughout his entire being. As time passed, he could sense his heartbeat accelerating, each pulse of his fiery blood fortifying his frail physique. Ultimately, It felt as though he were enveloped in the most scorching sauna, steam rising from every pore. When the warm flow at his brow dissipated and the steam enveloping him dispersed with the wind, Rocks perceived a significant alleviation of the searing pain that had gripped his lungs with each breath. His fragile bones had firmed up, and the latent strength within his muscle fibers had been considerably augmented. Yet, the most crucial realization came as he sensed that, at the moment of completion, the deathly aura that had saturated every muscle, bone, and cell of his body had diminished. Vitality. A vigorous resurgence began to awaken within the shell that had lain dormant for 38 years. He could clearly see a spark of life returning to his once pale and lifeless arm, now tinged with a vibrant hue. Rocks inquired of the system. The body repair is complete. I sense a surge of vitality. Does this mean that with the restoration of my body, my lifespan is also extending? The formidable Dominator system is powerful. As long as the host acquires sufficient energy, an increase in lifespan or even immortality is attainable. Chapter 4. Shiki's shameful tactics are useless against me. It was only now that the Golden Lion emerged from his stupor of disbelief. Having unwittingly contributed nearly 80,000 negative points solely through his own presence, he inhaled deeply and, with a grave expression, fixed his gaze upon Rocks. As his words fell, Rocks' aura expanded once more, commanding attention as he spoke. You truly are Rocks D. Xebec, you truly are Rocks. At that moment, the Golden Lion, with his famed blade, the dry wood, unconsciously stepped forward. The notorious figure, whose name could silence a child's cries, expressed that he had never felt such astonishment as he did today. Undoubtedly, as a former cadre of the Rocks pirates, the Golden Lion Shiki had battled the most fearsome captain in pirate history, Rocks, countless times before he was ever subdued by him. After the disbandment of the Rocks pirates, he had even cornered the pirate king, Gold Roger, during the Battle of Whitebeard. Indeed, had it not been for a sudden storm, Roger's crew would have perished beneath his vast aerial fleet. With fervor, he had single-handedly charged into the Marine headquarters, clashing fiercely with Sengoku and Garp, who were stationed at Marineford. Even in defeat, he had devastated a significant portion of Marineford. Logically, given the countless formidable achievements that had solidified his reputation, one would expect the Golden Lion Shiki to remain unshaken even upon encountering Rocks. However, the present circumstances were entirely different. Though aged, and with a massive ship's helm embedded in his skull, he still vividly remembered that the Rocks who had once humbled him had perished 38 years prior, amidst the fierce battles against the Peak Garp and the Pinnacle Roger. Thus, upon seeing Rocks, the Golden Lion's heart, forged by numerous accomplishments, birthed an unprecedented sense of overwhelming shock that felt as if mountains were collapsing and earth was quaking. Indeed, even as he beheld Rocks with his own eyes, he found it difficult to accept the reality. He could not believe that the Rocks who had vanished 38 years ago could rise from the grave. The death of Rocks was something he had witnessed firsthand. Understanding Rocks' character, the Golden Lion knew that had Rocks still drawn breath, he would never have resorted to a cowardly pretense of death to escape. For Rocks, the man who aspired to dominate the world, was one who would choose a noble death over a life of ignominy. Nevertheless, despite the Golden Lion's inner turmoil, proclaiming that Rocks was undeniably deceased, his body betrayed him, instilling a sense of dread that set him trembling. There was no one, other than the former Rocks, who could evoke such a visceral response within him. Thus, the figure before him was indeed the long-dead Rocks from 38 years ago. Indeed. Without hesitation, Rocks boldly affirmed the Golden Lion's declaration the moment the latter's words fell. After the collapse of his previous organization, he had grown weary of living under an assumed identity. And thus in this life, reborn with the most powerful Dominator system, he vowed never to engage in such a wretched existence again. In this rebirth as a sovereign, how could he tarnish the title of a ruler? This life, he, Rocks, was destined to live openly and grandly, undeterred by the multitude of adversaries before him. Even if revealing his identity meant becoming the enemy of the world. Having resolved to embrace the name of Rocks, how could he fear the challenges that came with it? Rocks, who had his body shattered during the battle in God Valley 38 years ago, now claims to be Rocks? I refuse to believe it. How could I ever trust you? The Golden Lion's furious voice rang out, his eyes ablaze with anger as he unleashed his devil fruit powers. In an instant, he seemed to defy gravity, floating effortlessly above the ground, his legendary blade, dry wood, supporting him. As the Golden Lion ascended under the influence of his abilities, a sharp aura radiated from his form. Initially, it felt like a gentle breeze brushing against the mountainside, subtle and soft. Yet, in the blink of an eye, that gentle breeze surged, swelling dozens of times over. an edge so acute it seemed capable of cleaving through anything emanated from the golden lion Shiki, his legs bursting forth with astonishing power. In this pinnacle of sharpness, one can discern the essence of legendary sword masters, who alone possess such unparalleled brilliance. As time progresses, the razor-like aura emanating from the golden lion's form continues to ascend, expanding instantaneously to a realm far beyond that of an ordinary swordsman. Reaching the stature of a grandmaster swordsman, the lion, the Thousand Cuts Valley, with a swift motion. At the moment when the golden lion's aura burgeons to that of a grandmaster swordsman, its floating figure suddenly flickers. In an instant, a torrent of sword energy, accompanied by a howling gale, hurtles towards rocks with ferocity. The Kuroki Sakura 10, renowned as the golden lion's signature weapon, has been under its control since the moment it consumed the float fruit. This famed blade has been imbued with the golden lion's formidable haki, transforming it into an extraordinary black sword. When combined with the golden lion's honed mastery of swordsmanship, the once ordinary Thousand Cuts Valley now wields power comparable to the ultimate techniques of grandmaster swordsmen. Had this been merely a minute ago, Rocks, who was on the brink of death, might have been struck by the sword energy that sealed off all his escape routes. Yet now Rocks, whose decayed body was on the verge of demise, has experienced a basic restoration, regaining a tenth of his health. Thus, faced with the deluge of sword energy, his physical prowess and haki surging, Rocks merely sways slightly, evading all the attacks effortlessly. Such trivial tactics should not be displayed before me. Shiki, now restored, Rocks regards the lethal sword energy that could easily claim the life of a vice admiral with indifference, exuding an unyielding confidence. His voice reverberates, sending shockwaves through the air. And in an instant, a torrent of fierce flames erupts from his form, soaring into the heavens, under the overwhelming might of his presence. Even the island beneath him trembles as if unable to bear the weight. The explosive sound waves create ripples in the air, wrapping around Rock's body before bursting forth, dispersing the clouds of dust raised by Shiki's sword energy. Yet, this is far from the conclusion. Under the onslaught of the sonic waves, towering trees, capable of being embraced by several individuals, sway as if they were meteors plummeting into a bottomless abyss, creating waves that ripple towards Shiki. Merely a roar, yet so terrifying. Confronted with such overwhelming power, Shiki stands wide-eyed, unable to fathom that this might truly be the product of a simple roar. Witnessing this spectacle, the float fruit's power activated, the airborne Shiki feels a tingling sensation on his scalp, goosebumps rising across his body. Rocks. It is indeed Rocks. Chapter 5, Shiki. As ever, bow before me. And in light of the current scene, it is evident that his power has not diminished in the 38 years since his demise. In fact, it appears even more formidable than he remembers. Acquired negative value 10,000. Acquired negative value 10,000. Acquired negative value 10,000. Observing the incessant notifications flashing across the attribute panel before him, and then gazing at the incredulous expression on Shiki's face, Rocks offers a toothy grin, extending his hand towards him. Shiki, it seems you have confirmed my identity. Now, will you choose to engage me in battle, or will you, as in days of yore, submit to my command? As he gazes at the man floating above, Shiki's expression reflects an unprecedented seriousness, filling Indigo with trepidation. In that very moment, Indigo, who once sailed with Rock's crew, is utterly convinced that the man before him is none other than the legendary sea Overlord, Rocks, who perished in God Valley. A flicker of panic crosses Indigo's eyes. The current Captain Shiki is not the officer from decades past in Rock's pirate crew. As a loyal subordinate who has followed the renowned Lion Demon for decades, no one understands Captain Shiki's ambitions better than Indigo. This is a figure who, despite his advanced age, still possesses the ambition to roar across the seas and conquer the world. With such aspirations, Captain Shiki, even when facing the once submissive Rocks, would never surrender without a fight. Thus, he knows that the confrontation between Captain Shiki and the old Captain Rocks has become inevitable. Buzz. As expected, the moment Rocks finishes his statement, the golden lion Shiki, suspended in midair, is enveloped in a layer of pitch-black haki. Suddenly, comprehending Rock's identity, Shiki, one of the 3 legendary pirates whose achievements rival those of Whitebeard and Roger, chooses to engage in battle. True to his reputation as a legendary pirate, even in his twilight years, despite the deadly helm embedded in his skull, the haki he unleashes is nothing short of extraordinary. Observing the golden lion Shiki, radiating with overwhelming conqueror's haki, poised against Rocks on the ground, Indigo understands that as a subordinate, he can only wait in reverence for such a battle. surpassing even the level of a general, is far beyond his capacity to intervene. Buzz. Just as the terrified Indigo prepares to call for a retreat, the Golden Lion, completely shrouded in formidable haki, suddenly erupts with a razor-like aura that rivals that of a grandmaster swordsman. Ascending, the Golden Lion's energy swells. As his aura rises, the emotional hues in his eyes fade, becoming eerily tranquil. Once all fluctuations within his gaze dissipate, transforming into a calm stillness. The legs that had been replaced by the Kuroki Sakura 10 tremble violently beneath him. In that instant, a crystalline light bursts forth from the blade of the Kuroki Sakura 10. Power. The tumultuous force binding the blade surges forth, like a river breaking its dam, erupting with wild, unrestrained might. Following this, the supreme haki enveloping the Golden Lion gradually recedes, and as the haki diminishes from his body, an overwhelming density of haki seeps into the Kuroki Sakura 10, darkening the already blackened blade even further. Under the continued infusion of haki, the power contained within the blade grows increasingly terrifying and frenzied. With a swift motion, at the moment when the power amassed upon the blade reaches its zenith, the Golden Lion, resembling a comet, plummets from the sky. As his form descends, the boundless, surging power from the unparalleled black sword erupts beneath the Golden Lion's legs, extending towards the blade's tip. Then, as the Golden Lion crashes down, a dazzling wave of cutting energy is unleashed towards Rocks with thunderous force. Battle. At this very moment, the sonic waves reverberating within the Golden Lion's throat finally explode forth. Suddenly, the Golden Lion's sequence of actions transcends the speed of sound. Crackling. As the explosive roar erupts, a series of piercing detonations resonate. The cutting waves, terrifying and razor-sharp black arcs burst forth from the edge of the long blade, transforming into swirling masses of ominous black energy, hurtling towards Rocks with breathtaking speed. Dazzling, razor-sharp, boundless. In this instant, even language fails to encapsulate the terror of this radiant wave of cutting energy. The moment the cutting waves are fully unleashed, even the very fabric of space appeared to be cleaved apart by this devastating strike. Endless ripples surged and twisted in the wake of the slashing wave. It seemed as though the very essence of space was forcibly contorted as the terrifying blow entwined an unrestrained and infinite tearing force, surging forth. In an instant, even in the mere blink of an eye, the streams of slashing force transcended the bounds of space, crashing down upon the earth with a thunderous roar. Boom! Amidst the resonant explosions akin to thunder, a colossal power surged forth, tearing through the very veil of the earth. The seemingly resilient surface of the island, confronted by this horrific cutting force, was directly rent asunder. Indeed, the island had been torn apart. The once steadfast ground was gouged with deep, unfathomable gashes, dark and abyssal, reminiscent of a hellish chasm. Yet, this onslaught that violently split the island and rapidly advanced toward Rocks was not the lethal strike of Shiki. Fully aware of Rock's formidable prowess, Shiki understood that even after 20 years of honing his swordsmanship to unleash waves of slashes with his severed legs, he could scarcely hope to contend with his former captain, the sovereign of the seas, Rocks. Thus, this overwhelming wave of slashing force was merely a prelude intended to disrupt Rock's vision. The true lethal strike lay concealed behind the myriad of slashing waves, embodied in Shiki's unparalleled black blade, the substitute for his severed legs. Activating his observation haki, Rocks clearly perceived the overwhelming presence of Shiki's blade, its edge glistening with a domineering aura, exclaiming, "Come forth." As the command echoed, Rocks, poised and ready, swiftly extended his hand to grasp the Dominator of Nations, the once mighty sword now decayed, its hilt eroded by the passage of 38 years, yet still formidable in its blade. He swung the sword to meet the challenge. Despite facing a legendary pirate, even with his observation haki discerning no fewer than 10 paths to evade Shiki's strike, Rocks did not flinch. The moment he grasped the sword, Shiki, plummeting from the heavens, sensed an unparalleled sharpness emanating from Rocks. An aura more piercing and more imposing than his own engulfed Rocks, erupting from his form as he wielded the sword. Indeed, even though the hilt of the Dominator of Nations had decayed, the instant it rested in Rocks' palm, he experienced an exquisite sensation. As though the blade had become an extension of his very being, a visceral connection that surged within him, fostering an exhilarating sense of invincibility. With that feeling ignited, Rocks instinctively channeled his abundant armament haki into the blade. Following this, with a powerful swing of his arm, he directed his strike toward the descending Shiki. Crackle! As the Dominator of Nations, imbued with haki, sliced through the air, it collided violently with Shiki's blade, which had been infused with armament haki, resulting in a cataclysmic clash. At the moment of contact, Shiki's attack, unleashed with the might of his withered blade, which even the highest-ranking generals would not dare to meet head-on, shattered with the force of a hammer striking glass. Chapter 6, A Clash of Legends. Clang. The shattering of the slashing wave sent ripples cascading through the air. And in the midst of these waves, the only tangible entities were Rock's Dominator of Nations and Shiki's pitch-black blade, infused with haki, colliding with the force of a mountain falling. In that instant, the very air between their blades was obliterated by their overwhelming might. The Dominator of Nations and Shiki's blade, upon colliding, created a cacophony that reverberated like the tolling of a great bell, shattering the air and generating terrifying whirlwinds of pressure. The towering trees that had been stirred by Rock's roar moments ago now creaked and groaned, on the brink of splintering. The explosive sounds of their clash reverberated in the ears of the crew of the Indigos. However, amidst the deafening roar that threatened to shatter eardrums, what truly captivated their attention was the strange orb at the center of the clash, radiating a blinding white exterior with a core of deep black, surrounded by swirling tendrils of crimson energy, reminiscent of a malevolent dragon. As soon as Indigos heard Rock's voice, he urgently shouted for everyone to retreat. Though they had anticipated the explosive power of their confrontation, witnessing the peculiar black orb, Indigos realized he had underestimated the two. Even the residual energy possessed such overwhelming might. He questioned whether human conflict could truly reach such heights. Fortunately, the members of the flying pirate crew were spared, as they had halted in shock upon seeing Rocks, allowing them time to retreat to the sturdy confines of their colossal ship. Yet, the creatures on the island, caught within the battleground of the two titans, were not so fortunate. Boom. As Indigos returned to the ship, he witnessed the strange black orb erupt with a resounding explosion. In that instant, as the orb detonated, massive boulders disintegrated and were propelled outward at supersonic speeds, like bullets, in all directions. The tumultuous shower of debris left no animal unscathed, each one reduced to mere remnants by the onslaught of stone. This was merely the beginning. The very next moment, as the eerie black orb completely disintegrated, even beneath the weight of Shiki's slashing waves, the resilient rock layers supporting the island began to fracture. Under the impact of their clash, the already battered island trembled violently, its hardness rivaling that of steel, or even granite, undulating like waves upon the sea. If the island was in such disarray, one could only imagine the fate of the flora growing upon it. Even the tallest trees, once robust and verdant, swayed like uprooted weeds, shattering and splintering. Boom. Even the legendary pirate, Shiki, despite channeling his entire body as haki and leveraging the force of gravity to enhance his strike, found himself overwhelmed in the face of Rock's Dominator of Nations, falling swiftly to the ground. Crackle. Boom. The throned Shiki collided with countless towering trees, shattering them as he plummeted, before crashing into the mountainous terrain of the island. Sensing a surge of power far beyond his previous capabilities, Rock's eyes gleamed with excitement. If this mere restoration had granted him such strength, what might he achieve when fully healed from the million negative values? What about the pinnacle restoration from the 10 million negative values? In that moment, he envisioned reclaiming the unmatched strength he once wielded as the sovereign of the seas, transcending the limits of the pirate world and reaching the pinnacle of physical prowess and speed. At that time, his already terrifying combat ability would surely ascend several tiers. Cough. Cough, cough. As smoke and dust enveloped the area, obscuring visibility, Rocks glanced at the system panel displaying the 100,000 negative values provided by Shiki, ultimately deciding against advancing to eliminate him. As the dust settled, the golden lion with long hair trailing behind re-emerged before the onlookers. However, at that moment, the cigar clenched between his teeth was already broken, stained with streaks of blood. The golden lion had aged, even with the clash that transpired. Separated by the withered cherry blossoms, and despite his legendary status as a pirate, he was still wounded, and it appeared to be quite severe. Captain Shiki. At this sight, Indigo approached the golden lion with peculiar and hurried steps, stating, "The captain has instructed me to examine your injuries." Yet, the golden lion had no time to respond to Indigo's concern. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he cast a reluctant, sighing glance at Rocks. A prolonged silence ensued. Ha ha ha. Feeling the intensity of Shiki's gaze, Rocks burst into laughter. Upon landing, he stood firm amidst the ruins, holding a sword with a commanding presence as he regarded the golden lion with unyielding authority. "Shiki, will it be submission, or will you continue?" "Submission?" At the utterance of that word, a flicker of deep emotion crossed the golden lion's eyes. As a proud lion demon, should such words escape the lips of another. Even one as formidable as Edward Newgate, the leader of the Four Emperors, or the pirate King Roger, the Golden Lion would still choose to fight to the death, dragging his broken body into the fray. After all, the pride of the Golden Lion would not permit him to yield. His formidable reputation would not allow for submission. His insatiable ambition forbade it. Yet, the man before him was different. The man standing before him was none other than Rocks, the sea overlord to whom the Golden Lion had once submitted. In an instant, a kaleidoscope of emotions swirled within the Golden Lion's mind. Suddenly, the Golden Lion, having broken his cigar, stood up, glaring fiercely as he shoved aside Indigo. He then unleashed the full force of his devil fruit ability, launching a ferocious assault towards the mountains behind him. With a resounding hum, the full power of the Fush Fush no Mi erupted. The Golden Lion, having fully awakened the capabilities of the Fush Fush no Mi, became the epicenter of a sprawling wave of earth and stone. The might of the lion, with the full force of his ability activated, the ground beneath them trembled violently, akin to surging ocean waves, as layers of earth and cracking rocks were sent soaring into the air. In a heartbeat, the earth and stone transformed into ferocious lions. Roar! As the earth and stone coalesced into form, the howling winds morphed into a cacophony of lion roars. At the height of this tempest, the Golden Lion, fiercely biting down on his broken cigar, shouted resolutely at Rocks, "Rocks, this is my final trump card. Should you, in your recovering state, manage to overcome it, I shall yield to you once more." Amidst the thunderous roars, a multitude of ferocious lions surged towards Rocks. Hearing the wild roars and witnessing the unwavering determination in the Golden Lion's eyes, which were now bulging with intensity, a smirk crept across Rock's face as he laughed heartily. "Haha, very well. I shall oblige your request and unleash my full power to shatter your last resort." Chapter 7. Instant Defeat. Even a lion must exert its utmost when battling a rabbit, let alone when facing the full might of the Golden Lion. Out of respect for his adversary's strength, as Rocks spoke, he commanded the system, "Restore my body. Deduct 100,000 negative points for minimal intensity body repair." In an instant, a dense white mist surged forth from Rock's pores. At that moment, the previously resolute Golden Lion's eyes widened in shock. He could distinctly sense that Rocks, amidst the multitude of lions, was growing stronger. Had Rocks not unleashed his full power during their clash moments ago? Stunned, the Golden Lion's heart churned like a tempestuous sea, waves of disbelief crashing over him. Just as his mind was engulfed in astonishment, Rocks made his move. In that fleeting instant, the sharp aura surrounding him, once capable of cleaving all, surged exponentially. It was not merely the sharpness of a swordsman. Even his dark haki intensified. Suddenly, after the second restoration, with Rock's body restored to 1/5 of its health, his previously weakened power surged back. Crack, crack, crack. As Rock's power escalated, flashes of black and red, coiling like dragons, erupted from him. In that moment, Rocks unleashed the Conqueror's haki, reaching the pinnacle of an admiral. As the Conqueror's haki exploded forth, Rocks wielded his decayed sword, the Bakukoku, with sudden ferocity. In that instant, the armament haki enveloping the blade intertwined violently with the Conqueror's haki, colliding with one another. And then light, a dazzling purple radiance erupted from the edge of Rock's sword, rivaling the sun itself. The collision of dual haki created a fierce wave that struck the charging Golden Lions with devastating force, severing the bond between the Golden Lion and his summoned beasts for just a moment. Boom. As the connection between the Golden Lion's power and the ferocious lions was restored, the brilliant purple wave roared past the Golden Lion's head, cleaving through the mountains behind him. Defeated, hearing the earth-shattering explosion and witnessing the mountains crumble, the Golden Lion understood that he had once again lost to his captain, Rocks. After a long pause, he sighed deeply. "I have lost." The most astonished at these words was not Rocks, who had triumphed over the Golden Lion, but rather the members of the flying pirate crew who had accompanied Indigo to the Golden Lion's side. Their captain, the legendary pirate, the Lion Demon, had actually admitted defeat. Negative points, 1,000. Negative points, 2,000. Negative points, 1,000. In an instant, a series of system notifications reappeared on Rock's interface. However, what captured Rock's attention was not merely the accumulation of negative points to 60,000 after the second restoration, but also the mechanized system prompt that echoed in his ears upon the Golden Lion's declaration. In the pirate world, one of the 3 legendary pirates, the Lion Demon, has submitted to the host. "Would you like to expend 40,000 negative points to activate the strongest Overlord system's follower module and follower shop module?" Casting a glance at the 68,000 negative points, Rocks replied, "Activate." As soon as Rocks spoke, a follower attribute interface materialized behind his personal attributes. Follower, Shiki. Race, human. Strength, 70-96. Speed, 70-90. Constitution, 60-90. Condition, disabled, weakened. Swordsmanship, Junior Greatsword Master, Pinnacle of Greatsword Master. Body technique, Junior General, Pinnacle of General. Armament hockey, Junior General, Senior Marshal. Observation hockey, Junior General, Senior Marshal. Conqueror's hockey, Junior Marshal, Senior Marshal. Devil fruit ability, Paramecia type, float, fruit awakening. Loyalty, 45. System evaluation, embedded like a helm within the skull, the severed feet of Shiki have caused a significant decline in his swordsmanship, body techniques, and hockey. Yet, even so, he possesses formidable combat prowess. Rocks is not surprised by the lack of loyalty from the Golden Lion, who barely meets the passing mark, for he is, after all, the Golden Lion. More importantly, Rocks believes that as long as he continues to accumulate negative values and restore his combat strength, the Golden Lion's loyalty will naturally rise. Thus, after casting a fleeting glance at the Golden Lion's loyalty, Rocks shifted his focus to the follower shop. Within the shop, 3 items are available. The first is loyalty at the cost of 10,000 negative values. The second is follower restoration for 100,000 negative values. The third is a perfect version of the float fruit, devoid of side effects, priced at 2 million negative values. Gazing at the resplendent float devil fruit in the follower shop, and recalling that with each devil fruit user defeated, the host may expend negative values to convert it into the perfect version of the devil fruit. Rocks seemed to remember something and inquired of the system, how many perfect devil fruits can I consume? The perfect version of the devil fruit can be consumed again by followers who have ingested a defective version and whose loyalty exceeds 60. For each new general level follower the host acquires, the number of times the perfect version can be consumed increases. After a moment of shock, Indigo hurriedly called upon the members of the Flying Sky Pirates, seizing the instruments they brought to examine the Golden Lion's health. However, the Golden Lion refused, proclaiming, "I am fine." Upon saying this, the Golden Lion seemed to recall something and earnestly looked at Rocks, asking, "Captain Rocks, how did you come back to life?" The moment the Golden Lion spoke these words, it captivated everyone's attention. The concept of immortality, of being reborn, is one of humanity's most fervently desired aspirations. Initially stunned by Rocks' identity and the Golden Lion's concession, they had no time to ponder. Now they realized how profoundly intriguing and desirable Rocks' resurrection truly is. Chapter 8. The sea is about to boil. With a single decisive slash that subdued the Golden Lion, Rocks accrued tens of thousands of negative values, filling him with immense satisfaction. Towering before Shiki and gazing down at his eager face, Rocks smiled with a flourish. "Shiki, my subordinate, are you certain you wish to pry into the secret of resurrection?" The secret of resurrection? His laughter resonated like thunder from the heavens, and at that moment, Shiki's eyes widened in shock. Humans tend to fill in the gaps with their imagination. The instant Rocks uttered those words, a tempest brewed within Shiki's heart. The captain truly did return from the dead. Not only Shiki, but also the crew of Indigo, who witnessed Rocks' triumph over their captain, experienced a tremor in their pupils. Resurrection. This was a sensational secret that, if spread, could ignite the entire world. If news of Rocks' revival were to circulate, not only would the 4 emperors of the New World, who are vying for Rocks' territory, be unable to remain idle, but even the world government would be compelled to take action, not to mention those aristocratic tycoons who view eternal wealth and power as their ultimate pursuit. Even the 5 elders, who preside over the world government, and seated upon the mysterious throne of the celestial dragons, would be eager to uncover the secret of Rocks' resurrection. The sea. It is about to boil. Shiki, who once fought alongside Rocks in God Valley, pondered even deeper implications. As a former officer of the Rocks Pirates, he understood all too well the reasons behind their downfall as the absolute dominators of the New World. Back then, Rocks, the self-proclaimed ruler, sought to replace the world government and ignite a global upheaval, using the lives of the celestial dragons dwelling in God Valley as the catalyst. Prior to the battle at God Valley, Shiki had never contemplated the possibility of failure. After all, with Rocks at the helm and the likes of Whitebeard, Big Mom, Captain John, Silver Axe, Wang Ji, and himself, the Rocks Pirates were undeniably the strongest pirate crew upon the seas. At that time, they possessed absolute confidence that they could prevail even against the full might of the Navy. Under such overwhelming power, even the peak combatants like Garp and Roger, along with Roger's formidable crew, could not shake Shiki's belief in their victory. The reality was that, during Rocks' solo battle against Garp and Roger. The Rocks pirates maintained an upper hand against Roger's crew and Garp's marines. However, suddenly, the tide of battle shifted. A rookie pirate from the Rocks pirates abruptly rose to block Captain John. Then, as if blood had spilled, the highest-ranking officer of the Rocks pirates, the future Empress Charlotte Linlin, suddenly betrayed them and ensnared Whitebeard. Once the strongest under Rocks, Whitebeard was entangled by the exceptionally gifted Charlotte Linlin, while Rayleigh, now known as the Dark King, unleashed his power to subdue both Silver Axe and himself. Garp's deputy, the great sword master Bogart, violently intervened to confront Wang Ji, creating an opening for Jabba to join the fray. Jabba's entrance altered the dynamics of battle. Once capable of holding their ground against Garp and Roger, Rocks found himself overwhelmed by the combined forces of Garp, Roger, and Jabba. The ultimate outcome was that Rocks, despite his immense strength, was defeated by the Rocks pirates, who were once the unrivaled rulers of the seas, crumbled into disarray. In the aftermath, they learned that Charlotte Linlin's betrayal was purely a desperate gamble to survive, having barely managed to block Captain John for the sake of that pretty boy. That pretty boy, who was merely a rookie in the Rocks pirates, would later ascend to become Kaido, the captain of the Beast's pirates, known for his immortality. However, despite Charlotte Linlin's reckless betrayal for Kaido, during which she bestowed upon him a portion of the Rocks pirates' wealth along with the mythical Zoan-type devil fruit, the Azure Dragon fruit, it was later rumored that she was ultimately abandoned by Kaido. Initially just a novice member of the Rocks pirates, Kaido, through his charm, entangled Charlotte Linlin and obtained resources that would take ordinary individuals centuries to amass, swiftly rising to become one of the 4 emperors ruling the New World. Yet, Kaido could never have imagined that the man he had plotted against, who fought valiantly against Garp and Roger to his demise, could return to life once more. I can only imagine the expressions on Kaido and Charlotte Linlin's faces when they hear this news. One can envision that if they were to learn of Rocks' resurrection, this sea, already rife with undercurrents, would undoubtedly be engulfed in a storm of blood and chaos. Contemplating this, Shiki smirked, gazing at Rocks, who sat upon the earth like a king presiding over his subjects, holding a bowl of Brotherhood wine in his hand. With a thud, he received the bowl of wine, tapping the rim against the base of Rocks' bowl, declaring, "Captain, cheers." With that, Shiki tipped his head back and drank down the bowl of Brotherhood wine in one swift motion. As Shiki spoke, the crew of Indigo raised their drinking bowls in unison, their faces filled with reverence as they bowed to Rocks, exclaiming, "Captain, drink." The crew downed their drinks, and seated at the center, Rocks, who seemed to be a born king, tilted his head back to savor his wine. "Ha ha ha." With the last drop of wine consumed, Rocks boisterously declared, "The banquet has begun." Boom. A crimson flame licked the air, the crackling of the fire resonating continuously. Large barrels of wine and substantial chunks of meat were laid upon the roaring bonfire by the pirates. In an instant, the acrid scent of gunpowder that hung over the island was dispelled by the enticing aroma of roasted meat. "Captain, there is a piece of information I must convey to you." Shiki, seated beside Rocks and gnawing on a hefty morsel, began. 38 years ago, the primary cause of the collapse of the Rocks pirates was the betrayal of Charlotte Linlin, who has now become one of the emperors ruling the New World, commanding vast territories including Whole Cake Island. The one who lured her into treachery was Kaido, our former apprentice, who has now also ascended to the ranks of the 4 emperors. Utilizing the Azure Dragon fruit we seized back then to establish his reputation as the strongest creature across land, sea, and air. How do you intend to deal with these 2 traitors, Captain? Rocks responded, "Those who rebel shall be utterly annihilated, and those who oppose us will be reduced to mere dust. Before ascending to the throne of the world, we shall settle our accounts. Not a single one of them shall escape." His voice was calm and resolute, as if he spoke not of 2 absolute monarchs at the pinnacle of the world, but rather of nameless pawns. The original members of the flying pirate crew looked upon their legendary captain, the Golden Lion, whose expression was one of expected nonchalance. At that moment, a tumult of shock surged within them. Could it be that, in Rock's eyes, even the 4 emperors were nothing more than insignificant figures, easily dispatched? Instinctively, they turned their gaze toward Rocks, and in an instant, they felt an immense pressure bearing down upon them, as if facing the very heavens. It was akin to being ensnared in the depths of a hellish abyss. Negative value of 1,000 acquired. Negative value of 1,000 acquired. Negative value of 1,000 acquired. Observing the flurry of negative values flashing across the attribute panel, Rocks raised an eyebrow. "Huh." The Golden Lion suddenly erupted in laughter, rousing the crew from their stupor. Amidst the bewildered gazes of the pirates, he stood up after finishing his roasted meat, declaring with grandiosity, "In that case, Captain, let us set sail." Chapter 9, Setting Sail. Not so fast. Rocks interjected as he lifted the enormous wine bowl to his lips, gulping down the liquid before turning to face Shiki, whose imposing presence had waned due to injury. "Before we depart, your wounds require tending." With a comical skip, Indigo approached the Golden Lion and chimed in. "The captain is right. Allow me to examine your injuries, Lord Shiki." To Indigo, healing was an inherent duty as the ship's doctor. However, before Indigo could reach Shiki, his words abruptly halted, for in that fleeting moment, he distinctly witnessed Captain Rocks, who had just shared a drink with the Golden Lion, releasing the decayed long blade from his grasp and raising his palm towards Shiki's head. Even with a loyalty rating of merely 45 points after their drink, the Golden Lion felt a flicker of resistance as Rock's hand descended. Yet, that struggle quickly dissipated. After all, given the power Rocks had just displayed, eliminating him didn't necessitate such complications. Buzz. At that moment, a melodious hum resonated, and Shiki felt a warm, gentle force emanating from Rock's palm. As this soothing energy spread forth, it coursed through the aging figure, emanating from the center of his brow and along his spine, enveloping his entire being. Puff, puff, puff. In that instant, Indigo and the others watched in astonishment as the pores on the Golden Lion's skin expanded, releasing jets of milky white steam. As time passed, the steam transformed from white to a faint red, accompanied by a pungent stench that wafted from Shiki's body. Yet, what truly astonished Indigo and his crew was that, amidst the spreading foul odor, they could clearly see the bruises sustained during his battle with Captain Rocks vanish without a trace. Furthermore, as time progressed, the aura emanating from the Golden Lion continuously surged. Moreover, after reaching the peak state he had during the confrontation with Rocks, Shiki's aura did not cease to rise. Suddenly, having expended 100,000 negative values, Rocks initiated a low-intensity restoration for the Golden Lion. Shiki's frail body, weakened by time and the severing of his own legs, was infused with newfound vitality by Rocks. Not merely his injuries, but Shiki felt as though the stumps of his severed legs were beginning to heal, tingling with a sensation of rejuvenation. However, at that moment, the warm current from Rock's palm dissipated. Startled, the Golden Lion instinctively raised his head, his eyes glimmering with longing as he gazed at his captain. Yearning, desire. In that fleeting moment, the Golden Lion, deprived of the life energy he craved, was filled with an insatiable hunger. Captain. He sensed the vitality brimming within him. Feeling his body gradually returning to the state it had been 5 years prior, the Golden Lion exclaimed in astonishment. "Did you just reclaim my lifespan from the clutches of death?" "What?" Upon hearing this, Indigo and the others gasped in disbelief. "Lord Shiki, are you saying that Captain Rocks can snatch the lifespan of the living from the hands of death?" Incredulous, Indigo and his crew struggled to comprehend the words they had just heard. Without a doubt, Rocks nodded seriously in response to their astonishment. "I can distinctly feel that my physical condition has returned to what it was 5 years ago. And this state is not the ephemeral power that comes from the overuse of a devil fruit. Rather, it is a solid, unyielding strength, as if time has reversed." Staring at his own body, which had shown no signs of life for the past 3 years, the Golden Lion looked at Rocks in shock and declared, "Captain Rocks, you have reclaimed the 5 years of my life from the hands of death. Negative value of 10,000 acquired. Negative value of 10,000 acquired. Negative value of 10,000 acquired. Negative value of 1,000 acquired." As the words of the Golden Lion faded, a cacophony of system notifications erupted in Rock's ears. Suddenly, upon realizing that Rocks could forcibly reclaim the lifespan harvested by the Grim Reaper, every individual present was left in utter astonishment. A fleeting glance at the Golden Lion's loyalty, which surged from 45 to 85, and then at the attribute panel where it rapidly amassed to 200,000, alongside an ever-increasing negative value as time flowed. Originally, Rocks had expended 100,000 negative value merely to enhance the Golden Lion's loyalty and reap a wave of negative value. Yet now, a smile crept upon his lips. However, the smile that emerged from the exponential rise in negative value appeared profoundly enigmatic to those around the Golden Lion. Chapter 10. The Man Who Tamed the Golden Lion. Upon the grand and tumultuous expanse of the Great Route, a ship adorned with intricate carvings and opulent embellishments boldly sailed against the waves. Yet, the once dominant pirates, notorious for their ruthless exploits, upon witnessing such unabashed extravagance, were gripped by an overwhelming terror akin to encountering a specter. Instead of charging forward to plunder, they hastily retreated, desperate to distance themselves from the sight. This was not due to mere cowardice, but rather the flag that billowed atop the lavish vessel. Yes, It was the emblem of the celestial dragons, those descendants of the creators. These audacious pirates, who dared to confront even the might of naval warships, trembled at the thought of crossing paths with the world's aristocrats, the celestial dragons. The rationale was straightforward. Engaging in battle with the Navy, even to the point of death, would only implicate oneself, sparing family from harm. However, to inflict harm upon a celestial dragon would not only invoke the wrath of the Navy's highest combatants, but also endanger one's family, drawing them into the fray. Indeed, even the most unscrupulous pirates quaked in fear before these privileged beings. Fortunately, these contemptible creatures, who regarded all but the celestial dragons as mere servants, had yet to pursue them, allowing the opulent vessel to glide gracefully onward. Following the direction of the celestial dragoness ship, they beheld a colossal gilded vessel that stretched 10 kilometers in length, replete with entertainment facilities. The Golden Emperor, Guild Tesoro's flagship, the Grand Tesoro. As the celestial dragoness ship approached Grand Tesoro, at its center stood a structure crafted from pure gold, devoid of doors, designed with the assistance of Mr. Tanaka, a subordinate who had consumed the penetrating fruit. With gray-green hair adorned with a golden hat, and clad in pink attire bedecked with pure golden ornaments, Guild Tesoro entered the brightly lit room, holding a goblet brimming with liquor, a broad smile illuminating his face. Just as Tesoro made his entrance, a voice, sharp enough to elicit laughter, resonated from within the room, inquiring impatiently, "What is the matter that necessitates such urgent notification to Doflamingo?" Following the sound, Tesoro laid eyes upon a tall figure clad in armor, crowned with a cross-faced helmet and bearing the spade insignia upon his shoulders. This individual was none other than one of the 3 highest officers under the warlord Don Quixote Doflamingo, the leader of the Spade Army, who had consumed the stone fruit. Big shot, Sika. Before Sika could finish his sentence, his words were abruptly eclipsed by a resounding cheer of revelry. Bang! In the next moment, the sharp clink of a wine bowl colliding with the table echoed through the room. "Tesoro, I do not care what your intentions are, but should you dare to omit even a single one of the 50 Zoan-type devil fruits promised annually, you shall taste the wrath of the Sea Emperor." This voice, deep and oppressive, akin to the roar of a wild beast, reverberated slowly. The moment the threat was uttered, all eyes in the room converged upon its source. They beheld a man, larger than Sika, with a physique that dwarfed him, entirely unarmored, save for a metallic mouthguard, adorned with ivory-like decorations upon his head and shoulders, and draped in a feathered cloak. He was none other than the emblem of the beast pirates, Jack the Drought, a calamity under the Yonko Kaido, with a bounty of 1 billion berries. Ha ha! Jack's laughter echoed, and Tesoro, clad in his finery, responded, "To me, money is merely a number. Why would I disregard my contract with Lord Kaido for such a triviality? Now, I am curious," Tesoro continued, as a gentlemanly birdman, adorned in a stylish outfit, raised a camera hanging from his neck, his expression resembling that of a paparazzo. "What is the purpose of the Golden Emperor's visit?" With the mention of the Golden Emperor, Morgan, the president of the renowned news conglomerate known for its sensational journalism, chimed in with excitement. "Ha, Tesoro, I have a simple objective this time. I merely wish to share my joy with all of you." As his arms spread wide in a gesture of embrace, he revealed a document bearing the seal of the world government, slamming it upon the table. "From this day forth, Grand Tesoro is recognized as a nation by the world government, a non-militarized zone where even the Navy cannot openly intervene. An absolute sanctuary beyond the reach of the world government." What? Sika, usually reticent, could not help but exclaim in astonishment upon seeing the clear seal on the document. The world government has actually recognized a ship as an autonomous nation. Big news. Big news. Morgan echoed, his excitement palpable as he gazed at the document. This is a once-in-a-century scoop. As Tesoro basked in the fervor of the crowd, his face flushed with exhilaration, he proclaimed, "I invite you all to witness. I, Guild Tesoro, shall be crowned king today at Grand Tesoro." However, just as Tesoro articulated his aspirations, Mr. Tanaka's head emerged from the wall, interrupting with a tone of urgency, "Master Tesoro, we have a grave situation. The legendary pirate, Golden Lion Shiki's ship, the Flying Lion, is soaring above Grand Tesoro and is about to descend." Golden Lion. Upon hearing this, Tesoro's expression turned grave, and he pondered deeply. "What business does he have in my Grand Tesoro?" As the words fell, Gilded Tesoro unleashed the power of his fruit, creating a breach upon the pure gold wall. Subsequently, he beheld the immense lion-headed battleship soaring majestically above the heavens. To his astonishment, at the prow of the ship, The roaring lion emblem was adorned with a mane of golden hair that billowed like the mane of a regal lion, seemingly tamed and standing behind a man with a stern countenance. Witnessing this scene, gilded Tesoro's heart sank in terror. Who was this man that had managed to subdue the legendary pirate, the Golden Lion Shiki? Chapter 11. The Rocks Pirates have returned from hell. It was not only gilded Tesoro who was taken aback upon seeing the Golden Lion Shiki standing as a crew member behind Rocks, the invited kings of the underground world, as well as the highest-ranking officers under Don Quixote Doflamingo of the 7 Warlords of the Sea, were equally astonished. Even the notorious calamity known as Jack the Drought, a prominent figure among the Yonko pirate crews, was left in shock. Hey. Looking at the Golden Lion Shiki standing behind Rocks, the newsman Morgans exclaimed, instinctively capturing the moment with his camera, his eyes wide with disbelief. This must be a joke. It simply cannot be real. The Golden Lion Shiki. Before Morgans could finish his sentence, the master mortician of the underground world, Dorag Piclo, shouted in disbelief, that legendary pirate has actually been subdued. It was no wonder they were so astonished. What they were witnessing at that moment was utterly unexpected. The captain of the flying pirate crew, one of the 3 legendary pirates alongside the pirate king Roger and the world's strongest man, Whitebeard. The Golden Lion Shiki had once single-handedly decimated a significant portion of the Navy headquarters, harboring ambitions of world domination and unparalleled strength. How could this infamous lion demon have been subdued by another? Acquiring negative values of 5,000. Acquiring negative values of 3,000. Acquiring negative values of 3,000. Just as the crowd was reeling from the revelation of the Golden Lion Shiki's subjugation by Rocks, a flurry of system notification sounds echoed in Rocks' ears. In a mere moment, the negative value on Rocks' attribute panel surged from a mere 290,000 to an astounding 400,000. Furthermore, as time progressed, this figure continued to ascend. At that instant, standing atop the prow of the roaring lion ship, Rocks raised a hand gently. With a series of comical footsteps, Dr. Indigo, the former ship's doctor of the flying pirate crew, now a combatant in Rock's first fleet, stepped forward. Our captain has commanded that you have 3 minutes to surrender those scum of the celestial dragons to the Rocks pirates. Upon halting, Indigo stood tall. His chest puffed out as he boldly addressed gilded Tesoro's ship. Otherwise, at this juncture, a cruel smile crept across Indigo's lips, his voice dripping with menace. I shall slaughter you. Possessing the most formidable Overlord system, which allowed him to harvest negative values to restore himself and ascend to the pinnacle, Rocks had set his sights on the lives of the world nobles, the celestial dragons. Indeed, Rocks intended to proclaim to the world that the Rocks pirates had returned from the depths of hell. Upon hearing Indigo's declaration, the previously startled Circa, who had been shocked by the subjugation of the Golden Lion Shiki, momentarily froze in confusion, asking, what kind of third-rate pirate crew is this? I have never heard of them. With a thud, just as Circa finished speaking, a resounding footstep interrupted him. Turning to look, Circa saw Jack the Drought, who had merely raised an eyebrow at the sight of the Golden Lion's subjugation, now standing with a face full of fury, activating the power of his devil fruit. Transformed into a mammoth man, Jack the Drought stomped heavily on the ground. Crack, crack, crack. In his utter astonishment, Jack the Drought, with no restraint, struck the ground with his massive feet. The golden surface beneath him shattered, fissures spreading from the point of impact. Are you making a fool of me? Jack, now fully transformed into a mammoth man, glared fiercely at Indigo, bellowing, the Rocks pirates disbanded and were utterly destroyed 38 years ago. You scoundrel! Parading under Kaido's former crew's name. As he finished speaking, Jack, with his crimson eyes ablaze with rage, roared, I shall not allow you to escape. Clang. The moment his roar echoed, Jack, now in the form of a mammoth man, drew forth a long knife concealed within his ivory adornments. Swish. As the 2 scythe-like weapons were unsheathed, the furious Jack the Drought, with his eyes now blood-red, swung his blades toward the airborne battleship of the flying pirate crew. In that instant, as Jack unleashed his flying slashes, the onlookers could clearly see sharp gusts of energy manifesting from the edges of his weapons. Just as Jack completed his strike, a thunderous sound erupted, and 2 powerful, ribbon-like slashes shot forth from the keen edges of Jack's weapons, hurtling toward the lion-headed battleship high above. But just as the flying slashes carved through the air, a low growl, reminiscent of a lion's roar, resonated in the ears of the crowd. They then beheld a figure, seemingly the Golden Lion Shiki, adorned with a ship's wheel embedded in his head, a cigar dangling from his mouth, and his feet replaced by blades, suddenly kick out with his knife-like foot. Swish. The moment his foot was unleashed, a surge of golden white sword energy erupted forth. As this sword energy, devoid of any traces of armed color or domineering presence, soared into the wind, it rapidly expanded. Within moments, it grew from a meter-long sword energy to a colossal wave of several hundred meters. Witnessing the massive golden-white sword energy, Jack's eyes widened in horror. At that moment, he realized that his furious flying slashes, upon colliding with this immense sword energy, were utterly obliterated, crumbling like dust. Chapter 12. The Pure Golden Barrier. Jack the Drought, whose skill points were entirely allocated to resilience, acknowledged that while he still had a significant distance to cover before reaching the pinnacle of swordsmanship, even his strikes could obliterate a naval vessel. In his current fury, he believed that his unleashed flying slashes could blast apart mountains. Yet, such a formidable attack had not lasted even a second before being crushed by the overwhelming golden-white sword energy unleashed from that blade-like foot. In disbelief, Jack's eyes flickered with a deep astonishment. He was astounded that his two flying slashes could not withstand a mere kick from the opponent, while simultaneously realizing the immense power of rocks. At that moment, Jack was certain, upon the heights of the aerial battleship, the man capable of effortlessly cleaving his foes with his soaring strikes, shattering and obliterating them, is none other than the infamous Captain Shiki the Golden Lion. The man standing before him, encircled by Shiki's subordinates, undoubtedly possesses the formidable might to completely subdue the Golden Lion himself. Yet, why does such a powerful man choose to invoke the name of the Rocks Pirates, a crew that disbanded and vanished into oblivion 38 years prior? However, at this moment, the drought-inducing Jack has no opportunity to ponder these questions. With a whoosh, at that very instant, Shiki's colossal golden-white sword energy, having already crushed Jack's two soaring strikes, hurtles through the air towards him. Roar! Witnessing the massive sword energy poised to collide with his body in mere moments, Drought Jack lets out a furious bellow. As his roar reverberates, a thick, inky black layer of armament haki surges forth from his spine, akin to a river breaching its banks. In an instant, Drought Jack's exterior becomes enveloped in a lustrous black sheen of haki. Clearly, having consumed the ancient Zoan fruit that allows him to transform into a mammoth, and having awakened its powers, Drought Jack prepares to withstand Shiki's golden-white sword energy with his formidable physique, even as it approaches him at its last gasp. Yet, just as the pure black haki envelopes the area where the golden-white sword energy is about to clash, Drought Jack himself strides forward, embodying unyielding strength, ready to face the oncoming assault. At that moment, a calm voice resonates behind him. "How rude of me, Joel D. Roger." Crackle. The instant the voice pierces the air, arcs of blue-white electricity erupt, and the opening in the solid gold wall before them swiftly seals. Clearly, just as Shiki's golden-white sword energy is about to strike Drought Jack, the master of the Gura no Mi, the Golden Emperor, has intervened. The onlookers aboard the floating lion-headed warship witness the wall before Drought Jack seamlessly mend itself, as if gold were flowing like water, coalescing amidst the flickering arcs of electricity. In the blink of an eye, where the breach once lay, a solid barrier of pure gold, 9 meters thick, materializes. Moreover, atop this hastily erected golden bulwark, a layer of armament haki is affixed. Sizzle. In the next moment, as the pure gold wall forms, the golden-white sword energy that shattered Drought Jack's two soaring strikes slams down with ferocity. According to logic, the aged Shiki's razor-sharp strike, which could cleave through 100 kilometers of ocean surface, should have been diminished after the earlier onslaught. Yet, upon the formation of the pure gold barrier, Gil D. Thorolo, its creator, confidently believes that the weakened sword energy cannot breach his defenses nor harm Drought Jack behind the barrier. However, just as the jarring sound of the sword energy scraping against the gold barrier echoes, Gil D. Thorolo's expression shifts dramatically. In that moment, the awakened power of the Gura no Mi allows him to perceive that the pure gold barrier he constructed crumbles like a house of cards, splitting effortlessly in two upon contact with the colossal sword energy. Boom. The instant Gil D. Thorolo realizes that his golden barrier is insufficient to absorb Shiki's massive sword energy. A deafening explosion reverberates as the barrier shatters. Having undergone a minimal intensity recovery, Shiki's physical condition now surpasses all expectations, restored to the vigor he possessed 5 years ago. Following this, the golden-white sword energy, now diminished to less than a meter in length, yet increasingly translucent and sharper, looms before Drought Jack, poised to cleave into his robust chest with unwavering ferocity. Chapter 13. Because I am Rocks. Before the sword energy even makes contact, Drought Jack distinctly senses a razor-sharp essence piercing through his haki-imbued chest. Nevertheless, despite this awareness, he remains undaunted. For in his mind, no matter how sharp this golden white sword energy may be, he who can withstand the might of the Thunder Bagua after awakening his fruit's powers believes he can endure it. Sizzle. Accompanied by the harsh sound of friction, Drought Jack's expression suddenly shifts. At the moment the golden white sword energy connects, he realizes something is amiss. Although its overall potency pales in comparison to the Thunder Bagua, the moment it touches his body, it spins and cuts through him like a chainsaw, revealing an unexpectedly devastating capacity to penetrate defenses. As he grasps the gravity of the situation, the onlookers are left in stunned silence. In that instant, they observe as a fountain of crimson blood, thick and rich with the scent of iron, erupts from Drought Jack's chest. Roar! Just as blood gushes forth like a fountain, a roar reminiscent of ancient beasts reverberates in their ears. Accompanied by this primal cry, Drought Jack's form swells instantly. In a heartbeat, the already towering figure of Drought Jack, standing over 6 meters tall, transforms into a colossal mammoth, adorned with a thick coat of fur, rising to a height of over 10 meters. With legs like pillars of the heavens and gleaming tusks. With the awakened powers of the mammoth fruit fully unleashed, Drought Jack, now in his mammoth form, experiences rapid healing under the animal fruit's formidable regenerative abilities, as the once gushing wounds from which blood poured instantly seal and restore. Crush them all. Simultaneously, as Drought Jack bellows in fury, his massive tusks, now imbued with a pitch-black substance, surge forth. At the moment the gleaming white tusks are stained black, they thrust upward, colliding with the golden white sword energy that had so brazenly breached his armament hockey. Crack! As the sound of shattering glass fills the air, the golden white sword energy, propelled by Shiki's might, is obliterated. Thud! The instant the sword energy shatters, Drought Jack, in his mammoth form, stomps the ground with a fierce determination. Crack! As the heavy foot of the mammoth crashes down, the already fissured earth beneath him erupts violently. Bang! Utilizing the force of the ground's explosion, Drought Jack propels himself forward. The feral embodiment of the elephant, in a display of unbridled fury, shattered the barriers that stood in its path, reducing the once pristine golden walls to a mere tapestry of ruin beneath the onslaught of golden sword energy. Like a colossal beast descending from the heavens, it plummeted with tremendous force to the ground. Thunderous roars echoed through the air as the mammoth elephant crashed, the cacophony of its impact resonating like a dull explosion in the ears of all present. As the dust settled, the once smooth and polished earth was transformed into a terrifying chasm, a gaping fissure that stretched several meters deep. Wrought by the might of the mammoth in its disaster form, Jack. At the very heart of this cracked abyss stood Jack, his eyes aflame with crimson fury, bellowing a defiant roar directed at the imposing figure of rocks atop the lion-shaped bow of the ship. How could one so formidable, capable of subjugating even the legendary golden lion Shiki, choose to sail under the banner of the disintegrated Rocks pirates, a name that had crumbled into dust 38 years ago? Navigating these treacherous seas? This was the conundrum that plagued Jack the most. Despite his overwhelming power, capable of commanding a lion like Shiki, why would he bear the name of a long-defunct crew as he traversed the Grand Line? Upon hearing this, Rocks, who stood unwaveringly at the prow of the ship, resting one hand on his formidable blade, the Supreme King, had not uttered a word, even as Jack launched his ferocious assault. A smirk played upon his lips, a glimmer of amusement. Ha ha ha. Then, a laugh erupted from Rocks, more wild than that of the Golden Lion, more tyrannical than the ruler of the New World, Kaido, reverberating through the skies. The reason was quite simple. Amidst the echoes of his maniacal laughter, Rocks fixed his imperious gaze upon Jack's blood-red eyes and spoke slowly. For I am Rocks. Chapter 14. The Overlord's Domineering Presence. There was no concealment. Even though Rocks understood that acknowledging his identity would mean incurring the wrath of Kaido and Big Mom, who had betrayed the Rocks pirates, he remained unperturbed. He was fully aware that the news of his resurrection would spread, and any power-seeking elite, including the 5 elders of the world government, and even him, seated upon the throne, would stop at nothing to capture him, to torment him, and extract the secret of his return from death. At that moment, more than 90% of the forces across the seas would see him as an adversary. Yet, he harbored no intention of hiding. Not only did he remain unguarded, but the instant he declared himself as Rocks, an aura began to emanate from him. Initially as subtle as a gentle breeze through the mountains, it quickly escalated. Like a river bursting its banks, a violent force surging forth from Rocks, sweeping away all in its path. Since I have been reborn as the sovereign of the seas, I shall not tarnish the name of a monarch. What of being universally reviled? What of the pack of wolves encircling me? Come forth, all of you. I, Rocks. Fear nothing. The conqueror's haki. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Rocks unleashed the full force of his overwhelming conqueror's haki. In an instant, the very essence of his might coalesced, reaching its zenith, and descended from the heavens with unyielding ferocity. Crack, crack, crack. In that moment, accompanied by the splintering sound of wood breaking, Shiki, standing beside Rocks, observed in stark clarity how the wooden railings near Rocks shattered as though struck by a mighty hammer. Suddenly, under the full release of his power, the previously intangible and formless conqueror's haki manifested with lethal intent. At the moment, the wooden railings disintegrated. Streaks of dark crimson energy, akin to lightning, erupted from the void before Rocks. Unrestrained and infinitely domineering, the conqueror's haki cascaded downwards. In that instant, the onlookers, overwhelmed by the fierce pressure of Rocks' haki, felt as if a mountain had suddenly descended upon their backs. They were rendered breathless. Even members of the four Emperor's pirate crews broke into a sweat, their eyes bulging as they crumpled to the ground. Under the relentless pressure of the conqueror's haki, even the owner of the ancient treasure, Guild Tesoro, and the three highest-ranking officers of the warlords of the sea felt the weight upon them. Those caught in the aftermath of Rocks' haki felt its overwhelming force. Jack, who stood at the forefront, enduring the brunt of Rocks' haki, was no exception, transformed into a mammoth. Jack had created a massive pit in the once flat terrain of Gurentai Zolo, and now, within his crimson eyes, a profound terror took hold. Beads of sweat, large as raindrops, gushed from his pores, cascading down his mammoth form to the ground. Crack, crack, crack. Every bone in his body felt as if it bore the weight of 1,000 burdens, creaking under the strain. At this moment, as he faced the overwhelming conqueror's haki of Rocks, Jack felt as though he were not contending with a mere man, but with an insurmountable mountain range. A mountain as grand and unyielding as the Red Earth continent. It was powerfully overwhelming. In comparison, it was only slightly less intense than the conqueror's haki unleashed by Shanks, the only one among the four emperors who had not consumed a devil fruit, and the legendary Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, the strongest man in the world, even in his twilight years, who could still overshadow Kaido. Ordinary individuals might deceive themselves, but one who possessed such formidable haki could not afford the pretense of self-deception. This meant that the man who had tamed the golden lion, a creature with aspirations to devour the seas, was indeed Rocks D. Xebec, the sovereign of the seas who had perished in God Valley 38 years prior. Yet, Rocks had been dead for over 30 years. How could he possibly reemerge? And even if he truly was Rocks, how could he appear so youthful after 3 decades, while those younger than him, like Whitebeard, had aged? As Jack struggled under the oppressive weight of Rocks' haki, his mind flooded with disbelief. Suddenly, a voice erupted from beside Guild Tesoro, shattering the tension. This overwhelming conqueror's haki belonged to the captain of the Rocks pirates, who had once dominated the Grand Line, Rocks D. Xebec. I remember now, the king of storage. Kibo-san, exclaimed, his voice trembling with realization, and just as he spoke, Morgan, the head of the World Economic News Agency, gazed at Rocks through the camera, his voice quaking with excitement. The captain of the legendary Rocks pirates, who had ruled the seas 38 years ago, Rocks D. Xebec. This is his visage. A monumental revelation. A monumental revelation. Morgan exclaimed, his eyes wide with fervor, as he stared at Rocks. The man who had been dead for 38 years has risen from the depths of hell. This is a sensational news story that will shake the world. Chapter 15, The Return to Glory. Crick, crack, crack. As the kings of the underground society gasped in astonishment, Rocks' conqueror's haki, which shifted from illusion to reality, continued to spread unabated. In the blink of an eye, atop the 10-kilometer expanse of Gurentai Solo, the houses adorned with gold creaked ominously under the weight of this furious pressure, teetering on the brink of collapse. Boom! Suddenly, a house situated beneath the flying battleship could no longer withstand the overwhelming force and shattered violently. Following this, like a chain reaction, one house after another succumbed, toppling and collapsing. Bang! Crash! Amidst the cacophony of crumbling structures, a series of heavy and thunderous explosions erupted from the area enveloped by Rocks' conqueror's haki. What was that? On the deck, the former members of the flying pirate crew, their faces alight with pride, widened their eyes in disbelief as they gazed into the distance. There, amidst the wreckage of the houses that had fallen under the weight of Rocks' haki, liquid gold began to flow forth like a stream. Not merely the remnants of the houses, but as the liquid gold cascaded down, the streets and surroundings shimmered with a radiant golden hue, concealing within them ferocious beasts of untamed savagery. Glistening splashes erupted into the air. Then, from that towering deluge, golden threads burst forth suddenly, intertwining with the liquid gold flowing down from the houses. In an instant, these strands twisted together to form a massive golden arm, even more robust than that of little oars. In a surprising turn of events, Rock's rampant conqueror's haki triggered the defensive mechanisms that Gillet Tesoro had set in place atop Guarantee Solo. Boom, boom, boom. The moment that colossal golden arm manifested, it surged upward with a force that split the air, heading towards the ship that bore Rocks, suspended in midair. It crashed down with tremendous ferocity. Humph. Activating his observation haki, Rocks sensed the pure golden arm, crackling with pale blue arcs of electricity, rushing upwards towards him. With a cold snort, he scoffed at the audacity of a mere fruit ability attempting to challenge him. With a decisive step, he positioned himself in front of the golden lion Shiki, maintaining the pressure of his conqueror's haki. With a flourish, he readied his stance. Buzz! The armament haki coiled around the blade of his weapon, the heavy nation. And with a fierce swing, a colossal, pitch-black slash tore through the air. Sizzle! The sound of the slash ripping through the atmosphere erupted with explosive intensity. As it shot forth, dark and distorted traces flickered in and out of sight along its path. It felt as if Rock's devastating slash had not merely sliced through flesh, but had even torn apart the very fabric of space itself. With an overwhelming force that seemed capable of cleaving shadows, the slash shot directly towards the golden arm, which was even thicker than that of little oars. Rumble! The blade's trajectory, meant to deliver an unparalleled sharpness, instead unleashed a cataclysmic explosion upon contacting the golden arm formed by Guarantee Solo's defensive measures, akin to the detonation of thousands of kilograms of high-octane explosives. In an instant, the golden arm, thicker than that of little oars, was obliterated into fragments. However, even this formidable golden arm, despite its destruction, did not entirely thwart the momentum of Rock's strike. The reverberations of the explosion roused Tesoro, who had been immersed in the shocking news of Rock's resurrection. In that moment, Tesoro clearly perceived that the lavishly expensive mechanisms he had erected, crafted from the awakened powers of his gold fruit, designed to withstand even the might of the Navy's demon-dispersing cannon, had failed to fully intercept Rock's onslaught. Yes, the slash that had shattered the pure golden arm had only consumed a fraction of its might. The remaining force, unrestrained and ferocious, surged toward the hull of the Guarantee Solo. Bang, 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 bang. As he beheld the oncoming slash, Tesoro's expression turned grave as he activated his fruit's powers. In an instant, robust golden barriers rose from the path of the slash. The force of the slash shattered these barriers, breaking through 7 gilded walls, before finally striking the hull of the Guarantee Solo. Sizzle! Boom! Even in its weakened state, the residual force was immensely terrifying. Witnesses could see, amid the sound of tearing explosions, that the slash's aftermath had penetrated the ship's hull, which was as sturdy as a city wall. Furthermore, it carved a profound chasm into the vast ocean. Hisses! Seeing such power, the onlookers collectively gasped. At the bow of the ship, proclaiming Rock's will, Indigo's jaw dropped. Astonished enough to fit an apple in his mouth, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. Even the formidable golden lion Shiki, whose strength rivaled that of an admiral, could not help but feel a deep shock, overwhelmed by the realization that their captain had grown even more powerful in less than a day. How could it be that the captain's strength seemed not to diminish with the passage of time, but rather to ascend back to its former glory? Chapter 16. I am Rocks. Although, at the moment of Rock's burial, the Golden Lion and his crew had accepted the terrifying truth of Rock's resurrection, the fact that Rocks, barely a day into his revival, had once again demonstrated strength beyond their wildest imagination left them utterly astounded. First, the man who had been dead for 38 years returned from the depths of hell. Next, Rocks revealed his dominion by overpowering Shiki, and subsequently, he performed the unimaginable, snatching 5 years of youth from the clutches of death for Shiki. Finally, in less than a day, his own strength had surged remarkably. Each of these staggering events unfolded in rapid succession, leaving them feeling that the shock they experienced from Rocks in a single day surpassed all the awe they had felt throughout their lives battling across the Grand Line. Especially for Shiki, who had continuously clashed with Rocks since the latter's peak, ultimately yielding to him and becoming one of the highest-ranking members of Rock's crew. Familiar with Rocks as he was, Shiki now felt acutely aware that his own strength had faded with time, no longer the roaring golden lion of yore. Yet, just a day prior, he had sensed that the captain, too, had seemingly diminished in power. But today, witnessing Rock's fierce display of might, Shiki's heart surged with shock. Realizing that their captain had resisted the ravages of time and was reclaiming his lost strength from the hands of death. A stir rippled through the crowd as they heard Shiki's words. No, no, the captain could even perform miracles of resurrection, feats that only exist in myth. Thus, no matter how strange or shocking the events surrounding him, it could hardly be considered unusual. Indeed, it must be noted that previously, the captain had snatched back 5 years of youth from the clutches of death for Lord Shiki. The crew, overwhelmed by the words of the Golden Lion, were left in a state of shock, their minds racing with unvoiced exclamations. However, Rocks had no time to indulge in their astonishment, for at that very moment, he acutely sensed that, alongside the slicing wave that pierced the air, his own body, having undergone 2 rounds of repair, was still in a precarious state. The damage inflicted during his explosive confrontation with Golden Lion Shiki could no longer be suppressed. Illness descends like a mountain. In an instant, pain surged through him. Each breath felt as if 1,000 knives were carving through his insides, flooding his mind with agony. Negative value acquired, 4,000. Negative value acquired, 3,000. Negative value acquired, 2,000. As the pain transformed into electrical signals racing along his nerves, a cacophony of system notifications echoed in his ears. With a swift motion, Rocks, his eyes wide with desperation, commanded the system, repair my body, expend all negative values, restore my form. A deduction of 500,000 negative values activated the body repair module, initiating the lowest intensity repair 5 times. As the slicing wave erupted, internal injuries flared, and Rocks, racked with unbearable pain, had scarcely uttered his command when the dry, mechanical notification rang in his ears, confirming the successful activation of the body repair module. Repair in progress, 1050. Concurrently, he distinctly felt 5 streams of warm energy manifesting at his brow, intertwining and descending along his spine, radiating through his limbs. Wherever the warm currents flowed, the debilitating pain that had racked his body due to the internal injuries began to dissipate, like snow meeting the warmth of spring. With a hissing sound, the skin at the site of the pain expanded to its limits. Subsequently, almost pure crimson, darkened steam erupted from the expanded pores. In a fleeting moment, this gushing scarlet vapor drenched Rocks in a blood-red hue. Ha ha ha! Just as Rocks activated the system's repair mechanism, instinctively ceasing the release of his conqueror's haki, his entire being became awash in crimson, permeated by the scent of blood. A raucous, unrestrained laughter erupted from ahead, emanating from the formidable figure of Jack the Drought, who had morphed into a mammoth, smashing the ground beneath him into a massive pit. Rocks, you can no longer contain yourself, can you? Amidst the raucous laughter, Jack, with blood-red eyes and a face of arrogance, sneered. Though I know not what methods you employed to forcibly restore your youthful power after 38 years of reigning over the seas, it seems you can no longer withstand the ravages of time. At this juncture, Jack, still in his mammoth form, pointed his trunk skyward, directing his fury toward Rocks. Enveloped in blood mist, while you are down, I shall claim your head to adorn Kaido's throne with the most splendid decoration. Prepare to meet your end, Rocks. With a furious roar, Jack's already colossal form grew even larger. Boom! As his size surged, his massive front limbs came crashing down, and the towering mammoth rose upright. In that instant, onlookers beheld a torrent of black, imposing haki erupting from Jack's back, cascading forth like a river breaching its dam, enveloping his pristine white tusks and the formidable trunk that could raise buildings with a single swing. As Jack's haki enveloped his tusks and trunk, a resounding crack echoed as he violently swung his head, and the colossal beast's forelimbs thunderously struck the ground. The instant those gigantic paws impacted the earth, the already cracked and fissured ground beneath him succumbed to even deeper, more terrifying rifts. Yet, the crowd's attention remained fixed not on the shattered ground, but rather on the 3 massive slashes that erupted from Jack's tusks and trunk, cleaving through the air toward Rocks. Indeed, Jack, believing Rocks to be in peril beneath the blood mist, unleashed a terrifying force, using his body as a hilt and his tusks and trunk as the blade. Channeling the monstrous might of his devil fruit form, augmented by his haki, to unleash the most explosive wave of power he had conjured in nearly 2 decades. This was the culmination of all of Jack's essence, a terrifying wave indeed. Even the Golden Lion Shiki, high above, felt a chill run through him. Realizing that such a wave was beyond even his restored strength from 5 years prior, it was a force to be evaded, not confronted. As Shiki prepared to throw himself in front of Jack to intercept the 3-pronged attack, a voice thundered through the air. What nonsense are you spouting? I am Rocks. Chapter 17. This is what it means to unleash a wave. Boom. With that explosive declaration, a force akin to a volcanic eruption surged forth from Rock's very being, scattering the blood mist that had long enveloped him, rendering it momentarily stagnant before it vanished entirely. In the aftermath, he stood as an ancient demon, exuding infinite dominance, a presence so overwhelming that it demanded submission from all who beheld him. Do you think this level of wave could claim my head? Upon manifesting, having expended 500,000 negative values to restore himself to 70% health, Rocks disdainfully glanced at the wave unleashed by Jack, asserting, "Now, let me show you what it truly means to unleash a wave." With that, an inexhaustible power coalesced within Rock's limbs, gathering in his arms. Boom, boom, boom. The golden lion watched in horror as, in an instant, Rock's right arm, wielding the blade, swelled to 3 times its size. The sheer force of his expansion was secondary. It was the overwhelming, boundless haki that ignited fear in Shiki's eyes. As the pitch-black, overwhelming haki erupted, Rocks forcefully pressed it into the realm of supreme dominance, and then, with his body restored to 70% health, he swung that massively inflated arm with ferocity. With a powerful swing of his arm, the blade imbued with the pinnacle of Rock's haki, the formidable sword of Guaguafeng descended upon the Drought Jack with a ferocious slash. As the edge of the blade reached its limit, a dazzling and overwhelming wave of slashing energy, far more terrifying than before, erupted from the blade's tip, surging forth like a ferocious dragon slicing through the air. The heavens and the earth instantly shifted in hue, as if vowing to rend the very fabric of reality, shattering the air around it, and creating countless dark, twisted fissures, reminiscent of a rift in space, that appeared and vanished around the tumultuous, dragon-like wave. The sound of this cataclysmic force echoed like the roar of 1,000 thunders, erupting violently in the ears of the spectators. In the next instant, the dragon's wave, which had grown to several hundred meters in mere moments, collided violently with the Drought Jack's gathered energy wave, which had been forged with utmost concentration. However, what was once a terrifying wave in the eyes of the onlookers, under the onslaught of Rock's dragon-like assault, was rendered as futile as a mantis trying to stop a chariot. It was ruthlessly shattered and utterly crushed. How could this be possible? Overwhelmed with disbelief, Drought Jack gazed at the scene of his all-out effort, a wave that even rivaled the might of a great swordsman. Being obliterated in less than a second by the slashing wave emitted from Rocks, who had just moments ago been shrouded in blood mist, his form visibly transformed. The crimson pupils of Drought Jack brimmed with incredulity. Yet, no matter how unwilling he was to accept it, the unfolding reality clearly conveyed one truth. The blood mist enshrouded Rocks had not only retained his strength, but had become even more formidable than before. Soon, Drought Jack found himself with no time to ponder these revelations, for at the moment Rock's wave made contact with his own, it utterly annihilated what he had once held in pride, a wave he believed he would never have the chance to replicate in his lifetime. It did not merely negate Drought Jack's wave. It not only failed to cancel it out, but in a shocking twist, the dragon wave surged forth with even greater might, enveloping the remnants of Drought Jack's shattered attack and charging towards him. Indeed, instead of achieving the desired result of vanquishing Rocks, Drought Jack's wave had inadvertently fueled the power of Rock's assault. As the enhanced dragon wave consumed the remnants of Drought Jack's attack, it surged forth with a force reminiscent of a true dragon descending upon the world. In its wake, the clouds high above roiled and shifted as thunder and lightning erupted, suggesting that this potent dragon wave had the power to split the very sky itself. With a crackling sound, the overwhelming force of the dragon wave swept through the surroundings. The ground, reinforced with an abundance of gold and laid with diamond-hard steel, capable of supporting towering edifices, trembled violently. Deep, profound fissures spread out like a spider's web at an unimaginable speed. The sensation was as if this mightier dragon wave could cleave the 10-kilometer-long Tesoro, as though it were an island, cleanly in two, utterly obliterating it. Strike! 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 Witnessing the sheer destructive potential of the mere aftershocks of the dragon wave, Circa, standing beside gilded Tesoro, roared with a piercing voice, such intensity, such terror in this wave. If it connects, the entire ship will be utterly destroyed. If we do not act now, we will all sink to the depths of the sea. Upon hearing the reader's comment on the brevity of the previous chapter, I endeavored to craft a lengthier segment. Yet, even after penning 2,500 words, I was still met with claims of brevity and a mere 1-star review. It feels rather unjust. Perhaps I shall attempt to update with 4 chapters tomorrow. Chapter 18. The impulsive Jack strikes again. Upon hearing this, the crowd was struck with horror. Seasoned by years of traversing the seas, they understood all too well the calamity that would ensue should the Tesoro, a colossal warship stretching 10 kilometers, be ruthlessly destroyed and succumb to the depths. At that moment, regardless of whether they had consumed the devil fruit or not, the very thought of the Tesoro plunging into the sea would ensnare them in the whirlpool of waves, dragging them all to their doom. Act. I still have so much wealth unspent, so many years of life yet to savor. I do not wish to die. I want to continue living. Though they did not vocalize their cries, in that moment, every soul present shared the fervent desire to thwart the rampaging dragon wave. Bang! Just as the collective anger surged within them, Circa, clad in armor and obscured by a cross helmet, suddenly crouched down, slamming his robust arms forcefully onto the ground. Crack! At that instant, a cacophony of ear-splitting, dry explosions erupted in their ears. Accompanied by the crackling sounds, the ground, which had already been ravaged by the clashes between Drought Jack and Rocks, trembled as if bombarded by cannon fire. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, as the ground fractured, the sound of destruction resonated. Walls, thick, smooth barriers glistening with metallic luster, rose defiantly from the broken earth, forming a formidable barrier against the dragon wave surging towards Drought Jack. My Tesoro, not only Circa, but gilded Tesoro, the master of the great ship, who commanded the world's wealth of 20 million, stepped forward with a complex expression, gazing at the fissured ground, and slowly spoke. The Tesoro, which I have painstakingly constructed, cannot simply be allowed to sink. Buzz. As his words fell, a tremor reverberated through the vessel. The crew felt the entire Tesoro quaking beneath them. Drip, drip, drip. At that moment, the sound of flowing water echoed in their ears. Following the sound, they beheld a sight. Beside the diamond-hard barriers that had risen under Circa's fruit-empowered might, a vast expanse of ocean had formed, a sea of liquid gold. Clang! The golden sea, conjured from gilded Tesoro's awakened gold fruit, had just coalesced when it suddenly morphed under the crackling blue-white arcs of electricity, transforming into barriers shimmering with gold, entwined with crimson threads. In an instant, before the oncoming dragon wave unleashed by Rocks, a formidable, layered defense emerged, impenetrable and steadfast. Yet, despite such defenses, the rulers of the underground society felt no shred of security. For whether it was Circa's diamond-hard rock barriers or Tesoro's radiant golden defenses, they knew all too well the peril that lay ahead. In the presence of Rocks, as the tumultuous dragon wreaked havoc under the onslaught of the drought-ridden Jack, it crumbled like mere paper, yielding instantly without providing the anticipated defensive efficacy. No, to be precise, the potency of Rock's dragon far surpassed the defensive limits of both the rocky ramparts and the golden barriers. Disbelieving, I gazed ahead, witnessing the layered defenses that had barely taken form, now fracturing inch by inch beneath the ferocious dragon Drought Jack, with eyes blazing crimson, roared in fury. I refuse to believe that you, who just moments ago was drenched in a mist of blood, remain unscathed. I refuse to believe that after 38 years of relentless time, you still possess the might to overpower the pinnacle of Whitebeard and Big Mom. Roaring with rage, he summoned layers upon layers of armament hockey, enveloping his form as a mammoth in a state of sheer ferocity. In an instant, the robust armament hockey blanketed the mammoth's head, and the ivory tusks, gleaming white as jade, radiated a chilling metallic sheen. With a resounding thud, as the armament hockey enveloped his entire being, the heavy sound of his colossal footsteps reverberated in the ears of all present. In a moment of unrestrained impulse, even the warship carrying the former Marine Admiral Sengoku and Fleet Admiral Fujitora dared to issue attack orders. Drought Jack, once again, was propelled by reckless abandon. Chapter 19. A Crushing Defeat. Only 2 chapters remain. The earth trembled as the thunderous sound of his mammoth footsteps echoed, and all witnessed the seemingly fearless Drought Jack, transformed into a mammoth, charging recklessly towards Rocks with a savage strike. Even his combined dragon was instantly shattered. The hastily erected rocky ramparts and golden defenses, though still resilient, crumbled under the brute force of Drought Jack's mammoth charge, splintering apart. Thus, the defenses constructed jointly by Sika and Guild Tesoro using their respective abilities shattered under the dual assault of Rock's dragon and Drought Jack's mammoth charge. The defenses crumbled, shortening by the second. Suddenly, at the moment Drought Jack collided with the rocky barrier, dazed and disoriented, a fierce, dragon-like manifested in his crimson eyes. Beholding that domineering and resolute Drought Jack's already blood-red gaze widened in disbelief. Then, As if confronting a mortal enemy, he bellowed in fury, "Shatter it!" With that roar, he poured every ounce of his strength into compressing the newly formed armament Haki once more into his ivory tusks. As the concentration of armament Haki intensified upon his tusks, Drought Jack, unyielding, launched a frenzied charge toward the dragon slash. With a thunderous collision, the moment Drought Jack's tusks, cloaked in black as ink and glistening with a metallic sheen, met Rock's dragon slash, the air surrounding them was violently ruptured. Explosions reverberated in the ears of those present. Even before the two forces truly collided, the air between them had erupted. The shockwaves cascaded forth, surging like tumultuous tidal waves across the ocean. In the swirling tempest, the shattered rocks and gold blocks, propelled like cannonballs from Drought Jack's mammoth charge and Rock's dragon slash, shot forth with ferocity. If not for Guild Tesoro activating his fruit ability to erect a golden barrier surrounding the area at that critical moment, the sheer force of the collision alone would have rendered nearby structures into mere rubble. Yet, undeterred, Guild Tesoro's expression tightened, his resolve unwavering as he invoked his fruit ability once more. The rationale behind Guild Tesoro's demeanor was simple. In that instant, Drought Jack, in his mammoth charge, with his ebony tusks now infused with armament Haki, finally breached the explosive backlash of the air and collided with the dragon slash. Truly terrifying power was about to be unleashed. How could Guild Tesoro afford to slacken his efforts? As he activated the awakened level of his gold fruit ability, layers of pure golden barriers ascended. As the golden ground defenses rose, the pure sea of gold, formed from his fruit's power, seeped into the ground through the fissures, instantly solidifying and reuniting the earth that had been on the brink of collapse. Just as the fractured ground was reinforced by the capabilities of the gold fruit, the struggle between Drought Jack's mammoth charge and Rock's dragon slash reached its climax. With a crack, everyone witnessed a fissure appear upon Drought Jack's ebony tusks, now suffused with armament Haki, resembling a cascade of dominoes falling one after the other. As the first crack emerged, the second and third followed suit, accompanied by the crisp sound of explosions. Amidst the influx of fine cracks, the tusks, infused with excessive armament Haki, shattered like glass struck by a heavy hammer, scattering like petals in the wind. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. At the moment Drought Jack's tusks shattered, the relentless dragon slash continued its trajectory toward his form, threatening annihilation. In that fleeting moment, a warning surged through Drought Jack's mind. He would surely perish if he bore the brunt of this strike. At the precipice of disaster, Drought Jack, with a sudden twist, utilized the remnants of his tusks, still encased in armament Haki, to deflect the dragon slash. Leveraging the backlash from the tusk's destruction, Drought Jack's massive head swerved, narrowly avoiding the direct onslaught. But before he could exhale in relief, the sickening sound of flesh tearing and bones grinding resonated in his ears. A searing pain surged through his mind, and though he had evaded the direct blow from the dragon slash, his colossal form, transformed into a mammoth, could not evade the ensuing attack. Even with the power of the ancient mammoth Zoan fruit coursing through him, renowned for his vitality and formidable defense, the awakening of his fruit had elevated his defenses to unprecedented heights, propelling him to the ranks of the four emperors alongside Kaido. Upon the awakening of the Drought Calamity Jack, even the formidable slashes of a sword master could not inflict the slightest injury upon him. His robust physique could even withstand the thunderous 8 trigrams of Kaido, the beast. Yet, under the razor-sharp strike of rocks, he was cleaved through like thick parchment. The dense elephant hide severed, the powerful muscles torn apart, and even his resilient bones, after holding out for but a moment, were smoothly bisected. This was not the end. At the moment Rocks slash severed the arm of Drought Calamity Jack, the supreme force of the blow, which should have been exceedingly sharp, erupted with a thunderous explosion. Boom. Accompanied by the resounding blast, what was merely a severed arm, with the torso and limbs left unharmed, now found Jack's colossal elephant form ravaged as though devoured by a colossal sea beast, a substantial portion of his body, along with his internal organs, utterly obliterated. The pain. It was more intense, more terrifying than before, a relentless torrent of tearing agony surging into Jack's cerebral cortex, a seemingly endless wave of torment inundating his mind. Even with Jack's formidable mental fortitude, he could not suppress a heart-wrenching roar, a cry of anguish that echoed, "Ah," as Jack's agonized scream, filled with profound suffering, reverberated through the air. Hiss! Under the violent explosion of Rock's dragon slash, his internal organs shattered, blood vessels ruptured, and the wounds of torn muscles gushed forth torrents of blood. In an instant, beneath the massive form of the mammoth elephant, a pool of thick, congealed blood began to gather. Bang! Finally, the drought calamity Jack, transformed into a mammoth, could no longer maintain the awakened state of his fruit powers. The moment the powers dissipated, his right arm and a significant portion of his body crumbled, and unable to contain his bloodied cries of anguish, Jack fell into the very pool of his own blood. Thud! Observing the once boastful declaration of crushing rock slashes with his own body, now reduced to a gravely wounded state, convulsing in a pool of blood, the onlookers could not help but swallow hard. Such terror emanating from a mere slash. Had he truly engaged with his full strength, would even the 4 emperors reigning over the New World have met their demise? Chapter 20. The Golden Emperor's Betrayal. Bang! Just as Drought Calamity Jack lay in the pool of his own blood, his cries growing weaker, the rulers of the underworld were astounded by Rock's might. Suddenly, a sound of air being split erupted, followed by the appearance of a proud slave adorned with a collar, symbolizing servitude, striding forth with an air of arrogance. "You lowly scum, what on earth is happening?" As this haughty figure entered the scene, he pointed at everyone with a contemptuous glare, angrily berating them for making such a ruckus, disturbing the noble lineage of the celestial dragons, the Rothschild saint. Bang! However, before his words could fully escape his lips, Indigo, standing beside Rocks, leaped forward. With a single powerful kick, he struck the arrogant fool squarely in the face. Whoosh! Although Indigo held the position of ship's doctor, his prowess was formidable enough to serve as an officer under the legendary Golden Lion Shiki. The spectators clearly witnessed the impact of that heavy kick, sending the once proud figure flying back, at a speed far exceeding his arrival. Bah! Not even able to withstand a single kick, scum. As he watched the figure he had sent flying, Indigo scoffed, daring to speak so arrogantly before Captain Rocks. Captain. Utilizing the force of his kick, Indigo landed gracefully and, with a smile, bowed towards Captain Rocks, reporting that the insolent fool who dared to speak against him had been dealt with by his subordinate, Golden Divine Fire. Just as Indigo reported to Rocks, a low and oppressive voice resonated. Following that, atop the pure golden edifice where Guild Tesoro was situated, it suddenly morphed into a colossal pure gold head. At the instant the golden head took shape, Haki. Layer upon layer of armament Haki emanated from Guild Tesoro's body, flowing toward the pure golden head above. Through a series of mechanical conduits, Tesoro's Haki transformed into pure energy, converging at the eyes of the golden head. And at that moment, as the Haki energy coalesced, a radiant golden red light erupted from the eyes of the golden head. Yet, to the astonishment of all present, the target of this brilliant light, clearly emanating from the golden head constructed by Tesoro, was not Rocks, who had just obliterated the ancient Guild Tesoro, but rather the Drought Calamity Jack, who lay below, gravely wounded and convulsing in a pool of blood. Buzz. Boom. With a power so immense that a single strike could shatter multiple warships. The golden divine fire surged into Jack's wounds in an instant, and the sound that echoed in everyone's ears resembled the explosive blast of thousands of kilograms of high explosives detonating. Accompanied by the explosive sound, the now feeble Jack, whose cries had become mere whispers, was utterly obliterated under the golden divine fire of Guild Tesoro, torn asunder. You. Do you even know what you are doing? Watching Jack, who had been completely shattered under the golden divine fire, Circa instinctively shouted at Tesoro in a sharp, incredulous voice. Tesoro, you have actually killed one of Kaido's 3 calamities, the Drought Calamity Jack. Billy. But before Circa's words could settle, a crackling sound of electricity surged in his ears. Then, streams of liquid gold began to rise from beneath Circa's feet, ensnaring him completely before he could react. Ha. Observing Jack, obliterated by Tesoro's strike, as well as the trapped Circa, Rocks burst into a domineering laugh before addressing Tesoro. How intriguing. Do enlighten me on the purpose behind your actions. 38 years ago, I dominated the seas, and now, my first stop upon resurrecting is to descend upon Guild Tesoro. As Rock's voice faded, taking advantage of Circa's moment of distraction, Guild Tesoro, filled with exhilaration, unleashed his fruit powers, binding them all, and triumphantly exclaimed to Rocks, I believe I possess something you desire. I shall seek it for you, regardless of what it may be, even if it cannot be found in Guild Tesoro. I would exhaust all to procure it for you, and even if you desire my life, I would offer it in exchange. At this point, with fervor in his demeanor, Guild Tesoro emphatically declared, I offer you the resurrection of a life in exchange. Chapter 21. The Marine Admiral Kizaru. You bastard. Just as Guild Tesoro stunned everyone with his betrayal. With a ruthless strike, the drought-ridden Jack was slain, and among those imprisoned were the highest-ranking officials of the Don Quixote pirates, including the formidable Sika, as well as numerous underground overlords. Within a district of opulence surpassing even the residents of the notorious gilded Tesoro, a cacophony of furious curses erupted, starkly discordant with the lavish surroundings. Why? That contemptible slave has been absent for so long, and that despicable scoundrel gilded Tesoro has not yet silenced this maddening clamor. This extravagant locale, even more resplendent than gilded Tesoro's abode, was inhabited by the celestial dragons of the world. Originally, the celestial dragon had come to gloriously indulge in pleasure, yet now, incensed by the relentless din, the corpulent celestial dragon, Rothschild Saint, whose ample flesh nearly filled his bubble-like headgear, swept his hand across, sending crashing to the ground a lavish vase encrusted with gold and gems, worth at least 1,000,000 berries, shattering it into fragments. Still feeling unsatisfied, Rothschild Saint suddenly drew from his bosom a flintlock pistol forged from the heart of an Adam tree, loaded with sea stone bullets. With weapon in hand, Rothschild Saint, consumed by rage, aimed at the frail back of a young girl, seemingly no more than 10 years old, marred with bloodstains, and pulled the trigger. Bang! Boom! Just as the celestial dragon's pudgy finger pressed the trigger and the sea stone bullet was set to be expelled, a thunderous sound of shattering air reverberated. Subsequently, the man, who had been kicked by Indigo and sent flying, plummeted from above. In the incredulous gaze of Rothschild Saint, a figure hurtled toward him with great velocity. Roar! At this moment, a thunderous roar erupted, and the slave kneeling before Rothschild Saint transformed into a fearsome tiger man, leaping forth to intercept the man who was about to crash onto Rothschild Saint. Boom! Crash! In the next instant, the man, descending rapidly due to Indigo's kick, was torn asunder beneath the sharp claws of the Tiger Man slave. Bang! Yet, as the Tiger Man, having shredded the man, fell to the ground, gazing up at Rothschild Saint with a sycophantic expression, he was met not with the celestial dragon's reward, but rather with a sea stone bullet that erupted forth amidst thick smoke, brutally shattering his skull. Bang, bang, bang! Rothschild Saint, now stained with congealed blood, furiously vented his wrath upon the corpse of the Tiger Man slave, firing upon it while bellowing in rage, "You worthless slave! Do you not know that this attire is my favorite? Huff, huff, huff! How dare you allow the progeny of the Creator, the esteemed celestial dragon Rothschild family, to be sullied by such filth?" After mercilessly whipping the corpse for a spell, still feeling aggrieved, Rothschild Saint gazed at a drop of crimson blood that had stained his hand. His eyes widened in fury as he roared at the CP0 operative, masked and standing nearby. "You lot, immediately notify the Marine Admirals. I shall make these wretches comprehend that the majesty of the celestial dragons is inviolable. Any who dare tarnish our noble bodies shall perish. I demand this ship be sacrificed alongside my beloved attire. BRR, BRR, BRR." At Marine headquarters in Marineford, the melodious ringing of a telephone bug echoed within the office of Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Observing the telephone bug, a symbol of the celestial dragons, Sengoku, engrossed in paperwork, felt a flicker of annoyance as he picked up the receiver. Before Sengoku could utter a word, Rothschild Saint's irate voice resonated through the line. "Sengoku, summon the Admirals. I've been injured in Guiran Tesoro. Hurry, summon the Admirals to obliterate these insolent wretches who dare offend the dignity of the celestial dragons." Clap. Without allowing Sengoku a chance to respond, Rothschild Saint abruptly hung up the phone. Evidently, in the mind of Rothschild Saint, the Marine, tasked with maintaining peace at sea and suppressing all pirates of the Grand Line, was merely his obedient servant at his beck and call. How terrifying! Just as gilded Tesoro, having imprisoned Sika and others, was about to offer everything he possessed to barter for a chance to resurrect the deceased, a languid, nonchalant voice resonated in the ears of all present. The man, who had just been granted autonomous kingdom status by the world government and the Marine headquarters, boasting the world's wealth of 20, and on the cusp of being crowned king, was preparing to ally himself with pirates. However, I must express my concern, for your actions are strictly forbidden by the Marine headquarters and the world government. Turning to look, the assembly beheld a figure atop a high building, where countless golden orbs of light suddenly coalesced, revealing a tall, slender man with black curls, clad in a yellow and white striped suit, wearing sunglasses, and draped in the cloak of a Marine admiral, Admiral Borsellino, codenamed Kizaru. At that moment, Kizaru, supporting his chin with one hand, wore a face of exasperation as he regarded Tesoro and slowly uttered, "So, should I eliminate you, gilded Tesoro?" Chapter 22. I am Kizaru, never on overtime. Though Kizaru's words seemed languid and playful, Not one among those present dared to breathe a sigh of relief. The reputation of the Marine Headquarters' top combat force could silence the cries of children at night, especially at this moment, among those in a state of enmity. Upon witnessing Kizaru's words, the expressions of those surrounding gilded Tesoro, apart from Tesoro himself, turned grave and anxious. Kizaru sighed, reflecting on how these trifles had disrupted his pleasant time of leisure. These celestial dragons truly are a nuisance. Indeed, for Kizaru, the task of suppressing what the celestial dragons deemed lowly was far less enjoyable than indulging in his own leisurely pursuits as a wage thief. However, it was unfortunate that although gilded Tesoro's ascension to kingship had garnered the Marine Headquarters' attention, resulting in their deployment of forces to prevent any unforeseen incidents, the documents pertaining to Tesoro's coronation were ultimately instigated by the Celestial Dragons and sanctioned by the world government. Furthermore, with Celestial Dragons and CP0 operatives stationed to safeguard Tesoro, the highest-ranking Marine dispatched to Guiran Tesoro was merely a rear admiral. After all, only those possessing formidable combat prowess or intelligence could ascend to the rank of rear admiral within the headquarters, regardless of whether they rose through might or intellect. Their dignity forbade them from being summoned at the whim of celestial dragons. Yet, the privilege of the celestial dragons allowed for such treatment of these officers. Thus, to avoid internal discord, and with the presence of Kizaru, who had consumed the light fruit and could provide rapid support, the Marine sent to Guiran Tesoro was merely a rear admiral. It is precisely for this reason that Borsalino, who was leisurely filing his nails while enjoying the art of wage theft, found himself summoned under the furious command of the warlord Sengoku to address the affront to the celestial dragon's dignity. Suddenly faced with the prospect of a field assignment, Borsalino, the self-proclaimed wage thief, felt a deep sense of frustration. Yet, there was little he could do. After all, within the entirety of the Navy headquarters, he was the sole individual possessing the swift capability to reach Guiran Tesoro with the requisite status to appease the celestial dragons. Thus, with a belly full of discontent, Borsalino reluctantly transformed into myriad beams of light, propelled towards Guiran Tesoro in accordance with the Eternal Pointer's direction. The light fruit, renowned as the second fastest devil fruit after the thunder fruit, allowed Borsalino to traverse obstacles of trees, mountains, and islands with astonishing speed. As he swiftly descended upon Guiran Tesoro. Upon his arrival, still in a state of luminescence, Borsalino overheard Gildi Tesoro's fervent declaration, expressing his willingness to sacrifice everything, even his very life, for the chance to resurrect a single individual. It was utterly absurd that Gildi Tesoro, who had just gained recognition from the Navy headquarters and was on the verge of being crowned as king, would seek to ally himself with pirates under such ludicrous pretenses of death and resurrection. If word of this were to spread, the Navy headquarters, which had acknowledged his claim to kingship, would be rendered a laughingstock. Thus, upon hearing this, Borsalino abandoned his pursuit of the celestial dragons. At that moment, he manifested his devil fruit abilities atop a nearby building, gazing down at Gildi Tesoro as he spoke. Of course, should you satisfy the demands of Saint Rothschild. This old man who adheres to ambiguous justice might just let you off the hook, pretending not to have heard your words, perhaps, embracing his ambiguous sense of justice. Borsalino believed it a waste of his precious and pleasurable moments of leisure to involve himself in the sordid affairs of the celestial dragons. Therefore, rather than squander his life dealing with such filth, he thought it more prudent to let the individual he had caught red-handed handle it. After all, this way, he could return to Navy headquarters unencumbered, resuming his idle pursuits. Subsequently, all he would need to do was make a brief visit to Guiran Tesoro during work hours to apprehend Gildi Tesoro, the pirate seeking surrender, and toss him into prison. As for Gildi Tesoro's intentions, Borsalino felt no remorse. The weak had no right to choose. Once he had betrayed the trust placed upon him by the world government and Navy headquarters that had crowned him king, he must bear the consequences. Moreover, he had granted him several days of freedom in exchange for handling these troublesome matters, making the situation quite equitable. Chapter 23. Who on earth are you? However, to Borsalino, who was eager to return to Navy headquarters and resume his leisure, this seemed an exceedingly fair arrangement. Yet, Gildi Tesoro did not share this sentiment. No. Even as Borsalino finished his statement, the fervent Gildi Tesoro, standing opposite him, resolutely declared, "Mr. Borsalino, you did not mishear me, nor should you pretend otherwise. I, Gildi Tesoro, am willing to wager everything I possess." At this, Gildi Tesoro spread his arms wide, fervently addressing the golden figure hovering behind Borsalino, exclaiming, I seek to exchange for the chance of resurrection. Ah. Upon hearing this, Borsalino, who had been poised to return to Navy headquarters after waiting for Gil D. Tesoro's response, regarded him with a troubled expression, saying, "Your actions are compelling me to eliminate you." Curiosity piqued, Borsalino lazily retrieved a gold and white handkerchief from his pocket. As he leisurely polished his sunglasses, he turned to follow Gil D. Tesoro's gaze and inquired, "What manner of pirate would risk enmity with the world government and navy to ally with another? What kind of being would convince you of their power to resurrect the dead? Is this not the same golden lion Shiki, who was nearly defeated by Admiral Garp and Warlord Sengoku, and then shamefully escaped from Impel Down?" At that moment, Borsalino's attention was drawn to the unmistakable figure of the golden lion, whose features were marked by a wild mane. Observing Shiki, who had lost his legs to the withered branches of Sakuraju, Borsalino mockingly shrugged at Gil D. Tesoro, saying, "If I were merely dealing with an aging golden lion, your life would be in grave danger. Is that so?" Just as Borsalino's taunt hung in the air, a voice, imposing and overwhelming, resonated from behind him. "If Shiki cannot protect him, then what makes you think you can, little light?" In that instant, Borsalino, who had previously worn a lazy expression, was struck with a profound sense of dread as he felt an oppressive force descend upon him from above. In a heartbeat, it felt as though an entire mountain had settled upon his shoulders, an aura of conqueror's haki, a rare and formidable presence that only appeared among millions. Claimed as the embodiment of a king. No, it was more than that. The intensity of the pressure was beyond mere royal demeanor. The being capable of emanating such haki could only be described as an unparalleled dominator. With instinctual reflex, Borsalino immediately activated the powers of the light fruit, his form disintegrating into countless luminous particles. Just then, a footfall echoed from above the golden head of Gil D. Tesoro. In an instant, Borsalino repositioned himself, propelled by the speed of his devil fruit. This terrifying conqueror's haki. Standing firm, Borsalino's playful demeanor vanished, replaced by solemnity as he stared intently at the figure aboard the ship's prow, demanding, "Who on earth are you?" In that moment, Borsalino realized that the positioning of Shiki, the golden lion, who stood alongside the pirate king Roger and the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, was utterly out of place. He was standing in a subservient manner behind a man wielding a blade, radiating an aura of dominance that surpassed even that of the former pirate king. This meant that this exceedingly commanding individual had subdued the golden lion, a being who had nearly brought Roger to his knees. Thus, who might this formidable figure truly be? As soon as Borsalino's words fell, the loyal golden lion Shiki, standing behind Rocks with a loyalty surpassing 80 points, proudly proclaimed, "This is my captain, the captain of the Rocks Pirates, Rocks D. Xebec." Chapter 24. You almost took me down. Rocks? That name seemed somewhat familiar. Although he was a vice admiral of the Navy headquarters, the legendary Battle of God Valley, which saw Monkey D. Garp ascend to the status of a Navy hero, had transpired decades ago. The notoriety of the Rocks Pirates had long been washed away by the tides of history. Thus, for a moment, Borsalino could only feel a vague sense of recognition regarding this name. However, as a contemplative expression crossed Borsalino's face, he raised his gaze towards the figure of Rocks at the ship's bow, more accurately, the imposing silhouette of Rocks that struck his eyes at that moment. Suddenly, a spark of enlightenment flashed through his mind. In that instant, an image that had remained on the highest bounty list of the Navy headquarters until now instantly overlapped with the figure of Rocks before him. Rocks. At the moment the bounty image converged with the sight of Rocks, Borsalino seemed to recall something vividly, his eyes beneath the sunglasses widening in shock as he exclaimed, "You say he is the captain of the Rocks Pirates, Rocks D. Xebec?" Astonished, gazing at the fierce statue of Rocks at the ship's bow with hair and beard billowing, all of Borsalino's emotions were replaced by sheer amazement. This was the man who, 38 years ago, had claimed the highest bounty in the Navy, an achievement that even the pirate king Joel D. Roger had never surpassed. The once mighty captain of the Rocks Pirates, Rocks D. Xebec, was still alive. Overwhelmed by such a staggering revelation, even he, the current strongest combatant of the Navy, Admiral Borsalino, was left utterly dumbfounded. He stood there, as still as a statue, staring at the figure of Rocks. After a long pause, Borsalino's eyes, hidden behind his sunglasses, finally regained clarity. He instinctively exhaled deeply, his gaze fixed intently on the terrifyingly vast aura of Rocks, akin to an imposing mountain. Slowly, he spoke, "You must be jesting. The Rocks I know perished at God Valley 38 years ago. Buzz, now you tell me that Rocks is still alive and standing right before me." As he spoke, Borsalino raised his right arm with a solemn expression, drawing forth the Sword of Light, the Amaterasu Cloud Sword, which shimmered with radiant brilliance from his left wrist. He declared earnestly, "I can only conclude that you are deceiving me." Swish. The moment his words fell, countless photons erupted from Borsalino's body. The photons, despite their numerous reflections, manifested before rocks in an instant. As the 8-foot mirror-like light path, constructed from Borsalino's flash fruit ability, reached rocks, the sound reverberated upon the pure golden head crafted by Guild Tesoro. Borsalino, wielding the Amaterasu Cloud Sword, appeared before rocks. In that moment of appearance, the photon-constructed Amaterasu Cloud Sword swung towards Rock's neck. Clang. However, the swift blade, which even Guild Tesoro, with his combat prowess on par with an admiral, could not catch, was intercepted at the last moment by a pitch-black, cross-patterned blade. Sizzle. Just as the heavy blade of the Supreme Sword clashed with Borsalino's Amaterasu Cloud Sword, the weighty edge of the Supreme Sword pierced through Borsalino's sword, continuing its unstoppable trajectory towards Borsalino's body. Swish. In the blink of an eye, the air was torn apart, revealing a dark scar resembling a rift in space before the eyes of the onlookers. Borsalino, who had emerged before rocks, was transformed into a multitude of light spots, scattering as the heavy blade cleaved through the air. What a terrifying mastery of haki! Accompanied by Borsalino's astonished exclamation. One could scarcely believe that he managed to react and injure me in such a fleeting moment. Had I not sensed danger and swiftly retreated, I might have been finished. Borsalino reappeared atop the pure golden head, yet he no longer bore the composure he had at the outset. Although his body remained intact, a gaping wound, a foot long and bleeding profusely, marred his arm. Casting a glance at the injury, Borsalino spoke with an expression of near demise. "I almost met my end at your hands." Chapter 25, Draw and Slash. TSK. To possess such a level of haki and swordsmanship. Observing the figure of rocks at the ship's bow, who appeared utterly unfazed, as though he had simply swatted away a fly, Borsalino exclaimed in disbelief, "I do begin to believe you are indeed rocks. What use is my identity to you?" But before Borsalino's voice could fully escape, it was abruptly interrupted by Rock's commanding tone. "That last sword strike had decent speed. Let's engage again." Clang. As he spoke, Rock sheathed his sword, adopting a stance for a draw and slash, addressing Borsalino with a fierce declaration, "This time, I shall certainly cleave you in two." The draw and slash, the swiftest and most ferocious technique in swordsmanship. It is said that the unparalleled sword masters who have perfected the draw and slash can even sever the lightning bolt struck from the heavens. Lowering. At the moment he sheathed his sword, Rock bent his body low. There is a well-established rule regarding the draw and slash. The lower the stance, the greater the power. Given Rock's current posture, he intended to make a single strike that would slay Admiral Borsalino of the Navy headquarters on the spot. Momentum. As Rock lowered his body, the aura surrounding him, which had already surged after his physical recovery, intensified tremendously. And just as Rock reached the zenith of his potential, Borsalino moved. Perhaps realizing that this battle was inevitable, Borsalino, with a serious expression, activated his fruit ability. Buzz. Light. With a resonant hum, the flash fruit ability was fully unleashed, and countless light spots erupted from Borsalino's body. In that instant, even the Amaterasu Cloud Sword in Borsalino's hand, constructed entirely from photons, radiated an endless array of light. In the blink of an eye, Borsalino, having consumed the flash fruit, transformed his body into an unparalleled source of brilliance, rivaling the sun in the sky, dazzling, blinding. As the radiant light erupted, nearly overshadowing the brilliance of the sun, the voice of Borsalino resonated, 8-foot jewel. At the very moment his voice erupted, an unfathomable sphere of light, emanating from the figure of Borsalino, ascended into the air, colliding and coalescing. Buzz. In the next instant, a series of cross-shaped forms, their blinding radiance nearly dazzling the onlookers, materialized before their eyes. Whoosh. As the brilliance took shape, an onslaught of photons, whose might rivaled that of the Navy's demon-slaying battleships, cascaded down like a torrential downpour. Humph. Yet, just as the photons, reminiscent of the demon-slaying cannon, rained down, Rocks, crouched to his utmost limit, bellowed with furrowed brows. "You wish to escape." Indeed, Borsalino unleashed a devastating aerial attack that had previously obliterated the formidable Zephyr in the theatrical version. The 8 Shaku Shikigami of Borsalino did not seek confrontation with Rocks. Rather, he aimed to harness this attack to hinder Rock's advance, allowing him to swiftly escort the celestial dragons, currently ensconced in Guran Tesoro, to safety. However, Borsellino's scheme was discerned by Rocks the moment it was executed. Alalala. Yet, the revelation of his plan did not fluster Borsellino in the slightest. In fact, as Rock's voice echoed, Borsellino's languid tone resonated from the heavens. I am not so arrogant as to believe I could rival Captain Rocks, who has accomplished the miraculous feat of resurrection, a phenomenon only found in myth and legend. Not to mention, I am already injured. My sole purpose here is merely to assist the celestial dragons. At this juncture, Borsellino, in his photon state, expressed his vexation. These celestial dragons are truly troublesome. They have even attracted the attention of Rocks, who has been dead for 38 years. Borsellino, should your intention in lingering here be to rescue the celestial dragons, I advise you to abandon that notion. Before Borsellino's voice could fully dissipate, it was abruptly interrupted by the commanding voice of Gilda Tesoro, who proclaimed, before you even arrived, those filthy celestial dragons were already dragged into the core of Guiran Tesoro by my devil fruit powers. No sooner had Tesoro's words left his lips than Borsellino's exclamation of shock reverberated. What did you say? However, at that very moment, a sense of near-death déjà vu surged within Borsellino. Whoosh! In the next instant, the piercing shriek of a blade slicing through the air erupted. Just as Borsellino was stunned by Tesoro's revelation about the captured celestial dragons, the observant Rocks, utilizing his full observation haki, propelled himself skyward, unleashing a long-anticipated strike. The Supreme Blade, towards the location where he sensed Borsellino. At that critical juncture, a warning surged in Borsellino's mind, and the image of a running light flashed before his eyes. He could no longer concern himself with the celestial dragons and activated his devil fruit powers to flee at full speed. Sizzle. However, the injured Borsellino's escape as a photon was momentarily hindered, and in that fleeting instant, a portion of his photon form remained within Rock's lethal range. It was then that he was ruthlessly severed by the explosive force of Rock's armament haki. Flash. Only at this moment did Rocks, having leaped into the air, unleash a thunderous roar. Chapter 26. Tremors at the Navy Headquarters. In the central region of the Grand Line, there lies a colossal island. Towering structures form a backdrop where the words Navy are inscribed in bold black and blue on the grand edifices of this island. This is the base of the Navy, directly under the world government, regarded as the apex of strength and justice worldwide, and a symbol of peace across the seas. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Tasked with upholding the world government's dominion and maintaining peace over the seas, Marine Headquarters boasts the largest military organization on the globe, both in numbers and size, and, under the research of Vegapunk, possesses colossal battleships capable of traversing the calm belts. To the populace, the Navy Headquarters, with its vast numbers and righteous might, is deemed impregnable, the safest existence in the world. Yet today, this institution, which acts in the name of justice to expel evil, has stirred a tempest. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of piercing air, countless photons materialized from the skies at a terrifying and reckless speed, hurtling towards the exclusive office of the Fleet Admiral in Marineford. Boom! In the next second, with a resounding crash, the doors of the Admiral's office were shattered. Whoosh! At the moment the office doors exploded, within, a man adorned with frog-eyed spectacles, his beard twisted into braids, draped in the cape of the Fleet Admiral, with a seagull perched upon his military cap, emanating an aura of dominion, abruptly lifted his head and exclaimed, Borsellino. However, his voice, which had just resonated, turned to astonishment, for at that instant, the multitude of photons that had shattered the doors coalesced into the form of Admiral Borsellino. Yet, what astonished the formidable Fleet Admiral, Sengoku the Buddha, was that the Borsellino he had dispatched moments ago, unscathed, now bore a pale visage. His arm was marred by a horrific wound, flesh and bone nearly obliterated. Whoosh! Observing Borsellino's dire state, Sengoku, who had been seated behind the Admiral's desk, instantly rose. Yet, someone was quicker. Before Sengoku could fully rise, a robust elder, previously inconspicuous, had stealthily extracted several bounty notices from Sengoku's desk and was feeding them to the goat he kept, and in an instant, he approached Borsellino's side. Extending a single hand to support Borsellino, the elder spoke sternly. Who is it that could inflict such damage upon you? Who has consumed the light fruit? Possessing a speed even I cannot match. Hearing this, Borsellino, his complexion pale and his aura diminished, slowly turned to face the elder, taking in his imposing stature, broad chest, and even in his advanced age, remarkably developed muscles, with a character that was both fierce and humorous. This was the man who had once cornered the legendary Pirate King and had achieved the feat of defeating Rocks during the God Valley incident. Becoming a hero of the Navy, Mr. Garp. After a moment of silence, Borsalino spoke slowly, inquiring, I wish to ask you something. 38 years ago, during the God Valley incident, did you truly witness Captain Rocks D. Xebec perish at sea? Upon hearing this, Garp, who had just stealthily extracted a bounty notice for his grandson, Monkey D. Luffy, and was feeding the goat, frowned and replied, I am certain that Rocks has perished, but does his demise have any bearing on your injuries? How could it not be related? Borsalino, his countenance pale, slowly responded, for it is he who has wounded me, the very Rocks D. Xebec who perished 38 years ago, now risen from the depths of hell. Impossible. As soon as Borsalino's words faded, the looming figure of Sengoku, yet to utter a word from behind his desk, was promptly interrupted by Garp, who resolutely shook his head and declared, I remember distinctly, Rocks D. Xebec has already breathed his last. Garp's assertion rang true. No sooner had Garp's firm voice subsided than Sengoku interjected, stating that the Navy could definitively confirm Rocks' demise, especially since even the dark fruit he once consumed had resurfaced in the sea. With a swift motion, Sengoku extracted a document from the clutter of papers and laid it upon the desk, announcing, a few days prior, Marshal D. Teach, a member of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division, violated the ironclad rules of the crew by eliminating his captain and defecting from the Whitebeard Pirates. He continued, pointing at an image of Marshal D. Teach, whose mouth was missing several teeth and whose form was enveloped in thick black smoke. This act was driven by his audacious theft of the dark fruit, which once belonged to the 2nd Division Captain, Sachi. It is well known that no two devil fruits are identical. Thus, the powers of a devil fruit will only reappear in the world once the previous user has perished. Therefore, considering that the dark fruit, once consumed by Rocks, has reemerged and been ingested by another, it stands as an irrefutable truth that Rocks is indeed dead. If Rocks has truly met his end, then considering the dossier on Marshal D. Teach, Borsalino gazed up at Admiral Sengoku with disbelief etched across his face. The legendary hero Garp then spoke slowly. Then, the man I encountered, who bore a striking resemblance to Rocks and exuded an overwhelming presence with his conqueror's haki, was able to subdue the legendary pirate Shiki, known in the same breath as Roger and Whitebeard. Merely a momentary distraction allowed him to grievously wound me, and he proclaimed himself as Rocks. Who could this man be? Chapter 27. The Celestial Dragon's Execution. Negative value, 10,000. Negative value, 10,000. Negative value, 10,000. Just as Rocks unleashed his formidable blade, infused with potent haki, cleaving through the photons that constituted Borsalino's being, a chilling mechanical notification echoed in his ears. Observing the source of the multitude of negative values attributed to Admiral Sengoku and Hero Garp, Rocks furrowed his brow slightly. The reason was simple. The rate of increase in negative values was far below Rocks' expectations. He had presumed that upon his revival and subsequent defeat of the Navy's top combatant, Borsalino, the news would yield at least 3 to 5 million negative values in his favor. Yet, apart from Sengoku and Garp, no other sources of negative values emerged. It appears, Rocks began, his brow knitted in contemplation, that Sengoku and Garp have successfully suppressed information regarding my revival. Just then, as Rocks sat on the golden throne constructed by Guild Tesoro, lost in thought, a voice pierced through the air, Captain, Captain, accompanied by unusual footsteps. Indigo, who had just received the Celestial Dragon from Guild Tesoro, announced, I have brought the Celestial Dragon you requested. Turning his gaze, Rocks, seated upon the golden throne, beheld a man ensconced in gold, sporting a bubble helmet, corpulent as a pig, and bearing an arrogant expression. However, what made Rocks furrow his brow further was the foul stench that permeated the air as the so-called progeny of the Creator, the world noble Celestial Dragon, made his appearance. Captain, now I truly understand what the so-called world nobility is made of. Indigo exclaimed animatedly upon seeing Rocks. Initially, this Celestial Dragon boasted about how we are all mere scum. But when he heard we intended to end his life, he was so frightened that he lost control of himself. At this point, Indigo burst into laughter. Ha! This is too amusing. So this is what the world noble Celestial Dragons are like. As Indigo escorted the Celestial Dragon to Rocks, reveling in the latter's disheveled state, Guild Tesoro was preoccupied with the chaos aboard the Grand Tesoro. Following the collapse of its defensive mechanisms, the ship had been breached. And with the demise of Drought Jack and the ensuing turmoil, the once festive atmosphere had turned tense to the brink of madness. The patrons, who had originally come to Grand Tesoro for entertainment and relaxation, now felt an overwhelming urge to escape this place of conflict. In the midst of such thoughts, Every corner of Grand Tesoro was filled with nobles scrambling to flee this den of trouble. After all, they were indeed nobles, having gathered for the coronation ceremony of Guild Tesoro, who commanded 20% of the world's wealth. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Those invited by Tesoro were either billionaires possessing vast fortunes or high-ranking officials from the allied nations of the world government. Yet, now they shared a common identity, that of fugitives. Boom, boom, boom. Just as these affluent individuals, whether wealthy or powerful, were in a desperate scramble to escape. A thunderous roar reverberated through the once calm Grand Tesoro, akin to an earthquake, with the booming sound resonating. Those bewildered by the sudden tremors aboard a ship traversing the sea soon beheld thick, solid gold barriers rising from the entry and exit points of Grand Tesoro. As the nobles, eager to flee this place of chaos, were startled and clamored at the sight of the unexpectedly ascending golden barriers, a second explosive sound erupted. Then, a pure gold platform ascended before their eyes. Upon this golden platform, they clearly saw the master of Grand Tesoro, the underground emperor of the world who commanded 20% of its wealth, the Golden Emperor, Guild Tesoro, gazing with fervor at the man seated upon the pure gold throne in the center. To the left of the throne stood Shiki the Golden Lion, exuding an aura of dominance, while Guild Tesoro flanked him on the right, both safeguarding the throne occupied by Rocks. However, the crowd's attention quickly shifted from Shiki and Guild Tesoro to the front of the platform, where knelt a man clad in the garb of the world nobility, adorned with a bubble helmet. What am I seeing? Upon catching sight of this bubble-helmeted man, the nobles gasped in shock. That is actually a progeny of the creator, a celestial dragon. This must be a jest. Surely this is a joke, exclaimed a young man wearing a crown, evidently a prince from an allied nation of the world government, incredulously exclaiming, to think that a member of the world nobility, who would be executed by the highest-ranking Navy admiral for merely failing to kneel, is now kneeling before us. Rothschild Saint. The figure kneeling on the ground was none other than Saint Rothschild of the illustrious Rothschild family. Observing Saint Rothschild, who was prostrated upon the golden pedestal, a man, though clad in humble attire yet exuding an aura of authority, gasped in astonishment, his eyes widening to their utmost extent. How dare he, Gillette Tesoro, commit such an act? After all, Saint Rothschild's father is one of the 5 elders of the world government. It was not merely the noblemen eager to flee from Grand Tesoro who were taken aback the moment they beheld the celestial dragon kneeling upon the golden platform. Those underground emperors who had just been liberated from their gilded cages at the command of Rocks could not help but widen their eyes in disbelief. They expressed that they had never witnessed such treatment of the progeny of the creator, the world aristocrats known as celestial dragons. A profound shock, unparalleled in its intensity, surged within their hearts. Gulp. At last, the ultimate goal of life, news and wealth, was embodied by Morgans, the president of the World News Agency. Unable to suppress his innate tabloid instincts, he swallowed hard and, in a fit of fervor, bellowed at Rocks. What do you intend to convey to the world by displaying the celestial dragon in such a humiliating state? With a flourish, Rocks, seated upon his golden throne, unsheathed his sword with a sudden ferocity. The blade sliced through the air, tracing a flawless arc before it descended with a brutal force upon the neck of Saint Rothschild. Slick, clunk. Under the razor-sharp edge, the trembling Saint Rothschild's head was cleaved in two, rolling onto the ground. In that very moment, as the onlookers were rendered speechless by Rock's audacious act of beheading a celestial dragon, his domineering voice boomed. I wish for you to relay a message to the outside world. I, Rocks, have returned. Chapter 28. Inviting battle across the world. Clang. Among you, there are those who claim to be emperors of the underground, spies of the Navy, officials from the allied nations of the world government, and even revolutionaries who thrive on chaos. With the head of the celestial dragon, Saint Rothschild, beneath his hand, Rocks planted his sword into the ground and stood tall, exuding an air of unbridled confidence. But I do not care who you are. I shall grant you the opportunity to depart and relay a message to your respective powers. Inform the world that I, Rocks, have resurrected, having battled against the Grim Reaper for 38 years, emerging from the depths of the abyss to reclaim my place upon these seas. At this juncture, he stepped forward, placing his foot upon the head of the celestial dragon. With arms wide open, embodying the embrace of the world, Rocks radiated an overwhelming aura, declaring, Go forth. Tell that traitor, Kaido, who abandoned my Rocks pirates to ascend as one of the 4 emperors in the New World, that his captain has come to settle the score. Go forth. Relay to the world government and the celestial dragons that I, Rocks, who once nearly annihilated the so-called progeny of the Creator in God Valley, have returned, treading upon the heads of celestial dragons. Go forth, announce to the entire world that since I have been reborn, all that was lost shall be reclaimed by my own hands, and those who rebel shall be utterly exterminated. Proclaim to the seas that even after battling the Grim Reaper for nearly 40 years, this era shall still be known as Rocks. Negative value, 1000. Negative value, 1000. Negative value, 100. As Rocks, standing atop the severed head of a celestial dragon, declared his return, his resonant voice echoed with a formidable presence. In his ears, the familiar, dry, mechanical prompts of the system reverberated. Remarkably, though more than 90% of those present had no knowledge of who Rocks was, the act of slaying a celestial dragon and proclaiming his return still plunged them into profound astonishment. Not just them. At that moment, even the formidable Shiki the Golden Lion, possessing the strength of a marine admiral, and Tesoro, who commanded immense power and wealth, were left dumbfounded by Rock's sudden execution of the celestial dragon and his audacious declaration of return. Did the captain just declare his return in such a manner? Was he not concerned that the news of his resurrection would leak, drawing the attention of the 4 emperors of the New World, the Marine headquarters, and even the upper echelons of the world government, the 5 elders? In Gillette Tesolo's mind, Rocks should be concealing the information of his return, ideally eliminating Tesoro, who was either immensely wealthy or wielding power within the allied nations of the world government. This would prevent the news of his revival from leaking, inciting chaos in the world, and then, amidst that turmoil, amass his forces to target a new 4 emperor, striking with full force, ultimately seizing control of the world. Though your plan is sound, it is far too constricted. The moment Tesoro finished articulating his thoughts, Rocks interjected with an air of defiance. I am Rocks. How could I possibly seize control of the world in such a constrained manner? Captain, while your current strength renders the highest capabilities of the Navy inconsequential to you, Shiki the Golden Lion began, even so, with our current power. If we were to face both the 4 emperors of the New World and the Marine headquarters simultaneously, what is that, Shiki? Upon hearing this, Rocks cast a bemused glance at Shiki. Are you afraid? Afraid? The moment Rocks' words fell, a profound astonishment flickered in Tesolo's eyes. For at that instant, the very Shiki, who had been urging Rocks to reconsider, suddenly revealed an expression of overwhelming dominance, laughter bursting forth as he exclaimed, "Ha! I am exhilarated. To be targeted by the entire world and to engage in fierce battles against the strongest, what a thrilling and joyous prospect. How many years has it been since the Rocks pirates fell apart, since Roger's death? I have not felt such fervor in years." At this, the exuberant Shiki turned to Rocks, his face alight with fervor. Indeed, only you, Captain Rocks, can ignite such passion within me. Gillette Tesoro, feeling Rocks' gaze upon him, smiled broadly, resolute in his declaration. I am willing to follow Captain Rocks to the death. Ha! Hearing his 2 subordinates, both possessing the strength of admirals, express such sentiments, Rocks erupted into a wild laugh. Then let us invite the world's heroes to battle together. Chapter 29, The Spread of News. As time swiftly passed, those noblemen who had been ensnared within the gilded confines of Uranus Tesoro returned to their respective domains aboard their vessels. Upon their return, these nobles, who had received invitations to witness Gillette Tesoro's coronation, a certain faction, akin to a calculating presence, relayed to their superiors the accounts of what transpired in Gulen Tesoro. Among the most crucial revelations was the demise of the celestial dragon, Rothschild Saint, and the astonishing news of Rocks, who, having vanquished the celestial dragon, proclaimed his return from the depths of hell while standing upon its severed head. To their astonishment, however, the anticipated exhilaration from the entity behind them, which could resurrect the dead, did not manifest as they had expected. In fact, some noblemen who reported this explosive intelligence were met with vehement ire and reprimands from the ruling power behind the scenes. Who dares to slay a celestial dragon? Are you jesting? The world government and the Navy would be in an uproar if a celestial dragon were truly dead. This individual has been deceased for 38 years. Their bones long since decayed. Are you mocking me? I warn you, if you continue to peddle such spurious information, I shall consign your entire family to the depths of the sea. The influential figures behind them harbored no belief in such claims. It was evident to them that these reports were nothing but fabrications. The realization that even their peers in the same echelon, the so-called white gloves, had returned with such news ignited a fierce rage within them. Indeed, the cacophony of voices did not persuade them to accept the nobleman's accounts. Rather, it led them to conclude that these individuals, who had been reaping benefits under their auspices, were now disloyal. At that moment, as they resolved to rectify the situation with these unfaithful white gloves, to remind them who truly held power, the underground sovereign of their faction, the renowned news mogul Morgans, promptly instructed his subordinates at the World News Agency to publish the news of the celestial dragon's death alongside the story of Rock's return. The publication vividly depicted Rock's former reign as a formidable pirate captain 38 years prior, supplemented with high-definition images of the deceased celestial dragon, Rothschild Saint, and the killer, Rock's D. Xebec, standing triumphantly over his head. As Morgans had anticipated, the sensational tale of the celestial dragon's demise and the miraculous resurrection propelled the World News Agency's newspaper sales to unprecedented heights. Accompanied by the rapid dissemination of the newspaper featuring the high-resolution images, the populace, who had previously dismissed the claims, found themselves bewildered. In that instant, they comprehended that the balance maintained by the Navy, the 4 emperors, and the 7 warlords following the death of the pirate king, Roger, had been shattered. The once tranquil seas were poised to boil over. On Onigashima, located mere kilometers from the waters of Wano, a cacophony of ferocious roars filled the air beneath the flag of the beast pirates, led by the notorious Kaido. At the pinnacle of this island, a colossal throne was occupied by an immensely robust figure, characterized by shoulder-length black hair, long horns reminiscent of a dragon, and a beard akin to whiskers. Adorned with dragon scale tattoos on his left arm and bearing an X-shaped scar on his right abdomen, this mighty man, who wielded a massive gourd of sake at his waist, was in a deep slumber. Suddenly, the tranquility of his rest was shattered by the urgent sound of footsteps reverberating from the mountainside, swiftly ascending to the summit. Lord Kaido, Lord Kaido. As the footsteps reached the peak, a deep and hurried voice resounded. Jack has been defeated. In an instant, the slumbering giant awoke with a start, his eyes widening in alarm, and a terrifying aura, reminiscent of a beastly monarch, erupted from his being. What did you just say, Queen? Kaido's voice, laden with an overwhelming presence, demanded an answer. Jack has been defeated? While other members of the beast pirates would have quivered in fear under Kaido's imposing aura, even those favored by him, Queen, one of the 3 disasters and a prominent figure, boldly waved the newspaper in hand and exclaimed, "The one who defeated him is the resurrected captain of the Rocks Pirates, Rock's D. Xebec." At the mention of Jack Slayer, Kaido's attention shifted entirely. His eyes fixated on Queen. It is Rock's D. Xebec. Chapter 30. The Frenzied Kaido. Kaido reveled in one-on-one confrontations, often seeking his own demise, daring to abandon the beast pirates to confront the Navy and other emperors head-on, repeatedly clashing with them in a solitary fury. This reckless behavior, bordering on madness, rendered Kaido the only emperor with a multitude of defeats. Yet, neither the Navy that vanquished him nor the rival pirate crews could extinguish his existence entirely. God had opened a door for Kaido, representing the pinnacle of physical might, while simultaneously endowing him with a volatile and capricious mental state. However, even with his erratic disposition, the revelation brought forth by Queen left a profound impact on Kaido, who stood as one of the most formidable figures in the New World. Ha ha ha, Queen. Do you need a reason for Jack's defeat and demise? But this shock was fleeting, quickly morphing into mania. Woe is me, my only respected captain. Akin to the Red Earth continent from 38 years ago, I regret not having slain him with my own hands. He has perished in God Valley, do you understand? With Kaido's laughter and tears echoing in a frenzied uproar, he suddenly reached for a heavy, barbed-spiked club that lay beside his throne. Thud! As the club was grasped, Kaido rose with the fury of a mythical deity, swinging the weapon down with cataclysmic force. The terrifying sound of impact resonated as the heavy club struck the peak of Onigashima. Boom! In the instant the sound reverberated. An explosion akin to thousands of kilograms of high explosives detonated, producing a deafening roar that silenced the island's relentless beastly cries. In that moment, the members of the beast pirates, who had consumed artificial devil fruits and struggled to control their primal instincts, beheld in horror as the summit of Onigashima, where their Emperor Kaido's throne resided, sank several meters. Simultaneously, as the explosive sound waves surged and shattered, the entire island of Onigashima began to tremble violently, reminiscent of an earthquake, shaken by Kaido's almost insane and ferocious strike. In the fleeting moments that followed, atop the summit where smoke and dust had dissipated, Quinn, transformed into a brontosaurus cyborg, swung his ample flesh as if engaged in a dance, comically maintaining his balance amidst the tremors of the earth. He pointed towards the World News newspaper in his hand, exclaiming, "Lord Kaido, Quinn has not sought reasons for Jack's defeat and demise. According to the headlines published by the World News, Rocks has indeed returned from the dead. gazing at the newspaper, which depicted the formidable Rocks wielding the supreme blade and trampling upon the heads of celestial dragons. Quinn was reminded of the indomitable spirit of Rocks from his own memories. Kaido was momentarily taken aback. Captain Rocks, he is resurrected? In less than an instant, the previously frenzied Kaido's eyes flashed with a crimson hue. His massive heart raced, pumping blood throughout his body, igniting his fervor. An overwhelming aura, a dominion of kingly conqueror-s haki, surged from his being, erupting forth. At that moment, as his haki soared to the heavens, Kaido roared with unrestrained joy. Wonderful. Rocks has come back to life. This is truly splendid. This means I can personally claim your head. As he spoke, Kaido's voice suddenly turned fierce, bellowing, Captain Rocks. The frenzied Kaido, upon learning of Rock's survival, became utterly exhilarated. In the face of his soaring battle spirit, he disregarded all plans for the annexation of Wano and the challenges posed by petty subordinates, even dismissing the reactions of the other emperors and the inherently opposing world government navy. At this moment, consumed by his desire for battle, his singular thought was to charge forth and find Rocks, determined that either he would be defeated by Rocks or he would slay Rocks. With a thunderous roar, Kaido, in his obstinate resolve, transformed into a colossal azure dragon, soaring through the skies above Onigashima. Lord Kaido, this news has been circulating for 3 to 5 days. The whereabouts of the giant ship, the Giran Tesoro, are already unknown. If you seek it now, it would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Quinn shouted, flapping his flesh as he urged Kaido, if you truly wish to confront Rocks, I suggest we have our allied forces monitor the movements of Giran Tesoro. Once we ascertain its location, we shall strike and crush it. However, amid Quinn's fervent cries, the tempestuous winds unleashed by Kaido's transformation finally brought him a semblance of clarity. I yearn to eliminate Rocks swiftly. I am desperate to adorn my throne with his head. My thirst for this victory is insatiable, he roared. Yet, even with this newfound clarity, his unwillingness to accept the situation compelled him to unleash a furious torrent of fiery breath into the sky. The attack stretched for kilometers, with its aftermath capable of annihilating an entire city. The heavens above, thick with the clouds of Kaido's conqueror-s haki, erupted violently. Waves of scorching breath and fierce winds, forming a catastrophic vortex, rampaged for nearly half an hour, decimating much of Onigashima. It was only then that Kaido emerged from his frenzy, fully regaining his senses. Transforming back into his humanoid form, he descended upon the mountaintop, removed the enormous sake gourd from his waist, and took a hearty swig. With a commanding presence, he bellowed at Quinn, prepare the troops. The battle for our beast pirates is about to commence. Chapter 31, The Five Elders. On the treacherous seas of the New World, where the weather was erratic, thunder rumbled and winds howled, a hurricane was imminent. Amidst the roaring winds and the ominous darkness, a massive ship, resembling a white whale, boldly cut through the waves, undeterred by the approaching storm. This formidable vessel not only showed no fear of the hurricane, but even treated it as inconsequential, hosting a grand feast on its deck. This ship, shaped like a white whale, was none other than the Moby Dick, the flagship of Edward Newgate, the strongest man in the world, who ruled over the New World as one of the 4 emperors. As the commanders of the Whitebeard pirates surrounded the imposing figure of Whitebeard, who was adorned with numerous needles yet remained a towering presence, they held a farewell feast for the 2nd Division commander, Sachi, who had perished at the hands of Marshal D. Teach. With a flutter of wings, a trembling seagull, wearing a hat and carrying a message pouch, descended upon the shoulder of Marco, the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates. Old man, the seagull's message pouch contained berries, which Marco retrieved along with the latest newspaper, handing it over. Upon glancing at the newspaper, Whitebeard abruptly halted, and then a boisterous, thunderous laugh erupted from his throat. This news is simply explosive. It even stirs the blood of this old man. Before Marco and the others could inquire what was written in the newspaper, they were left in shock. For in that moment, the old man, previously burdened with needles and appearing lethargic, grasped the legendary blade that Song Yun cut. With a swift motion, as soon as he held that Song Yun cut, Whitebeard's muscles tensed, and the needles were propelled away by the sheer force of his strength. Then, wielding that Song Yun cut, he descended upon the bow of the Moby Dick like an awakened dragon. With each step, the sound of his footfalls and the impact of the blade resonated. To the astonishment of the Whitebeard pirates, Whitebeard, rejuvenated to a youthful state, assumed a battle stance, raising his dual blades against the raging tempest. As he gripped that Song Yun cut, the immense power he possessed, even while gravely injured, surged forth, infusing the blade with his might. Concurrently, his formidable conqueror-s haki, despite his age, radiated with an overwhelming presence, augmenting the silver edge of the Tsung-Yun cut. Not only that, but as the blade's edge absorbed the haki, Whitebeard's devil fruit ability, the tremor fruit, deemed the strongest paramecia type in the world, was also unleashed, enveloping the blade. Everyone watched in awe as the blade, now emanating the sound of space fracturing, became encircled with a radiant halo. With power, haki, and devil fruit abilities converging upon the blade, Whitebeard stepped forward and bellowed, slash. A thunderous roar erupted as the unparalleled great blade, the 12 workers, bent with unwavering resilience. Subsequently, the edge of the Tsung-Yun cut began to slice through the void ahead, inch by inch, before the astonished eyes of the onlookers. The speed of the Tsung-Yun cut appeared painfully slow to those watching. They could even discern the sleek, streamlined patterns forged upon the blade's surface. Yet, this was merely an illusion. In reality, the speed of the cut had surpassed the limits of their perception. In the blink of an eye, the razor-sharp edge could vanish entirely from their sight. Crack, crack, crack. As the blade sliced through the air at such astonishing velocity, the crowd was immediately met with a cacophony reminiscent of shattering glass. Suddenly, empowered by the tremor fruit's abilities, a single strike shattered the atmosphere. Following this, the terrifying shockwave, formed by the combined might of Whitebeard's own haki and the fragmented air, erupted forth from the Tsung-Yun cut. In the next moment, the brilliant sunlight cascaded from the deck of the Moby Dick, illuminating the surroundings. Before them, the ominous, swirling tempest that had heralded the arrival of the New World, accompanied by thunder and lightning, was completely obliterated beneath the might of Whitebeard's shockwave, leaving no trace behind. Unbeknownst to all, Whitebeard, having quelled the raging seas with a single stroke, stood at the bow of the ship, lost in contemplation, murmuring, "In my old age, can I still engage in a thrilling battle against Captain Rocks?" At this moment, the aged Whitebeard felt a surge of adrenaline upon hearing the news of Rock's resurrection, as he had just quelled the tempest with his strike. Towering above the clouds, at the pinnacle of the Red Line, stood solemn and imposing edifices. This was the abode of the progeny of the Creator, as well as the operational base for the highest echelon of the world government, known as the Five Elders, in the sacred land of Mariehua. Presently, within this office, which had dictated nearly all significant events since the establishment of the world government 8 centuries ago, the Five Elders were engaged in a heated discussion. The focus of their discourse was none other than Rocks, who had made his return by stepping upon the heads of the celestial dragons. Rock's resurrection and his audacious proclamation of return delivered a staggering blow to the prestige of the world government. Dressed in a linen swordsmanship uniform, one of the elders, examining the original blade, the Shodai Kitetsu, slowly lifted his gaze to address the elder who had just spoken. "I can understand your grievances, given that your grandson has been eliminated. However, the resurrected Rocks must not be allowed to perish." Continuing, he inserted the Shodai Kitetsu into his waistband and added, "At the very least, we must wait until Vegapunk has unraveled the secrets of his resurrection before we can eliminate him." "I concur," another elder chimed in. "Once the profound secret of resurrection is unveiled, immortality would be within our grasp." Clad in a black suit, with a head of white curls and a fluffy white beard, one elder raised a wine glass to his lips, taking a delicate sip before continuing. "Moreover, it is crucial to note that Rocks, upon his return from death, appears remarkably youthful. This implies that once we decipher the secret of his resurrection, we may even regain our own vitality." "I agree," nodded another elder, dressed in a deep blue suit with long straight white hair and a lengthy beard. "If we were to obtain immortality, what kind of descendants could we not produce?" "Immortality is the aspiration of any life that possesses self-awareness," he elaborated, in contrast to the surgical fruit, which demands a life as its cost and can only grant one individual an extension of the user's remaining lifespan. This presents a novel approach, one devoid of the adverse aging effects that accompany the surgical fruit. It holds the potential for true rejuvenation. Faced with such enticing prospects, the elder who had previously suggested eliminating Rocks nodded in agreement. Indeed, compared to the allure of immortality, a single descendant pales in significance. I acted impulsively. Thus, let us consolidate our forces, capture Rocks, and uncover the mystery behind his resurrection. The Navy must not be permitted to intervene. Those incapable of protecting the progeny of the Creator must not be allowed to meddle in the secrets of immortality. It is imperative that the Navy is kept at bay," another elder proclaimed. "Our previous decision to delegate power stemmed from our waning strength and vitality. Once we secure eternal youth, We shall reclaim the authority we once relinquished. Alert that scoundrel Morgans, instructing him to retract all reports concerning Rock's resurrection and the death of the celestial dragons. He commanded, the profound secret of immortality is not something those lowly beings should dare to touch. However, despite the swiftness of the five elders' actions, Morgans complied with their orders, halting the publication of newspapers and even beginning to buy back those that had already been sold. Although the populace, stripped of power and struggling for survival, found their information regarding Rocks sealed away, the news of his return, stepping upon the heads of the celestial dragons, spread uncontrollably among the elite. Chapter 32. A million negative points. Negative points, 100. Negative points, 600. Negative points, 1,000. As the news of Rock's return from the depths of the abyss proliferated, a relentless stream of dry, mechanical system notifications echoed in his ears. Gazing at his personal panel, which had amassed a staggering 1,000,000 negative points, Rocks furrowed his brow slightly. The reason was simple. The accumulation of negative points had not met his psychological expectations. According to his calculations, the news of his resurrection and the slaying of the celestial dragons should have provided him with enough negative points to restore him to his peak power, still leaving him with a surplus of 10 million points. Yet, the current total fell short of even 20% of his expectations. Buzz. Just as Rocks pondered where the miscalculation lay, the ground beneath him suddenly rippled like water, and from the undulating waves, Mr. Tanaka, resembling a giant-headed doll, slowly emerged. Respectfully announcing, Captain, the president of the World News Agency, Morgans, just contacted me via Den Mushi, stating that the world government has ordered them to cease all reporting on your slaying of the celestial dragons and your resurrection. They are also to retrieve all already printed and sold newspapers. Understanding dawned upon Rocks upon hearing Mr. Tanaka's report. He now grasped why he had only accrued slightly over 1,000,000 negative points. It appeared that if he wished to leverage this incident to amass enough negative points to restore himself to peak condition, the goal had become unattainable. After dismissing Mr. Tanaka, Rocks rose and declared, in that case, the plan must be altered. System, he commanded, as he stepped forward to open the door. His gaze fixed on the gathering storm of lightning and thunder ahead, his expression resolute. Directly expend the negative points to repair my body. Deduct 1,000,000 negative points and activate the bodily repair module for a moderate intensity repair, followed by 4 low-intensity repairs. As the sound of Rocks reverberated through the air, the mechanical and dry prompt of the system echoed in his ears. 140,000 negative points deducted. Body repair module successfully charged. Repair in progress, 15099. The moment the mechanical and dry notification resonated, a warm and gentle current surged forth from the center of Rock's brow. This soothing warmth, emanating from his forehead's ancestral point, spread throughout his entire being, coursing down along his spine. Suddenly, a thunderous crackle erupted in his ears. In a flash, a deep purple hue tinged with silver manifested from his brow. The instant the vivid purple and silver flash appeared, it transformed into countless electric arcs, coursing through Rock's neural network and pervading his body. In stark contrast to the mild intensity of the previous repair, the medium-intensity repair had morphed the gentle warmth into a tempest of thunder and lightning. As the current surged, Rocks widened his eyes in astonishment, his raven-black hair cascading wildly as the electricity crackled through him. However, beyond the disarray of his hair, what captivated Rock's attention the most was the transformation occurring within him. Accompanied by the vivid purple and silver currents, which spread through his neural network, Rocks distinctly sensed each patch of his skin, every nerve, and even the fibers of his muscles pulsating rhythmically. With each contraction and expansion, he felt a surge of strength swell within him. Not only was his power amplifying, but his armament haki, observation haki, and even the wrinkles on his arms were gradually diminishing under the electric surge. Youth. Indeed, compared to the mild intensity repair, the medium intensity repair not only enhanced Rock's physical attributes, but also faded the marks left by time upon him. Gazing at the swiftly diminishing wrinkles on his hand, Rocks immediately commanded the system, display my physical condition. As soon as he spoke, a translucent light membrane appeared before him, visible only to his eyes. Name, Rocks D. Xebec. Race, human. Strength, 95, 100. Speed, 93, 100. Constitution, 75, 100. Negative value, 98, 76. Condition, health restoration in progress, nearing peak state. Swordsmanship, Grandmaster, world's strongest swordsman, unlocked. Martial arts, martial, external, unlocked. Armament haki, martial, external, unlocked. Observation Haki. Martial, external, unlocked. Conqueror's Haki. Peak Martial, external, unlocked. Fruit ability, none. System evaluation. After enduring 2,100,000 negative values for repair, the host is on the verge of restoring health. The swordsmanship, martial arts, and Haki, previously significantly weakened, are rapidly recovering. Undoubtedly, in terms of combat prowess, the host now stands at the pinnacle, a figure that towers above all others. Chapter 33. That is the Moby Dick. Boom. At the moment Rocks initiated the body repair mechanism and gazed at the attribute panel visible only to him. A fierce and unparalleled brilliance suddenly erupted from the depths of the dark, tempestuous sea, which was shrouded in ominous, swirling black clouds, as if heralding the end of days. In an instant, a blinding flash burst forth from the heart of that darkness. Standing firmly on the deck, Rocks distinctly observed an eerie wave, enveloped in a luminous white halo, emerging from the obsidian depths. As it pierced the air, the impending tempest of dense black clouds dissipated as if met by the warmth of spring sunlight, vanishing in an instant. Not only did the oppressive clouds vanish, but even the raging winds and the tumultuous sea, which had been whipped into a frenzy beneath the storm, were quelled, falling silent in an instant. Such power could truly be described as a single slash calming the waves. Swish! Just as Rocks beheld the obliteration of clouds and the pacification of the sea by the slashing wave, a massive ship, the Grand Line's flagship of the Golden Lion Shiki, capable of harboring within it the mightiest of vessels, loomed on the horizon. Suddenly, two sounds of slicing air erupted near Rocks' ears. Following that, the figure of the Golden Lion Shiki, with golden hair trailing to the ground and a ship's wheel embedded in his head, appeared, embodying the ferocity of a kingly lion. As his awakened fruit ability activated, he was enveloped in a colossal golden armor, rising into the air with the glimmering Gil-D, Thatch. Withdraw. As the Golden Lion Shiki and Gil-D, Thatch readied themselves to counter the impending tempest, Rocks, whose body was ablaze with the heat of the System S repair, called out with fervor, "I shall engage." With that, Rocks burst through the door onto the deck, his form appearing at the figurehead of the ship in an instant. Clap. The moment he stood at the figurehead, the hilt of his supreme blade, the 12 swords, gripped firmly in his palm, exuded a formidable aura. The moment the blade was unsheathed, Rocks' armament Haki surged forth with even greater vigor, emanating from his spine like a torrent, flooding into the blade. Swish! As the armament Haki infused the edge of his sword, a radiant blade of light, akin to a silken ribbon, manifested before him. The instant this blade, almost capable of tearing through space, emerged, it transformed into a ferocious, serpentine black dragon, the raging dragon breaking through the air. Roar! In less than an instant, the undulating dragon unleashed a powerful roar as it lunged forward. At that moment, the audience could hear the thunderous growl of a wild beast. Yet, unlike the trifling strike of the drought-ridden jack, which crumbled with a mere touch, Rocks had just expended 140,000 negative points to activate the body repair mechanism. Even though the luminous wave surrounded by the white halo had already lost some of its potency while shattering the clouds and silencing the sea, when it collided with Rocks' dragon slash, it unleashed an unparalleled, ferocious force. Crack! The spectators clearly witnessed the moment the two waves collided. The white halo surrounding the wave shattered instantaneously. The moment the halo broke, jagged fissures erupted around the wave, resembling glass that had been struck by a hammer, grotesquely twisting and writhing. As the cracks exploded, Rocks' slashing wave was diminished in strength. Yet, this was not the end. As the white halo disintegrated, the dark blade below surged upward in a counterattack. With a resounding clash, the formidable wave of Rocks collided fiercely. Boom! In that instant of collision, a cacophony erupted, reminiscent of a tempestuous thunderstorm, reverberating in the ears of all present. Amidst the explosive din, the remnants of Rocks' wave, now reduced to less than half a meter, finally broke free from the cracked terrain, shattering the remaining dense clouds. Captain! Just as Rocks surveyed the meager remains of his wave, his brow furrowed in concentration. A lookout's report echoed from the towering observation deck of the Grand Tesoro. 50 nautical miles away, a pirate ship had been spotted, flying the flag of the 4 emperors of the New World, the Whitebeard pirates. It was the flagship of the strongest man in the world, Edward Newgate, the Moby Dick. Chapter 34, Whitebeard. Edward Newgate. As the saying goes, a person's name casts a long shadow. In the era of Rocks, he already possessed extraordinary combat prowess, and alongside the pirate King Roger and the lion Shiki, they were equals. Since Roger's demise, he has been hailed as the world's strongest man. a figure believed to wield the terrifying power capable of annihilating the world. The moment the lookout uttered the name of Whitebeard Edward Newgate, the crew aboard the Grand Tesoro, aside from a few like Gilded Tesoro and Lion Shiki, were left in stunned silence. Even though they were aware that their captain was once a subordinate of Whitebeard, and that their first fleet commander, Lion Shiki, had been renowned alongside him, one would expect that under such illustrious circumstances, they would remain composed even if they were to confront the Whitebeard pirates. However, upon hearing the name Edward Newgate, the world's strongest man, they instinctively exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions frozen in shock. Such was the overwhelming presence of Edward Newgate. Kuhuho. At the moment the lookout recognized the source of the wave, the crew aboard the Grand Tesoro exchanged glances. On the colossal Moby Dick, the figurehead resembling a white whale's head, stood Whitebeard, brandishing his blade while gazing at the ferocious wave that had torn through his own. A thunderous laughter erupted from his mouth, truly worthy of Captain Rocks. Even after shattering my wave, he still possesses the strength to continue. Indeed, the reason the formidable Whitebeard Edward Newgate rose to wield his blade was not solely due to the sight of Rock's return, as depicted in the newspapers showcasing him stepping on the heads of the celestial dragons. More crucially, at that moment, he had awakened his observation haki to the level of foresight, perceiving Rocks. Plop, plop, plop. Just as Whitebeard marveled at the remnants of the wave, a sudden, heavy sound of footsteps thundered upon the deck of the Moby Dick. Boom. In the next instant, his devil fruit ability activated, replacing all but his left cheek with dazzling, resplendent diamonds. Even the formidable swordsmanship of Mihawk, the world's strongest swordsman, could not withstand the might of Diamond Jozu, the 3rd Division commander. As he stomped down with force, whoosh. Following the explosive impact, Diamond Jozu, transformed by his radiant powers, leaped into the air. He hurtled towards the wave aimed at Whitebeard, determined to intercept it. There's no way I'll let you attack Pops so easily. In that moment of ascent, with his diamond form augmented by armament haki, his arms, harder than diamonds, smashed against Rock's wave, bellowing, "Get out of the way!" Accompanied by a roar that echoed like thunder, Diamond Jozu launched himself from the Moby Dick, using his body to deflect the impending wave from Whitebeard. Jozu, stand down. Just as Diamond Jozu prepared to charge towards Rock's ship, Whitebeard's voice, imbued with authority yet tinged with affection, resonated in his ears. "This is my battle." Before Marco, the ship's doctor and 1st Division commander, could voice his concern, "But Pops, your health, Kuho." Whitebeard's robust laughter erupted, drowning out Marco's words as his booming voice unleashed a torrent of energy, akin to a hurricane, enveloping the surroundings. "Do you truly believe that I lack the strength to confront Captain Rocks?" Despite his age, Whitebeard's spirit remained undaunted, resonating with a fierce declaration, "What nonsense! I am Whitebeard." As Whitebeard's defiant shout spread through the air, he took a step forward, firmly planting his feet. Boom! The moment his foot struck the ground, the formidable blade of the supreme Great Blade, the 12 Clouds, rested upon his shoulder, and the towering figure of Whitebeard, standing at 6.6 meters, vanished from the bow of the Moby Dick. Kuhuho! In the blink of an eye, like a great rock taking flight, Whitebeard soared through the air towards Rocks, roaring with unparalleled enthusiasm, "Captain Rocks, come, let us battle. I apologize. I reside in Luoyang and had my 2nd vaccination today." The crowd was immense, and I waited for half the day, masked up, before it was finally my turn. Some incidents occurred in between, hence the delay in my update. Enough said, I shall continue writing now. Chapter 35, An Unmatched Edge. The moment Whitebeard's thunderous roar shattered the air, even the void itself trembled under the weight of his formidable shout, rippling like waves. Crack, crack, crack. As the ripples expanded to their limit, they shattered like a mirror falling from the sky, completely fracturing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the moment of the mirror's shattering, an unending torrent of energy surged forth, sweeping across the surroundings, even raising monstrous waves that towered over 10 meters high from the vast ocean. All of this served to demonstrate to the world that Edward Newgate, known as the strongest man, despite his age, still possessed an extraordinary and terrifying combat prowess. Ha ha ha. As Whitebeard's booming laughter filled the air, resonating with his war cry, Rocks, standing at the bow of the Grand Tesoro, felt his heart race and blood surge with excitement. Suddenly, the call to battle from the world's strongest man invigorated Rocks, who was already aflame with fighting spirit due to his body's recovery mechanisms. He was now even more elated. Clang! Amidst his maniacal laughter, Rocks unsheathed his blade, the Dominator, from its resting place. In that moment, fueled by his soaring battle intent, He gazed towards the approaching Whitebeard, bellowing, "Whitebeard, let us fight." As his roar echoed, Rocks, with his blade in hand, leaped from the bow of the Grand Tesoro with explosive force, not pausing for the reactions of Shiki and the others. Watching Rock's figure dash forward, "What should we do?" Gilded Tesoro, who commanded the golden giant formed by his devil fruit ability, turned to Shiki, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "What shall we do now?" Kia ha 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 ha. As soon as Gilded Tesoro's words fell, the cigar-clenching Captain Shiki boisterously interjected, "You asked me what to do at this moment? Of course. We shall follow the captain and engage in battle with that old fool Whitebeard." Buzz. The moment the words left his lips, Shiki, with the cigar still firmly between his teeth, thrust his hand down upon the grand ship Tesoro, activating his devil fruit powers. With Shiki having awakened his abilities to the point where he could levitate entire islands for decades, even the colossal vessel Tesoro, stretching 10 kilometers in length, was effortlessly lifted into the air by his terrifying power. "Listen up, everyone." With his abilities in full force, Shiki proclaimed, "We cannot allow that old coot Whitebeard to underestimate us." Whoosh. Just as his voice echoed, Shiki commandeered the grand ship Tesoro, adorned with the flag of the Rocks pirates, and surged forward behind Rocks, heading straight towards Whitebeard. "Captain." In that instant, the seasoned lookout aboard the Moby Dick reported to 1st Division Captain Marco. "Their ship is airborne and heading towards Pops." Despite the enemy vessel flying the flag of the Rocks pirates and the fact that our Pops was originally a crew member of that very crew, we cannot allow ourselves to lose face before them. Upon hearing this, Marco, the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, shouted resolutely, "Set sail. We shall close the distance." Kula-la-la-la-la-la. As Marco and Shiki both steered their ships to assert the dominance of their captains, the distance between the airborne Whitebeard and the equally soaring Rocks finally narrowed to its limit. Gazing at Rocks, who was enveloped in dense steam and now within arm's reach, Whitebeard bellowed with a hearty laugh, "Captain Rocks, let me see how much power you have left after your resurrection." Ha ha ha. In response to this, Rocks, gripping his formidable blade, laughed heartily. "If you wish to know how much strength I still possess, then come and test it with your own body, Whitebeard." Kula-la-la-la. As Rocks' declaration echoed, Whitebeard replied with a booming laugh, "Very well then, Captain Rocks, prepare for my blade." Clang. Amidst their laughter, the blade known as the Tsongyun cut was instantly cloaked in darkness. Subsequently, Whitebeard, who initially held the blade with one hand, pressed down with both hands, channeling all his might, even in his weakened state, into the steadfast grip of the weapon. Not only that, but in that fleeting moment, a brilliant white light erupted from Whitebeard's arms, cascading along the metallic shaft of the Tsongyun cut, extending all the way to its edge. Whoosh! As Whitebeard's overwhelming strength, his formidable haki, and the unparalleled power of the tremor fruit converged, the blade in his grasp, now enveloped in a tempest that seemed capable of tearing the very fabric of space, came crashing down towards Rocks. Chapter 36, Cataclysmic Clash. The blade sliced through the air, not only enveloping the surrounding space with a howling wind, but also revealing a golden red sheen at its tip, akin to a lightning bolt cleaving through the skies. The sheer force of Whitebeard's strike was such that even the highest-ranking Marine admirals would dare not test its edge. Indeed, if this unparalleled blade were to strike true, even an admiral would meet their demise. However, Rocks was different. At that moment, witnessing the Tsongyun cut bending to its limits under Whitebeard's ferocious might, he did not retreat from its formidable edge. Ha ha ha. In fact, just as Whitebeard's thunderous voice erupted, Rocks roared back, "Bring it on." With a primal scream, Rocks summoned the full potential of his muscles, crackling like a colossal bowstring being drawn back. Despite his restoration process being yet incomplete, his arms, akin to powerful steel cables, bulged with strength. In an instant, Rock's arms expanded several times under the immense pressure. Crack! At that moment, as Rock's arms reached their limit, his empty left arm pressed down, joining his right hand, which tightly gripped the formidable blade. Heavy Nation. Buzz. As both arms bore down, a dense black haki, shining like polished metal, surged from Rock's spine, flowing violently into Heavy Nation. Instantly, the once gleaming blade transformed into an unparalleled black blade, radiating a deep purple sheen. Whoosh! With all three types of haki unleashed, Rocks swung Heavy Nation with both hands, intercepting the descending Tsongyun cut with a ferocious strike. The blade sliced through the air like a streak of lightning. At that moment, as Rocks unleashed his overwhelming force, a purplish-black arc of energy was carved into the air. Before them, Whitebeard's Tsongyun cut, pressed to its utmost limit, arrived with a vengeance. Boom, boom, boom. In that instant, all present could see that before the two blades had fully clashed, the very center of their titanic confrontation birthed a pitch-black sphere, surrounded by a crimson aura. Crackle, crackle, crackle. As the sphere materialized between their blades, it erupted with a fury reminiscent of hellish dragons, raging with a tempest of chaotic thunder. Roar! In the face of this ominous black-red storm, both the world's strongest man, Edward Newgate, and Rocks D. Xebec, exuding an aura of unparalleled dominance, instinctively roared with all their might. As their strength escalated, the once pitch-black sphere shifted from black to white in an instant. In mere moments, the sphere, which had absorbed all light, transformed into a radiant orb, shining with a brilliance that rivaled the sun itself. Clang! Finally, at the moment the sphere fully transitioned from darkness to blinding white, the two legendary blades broke through all barriers, tearing apart the very fabric of space, and crashed into one another with an earth-shattering force. Boom! At the moment of collision, the sphere, seemingly constructed from fragments of space, erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, transforming into a torrent of savage, serpentine lightning that spiraled outward. Alongside the eruption of the two legendary blades, a tidal wave of energy was unleashed, a testament to their unparalleled clash. In that fleeting moment, the two individuals suspended in midair loomed above the tranquil sea. It was as if the ocean had been struck by a meteor, causing the surface to plummet nearly 100 meters. According to reason, at the instant of the sea's depression, the surrounding waters should have surged inwards, filling the void through a siphoning effect. Yet, at this moment, the tremendous forces unleashed by Whitebeard and Rocks countered the ocean's natural response, preventing the surrounding waters from replenishing the sunken surface beneath them. Instead, as the power from their clashing blades surged forth, the depression deepened even further. The once calm sea transformed into a tumultuous spectacle, with towering waves rising in response to the violent energies unleashed by their confrontation. There is one more chapter to come. However, I find myself somewhat drained this evening, so this chapter may be delayed. If you cannot wait, feel free to retire for the night and peruse it tomorrow. Enough of this. I shall return to my writing. Chapter 37. The Clash of Rocks and Whitebeard. The howling hurricane raged on, not only stirring the sea into tumultuous waves, but also causing the grand flagship of Whitebeard's fleet, the Moby Dick, to sway perilously beneath the ferocious winds. Even high above, the ancient vessel, the Uranus Destroyed, propelled into the air by the powers of the Golden Lion Shiki, struggled against the violent gales, unable to withstand the onslaught and teetering precariously towards the sea below amidst the crashing waves. Boom! The forceful energy erupted, shattering the clouds that blanketed the sky above. Just as the ships swayed and the sky's clouds were torn apart, Rocks and Whitebeard, having concluded their collision, descended together, their heavy feet crashing down upon the damp coral reefs below. Suddenly, amid the infinite collapse of the sea, the long-hidden corals from the ocean's depths, unseen for millennia, were revealed to the blazing sun above. With a flourish, Rocks raised his formidable sword, the heavy blade, and plunged it into the coral reef. He gazed defiantly at Whitebeard, his expression commanding as he spoke. "You seem to be in good spirits, Newgate." Clang! Whitebeard, equally imposing as he planted the handle of his sword, the title cutter, into the ground, smirked at the ever-dominant Rocks and proclaimed, "It has been many years since our last encounter, Captain Rocks." Kula-la-la-la-la. As his laughter echoed, the surrounding sea, now 100 meters high, became the backdrop for their boisterous exchange. The members of both crews, whether battling against the howling winds or navigating their colossal ships through the tumult, paused in astonishment. At that moment, the two, who had just shared a jovial reunion, suddenly drew their swords, pointing them at one another, and shouted in unison, "Leave all your valuables behind." Captain's orders. As the words left their mouths, Marco, standing on the deck of the Moby Dick, activated his devil fruit powers, transforming his arms into the wings of the phoenix, and bellowing, "Everyone, follow me." Ha ha ha. Just as Marco finished speaking, the Golden Lion Shiki from the Uranus Destroyed let out a raucous laugh, declaring, "Everyone, let us seize what they have." Under the commands of Whitebeard and Rocks, both Marco and Shiki shouted fervently, rallying their crews to charge towards one another. Relay the message, relay the message. On an island hundreds of nautical miles away, a naval spy, placed there by Fleet Admiral Sengoku, had just witnessed the terrifying scene of Whitebeard and Rocks clashing. As the chaos erupted between the two pirate crews, he was jolted into action, barking orders at his subordinates. "Get me the headquarters on the Din Mushi immediately. I must inform Admiral Sengoku that the Rocks pirates and Whitebeard pirates are at war." In the Marine headquarters located on the island of Marineford, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, engrossed in paperwork, was startled by the sudden ringing of the din-din mushi on his desk. Bang! The din-din mushi capable of directly connecting to the Marine headquarters was reserved for the most critical matters. Thus, even while handling documents, Sengoku quickly raised his hand to answer. This is Sengoku. Admiral Sengoku, a man claiming to be Marshal D. Teach has delivered Port Gas D, ace of the Whitebeard pirates, with a bounty of 550 million berries, to our branch. Teach claims he wishes to exchange Ace for the position of Warlord of the Sea. Knock, knock. After ending the call, Sengoku tapped his fingers lightly on the desk, contemplating the revelation that Ace had been captured by Marshal D. Teach, who had betrayed the Whitebeard pirates and sought to use Ace as leverage for the Warlord position. As he pondered, the renowned strategist's eyes sparkled with intensity beneath his frog-like glasses. Bring. Just as Sengoku was absorbed in thought about the implications of Ace and Teach, the urgent ringing of the din-din mushi interrupted him once more. Admiral Sengoku, in the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. As he lifted the receiver, an urgent voice rang out from the other end. The Emperor Whitebeard pirates have engaged in battle with the Rocks pirates, led by the recently reinstated warlord, Rocks D. Xebec. Chapter 38, A Display of Powers. What did you say? Upon hearing the news from the din-din mushi, even Fleet Admiral Sengoku, known for his strategic mind, was compelled to rise in shock, exclaiming, "The Whitebeard pirates and the Rocks pirates are clashing." It was no wonder Sengoku was taken aback. The news was utterly unexpected. He had presumed that even if Rocks had entered the New World, his first target would be Kaido, the pirate who had caused the disintegration of the Rocks pirates. Why had he chosen to confront the Whitebeard pirates directly? Wait, considering the natures of Rocks and Whitebeard, if they truly came to blows. Though the news was startling, Sengoku quickly regained his composure. In that moment of clarity, images of the formidable Rocks and the audacious Whitebeard filled his mind. Even though Edward Newgate had once been a member of Rocks' crew, possessing such a formidable family, he certainly would not capitulate as the Golden Lion Shiki had. When two tigers contend, one must surely be injured. With this realization, Sengoku's eyes gleamed with intensity as he declared, "If that is the case, this conflict between them is not merely a misfortune for the Marines. It may very well be an opportunity." He promptly picked up the din-din mushi and issued a command to his informant stationed in Whitebeard's territory, at all costs, even if it costs you your life. Ensure you report the outcome of their final confrontation to headquarters. As Sengoku's eyes sparkled with determination, his command was issued in an instant. In the New World, within the dominion of the formidable Whitebeard, the leader of the four emperors, the Whitebeard pirates, under the command of 1st Division Captain Marco, faced off against the elite of the Rocks pirates, led by the notorious Captain Shiki, the Golden Lion. At that moment, a thunderous clash erupted. Bang! In an instant, the luminous fruit user, Diamond Jozu, surged forth from the Moby Dick like a cannonball, hurtling towards the Grand Tesoro. Golden Judgment. Just as Diamond Jozu was about to descend, a resounding shout erupted, and with that cry, the previously tranquil Grand Tesoro underwent a dramatic transformation. In the blink of an eye, streams of liquid gold coalesced, entwined with Tesoro's armament haki, and then, golden pillars infused with Tesoro's haki relentlessly surged upwards towards the sky, targeting the descending Diamond Jozu. "Jozu, be careful!" Marco exclaimed in alarm, witnessing the golden pillars, imbued with haki, erupting from the Grand Tesoro's hull. As he spoke, Marco, his arms transformed into the wings of the phoenix, propelled himself with a brilliant blue flame towards Diamond Jozu. "Hey, Marco, have you forgotten about me?" Just as Marco unleashed his fruit ability and shot forth, the domineering voice of the Golden Lion reverberated in his ears. Lions might roar, accompanied by Shiki's bellow. A cacophony of ferocious roars, akin to a stampede of lions, erupted around them. The sea, which had been tumultuous beneath the clash between Rocks and Whitebeard, suddenly erupted with roaring sea lions, their azure forms thrashing about. "Ha ha ha! Captains of Whitebeard's crew, pay attention, or you might find yourselves in peril." As the sea transformed into a legion of ferocious aquatic lions, the Golden Lion, a cigar in his mouth, laughed maniacally. With a dramatic wave of his hand, he commanded the waters, "Roar." In the next moment, with the sound of a lion's roar, a multitude of colossal sea lions, seemingly constructed of azure crystal, rose from the depths, charging towards the Moby Dick. Ha ha ha! Just as these massive sea lions were about to engulf the Moby Dick, a hearty laugh resounded. How could we possibly let our guard down against the legendary pirate, the lion demon Shiki? Whoosh! With a flurry of petals, waves of slashing energy erupted from the bow of the Moby Dick, launching towards the lion horde. The onslaught was relentless. Just as the Golden Lion was preparing to unleash his fruit ability and command the lion pack to overwhelm the Moby Dick, Marco's voice rang out, "You've exposed your weakness." Accompanied by Marco's shout, his feet transformed into the sharp claws of the phoenix, descending upon Shiki's head with lethal intent. Clang! Yet, just as Marco's claws were about to grasp the Golden Lion's head, a blade sliced through the air. The Golden Lion, with a single foot raised, expertly countered with his sharp sword, the Kurigane, meeting Marco's fierce strike with precision. Ha ha ha! With a smirk showcasing his dominance, the Golden Lion tilted his head, questioning the astonished Marco. Now tell me, who is truly getting ahead of themselves? Chapter 39, Whitebeard is straining. Whoosh! In an instant, as the Golden Lion exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, he was suddenly struck by the foot of Saki, wielding the famed sword, Sakura 10, with impeccable precision. The blade aimed directly at Marco's vital points. However, in the face of such a fierce attack, Marco displayed no hint of fear, even revealing a glimmer of pride in his eyes. Simultaneously, an alarm bell rang in the Golden Lion's mind. He sensed, within his observation haki, multiple projectiles speeding towards him with deceptive trajectories. Suddenly, it became clear that Marco was merely a diversion, and the incoming projectiles were the true threat. Whoosh! As he perceived the imminent projectiles, a manic grin spread across the Golden Lion's face, and he swiftly redirected his sword, Sakura 10, for Marco to intercept the incoming bullets. Clang! The sharp edge of his blade sliced through the air, effortlessly splitting the projectiles aimed at his vital points in half. Truly, the legendary pirate, the Golden Lion, lived up to his reputation. Observing the swift counterattack that shattered the bullets fired by Captain Khalil of the 10th Division and Captain Izo of the 16th Division, even Marco, as his adversary, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "How could I, alongside Khalil and Izo, miss you?" Damn it! Marco's words had barely left his lips when the Golden Lion roared in fury. "These mere projectiles could never bring me down. I am the Golden Lion." Feared across the seas, the battle continued amidst the Golden Lion's roar. Not only was the conflict between the Golden Lion and Marco ongoing, but the fierce clash between Rocks and Whitebeard persisted as well. The battle between such titans was marked by a minimal power disparity. Unlike the previous encounter between Rocks and the Golden Lion, which had been decided in mere exchanges, slashing, collision, counterattack. Despite the relentless toll of time on Whitebeard's body, his decades of combat experience still enabled him to engage in an unprecedented fierce confrontation with Rocks. Indeed, even in his current weakened state, with 4 drips adorning his body, Whitebeard matched Rocks blow for blow. One can only imagine the sheer terror of his combat prowess had he been at his peak. Clang! 3 days later, amid the resounding clash of the supreme great sword, Murakumo, and the cutting blade, Songyun, Whitebeard and Rocks, standing upon the coral reef, exchanged glances. Ha ha ha! As they drew closer, locking eyes, Whitebeard and Rocks extended their fists to one another, sharing a moment of camaraderie before bursting into laughter, simultaneously declaring, "Let the feast begin." The bonds of manhood are forged through battle, and it was evident that after 3 days of fierce combat, Rocks and Whitebeard had established a profound understanding. Not only had Rocks and Whitebeard formed a connection, but the members of the Rocks pirates had also developed bonds with those of the Whitebeard pirates. Thus, as the harmonious voices of Rocks and Whitebeard faded, Guild Tesoro activated his devil fruit ability, summoning barrels of exquisite wine and platters of delectable food from Grand Tesoro. In this manner, under the astonished gaze of the naval spies 100 kilometers away, the two factions, who had just engaged in a cataclysmic clash, desiring nothing less than to utterly annihilate one another, sat across from each other, their faces alight with smiles, exchanging cups and laughter. Major, the naval soldiers, equally bewildered by the sudden cessation of hostilities and the extravagant banquet being held by the two formidable pirate crews, stared blankly at their commanding officer, utterly perplexed. What on earth is happening? The naval major, at a loss for words, was just about to reprimand his speechless subordinate when suddenly, he was taken aback. In that instant, as he struggled to articulate a response, he beheld through his telescope the once dominating figure of Whitebeard, who had been shattering the atmosphere with mere gestures and crashing the sea beneath his feet like a divine titan from myth, suddenly spewing forth a spray of crimson blood after taking a sip of wine. It was too much. I had foreseen it, given Whitebeard's frail body, which necessitated daily infusions. It was utterly implausible for him to endure 3 days and nights of such terrifying combat without succumbing. At this juncture, the spy embedded within Whitebeard's domain, his face flushed with excitement, grasped his subordinate's collar and bellowed, "Report. Immediately inform Mr. Sengoku that after the fierce battle with Rocks, the so-called strongest man in the world, Edward Newgate, can no longer sustain himself." Chapter 40. The plan for the annihilation of the Whitebeard pirates. Wailings echoed through the skies above Marine headquarters, situated on the island of Marineford in the central section of the Grand Line. The resonant sound of a whistle pierced the air. This heavy signal, which could only be activated by Sengoku, summoned the officers of the Marine to convene. With the sound of the whistle, which only the Fleet Admiral of the Marines, Sengoku the Buddha, was entitled to sound, numerous officers of colonel rank and above stationed at Marine headquarters halted their tasks, donned the capes symbolizing Marine justice, and streamed towards the largest conference room in Marineford. Inside the grand conference room, Sengoku, cloaked in the mantle of Fleet Admiral and exuding an air of sovereign authority, sat with a grave expression at the head of the table. To his left, unlike his usual relaxed demeanor, the esteemed Marine hero Monkey D. Garp bore a solemn countenance, his eyes filled with a weighty intensity. Behind Garp sat Kazan, the highest-ranking Marine, radiating an icy aura, having removed his eye patch. Opposite them were Akainu Sakazuki, adorned in the Marine cap, and Kizuru Borsellino, who, having recovered from his injuries, sat with a mischievous expression while trimming his nails. Indeed, with the sound of the summons echoing, the highest powers of the Marine, the three admirals, had gathered. Numerous rear admirals, hundreds of captains, and nearly 1,000 commanders had all arrived at once. Upon receiving the precise intel, Sengoku, who had maintained a serious demeanor, slowly lifted his gaze to scan the room before resolutely announcing, "In the territory of the four emperors, the Rocks pirates have clashed with the Whitebeard pirates. Their captains, Rocks and the four Emperor Whitebeard, have engaged in a bloody confrontation for 3 days and nights, culminating now in a banquet. The New World's strongest man, Edward Newgate, is gravely wounded and in a state of decline." As Sengoku articulated these developments, the faces of the assembled Marine commanders instantly brightened with exhilaration. Among them Kizaru, who had previously clashed with the Rocks pirates and had suffered injuries under their blades, felt his customary nonchalance evaporate, replaced by a serious expression as he focused intently on Sengoku. Not just him. The other commanders present also displayed fervent expressions, their eyes fixed on Sengoku, sensing a potentiality, a possibility that could shake the very foundations of the world. And the purpose of this gathering of Marine leaders today was precisely this. At that moment, under the intense scrutiny of the assembly, Sengoku, his face set with determination and resolve, spoke deliberately, the plan for the annihilation of the Whitebeard pirates. As Sengoku's words echoed, the room fell into an eerie silence, a stillness akin to death, only to be followed by a cacophony of excited murmurs erupting from the gathered Marine leaders, barely able to contain their fervor. Eradicate the Whitebeard pirates. Ha! Is the Admiral serious? Are we finally going to take action in the New World? But can we succeed? After all, we are dealing with Edward Newgate, the man reputed to be the strongest in the world. Just as Sengoku's declaration resonated, the clamor of the Marine leaders reached a crescendo when suddenly, a crisp sound of footsteps pierced through the noise. A petite figure, exuding an overwhelming presence, gradually made her way into the room. It was Vice Admiral Tesoro, the Chief of Staff, followed by CP agents carrying a plethora of documents. In that moment, the gathered officers understood that Admiral Sengoku was not jesting. The Marine headquarters was indeed preparing to take action against the Whitebeard pirates, and moreover, the strategic mind of Sengoku, renowned as a tactical genius during his time as an admiral, had devised a comprehensive plan that had garnered the full support of the world government. Otherwise, the CP agents would not be present. This contains all the intelligence regarding the Whitebeard pirates. As the CP agents distributed the documents, Vice Admiral Tesoro, who oversaw the Marine intelligence operations, began to speak. Sengoku and the strategists were clear that the execution of Fire Fist Ace, the second-in-command of the Whitebeard pirates, would serve as bait. The more significant the operation, the more precise its objectives must be. And the core of this plan devised by Sengoku revolved around two pivotal goals. 1. The execution of the Pirate King's bloodline, and 2. The annihilation of the Whitebeard pirates. The reason for such a monumental plan having dual cores lay entirely in the interference of the world government. Bang! Just as Sengoku reflected on the strategy articulated by Tesoro, he cast a contemplative glance towards the CP agents when suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted. Turning his attention, Sengoku realized that Garp, seated to his left, had risen in fury, his expression contorted as he slammed his iron fist down onto the table with a fierce intensity. Chapter 41. Ace is to be executed publicly. Crack. The sound of the impact resounded sharply, revealing a distinct fist imprint upon the surface of the table. Boom. As the deep imprint manifested, the table, crafted by Dr. Vegapunk specifically for the Marine headquarters, remained unscathed, even under the intense heat radiating from Akainu's furious left fist. In the instant the fist mark emerged, it became the epicenter of a shattering force, fracturing inch by inch. In a fleeting moment, the sturdy table was reduced to mere dust beneath the wrath of Garp's furious fist. With a swift motion, Admiral Tsuru, who had been outlining the plan, abruptly ceased her discourse, her expression shifting to one of deep concern as she gazed tenderly at Garp, whose face was contorted in anger, veins bulging prominently on his forehead. Garp. On the other side, Fleet Admiral Sengoku rose abruptly as the table was obliterated, glaring at Garp as he inquired in a low, commanding voice. What do you intend to do? Have you lost your mind? Without awaiting Garp's response, Sengoku turned to Admiral Tsuru and urged her to continue. The plan to eradicate the Whitebeard pirates has received authorization from the world government. Upon hearing this, Admiral Tsuru cast a thoughtful glance at Sengoku before slowly lifting her head to continue with measured composure. Therefore, effective immediately. The families of the Navy personnel stationed at headquarters will be relocated. We will mobilize the naval forces from various branches to bolster the strength at headquarters. Simultaneously, we will summon the 7 warlords of the sea to fortify our ranks. At this juncture, Admiral Tsuru glanced at Garp, who, under Sengoku's reprimand, was struggling to suppress his rage, and then stated, we will transport Port Gas D. Ace, the Fire Fist, imprisoned and impelled down, to headquarters for execution at a later date. Finally, we will announce the execution of the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division to lure them in. Kazan, I entrust you with the relocation of the Navy families. With these words, Sengoku raised his gaze, looking past Garp's furious visage towards Admiral Akiji, addressing him in a somber tone. Ensure that the relocation of all Navy families is completed within 3 days. As for the mobilization of the core combat forces from various Navy branches, Akiji nodded in acknowledgement. Sengoku then turned to Admiral Kizuru, commanding him, you will oversee this task. I expect to see 100,000 elite sailors at Navy headquarters within 5 days. Simultaneously, as the luminous figure of Kizuru nodded in response, Sengoku turned to Akainu, stating, Sakazuki, proceed to Mariewa and stabilize the new world before we engage in a full-scale battle with the Whitebeard pirates. Rest assured, Akainu replied, adjusting his military cap with a serious expression. During this time, any who dare to rear their heads in the new world will be annihilated. Flame Mountain, Weasel, Doberman. Ensure that all the warlords of the sea are summoned to headquarters before the execution date. As Akainu's words fell, Sengoku addressed the assembled admirals. I grant you the authority to meet some of the warlords' demands. However, should any of them dare to defy my orders. At this moment, a formidable aura enveloped Sengoku. His voice resolute, immediately announced to the world the revocation of their titles as warlords of the sea. Following this commanding decree, Sengoku turned towards Rear Admiral Dalmesia, instructing him, Dalmesia, take the Navy's orders and proceed to impel down. I will go. Before Sengoku could finish, Garp's deep yet unquestionable voice resonated through the conference room. I will head to impel down and bring Ace back to headquarters. Garp, hearing this, before Sengoku could respond, Chief of Staff Tsuru interjected, her brow furrowed. You, very well. Sengoku's voice thundered. Since you have spoken, Garp, I assign you the task of retrieving Fire Fist Ace. Admiral Tsuru. Without allowing Garp to speak, Sengoku turned back to Admiral Tsuru, commanding, let the World News Agency release the announcement that on the 15th day hence, a public execution of the Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division Captain, Fire Fist Ace, will take place at Navy Headquarters, Marineford. Meanwhile, within the Grand Conference Room of Navy Headquarters, the fervent meeting regarding the eradication plan for the Whitebeard pirates unfolded vigorously. In the New World, within the domain of the Yonko Whitebeard, aboard the Moby Dick, Marco reported to Whitebeard, who was adorned with numerous forge rips, the Rocks pirates have departed. Kaha. Despite being covered in needles, Whitebeard raised a gourd of sake to his lips, taking a hearty swig. This battle is truly exhilarating. Old man. Observing the veins bulging on Whitebeard's neck as he gulped down the liquor, Marco could hardly contain himself. Why don't you accept? Kaha. Before Marco could finish, Whitebeard affectionately ruffled Marco's hair, chuckling. The old man has grown weary. I no longer possess the fervor to overturn this world. Indeed, Whitebeard had declined Rock's invitation. However, the reason was not one he would elaborate on to Marco at this moment. It was not merely fatigue that kept him from accepting. but a deep concern for his sons. Whitebeard understood better than anyone the true nature of Rocks. A man who wielded the title of the most formidable pirate crew in the Grand Line through ruthless means, sacrificing countless lives in his wake. With such a merciless disposition, how could Whitebeard entrust his beloved family to him? Thus, even though Whitebeard comprehended that rejecting Rocks meant continuing to bear his ailing body, he resolutely turned down the invitation. Suddenly, a commotion erupted as hurried footsteps approached. "This is bad. Old man, something's gone awry." The anxious shout of Francis, Marco's subordinate, accompanied the footsteps, and as everyone turned, they clearly saw Francis brandishing a newspaper, his face alight with anger and urgency as he rushed towards Whitebeard, exclaiming, "Ace. The Navy has announced that on the 15th day, they will publicly execute Ace at Marineford." Chapter 42, Red-Haired Shanks. "What did you say?" As soon as Francis finished speaking, Marco, who had been standing to Whitebeard's left, swiftly appeared before Francis, incredulously shouting, "Ace is to be executed by the Navy? How is this possible?" Struggling to grasp this shocking reality, Marco seized Francis by the collar, demanding, "Wasn't Ace pursuing that scoundrel Teach?" The newspaper states, in response to Marco's interrogation. Francis, clutching the newspaper, hastily explained, "After Ace caught up to Teach, he was overpowered and captured. Teach then used Ace as leverage to bargain with the Navy for the title of Warlord of the Sea, protected by the world government. That bastard. How dare Teach do this? We must eliminate him. We absolutely must." Marco's fury boiled over, "And we have to rescue Ace. But how?" The execution site is the Navy's stronghold, Marineford. As Francis recounted the events, the crew aboard the Moby Dick erupted in a chorus of outrage. Boom. Just as the clamor reached its peak, a heavy thud reverberated through the air. "My son may fall in battle, may be surrounded and slain, or even ambushed and killed." As the narrative unfolds, despite his advanced years, Whitebeard exudes an unparalleled aura of authority, his voice resonating with fury and conviction, proclaiming that no one shall meet their end through execution in such a demeaning manner. "How dare they humiliate my son in this way?" With a fierce glare, Whitebeard declares that even the Navy headquarters shall be submerged. His words ring true. Our 2nd Division commander, Ace, must not be executed by the Navy. Upon hearing this, Marco immediately lifts his head and, addressing the enraged crowd, passionately calls for reinforcements, rallying everyone to join him. "Together, we shall storm the Navy headquarters and bring Ace home." With this declaration, the fervor within the ranks of the Whitebeard pirates ignites instantly. The entire ship, the Moby Dick, reverberates with an overwhelming cacophony that ascends to the heavens. Following the exhilarating roars, the captains of the various divisions of the Whitebeard pirates hastily retrieve their transponder snails to communicate with the pirate crews across the New World, all of whom carry the banner of the Whitebeard pirates and uphold his name with pride. As time passes, vessels from renowned pirate crews, even amidst the multitude of factions in the New World, begin to converge towards the location of the Moby Dick, the flagship of the Whitebeard pirates. In response to the news of Ace's impending execution at the hands of the Navy in Marineford, the New World erupts with fervor. Under the leadership of Captain Ice Witch, the Whitey Bay pirates, part of the Whitebeard fleet, arrive in Whitebeard's territory. Meanwhile, the Dicalban brothers, commanding their ship, charge into Whitebeard's domain. The Great Whirlpool Spider pirates, led by Captain Squard, also make their way to Whitebeard's territory. As the hours pass, the G9 Navy base stationed in the New World, situated within Whitebeard's domain, receives urgent reports from Captain Dox Frank, who is besieged by alarming news. Madness prevails. Listening to the incessant updates about the pirate crews, each renowned in the New World, encroaching upon Whitebeard's territory, Dox Frank erupts in frustration, questioning the madness of executing a commander of the Whitebeard pirates. His agitation is justified, for the Navy's position in the New World is precarious compared to the Grand Line. Despite the unwavering support from the world government, the Navy, while still formidable, finds itself struggling against scattered pirate factions. Within the territories of the 4 emperors, they are relentlessly pressured by the 4 sovereigns reigning over the New World. The G9 base, already in a dire situation, now faces an even greater threat as news of the execution spreads, causing infamous pirates to converge, harboring intense animosity towards the Navy. Even though the G9 base is some distance from Whitebeard's territory, it stands a significant chance of being utterly overwhelmed by the currently enraged Whitebeard pirates. Captain. Just as Dox Frank listens with mounting anxiety to the reports of various pirate crews gathering, a panicked voice suddenly erupts in his ear, filled with dread. "This is bad. Very bad. What of it if more pirate crews under Whitebeard's banner are arriving? Doc's Frank, already exasperated, bellows in response. What is there to panic about? But the voice continues, breathless and frantic. It's not just any pirate crew under Whitebeard. The red-haired pirates, led by the four Emperor Shanks, have entered Whitebeard's territory. The two monarchs have come into contact. Chapter 43, The Almost Tangible Conqueror's Haki. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Doc's Frank, who had already been fraught with anxiety over the gathering of the Whitebeard crews, immediately stands up, his expression shifting drastically as he addresses the messenger. The red-haired pirates are in contact with the Whitebeard pirates. Yes, the naval officer, facing the incredulity of the Admiral, insists, just moments ago, I witnessed the Red Force flying the flag of the red-haired pirates, sailing into Whitebeard's territory. The urgency of the situation hits Doc's Frank like a thunderclap. And as he collapses back into his seat in disbelief, he bellows at his men, Get me a transponder snail. I must report this to headquarters. Inform the Gorosei. The Gorosei. In the midst of the Grand Line, atop the towering Red Line. The offices of the Gorosei within the world government's stronghold at Mary Geos reverberate with urgent exclamations. This is disastrous. Upon hearing this, the Gorosei, maintaining their composure, regard the kneeling CP agents before them with a steady gaze, calmly inquiring, what has transpired? The naval fleet dispatched by the headquarters to the New World's Whitebeard territory has been obliterated. The CP agents, trembling and drenched in sweat, continue, moreover. One of the four emperors, Shanks, has made contact with Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. As the gravity of the situation is conveyed, the Gorosei, with incredulity, exclaim, What did you say? At that very moment, as the reports from the CP agency and the G9 Navy base converge upon Mary Geos and Marineford, the Red Force, bearing the insignia of the four Emperor Shanks, slowly approaches the colossal vessel of the Whitebeard pirates, the pride of the crew, the Moby Dick. As the two ships draw near, the Red Force signals Shanks' intention to board alone. Such an audacious act commands the respect of the Whitebeard pirates, prompting Vista to step forward, welcoming Captain Shanks aboard. With the sound of Vista's voice echoing, the boarding ramp descends. The members of the Whitebeard pirates part ways, offering their respects to the approaching Shanks. Red-haired Joe's, seated beside Marco with an expression of concern, mutters, What brings him here? Everyone step back. Joe's inquiry receives no response from Marco, who, sensing something amiss, stands and declares, You can't hold out much longer. Just as the significance of Marco's words begins to dawn on them, the sound of measured footsteps reverberates down the boarding ramp. As the footsteps approach, a crew member of the Whitebeard pirates, unable to contain his curiosity, questions Marco, what do you mean we can't hold out? Smack. However, before he could finish his inquiry, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground in a state of delirium. Bang, bang, bang. Subsequently, as if triggered by a chain reaction, the second and third pirates fell to the ground in a similar manner. Their eyes glazed over as if struck by an unprecedented mental assault. TSK. Witnessing the pirates around him collapsing one after another, Marco could not help but exclaim, Is it already too late? Without ample mental preparation. Similarly observing the fallen pirates, Diamond Jaws looked towards the source of the approaching footsteps and slowly began to speak. Even in the presence of that man, one cannot hope to maintain a lucid mind. As Jaws spoke, a figure clad in a cloak, donning wooden sandals, with a missing arm and a mighty sword known as the 12-work griffin strapped to his waist, approached with deliberate steps. This man, with flowing red hair, 3 scars across his left eye, stubble at the corners of his mouth, and dragging a colossal gourd of wine, was none other than the Yonko, red-haired Shanks. He steadily made his way towards the central area of the Moby Dick, where Whitebeard lay. It was still the same. With each meter he advanced, dozens of seasoned warriors, renowned even in the New World, succumbed to unconsciousness before the imposing aura of red-haired Shanks. Marco, perched once more on the railing, sighed, What a formidable presence. Crack, accompanied by the sound of splintering wood. Marco distinctly witnessed the once impenetrable hull of the Moby Dick cracking under Shanks' overwhelming might. Clearly, even without unleashing his full strength, the conqueror's haki of the Yonko, Shanks, possessed substantial lethality. With a final step echoing through the air, Shanks steadied himself and slowly raised his gaze towards Whitebeard, who was encumbered with numerous foretubes, and spoke. Just stepping aboard your ship, and already a show of intimidation. Chapter 44. This era is about to go wild. Upon hearing these words, silence ensued. Whitebeard, his body riddled with needles, remained silent, yet his aura continued to surge. Bang, I bring healing water and harbor no intent to fight. Sensing the escalating aura emanating from Whitebeard, Shanks chuckled. However, I wish to discuss something with you. Clatter. The raucous demeanor of the man was incongruous with such trivial talk. Hearing the sound of liquid sloshing within the gourd, Whitebeard chuckled. What a rascal you are. Hey, red-haired. Observing the old man, who had recently engaged in a fierce 3-day confrontation with Rocks, preparing to drink with Shanks, Marco, the ship's doctor, couldn't help but admonish. What do you think you're doing? Oh, it's Commander Marco. Upon seeing Marco's furious expression, Shanks, aboard the Moby Dick, directly extended an invitation. Care to join our crew? Enough. In front of Dad. Who would want to join you? Marco shouted, crossing his arms defiantly. Ha ha ha. Unfazed by the reprimand, Shanks displayed a broad grin. His demeanor devoid of the arrogance expected from a Yonko. His aura, too, compressed to its limits. Nevertheless, Shanks' overtures to recruit Whitebeard's 1st Division commander incensed Jaws, who turned to Whitebeard, stating, Dad, what about us? Understanding Jaws' implication, Whitebeard responded nonchalantly, He's not here to cause trouble. Let us have a moment alone. Upon Whitebeard's command, the crew members of the Whitebeard pirates withdrew. Shanks then uncorked the gourd, pouring its contents into a cup before him. Splash! With a single-armed throw, he tossed the gourd towards Whitebeard. Wine from the West Sea. Sniffing the gourd, Whitebeard shot Shanks a glance and asked, This isn't some low-grade stuff, is it? I've traveled the world's seas, and nothing surpasses the aroma of wine crafted from water that invigorates the skin, Shanks replied with a smile. Try a sip of my homeland's brew. Gulp. Not bad. Whitebeard lifted the gourd and took a few swigs, exhaling a robust breath of liquor. Huh. Roger, Garp, Sengoku. And even my resurrected captain, Rocks, combined with the returning lion of the sea. The heroes who once roamed the seas are now few and far between. Reflecting on the boy who had once been so young but had now become his equal, Whitebeard mused. But that is only natural. You've made a name for yourself. Back then, you were merely an intern aboard Joel D. Roger's ship. We often clashed with Roger, and amidst our battles, I inadvertently remembered your face. Lost in reminiscence. Whitebeard chuckled. Ha ha, has that amusing little red-nosed kid, who used to be with you, passed away? Are you talking about Buggy? Quite nostalgic. The last time I saw him was on the day of the captain's execution. We parted ways in Logue Town, and I heard he is still a pirate. For me, it was merely a blink of an eye. New heroes rise from the sea every day, and I just heard about your duel with Mihawk. At this point, Whitebeard glanced at Shanks' missing arm and inquired, A man of your caliber lost an arm in the East Blue. Who is it that did this to you? Covering his left arm, Shanks, recalling Luffy's youthful proclamations, couldn't help but smile. I wagered it on the new era. Ha! Whitebeard laughed. If you have no regrets, then it matters not. Just as Whitebeard prepared to take another sip of the fine brew from Shanks' homeland, his movements halted. At that moment, Shanks, grasping his left arm, suddenly gazed at him earnestly and said, You've gathered all your pirate crews and amassed such overwhelming forces. Surely, this is not merely to attack Impelled Down and free Ace, is it? Continuing with unwavering resolve, Shanks locked eyes with Whitebeard, whose expression grew increasingly serious and fierce. You must understand, the Navy's objective is not merely Ace's execution. Their paramount goal is the annihilation of the Whitebeard pirates. Gulp. As Shanks' words settled, Whitebeard, having drained the contents of his cup, looked at red-haired Shanks and slowly stated, What do you propose I do? That is the crux of the matter. Do not engage. Shanks replied firmly, gazing at Whitebeard. With the Navy mobilizing its forces and the amassed strength of the Whitebeard pirates, should we clash with full force, the outcome will surely deteriorate. As he spoke, a terrifying aura erupted from Whitebeard, and in that instant, the tranquil liquid in the massive cup before Shanks surged violently, as if a bomb had been detonated within it. However, even so, even with the understanding that uttering such words would inevitably provoke the strongest man in the opposing world to act against him, red-haired Shanks remained resolute. Fixedly gazing into the piercing eyes of Whitebeard, he insisted on speaking, asserting that it was not yet the time for a full-blown war between the New World and the Navy. He urged against heading to Marineford for a confrontation. Karala-la-la-la. Karala-la-la-la-la-la-la. As Shanks's words echoed, Whitebeard erupted into boisterous laughter. Amidst his raucous mirth, dark clouds as black as ink began to gather in the previously clear sky. In mere moments, the once serene expanse of the heavens was shrouded in thick, ominous clouds, reminiscent of an impending apocalypse. What you say sounds just like a naive little brat. Beneath the looming clouds, Whitebeard, still chuckling, regarded the serious-faced Shanks and began to speak. Compared to the public execution of Ace, what did it matter if the Navy amassed its forces? What did it matter if the situation deteriorated? As his voice grew louder, Whitebeard fixed his gaze on Shanks and bellowed, "As a father, isn't it my responsibility to rescue my child?" Suddenly raising his gourd of sake, he drained it in one gulp and, with an air of dominance, hurled it towards Shanks while shouting, "You can wait another 100 years for me." Although seated on the deck, Shanks deftly evaded the flying gourd and returned to his position. Raising his own cup of sake, he drank it down and stood, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, proclaiming, "No one shall stop this. This era is about to go berserk." Chapter 45, The Clash of Conquerors. The sky is torn asunder. Clang. As Shanks's voice resonated, he swiftly drew the legendary sword Griffin from his waist, its blade gleaming with sharpness. In that very instant, Whitebeard, his body punctuated with needles, also lunged forward, grasping the hilt of his supreme blade, the 12-work Cloud Cutter. What fear is there in this era going berserk? As he seized the hilt, Whitebeard's muscles tightened, causing the needles embedded in his body to pop out, and he charged forward, swinging his blade at Shanks, who revealed his sword's edge. "I am Whitebeard." Creak, creak, creak. In that moment, Whitebeard, though aged, possessed muscles more resilient than tightly coiled steel wires. And with a sudden surge of power, he unleashed a force that twisted and contorted his formidable physique. The sheer intensity of his exertion resonated in Shanks's ears like the ominous sound of a giant bowstring being drawn taut. Power. An unrestrained torrent of strength erupted from Whitebeard's arms, thick as tree trunks, pouring into the hilt of the Cloud Cutter. Yet, just as Whitebeard was about to infuse his mighty armament haki into the blade, an overwhelming sense of pressure erupted from Shanks, whose sword edge was partially revealed. In that moment, the terrifying weight of Shanks's haki descended upon Whitebeard like a mountain. With each inch that Griffin was drawn, the oppressive aura surrounding Shanks intensified. Clang. As the sound of metal clashing reverberated, the moment Griffin was fully drawn, an immense, cascading pressure erupted from Shanks's being, crashing down towards Whitebeard. As this unparalleled haki bore down, the blade of Griffin remained devoid of any armament haki. Boom. At this sight, the black armament haki that had enveloped the hilt of Cloud Cutter instantly dissipated. Then, a fierce and unparalleled aura, as potent as Shanks's, surged forth from Whitebeard, crashing towards Shanks with unmatched ferocity. Swish. Following this, the Cloud Cutter, fueled by Whitebeard's formidable strength, sliced through the air, leaving a silver-white trail as it advanced towards Shanks. Clearly, upon witnessing Shanks unleash his conqueror's haki without employing any armament haki, the proud Whitebeard voluntarily relinquished his devil fruit powers and armament haki, striking with the Cloud Cutter imbued solely with conqueror's haki. Swish. In the face of Whitebeard's overwhelming slash, Shanks, whose physique was dwarfed by Whitebeard's, did not retreat but advanced, countering with a slash of his own from Griffin. Boom. Two blades, equally sharp and fierce, collided with an unparalleled force. At the moment of impact, the ferocious haki entwined around their blades exploded forth. In that instant, accompanied by the deafening clang of metal, both the seasoned warriors of the Whitebeard pirates and the elite of the red-haired pirates felt as if two colossal mountains were pressing down upon their shoulders. The weight was immeasurably burdensome, causing them to bow slightly under the strain. The sea, once calm and undisturbed, now roiled as if a hurricane had swept through, sending waves crashing upon one another at the moment of collision, feeling the heavy pressure and the swaying of the ship beneath their feet. The crew of the Whitebeard pirates could not help but turn their fierce gazes towards the red-haired pirates, murmuring, "What has that bastard Shanks done to Pops?" Wait. Before any actions could be taken, Marco interjected, "That guy Shanks isn't one to make foolish decisions." But in this situation, Marco's words had barely left his lips when Diamond Jaws stepped in. The negotiations must have broken down. Look at the sky. As everyone followed his gaze upward, both members of the Whitebeard pirates and the red-haired pirates stood frozen, their eyes wide in disbelief, as if struck by lightning. In that moment, they beheld the sky above, which had been rent asunder by the clash of conquerors' haki between Whitebeard and Shanks, as if it had split in two, completely fracturing the dense clouds. Diamond Jaw's grave voice echoed in their ears, "The sky. It has truly split. Originally, I believe this segment could be encapsulated in 2,000 words across 2 chapters. Yet, unexpectedly, my excitement escalated, resulting in 4 chapters. I apologize, the protagonist did not make an appearance today. I got a bit carried away." Chapter 46, Kaido blocks the path. High above Whitebeard's domain, the clash of conquerors' haki between Whitebeard and Shanks manifested as a force akin to a divine blade descending from the heavens, splitting the azure sky. The colossal warship, the Kurohige, under the control of Guild Tesoro, surged through the waves, riding the currents with rapid momentum, racing forward. I see it. As the formidable Galantazolo surged forward, atop the lookout tower, the vigilant lookout abruptly seized the receiver of the telephone bug, reporting, Captain Rocks. We have sighted the gate of justice 30 kilometers ahead. Relay the order. Listening intently to the voice emanating from the receiver, the previously closed eyes of Rocks, standing proudly at the bow of the ship, snapped wide open. He swiftly turned to his side, commanding Gilded Tesoro, advance at full speed. Attack impelled down. Understood. Upon Rock's command, Gilded Tesoro nodded in affirmation and promptly picked up the telephone bug to dispatch the orders. Meanwhile, the golden lion Shiki, standing beside Rocks, cast a sidelong glance at his legs, which had been replaced by the withered wood of Sakazuki, before laughing heartily towards the direction of Impel Down, exclaiming, After 20 long years, I'm back at Impel Down. Following the disheartening failure to enlist Whitebeard and the subsequent terrifying exploits that had shocked the world, culminating in the acquisition of the title of the foremost among the 4 emperors to rule over the New World, Rocks had learned from Morgans that Whitebeard's 2nd Division commander, Portgas D. Ace, had been captured by Blackbeard in exchange for a position among the 7 warlords of the sea. Just a few days hence, news would break that the captured Ace would be publicly executed by the Navy at Marineford. At the moment this information reached him, Rocks understood that the war at the summit was imminent, dubbed a conflict that could alter the course of the world. This war would gather an elite force of 100,000 Navy officers alongside the formidable Whitebeard pirates, a force that rivaled the legendary battle at God Valley. The influence of this impending conflict would far surpass any previous confrontation, and Rocks was determined not to miss this opportunity. The rationale was simple: such a grand battle, while appearing astonishing and perilous to others, could serve as a veritable goldmine for someone like Rocks. Equipped with the most powerful hegemonic system capable of reaping a bounty of negative values. However, despite his decision to participate in the war, there remained a span of several days before the conflict would ignite. Thus, unwilling to squander time, Rocks resolved to first traverse the swift currents connecting Judicial Island, Impel Down, and Marine Headquarters, making his way to Impel Down. Prior to joining the war, he aimed to achieve an unprecedented feat, to completely breach the renowned fortress of Impel Down, known as the world's strongest prison. As the towering gate of justice gradually came into view before Rocks and his crew, a fleet of pirate ships, adorned with the flag of the Whitebeard pirates and freshly coated, swiftly advanced towards the surface of the sea where the Fishman Island lay beneath. The descending current present here was the only route to traverse from the New World to the Grand Line, aside from the mandatory path through Mary Geos on the Red Line. Indeed, after their confrontation with Shanks, the assembled Whitebeard pirates finally set their course for Marine Headquarters. Suddenly, from the tranquil surface of the sea emerged a colossal, terrifying whirlpool spiraling downward. Yet, upon witnessing this fearsome vortex, the members of the Whitebeard pirates exhibited no signs of fear. Instead, an exhilarating thrill coursed through them as they recognized it as the descending current leading to Fishman Island. Clearly, the navigators of the Whitebeard pirates had calculated precisely, for as they arrived in this region, the current to Fishman Island manifested. However, just as the vortex to Fishman Island revealed itself, the fleet of the Whitebeard pirates prepared to navigate through it, using Fishman Island as a springboard to approach Marine Headquarters. Suddenly, a thunderous roar, akin to that of a king of beasts, reverberated through their ears. Gazing towards the horizon, they beheld a terrifying azure dragon soaring through the skies. This fearsome creature, with its bloodied maw filled with razor-sharp teeth, was gathering a sphere of golden-white energy, which erupted forth. This dragon, embodying the form of Kaido from the beast pirates who had consumed the mythical Zoan-type fish fruit, unleashed a devastating blast with a reach of over 10 kilometers. Powerful enough to obliterate a mountain. Chapter 47, Shanks, do me a favor. Boom. As the golden-white blast sliced through the air, the crew clearly witnessed the radiant energy shooting forth, its brilliance bursting forth in concentric waves of shockwaves. The velocity of this attack had reached an astonishing level. As the violent golden-white energy surged through the atmosphere, seated at the heart of the Moby Dick, Whitebeard erupted with laughter, declaring, "You think this feeble attack can halt my advance, Kaido? Who do you underestimate? I am Whitebeard." Evidently, as Kaido's blast approached, Whitebeard's observation haki had already sensed the impending danger. Clang! In the next instant, the sharp blade of his sword, the Tontata, was caught firmly in his grasp. With a swift motion, Whitebeard unleashed a powerful strike towards the direction of Kaido's energy assault without even rising from his seat. Unlike Shanks, who had boarded the Moby Dick alone, Whitebeard harnessed all his might, including strength, haki, and devil fruit abilities, in response to Kaido's sudden onslaught. Indeed, Kaido's abrupt attack, akin to a madman, had provoked the world's strongest man, Edward Newgate, also known as Whitebeard. With armed haki enveloping his blade, the Tontata, adorned with radiant white rings, cut through the air with ferocity under Whitebeard's immense power. In that moment, a dark wave infused with the powers of the tremor fruit surged forth from the blade's edge. Crack! Enraged, the wave, imbued with the powers of the tremor fruit, erupted violently as it crossed the boundaries of the Moby Dick. In an instant, the air, once intangible, shattered like a glass mirror struck by a hammer. Boom! As the tremor abilities detonated, they unleashed a wave of shock that countered the approaching energy blast. Simultaneously, the extraordinary cutting wave, enveloped in the shimmering light of the tremor fruit and entwined with both armed and conqueror's haki, soared forth amidst the chaos created by the explosion of the tremor abilities. As he swung fiercely at Kaido's immense azure dragon head, a powerful strike erupted. Buzz! Whitebeard unleashed his unparalleled slash, cleaving through the air. Even Kaido, a fellow emperor, dared not underestimate it. Not only did he abruptly cease the fiery breath spewing from his mouth, but he also activated his devil fruit powers, transforming his colossal dragon form into a formidable hybrid state. Thunderous 8 trigrams. In this hybrid form, Kaido infused his entire being with haki, channeling it into the massive spiked kanabo in his hand, and struck down with tremendous force towards the oncoming slash from Whitebeard. Boom! In the next moment, even in his drunken state, Kaido could send the 5th Emperor flying with a single blow. Now, fully unleashed, the thunderous 8 trigrams collided violently with Whitebeard's slash. Ha ha ha! At the moment of impact, a deafening explosion resonated, accompanied by Kaido's maniacal laughter echoing across the sea. Newgate, rather than heading to the Navy headquarters to meet your demise, why not present your head to me as a trophy? With a swipe of his claw, Kaido, covered in scales, dispelled the clouds of dust created by the explosion, revealing himself, riding the clouds, blood dripping from his mouth, yet still frenzied and furious as he swung his kanabo towards Whitebeard. But just as Kaido's thunderous 8 trigrams was about to unleash its wrath upon the Whitebeard pirates, and even as Whitebeard readied his blade, suddenly, a crimson slash, infused with armament haki and intertwined with Conqueror's haki, materialized from Kaido's side, aimed directly at him in midair. Under such a terrifying slash, even Kaido could not afford to underestimate it. He swiftly twisted the kanabo to counter the incoming attack. As he swung the kanabo, Kaido's furious roar reverberated in everyone's ears. Red-haired, do you wish to wage war against the beast pirates? Accompanying Kaido's explosive shout, the Red Force, the ship of the red-haired pirates, gradually emerged upon the surface of the sea. Due to my actions, the Whitebeard pirates' journey has been delayed. Standing resolutely on the deck of the Red Force, Shanks, one-armed and sword in hand, pointed his blade at Kaido and calmly stated, "So, grant me a favor and allow the Whitebeard pirates to depart." Ha ha ha. Just as Shanks' voice faded, Kaido, having just shattered Shanks' aerial slash with a swing of his kanabo, awaited Shanks' furious response, with his crimson eyes glaring. Favor? Who will grant me my favor? As Kaido's roar echoed, Shanks, standing proudly at the bow of the Red Force, glared at the airborne Kaido. His voice low yet commanding, having incurred a debt of honor, it must be repaid. If you refuse to grant me favor and retreat, then, with Shanks' words resonating, his first mate, Ben Beckman, raised his pistol, the sniper, Yasop, readied his sniper rifle, and the officer, Lucky Roo, took a bite of meat. Finally, under the protection of his crew, Shanks lifted his gaze, his eyes filled with determination and authority, addressing Kaido. Then let us become your adversaries. Chapter 48, The Arrival of Rocks. Just as Kaido, in his half-dragon state, raised his kanabo and roared, the entire red-haired pirate's crew, under Shanks' command, set sail to meet him. The clash between the two great sovereigns of the New World was about to erupt. Meanwhile, in the infamous underwater prison Impelled Down, a tremendous upheaval was occurring. Located in the calm belt of the Grand Line, renowned for its impenetrable security, no criminal had escaped unscathed from this fortress since Whitebeard did 20 years prior. However, under the leadership of the Straw Hat Monkey D. Luffy, Revolutionary Commander Ivankov, and the former warlord of the sea, Crocodile, close to 1,000 ruthless pirates stormed through the fortified gates, seizing the battleships stationed in Impel Down's harbor. With the assistance of the Paramecia user, Bon Clay, they successfully passed through the gates of justice and broke free from the underwater prison. Roar! At the entrance of the underwater prison, the then warden, Magellan, known as the Poison Man and a user of the poison fruit, watched in fury as Luffy and his crew sped towards the Navy headquarters, bellowing, "Death! Those who have trampled upon the dignity of Impelled Down must be exterminated." As he shouted, a thick purple mist enveloped him, exuding toxic fumes from every pore. He yelled frantically at his subordinates, demanding warships. Whoosh! But at that moment, a series of specially crafted naval explosive shells whistled through the air, erupting from the harbor where supply ships were docked. Boom! Just as the sound of the shells detonated, terrifying explosions echoed in the ears of everyone present. Ha! Amidst the chaos of the explosions, a wildly arrogant laughter erupted from the harbor of Impelled Down. Turning towards the sound, Magellan, now seething with rage and covered in venom, widened his eyes in shock. For at that instant, he clearly saw that the crew of Marshal D. Teach, who had once been incapacitated by his own poison, had not only survived, but was now plundering the supply ships of Impelled Down while unleashing cannon fire that obliterated all vessels in the harbor, laughing maniacally as they sped towards the gates of justice. This is bad. This is bad. As Magellan's eyes bulged in disbelief over the survival of Teach's crew, a panicked voice erupted in his ears. "Warden Magellan, we just received word that Marshal D. Teach's crew, who captured Port Gas D. Ace to exchange for the Warlord title, has stormed the 6th level, Infinite Hell." At this moment, the reporting guard's voice became a near scream. "We risked our lives to investigate and found that all the cages containing the inmates in Infinite Hell have been opened." But before the guard could finish, Magellan's dark voice interrupted him. "I have already seen it." Suddenly, as the guard approached to report, Magellan clearly witnessed the scene beyond the smoke created by the exploding ships in the harbor. He then realized that not only were Teach's original subordinates alongside him, but also the former Impelled Down Chief Warden, Shiryu of the Rain, the tyrannical king of Infinite Hell, Absalom, and the infamous Saint One Wolf stood behind the Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach. In the common understanding, the world's most notorious prison, Impelled Down, only had 5 levels. However, the 6th level, Infinite Hell, was the most secure and concealed, housing the most heinous monsters erased from history. These monstrous figures, regardless of which one escapes, would undoubtedly unleash unimaginable horrors upon the world. Thus, for Magellan at this moment, Blackbeard, who brazenly flaunted his presence before him while absconding with the prisoners of the 6th level from Impelled Down, had undeniably transcended Luffy's perplexity, becoming the most detested and reviled entity within his heart. As he witnessed Blackbeard commandeering a ship to flee, an intense fury erupted within Magellan, causing a dense torrent of venomous liquid to surge forth from his entire being. Infused with this lethal toxin, Magellan's visage, devilish in nature, contorted with rage as he bellowed, "Teach, I shall not allow you to take the prisoners of Infinite Hell away." Poison Sea Dragon, the thick, purplish-red venom, unleashed by Magellan's command, transformed into a vast ocean of toxins, surging toward Blackbeard's vessel. Within this toxic expanse, serpentine dragons of crimson poison, devoid of an antidote even for Magellan himself, lunged violently toward Blackbeard and his crew. Yet, in stark contrast to the initial frailty he had once exhibited before Magellan, Blackbeard now stood amidst a shroud of black smoke, arms outstretched, laughing maniacally. He thrust his hand into the oncoming tide of toxins, roaring, "Darkness devour." In an instant, a dense, abyss-like darkness erupted from Blackbeard's palm, possessing an insatiable gravitational pull, consuming the venomous ocean conjured by Magellan's abilities. "Under my darkness, even your poison is rendered futile, Magellan. Your venom is returned to you. Release." The moment Blackbeard's resounding declaration echoed, a thick plume of black smoke emanated from his other arm, as the previously devoured ocean of toxins surged back toward Magellan without restraint. As the toxic tide rushed back, Blackbeard's face radiated with arrogance, roaring, "Set sail. Let us depart." As Magellan, engulfed in his own venomous ocean, watched Blackbeard sail away in fits of laughter, confusion washed over him, enveloped in a shroud of toxins. He resembled an enraged dragon, roaring, "Teach." Fury, wrath, seething with rage, yet powerless against Blackbeard's departure. Magellan could only unleash his venom upon the sea's surface, attempting to alleviate the turmoil within his heart. However, before his fury could fully dissipate, the frantic sound of the snail phone erupted. "This is bad, a grave situation." The terrified voice of Hannibal, who had just captured Von Cray and reclaimed control of the gates of justice, blared through the speaker. A colossal ship appeared before the gates, adorned with the flag of the Rocks pirates. The harbinger was none other than the Overlord Rocks, who had reigned supreme 38 years ago and returned from the dead. Chapter 49, Golden Lion vs. Magellan. What? The news of the Rocks pirates' arrival struck Magellan like a torrential downpour amidst a leaky roof. An overwhelming sense of helplessness surging within him. Nevertheless, despite the turmoil within, the duty-bound Magellan, after instinctively exclaiming in shock, urgently shouted into the snail phone. Close the gates of justice. Hannibal, immediately activate the winch to close the gates and await reinforcements from headquarters. It's too late. The giant ship bearing the flag of the Rocks pirates is already less than a kilometer from the gates. Before Magellan's words could fully resonate, Hannibal's strained voice erupted from the speaker. It's impossible to halt their advance, Director. The Rocks pirates have breached the gates. With a thunderous roar, the waves surged as the colossal ship, the Tesoro, neared, crashing against the gates of justice. Magellan watched in horror as a 10-kilometer-long ship, adorned with pure gold, began to breach the gates, filling the harbor before the prison. Ha 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 ha. At that very moment, the jubilant laughter of Golden Lion Shiki resonated in the ears of all present. At last, after 20 long years, I have returned to this deep-sea prison, impelled down. As his triumphant laughter faded, Golden Lion Shiki turned, bowing respectfully to Rocks, who sat upon the golden throne at the ship's helm, declaring, Captain, I seek to engage in battle. 10 minutes, no more than 10 minutes. I shall take charge of this battle. Rocks replied flatly, his fingers lightly tapping the golden armrest. 10 minutes. That is more than sufficient. Golden Lion Shiki affirmed with a triumphant grin, rising to his feet. Ha 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 ha. With that, he descended from the ship, exuding an aura of dominance as he gazed at the gathering of impelled down guards, including Magellan, and bellowed. The scum of impelled down, I have returned. Is that not the hero who severed his own feet and escaped from impelled down 20 years ago? As they beheld the man levitating beneath the powers of the float fruit, the guards standing alongside Magellan widened their eyes in shock, exclaiming, the disgrace of impelled down. Golden Lion Shiki. Indeed, upon witnessing Golden Lion Shiki's ascension, the guards, still reeling from the chaos wrought by Luffy and Blackbeard, became alarmed. Golden Lion. While the guards panicked, Magellan, the director of Impelled Down, remained composed. In that moment, his entire being enveloped in venom, he glared fiercely at Golden Lion Shiki, roaring, You, who escaped Impelled Down 20 years ago by severing your own feet. What is your purpose in returning today? The purpose is quite simple. Golden Lion Shiki, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, declared with arrogance, to completely annihilate this so-called world's #1 prison for our captain, Rocks. Arrogant. Upon hearing Golden Lion Shiki's proclamation, Magellan, already seething with anger from the recent upheaval caused by Luffy and Blackbeard, growled with a menacing expression. In that case, Golden Lion, you, the escaped convict from 20 years ago, shall remain here today. With a thunderous roar, droplets of venom rained down like concentrated sulfuric acid, corroding the ground and creating deep pits. Poison Sea Dragon. As the venomous tide surged forth from Magellan's body, it transformed into a churning sea of crimson poison, charging towards the Golden Lion suspended in the air. Boom. Yet, mere half a meter from the lion, the toxic deluge abruptly halted, as if encountering an invisible barrier, immovable as a thunderous tide. Ha 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 ha. It appears that since that old coot, Bacteri, departed, the defenses of this so-called world's #1 prison have plummeted. Observing the impenetrable toxic ocean beneath the air barrier condensed by his fruit's power, the Golden Lion, Shiki, grinned menacingly, declaring, in that case, there's no need for further tests. You're as good as dead, you little poison brat. The might of the lion unfurled. In a flash, Shiki unleashed his powers, transforming the air barrier that had thwarted Magellan's poison into a multitude of frenzied lions, charging against the toxic tide towards Magellan. However, Magellan faced the impending onslaught of lions with not a hint of fear, a sinister smile creeping across his lips. Boom. In the next heartbeat, the surface of the sea beneath Shiki erupted with a deafening roar. Instantly, torrents of seawater laced with poison surged upward, hurtling towards the Golden Lion above. Suddenly, seizing the opportunity amidst his furious attack on Blackbeard, Magellan infused the water with an even greater concentration of poison, unleashing waves of venomous water far exceeding the initial toxic tide he had released. Lioness might. Yet, just as the waves of poison were about to engulf the Golden Lion, sealing off his powers, Shiki's voice thundered. Magellan's expression shifted dramatically as he realized that the water, ensnared by his own poison, had reversed direction and was now rushing back towards him. Clearly, Magellan's confidence in his trump card had been deftly manipulated by the battle-hardened Golden Lion. Chapter 50, Judgment of the Poisonous Giant. Roar. Accompanied by the thunderous roars of the frenzied lions, Magellan found himself ensnared in a scheme devised by the seasoned Shiki, being violently propelled backward by the relentless assault of the air lions and sea poison lions. Boom. In the blink of an eye, Magellan, akin to a rag doll, was hurled against a structure rising from the ocean's surface and impelled down. With a resounding crash, the building crumbled, sending plumes of smoke billowing, engulfing much of the port of impelled down. Despite such a violent impact, he remained encased in his poison, isolating himself from the seawater above. After 2 consecutive attacks sent the formidable Magellan, believed to possess the destructive power of a marine admiral, flying, the Golden Lion smirked, spreading his arms wide, revealing an exhilarated smile. "You're not so bad, little poison brat. But this is how it should be." In his fervor, Shiki's voice grew louder until it erupted into a near-deafening roar directed at the smoke-shrouded Magellan. "If you were any weaker, how could I unleash the pent-up fury I've harbored for nearly 2 decades? Poison brat, I know you're not dead. Come out and fight me again. You are just an old fool, yet you dare to be so arrogant." The moment Shiki's furious roar echoed, a deep, suppressed growl emerged from the depths of the smoke and sea poison where Magellan lay. "Do you truly believe I am powerless against you, Shiki?" Glub, glub, glub. Accompanied by Magellan's growl, the area cloaked in toxic smoke erupted with the sound of boiling water. Then, waves of crimson mist surged forth from the source of his roar. Realizing the significance of the crimson vapor, the guards of Impelled Down felt as though the apocalypse had descended upon them. With faces etched in terror, they exclaimed, "He is angry. Director Magellan is furious. Run, run." The wrath of Director Magellan releases a poison that is incurable, capable of eroding even the seawater. With the panicked cries of the guards, those stationed at the port, who had been confronting Magellan and Guild Tesoro, scattered like birds in flight, desperate to escape. "Shiki, today I shall make you, the audacious scoundrel who dared to escape from Impelled Down, bear the shame I have endured for 20 years. As the guards fled, Magellan's previously restrained voice soared. "You shall face judgment from my undersea prison. Shiki, brace yourself for the judgment of the poisonous giant." Boom, boom, boom. With Magellan's furious shout, the air lions that had previously pressed upon him under Shiki's fruit power exploded like punctured balloons. Sizzle. As the air lions shattered, the sea poison lions, having been commandeered by Shiki, evaporated entirely under the intense heat. In that moment, as the air lions burst and the sea poison lions dissipated, a towering figure materialized before the astonished onlookers. Standing nearly 100 meters tall, this figure, a blood-red skeletal demon reminiscent of something clawing its way from the depths of hell, embodied Magellan's ultimate technique, the judgment of the poisonous giant. The poison comprising this giant was unlike any previously released by Magellan. This specially concocted venom could erode any substance entirely. A lethal poison even Magellan himself had no antidote for. Thus, upon witnessing Magellan's fury, the guards of Impelled Down immediately retreated, fearing the catastrophic poison he would unleash in his madness. Roar. The moment the poisonous giant manifested, it unleashed a furious roar directed at the Golden Lion above. Whoosh. As the roar reverberated, the crimson, skull-like arm of the poison surged forth, propelled by Magellan's will, crashing towards the Golden Lion. Divine punishment of gold. However, just as Shiki floated in the air, preparing to confront the incoming poisonous arm with all his might, a thunderous roar from Guild Tesoro erupted in his ears. As Tesoro's voice resonated, a barrage of golden pillars shot forth from the bow of his ship, less than 100 meters from the port, like a rain of arrows. Tesoro, witnessing the explosive volley aimed at the poisonous arm that was about to shatter, Shiki, furious at the interruption, bellowed, "Do you wish to fight me?" Shiki. As his enraged roar echoed, Tesoro's voice floated in his ear. "It's been over 10 minutes. Captain Rocks is getting impatient." Chapter 51. The existence that took down an admiral 30 years ago. Did you think that gold could escape the ravages of my lethal poison? At that moment, as the Golden Lion Shiki roared in fury towards the disruptive Guild Tesoro, Magellan, positioned at the entrance of Impelled Down, fearlessly bellowed his proclamation. "Under the might of my colossal poison, even immortal gold shall decay and dissolve into nothingness." Hiss, hiss, hiss. As he spoke, the concentrated golden pillars aimed at Magellan's crimson-hued poison giant instantaneously dissolved like snow beneath the warmth of spring sunshine. Clearly, even gold could not withstand the unparalleled venom conjured from the poison fruit. However, the Golden Lion was too preoccupied to concern himself with Magellan, for at that very moment, as Guild Tesoro's voice faded, Shiki abruptly turned to gaze upon the throne of the ship, where Captain Rocks D. Xebec had risen from his meditative repose upon the golden seat. A cunning rat, the master of the supreme blade, Rocks, fixed his domineering gaze upon the advancing city behind Magellan and calmly uttered, "Step forth." Indeed, the reason for Rocks' rising was not merely due to Shiki's failure to dispatch Magellan within 10 minutes. A far more significant reason lay in the fact that, at that instant, his observation Haki detected a horrifying presence. Thud, thud, thud. As Rocks' voice echoed, a series of heavy footsteps resounded behind Magellan. "Oh dear." A voice, frail with age, emerged from behind Magellan. "It seems I have indeed grown old." As they turned to look, they beheld an elderly figure, draped in tattered garments, his hair infested with vermin, and several filthy bats hanging from his neck, a man who leaned heavily upon a cane. It was Bartolomeo Kuma. Upon seeing this disheveled figure, the airborne golden lion could not suppress his astonishment, exclaiming, "You old coot, you're still in impelled down." In that moment, even the golden lion, who was renowned alongside the pirate king Whitebeard as one of the 3 legendary pirates, could not mask the flicker of trepidation in his eyes. It was no wonder he felt apprehensive. The powers of this elder were exceedingly repugnant. Bartolomeo, the former director of Impelled Down before Magellan, was also the wielder of the Paramecia-type bacteria fruit. Having consumed the bacteria fruit, he could unleash a virulent strain that, even 20 years ago, could weaken the golden lion Shiki to his very limits, rendering him powerless to escape. Indeed, it was Bartolomeo's existence that compelled Shiki to resort to self-mutilation to flee from Impelled Down. "Oh dear." As Shiki's voice faded, the disheveled Bartolomeo swayed unsteadily, as if each movement threatened to disassemble his aged body. He gazed up at the golden lion, his senile demeanor evident, and queried, "Is that you, Shiki? What brings you outside Impelled Down? I thought you were locked away in cell number 4 of Infinite Hell." Despite Bartolomeo's frailty, no one dared to underestimate him, for he stood unscathed upon the crimson poison that could instantaneously erode even gold. "How dare you escape?" At this juncture, standing atop the crimson poison, the utterly disheveled Bartolomeo seemed to recall something, abruptly lifting his head to glare at the golden lion, growling, "You have some audacity, Shiki." As his rebuke echoed, Bartolomeo harnessed his fruit's power, causing the floating golden lion to convulse, his eyes rolling back. His body became uncontrollably heavy as he plummeted from the air. Not only Shiki, but also Guild Tesoro, who stood beside him, invoking the golden judgment, fell as well. Just as the golden lion and Guild Tesoro were about to plunge into the depths of the ocean, Rocks suddenly stomped the ground with force, swiftly propelling them onto the deck of Guild Tesoro's ship before they could hit the water. Upon completing the rescue, Bartolomeo, who had just appeared to be in a daze, now regarded Rocks with a curious expression, exclaiming, "How is it that you are unaffected?" The reason for Bartolomeo's bewilderment was simple. He had just injected his bacterial virus into the bodies of Shiki and Guild Tesoro. This virus, lethal even to those of Admiral caliber upon mere proximity, had proven utterly ineffective against Rocks. "Wait, not only you." Before Rocks could respond, Bartolomeo's astonished voice rang out again. "You even healed them the moment you touched them." His fruit's power was naturally countered. At this revelation, the former warden of Impelled Down, Bartolomeo, looked at Rocks in disbelief, his voice rising with excitement. "Who on earth are you?" The damage inflicted by the bacteria he released was such that even he, the bacteria fruit user, could not control or reverse it. It was precisely this inescapable trait that led him to accidentally kill the highest-ranking admiral of the Navy 30 years prior. Thus, he had resolutely refused the Navy's summons, choosing instead to confine himself within Impelled Down for decades. And now, the pirates infected by his bacterial fruit had been healed? How could this be possible? Chapter 52. The wave-cutting blade is not so easily obtained. Director. As Bartolomeo's inquiry fell, before Rocks could respond, Magellan, commanding the colossal poison giant, which he had constructed using his fruit, crimson as blood and capable of corroding even gold, roared with fury, "He is the captain of the Rocks pirates, the resurrected sovereign of the seas, Rocks D. Xebec." As he spoke, the moment he beheld the former director, the trepidation that had previously surged within Magellan due to the combined threat of the golden lion and Tesoro was swiftly replaced by exhilaration. If he could ally with the former director Bartolomeo, whose bacteria fruit harmonized perfectly with his own poison fruit, not only could they safeguard the depths of the great prison, but they might even achieve what the legendary Navy hero Monkey D. Garp had never accomplished, capturing every member of the Rocks pirates and imprisoning them in the underwater prison. Should this feat be realized, it would render the escape of Straw Hat Luffy and the actions of Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach inconsequential. He could leverage the accomplishment of capturing the Rocks pirates to absolve himself of any blame. Furthermore, ascending from the position of Warden of Impel Down to stand alongside the Supreme Commander of the military, Admiral Sengoku, would no longer be a mere fantasy. Rocks. As he contemplated this, the expression on Magellan's face, entirely replaced by fervor, was so intense that he did not even wait for the obviously senile Bartolomeo to respond. With a menacing visage, he bellowed at the knife-wielding Rocks before him. Today, I, Magellan, represent the deep-sea prison, alongside Director Bartolomeo, to cast you, this vile and malicious criminal, into the depths of our prison. Before his roar had faded, the air was suddenly filled with an overwhelming sound, as if something had pierced the heavens. In that instant, the spectators beheld a terrifying venom, crimson as blood, that even the pure gold controlled by gilded Tesoro was instantaneously corroded. It transformed into an impenetrable rain of arrows, propelled upwards from Magellan's form, descending towards Kurohide's direction. Panic engulfed the crowd as they witnessed the sky, filled with the deadly arrows of poison. Those who had just seen the gold pillar dissolve in an instant were thrown into disarray. At that moment, everyone believed that even the strongest of men, struck by this sanguine deluge of venom, would succumb, even if merely grazed or inhaling the vaporized poison that permeated the air, surely leading to a tragic demise. Do you think this little toxin can imprison me and impel down? Who do you underestimate? But unlike the panicked throng, Rocks looked upon the swirling arrows of venom with a contemptuous expression and confidently addressed Magellan. I am Rocks. With a clang, the formidable sword, Heavy Nation, was unsheathed. The frosty blade, once drawn, caused Magellan's eyes to widen in terror and dread. The imminent sense of death surged through Magellan's mind. Unlike the earlier confrontation with the Golden Lion Shiki, Rocks had regained over 20% of his peak power. The mere act of unsheathing his sword instilled a sense of near-certain doom in Magellan. In that instant, Magellan felt that if he did not act swiftly, not only would he perish, but even the so-called world's greatest prison, Impel Down, would crumble beneath Rocks' onslaught. Director, do something. He instinctively cried out to Bartolomeo, who was currently standing on his massive poisonous creation's shoulder. This bastard pirate truly intends to destroy Impel Down. The prison that punishes evildoers cannot be obliterated. As Magellan's voice fell, Bartolomeo, who had been momentarily stunned by Magellan's interjection, suddenly seemed to recall something. His eyes flared with murderous intent as he glared at Rocks, brandishing his long blade, and thundered, "Who dares to destroy my Impel Down? I shall slay him." Buzzing. In an instant, Magellan heard a cacophony of sharp, rattling sounds. He then clearly saw wisps of smoke, as if alive, surging forth from Bartolomeo's pores. With a rustling sound, the smoke enveloped the area, while the venomous giant, capable of corroding even gold, revealed a murky, ominous darkness. In a chain reaction, as the first hint of black manifested, a second and third quickly followed, and within moments, the towering poisonous behemoth, now nearly 100 meters high, was nearly engulfed by this sinister darkness, all directed at Kurohide. Hiss! As the poison giant transitioned from crimson to a deep black, the air itself, even the intangible essence of it, emitted horrific sounds of corrosion. At that moment, under the influence of Bartolomeo's bacterial fruit, the biological toxin crafted from the poison fruit, which could corrode even gold with ease, intensified. The now pitch-black venom was so potent that it even tainted the air. Ha! Hearing the hissing sound resonate around him, Magellan, who had once been stricken with fear, now wore a sinister grin as he roared at the sword-wielding Rocks. With such venom, let us see how you will defend yourself. Defend? When did I ever say I would block? Rocks replied, slowly raising his sword. With each inch, he aimed it downward towards Magellan. You think that just because the air is tainted by your poison, I cannot unleash my slash? Observing Rocks' movements, Magellan smirked and taunted, Fool, do you not understand? Your slash can no longer cross even half a step beyond this threshold. Magellan declared, as the air became devoid of substance under the influence of his black venom. He had effectively nullified any cutting wave generated by Rocks' blade. Yet, Rocks, brimming with bravado, retorted, What I unleash is not so easily hindered. With that, the sound of Rocks' slash reverberated through the air. With the formidable application of armament hockey, the jet-black blade, an unparalleled weapon, was cleaved down with an earth-shattering force. Then light, a beam of darkness, exuding blinding brilliance, erupted from the tip of Heavy Nation, tearing through the air to form a cutting wave. In an instant, the myriad of poisonous arrows, once threatening the skies, were blown away. However, such formidable power was merely the residual force of the cutting wave. In the following moment, the corporeal manifestation of the slash, a strikingly black wave that stretched for meters, surged across hundreds of meters, appearing ominously before Magellan. As he gazed at the menacing black wave materializing 100 meters in front of him, Magellan's lips curled into a mocking smile. He was eager to witness the disarray on Rock's face as the cutting wave extinguished. Yet, just then, before the mockery fully formed on his face, it was swiftly replaced by sheer terror. Crack, crack, crack. For at that moment, the sound of shattering echoed in his ears. Then, the once expected annihilation of the cutting wave, which should have been obliterated in the vacuum, approached him with alarming velocity. Chapter 53, The Fall of Magellan. In that instant, accompanied by the explosive sound, Magellan clearly saw the dark wave, born from Rock's strike, which measured less than a meter, compressing closer with every inch it advanced. When the black wave was merely a half-meter from him, it tore through the vacuum, creating a series of intricate, dark fissures. Boom! The moment those delicate fissures unveiled themselves, the remaining 5 centimeters of the slashing wave instantaneously expanded. Furthermore, the edges of the expanding, inky black wave were unexpectedly ensnared by shards of vacuum, which, though invisible to the naked eye, undeniably existed. Witnessing the oncoming wave, enveloped in an endless array of vacuum shards, Magellan's eyes widened to their utmost limit, the corners fracturing and spilling forth droplets of blood. At that instant, an overwhelming sense of imminent death enveloped him. I will perish, I will perish. If struck by this wave, my life would surely be forfeit. A common person, faced with such a wave, would undoubtedly tremble in terror, losing control of their bodily functions. Yet, as the current director of the deep-sea prison, Magellan, in this dire predicament, unleashed a courage beyond ordinary imagination. How could this be? At this moment, fixating on the wave that threatened to shatter his skull within seconds, Magellan, with his eyes torn and filled with fury, roared, "How could I, Magellan, the director of Impelled Down, meet such a disgraceful end?" Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by Magellan's furious roar, as death loomed ever closer, from his heart, which had been meticulously safeguarded and never tainted by toxins, there suddenly emerged layers of dark, potent venom. Clearly, at the precise moment the wave was about to strike, Magellan, having consumed the poison fruit, injected his own fatal venom into his heart, igniting every ounce of his life potential. Under the stimulation of the dark venom, Magellan's heart began to race violently. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Then, a torrent of blood, infused with the venom, erupted from his heart, coursing throughout his body. In an instant, Magellan vividly sensed it. Power. An unprecedented, astonishing force surged forth from his heart. However, despite the overwhelming power coursing through him, Magellan felt no joy within. He realized that even in this state, he remained incapable of adequately countering the wave that was set to obliterate his skull. Not enough, not enough. Just a little more. Body, hold on for me. Magellan, though now aged and on the brink of death, lamented that he had nothing left to impart. Just as the venom surged through his heart, a voice, starkly different from the previous days, resonated clearly in Magellan's ears. Yet, knowing you are determined to fight, as your mentor, I shall lend you my strength. Buzz. As the words of Bartolomeo echoed, a hum erupted in Magellan's ears. Subsequently, strands of crimson mist poured forth from Bartolomeo's pores, cascading down towards Magellan. My disciple Magellan. And as the scarlet mist enveloped him, Bartolomeo's voice, imbued with both age and fervor, thundered in the ears of all present. With my final strength. Fight with all you have. Bang. At the moment Bartolomeo's roar resounded, his already frail, skeletal form, sustained solely by the bacteria fruit that replaced all his cells with bacteria, exploded into dust. Evidently, the former director of Impel Down, Bartolomeo, a wielder of the bacteria fruit, devoted everything, including his very essence, to empower his disciple, who was invoking his lethal venom to unleash his potential. Just as Bartolomeo's form disintegrated, Magellan, nearly exhausting all his strength, extended his hand and roared, "Venomous void." The almost soul-piercing shout reverberated as the towering poison giant, once nearly 100 meters high, instantly collapsed, merging with Magellan's being. Whoosh! At that moment the poison entered his body. Every pore of Magellan's form expanded. Then, torrents of venom, tainted with his flesh and bone, mixed with Bartolomeo's bacterial viruses, erupted forth. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Rocks witnessed clearly that the black golden venom, a fusion of the two directors of Impel Down, tore through the void, creating deep, dark rifts in space itself. Clearly, Magellan had absorbed the poison giant. Now combined with the bacterial virus cultivated by Bartolomeo over decades, rendering the black golden venom potent enough to corrode even space. However, tragically, as the resounding roar echoed, the moment such formidable venom erupted, the director of the deep-sea prison, Magellan, who had consumed the poison fruit and was notorious for his lethal toxins, had already perished. Chapter 54. The war above is about to commence. In that instant, Rocks observed the cessation of Magellan's breath. His heartbeat had stilled. Even the bioelectric currents of his cerebral cortex had ceased activity. Yet, despite all life signs extinguished, even as his body, consumed by the black golden venom, lay in tatters, Magellan remained with arms outstretched, blocking Rock's way from striking Impel down. The greatness of humanity stems from its noble stance in the face of death. And at this moment, even in the face of demise, steadfastly upholding his duty to protect Impel down, Magellan undeniably embodied this noble stance. Even the adversaries, such as the Golden Emperor Guild Tesoro, the lion-hearted Shiki, and the captain of the Rocks pirates, Rocks D. Xebec, could not help but cast recognizing glances upon Magellan's broken yet resolute form. Magellan. Just as the Rocks pirates paid homage to the remnants of the master and disciple, in the Justice Gate control room, Hannibal, who coveted Magellan's position as director, bit down on his arm, tears streaming down his face, desperately suppressing his profound sorrow. Report to the Navy headquarters. After a moment, with teeth biting into his flesh, revealing deep wounds to the bone, Hannibal abruptly turned to his subordinates, shouting in anguish, "Inform headquarters, Impel down has fallen, and Director Magellan has died a heroic death." Meanwhile, in the central waters of the Grand Line, on the island of Marine headquarters, Marine Admiral Sengoku, clad in his uniform, sat in his office like a colossal mountain, eyes closed yet emanating an imposing presence. By Sengoku's side, numerous naval intelligence officers relayed the latest reports concerning the Whitebeard pirates to the central figure, the still-eyed admiral. An hour prior, 10 naval surveillance ships had detected the presence of the Whitebeard pirates. Half an hour prior, the wreckage of the ship reporting the Whitebeard pirates was discovered in the waters of the Sabaody archipelago. Upon hearing that the Whitebeard pirates' fleet had vanished without a trace under surveillance, Sengoku's tightly shut eyes widened in alarm. He immediately ordered the dispatch of monitoring ships to seek out any signs of the Whitebeard pirates, sparing no effort to obtain intelligence. Just as Sengoku's command resonated through the air, the marine soldier who had just delivered the news snapped to attention and replied, "Understood." Admiral Sengoku, aside from Crocodile, Jinbe, and Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, all of the warlords of the sea have arrived at Marine headquarters. As the Marine delivering Sengoku's orders departed, a second Marine, his expression grave, saluted and inquired whether they should continue waiting for the arrival of the remaining warlords. "No need." Sengoku's authoritative voice thundered, filled with fury. "Those who dare to defy the Navy's mandatory summons are unworthy of serving as warlords of the sea." "Admiral." At that moment, a Marine colonel stepped forth, his demeanor serious. "Vice Admiral Garp has returned from Impel Down with port gas d'Ace." Vice Admiral Tsuru. Upon hearing the news of Ace's arrival, Sengoku's eyes glimmered with intensity as he turned to his chief of staff, Vice Admiral Tsuru, and commanded, "Relay to the warlords of the sea to take their positions atop the walls of Marineford Harbor. The prisoner Ace has arrived at headquarters." At this juncture, Sengoku, emanating an aura of terrifying authority, murmured, "This signifies that the war between the Navy and the Whitebeard pirates is about to commence." Just as Sengoku pondered with a fierce countenance the comprehensive strategy to eliminate the Whitebeard pirates, a series of urgent ringing from the transponder snail interrupted his thoughts. Gazing at the visage of the vice warden of Impel Down, Hannibal, on the transponder snail, Sengoku's expression turned serious as he grasped the receiver. "This is Sengoku. What has transpired at Impel Down?" "Admiral Sengoku." Hannibal's voice came through, laden with anguish. "The Straw Hat Kid, Luffy, along with former warlords Crocodile, Jinbe, and a multitude of vicious prisoners, have escaped through the gates of justice." "What did you say?" Sengoku exclaimed, springing to his feet. Before he could press further, Hannibal's voice, filled with despair, continued, "The warlord Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach has breached Impel Down, liberating several of the most dangerous pirates held within." "Impel Down has been breached? The world-class criminals held captive have been taken by Blackbeard?" Sengoku nearly roared, unable to contain his outrage. "Hannibal, what on earth are you and Magellan doing?" Chapter 55. The war is about to begin. Not long after the Blackbeard pirates sailed from the gates of justice, the Rocks pirates, led by the resurrected Rocks D. Xebec, who had once dominated the seas 38 years prior, launched their assault. As Sengoku mentioned Magellan, Hannibal's nearly frantic voice erupted from the receiver. Just 10 minutes ago, Director Magellan and former Director Bactiri fell in battle against the Rocks pirates. Silence enveloped the room. Hannibal's anguished cries echoed in Sengoku's ears, the news of both directors' demise at Impel Down resonating in his mind. Sengoku, known as the strategic genius, was taken aback. Boom. However, this shock was fleeting, soon replaced by a seething rage. A tempest of fury surged within Sengoku's heart. Even as he devised the extermination plan for the Whitebeard pirates, the normally composed Sengoku unleashed a ferocious punch. Crack. Boom. The moment his fist collided with the table, a thunderous sound reverberated through the air, akin to the splintering of wood fibers. The entire table shattered into dust. Subsequently, the shockwave swept through the stone floor of the Admiral's office. Crash. As the explosive sound reverberated within the Admiral's office, a flurry of footsteps followed, and the elite Marine leaders, led by Admiral Kazuru, entered the room. Clearly, upon hearing the explosion, the Navy's finest had rushed to the scene. But the next moment, they halted in their tracks, for they beheld the embodiment of Buddha. Buzz. As the remnants of the shattered table erupted from Sengoku's might, a radiant golden figure, adorned with a magnificent topknot, materialized within the Admiral's office. In his fury, Sengoku instinctively activated the power of the mythical Zoan-type devil fruit, allowing him to transform into the Buddha form. Within this form, the tempestuous rage that had consumed him was instantly quelled, replaced by a surge of strength, wisdom, and tranquility. In this moment, Sengoku, embodying the ultimate fusion of heart, body, and technique, found clarity. Hannibal. The influence of his anger diminished to its limits. Reason reclaimed its reign as Sengoku lifted the transponder snail and spoke. Before we crush the Whitebeard pirates at headquarters, we cannot allow Rocks to escape from Impel Down. Rest assured, Admiral. As Sengoku's words faded, Hannibal's voice erupted from the other end, filled with a mix of sorrow and fury. Before I spoke with you, I had already ordered the gates of justice closed. I, Hannibal, vow that as long as I live, the Rocks pirates shall not take a single step beyond those gates. However, despite Hannibal's assurance, Sengoku's near indifference to the deaths of the two directors at Impel Down struck a nerve within Hannibal, who was already in a fragile state of despair. Smack. Thus, in a moment of grief, Hannibal, unable to await Sengoku's response, abruptly hung up the call. Relay my orders. Immediately recall the naval strike team heading to the New World, including Captain Zephyr and Rear Admiral Momonosuke. Listening to the sound of the transponder snail disconnecting, Sengoku, in his Buddha form, with a mind clear and filled with wisdom, promptly commanded the intelligence personnel at his side to return to Marineford without delay. Though Hannibal's voice was filled with sorrow and resolution, the dissatisfaction that accompanied his abrupt disconnection spurred Sengoku, now in his Buddha form and governed by reason, to take preventative measures. Report. Just as the intelligence personnel surged forth with Sengoku's commands, a new report echoed within the Admiral's office. 10 minutes ago, the monitoring ship dispatched from the Sabaody archipelago was attacked. The Whitebeard pirates launched an offensive. The monitoring ship has been annihilated. At this point, the messenger, his face etched with sorrow, exclaimed, and the Whitebeard pirates are now merely 4 hours away from headquarters. Whitebeard, are you unable to wait any longer? Upon hearing this, Sengoku, in his Buddha form, slowly raised his gaze towards the Sabaody archipelago, murmuring, then so be it, as you wish. Relay my orders. As the narrative unfolds, the formidable figure of Admiral Sengoku, resembling a colossal Buddha, stands resolutely atop Marineford, proclaiming with a thunderous voice the impending execution of the Fire Fist Ace, who is to be placed upon the execution platform. He commands the entire fleet to gather at the Marineford port, assigning roles to the Giant Brigade, the Vice Admirals, the 7 Warlords, and the Admirals to safeguard the execution platform. In 4 hours, the execution of the second-in-command of the Whitebeard pirates, Fire Fist Ace, will proceed as scheduled. Ladies and gentlemen, prepare for battle. Chapter 56, Douglas Barrett. Atop Marineford, as Admiral Sengoku, embodying the resplendent Buddha, announces the onset of war. The notorious Rocks stands defiantly on the bow of the ship, the Queen's Gambit, in the first half of the Grand Line. To the jailers of Impel Down, I hold your wardens will in high esteem. Gazing towards the silent direction of Impel Down, following the remnants of Magellan, he slowly speaks. Thus, I grant you 10 minutes. Out of respect for your warden, any jailer arriving at Impel Down within 10 minutes shall find their lives spared by me. Rocks seeks to spare the lives of the jailers not merely out of recognition for the wills of the former wardens of Impel Down, but significantly because he requires them. Precisely, it is Rock's reputation that demands their presence. He needs these jailers to disseminate his triumph of obliterating the world's most notorious prison, Impel Down. As if it were a virulent contagion, those cowardly jailers, incapable of even perishing alongside Impel Down, become the most effective human conduits for spreading his legacy. As long as they remain alive, Rocks can, much like the noble figures released from Queen's Gambit, continuously harvest negative notoriety from the information that spills forth from their mouths. Boom. As his proclamation reverberates, before the jailers within Impel Down can respond, an overwhelming aura erupts from Rock's form. As the presence surges and cascades down, panic ensues. A near-fatal sense of dread envelopes the entirety of Impel Down. At the moment when the Conqueror's haki erupts, the prisoners trapped within Impel Down hear Rock's dominion-laden voice resonate from the first level of the Grand Underwater Prison, echoing down to the 6th level of the Infinite Prison. I too grant you 10 minutes. Any scoundrel who can escape the depths of Impel Down within that time frame shall be welcomed into the ranks of the Rocks pirates. At this juncture, a bloody smirk graces Rock's lips as he bellows. Any worthless wretch who cannot even break free from the underwater prison without the jailer's oversight in 10 minutes shall accompany Impel Down to its grave. Boom. In that instant, Rock's formidable conqueror's haki, as if tangible, cascades down upon Impel Down with cataclysmic force. At that moment, the jailers who had just heard Rock's voice witnessed the prisoners within their cells convulsing as if struck by a mighty hammer, instantly succumbing to spasms, rolling their eyes back, and collapsing to the ground, frothing at the mouth. Clearly, for the pirates confined within the underwater prison to join the Rocks pirates, they must not only race against death to breach their confines and escape Impel Down within 10 minutes, but also endure the baptism of Rock's overwhelming conqueror's haki. Gulp. Observing the convulsing pirates within their cages, those who had previously doubted Rock's words suddenly swallow hard, exclaiming in astonishment, "It's true. It's real." The individual named Rocks is not jesting. He truly aims to obliterate Impel Down. Words may deceive, but the indomitable essence contained within the conqueror's haki, which erupts from the wielder's own spirit and will, cannot betray. Thus, at the moment when Rock's terrifying haki descends, all prisoners enveloped by it comprehend. If they cannot breach the formidable barriers and surpass the grand gates of the underwater prison within 10 minutes, they shall be buried alongside the prison beneath the vast ocean. Charge. Rabid dog, where's the key you pilfered from the jailers a few days ago? Rat, weren't you the one who could empty a marine branch? Everyone, if you have any trump cards, now is the time to unleash them, or death awaits us all. In a frenzy, upon realizing that Rocks truly intends to demolish Impel Down, and comprehending the terrifying combat power he possesses, the prisoner's survival instincts ignite. Like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each displays their unique talents, unlocking the doors of their cells. Then, with their lives on the line, they swarm towards the pinnacle of Impel Down. Bang! However, just as Rock's declaration of Impel Down's demise echoes, with only 3 minutes remaining, a pirate who had not been swept up by Luffy finally exhausts all efforts to reach the boundary between the 2nd and 1st levels. With eager anticipation, they gaze upon the open gateway to life on the 1st level, when suddenly, a horrific explosion reverberates. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, accompanied by the sound of heavy objects crashing to the ground, a towering figure emerges, his chest marked with a fist print matching the size of Rock's right hand. His body a mass of explosive musculature, almost bursting forth, radiating an overwhelming aura. As the muscular figure manifests, he collides his fists with a murderous intent, scoffing at the multitude of prisoners before him, taunting, to join the Rocks pirates and follow Captain Rocks. You must first prove yourselves worthy against the one who defeated him with a single blow. As his voice reverberates, the prisoners who had escaped from the 5th level of Impel Down widen their eyes in disbelief. This man is Douglas Barrett, a former combatant of the Roger Pirates, the Devil's descendant. Step, creak, creak, creak. Just as the sound of the prisoners from the 5th level erupts, the all-encompassing, muscle-bound Douglas Barrett, now identifying himself as a member of the Rocks Pirates, steps back, retracting his fist. As the sound of his bulging muscles echoes, he bears the mark of Rock's fist upon his chest, seemingly having just battled with Rocks. With blood staining his lips, he bellows at the prisoners before him. Only those who can withstand my punch shall be worthy to join the Rocks Pirates. Chapter 57, The World Destroyer. Boom. As Barrett's arm, more resilient than steel, swells with ferocity. His already formidable crimson arm expands further. Then, the Haki. A torrent of dark, violent armament Haki envelopes him, instantly coating Douglas Barrett's ever-expanding muscles with an ominous sheen. Swish. At that moment when the armament Haki fully erupts, his fist, accompanied by a roar, surges forth inch by inch towards the panicked, terrified prisoners before him. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, as Douglas Barrett unleashed a devastating punch, a cacophony of explosive sounds reverberated in the ears of all present, shattering layers of air like fragile glass. The sound barrier. Suddenly, despite having just clashed with rocks and sustaining injuries, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, Douglas Barrett, without even employing the powers of his devil fruit, launched a single punch that tore through multiple sound barriers. Boom. At the moment his iron fist pierced the void, a brilliant flash of light erupted from his bulging muscles, surging forth as if a mighty river had breached its dam, rushing towards the tip of his iron fist. As the radiant light exploded forth, the numerous prisoners across from him were struck by a terrifying black fist imprint that appeared to devour all in its path. This ominous mark, as if capable of consuming everything to sustain itself, expanded rapidly the moment it emerged. In mere seconds, what had started as a fist-sized imprint ballooned to several tens of meters in diameter, and judging by its appearance, had the distance not been so close, it could have swelled to a horrifying size of hundreds of meters. However, even though Douglas Barrett's punch had not reached its full potential due to the proximity, it still instilled terror in the hearts of the prisoners who had endured the torment of imprisonment and had not tasted a full meal in years. At that very moment, as the fist imprint tore through the air, an overwhelming sense of impending doom washed over 90% of the prisoners. Death, death. Even if there were obstacles before them, if they could not destroy this fist imprint before it arrived, they would surely perish beneath its might. Strike, strike, strike. Under the terrifying pressure of death drawing near, the prisoners, who had already exhausted much of their strength, instinctively roared in unison, realizing that if they did not work together to shatter this fist imprint, they would all meet their demise. Bang, bang, bang. In the instant the words fell, the prisoners unleashed their full strength as if driven by instinct. Those who were unarmed swung their fists at the imprint, while those who had managed to pick up weapons slashed at it with fervor. Yet, to their despair, whether it was their fists, capable of shattering boulders, or their slashes, powerful enough to fell a Navy lieutenant, upon striking that ominous black imprint, they vanished as if a drop in the ocean, completely consumed by its terrifying force. Rumble. Ultimately, in the eyes of the desperate onlookers, that fist imprint advanced with an unstoppable force, crushing everything in its path like a mere insect. Under the might of this invincible imprint, these prisoners, viewed by the outside world as vicious and indomitable, were obliterated without even a chance to flee. Their lives extinguished in an instant. Boom. The imprint, having crushed the prisoners, did not cease its onslaught, unleashing a cataclysmic void in the formidable walls of impelled down before finally dissipating. All that remained were mutilated prisoners, writhing in agony on the ground, groaning and convulsing in pain. Observing the suffering wretches sprawled on the ground, Douglas Barrett disdainfully shook his fist and mocked. You worthless remnants have no right to follow Captain Rocks. Thus, rather than allow him to waste his energy, with blood trickling from his mouth, an insatiable killing intent radiating from him, Barrett's face twisted into a snarl as he declared, "Let me do the honors and obliterate this so-called world's greatest prison." Clearly, having found his bloodlust ignited, Douglas Barrett was prepared to unleash his pent-up aggression on the long-imprisoned Impel Down. Momo hundredfold slash. However, just as the bloodthirsty Douglas Barrett prepared to activate his devil fruit powers to obliterate Impel Down, a voice, aged yet resonant, echoed through the air. At that moment, Barrett's eyes brightened, for in the next heartbeat, a colossal sword, hundreds of meters long, erupted from the darkness ahead, hurtling towards Barrett's neck. At the blade's end stood an elderly man with a long, dark green beard, entering Barrett's line of sight. This man was none other than Bondi Wald, a notorious pirate who had roamed the Grand Line 30 years ago and was imprisoned alongside Barrett in this eternal hell, wielding the Momo fruit. Known as the World Destroyer. Chapter 58. Do not die before my enjoyment is complete. Whoosh. The instant Bondi Wald appeared before Douglas Barrett, the titanic sword, magnified 100-fold in size and weight, rushed towards him with a deafening roar. Clang. In less than a fraction of a second, the monstrous sword collided violently with the body of Douglas Barrett, who had trained for 2 decades. No, that was not right. Just as the massive sword was about to make contact, Barrett's arm, even after 20 years of imprisonment, had never ceased its rigorous training. His battle instincts surged forth, raising his arm, cloaked in haki, to block the blade's edge. Crack! Even under the immense amplification of the Momo fruit, the devastating power of the giant sword shattered upon colliding with Barrett's body, honed through countless trials. Sizzle! However, although Barrett's trained arm shattered the incoming giant sword, he was still propelled backward nearly 100 meters by the ferocious force it carried before he finally managed to halt his retreat. Ha! Even as he was blasted back nearly 100 meters by the sudden onslaught of the colossal sword, Douglas Barrett, a professional soldier who had undergone military training from a young age, believing that only overwhelming combat power represented the truth, did not feel anger. Instead, as he regained his footing, he burst into a maniacal laugh, directing his joy-filled exclamation at Bondi Wald, now covered in ice shards. After all this slaughter in this eternal hell, this prison still harbors a formidable foe with whom I can truly engage in battle. Excellent, splendid, simply magnificent. At this, Barrett, radiating a fervent bloodlust, resembled a traveler on the brink of dying from thirst in the desert upon sighting an oasis. His eyes gleaming with excitement as he regarded Bondi Wald, his voice brimming with fervor. Wald, let me see just how much strength you possess after being frozen for 30 years. Boom. As the words fell, Douglas Barrett's muscular right leg, with veins bulging and muscles taut, forcefully slammed down upon the ground. With a resounding crash, the earth was ravaged beneath his foot, leaving terrifying fissures in its wake. And in an instant, the sinewy figure of Douglas Barrett vanished from sight. Clearly, after 2 decades of relentless and fervent training, Douglas Barrett, even without the use of haki or his devil fruit powers, could unleash a speed that transcended the human eye's ability to perceive, simply by the force of his foot striking the ground. In the next moment, just as Douglas Barrett had disappeared from the spectator's view, he reappeared once more. To their astonishment, he emerged before them alongside Bondi Wald, who wielded a spiked club, swinging it with vigor. Momo's tenfold spiked club. Momo's tenfold speed Soru. As Bondi Wald's club surged to 10 times its normal size, hurtling toward Douglas Barrett, the spectators could hear Bondi Wald's voice echo in their ears. Suddenly, at the moment of unleashing the Momo fruit's power, Bondi Wald not only attained a speed that eclipsed the normal Marine 6 powers tenfold, but in this accelerated state, he also magnified the size and weight of the spiked club, bringing it crashing down upon Douglas Barrett's torso. Yet, as he beheld the colossal club soaring toward him with terrifying velocity, Douglas Barrett's expression revealed no hint of fear. In fact, at that moment, the onlookers could discern a glimmer of joy upon his face. Indeed, in the face of such a dreadful assault, the battle-hungry Douglas Barrett felt exhilarated. Ha! This is it. This kind of pressure is the ultimate thrill of combat I crave. With an electrifying enthusiasm, Douglas Barrett roared, Bondi Wald, you are so powerful that you have earned the right for me to unleash my devil fruit abilities. In an instant, a rich, purple aura emanated from Douglas Barrett's body. Subsequently, the massive spiked club that had crashed against his abdomen was, astonishingly, devoured as if it were mere liquid. Bondi Wald, in less than a heartbeat, the combined powers of the devil fruit activated, disassembling the spiked club and the resilient ground beneath his feet, merging them into a formidable suit of armor adorned with spikes. Enveloping Douglas Barrett, with a fierce expression and a face ablaze with madness, he bellowed at Bondi Wald, do not perish before I have my fill of this battle. Chapter 59, The Arrival of Rocks. Boom. As the sound of exhilaration erupted, layers of dense purple material surged forth from the ground. The color, unmistakably a product of Douglas Barrett's combined devil fruit ability, swiftly spread around Bondi Wald's figure, effectively sealing him before Douglas Barrett. Creak. Simultaneously, with unbridled excitement, Douglas Barrett charged at Bondi Wald, Momo's 30-fold Soru. Just as Douglas Barrett's iron fist, swelled by the combined powers, was propelled forward, imbued with an overwhelming amount of haki. The low growl of Bondi Wald echoed in his ears. In an instant, Bondi Wald's figure became a blur, gliding along the dense purple barrier created by Douglas Barrett's ability. Accelerate. Accelerate. As Bondi Wald, under the influence of the Momo fruit, propelled himself to the limits of his speed atop the violet barrier, the overwhelming haki, both in quality and quantity, surged forth from his spine, enveloping his right arm. It was evident that the moment Douglas Barrett activated his devil fruit ability and consumed Bondi Wald's spiked club, Bondi Wald realized that no matter how much he amplified his attacks with the Momo fruit, he was merely empowering Douglas Barrett. Faced with the natural counter to his abilities, Bondi Wald did not yield. Instead, he chose to elevate his speed to the maximum his body could withstand, converting that velocity into sheer force to strike Douglas Barrett head-on. Boom, boom. Thus, as Bondivold reached the apex of his speed, with Haki fully enveloping his right arm, he suddenly materialized before Douglas Barrett. Then, he unleashed his 30-fold accelerated iron fist toward Douglas Barrett, who was fortified by his devil fruit ability. Indeed, under the intoxicating influence of Douglas Barrett's fervor, the heart of Bondivold, whose body had been encased in ice for 30 years, ignited with a fervent battle spirit. However, at that very moment, just as the two combatants were on the verge of colliding, their assaults abruptly ceased. It was not a moment of mutual understanding and reluctance to strike, but rather, at the instant their fists were about to meet, they sensed an overwhelming pressure. A force emanating from above, from the pinnacle of Impel Down's first level, surged forth like a tidal wave, an unstoppable and terrifying might, as if the towering red earth itself were collapsing upon them. The immense weight bore down upon Douglas Barrett and Bondivold, compelling them to instinctively halt their attacks. Activating their observation Haki, they turned their gazes skyward. In that fleeting moment, they beheld a fearsome entity, brandishing a sharp blade, reminiscent of a true demigod from myth, raising the blade in a devastating downward strike. It was Captain Rocks. Upon recognizing his presence, a flicker of realization crossed Douglas Barrett's face. Indeed, 10 minutes had passed. Captain Rocks was about to obliterate Impel Down. Flash. Just as Douglas Barrett murmured to himself, suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted in his ears, akin to the wrath of a celestial thunder deity. Swish. At the moment of the explosive sound, Rocks, atop Impel Down, swung his blade, unleashing a terrifying wave of slashing energy that resembled a monstrous black dragon. The moment the wave tore through the air, the resilient rooftop of Impel Down shattered like snow under the spring sun, obliterated in an instant. Yet, beneath this cataclysmic wave, which even tore through the fabric of space, fissures as dark as ink, deep as the abyss, and fine as silk emerged. The assault aimed at Douglas Barrett, targeting Captain Rocks, was abruptly halted, yet there was no intention of evasion. Captain Rocks, allow me to witness the moment you, without unsheathing your blade, decisively shatter me, who is yet to unleash my devil fruit abilities. Not only did I not retreat, but at that moment, Douglas Barrett fervently activated his devil fruit powers, hurling a fervent roar towards Rocks, who hovered high above Impel Down. Under the ferocity of his blade, would I, fully utilizing my powers, be utterly subdued? Chapter 60, The Blade's Direction, Invincible Forward. Buzzing amidst the roar. Light. A cascade of deep violet brilliance erupted from Douglas Barrett's back, surging madly towards Impel Down. Boom. This resilient material, which even the mightiest cannons of the Demon Slayer flagship could not destroy post-construction, was suddenly resonating under the onslaught of the thick violet luminescence, producing a sound reminiscent of flowing water. Accompanied by the sound of rushing waters, the colossal black steel columns that supported the main structure of Impel Down, the indomitable walls, and even the lifeless corpses of the deceased prisoners, all succumbed to the might of the combined devil fruit abilities, transforming into a thick violet amalgamation that clung to the frenzied and excited Douglas Barrett as he brandished his blade towards the pinnacle of Impel Down. Crack! With the explosive sound of the fusion of devil fruit powers, Douglas Barrett's already robust physique, surpassing human limits, swelled instantaneously. Not only that, but the Busashoku Haki that adorned his surface also expanded proportionately as the fusion of his powers amplified. Indeed, the superhuman-type combined devil fruit power had been awakened by Douglas Barrett, and under its full activation, the inorganic matter he encountered melded with his body. The inorganic substances that fused with Douglas Barrett's form astonishingly generated Busashoku Haki, as if they were part of his very being. Roar! In that moment, as the powers of the devil fruit erupted, Douglas Barrett's form, now towering nearly 100 meters, was enveloped in a myriad of Busashoku Haki, resembling a mythical abyssal demon. As he swung his blade towards Rocks atop Impel Down, roaring, "Come forth, Captain Rocks. Let me witness the true might of the sea overlord who once compelled Captain Roger to ally with the Navy, the mightiest fist." Amidst the roar, Douglas Barrett, entirely cloaked in the fusion of his devil fruit powers, bellowed as he swung his fist, imbued with the overwhelming force of the combined abilities. Aimed at the world's foremost prison, Impel Down, unleashing a furious dragon slash. Boom. As Douglas Barrett's fist, surpassing the speed of sound, tore through the air, a series of sonic booms echoed in the ears of all present. Simultaneously, The Busashoko haki that erupted from the awakened state of his combined devil fruit powers surged forth, cascading like a true tidal wave. The first layer of impel down, designed to withstand the ocean's onslaught, crumbled like mere tofu upon contact, disintegrating completely. Yet, despite the terrifying destructive force of his punch, Douglas Barrett bore no semblance of joy. For even with such power unleashed, the moment Rocks swung his blade downwards, an aura of divine wrath enveloped his heart, a sense of dread that was both unapproachable and unavoidable, an instinctual terror of imminent death that clung to him relentlessly. Clearly, the might of Douglas Barrett's fist, despite its ferocity, was insufficient to thwart Rock's dragon slash aimed at obliterating the entirety of Impel Down. Boom. In the next instant, the pitch-black, ink-like blade cleaved through the air, tearing apart the fabric of space, heralding the descent of the dragon slash. Just as Douglas Barrett had anticipated, his fist was instantaneously dissolved beneath the might of the dragon slash, akin to snow melting under the spring sun. Crack. As his fist was thrust forth, Douglas Barrett, still haunted by the terror of impending doom, felt a hand press upon the fusion of his powers. Momo Momo Hundredfold Fist. The ancient voice of Bondi Wald resonated in his ears. Boom. In an instant, Douglas Barrett's already colossal fist, empowered by the Momo Momo fruit, surged 100-fold. Suddenly, witnessing the invincible dragon slash of Rocks descending, the battle-hungry Bondi Wald, who had just clashed fiercely with Douglas Barrett, felt a surge of overwhelming combat spirit ignite within him. Rumble. Just as Douglas Barrett's fist, magnified 100-fold under the influence of the Momo Momo fruit, surged forth, the dragon slash, enveloped in rifts of space, thundered down, colliding head-on with the massively expanded fist. As the two forces clashed, both Douglas Barrett and Bondi Wald's eyes widened in astonishment. In that moment, truly clashing against Rock's full-powered dragon slash, they comprehended, for the first time, what it meant to be the sovereign of the seas. Pressure, an unfathomable terror, like the very ocean itself, bore down upon them with crushing force. Crackle. Yet, beyond this overwhelming pressure, what truly astonished them was the sheer might of the dragon slash. Accompanied by the sound of shattering, they clearly witnessed the emergence of spiderweb-like fissures rapidly expanding upon the surface of the 100-fold enlarged fist. Indeed, even though Douglas Barrett's fused devil fruit abilities had multiplied his mass and volume 100-fold, they were still no match for the dragon slash unleashed by Rocks at full strength. Such power was undeniably unparalleled, a testament to the indomitable nature of the blade's direction. Chapter 61. Impel Down. Collapse. Boom. Crackle. As the first sound of shattering resonated, Bondi Wald observed with clarity. Like a chain reaction, the cracks that appeared on the surface of Douglas Barrett's fist, inflated 100-fold under the influence of his Momo Momo fruit, suddenly burst apart. It was evident that in no time, perhaps even in the next second, this terrifying fist would be utterly obliterated. Is this the power possessed by the sea Overlord Rocks, who triumphed over death and achieved the monumental feat of resurrection? Witnessing such a scene, even Bondi Wald, known as the World Destroyer, could not help but exclaim in awe. Truly astounding. It is beyond breathtaking. Ha ha ha. This is it. Such overwhelming power, which grants no chance for resistance, is precisely the ultimate force I have been pursuing. As Bondewald's lament echoed, Douglas Barrett erupted with an exuberant and frenzied roar. Nevertheless, even in the face of such overwhelming power, I shall not allow myself to retreat by a fraction. Captain Rocks. At this juncture, fully aware of his inferiority against Rock's ferocious dragon slash, Douglas Barrett fervently swung his arm, charging towards the cataclysmic onslaught that could obliterate his combined fruit form. I can still fight. The strongest fist. In the very moment Douglas Barrett's fist, akin to a moth drawn to a flame, pierced through the air. A battle intent, pure and unblemished, seared with fervent zeal, engulfed the arena. Ha ha ha. Under the influence of such unadulterated fervor, even Bondewald, who had been encased in ice for 30 years, felt a surge of indomitable spirit. With this uncontrollable fervor coursing through him, he placed his palm upon Douglas Barrett's form, merging with the combined fruit power of Bondewald. He could not help but raise his head in wild laughter, declaring, in that case, I shall lend you my strength once more, to present the grandest finale to the prison that has confined me for 30 years. 110 times fist. Buzz. As he roared, Bondewald's fruit ability activated instantaneously, and in the next moment, the second fist, forged from their combined fruit powers under Douglas Barrett's command, surged to an astonishing 110 times. Clearly, under the influence of such soaring spirit, Bondewald had shattered the shackles of his MOMO fruit's potential by 100-fold. The moment the 110 times enhanced fist struck, Rocks, standing imperiously at the peak of Impel Down, remarked with a nonchalant expression, "Not bad." Indeed, even Douglas Barrett, whose might could rival that of the Pirate King Joel D. Roger and the Dark King Silvers Rayleigh, found his strongest punch. After being augmented by the World Destroyer Bondewald and the MOMO fruit, merely acknowledged as not bad by Rocks, he stated that if he, having expended over 2 million in negative value to restore himself, could not suppress a duo consisting of one who had endured decades of brutal torment in Impel Down and another who had been frozen for 30 years, whose physical capabilities were far from their prime, what then could be said about dominating the Grand Line and becoming the sole and mightiest Overlord? As expected, in the next instant, Rock's Dragon Slash, rending the very fabric of space, surged forth unimpeded, annihilating the 110 times enhanced fist with a thunderous crash. Boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Following the cacophony of shattering floors, that unparalleled Dragon Slash descended like a divine mountain, sending Douglas Barrett and Bondewald hurtling away, and, unimpeded, it shattered layer after layer of Impel Down's flooring. The onlookers at the port could distinctly feel the tremors, as the sixth explosive sound resonated, a terrifying quake, reminiscent of an underwater volcano erupting, surged beneath their feet. Then, the sea, frothing with white foam, erupted from the depths of the underwater prison's lowest levels. That sea, usually as gentle as a mother, now surged forth like the sharpest of blades, piercing through the resilient walls of Impel Down. Observing the prison, riddled with gaping wounds under the torrent of high-pressure seawater, they comprehended. The world's foremost prison, supported by unyielding walls since the establishment of the world government 800 years ago, had utterly collapsed beyond redemption. Chapter 62, The Power of Justice, all gathered, destroyed, obliterated. In merely one strike, the world's foremost prison, Impel Down, had been completely annihilated. Just as the dragon-like blade severed the air, obliterating the world's foremost prison, Rocks descended gracefully. In the control room of the Gates of Justice, Hannibal and his comrades, having apprehended Funkley and regained control of the Gates of Justice, were rendered speechless. They could hardly believe their eyes. The impregnable Impel Down had been shattered in a single blow. Clang! What does it matter that Impel Down has been destroyed? Just as a terrified prison guard exclaimed in horror, Deputy Warden Hannibal, whose visage resembled that of a demon, slammed the haft of his naginata into the ground, roaring with fierce determination, "As long as I, Hannibal, am here, Rocks shall not escape before reinforcements arrive at the headquarters." But Deputy Warden Hannibal. The opposing force has the float fruit user, Shiki the Golden Lion. Hannibal, evidently lacking the intimidating presence of Magellan, found his command undermined, even as his words fell. A fearful guard voiced his doubt, stating that under circumstances where even the warden had met a tragic end, it was impossible to withstand the Rocks pirates, even from within the control room of the Gates of Justice. Swish. However, before such demoralizing words could fully escape, they were abruptly silenced by a chilling, swift blade. In the next moment, the guard who had dared to sow discord met his demise beneath Hannibal's sharp edge. Those who sow discord shall perish. Shaking off the blood from his blade, Hannibal, brimming with murderous intent, turned and bellowed, "Immediately bring me a den mushy, and relay the news of Impel Down's destruction to the headquarters." Yet, before Hannibal's words could fully resonate, he was abruptly interrupted by a cold, cylindrical object pressed against the back of his head. In an instant, Hannibal's brutal act of slaying the guard not only failed to instill fear, but instead incited a rebellion among the guards. "Deputy Warden Hannibal, we cannot withstand the Rocks pirates, who possess a float fruit user." A guard, resolute and with tears streaking down his face, pressed the gun's barrel against Hannibal's nape, exclaiming, "I do not wish to die. I have children, a wife, and family." Meanwhile, within the control room of the Gates of Justice, the Deputy Warden Hannibal, who had sought to establish his authority through bloodshed, found himself at the mercy of his own men, who now wielded weapons against him. In the central region of the Grand Line, at the edge of Marine headquarters on Marineford Island, ships of the Navy, bearing the weight of demon-slaying orders, had amassed in a display of grim resolve. The atmosphere was thick with impending death. Thud, 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 accompanied by the sound of heavy footsteps resonating. A gallows constructed from timber emerged slowly in the central harbor of the Navy's headquarters, where the infamous captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Port Gas d'Ace, was being led forth, shackled in seastone cuffs. The public execution was a mere 3 hours away. Despite the Navy's efforts to monitor Whitebeard's fleet, all surveillance vessels had been sunk. The palpable tension hanging over Marineford escalated with the approaching execution time. This was the battlefield prepared by Fleet Admiral Sengoku to eradicate the Whitebeard pirates. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Under the dual command of the World Government and Fleet Admiral, all illustrious admirals of the Navy were summoned from their respective branches. A formidable force of over 100,000 elite naval troops lies in silent anticipation of the impending final battle. Before the execution platform, amidst the crescent-shaped battlements bristling with cannons, stand 5 formidable figures from the 7 warlords of the sea, who, while not belonging to the naval ranks, possess immense power. Behind the 7 warlords, positioned before the 100,000 elite navy, are the high-ranking vice-admirals, including Admiral Sengoku, the chief of staff. Beneath the execution platform, which bears the weight of the execution of Portgas D. Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates, sit the 3 admirals, representing the pinnacle of naval strength. Above the platform, embodying the last line of defense, are the naval hero Monkey D., Garp, and Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Indeed, on the day of execution, all conceivable forces of justice have congregated at Marineford, patiently awaiting the arrival of the Emperor of the New World, the world's mightiest man, Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, who possesses the terrifying power to obliterate the world. Chapter 63, The Prelude to the Paramount War, The Arrival of Whitebeard. The Marine headquarters at Marineford houses a town primarily inhabited by Navy families. At this moment, under the protection of the Navy, those who have evacuated to safety in the Sabaody archipelago observe the execution through monitors. Meanwhile, akin to sharks sensing blood, a throng of reporters and photographers rushes in, eager to convey the first-hand account of this world-shaking war to the globe, having arrived early to prepare for their coverage. Amidst the eager anticipation of the journalists, I have news to announce to the world regarding the profound significance of the execution of Portgas D. Ace. Draped in the cloak of Fleet Admiral, Sengoku exudes an air of regal authority as he slowly appears beside Portgas D. Ace. The moment he ascends the execution platform, he takes hold of the transponder snail and begins to speak. The reason the Navy has chosen to engage in an all-out war with Whitebeard is not merely due to Ace's status as the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates. The true purpose of exposing his execution lies in his lineage, his biological father. Here, Sengoku raises the transponder snail, announcing to the world, the Pirate King, Joel D. Roger. A wave of shock reverberates through the crowd. As that long-forgotten name resurfaces upon the Grand Line, the world is left in awe. The bloodline of the Pirate King. The son of the Pirate King is still alive. How can the Emperor of the New World, Whitebeard, allow the son of his former enemy to hoist his flag and set sail? No. Just as the populace grapples with this astonishing revelation, Ace on the execution platform suddenly lifts his head, glaring at Sengoku, and exclaims, "I have but one father, and that is Whitebeard. This is precisely why I, even as an adversary, hold great respect for Whitebeard." As Ace's voice fades, Sengoku interjects, explaining that the protection afforded to the son of their former enemy stems from the shelter of the world's strongest man. It is precisely because of this that we have refrained from acting recklessly for so many years. Your potential, your bloodline cannot be allowed to run rampant. Otherwise, you will undoubtedly stand at the pinnacle of the next era of pirates. With that, Sengoku fixes a penetrating gaze upon Ace and, in an unwavering tone, states, "Thus, today, taking your head holds significant meaning for the world and for justice, even if it means the Navy will face full-scale war with Whitebeard." Sengoku's voice rises, culminating in a near roar. "For the sake of justice, we, the Navy, shall not shy away, Admiral." Just as Sengoku's resolute voice resonates through the transponder snail, a Marine rushes forth, exclaiming loudly that the gates of justice have swung open without any prior orders. Has it finally arrived? Hearing this, Sengoku's expression sharpens as he directs his gaze toward the gates of justice, uttering, "The Whitebeard pirates." As Sengoku's words echo, distant ships gradually emerge on the horizon, their sails billowing, adorned with the flag of the Whitebeard pirates, racing toward the Marine headquarters. This is a joint fleet composed of notorious pirates from the New World, including the likes of the Knight of the Sea, Don Quixote da Flamingo, and the formidable Marco. Accompanied by the shouts of reporters, the Whitebeard pirates, once hidden from the Navy's watchful eyes, now reveal themselves. In that moment, Sengoku, who had been bracing for this confrontation, felt a shiver of apprehension. It is not merely the gathering of the 7 warlords of the sea, the 3 admirals, and the 100,000 elite navy that intimidates him, but rather the absence of the main ship of the Whitebeard pirates, the Moby Dick, which carries the world's strongest man and his 16 division commanders. Suddenly, as Sengoku's mind races with thoughts, the sea surrounding the crescent-shaped harbor of Marine headquarters begins to churn violently. With a thunderous crash, the Moby Dick and 3 other massive warships, slightly smaller than the Moby Dick, surge forth from beneath the harbor surface, breaking through the waves. As Sengoku gazes upon the deck of the Moby Dick, where 14 captains, including Marco, stand tall, he exclaims, "They emerged from such an unexpected place." Whitebeard. With a resounding cheer, echoing with overwhelming confidence, the voice of Whitebeard fills the air. As his laughter fades, his deep voice rings out, after decades of absence. "I must give you a surprise, Sengoku." Chapter 64. The War Begins. A tidal wave poised to obliterate everything. The sound of clashing echoes, thud, 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 accompanies Whitebeard's booming voice as it resonates throughout the Moby Dick. Within the ship, the sound of steady footsteps reverberates, accompanied by the clash of blades against the deck, gradually filling the ears of all present. With the final footstep, silence ensues. The Emperor of the New World, Edward Newgate, the world's strongest man, looms at a staggering height of 6.6 meters, exuding an aura so powerful it is impossible to look away. Like a deity or demon, he emanates an overwhelming presence. He stands upon the prow of the Moby Dick, resembling the head of a mighty white whale. The moment he halts, his gaze sweeps over the formidable line of defense formed by the 7 warlords and the elite navy. After casting a fierce look at Sengoku and Garp on the execution platform, he shifts his warm gaze toward Ace, calling out, "Just hang on a little longer. Dad will rescue you soon." Ace, has he truly come this close in an instant? In the moment their eyes met, Whitebeard's gaze as cold and lethal as a blade, Sengoku, standing upon the execution platform, cast a fleeting glance at the warships he had stationed beyond the harbor. The cannons growled ominously. Whitebeard, however, as you, cloaked in the protective film, approached the execution platform from beneath the waves, you skillfully evaded the crossfire from the warships, thus mitigating your losses. At this juncture, Sengoku swung his arm, his commander's cape billowing in the wind, and declared with a low voice, "But now, you who have invaded the bay alone are completely encircled by the navy, Whitebeard." Kula la 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 la. Before Sengoku's words could fully resonate, he ordered the ships that had been surrounding Marineford to converge, encasing every member of the Whitebeard pirates within their grasp. Standing tall at the bow of the Moby Dick, Whitebeard burst into laughter, surrounded by the navy. "Who do you think you're looking down on, Sengoku? I am Whitebeard." Clang. In the next instant, Whitebeard released his weapon. That Songyun cut, which pierced the deck with a thunderous impact. Stomp. With a decisive step of his left foot, Whitebeard assumed an aggressive stance. Creak, creak, creak. Accompanied by the deep, resonant sound of muscles straining, his body was instantly transformed, each sinew more resilient than the finest tempered steel, swelling with power. As his muscles expanded and contracted, the terrifying strength within him, capable of halting a ship with a single hand, even in a state of grievous injury, erupted forth like a river breaching its banks. Kula la 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 la. At the moment when Whitebeard's colossal power erupted, he laughed heartily. With just these warships, how could they possibly encircle me? Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the sound waves exploded, releasing an endless tide of energy, a radiant light surged forth from his coiled muscles, the fists that were repeatedly contracting and expanding. Whoosh. Boom. Boom. Just as the power of the tremor fruit reached its zenith at the tips of Whitebeard's fists, he swung his arms with fury, sending his fists crashing down. Crack, crack, crack. In an instant, at the moment Whitebeard's fist struck, a sound akin to glass shattering under a heavy blow reverberated, echoing in the ears of everyone present. Cracks. As the immense fist descended, the intangible air at the impact zone exploded with layers upon layers of fissures. What is that? What do I see? The vast, formless atmosphere has been shattered. Boom, boom, boom. As the Marines stationed at Marineford witnessed the visible explosion of fractures where Whitebeard's fists landed, an inexplicable terror gripped them. Tremors. A series of earth-shaking vibrations surged from beneath their feet. Moreover, the sea, which had merely been gently undulating moments before, now rose like a tide, surging upward, threatening to unleash towering waves capable of obliterating everything in their path. Beneath such formidable waves, every Navy warship, each comparable to the demon-slaying battleships that aimed to intercept the Whitebeard pirates at the harbor, had yet to set sail before being shattered and capsized by the incoming tide. What a terrifying power! Gazing at the massive waves that crushed the Navy vessels, even the formidable warlord of the sea, Don Quixote da Flamingo, standing atop the fortress, could not contain the surge of emotions within. spreading his arms wide and exclaiming, "Truly, he is the legendary monster. Ha ha." As Doflamingos mingled with the incredulous gasps of the Marines, the earth-shattering waves, propelled by Edward Newgate, the man known as Whitebeard, collided with the resilient defenses of Marineford, pushing upward into the heavens. Such waves, if they were to crash down, would surely engulf Marineford entirely, turning it into a watery grave. Thus, this battle, an assault by the Whitebeard pirates against the Navy headquarters and the warlords of the sea, would usher in an era of unparalleled conflict, regardless of who emerged victorious. Forever altering the course of history, the curtain was raised upon this grand war by the world's strongest man, Edward Newgate, also known as Whitebeard. Chapter 65. Even retreating to the ends of the sea offers no safety. Under the power of the tremor fruit, the colossal waves surged upward, climbing ever higher, surpassing even the height of the marshal's office at Marineford. Observing the terrifying waves that resembled a cataclysmic disaster, even the elite Marines, drawn from various branches, standing within the harbor, could not help but feel a chill of fear. They understood vividly that if these monstrous waves were to reach their peak and crash down, it would not only threaten their lives, but could also lead to the obliteration of the very Marine headquarters that represented justice. Whoosh! Just as the Marines within the harbor, gripping their swords and guns, stared in horror at the ever-rising waves, a sudden sound pierced through the air from the throne of the Navy's highest combat power, situated beneath the execution platform. In the next instant, a biting cold, a wave of frosty chill, reminiscent of ancient glaciers, capable of freezing even souls, erupted from above. The Ice Age. At that moment, as the absolute cold swept through the air, a languid voice, as if just awakened from slumber, resounded. The crowd turned to see. Hovering in the void, a figure draped in an admiral's cloak, his body shrouded in frost. None other than Kazan, the Ice Admiral, one of the Navy's 3 admirals, who had consumed the ice fruit. As Kazan ascended with the moonwalk, he spread his arms wide, resembling an ice phoenix. Sizzle. Then, accompanied by the sound of swirling winds, from his arms, which could engulf entire islands in icy despair, he unleashed a torrent of absolute freezing air, a manifestation of his awakened fruit power, capable of instantly freezing even the vastest oceans. Creak, creak, creak. As the sound of freezing water echoed, the tangible freezing air met the monstrous waves, instantaneously freezing them into towering walls of ice. Crack. Just as Kazan's ultimate technique, the Ice Age, capable of sealing the oceans in ice, froze the colossal force unleashed by Whitebeard. With a thunderous sound of breaking ice pillars, Kazan, who had been floating, suddenly lunged forward, directing his attack at Whitebeard. Twin ice spears. In the next instant, the water vapor in the air coalesced into the sharpest ice crystal spears, hurtling toward Whitebeard. Kula la 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 la. As the ice crystal spears shot through the air, Whitebeard, undeterred and still laughing, looked up at the frost-covered Kazan and declared, "Is that all you've got, Kazan? Not even close." Whoosh. Boom. With those words, Whitebeard swung his right arm, unleashing a punch imbued with the power of the tremor fruit, tearing through the air with ferocity. Crack, 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 crack. As if the very fabric of space were fracturing, the atmosphere above shattered with a deafening roar at the apex of Whitebeard's fist. Boom, boom, boom. Under the cataclysmic shockwave unleashed by Whitebeard, the ice crystal spear, which had just been propelled by Aokiji, shattered instantaneously like glass struck with immense force, erupting into fragments. Not merely the ice spear, but in the horrified gazes of the Navy, even the colossal tidal wave, which had the potential to engulf Marineford in an instant, was rendered impotent. The once formidable Aokiji, frozen in his tracks, fell apart like the ice crystal spear, crashing down. Creak, creak, creak. Yet, at the very moment Aokiji's shattered form made contact with the harbor, the azure sea that bore the Moby Dick was supplanted by a pure white expanse of ice. Oh, the sea has solidified. Rising slowly, Aokiji exhaled a frosty mist, declaring, "Even in my old age, Whitebeard remains a formidable adversary. The sea is frozen. Ha ha. The Navy has made a grave error. Let us charge across the ice that Aokiji has created. Forward." At that instant, as Aokiji sighed in resignation, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates' various divisions descended from their ships, propelled by an indomitable spirit, charging swiftly into the bay under the cover of cannon fire. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, in the next fleeting moment, sharp slashes sliced through the air, effortlessly shattering the cannonballs fired by the Whitebeard pirates. Indeed, witnessing the onslaught, the fiercely determined Vista, with his sword poised, bellowed, You rabble shall not allow us to advance so easily." Within the harbor, those who had boldly taken action, akin to an impregnable wall, were the vice admirals of the marine headquarters, effortlessly deflecting every cannonball from the Whitebeard pirates. Even the devastating Demon Slayer order would only deploy 5 vice admirals. Yet before the Whitebeard pirates stood all the vice admirals, save for Garp, Old Lady Crane, the fierce vice admiral Enigmo, having just cleaved through dozens of cannonballs, glanced at the aged chief of staff, Vice Admiral Tsuru, and spoke. "With us here, you should retreat to safety." "Safety? Spare me the pleasantries, you young whippersnapper." Vice Admiral Tsuru, lifting her gaze to the imposing figure of Whitebeard standing at the bow of the Moby Dick, slowly shook her head and replied, "Even if we retreated to the ends of the earth, there would be no safety left." Chapter 66. Hawkeye. I wish to measure the distance between myself and the world's strongest man. Swish. Just as Vice Admiral Tsuru concluded her words, a chilling gale surged forth. At that moment, the combatants of the Whitebeard pirates had already emerged from the shattering cannon fire, plunging into the thick fog that enveloped the battlefield, clashing with the Navy. Thud. As the pirates of the Whitebeard crew engaged in fierce combat with the Navy, a terrifying aura of sharpness suddenly surged from atop the wall where the warlord of the sea stood. Fwoosh, fwoosh, fwoosh. Sensing the ascent of this unparalleled sharpness beside him, Don Quixote da Flamingo, the king of Dressrosa, adorned in exaggerated sunglasses and a flamingo-feathered cape, looked at his companion with a hint of surprise and said, "What's this? Are you joining the fray as well?" Crack. No sooner had Doflamingo spoken than a figure emerged, a man clad in a black coat and a crimson-patterned shirt, with keen eyes reminiscent of a falcon, embodying an aura of absolute sharpness. He slowly raised his hand to grasp the legendary sword known as the Black Blade Yuru, revered as the strongest of its kind. Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, stood resolute, gazing at Whitebeard at the bow of the Moby Dick, and softly declared, "I merely wish to gauge the distance between myself and the world's strongest man." Clang. The moment the words left his lips, the strongest black blade was unsheathed. Swish. As the inky black, frost-laden edge of Yoru sliced through the air, a radiant green-white light erupted from its blade. In that instant, the world's greatest swordsman executed a simple, unadorned slash towards Whitebeard, severing the very atmosphere itself. SSSSSSS. At the peak of the strike's force, a terrifying wave of energy surged forth, starkly contrasting the simplicity of the slash, tearing through the thick ice layer beneath the sea and hurtling towards Whitebeard. Thud, thud, thud. Yet, just as the green-white wave was about to reach the Moby Dick, a series of explosive footsteps resounded. Impossible. Roaring in defiance was Diamond Jozu, whose body had been transformed into a crystalline substance tougher than diamond, a formidable barrier standing before Mihawk's wave. "You shall not touch our father so easily." With a mighty roar, the powerful armament Haki surged from Diamond Jozu's back, engulfing his arms. And in that moment, as the Haki enveloped him, the sound of tearing and shattering rang out as Jozu, having once withstood the remnants of Rock's wave on the Moby Dick, used his arms to deflect Mihawk's wave, sending it soaring skyward. As Mihawk's green-white wave was flung high into the air, a blinding golden light exploded from above. Suddenly, as Hawkeye made his move, another of the 3 admirals, the lightman Borsalino, who had consumed the Pika Pika no Mi, launched into action. Yada no Kagami. Accompanied by a cacophony reminiscent of a spring festival, an unending barrage of light bullets, capable of demolishing even the indomitable Zifa, surged forth from Borsalino, relentlessly hammering towards Whitebeard's form. Hey! Yet, facing Borsalino's Yada no Kagami, Whitebeard, standing at the bow of the Moby Dick, showed no intention of evading, stating calmly, "This is rather blinding, isn't it?" Swish. But at the moment Whitebeard spoke, a figure engulfed in brilliant blue flames burst forth, placing himself as a barrier before the oncoming barrage of light. Upon witnessing the light bullets from Borsalino being completely blocked, all the Navy personnel present could not help but exclaim, "Wait, wait, wait. Are you serious? He actually blocked an admiral's attack. We can't allow you to disturb our king so easily." The 1st Division captain, Marco, whose arms had transformed into the wings of the phoenix, gazed at Borsalino with a look of indifference, stating, "You will not disrupt our king." Chapter 67. Akainu. Perhaps it is time for you to light the candles on your birthday cake. As Marco, embodying the phoenix, soared forth to intercept Borsalino's barrage of light. Within the swift currents connecting Marineford, the world's first prison, Impel Down, and the judicial island where the world's greatest criminals were judged, the ancient Galantizo was rapidly traversing the waters. Captain, on the watchtower of Gurin Taizolo, The lookout gazed intently at the distant, firmly sealed Justice Gate towering into the clouds. He shouted into the palm-sized transponder snail, "I see it. I have sighted the Justice Gate leading to Marine Headquarters, Marineford." With a raucous laughter, the lookout's declaration was met by the voice of the Golden Lion Shiki, seated to the right of the imposing figure of Rocks. "Allow me to activate my devil fruit powers and steer our ship into Marineford." As he spoke, Shiki placed his arm against the ship's wall, preparing to unleash his abilities. Wait. However, before Shiki could harness his powers, the commanding voice of Rocks resonated. "This time, we shall enter through the front door." "But Captain," Indigo interjected, his expression one of disbelief. "The lookout just said the Justice Gate has not been opened yet." As Indigo's words fell, Rocks, seated on his golden throne with a sword resting against his hand, slowly raised his gaze. A sinister smile crept across his lips as he regarded the colossal Justice Gate. And he declared, "Then let us shatter it." A sense of dread swept through Tesoro as Rocks proclaimed his intentions, while at Marineford, Marco, reborn in the azure flames, engaged the yellow monkey, who exaggeratedly opened his mouth, coolly responding, "Whitebeard pirates." Hearing this, Marco echoed with a similar tone, "That hurts." In the midst of their exchange, Marco launched a powerful kick towards the yellow monkey's head, exclaiming, "Who are you trying to fool?" The yellow monkey, raising his arm to block, felt the force of Marco's strike and narrowed his eyes, lazily retorting, "However, I have never encountered a bird like you before." At that moment, the ground, having just withstood Mihawk's slashing attack, felt the tremendous force of Diamond Jozu as he thrust both hands into the ice, summoning a massive block of ice, comparable to a small hill, and hurled it towards the execution platform. "You've become careless," the yellow monkey noted, his gaze sharpening as he witnessed Jozu's offensive. Suddenly, Marco's mocking voice echoed in his ears, "Watch out." With a swift motion, Marco, cloaked in haki, struck the yellow monkey with a powerful kick. "Ouch!" The yellow monkey feigned nonchalance. "That really hurts." Sensing that he had not landed a solid kick, Marco's expression twisted in frustration as he retorted, "Who are you trying to fool?" With renewed strength, Marco propelled the yellow monkey through the air. Upon witnessing this, the Marine soldiers instinctively called out in concern, "Mr. Yellow Monkey." However, before their words could settle, a resonating hum accompanied the blinding light as the yellow monkey emerged unscathed from the dazzling brilliance, commenting nonchalantly, "Watch out above. Giant squad." Just then, the Marines' giant brigade, wielding colossal blades, appeared, while Akainu, adjusting his military cap, slowly rose to his feet, glaring at the massive ice block hurtling towards them, growling, "If we all go out, who will guard the execution platform?" With a fiery resolve, Akainu, his right arm transformed into seething magma, directed his gaze upward and unleashed a devastating punch of molten rock towards the incoming ice block. With a thunderous explosion, Akainu's magma fist collided with the ice mountain thrown by Diamond Jozu. Astonishingly, the enormous ice block, capable of engulfing the entire square, evaporated under Akainu's fiery onslaught, as though it were snow meeting the warmth of spring. In an instant, the volcanic debris rained down like meteors, obliterating everything in sight. The anguished cries of the burning crowd echoed through the battlefield, painting a scene reminiscent of an apocalyptic nightmare. Then, the mere aftershock of Akainu's eruption surged forth, an unstoppable force carrying an overwhelming terror towards the Moby Dick, where Whitebeard stood. In that fleeting moment, Whitebeard grasped the handle of his sword, Song Yunkut. With a powerful upward thrust, he transformed the massive ice block into vapor with his magma fist, skewering it as if it were a mere skewer. With a glance at the lava burning atop Song Yunkut, Whitebeard unleashed a mighty breath, extinguishing the evaporated remains of the ice block in an instant. "Ha ha ha ha." With a triumphant laugh, Whitebeard turned his gaze towards Akainu, who stood resolute at the execution platform, declaring, "That level of firepower is only suitable for lighting birthday candles." Magma Boy. Chapter 68. The World's Strongest Monster Unleashed. Hee. Akainu, adjusting his military cap, exhibited no signs of disappointment over his attack being easily extinguished by Whitebeard. Instead, a confident smile graced his face as he remarked, "Do you not enjoy a grand funeral, Whitebeard?" Evidently, even after his attack was effortlessly thwarted, the staunchly justice-driven Akainu maintained unwavering confidence in his victory in this battle. Kill them, crush them, rush to the execution platform, and save Ace. Whitebeard's dismissal of Akainu's fiery display ignited a surge of morale among the Whitebeard pirates. Instantly, the combatants led by the 14 captains of the Whitebeard pirates rallied with fervor, driving back the Marine forces several dozen meters. Clearly, Amidst the faltering attacks of the 7 warlords of the sea and the 3 admirals, even as the marine vice-admirals fought fiercely, the marine defense was on the verge of collapse. At that moment, the ground trembled as thunderous footsteps reverberated. With a flash, a barrage of golden lasers erupted from the rear of the marine forces, akin to the activation of Admiral Borsellino's Pika Pika no Mi powers. The deafening sound of the laser barrage filled the air, creating an explosive cacophony that reverberated in the ears of all combatants. Old man. From the epicenter of the laser barrage, a robust figure resembling a professional wrestler, clad in a red apron and wielding a massive axe, called out to the yellow monkey. "We're here. Charge, Pacifista Brigade." At that moment, the commander of the scientific unit, Sindamaru, raised his axe, directing the motivated Whitebeard pirates. "Give it your all, and send these damn pirates back." The battle intensified as the clash of wills continued to unfold on the battlefield. As the thunderous roar of Bartolomeo reverberated, an array of battle robots, each resembling the formidable warlords of the sea, emerged, their production costs rivaling that of naval warships. The peacekeepers, with palms and mouths aglow, instantaneously coalesced a rich photon energy reminiscent of the moment the yellow monkey unleashed his attacks. In that fleeting instant, the photons condensed to their utmost limit. Lasers, akin to a barrage of projectiles, erupted from the throats of the peacekeepers, precisely targeting the members of the Whitebeard pirates. Subsequently, they unleashed a torrential assault. Under such relentless fire, even the members of the Whitebeard pirates, buoyed by the exhilarating morale of having extinguished the flames of Admiral Akainu, found themselves involuntarily retreating, relinquishing the territory they had just seized back to the Navy. The worth of the peacekeepers, whose costs were akin to that of warships, was evidenced by their formidable combat prowess, comparable to a naval fleet devoid of commanding officers. In an instant, the tides of battle shifted back into a state of tug-of-war. Just as the situation at the Navy headquarters became a stalemate, the figure of Admiral Akainu, who had just melted the colossal ice block that had hurled Diamond Jozu, vanished from beneath the execution platform. Moments later, the captain of the Don Quixote pirates, already breaking through the Navy's defenses alongside his crew, stepped onto the Moby Dick, the flagship of the Whitebeard pirates, his demeanor grave and heavy. As the son acknowledged by Whitebeard himself, Squard approached the pirate captain as though in a realm untouched. Upon his arrival, Whitebeard, having just discarded the remnants of volcanic lava from his blade, offered a benevolent smile before redirecting his focus, intent on scrutinizing the ever-evolving battlefield. Clang! The sound of a blade being unsheathed resonated from Squard's direction. However, Whitebeard, who regarded Squard as his son, exhibited no semblance of caution. Rather, he assumed that the unsheathing of the blade indicated an imminent attack from a high-ranking officer. Yet, just as Whitebeard's concentration peaked, his gaze sharpened, searching for potential threats. Squard's blade sliced through the air, striking fiercely towards Whitebeard's chest. The enemy had appeared behind me. In that instant, Whitebeard's pupils narrowed. Who could evade his vigilance and manifest behind him without detection? Indeed, even as Squard's blade lunged towards him, Whitebeard did not perceive himself as the target. Flash! In the next heartbeat, pain, piercing agony, radiated from his chest. It was only upon the blade penetrating his flesh that Whitebeard realized, with shock, that his son Squard had indeed aimed to strike him. The astonishment reverberated not only within Whitebeard, who had just been stabbed in the abdomen, but also among the opposing Navy forces, who were equally taken aback. Squard! In the following moment, Marco's furious roar erupted, thundering through the air. Boom! In less than an instant, the traitorous Squard was forcefully brought down to the ground by the enraged Marco. "Squard, what the hell are you doing? It's all your fault." Squard, pinned to the ground, bellowed, "The Navy told me, after you surrendered us, the 43 pirate crews, to them, you, Whitebeard, and that bastard Roger's son, Ace, would be saved. So hurry up and end this farce." Flash! The next moment, Squard's cries were abruptly silenced, for in that instant, the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, fixed his gaze upon him, unleashing a furious rebuke. "To believe the enemy's lies and turn against your own father? You truly are a foolish son." Whoosh! Then, with the sound of howling winds, Whitebeard's colossal arm, capable of annihilating even a giant vice-admiral with a single blow, descended upon Squard. "But even a foolish son, I still love you." Just as Squard closed his eyes, awaiting his demise, he found himself enveloped in the embrace of the world's strongest arm, and Whitebeard's gentle voice resonated in his ear. "I know you harbor boundless hatred for Roger. But my son Squard, the notion of repaying a father's debts is laughably absurd. Since we have met upon this vast ocean, It matters not whose child Ace is. All of you are my most cherished family. Flash. In the next moment, blood streaming from his abdomen, Whitebeard, his eyes wide with fury, rose to his feet. Glaring at Sengoku atop the execution platform as he roared, "You dare accuse me of betraying my family for my own survival? You have truly enraged me, Navy." Flash. In the instant his words fell, having battled Rocks for 3 days and nights, and clashed fiercely with red-haired Shanks, Whitebeard, now bleeding from his abdomen due to Scourge's treachery, unleashed a ferocious flurry of punches. Crack, crack, crack. In an instant, a terrifying rift, capable of shattering even the intangible air itself, materialized before everyone's eyes. The explosive power of the tremor fruit unleashed a cataclysmic fissure that reverberated through the battlefield. Tremor. All present could distinctly sense the overwhelming tremors. Boom. Subsequently, they witnessed the colossal waves, towering even above the Navy headquarters' highest structures, instantly frozen under Akiji's powers, blocking the pirates' retreat with ice that shattered violently, plummeting into the ocean. After clearing a path for his son, Clang, Whitebeard grasped the hilt of his sword, the Tsung Yuncut, and bellowed at Sengoku atop the execution platform. "Those who are willing to follow me now, cast aside your lives and join me." Boom. As Whitebeard's roar echoed, an immense wave of energy surged forth. Amidst the tempestuous winds, Whitebeard, wielding the Tsung Yuncut, his eyes blazing with fury, propelled himself forward. "Everyone heed my call." Perceiving the turbulent winds stirred by Whitebeard's furious cry and the overwhelming aura charging into the battlefield, even Sengoku, the fleet admiral known for his strategic brilliance, could not help but exclaim in shock, "The monster with the power to obliterate the world is about to unleash his wrath." Indeed, I read yesterday's comments, and I apologize for the previous narrative, which followed the Straw Hat crew closely, depicting my role as the vice captain alongside Luffy or idling aboard the Thousand Sunny, adhering to the anime's storyline. Although I have now broken free from the constraints of the anime's plot to craft my own narrative, some descriptions inevitably lean towards the original series due to my habitual thinking. My writing skills are still burgeoning, and I ask for your understanding regarding any shortcomings. This chapter, totaling over 3,000 words, will not be divided into sections. In closing, if it is truly unbearable, feel free to turn to another book. With that said, I shall continue to pen my tale. Chapter 69, Rocks has arrived. Clap, clap, clap. Just as Sengoku atop the execution platform gazed solemnly at Whitebeard, who had leaped into the fray with a sweep of the Tsung Yuncut, suddenly, a hurried sound of footsteps erupted from behind. As news reached Admiral Sengoku of the Marines regarding the Justice Gate, a colossal ship, adorned with the flag of the Rocks pirates, had just been discovered. Moments later, a flustered ensign, donning a naval cap, appeared before Sengoku, panting heavily and speaking urgently. At the helm of the ship, seated upon a golden throne, was none other than the captain of the Rocks pirates, Rocks D. Xebec. "What did you say?" Just as the ensign's words echoed, Sengoku, who had been intently focused on Whitebeard's situation, abruptly turned, his expression one of disbelief as he stared at the ensign. "Rocks has arrived at the Justice Gate." Boom. Before Sengoku's incredulous voice could fade, it was violently interrupted by a sound akin to the wrath of a thunderous deity, reverberating through the air. The source of this explosive sound, comparable to the collapse of heaven itself, was indeed the Justice Gate, where the Rocks pirates had made their entrance. "Immediately alert all personnel to be on guard against the skies," Sengoku commanded, his eyes filled with a solemn determination as he processed the terrifying noise. "The Rocks pirates are here. Huh, not even a tremor from my attack." Outside the Justice Gate, as Sengoku ordered everyone to be on high alert, Guild D. Tesoro, standing beside Rocks at the bow of the ship, witnessed the Justice Gate, which had shown no signs of movement, merely revealing a few traces under the onslaught of his golden divine punishment. Truly, it is the legendary Justice Gate. Before this towering structure, capable of blocking even the circular sea currents, the massive ship, Buran Tesoro, stretching 10 kilometers long and resembling an island, appeared insignificant. Negative value, 20,000. Negative value, 1,000. Negative value, 500. As Guild D. Tesoro endeavored to unleash his devil fruit power against the Justice Gate, he found himself utterly powerless. Gazing at the mountain-like Justice Gate, he couldn't help but express his awe. At that moment, Rocks heard the mechanical, dry tone of the system notifications in his ears. Noting the source was Admiral Sengoku with his 20,000 negative points. "So, the news of my Rocks pirates' arrival has already reached you, Sengoku?" A sinister smile crept across Rock's face as he spoke slowly. In that case, allow me to grant you another surprise. System, consume all negative points for body restoration, deducting 1,200,000 negative points, activating body restoration module for a medium intensity and 2 low intensity restorations. As Rocks finished speaking, the dry mechanical prompt echoed in his ears, signifying the successful activation of the body restoration module. With the system's notification resonating, Rocks felt a warm flow emanating from his forehead, spreading throughout his body. Crackle. At the very moment when all accumulated negative points were consumed, a surge of electrical sensation coursed through Rock's limbs and bones. Clang. Simultaneously, a sound of metal clashing erupted, and in the next moment, Rocks unsheathed his blade. The domineering heavy nation, Marines. With the long sword in hand, Rocks bellowed at the towering Justice Gate, which remained unscathed even from Guild D, Tesoro's ferocious attacks. Accept my gift. Boom. In that instant, a fierce haki erupted, resembling the collapse of the heavens. As the Conqueror's haki unfurled, Rocks roared, gather. Crackle. Amidst the roar, pure arcs of electricity burst forth from the pores of Rock's skin. Following that, the overwhelming Conqueror's haki, which surged forth and expanded infinitely around him, suddenly constricted and coiled, wrapping around the blade of the heavy nation. Buzz. Just as Rocks unleashed his formidable spirit, aided by the system's restoration mechanism, the pure electric arcs enveloped him, intertwining with the Conqueror's haki on the heavy nation. As the dark, ink-like armament haki surged from Rock's back, it coursed down his arm and into the gleaming blade of the heavy nation. Creak. At that moment, as both the Conqueror's haki and armament haki were infused into the blade by Rocks, the sound of tensed muscles echoed like thunder. Subsequently, with a surge of power, Rocks' muscles, more resilient than steel, bulged as he bellowed, "Break for me." Swish. Accompanied by Rocks' explosive shout, the overwhelming Conqueror's haki, the rare armament haki, and the colossal force combined in the heavy nation, all converged in an instant, cleaving through the air toward the impenetrable Justice Gate that had never been breached since its construction. Chapter 70. The Justice Gate Shattered. Sizzle. As the edge of the heavy nation sliced through the air, a sound erupted that resonated like the screeching of tires coming to an abrupt halt. However, that sound was not the most astonishing aspect. What left the members of the Rocks Pirates in utter shock was the appearance of deep, abyss-like fissures that emerged the moment the blade cut through the air. The edge of the sword had torn apart the very fabric of space. As they beheld the terrifying blade that had yet to fully cut through but already created profound rifts in space, Douglas Bullet, standing beside Rocks, widened his eyes in awe and exclaimed, could it be that the strike it impelled down was not even Rock's full power? At the same time as Douglas Bullet's excited shout echoed, the formidable blade, which had cleaved through space, descended with ferocity. Then, an unrestrained torrent of power surged forth from Rock's wrists, extending down to the tip of the blade. With the aim directed at the steadfast Justice Gate, he unleashed a thunderous strike. Sizzle. Accompanied by a series of piercing explosions, the cutting wave. A wave, enveloped in Conqueror's haki and manifesting a terrifying black-red substance, was thrust forth from the edge of the long sword, racing toward the Justice Gate with unparalleled speed. Dazzling. Sharp. Vast. At this moment, even words could not adequately convey the terror of this cutting wave. As the wave shot forth, it seemed as though space itself was being sliced open by this strike. An endless ripple surged around it, distorting the very fabric of reality as the fearsome strike tore through space with violent force. In an instant, the wave transcended space and cut through the ocean. Boom. Amidst the thunderous roars that echoed like a tempest, an overwhelming force emerged, akin to the tearing of a curtain. The seemingly gentle ocean, upon enduring this terrifying wave-slicing impact, was cleaved asunder in an instant. Indeed, it was merely the residual force of the wave that had split the sea apart. The azure waters were forcefully torn open, revealing a chasm that was profound and unfathomable, dark and deep, reminiscent of an abyss from the depths of hell. Yet, this formidable power was merely an aftershock. In the next moment, the true wave, fueled by the full might of Rocks, erupted with ferocity. That terrifying torrent, entwined with the aura of Conqueror's haki, rent the fabric of space itself, and in an instant, it cleaved through the ocean, striking the eternally unyielding gate of justice like a mountain. As the gate of justice thunderously collided, a blinding light erupted. Compressed to its utmost limit, the darkness transformed into a radiant blaze of dazzling white, erupting from the point of collision between the wave and the gate of justice. The explosive sound reverberated with an intensity 100-fold greater than that of Guild Tesoro's earlier assault on the gate. Why did such a terrifying explosion resonate from the direction of the Gate of Justice? At that moment, Sengoku, who had just issued a warning to the Navy to remain vigilant against the impending assault of the Rocks pirates, turned in shock, his face a mask of horror, exclaiming, "Could it be that Rocks intends to shatter the Gate of Justice? How is that even possible?" Before Sengoku could finish his thought, the signaling officer instinctively shook his head, asserting that such a monumental structure, comparable to a mountain, could not be harmed, even by the combined firepower of nearly 100 warships. How could it be possible? No matter how resilient the Gate of Justice, it remained merely an inanimate object. However, before the officer's words could fully escape his lips, the naval hero Monkey D. Garp, seated beside Ace, gazed intently at the direction of the Gate of Justice, his expression resolute, and calmly stated, "Even against an inanimate object, I, without any obstruction, could utterly shatter it." In that very moment, as Garp's voice resonated, Sengoku activated his observation haki and distinctly perceived the colossal Gate of Justice, towering into the clouds, which had never sustained damage since the establishment of the world government 8 centuries ago. Now it was fractured. Like a chain reaction, the first fissure revealed itself to Sengoku. And in an instant, second and third cracks, even more dense and terrifying, manifested on the massive Gate of Justice. Then came the light. Dark red flashes, akin to infernal lightning, erupted from the gaping fissures. When the wave unleashed by Rocks collided with the blinding light from the Gate of Justice, the moment it burst forth through the cracks, it shattered. The seemingly eternal Gate of Justice, as unyielding as an ancient mountain, was reduced to shards. Collapsing like glass struck by a mighty hammer, the radiant light exploding along the fissures until it disintegrated completely. Just moments prior, I had received the news that she no longer harbored feelings for me. My mind was left in a state of bewilderment, and after smoking several cigarettes, my thoughts remained in a haze. I sat before my computer for a long time, unable to compose a single word. Even attempting to write an outline proved futile. Today, I find myself at a standstill. I cannot continue. Truly, I cannot proceed. I shall slowly rest my eyes. Apologies. I withdraw. Chapter 71. Madness, Sheer Madness. With a thunderous roar, the Gate of Justice, towering like a mountain, crumbled and collapsed. At the moment of its shattering, the explosive waves surged forth, instantly engulfing the surroundings. In an instant, both factions engaged in fierce combat within Marineford halted, overwhelmed by a profound shock, their gazes drawn to the source of the sonic explosion. Stunned, upon witnessing the terrifying shockwave and the subsequent chaos unleashed by the shattered Gate of Justice, everyone present, be they elite naval forces or formidable pirates, even the mightiest admirals, were left in awe. In that moment, the powerful Shichibukai and admirals, despite their formidable prowess, managed to suppress their astonishment, while the ordinary navy and pirates could no longer contain their terror, screaming in disbelief, "What did we just witness? The Gate of Justice has been shattered." As the naval forces and pirates cried out in horror, the colossal fragments of the gate, akin to mountains, tumbled down under the pull of gravity. A voice, akin to a lion's roar, thundered forth, "Serpent!" Instantly, an invisible force erupted beneath the descending debris. Then, the pristine azure waters surged upward as if manipulated by invisible hands, charging towards the falling remnants of the Gate of Justice. In the next moment, those immense fragments, exceedingly heavy and infused with sea stone, were propelled upward by the boundless ocean, thanks to the powers of the golden lion Shiki. As the massive fragments of the gate floated mid-air under Shiki's influence, the sound of ships cutting through the waves reverberated amidst the thick fog created by the explosion. Then, the gargantuan ship, the Guarantee Tesoro, which spanned 10 kilometers and resembled a small island, surged forward, propelled by Guild Tesoro's powers, unfurling its sails as it cleaved through the endless sea, racing towards the battlefield at Marineford. That is the flag of the Rocks pirates. In shock, all eyes turned toward the Guarantee Tesoro, which advanced relentlessly, adorned with the multitude of flags of the Rocks pirates. Those who recognized the name of Rocks felt a tidal wave of astonishment surge within them, reminiscent of the ocean's tides. The infamous Captain Whitebeard had returned from the dead. Rocks D. Xebec had forcefully shattered the Gate of Justice and was now approaching. Negative value 10,000. Negative value 10,000. Negative value 10,000. As a wave of overwhelming shock washed over the crowd, Rocks, seated upon the golden throne at the bow of the Guarantee Tesoro, was bombarded by a cascade of system notifications echoing in his ears. In an instant, my negative value surged by 900,000. Observing the attributes on his panel, which had skyrocketed to 900,000, 000, and with time, the negative value continued to swell. Rocks murmured with a slight grin, indeed. Only on the highest battlefield of this world can one reap such a bounty of negative values. However, this rate of increase is still insufficient. With that thought, Rocks cast a glance at the golden lion Shiki beside him, his voice dripping with madness. Shiki, we have arrived at Marineford. It's time to present our welcoming gift. Ha! As soon as Rock's voice fell, a fervent madness engulfed the scene. The exuberant golden lion Shiki, with an ecstatic expression, exclaimed, I was just waiting for that statement. Navy. With his face alight with manic excitement, the golden lion cast a sinister grin toward the distant Marineford and bellowed, prepare to receive my welcoming gift from the Rocks pirates. Lion's descent. Roaring with might, his thunderous shout resonated, echoing like the ferocious roar of a lion across the skies above the Grand Tesoro. Instantly, the vast ocean, laden with colossal fragments of the Gate of Justice, morphed into a torrent of azure wild lions, each brimming with the weight of the shattered debris. As the wild lions formed, they charged swiftly toward Marineford, unleashing their primal roars. Crack! Whoosh! And just as the oceanic lions reached the pinnacle of Marineford, they erupted violently. Subsequently, the immense volume of seawater, entangled with the heavy shards of the Gate of Justice, plummeted under the force of gravity from the heights above. Insanity, madness, utter lunacy. Witnessing the chaos unleashed by Shiki at Rock's command, the onlookers below were rendered speechless, their faces contorted with terror and rage. The audacity of the Rocks pirates was beyond comprehension. Their fear was not without reason. For beneath the crashing waves and the descending fragments stood not merely the Navy. This meant that Shiki's assault was an indiscriminate attack. At this moment, such an offensive was tantamount to declaring war against both the Yonko Whitebeard pirates and the elite forces of the Navy, including the Admirals. Chapter 72, The Tide of Battle Turns. Unlike the others, Sengoku, known as the strategist, harbored no belief that Rocks would dare to declare war on the Whitebeard pirates. Sengoku argued that if Rocks truly intended to wage war, he would have launched a full-scale assault within Whitebeard's territory long ago. Thus, the question arose, if Rocks had no intention of engaging the Whitebeard pirates, what was his purpose in this act? Marshal, we have received word from Mr. Kazan that he cannot intervene. The fragments of the Gate of Justice contain sea prism stone, and the descent speed of the seawater differs from that of the falling fragments. At this moment of deep contemplation, Sengoku's train of thought was abruptly interrupted by the voice of an officer. If we freeze it, the seawater that solidifies into ice, once the shards of the Gate of Justice above are destroyed, will undoubtedly result in even greater calamity for the Navy. Could it be, in that instant? A horrifying realization struck Sengoku's mind. Had Rocks discovered the existence of a means to counteract the Golden Lion? Upon learning that Kazan could not freeze the seawater, preventing the high-altitude assault from being thwarted, Sengoku's heart raced with a singular thought. Intelligence within the headquarters had been compromised. Whoosh! However, the howling winds and the mounting sense of pressure allowed Sengoku no time for further contemplation. Clearly, the imminent assault, fueled by the Golden Lion's devil fruit abilities, was fast approaching. With a grin, sensing the sudden surge of oppressive force, Sengoku abruptly turned and shouted toward the execution platform, "Act now." As per Marshal Sengoku's directive. No sooner had Sengoku's voice echoed than a slightly aged voice resonated from behind the execution platform. "Then I shall take the initiative." Buzz. The moment that voice faded, a series of resonant hums erupted in the ears of the onlookers. A pale purple aura manifested above Marineford. As that violet radiance surged upward, the seawater and debris descending under the Golden Lion's influence suddenly halted midair, no longer falling. At that moment, the gravity-manipulating devil fruit user, with a laugh, activated his powers, thwarting the Golden Lion's attack. It was about time. With his purple hair and a massive mechanical arm crafted entirely from sea prism stone replacing his right limb, this man, enveloped in the most advanced armament haki, surged forth, roaring. Sengoku. Crackle. The instant the roar echoed, a figure, cigarette clamped in his mouth, found himself in the midst of chaos, beset by pirates. With the sound of mechanical grinding resonating, he swept forth with his formidable haki-imbued iron wall, sending the pirates before him flying. "Is this how I taught you in the Navy training camps?" Observing this man, who resembled a god of war as he effortlessly dispatched a throng of pirates, the Navy's renowned generals on the battlefield widened their eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "Zeph! Look at Zeph!" Indeed, the man who burst forth after the gravity user was none other than the former admiral known for training the core leaders of the Navy, Black Arm Zephyr. as Shiki's relentless assault was met with the overwhelming presence of Zephyr, the spirit of the Navy surged. Meanwhile, the gravity user, wielding his staff sword and levitating upon floating stones, gazed steadily at the distant golden lion and calmly declared, "As entrusted, I shall stand in your stead. Kekiki, stand in my way." With a manic laughter, the golden lion retorted, "Go ahead and try." With that, Shiki leaped toward the gravity user with the ferocity of a tempest. Ha ha ha. As Shiki engaged, the battle maniac Douglas Bullet, observing the smoke-filled battlefield, erupted with fury. "You must be the so-called world's greatest swordsman, huh?" After a fit of wild laughter, the bloodthirsty Douglas Bullet directed his gaze toward the castle wall, where the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, bore his black blade. "Come, let me gauge just how strong you truly are." Boom. At the moment those words left his lips, Douglas Bullet leaped into the air, swinging his iron fists toward Mihawk. Not only were the Golden Lion and Douglas Bullet embroiled in conflict, Guild Tesoro and Bondi Wald also launched their attacks, each hurtling toward Don Quixote da Flamingo and Black Arm Zephyr, respectively, unleashing their dominance. In an instant, Sengoku called for reinforcements to prevent unforeseen circumstances. Yet the four commanders of the Rocks pirates not only thwarted this force, but also entangled 2 of the 7 warlords in their wake. Regardless of whether they were pirates escaping from Impel Down or former crew members, they surged forth, overwhelming the Navy. In that fleeting moment, the Navy, previously engaged in a fierce battle with the Whitebeard pirates, found the scales of victory entirely tipped in their favor under the assault of the Rocks pirates. Chapter 73, Whitebeard. As ever, shall return to my ranks. Retreat. The Navy is in retreat, even with 100,000 elite forces and the 3 highest-ranking admirals present. Under the ferocious pressure exerted by the alliance of the Whitebeard pirates and the Rocks pirates, they were forced to retreat relentlessly. On one hand, the pirates of the Rocks crew, having just escaped from Impel Down, were filled with an overwhelming rage and a thirst for blood that demanded release, fighting recklessly as if their lives depended on it. On the other hand, looming over the battlefield was the presence of the Marine Admiral's command. Indeed, Sengoku ordered the Navy to withdraw and suppressed Garp, who was eager to engage upon seeing rocks. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, as the Navy retreated into the harbor, the sounds of mechanisms detonating echoed, and resilient barriers, infused with sea prism stone, erupted from the ground. Whoosh! The moment the barriers emerged, the artillery system designed by Vegapunk was instantly activated. Subsequently, a volley of expensive high-explosive shells was unleashed, roaring towards the pirates. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosions erupted in the ears of all present, as countless pirates met their demise amid the terrifying blasts. Yet, that was merely the beginning. Just as the cannons prepared to unleash a second barrage, a thunderous roar erupted from Whitebeard. Shatter. With a whoosh, accompanied by the sound of blades slicing through the air. A terrifyingly powerful attack, constructed from the abilities of the Tremor fruit, surged forth. Boom, boom, boom. The onslaught not only shattered the high-explosive shells in an instant, but continued unabated towards the defensive barriers. Although the fruit's power had no effect on the sea prism stone-enforced defenses, the artillery systems embedded within were utterly obliterated by the overwhelming shockwave. However, the destruction of the artillery system atop the defensive barriers was not Sengoku's primary concern at that moment, even though Vegapunk's creation had claimed the lives of numerous pirates in a single volley. For in that fleeting moment, Sengoku noticed that Rocks, who had been seated upon the massive ship, the Guarantor, had made a move. Newgate. In the next instant, Rocks appeared beside Whitebeard. Observing the blood flowing from his abdomen and his visibly weakened state, seemingly disregarding the ongoing battle. Slowly, Rocks spoke, "You don't look well." Kaha. In stark contrast, Whitebeard, despite his grievous wounds and waning spirit, let out a hearty laugh. "Captain Rocks, your presence has only grown more imposing. I will shatter the gates of justice and arrive at Marine headquarters." No sooner had Whitebeard finished speaking, he slightly sidestepped to evade an attack, then raised his arm. In a flash of steel, he instantly dispatched a giant Marine officer who had charged at him. Looking earnestly at Whitebeard, Rocks declared, "I am not here to exchange pleasantries. Now, I offer you 2 choices. Either rejoin my crew as my first mate, or face annihilation alongside your crew before I crush the Marines." Thus, with his left foot slightly raised, Rocks sent the giant officer's corpse flying and stood before Whitebeard, arms outstretched, showcasing his formidable presence to the transponder snail broadcasting to Sabaody Archipelago, bellowing, "Choose, Newgate. Will you once again serve under me as my first mate? Or will you reject me and become my enemy, destined to be obliterated. Stunned. At that moment, before the grand screen of Xebec Archipelago, all who heard Rock's declarations were left utterly bewildered. What did I just hear? Someone is attempting to recruit the Emperor of the Sea, the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. And this man seems to have once been Whitebeard's captain. The realization struck that there indeed existed a pirate crew capable of welcoming one of the four emperors into their ranks. Following the shock, an uproar erupted throughout Xebec Archipelago. What a ridiculous spectacle. These are truly uninformed fools. Just as the crowd erupted in disbelief, a reporter from the World Economic Journal shook his head. His expression one of condescension. Are you all unaware that he is Rocks, who dominated the seas 38 years ago and just over a month ago defeated death itself, achieving a legendary resurrection? What? He was indeed the Rocks reported by the World Economic Journal, who proclaimed his return while standing atop the heads of celestial dragons. So the shattering of the gates of justice was also the work of this monster. Shocked, as Rocks sought to recruit Whitebeard into his crew, the tales of his exploits spread like wildfire, inundating all who learned of them with an overwhelming sense of astonishment. Negative value, 200. Negative value, 100. Negative value, 50. At the very moment Rock's image was broadcasted to the grand screen of Xebec Archipelago, a cacophony of mechanical and dry system notifications erupted in his ears. The alerts came in a barrage, hundreds, even thousands per second, causing Rocks to furrow his brow and command the system to silence these notifications. However, though the incessant alerts troubled him, they only lasted a moment, as the negative value surged to 3 million and continued to rise with time, prompting a smile to creep upon Rock's lips. The current negative value was surely sufficient to restore him to his peak condition. Once he received confirmation that the negative value had accumulated sufficiently, Rocks directly commanded the system, in that case, do not hold back. Expend all negative values to restore me. The system initiated the consumption of all negative values for bodily repair. Deducting all negative values, the body repair module was activated, restoring the host to peak condition. Just as Rocks issued the command, a dry mechanical notification echoed in his ears, indicating the successful activation of the repair module. Repair in progress. 1050. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the system notification resonated, and within his mind, a thunderous explosion reverberated, akin to a great bell tolling. As the explosive sounds rang out, images flooded Rock's mind like a revolving lantern, an endless array of scenes erupting from his consciousness. Crackle. And in that near-death moment, as the endless images swirled in Rock's mind, the sound of crackling arcs reverberated simultaneously. At that moment, Whitebeard clearly witnessed the captain who had just sought to recruit him, Rocks, erupting in a dazzling display of golden-purple lightning from every pore. Indeed, even though the thin strands of golden-purple electricity were faint in Whitebeard's eyes, they were nothing short of thunder, more pure than the natural wrath of lightning, more noble than the so-called world aristocrats. It was the supreme thunder, the aura. As Whitebeard clearly observed, an endless torrent of golden and purple lightning erupted from the very surface of Rocks. He sensed that the terrifying aura emanating from Rocks, which had already been formidable beyond measure a fortnight ago, had now intensified to an extraordinary degree, swelling rapidly, as if inflated like a balloon. It was not only Whitebeard standing before Rocks who felt this transformation. Sengoku, who had been vigilantly monitoring Rocks since his emergence, also detected the shift in his aura. What a surprise! This fellow Rocks, in the mere seconds he conversed with Whitebeard, had allowed his presence to expand to such an extent. Shocked, Sengoku's eyes widened in disbelief as he roared. What on earth have those two done? What transpired between them has become inconsequential. As Sengoku's incredulous roar echoed, the legendary marine hero, Monkey D. Garp, seated beside Ace, slowly lifted his gaze. He beheld Rocks, whose aura surged to its zenith like a colossal sun rising abruptly in the night. Garp spoke, stating that the most pressing matter now was to thwart Rocks. The moment Garp uttered those words, a brilliant glimmer ignited in Sengoku's eyes. Are you about to act? Upon hearing this, Garp first cast a complex glance at Ace, whom he regarded as a beloved grandson, before shaking his head with a sigh directed at Sengoku, asking if there was anyone left in the Marine headquarters capable of stopping Rocks. Ace, grandfather cannot accompany you on your final journey. With that, Garp turned his tear-streaked face toward Ace and forced a smile before continuing. For a grandfather is a Marine. With a mighty stomp, Garp bellowed, Rocks, what audacity you display over there. In an instant, Garp pivoted sharply, raising his still powerful, albeit aged, arm to point at Rocks beyond the harbor, roaring, I, Monkey D. Garp, am still very much alive. Chapter 75. Rocks in Peak Condition. As the roar reverberated, Garp, with one hand pointing toward Rocks, stomped the ground with conviction. The resounding crash echoed as his feet struck the earth. The muscles of Garp, though aged, remained robust to an almost exaggerated degree, contracting and bulging in an instant. At that moment, as Garp's formidable muscles expanded, his resilient Marine Admiral's attire was violently torn apart, shredded by the ferocity of his muscles, resembling tattered rags of a beggar. Yet, despite the ragged remnants draping over him, they did nothing to diminish Garp's imposing presence. In fact, as the scars of his past glories became visible, a formidable aura surged from Garp's entirety, radiating forth. Clearly, under the strain of maximum effort, the legendary Marine hero who had once cornered the Pirate King had returned. In a flash, as Garp's uniform disintegrated, he harnessed the recoil to leap from the execution platform toward Rocks with explosive force. Instantly, the attention of the spectators was drawn to Garp, whose body was now a testament to explosive strength. What an opportunity! Just as the crowd beheld Garp soaring towards Rocks, Marco, who was locked in a fierce struggle against Borsalino's light attacks, suddenly shouted, "Ace, I'm coming to save you." In that moment, Marco unleashed his devil fruit ability, transforming into a phoenix engulfed in eternal flames, bracing himself against Borsalino's concentrated assault, and launched himself toward Ace on the execution platform. However, just as Marco was about to reach the execution platform, a furious roar rang in his ears, still not dead. The next instant, a brilliant, golden light erupted from the execution platform, and a colossal, radiant Buddha manifested, signaling the intervention of Sengoku, the fleet admiral of the Marines. With a thunderous crash, as the Buddha descended, Marco felt an overwhelming shockwave emanating from the execution platform, striking his body with tremendous force. Despite being the strongest captain of the Whitebeard pirates under the legendary Whitebeard, Marco was sent hurtling back, crashing to the ground under the weight of the formidable shockwave. Yet, there was no time for the onlookers to dwell on this, for at that moment, as Marco, transformed into the immortal bird, fell to the ground, he swiftly healed his injuries. Garp, who had once fought alongside Roger to dismantle the Rocks pirates, though aged, was still recognized by all Marines as the strongest Marine. Even surpassing the highest-ranking admirals, the legendary hero Monkey D. Garp had already swung his iron fist, landing before Rocks. Meteor punch. As Garp descended, he seized cannonballs from midair, enveloping them in his haki before launching them toward Rocks. The black projectiles shot forth like falling meteors, breaking through sound barriers, resembling bolts of dark lightning as they sped toward Rocks. Nearby Marines could not contain their astonishment, exclaiming that Garp's cannonballs, imbued with haki, were far more terrifying than the main cannons used to slay demons. However, despite Garp's meteoric assault, which far surpassed the playful punches hurled at his grandson, this attack was merely a slight distraction for Rocks, who had expended all negative values and had restored himself to peak condition through the system, allowing him to evade the incoming projectiles with barely a shift in his stance. Boom! Laughing heartily amidst the explosive winds, Rocks observed that Garp, having completed his barrage, had ascended to the pinnacle of his aura, proclaiming, "Old friend, do not indulge in such childish play before me. Garp, show me all your resolve, all your strength." With that, Rocks, now fully restored, opened his arms wide, his eyes blazing with battle intent as he grinned menacingly at Garp, declaring that otherwise, you shall not even possess the qualification to engage me in combat. Chapter 76. A Clash of Legends. The thunderous roar of Rocks erupted, unleashing a wave of sound that reverberated through the surroundings, challenging the very essence of the air itself. In the aftermath, a tempestuous inferno surged forth from Rocks, as the sonic waves crashed and swept across the landscape, reaching skyward. In that fleeting moment, even the Marine headquarters, situated on the island of Marineford, seemed to tremble involuntarily. Subsequently, the terrifying wind pressure unleashed by the sound waves instantaneously shattered the stone-like fist of Garp, creating a colossal cloud of dust that obliterated everything in its path. Yet, this was far from the conclusion. The wind pressure expanded, affecting the towering ancient trees, frozen solid and adorned with frost beneath the ice age of Aokiji. Under this overwhelming atmospheric surge, the trees swayed like waves in a tempest, rippling toward the horizons beyond Marineford, before ultimately snapping with a deafening crack. Faced with such a formidable presence, the Marines could only stare in disbelief. A single explosive roar was terrifying enough. Could we truly withstand such a monstrous figure? Just as the Marines, trembling in the face of Rock's peak prowess, began to doubt their own strength, Garp stood resolutely before Rocks. Though aged, his muscles remained sinewy, and his fighting spirit soared as he pointed a defiant finger at Rocks, proclaiming, "Rocks, let us battle." As the aftermath of the battle resonated, Garp, clad in a gleaming black-gold hue of haki, thrust his foot firmly into the ground and charged at Rocks with unyielding ferocity. Indeed, despite Rocks' displayed might, rivaling that of his peak state during the God Valley incident, the heroic Marine Garp fearlessly initiated the declaration of war. Without hesitation, he charged forward, determined to confront Rocks. Just as Garp, enveloped in haki, approached Rocks, he leaped into the air, and as he soared high above, the black-gold sheen of his haki faded. Yet, while the haki enveloping his body diminished, the haki encasing his bulging right arm intensified. In that moment, Garp concentrated all his haki into his right wrist. Then, with his arm, now shimmering black and seemingly capable of sinking Marineford with a single strike, he executed a flawless downward arc, propelled by a roaring gale, aimed directly at Rock's head. The impact was cataclysmic. Upon the moment of contact, the air itself detonated. Not merely the air, but the trajectory of Garp's descending arm created deep, inky fissures that tore through the very fabric of space. It was evident that the sheer force of Garp's furious punch had violently ripped apart reality. Rocks showed no inclination to evade. In fact, he reveled in the challenge. With an exultant roar, he planted his weapon, the Supreme King, into the ground, clearly indicating that as the ruler of the seas, he would not exploit Garp's barehandedness. With a clang, the razor-sharp blade of the Supreme King pierced the earth, and a thunderous crack echoed as Rocks prepared his stance, embracing the world around him. Extending his right arm, he clenched his fist tightly. In that moment, a surge of black-gold haki, akin to Garp's rapid descent, erupted from Rock's back, flooding his arm. As the haki enveloped his arm, a sound akin to a bowstring being pulled taut reverberated, and Rocks stretched his arm to its utmost limit. At the pinnacle of his fury, Rocks, with a fierce glare, chose to meet Garp's iron fist head-on, bellowing, "Break for me." As his fierce cry resonated, he twisted his body nearly 180 degrees, unleashing a punch that sent ripples through the air, as if the very atmosphere were a tablecloth being swept aside by the force of his strike. In an instant, the moment Rock's upward punch collided with Garp's descending iron fist, a cataclysmic eruption shook the surroundings. Chapter 77. To deceive the captain of Whitebeard, you are a century too early. The collision of two fists, each capable of tearing through the air and shattering space itself, created an explosive sound that preemptively detonated the air between them. As their fists clashed, the ground trembled violently, and the very essence of Marineford seemed to sway dangerously. In the ensuing chaos, the sonic boom was so overwhelming that it rendered even the highest-ranking officers and elite Marines momentarily disoriented, along with the pirates who roamed freely in the New World. Retreat. Hearing the explosive sounds before the fists truly connected, the Marine commanders and pirate officers instinctively shouted in unison, "Fall back." In a matter of moments, those with devil fruit powers activated their abilities, swiftly dragging the stunned Marines and pirates out of the combat zone. However, this was merely the beginning. As the explosive sounds continued to resonate, enormous blocks of ice shattered into countless shards, which shot forth like bullets in all directions. Had the Marine commanders and pirate officers not instinctively utilized their haki to defend, it was likely that every living creature within a 1,000-meter radius would have met their end. And this was not the conclusion. The residual impact from the confrontation between Akainu and Akiji alone could transform a tranquil island into a desolate wasteland, where ice and lava collided in a cataclysmic embrace. The battleground between Garp and Rocks was anything but ordinary. As the ice shards, propelled like projectiles, were intercepted, a cacophony of cracking sounds erupted. The ice surface, frozen to the seabed, shattered explosively. Not only the ice surface, but the steel rock formations supporting Marineford, which were significantly tougher than steel, also emitted cracking sounds. Boom. At the moment the rock formations crumbled, Garp, who was striking Rocks from above, felt a sudden tightening in his gaze. To his astonishment, he partially withdrew the force from his right arm, leveraging the power of Rock's punch to propel himself skyward. Boom. Just as Garp ascended, the sound of breaking air reverberated before him. In that instant, taking advantage of the Earth's release of Garp's force, Rocks unleashed a second punch. Bang, bang, bang. At the very moment when Rock's second punch missed its mark, Garp, descending under the force of gravity, clenched his fists tightly. Seizing the opportunity presented by Rock's failed strike, he unleashed a barrage of fists resembling a dragon, moving at an almost imperceptible speed. raining down upon Rocks with an overwhelming multitude of punches that defied the very notion of evasion. From the rapidity of this assault, reminiscent of a machine gun's fire, it became evident that Luffy had inherited his techniques from his grandfather. Yet, while others might perceive this relentless onslaught as insurmountable, for Rocks, whose physical condition had returned to its pinnacle, it was but a trifling matter. Yada no Kagami. Just as the frenzied Rocks, fists clenched in determination, prepared to withstand Garp's powerful blows, a sudden, lewd voice erupted in his ear. In that moment, a blinding beam of light, vast enough to obscure the sun, surged toward him from behind. It was evident that, as Rocks engaged Garp, the Admiral Borsalino, who had been maimed by Rocks on the island of Tesoro, had made his move. Well done, Borsalino. At that instant, Akainu's voice, laced with admiration and a menacing aura, rang out, proclaiming that true warfare demands ruthless tactics. For only through such means can absolute justice be achieved. Boom. Just as Akainu's bloodthirsty voice echoed, and Borsalino's blinding barrage was about to strike Rocks, a thunderous sound of a fist slicing through the air erupted, followed by a series of cracking noises. A terrifying fissure, woven from the power of the Gura no Mi, suddenly manifested before the relentless onslaught of light. How dare you attempt to harm my captain, Whitebeard, in my presence? As the air shattered and refracted light, nullifying Borsalino's assault, the booming laughter of Whitebeard resounded through the ears of all present. You little brats. Are you not being a tad too arrogant? Chapter 78, Shock. The invincible Navy hero has fallen. The fissures, birthed from the Gura no Mi's might, rapidly expanded toward Borsalino. The cracks engulfed him, shattering his form into a dazzling array of photons. Yet, in comparison to Whitebeard's assault, what truly captured Borsalino's attention were the implications of Whitebeard's words. Not only Borsalino, but the members of the Whitebeard pirates, along with the ordinary citizens of Sabedi Archipelago, who were watching the unfolding war on large screens via the transponder snail, were left utterly aghast. What did Dad, Whitebeard, just say? His captain? Could it be that the man hailed as the strongest in the world, the emperor reigning over the new world, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, has truly pledged allegiance to Rocks? Boss Morgan. In that moment of collective shock, the paparazzi trained by the World News Agency, S. Morgan, suppressed their own astonishment, hastily retrieving their transponder snails to urgently call out, "Big news! Big news! The strongest man in the world, the emperor of the new world, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, has sworn allegiance to the Rocks pirates." As the crowd stood in disbelief at Whitebeard's declaration, suddenly, a resounding voice erupted from the direction of the shattered gate of justice. Turning to look, they saw a colossal surge of water violently erupting from the remnants of the gate, revealing a formidable warship of impelled down. But what astonished everyone was not the ship itself, but the presence aboard it. It was Jinbei, the former warlord of the sea, who had chosen to enter impelled down rather than partake in the battle, alongside Crocodile and Ivankov from the Revolutionary Army. As the Navy looked on in awe at the approaching warship propelled by the torrent, a single name echoed through the air: Ace. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the bow of the ship. "I'm here to save you." Yes. At the very moment when Rocks and Garp were locked in fierce combat, the inhabitants of Marine headquarters at Marineford were reeling from Whitebeard's statement. In a reckless bid to rescue his brother Ace, Monkey D., Luffy had burst into impelled down, rallying a host of prisoners behind him to break free. That voice. At the instant of Luffy's exclamation, Garp, who had been focused on his battle with Rocks, narrowed his eyes in shock, exclaiming, "It's Luffy." But just as Garp instinctively reacted to Luffy's voice, his battle-hardened sixth sense kicked in. In that moment, he perceived a deadly threat looming before him. A fierce gust of wind manifested right in front of him. Indeed, due to Luffy's unexpected presence at Marineford, a fleeting gap appeared in Garp's previously dense barrage of punches. While Garp's strength was comparable to Rocks, who at that moment lacked any devil fruit abilities, this brief opening caused a dramatic shift in the tide of battle. In that instant, Rocks' fearsome fist, glistening with a black-golden hue, surged through the gap in Garp's defense, rapidly enlarging before his eyes. "I will die. I will die." Garp realized that should he fail to obstruct this strike, even he would meet his demise on the spot. True to his reputation as the legendary Navy hero, just as Rocks' fist was about to collide with him, Garp unleashed the full extent of his Marine Six styles. With a swift motion, he crossed his arms, now enveloped in armament hockey, to meet Rocks' fist head-on. Boom. As Garp's arms, brimming with black gold energy, crossed before his face, Rocks' fist descended with catastrophic force. Even though Garp had assumed a defensive posture at the last moment, he was still overwhelmed. Propelled by Rock's terrifying punch, he was sent hurtling toward Marineford at an unthinkable speed. Boom. The very instant Garp's defense crumbled, he shattered through the ironclad barrier that had been erected under Sengoku's orders. Continuing unabated, he demolished nearly 100 buildings before finally embedding himself within the rugged mountains of Marineford, halting his retreat amidst the billowing clouds of dust. Stunned. In that moment, all who witnessed this scene were left utterly speechless. After a brief moment, the Navy, in disbelief, fixated their gaze upon Rocks, stammering in a voice trembling with astonishment, defeated. Defeated. The legendary Marine, who had once driven the Pirate King into a corner on several occasions. The invincible hero of the Navy who had vanquished the Rocks pirates in the Valley of the Gods, had, against all odds, been bested. Chapter 79, Execution Advanced. Although Garp had aged, none in the Navy could deny that he, revered as the hero of the Navy, possessed unparalleled combat prowess, verging on invincibility. Thus, when they witnessed Garp's retreat, shock rippled through the ranks. It was not merely the ordinary Marines who were taken aback, even the elite vice admirals. The backbone of the Navy, and the 3 admirals, the epitome of the world government's might, were wide-eyed in disbelief. Negative value, 13,000. Negative value, 12,000. Negative value, 12,600. At the moment when the Marines stood frozen in shock, a cacophony of mechanical notifications echoed in Rock's ears, each indicating negative values surpassing 10,000. While his attribute panel was inundated with a torrent of negative value notifications ranging from hundreds to thousands. However, despite having garnered nearly 2 million negative values upon vanquishing Garp, no semblance of joy graced Rock's countenance. Rather, he suddenly raised his head, and in that instant, everyone felt an overwhelming sense of unfulfilled battle intent radiating from him. Defeated? So easily defeated? As his murmurs escaped, the feeling of dissatisfaction transformed into a raging inferno within his eyes. Garp, you have disappointed me greatly. In disbelief, Rocks bellowed. I refuse to believe that the one who defeated me in the Valley of the Gods is merely at this level. With fire igniting in his gaze, he pointed towards Garp's fallen form, roaring, Garp, rise and fight me again. Your true strength is far greater than this. Panic surged through Sengoku as he stood atop the execution platform, exclaiming, this man, Rocks, has become utterly enraged due to his unquenched thirst for battle. If we do not stop him now. Glancing at the crumbling Marineford, Sengoku's eyes widened in alarm. The entire Navy headquarters may be annihilated by Rock's wrath. After Garp's defeat, Sengoku understood clearly that the current Navy could only hope to withstand Rock's fury by joining forces with a powerful admiral. However, if he and the idle Kazan combined their strength to hold back Rocks, the wounded and ailing Whitebeard would be left vulnerable to Akainu alone. In such a scenario, Ace, the son of the Pirate King Joel D. Roger, would undoubtedly be rescued by Whitebeard. If they failed to eradicate the Whitebeard pirates while simultaneously allowing Roger's son to escape, this war instigated by the Navy would become a source of ridicule for all. If the Navy was to avoid becoming a laughingstock, they had no choice but to enlist the aid of Momonosuke and Shavapon to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Sengoku cast a glance towards the area where Momonosuke and Shavapon had just leapt into action. Yet, should anything unexpected occur, the Navy would be left with no trump cards. Garp. But at that moment, Sengoku had no time to ponder the consequences, for the furious roar of Rocks echoed in his ears. Get up and fight me again. With a resounding thud, Rocks, standing firm, lifted his muscular right foot and stomped the ground with tremendous force. Crack. As his foot made contact with the earth, the resilient ground erupted in a series of terrifying fissures radiating from his foot. As the cracks expanded outward, Rocks propelled himself skyward, launching toward Garp's position. Sengoku, momentarily stunned by Rock's sudden movement, narrowed his eyes and shouted, if Rocks kills Garp, in the absence of any top-tier combatants capable of facing him, even if the Navy wins this battle, we will inevitably face total annihilation in the future. Resolute, Sengoku decided to act swiftly to intercept Rocks. Garp must not die. Momonosuke and Shavapon joined forces with Akainu to stop Whitebeard. In that moment of determination to prevent Rocks from slaying Garp, Kazan would also join him in confronting Rocks. With a hum, Sengoku activated his devil fruit powers, and in the next instant, a colossal golden Buddha materialized before their eyes, radiating with brilliance. As Sengoku transformed into the giant Buddha, he raised his golden hand to his mouth and commanded in an authoritative tone, Marines, as Kazan and I hold Rocks at bay, execute the second-in-command of the Whitebeard pirates, GOLD, Ace, the son of Jold. Roger. In that moment of transformation, the surge of wisdom and reason bestowed upon Sengoku by his fruit made it abundantly clear, having acknowledged that he belonged to the Rocks pirates. The Navy could no longer fulfill the goal of eliminating the Whitebeard pirates, since the second objective of this war was no longer feasible. The first objective of ensuring the Navy would not be ridiculed must be achieved. Thus, the execution of Ace, the inheritor of the Pirate King's infamous bloodline, must be carried out. Chapter 80. Kazan. This guy is truly terrifyingly strong. Rocks. Sengoku, with a fierce determination, tore off his Navy Admiral's cape and, with his eyes wide as saucers, shouted at the soaring rocks, "Your opponent is me." Boom. As his roar echoed, a brilliant explosion of golden light, composed of the power of his devil fruit and Sengoku's conqueror's haki, erupted from his colossal, golden hands. Unlike Borsellino's light beams, Sengoku's assault was more akin to a shockwave, terrifyingly displacing the air before him and creating an immense vacuum. As the shockwave thundered down upon rocks, he raised his blade, the supreme blade, preparing to cleave through Sengoku's haki-infused shockwave. Suddenly, he heard Kazan's voice, cold as ancient ice, reverberating in his ears. Crack! The sound of ice shattering filled the air as the atmosphere turned frigid. A torrent of deep azure surged forth, unleashing an icy breath that froze all in its path, rushing upwards towards Rocks. In an instant, as Rocks lifted his formidable blade, the crystalline ice shards, translucent and shimmering, burst forth from his very being. In that fleeting moment, the rapidly spreading ice transformed into an impenetrable crystalline prison, completely encasing Rocks in midair. Has he truly been frozen? Observing the sight of Rocks, instantly encased in frigid ice above, the Marines of Marineford erupted in ecstatic shouts. Admiral Akiji's freezing powers had, at last, taken effect. However, before their jubilation could linger, their expressions shifted from delight to sheer disbelief. Am I seeing this correctly? For in that very instant, they suddenly beheld the ice, which had just encased Rocks mere seconds ago, sprouting intricate fissures. Was there truly a crack forming upon the ice that bound Rocks? Boom. Clatter. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, an explosive sound shattered the air, as the ice that had completely encased Rocks shattered like a glass mirror, erupting into fragments. Whoosh. In that very moment of ice fragmentation, a wave of slashing energy erupted from Rock's blade, piercing the heavens, slicing through the air with the ferocity of a dragon. This terrifying wave of energy surged forth, obliterating the shockwave emitted by Fleet Admiral Sengoku. All, witnessing the shockwave, which had only briefly resisted Rock's onslaught before being utterly torn apart. Akiji, who had initiated the freezing, could only rub his nose in resignation, exclaiming, "Is this truly the sea overlord Rocks, who even the mighty Garp could not contend with? His strength is indeed terrifying." Akiji's sentiments were not unfounded. Rock's display was overwhelmingly formidable, shattering the absolute freeze that even Akainu, a fellow admiral and wielder of magma, could maintain for nearly half a minute, in under a second. Furthermore, it seemed as if he had been unaffected by the ice, retaliating with his blade to instantly obliterate Sengoku's shockwave. Faced with such a terrifying existence, even with Akiji collaborating with Fleet Admiral Sengoku, he harbored deep doubts about their ability to withstand Rocks. Not only Akiji, but Sengoku, upon witnessing the disintegration of his shockwave, felt a rising sense of foreboding. In that instant, Sengoku realized that despite having envisioned Rocks as a formidable foe, the reality of their confrontation revealed that he had indeed underestimated him. At this moment, even without the powers of a devil fruit, Rocks was not a force that mere Akiji and Sengoku could hope to contend with. As Rock's slashing wave drew ever closer, Sengoku's expression grew increasingly grave. Suddenly, an aged yet fervently defiant voice echoed in his ears. In that moment, a colossal machine, draped in a formidable aura of haki, materialized before Sengoku. Bang! The machine, enveloped in a tempestuous wind, shattered the residual force of Rock's slashing wave upon its emergence. The presence that had suddenly appeared was none other than the former Admiral, Black Arm Zephyr, who had trained the majority of the Marines' elite. Rock seeks to eliminate Garp. Without the power of a devil fruit, relying solely on his martial prowess and haki, Zephyr stood valiantly beside Sengoku, his fighting spirit soaring as he bellowed towards Rocks. First, you must contend with me. Chapter 81. Luffy's Conqueror's Haki. Boom. Sengoku, you take the offensive, and you, Akiji, cover him. Before Sengoku could speak, the once merciful Admiral, now the leader of the Marines' guerrilla force, Zephyr, brandished his colossal machine with fervor, roaring at Rocks, "Come forth and fight." Boom. In that instant, the massive machine, imbued with Zephyr's potent haki, surged towards Rocks with tremendous force. Ace! Just as Zephyr launched his assault against Rocks, under the protection of Sengoku and Akiji, Whitebeard turned his gaze towards Ace, who was on the execution platform, and spoke slowly. Father will come to save you soon. Don't dream, Whitebeard. Yet before Whitebeard could spring into action, the menacing voice of Akainu erupted in his ears, declaring that the justice of the Marines would not permit the bloodline of the Pirate King to be rescued from the execution platform. Eruption. Accompanied by a noxious scent of sulfur, 2 spheres of molten rock erupted from Akainu's arms, capable of transforming the entire Marine headquarters into a fiery inferno. The molten rock, as it materialized, took the form of magma projectiles, hurtling towards Whitebeard. Clatter, clatter, clatter. You think such a feeble flame, suitable only for lighting birthday candles, can stop a father from rescuing his son? Observing the magma projectiles plummeting towards him, Whitebeard, bloodied and grinning, replied, You little magma imp. Who do you think you're underestimating? I am Whitebeard. Clang. As he spoke, Whitebeard lifted his blade, the Tsongyun Xia, preparing to impale the descending magma projectiles. Clearly, Whitebeard intended to replicate his earlier feat, piercing through Akainu's fiery assault once more. Draw and slash. However, just as the Tsongyun Xia was about to strike, a melodious female voice rang in Whitebeard's ears. Turning to look, he saw a striking female Marine, who was slightly shorter than him, poised in a slashing stance with her esteemed blade, suddenly lift her head and draw her sword, unleashing a dazzling wave towards Whitebeard. Whitebeard, as the slashing wave, executed by the Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit, tore through the air, a lewd voice resonated in Whitebeard's ears. You let your guard down. Following this, a Marine Rear Admiral, shorter than Whitebeard and possessing an even more unsavory appearance than Kizaru, lunged at him with a punch. This unsavory figure was none other than the Vice Admiral Tashigi, who, along with Peach Rabbit, held the rank of Rear Admiral. Yet, compared to being targeted by 2 Rear Admirals and an Admiral, what truly left Whitebeard aghast was the execution platform. In that moment, Whitebeard clearly saw the executioner, holding a long blade, raising it above Ace's neck, preparing to strike. Suddenly, at that moment, the Marine executioner, following Fleet Admiral Sengoku's orders, initiated the execution of Ace ahead of schedule. They had moved the execution time forward. Witnessing this scene, Whitebeard's eyes widened in fury as he roared, You despicable Marines! Your treachery has surpassed my imagination. Humph! Whitebeard, what naive fantasies are you indulging in? The thunderous roar of Whitebeard was abruptly interrupted by the derisive snort of Akainu Sakazuki. In the face of despicable pirates, whatever actions we undertake as the Navy are entirely just and righteous. This obstinate little brat. Do you truly believe that executing a father as son in his presence will be without consequence? As soon as Akainu's words faded, he swung his fist to send the Tontata flying, then drew his sword to shatter the executioner's weapon, directing the tip toward Whitebeard, who had just annihilated 2 of Akainu's fiery projectiles. With a fierce expression, Whitebeard growled, You are all merely dreaming. Boom. The moment Whitebeard's low growl reverberated, an overwhelming and terrifying conqueror's haki erupted from his body, cascading down upon the execution platform. Clearly, Whitebeard was intent on using his powerful conqueror's haki to stun the Marines on the execution platform, buying precious time to rescue Ace. However, in the next instant, Whitebeard's expression drastically changed. In that brief moment, he distinctly sensed a similarly imposing conqueror's haki emanating from Akainu directly in front of him. Although Akainu's haki paled in comparison to his own, if it momentarily hindered his haki, Ace would meet a tragic end before his very eyes. Just as Whitebeard feared, the moment his haki collided and was obstructed by Akainu's, the executioners on the platform executed their deadly arcs with their blades, swiftly closing in on Ace's neck. As Whitebeard watched, the sharp edges of the blades inched closer to his son's throat, his expression filled with anguish. Meanwhile, Akainu, whose haki was suppressing Whitebeard's, wore a mocking smile as he gazed at the soon-to-be executed Ace. Ace! Suddenly, a nearly bone-rending roar erupted in everyone's ears. The moment the cry erupted from Luffy, Akainu's expression shifted. At that instant, he clearly saw the executioner, who was about to sever Ace's head, collapse to the ground. Not just the executioner on the platform, but throughout the battlefield, the weak-willed pirates and Marines also fell to the ground, their eyes rolling back. In an astonishing revelation, Luffy, who had just shouted, unleashed a conqueror's haki, a rare manifestation of a king among millions. Chapter 82, The Revolutionary Army's Young Master. Conqueror's haki. Akainu, whose haki had been countered by Whitebeard's, glared at the fallen individuals around him, realizing that the son of dragon had awakened a conqueror's haki of such innate talent. Turning his gaze to the exuberant Luffy, who stretched out his arm toward the execution platform, Akainu adjusted his military hat, his expression darkening as he muttered, "It seems this brat cannot be allowed to live." For Akainu, Luffy's father, the naval hero Monkey D. Dragon, represented a threat even more formidable than the pirate King Roger, who had ushered in the Great Pirate Era. He had no doubt that with a young revolutionary possessing the aura of a king rallying around Dragon, the Revolutionary Army's foundation would grow ever stronger. Thus, for the sake of world peace and the justice he upheld, Monkey D. Luffy, son of Dragon, must perish. Tunjit, Tontada, hold them off for a moment. With this thought, Akainu, brimming with murderous intent, addressed the entangled Tunjit and Tontada. "I shall eliminate that audacious son of Dragon who dares to disrupt the Navy's execution." With that, Akainu did not wait for a response, his figure shooting toward the exuberant Luffy. Swoosh! Yet, before his feet could touch the ground, a sound reminiscent of a blade slicing through the air rang in Akainu's ears. "In my presence, you dare attempt to kill my child's brother." Whitebeard's furious voice thundered. "Brat, are you not a tad too arrogant?" Boom. Following that, a cataclysmic force, imbued with Whitebeard's overwhelming might and the power of the Quake fruit, descended upon Akainu's face with a devastating blow. Had it not been for Akainu's sixth sense igniting in that critical moment, sensing the imminent danger, he would have perished under Whitebeard's onslaught had he not immediately activated his elemental transformation, turning himself into a molten lava form. Tontada and Tunjit also acted in concert to block Whitebeard's second strike. In that moment, Admiral Akainu Sakazuki might have met his end beneath Whitebeard's onslaught. "Mr. Sakazuki," the strained voice of Tontada echoed in Akainu's ears as he reformed from the ground. "Whitebeard is far too powerful. Without you, he easily breached our defenses." "Whitebeard." Akainu cast a grim look at the bloodied Whitebeard before his fury surged. He swung his arm, unleashing an endless torrent of lava projectiles, simultaneously blocking Whitebeard's devastating attack while bellowing, "Borsellino, immediately order Pacifista Bartholomew Kuma to eliminate that straw hat brat Luffy." What a hassle! The yellow monkey, currently engaged with Marco, displayed a troubled expression as he sighed. "However, we cannot allow our Navy's dignity to be trampled upon. Morimoto, command Bartholomew Kuma to take action and capture the straw hat brat." Buzz. As the yellow monkey's command was issued, a peacekeeper, holding a Bible and ruthlessly dispatching enemy pirates, seemingly vanished from his spot. In the next moment, he appeared behind Luffy. Ursus shock, accompanied by a mechanical voice. The bear removed his glove, revealing his pink paw pads, and unleashed a compressed shockwave in the shape of a bear's head toward Luffy's back. Boom! The moment Ursus shock was unleashed, a massive shockwave, restrained by the pawpaw fruit, erupted violently. In an instant, an immense bear-shaped shockwave surged toward Luffy's back. Damn it! Damn it! Yet, such a terrifying attack failed to elicit any joy from Akainu. In fact, as he grappled with Whitebeard, he bellowed in rage. What is that bear trying to do? Is he attempting to eliminate him or merely expedite his arrival at the execution platform? Because as the bear-shaped explosion collided with Luffy, who had consumed the gum-gum fruit, his body contorted instantaneously, propelled unerringly toward the execution site by the bear's explosive force. Even as Akainu roared in fury, Luffy, who had just endured a brutal strike from the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma, effortlessly landed on the execution platform, utilizing his elongated arms with remarkable stability. Chapter 83, Akainu, Danger. However, before Akainu could fully recover from the shock of Kuma's intervention that aided Luffy's ascent, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. In that fleeting moment, Akainu clearly witnessed Luffy, who had just reached the platform, producing a key and directly unlocking the seastone handcuffs that bound Ace's hands and feet. "You bastard!" Akainu exclaimed, his face contorted with rage as he grappled with Whitebeard's attack. Where on earth did that son of a dragon get that key? In his fury, Akainu resolved to seize the opportunity amidst the clash between Peach Rabbit and Whitebeard, forsaking the latter to ascend the execution platform and personally obliterate Luffy and Ace, the two progenitors of the most notorious lineage, children of absolute evil. Kulalalala. Yet, at the very instant this thought ignited in Akainu's mind, the resounding laughter of Whitebeard echoed in his ears. "Magma brat, where do you think you're going?" Accompanied by that triumphant laugh, the towering figure of Whitebeard, standing at an imposing 6.6 meters, appeared as if descended from myth, a formidable barrier of rock against Akainu. Not merely a blockade. As Whitebeard deftly evaded Peach Rabbit's strike, he unleashed the deadly blade of his weapon, the Xia. Imbued with an overwhelming amount of haki and the pearlescent power of the tremor fruit, slicing through the air with ferocity. With a thunderous crash, the sound of shattering glass reverberated as Akainu's momentarily elementalized magma body was shattered into countless fragments. The blade, charged with haki, bore down upon Akainu's form, its trajectory unyielding. Just as the blade was about to strike, Peach Rabbit's brilliant sword sliced through the air, meeting the side of Xia, while Chopper's fist collided with its hilt. Together, Peach Rabbit and Chopper managed to divert the trajectory of Whitebeard's devastating blow by a mere half-inch. The altered path of Xia, as it fell, obliterated half of Akainu's elemental body into dust, while the ferocious assault imbued with the tremor fruit surged towards the very ground of Marineford. The earth trembled and quaked. The tremor fruit unleashed its chaotic power. At that moment, the already cracked rocks from the clash between Rocks and Garp quaked violently, resembling the center of an earthquake. Bop bop bop. As Marineford swayed violently beneath the unleashed power of the tremor fruit, streams of molten lava coalesced, reforming into the figure of Akainu. Clearly, Whitebeard's strike, altered by Peach Rabbit and Chopper's intervention, had allowed Akainu to narrowly evade the brunt of the attack due to Ace's escape, leaving him momentarily dazed. Kulalalala. This little brat is indeed a troublesome one. Observing the blood trickling down Akainu's face, Whitebeard, having landed gracefully after his laugh, approached with intent. Though you escaped this time by a stroke of luck, are you still a match for me in your wounded state? Boom. As he spoke, a brilliant white aura emanated from the edge of Xia, signifying the resurgence of the tremor fruit's power. Simultaneously, the dark, ink-like aura of haki surged up the blade. Just as this potent combination enveloped Xia, the immense power within Whitebeard, despite his injuries and the gash across his abdomen, erupted forth, infusing his arms with strength. In an instant, the arms gripping the sword's hilt swelled dramatically, and just as Whitebeard's power reached its zenith, a tempestuous force akin to that of ancient demigods exploded from his being, intertwining with the sword's edge. Clearly, sensing Akainu's momentary lapse and injury, Whitebeard was primed to strike decisively and eliminate any hope Akainu had of survival. I have noticed comments suggesting that my chapter posting times seem rather ominous. Indeed, while the stillness of night allows my thoughts to flow more freely, and I have grown accustomed to writing during these hours, I have decided to post earlier today. It is currently 7 o'clock, and I have completed 2.5 chapters. After some revisions, I shall upload them. I want to delay this time. Now, I shall proceed to edit the chapters. Chapter 84, Blackbeard, let us join forces with the Navy. But, just as Whitebeard prepared to unleash Xia towards Akainu and the others, the blade's power suddenly diminished. It was not that Whitebeard had a change of heart or intended to spare Akainu. Rather, at that critical moment when Xia was about to descend, a lewd voice echoed in Whitebeard's ear, Shaka mirror. Instantly, a path of boundless light, composed of photons, illuminated the execution platform. In that instant, as the dazzling light poured down, the figure of Marine Admiral Kizaru, Borsalino, materialized from the radiance. He launched a near-surprise attack on Luffy and Ace, who had just unshackled themselves and were attempting to flee the platform. Whitebeard understood that if he did not intervene, given Kizaru's strength and the surprise of his assault, Ace, whose strength had not recovered after being imprisoned for over a month at Impel Down, and Luffy, who was already exhausted, would surely fall swiftly. Thus, to conserve his strength for rescuing his son, Whitebeard made the fateful decision to forsake Akainu's life and instead confront Kizaru. With a thunderous roar, the battle shifted rapidly. As Whitebeard's formidable strike descended, unleashing a force akin to the detonation of countless kilograms of explosives, he harnessed the recoil from his attack to propel himself towards Kizaru. All of this transpired in an instant, even as Kizaru emerged from the blinding light, preparing to unleash a barrage of lasers to annihilate Luffy and Ace. Whoosh! Just then, a fierce wind swept past his ears. However, in stark contrast to the raging and untamed winds, the blade, as black as ink, was encircled by a luminous white halo, with tendrils of a regal purple haze swirling around it. This sight sent a shiver down the spine of Kizaru. With a resounding boom, the white-haired figure, Whitebeard, unleashed his attack just as the ominous clouds of the purple haze approached, and instinctively, Kizaru, radiant with the brilliance of gathered light, chose to evade. In an instant, the once ephemeral presence of Kizaru, who had appeared behind the brothers Ace and Luffy, shattered into a cascade of photons. Desperate to flee. Yet, in that very moment, Whitebeard's thunderous roar echoed. Can you escape? With a decisive slash, accompanied by Whitebeard's explosive shout, a dazzling beam of light, sculpted from the very essence of his cut, erupted from the edge of the blade, hurtling towards Borsalino, now transformed into light, cleaving through the air. With a swift motion, a nearly perfect arc of the slash manifested. And in the skies, as Borsalino sought to escape, his left shoulder was instantly torn apart. Blood gushed forth from the severed limb like a fountain. Clearly, even with the powers bestowed by the glint fruit, the fastest man in the world, Borsalino found himself unable to evade the wrath of Whitebeard. Indeed, had Whitebeard not expended much of his strength in repelling Akainu and his cohorts moments prior, this single blow would have sealed Borsalino's fate. However, Whitebeard was not unscathed. As Borsalino, transformed into light and fleeing at high speed, sensed his impending inability to dodge, he retaliated fiercely. He unleashed a concentrated beam of laser, aimed directly at Whitebeard. A desperate strike that cost him an arm, creating 5 deep, smoke-emitting craters upon Whitebeard's chest. Even in this exchange of injuries, Whitebeard gained no advantage. As Borsalino descended to the ground, clutching his severed arm, he gazed up in sheer horror at Whitebeard, who withstood the full brunt of his 5 lasers, yet stood unfazed. Exuding an aura of terrifying might, Borsalino couldn't help but murmur in awe. The world's strongest man, Edward Newgate, is truly a formidable sight. After enduring Kizaru's attack and simultaneously cleaving off his arm, Whitebeard's power only seemed to swell. Beside him, the astonished Tashigi exclaimed, "This man is a monster." It wasn't just Tashigi, her companion, Smoker, and Akainu, who had regained some composure after a brief respite, wore expressions of shock. Despite being gravely injured and having suffered a betrayal from his own son, Whitebeard remained an imposing figure. Just imagine how terrifying he must be in his prime. Suddenly, amid the collective astonishment of Akainu and his comrades, as they beheld Whitebeard, whose aura surged like the relentless tide of the ocean after descending to the ground with Ace and Luffy, a raucous cackle erupted through the air. "Monster, how absolutely right you are." Turning towards the source, they beheld Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach, shrouded in darkness, arms spread wide, bellowing with arrogant fervor, Old Man Whitebeard. And that Rocks, still holding his own against Sengoku and Akiji. Aren't they the very monsters of monsters? So, Navy, listen closely. With the notorious criminals plucked from the depths of Impel Down standing behind me, I declare, join forces with me. If we unite and take down the Old Man, we can salvage this precarious battlefield and restore the Navy's lost pride. Who knows, if Garp can regain his strength before we eliminate the Old Man, we might even take down Rocks as well. Chapter 85. Teach, you alone are unworthy to be my son. The moment Blackbeard's words echoed, they fell into the hearts of those present like a stone dropped into a tranquil pond, sending ripples of shock throughout. If they were to encounter Blackbeard on the Grand Line, alongside Shiryu of the Rain from Impel Down, gathering the most heinous criminals under his command, even Akainu, who was unwavering in his pursuit of absolute justice, would be compelled to strike at this disgraceful villain who tarnished the world government's reputation. Yet, the circumstances have shifted. Though at this moment, the Navy's 10,000 elite were still engaged in battle against ordinary pirates, it was clear to all that the true key to victory in this war lay not in the clash of the elite Navy against the crew of the Whitebeard pirates or Rocks pirates. Rather, it rested on the shoulders of Akainu and his fellow admirals, the embodiment of Navy justice. However, the current situation revealed that while the elite Navy held the upper hand in the common battlefield, the confrontation between the top powers had begun to tilt in favor of the pirates following Garp's defeat. Now, with Akainu injured and Kizaru having lost an arm, the Navy understood that if the battle continued to progress in this manner, they would not only fail to execute their plan to eradicate the Whitebeard pirates and execute Joel D. Ace, but would also see their amassed forces decimated. With this realization, as the overwhelming force of justice congregated in Marineford faced obliteration at the hands of pirates, Blackbeard's proclamation resonated, prompting Akainu, amidst his struggle against Rocks, to lift his gaze towards Marshal D. Teach and declare, "I represent the Navy. Let us join forces." Indeed, Akainu seemed to seek an excuse as he spoke. "You are one of the warlords of the sea recognized by the world government." Ha 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 ha. Warlord of the sea. However, Blackbeard showed no inclination to grant Akainu any favor. The moment Akainu finished speaking, Teach erupted into laughter. "I am no longer one of those. And you, Akainu, do not dictate the terms. My allegiance is not to you. but to the Navy, to the world government. Hey, Sengoku. Without waiting for Akainu's expression to darken, Blackbeard shouted towards Sengoku, who was embroiled in combat with rocks. Do you consent to my alliance with the Navy? Before Sengoku could respond, Whitebeard, having just rescued Ace and Luffy, turned with resolve. His eyes narrowed as he glared at Blackbeard, ready to strike. With a swift motion, he unleashed a punch that shattered the very air around him. In that instant, a cataclysmic force, amplified by the tremors of the tremor fruit, surged forth, unleashing a torrent of chaos, all while the incredulous gaze of Marshal D. Teach bore witness to the spectacle. The resilient earth carved a terrifying trajectory, plunging nearly 100 meters deep, advancing relentlessly towards him. Whoosh! In the face of such a horrifying assault, not a single crew member summoned by Blackbeard dared to stand alongside him, instantly fleeing from his side. Boom! Subsequently, accompanied by a thunderous roar, Whitebeard's attack descended. And in that moment, everyone clearly witnessed that even the colossal wall inscribed with the words justice at the Marine headquarters, Marineford, was instantaneously cracked and shattered under such a force. Truly merciless. However, it was never expected to show mercy. Observing the terrifying onslaught that seemed capable of shattering the entire island, Blackbeard laughed maniacally. But if I cannot withstand even your casual blow, would I join forces with the Marines? Old man. With a sudden burst, Blackbeard stood his ground, unflinching, and then thrust out an arm to counter Whitebeard's devastating strike. Buzz. At the moment, Blackbeard's palm, riddled with fissures, collided with the advancing power of the tremor fruit. An abyss of darkness, as profound as hell itself, erupted from his palm. As Blackbeard's shadowy arm met Whitebeard's tremor ability, the residual force that had merely spilled forth was completely devoured by the darkness emanating from Blackbeard's grasp. Silence. In this world, only you are unworthy of being my son. Just as the tremor ability was consumed by Blackbeard's pitch-black hand, Whitebeard's furious roar erupted. For the kindness you owe, for Sachi who perished at your hands. Pay with your life, Teach. Chapter 86, Blackbeard, Danger. Boom. The moment the roar resonated, Whitebeard's robust right leg, thicker than that of an ordinary man, forcefully struck the ground. Crackle. At the moment Whitebeard's massive foot met the earth, the previously level terrain collapsed with a thunderous crash. Subsequently, terrifying fissures, deep and unfathomable, radiated outward from the point of impact. Whoosh! As the gaping chasms spread rapidly, Whitebeard, wielding the sword Tornado, propelled himself toward the cackling Blackbeard, utilizing the powerful recoil from his stomp. The Marines, even at this moment, observing the furious Whitebeard charging forth, Blackbeard, who had been boasting of an alliance with the Marines to eliminate both Whitebeard and Rocks, hastily readied himself for confrontation, bellowing, "Can't you make a decisive choice already?" Though Teach had consumed the dark fruit and amassed formidable subordinates during the gathering at Impel Down, facing the man who had reverently regarded him as a father for decades, he couldn't help but feel a flicker of fear arise within. I am Frank J. Tron, chief of the CP0 organization under the world government. At that moment, an urgent voice echoed through the Marine headquarters broadcast system. Now, I represent the 5 elders of the world government, acknowledging the alliance between the world government and Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach. Attack Marines. The voice on the broadcast was near a roar, commanding, join forces with Teach and annihilate these pirate scoundrels who trample upon the dignity of the world government and the honor of the Marines. Old man. No matter how powerful or monstrous you are. Hearing the nearly thunderous voice from the broadcast, the wariness in Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach's eyes vanished in an instant. With a face full of mania and murderous intent, Blackbeard charged forward, boasting, "In your old age, can you survive against my alliance with the Marine Admirals? The orders from the world government have been issued." Blackbeard, now exhilarated, gathered his entire might and bellowed, "Now, immediately, strike with me, and send my old man off." Whoosh! With a roar, Teach swung his fist high into the air. In an instant, a plume of pitch-black smoke erupted from Blackbeard's palm. The next moment, that darkness coiled tightly around Whitebeard's tornado. Subsequently, a luminous white aura emanated from the blade's edge, dissolving like snow under the spring sun. Old man. Do you see? This is the devil fruit I acquired after defeating Sachi. Witnessing the complete disappearance of the white glow from the blade of Tornado, Blackbeard laughed maniacally. The most powerful dark fruit that can erase the abilities of others. However, Blackbeard's laughter was abruptly cut short. For in that moment, he clearly saw Marco, the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, charging forward like an immortal phoenix, determined to block the broken-armed Kizaru. Diamond Jozu, the 3rd Division commander, similarly evaded the Moonlight Moria, charging like a rampaging bull, colliding fiercely with the approaching Tontata. Even the renowned sword of Peach Rabbit was halted by Bista's dual blades. And even the Marine Admiral Akainu was held at bay by Ace, Jinbe, and the 8th Division commander Namor, unable to advance an inch. Crack! Just as they watched the Whitebeard pirates' commanders, even while spitting blood, fiercely block the assault empowered by the Marines against Blackbeard. A sudden flash of frostwhite surged before their eyes, slashing down. Then, Teach felt a coolness at his chest, followed by an intense pain that exploded within him. Under the heightened pain sensitivity from the dark fruit, it felt almost like his heart was being ripped apart, transmitting signals directly to Teach's cerebral cortex. Before Teach could cry out in agony, high above, Whitebeard hurled Tornado like a spear, piercing Teach's chest, and came crashing down. Boom! In the moment of descent, Whitebeard's legs, resembling colossal pillars, stomped forcefully onto Teach's hands, and then, bending down, he grasped Teach's neck with his left arm, his right fist, radiating with a dark, golden hue of hockey, was raised high, ready to smash down upon Blackbeard's head. In that instant, even Blackbeard himself had no doubt that if Whitebeard's explosive punch landed, his nascent ambitions would be buried alongside him in the depths of the underworld. Chapter 87. A desperate struggle for survival, united assault. Whoosh! Accompanied by the howling winds, Whitebeard's hockey-laden fist, as formidable as the heavens themselves, came crashing down. The fierce wind hit his face, causing Blackbeard's eyes to widen to their utmost limits. And in that moment, an endless array of images flickered before him like a revolving lantern. Suddenly, with a furious punch, Whitebeard struck down. And before the blow had fully landed, Blackbeard's mind was engulfed in a kaleidoscope of visions. Death loomed near. And as he gazed at the endless scenes flashing through his mind, Blackbeard felt the chilling proximity of his demise. My ambitions have yet to set sail. My plans remain unfulfilled. How could I possibly perish here? In that moment, facing the specter of death, Marshal D. Teach's eyes erupted with a fierce, primal rage. Following this, his roar, echoing like a cry from the depths of a bottomless abyss, erupted violently. I will not allow myself to die here. Someone, anyone, strike now. Bang! Bang! Amidst Blackbeard's anguished roar, 2 bullets were discharged with a sharp crack, reverberating through the air. At that very moment, just as Blackbeard's roar filled the atmosphere, the sniper Van Augur, whom he had personally recruited to storm Impel down, alongside the feeble and sickly Poison Q, fired their weapons. However, to Blackbeard's utter despair, as the 2 life-saving bullets shot forth, Whitebeard, who had been keenly aware of their trajectory thanks to his observation hockey, showed no inclination to evade. Clearly, even if the bullets were to strike him in the next heartbeat, Whitebeard was determined to annihilate Teach. Crack! In the next instant, just as Whitebeard's seemingly earth-shattering fist was about to descend upon Blackbeard's head, the sound of bullets embedding into flesh thundered. Humph! The bullets, imbued with formidable kinetic energy, struck home, and despite being afflicted by illness and grievous wounds, Whitebeard instinctively let out a grunt. At that moment, as Whitebeard was hit, a flicker of wild elation appeared on Teach's previously despairing face, for in that instant, he clearly perceived that the invincible Whitebeard's descending fist had momentarily slowed. It was within this mere fraction of a second that a dark, oppressive aura surged forth from Blackbeard's very being. Yet this dark energy was not intended to swallow Whitebeard's attack. Rather, it sought to consume Blackbeard's own arm. Pop! Just as the pitch-black energy erupted, Blackbeard's left arm, which Whitebeard had firmly pinned down, seemed to vanish as it was engulfed by the darkness created by the Yami Yami no Mi. Whoosh! In the moment Blackbeard's left arm was brutally extinguished, his stout body twisted violently as he struggled against the grip of Whitebeard's hold around his neck. Ultimately, through his desperate writhing, Blackbeard managed to shift his head a mere half-inch away from the impending strike of Whitebeard's fist. This half-inch deviation saved his life, as the fist tore through his scalp and part of his skull. Boom! At that moment, accompanied by the deafening sound of the earth cracking, Whitebeard's fist, having shredded part of Blackbeard's scalp and obliterated a section of his skull, crashed down, poised to rise again for another devastating blow. Suddenly, a furious roar erupted from behind Akainu's wrathful voice. As Akainu's voice thundered, Whitebeard instantly saw his arm, imbued with both hockey and the power of his devil fruit, morph into magma and extend towards him from behind. Light explosion, a blade slash. Not only Akainu, in that instant, Kizaru, Saru, and the other vice admirals also emerged. retaliating fiercely against the captains of Whitebeard's crew. They surged forth, ready to strike at Whitebeard. Liberation. Just as the attacks of the two admirals and two quasi-admirals erupted, a strange disturbance arose from the direction of Blackbeard, who lay beneath Whitebeard's feet. In that moment, boundless darkness erupted from Blackbeard's body. Subsequently, the debris consumed by the darkness of the Yami Yami Nomi surged forth like a river breaking its dam. In an instant, it rushed towards Whitebeard, who had exhausted his strength after delivering a punch. Bang, bang, bang. As the chaotic debris erupted, Blackbeard was instantly submerged, and Whitebeard was also forced back. Today, as 4 chapters are all completed, let me correct a few typos and check the phrasing before publishing them all. Chapter 88. A million negative points. Whitebeard recovers. Haha. You Marines are rather late, aren't you? Blackbeard scoffed at the sluggish response of the Navy, having narrowly escaped with his life after a desperate struggle. He then turned to his assembled crew of prisoners, bellowing, "And you lot, didn't you see your captain nearly getting killed?" Ha! As Blackbeard's laughter faded, the tyrant, the evil king, chuckled darkly. "It would be better if you died. If you die, I can rightfully ascend to the captain's throne." Hiss. Who? Rain Shiryu, wielding his cursed blade, exhaled a cloud of smoke, and, devoid of joy or sorrow, remarked upon Blackbeard's severed arm, "If you perish just like that, it merely proves that your resolve was never that strong." Ha ha ha. Exactly. Hearing this, Blackbeard shook his arm, which had been consumed by the darkness, and, with a face full of madness, he gazed at Whitebeard, now besieged by the Marines amidst a storm of debris, and sneered, "Since I didn't die, it only means that your journey will be brought to an end by my own hands." Dark Cavern. As he spoke, Blackbeard saw the white halo of the Gura Gura Nomi forming around Whitebeard's fist and violently charged toward him. Old man. Under the suffocating black smoke that enveloped him, Blackbeard roared, his face contorted with rage as he saw the white halo formed by Whitebeard's power dissolve before his eyes. Die here obediently. Attempting to overpower his captain with sheer numbers? Just as Blackbeard's furious shout echoed, a voice even more ferocious and domineering erupted from Rock's direction. "First, answer me. Do you agree?" Suddenly, at that moment, Rox beheld the scene of Whitebeard under siege. Without hesitation, Rox unleashed a punch, sending Black Arm Zephyr's massive crushing machine flying. Raising his arm, he shattered the icy prison crafted by Aokiji and prepared to leap forth to Whitebeard's side. Boom. However, at that instant, a dazzling burst of golden light exploded. "I will not allow you to rescue Whitebeard." Then, under the activation of his devil fruit, the titan-like Sengoku, brimming with rage, appeared before Rox, bellowing, "Your opponent is me." The roar reverberated as Sengoku transformed into a golden Buddha, and in that moment, Rox clearly observed Sengoku's originally radiant golden form abruptly shift to an ominous black. The formerly benevolent smile on his face morphed into a visage of fury. More importantly, his form shrank in the ominous black light, diminishing from a size comparable to that of a giant vice admiral to a height matching that of Rox himself. Standing at 2 meters tall, as the formidable figure of Sengoku compressed further, with each subtle reduction in stature, the aura emanating from him surged with remarkable intensity. When his height dwindled to a mere 2 meters, the overwhelming presence radiating from him was only slightly inferior to that of Garp. Although Sengoku in his great black heaven state remained no match for Rox, with the assistance of Aokiji and Zephyr, he was now capable of ensnaring him with tenacity. Rox. The ebony-clad Sengoku, alongside the leaping Zephyr, simultaneously struck out to counter Rox's slashing wave. With a fierce expression, he proclaimed, "Whitebeard is doomed today. Ha! You think that by entangling me, you can extinguish Whitebeard's life?" Upon hearing these words, Rox, whose fighting spirit had been eased by the clash with Sengoku and Zephyr, erupted into maniacal laughter, declaring, "In your dreams. As long as I stand, even the Grim Reaper himself cannot claim the life of the vice-captain of the Rocks Pirates. System. Expend negative value to restore Whitebeard's body." With this command, Rox ordered the system. "I will make the Navy understand what it truly means to be the strongest man in the world." As he spoke, a deduction of 2,300,000 negative value activated the follower restoration module, initiating 2 moderate and 3 minor body repairs for his follower, Edward Newgate, also known as Whitebeard. At that moment, a mechanical prompt resonated in his ears, indicating the successful activation of the body restoration module, with the process underway. Suddenly, electric arcs erupted. 2 bolts of silver-purple lightning surged forth from Rock's brow, entwined with 3 flowing lights that resembled jade. "What is happening?" Zephyr, who had just attempted to suppress Rox with the Sea Prism Stone, widened his eyes in disbelief upon witnessing the emergence of the lightning from Rock's forehead. Why is there lightning flowing from Rocks? Has he consumed a devil fruit? But if he has, why did my sea prism stone attack have no effect on him? However, the astonishment of Zephyr and his companions was short-lived. In the blink of an eye, the two silver-purple bolts of lightning, entwined with the three streams of light, pierced through space and descended upon Whitebeard's crown with a thunderous crash. At the moment the lightning struck, Whitebeard's already fearsome aura erupted, akin to a volcano in full eruption. Chapter 89, Astonishment. Whitebeard returns to his youth. As the powers of the tremor fruit manifested in Whitebeard's clenched fist, eroded by the effects of the dark fruit, he prepared to risk his life, determined to take several Admirals and Blackbeard along with him. Suddenly, he beheld the two bolts of silver-purple lightning, cascading down from Rocks, enveloped in the three streams of light, descending upon him. In that instant of shock, Whitebeard felt the streams of light, which flowed into him from above, transforming into countless warm currents that spread throughout his body along his spine. He distinctly sensed a surge of vitality emerging from his aging, ailing body, which had been ravaged by time and overuse of the tremor fruit. This vitality was unlike any fleeting infusion. It was a profound and enduring life force, akin to snatching back one's lifespan from the clutches of death. As if time itself had reversed. With every exhalation of tainted steam from his pores, his health restored bit by bit. Suddenly, as Whitebeard marveled at the astonishing effects of the three minor body repairs, a resonance of silver-purple lightning coursed through him, igniting every cell with a crackling energy. He observed, with clarity, the wrinkles that had marked his age began to vanish. Simultaneously, the strength that he had possessed in his youth surged back within him. Just as he sensed the rapid restoration of his previously diminished power, the fierce roar of a Kainu shattered the air, with his magma-infused arm now elongated. The attack transformed into a dog-headed manifestation of the Magmadog Red Lotus, rapidly altering its trajectory towards Whitebeard's head. But just as the Magmadog Red Lotus neared Whitebeard, a series of minuscule air fractures appeared before the molten assault. Miraculously, even though the restoration of the 2,300,000 negative value had not been fully realized, Whitebeard was already capable of projecting the powers of the tremor fruit, forming a protective barrier of air fractures. How is this possible? Blackbeard, who had just absorbed Whitebeard's fruit abilities, gasped in astonishment at the sight of the air fractures that thwarted a Kainu's attack. You are clearly in your old age, and the ability you just released was devoured by me. How can you construct a defense with the tremor fruit without making a move? Having once been a member of Whitebeard's crew, Blackbeard understood that such a defensive maneuver was incredibly taxing on the body. After all, Whitebeard had not employed this technique since being hooked up to N4. Wait. Blackbeard's exclamation was cut short as the incredulous voice of Tashigi resounded in the ears of all present. Whitebeard's injuries are healing, not just the wounds, but even the wrinkles on his face are vanishing. Turning to behold the spectacle, everyone clearly saw, as Tashigi had described, that the gaping wound inflicted by Squard and the crater created by Kizaru were disappearing. Furthermore, the steam pouring from his pores and the electric arcs enveloping his body gave Whitebeard a youthful vitality that was unmistakable. Impossible. Observing the rapid disappearance of wrinkles and the rejuvenation of Whitebeard, Tashigi gasped in disbelief. Could it be that Rocks has truly accomplished the miraculous feat of resurrection? As reported by the World News, has he not only defeated death, but also the power to reclaim life from the Grim Reaper for others? Initially, Tashigi had scoffed at the World News reports. However, witnessing Whitebeard rejuvenated by decades in mere moments, she found herself convinced. That man who had dominated the seas 38 years prior and now returned from the dead truly possessed the power to restore youth. I am not concerned with this right now. As the voice of the Peach Rabbit faded, the T-Pig, possessing quasi-admiral strength, glanced at the assembled crowd with a troubled expression and spoke. What concerns me most at this moment is whether we can truly defeat Whitebeard. Even if we become entangled with the Marshal and his cohorts, under the interference of Rocks, who seeks to restore Whitebeard's youth. Chapter 90. It is the man who is invincible, not the devil fruit. Doubt arose, upon witnessing the expenditure of negative energy by Rocks, and observing Whitebeard's rejuvenated form. Even the T-Pig, with its quasi-admiral prowess, found itself wavering in confidence about their ability to vanquish Whitebeard. It wasn't just the T-Pig. The fighting spirit of the others plummeted like a bucket of cold water, dousing their fervor. They could scarcely fathom the prospect of pushing themselves to the brink of annihilation only to have Rocks suddenly restore their foe's state. Would they possess the courage to confront him again in such a scenario? Even now, facing Whitebeard, they felt a growing reluctance to engage. Fear not. At that moment, the voice of Akainu roared like molten lava, filled with fervent battle intent. If that scoundrel Rocks can indeed restore other states in youth without limit, then why does he not return the likes of Gold Lion to their prime? His assertion that Rocks had yet to restore Whitebeard to his peak indicated the limitations of his abilities. With a face full of murderous intent, Akainu glared at Whitebeard and growled, "This means we can still take down Whitebeard." Meteor Volcano. Seemingly to validate his words, Akainu launched himself at Whitebeard, who was engulfed in mist and crackling with electricity. In an instant, a barrage of molten fists erupted from Akainu's hands, soaring into the sky. The following moment, like a meteor shower, colossal molten fists rained down upon Marineford, threatening to transform the entire island into a hellish landscape of doom. As the meteor volcano descended, the Peach Rabbit, with her striking visage marked by solemnity, declared, "If we do not seize this opportunity to eliminate Whitebeard, the justice of the Navy will surely be obliterated." With that, a flash of blade light erupted from her waist, cleaving toward Whitebeard. Following her lead, the radiant light of Borsellino and the assault of T-Pig surged forth. But just as their barrage exploded forth, Whitebeard, enveloped in thick steam and crackling with endless thunder, unleashed a punch. As his fist cleaved through the air, fissures erupted. Layer upon layer of dense cracks radiated from the point of impact. Moreover, unlike the feeble cracks from his prior weakened state, the onlookers were horrified to discover that, upon restoring his youth and wielding the full might of the Tremor fruit, even the fabric of space itself began to fracture under Whitebeard's ferocious power and terrifying abilities. Amidst the chaotic ruptures of space, not even Akainu's obliterating meteor volcano, nor the Peach Rabbit's relentless slash, nor even Borsellino's ethereal light could withstand the overwhelming force, collapsing and vanishing in an instant. Even Blackbeard's ability to consume other devil fruit powers faltered, merely devouring Whitebeard's atmospheric tremors. The space, now riddled with cracks from the Tremor fruit, proved insurmountable for Blackbeard, who had yet to awaken the full potential of his dark fruit. "How is this possible?" Blackbeard exclaimed in shock, witnessing the cracks in space remain intact despite his dark fruit's consumption. "Why can't my dark fruit erase your powers, old man?" Hearing this, Whitebeard, with a calm demeanor, replied, "Do not forget, the previous master of the dark fruit was my captain, Rocks. And I, decades ago, fought alongside Captain Rocks." As he spoke, Whitebeard cast a glance at Rocks, who had previously bested Sengoku and the others even without a devil fruit, then smirked at Blackbeard. "I have fought countless times against the most formidable user of the dark fruit. Is the dark fruit invincible? No, it is Captain Rocks, who wields it, that is invincible." With that, Whitebeard, like a deity of strength amidst the shattering space surrounding him, tightened his grip on his blade, the Tsungyun cutter, and addressed Blackbeard, whose arm had been severed. "You, who fail to comprehend this truth, yet arrogantly claim invincibility, should prepare to repay your debt to Sachi." Chapter 91, Blackbeard's Regret. Panic. As Whitebeard's words echoed, the disarmed Blackbeard's eyes flared with sheer terror. No one understood the horror of Whitebeard better than Blackbeard himself, who had once been a mere apprentice in the Whitebeard pirates. That man was recognized as the strongest in the world, even when burdened by injuries. The weakened Whitebeard, who required and forged drip, was still terrifying. How much more so now, with Rocks having expended over 2 million points of negative energy, restoring his internal injuries and reverting his physical state by decades. Blackbeard even mused that if Sachi had possessed the dark fruit at that time, and if Whitebeard had been as healthy and formidable as he was now, he would dare not defy the cardinal rule of the Whitebeard pirates: never raise a hand against family. But now, it was too late to ponder such things. Boom. In the midst of his turmoil, a cacophony of terrifying cracks resounded in Blackbeard's ears. Suddenly, the aura representing the Tremor fruit materialized around Whitebeard, as the surrounding space shattered, blocking the attacks of the others. In that moment, Whitebeard, whose powers had been consumed by Blackbeard's dark fruit, once again activated the Tremor fruit. "You shall not use your powers again." Seeing the situation unfold, even in his state of regret and panic, Blackbeard, unable to escape Whitebeard's gaze, was left with no choice but to unleash a desperate attack. Dark hole. Thick black smoke, akin to an octopus thrashing in a tempestuous sea, slithered through the fissures in front of Whitebeard. But just as the pitch-black smoke was about to envelop the luminous aura of Whitebeard's powers, the Tremor fruit's aura shattered into a myriad of silver and purple lightning-infused shards, resembling shards of glass. In that moment, the tremor fruit, intermingled with silver and purple bolts, surged past the encroaching darkness, racing toward the densely fractured space surrounding Whitebeard. Evidently, the rejuvenated Whitebeard has now mastered the utilization of the tremor fruit's abilities to an extraordinary degree, as if it were an extension of his own arm. Boom, crackle, snap. In the blink of an eye, as the onlookers beheld this astounding spectacle, their faces etched with shock, suddenly, around Whitebeard. The densely packed fissures in space began to crackle with the sound of thunder, resonating with a deafening shattering of glass. Then it expanded. Under the influence of the silver-purple lightning provided by rocks to heal Whitebeard's body, the previously still fissures swelled and unfurled like a balloon, rapidly spreading outwards. In that moment of frenzied expansion, regardless of Blackbeard's unleashed powers, spewing forth a myriad of debris, or the resilient structures erected by the Navy, everything was as easily obliterated as a hot knife through butter. Upon contact, they were effortlessly shattered into countless fragments. This is bad. Witnessing the ever-expanding fissures that seemed to sever reality itself, even Akainu's molten lava and Kizaru's light beams were ruthlessly torn apart, with nothing able to impede the relentless advance of the fissures. Even Akainu instinctively cried out, "Get out of the way!" Suddenly, within the chaotic realm of the silver-purple lightning-infused fissures, even Akainu, who had consumed the magma fruit and could elementalize, felt an overwhelming sense of mortal dread. Boom! At that moment, as Akainu's voice echoed, the fleet of Navy forces led by Momonosuke and others, who intended to join forces with Blackbeard to vanquish Whitebeard, instinctively retreated from the space that threatened to annihilate everything. A resonant explosion rang in their ears, and as they turned their gazes, they beheld the fleeting expression of astonishment on Whitebeard's face, just as his already muscular right leg bulged with tremendous force. Then, with a powerful stomp of his right leg, Whitebeard's form vanished from their sight. In that instant, the rejuvenated Whitebeard, propelled by the recoil, surged forth with a speed that surpassed the limits of human perception. Yet, this was not the most astonishing moment. What truly left them in disbelief was the explosive sound that followed. Just as Whitebeard vanished from their view, a thunderous boom erupted as a 6.6-meter-tall humanoid void burst forth from the fissures he had created, even distorting and shattering Akainu's magma and Kizaru's light beams. Unscathed, Whitebeard raised his sword, the tremor blade, and brought it crashing down upon Blackbeard. Suddenly, the rejuvenated Whitebeard was unstoppable, even against the spatial fissures unleashed by the tremor fruit. Chapter 92, The Death of Blackbeard. In the blink of an eye, before anyone could recover from the shock of Whitebeard shattering the spatial fissures, he had already lifted the tremor blade high above his head. Buzz! In that moment, amidst the darkness, a radiant golden hue glimmered as the blade's edge became enveloped in the blackened sheen of armament haki. Then, with an eruption of Conqueror's haki, the violent aura surged, intertwining with the armament haki, enveloping the blade in a fierce tempest of power. Creak, creak, creak. Just as the dual haki energies coiled around the blade's edge, a resonant sound erupted from Whitebeard's arm, reminiscent of dozens of massive bows being drawn back simultaneously. Following that, an unfathomable force, one capable of shaking the heavens, surged from his arms, flooding into the tremor blade like a torrent breaking through a dam. As Whitebeard readied his strike, taking advantage of the retreat caused by the ever-expanding fissures imbued with silver-purple lightning, he channeled all his strength, excluding his devil fruit abilities, into the tremor blade. A thunderous roar erupted from his throat. "I'll cut you down." Swish! Accompanied by Whitebeard's resounding shout, a terrifying black streak manifested before him. As the blade's edge tore through the fabric of space, it created deep, abyssal rifts that seemed capable of swallowing even light itself. In that moment, even without utilizing his devil fruit abilities, the rejuvenated Whitebeard, drawing upon his unparalleled mastery of swordsmanship and his formidable haki, tore through space itself. This is dire. The instant that cataclysmic strike manifested, the world government, through the mouth of CP0's chief, had acknowledged the alliance with Blackbeard to eliminate Whitebeard. Sensing the situation, Sengoku's eyes widened in horror, exclaiming that if Blackbeard were to fall at Whitebeard's hands, the world government's and Navy's reputations would be irrevocably shattered. Akiji, Zephyr, Kizaru. Hold off rocks for a moment. Just as Sengoku's shout faded, in a state of fury, the pitch-black figure of Rocks bellowed, "No one escapes before me." Boom. In that instant, adorned with black gold armament haki, Rocks materialized beside Sengoku, unleashing a dragon-like punch aimed at Sengoku's head, cutting off his escape route. In that moment, If Sengoku dared to flee, his head would be shattered by rocks. Swish. As Rock's left fist struck Sengoku, his black gold armament sword, the heavy nation, was not idle either. With a single swing, it shattered Akiji's ice blade before swiftly advancing towards Zephyr, who had just avoided Whitebeard's spatial fissures and was now within striking distance. Aiming to cleave through the light blade approaching him. Boom. As rocks erupted forth, directly confronting Whitebeard's oncoming assault, Blackbeard's eyes reflected a glimmer of despair. Despair, indeed. With the Navy's support thwarted and his crew members fleeing one by one, Blackbeard understood clearly. At this moment, he had no recourse but to face the terrifying edge of his father, Whitebeard. However, even having consumed the dark fruit, facing the rejuvenated Whitebeard, he knew that even without utilizing his devil fruit abilities, the terrifying slash that could rip through space was a force he could not withstand. I will die? I will die? If I face it head-on, I will surely perish. Ah! Under the terrifying blade of Whitebeard, which swiftly approached with deadly intent, Blackbeard felt an overwhelming sense of imminent death wash over him, as if his mind were running a frantic carousel for the second time. In that fleeting moment, he had just boasted about uniting with the Navy to eliminate Whitebeard, and had even harbored ambitions of seizing Whitebeard's tremor fruit abilities, subsequently capturing the resurrected rocks to extract the secret of his revival. Yet now, his bravado crumbled into despair. Do not kill me. Please, do not kill me. In the depths of his emotional breakdown, Blackbeard, unable to suppress his helpless cries, felt tears streaming down his face. In an instinctive act, he turned to Whitebeard, sobbing and wailing, "Father, I realize my mistakes. Please spare my life." But at that very moment, as Blackbeard's desperate pleas echoed, a fierce wind materialized before him. Whitebeard, wielding his blade with clarity, witnessed the instant the wind tore through the air. A fist enveloped in a thick layer of haki, spewing dark smoke, erupted from Blackbeard's right wrist, surging upward towards Whitebeard's descending strike. Simultaneously, amidst his tear-streaked visage, a sinister glint emerged as Blackbeard twisted his robust form draped in the Navy cloak to the side. Clearly, even in his state of emotional collapse, he had not abandoned the will to survive. The display of weakness and despair was merely a ruse to deceive Whitebeard, a mere distraction for even the briefest moment. Alas, Blackbeard's tearful cries for mercy did nothing to halt the descent of Whitebeard's blade. In that instant, all present clearly beheld Whitebeard, restored to his youthful vigor, unleash the full force of his tremor attack without a hint of hesitation. As the resounding sound of the cut echoed, Blackbeard's arm, cloaked in haki and enhanced by the powers of the dark fruit, was effortlessly cleaved in two by the razor-sharp edge of the tremor attack. The sickening sounds of muscle fibers tearing, fascia splitting, and bones shattering resonated in his ears, accompanied by the explosive rush of his own blood bursting forth from ruptured veins. A profound sense of despair flickered in Blackbeard's eyes, for in the very moment the tremor attack severed his arms, the blade, glistening with a dark golden hue, plunged mercilessly into his eye, expanding ominously before him. He comprehended the grim reality. There was no hope left. His life would soon be extinguished by the very hands of his father, Whitebeard. Father! Even as he accepted his impending demise, Blackbeard's voice rang out in defiance. Must you truly kill me? Yet before his roar could fade, the tremor strike tore through the space, severing him completely. When you took the life of Thatch, the bond between us was irrevocably shattered. As a line of blood appeared upon his brow and the light in his eyes dimmed to a lifeless gray, Blackbeard stood before Whitebeard, who, with an expression of indifference, declared, "The debts you owe can only be repaid in blood." Indeed, after Blackbeard murdered Thatch and seized the dark fruit to exchange for the title of Warlord of the Sea, the years of camaraderie he shared with Whitebeard, which had once made him feel like a son, had transformed into profound hatred due to the blood he spilled. Such enmity could not be soothed by mere words. To Whitebeard, the only resolution for the blood debt was the death of Blackbeard, his blood spilling forth at the moment of his demise. Having caught a cold, I initially thought it was nothing serious, but within 10 minutes of sitting at the computer, my head began to throb. I ultimately had to go to the infirmary for N4. These 2 chapters were typed on my phone. I apologize for any inadequacies. Sorry, that's all for today. If I feel better in a few days, I'll see if I can make it up. Apologies. Chapter 93, Garp. With Whitebeard's words still echoing, blood erupted from Blackbeard's face like a gushing spring. Under the force of this crimson torrent, the 2 halves of Blackbeard's body that had barely clung together were violently separated. The sound of flesh meeting the ground resonated throughout the smoke-filled Marineford, as Blackbeard's blood stained the earth red. Thus, the man who had slain family, seized the dark fruit, and captured Ace to barter for the title of Warlord of the Sea had ignited the most terrifying war between the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy, and now lay utterly extinguished. Did Teach actually perish so easily? As the two halves of Blackbeard struck the ground, the treacherous king of evil, Tesoro, who had fled in terror upon witnessing Whitebeard's ferocity, spread his arms wide. A manic grin plastered across his face as he turned to a few fellow prisoners from the deep-sea prison, cackling, "This is splendid. Teach is dead. I am now the captain of the Blackbeard pirates." Hearing Tesoro's proclamation, Shiryu of the Rain, who bore the cursed blade Yoru at his waist, took a deep drag from the cigar clenched between his teeth, exhaled a cloud of smoke, and shot Tesoro a disdainful glance. "With you? You aspire to be my captain? Let anyone be captain. I have no objections." The drunken giant, with a hearty laugh, took a large swig of his drink. "But gentlemen, don't you think our priority now is to escape this cursed place? Cough, cough. Is this how it ends?" The drunken giant's words barely left his lips when the sickly figure of Q, perched weakly upon the equally ailing horse, coughed violently while toying with an apple. Glancing at the lifeless form of Blackbeard and murmured, "Teach, your fate has shifted since someone achieved the legendary feat of resurrection." It seems that as he spoke, Q cast a glance at the current wielder of the dark fruit, the now manic and powerfully domineering Rocks, who battled Sengoku and others, murmuring, "You are now the chosen one of fate." At that moment, it appeared Q sensed something, as a flicker of excitement flashed within his sickly eyes. Then, in a blur, he swiftly tucked the apple into his pocket. Just as Q withdrew his hand, the helmsman and champion fighter of the Blackbeard pirates, Burgess, slapped his championship belt and laughed maniacally. "The drunken giant is right. Let us seize the moment and escape joyfully." With that, Burgess turned and bolted away. Clearly, after Blackbeard's demise at the hands of Whitebeard, the raucous band of miscreants, drawn together by the promise of Teach devouring 2 devil fruits and claiming the throne, began to fracture. Bang! However, before Burgess could escape too far, he was abruptly sent flying by a fist imbued with the ferocious power of armament hockey. The one who unleashed this dragon-like blow upon Burgess was none other than Admiral Akainu Sakazuki. "You scoundrel!" Akainu growled darkly, observing Burgess' convulsing body as it crashed to the ground. "Your alliance with the Blackbeard pirates is far from over." Akainu understood that in order to uphold the dignity of the Navy and the authority of the world government, the formidable strength of these heinous criminals, who had been confined in an endless hell, must not stray from the Navy's resolve. Therefore, the moment he saw Burgess attempting to flee, Akainu acted decisively. "Shoo!" Sakazuki exclaimed. "Let us not forget that the alliance with the Navy was a promise made by that scoundrel Teach, one we never consented to. Even if we had, do you not fear that we could unite with Whitebeard's faction instead? Fear not." As the words left the lips of the boisterous drunken giant, who was grinning at the twitching Burgess on the ground, a voice, though aged, resonated with vigor and authority amongst the crowd. "The reason is simple. With the sins you have committed, Whitebeard would never acknowledge an alliance with you." Turning towards the source of the voice, everyone beheld a figure of immense muscularity, enveloped in the finest black and gold hues of armament hockey. Indeed, it was none other than the marine hero, Monkey D. Garp, who had just been momentarily overwhelmed by Rocks due to his concern for Luffy. Chapter 94, The Crushing Force of Intelligence. Words cannot be so easily spoken, for Whitebeard is currently subordinate to Rocks. As Garp concluded his statement, a high-ranking officer with silver hair, who had been grasping Garp's right arm, began to speak. Like washing clothes, he cleansed the scars from Garp's arm. "However, even if Rocks were to accept you, what difference would it make?" Buzz. The power of the wash fruit was fully activated, instantly cleansing Garp's wounds. Once Garp's battle capabilities were restored, he, along with Sengoku and Zifa, intercepted Whitebeard. After discarding the bloodied hands of the officer, Garp raised his head to the figures of the tyrants, his expression filled with wisdom as he slowly spoke. "You, who have been imprisoned and impelled down for decades, truly believe you can withstand the full might of our vice-admirals and the 7 warlords against the strength of the Rocks pirates? Even if you manage to withstand Akainu and the others, what then?" At this juncture, the eyes of the officer gleamed with intelligence. Devoid of any emotion as he addressed them, "Do not forget, unlike the isolated pirates, our Navy does not fight alone. Behind us stands Fleet Admiral Sengoku, along with the formidable forces controlled by the 5 elders of the world government. Therefore, even if you gain Rock's acceptance, as long as our Navy can maintain the current stalemate, The arrival of reinforcements from the world government will herald your utter annihilation. So choose wisely. As he spoke, the officer, utilizing the awakened capabilities of the wash fruit to completely restore Garp's condition, exhibited the poise befitting his role as the chief of staff. Gazing impassively at the increasingly pressured figures of Shiryu and his cohorts, will you honor the agreement already recognized by the world government, joining forces with the Navy to stop Whitebeard, or will you risk tearing apart our pact with the Blackbeard pirates, uncertain if you will be accepted, and face total extermination at the hands of our Navy? Garp stepped down from Sengoku's side, without waiting for Shiryu and the others to respond. The officer activated the wash fruit to restore Garp's condition, stepping forward with the confidence reminiscent of his early days in the Navy, commanding the group. Sengoku Zifa, you will block Whitebeard. 10 seconds remain. As he spoke, the officer, with Akainu and Kizaru flanking him, slowly turned to face the hesitant Shiryu and his companions, who were caught in a dilemma, and coldly declared, "Now tell me your answer. Will you join forces with the Navy? Or will you be completely eradicated by us right now?" Kula-la-la-la-la-la. Admiral Tsuru. Just as Tsuru's relentless pressure echoed across the battlefield, the thunderous laughter of Whitebeard, now in his darkened form, resounded. Compared to that reckless Garp, your wisdom continues to impress me greatly. However, as he spoke, Whitebeard, having repelled Zifa with a punch, glanced at the Navy headquarters, which had already been nearly half overrun by pirates due to the absence of their highest battle power and the relentless assault from the likes of Shiki and his own captains. Do you not fear that before reinforcements from the headquarters arrive, we will have slaughtered your elite forces amassed over the years? At these words, a glimmer of concern flashed through Zifa, Garp, and Tsuru's eyes. So what if that is the case? Yet, before they could respond, Akainu, standing beside Tsuru, growled with murderous intent, "Whitebeard, spare us your words. As long as we can annihilate you all, it will all be worth it, I believe." As he spoke, Akainu adjusted his military cap, his face brimming with lethal intent as he fixed his gaze upon Shiryu and his cohorts, bellowing, "To achieve absolute justice by executing you all. What sacrifice is too great for the righteous Navy?" Boom. In an instant, Akainu's arm transformed into a dark red, high-temperature lava, revealing his battle stance. Clearly, the unwavering Akainu, under Tsuru's elucidation, believed the Navy had already resolved to eliminate all pirates present. He was prepared to strike down upon them. Chapter 95, The Emperor Shanks. The air was thick with murderous intent, surging forth from Akainu's very being. "Sakazuki, what are you planning to do?" Sensing the overwhelming bloodlust emanating from Akainu, Kizaru, Palusalino, shot him a sidelong glance and spoke, "They are the recognized allies of the world government. Since we have reached this point and they refuse to heed our commands to join the Navy, then these filthy criminals no longer hold any value for existence." As the almost maddening bloodlust reached its zenith, Akainu's thunderous voice erupted, "In that case, we might as well go all out, eliminate them, and then return to the battlefield to hold those pirates at bay, waiting for reinforcements to arrive. Wouldn't you agree?" With that, the bloodthirsty Akainu turned to Tsuru, whose expression was grim, and shouted, "Chief of Staff, Tsuru!" Bang! Just as Shiryu and his group instinctively turned their gaze towards Tsuru upon hearing Akainu's voice, suddenly, flames. Under the power of the magma fruit, a torrent of flames erupted from Akainu's arm, surging towards the members of the Blackbeard pirates. Firestorm. As the fiery inferno surged forth, enveloping the Rain's hope and binding its crew within, molten fists forged from the very essence of lava erupted from Akainu's arm, crashing down with a resounding boom. Clearly, Akainu's earlier inquiry to Admiral Tsuru was not a request for her counsel. At that moment, Akainu's sole intention was to dismantle the vigilance of the remnants of the Blackbeard pirates, even if only for a fleeting instant. This would grant him the opportunity to strike decisively before they could react, enabling him to annihilate these heinous criminals with minimal cost to his own forces. Admiral Tsuru, as the chief of staff, discerned Akainu's stratagem, and, at the very instant Akainu launched his assault, she issued a sharp command, "Attack." Yada no Kagami. As her voice resonated, the figure of Borsalino, the yellow monkey, disintegrated into a myriad of photons. In the next moment, accompanied by Borsalino's shout, the dispersed light coalesced into brilliant cross-shaped beams. The ensuing barrage of light, akin to a torrential downpour, cascaded down with unwavering force, surging forth from the radiant cross towards the remnants of the Blackbeard pirates, surpassing Akainu's fiery blast in its relentless advance. Not only Akainu and Borsalino, but in this moment, even the formidable Peach Rabbit and the strategic mind of Admiral Tsuru joined the fray. "Rocks, At the moment Tsuru launched her attack, Garp, having switched opponents with Sengoku, collided his fists against the formidable rocks, his expression brimming with battle fervor as he proclaimed, "Until our battle reaches a conclusion, do not even think of rescuing them." Ha ha ha. Rescue. Upon hearing this, as Sengoku, in his great Buddha form, charged away without hindrance, Rocks abruptly lifted his head, revealing his bloodshot eyes filled with a fervor for combat, and maniacally laughed at Garp. "Are you underestimating me, Garp? They are merely insignificant debris, hardly comparable to the battle between us." With that, Rocks flipped his formidable blade, the heavy country, plunging it into the ground. "Come on, Garp." As the sound of the blade tearing into the earth echoed, the frenzied Rocks spread his arms wide, roaring at Garp. "I can hardly wait for our second exhilarating clash." Ha ha ha. Indeed, after all these years, you remain unchanged. At that moment, Garp, shaking out his arms, flashed a broad grin, revealing his gleaming white teeth, and with fists clenched in fervor, bellowed, "If that's the case, then let it be as you wish, Rocks. Let us fight." Clang. Just as Garp's roar reverberated, the imminent clash between him and Rocks was suddenly interrupted by a sound reminiscent of a great bell tolling, a clear and melodious clash of metal. A slender European sword appeared directly in the path of Akainu's fiery onslaught. Though the sword's blade was remarkably narrow, it was imbued with the armament haki and enveloped in a conqueror's haki even more potent than Whitebeard's, standing as a colossal wall against Akainu's infernal assault. This man, exuding overwhelming conqueror's haki, was none other than Shanks, the captain of the red-haired pirates, standing alongside Whitebeard as one of the 4 emperors of the New World. After quenching his thirst, feeling slightly revitalized, he thought to himself, "Well, I shall write 3 chapters first, and for the remaining chapter, allow me to have a bite before continuing." Chapter 96, The Absolute Neutrality That Ends Wars. Upon the edge of his fist, the elemental lava transformed into searing flames, rebounding fiercely against the powerful sword energy of the famed blade, Griffin. As Akainu sought to obliterate the remnants of the Blackbeard crew, he gradually lifted his gaze towards the man before him, whose aura radiated dominance, crowned with red hair and bearing 3 scars at the corners of his eyes, and slowly spoke, "Red-haired Shanks." As Akainu's voice echoed, although he was unaware of Shanks's true intentions, the remnants of Blackbeard could not help but sigh in relief upon witnessing Akainu's attack being thwarted. "Since we have made our move." But before they could fully exhale, a voice, languid to the point of being almost lascivious, resonated in their ears. "There is no possibility of stopping now. Click. Do not make a move." Just then, accompanied by the sound of a bullet being chambered, the voice of Ben Beckman, the first mate of the red-haired pirates, slithered into their ears like a parasite. "Borsalino. Oh, this is terrifying." The yellow monkey, feeling an ominous premonition, cast a sideways glance at the man on the sails of the Red Force. Slowly raising his hands in a display of fear, Ben Beckman, first mate of the red-haired pirates. "He is one of the 4 emperors reigning over the New World." Ha ha ha. "The second emperor has arrived on the battlefield. Marines, your doom is nigh. We shall undoubtedly raise Marine Ford to the ground before your reinforcements arrive. Charge." As Beckman aimed his gun at Borsalino, the pirates erupted in cheers. With their spirits soaring under the leadership of their captain, they charged towards the Marines, who were now filled with despair following the arrival of the red-haired pirates. Suddenly, accompanied by the sound of a sniper bullet being loaded, the voice of Jesus Burgess, the sniper of the red-haired pirates, echoed with a hint of resignation over the battlefield, "Please do not engage. It puts me in a difficult position." In that moment, the pirates realized that the arrival of the red-haired pirates, also one of the 4 emperors, was not to utterly crush their common enemy, the elite Marines atop Marineford as they had presumed. Clang. Just as Jesus Burgess's warning rang out, Shanks, who had just halted Akainu's attack, waved his hand, sheathing the famed blade, Griffin. With a steady gait, Shanks, exuding an overwhelming aura, advanced alongside the officers of the red-haired pirates towards the 2 battlefields that would ultimately determine the outcome of this war, where the fighting had yet to cease even with his arrival. As Shanks's footsteps came to a halt, a faint yet powerful aura emanated from his form, surging outward. At first, this aura was weak, akin to a gentle breeze in a mountain stream. But in an instant, the winds shifted dramatically. Boom. In a heartbeat, the aura radiating from Shanks transformed from a whisper of wind into a raging hurricane. Sweeping across the land, it surged forth with terrifying speed, enveloping the surroundings. The hemispherical wave of energy rapidly expanded, encompassing an area of several thousand meters. Majestic, tumultuous, terrifying, like a roaring sea, like a demon of the abyss. Suddenly, at the moment Shanks and his crew arrived to confront the clash between Garp and Rocks, along with the fierce confrontation between Whitebeard and Sengoku, the atmosphere of horror enveloped the battlefield. With an air of provocation, he unleashed his unparalleled conqueror's haki, an aura that could only be deemed extraordinary. Under the overwhelming presence of such indomitable might, the crowd instinctively ceased their assaults, redirecting their gazes toward the red-haired figure, Shanks. At that moment, a voice echoed from Admiral Kinbunshaku's direction, inquiring about the purpose of his arrival. What is my purpose? Quite simple. Shanks, with a demeanor as placid as still water, yet exuding an unyielding resolve, declared, I am here to put an end to this war. Currently, the balance between pirates and the Navy has been achieved, and to continue this senseless conflict would merely result in the unnecessary escalation of casualties on both sides. With a solemn expression, Shanks, surrounded by his loyal subordinates, earnestly implored, So I ask you all, grant me this favor and let us conclude this war. Clang. Of course, if there are still those who crave further bloodshed. At this juncture, Shanks abruptly drew his sword, Griffin, casting a fierce gaze towards the leaders of both the pirates and the Navy, his voice resonating with lethal intent. Then I, as a neutral party, shall join the opposing side and fight alongside them, utterly shattering this precarious balance. Chapter 97, The End of War. Thus, make your choice. In the instant his words fell, Shanks, with Griffin pointed towards the assembly, boldly proclaimed, Will we conclude this war, which serves no purpose other than to amplify our mutual losses? Or shall we choose to disrupt this balance, leading one side to complete destruction at Marineford? The sound waves erupted, rippling through the air. Ha ha ha, how amusing. Shanks, you are simply too entertaining. Just as Shanks intended to bring an end to this conflict, Garp, his upper body adorned with tattered cloth stretched by his explosive muscles, flashed a wide grin, exclaiming with sheer delight, However, young red-haired one, while others may be compelled by fear of their own demise to acquiesce to your demands and halt this war, I assure you. At this moment, Garp's expression shifted, his laughter fading as he regarded Shanks with a gaze that bore no hint of hesitation, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his lips. Rocks is not one to be easily intimidated. Thus, young lad, your declaration to cease hostilities will not only fail to achieve peace. Observing the intensifying fury emanating from Rocks, Garp solemnly remarked, In fact, it may only serve to drive him further into madness. Hee, Garp, you truly know me well. Just as Garp finished speaking, Rocks, whose entire being seemed to radiate with a wild, tempestuous energy, suddenly fixed his gaze upon Shanks, growling, You wish to end this war? Or shall you face annihilation at the hands of the Navy? Do you wish for death, fool? The low timbre of Rock's voice was laden with a palpable, ferocious aura. Indeed, at that moment, the overwhelming pressure emanating from Rocks surged forth, crashing down upon Shanks and his crew, palpable and suffocating. Unbelievable. Feeling the immense weight of this oppressive force, Jesus Burgess, gripping his sniper rifle, gasped in shock, realizing that even under Shanks' conqueror's haki, the terrifying pressure remained undiminished. This man's presence is even more formidable than Shanks. Indeed, in that instant, Rocks unleashed his own conqueror's haki, which overshadowed Shanks, imposing an even greater sense of dread upon Shanks' crew. Clang. Yet, despite the overwhelming force of Rocks' haki, Shanks, armed with Griffin, exhibited no signs of retreat. In fact, as Jesus Burgess and the others gasped in astonishment, Shanks lowered his head momentarily, then abruptly lifted it. With fierce determination, he raised his sword towards the sky, channeling an unquenchable battle spirit that surged forth from within him, soaring toward Rocks above. Clearly, the moment Griffin's blade pointed at Rocks marked the commencement of a clash between Shanks, captain of the red-haired pirates and one of the 4 emperors of the New World, and Rocks. Clang. However, just as Shanks raised his blade, a resounding crash echoed as another sword collided against the ground. Kula-la-la-la-la, accompanied by Whitebeard's deep, booming laughter. A third surge of violent energy, emanating from him, interjected itself between Rocks and Shanks. Aware of this ferocious aura from Whitebeard, both Rocks and Shanks swiftly turned to face the source, exclaiming in unison, Whitebeard. As their voices rang out, Whitebeard, leaning on his weapon, cast a glance at Shanks before addressing Rocks. Captain, I owe this young lad a debt of gratitude. Indeed, while Shanks once claimed that his intervention against Kaido was merely a waste of time for Whitebeard's crew, in Whitebeard's eyes, it was he who owed Shanks a debt of honor. Most importantly, in that fleeting moment when the battlefield halted due to Shanks' intrusion, Whitebeard witnessed the fallen figures of his sons, whom he regarded as family, lying in pools of blood. Thus, In that moment, Whitebeard's words were not merely about repaying Shanks' kindness, but rather a refusal to allow further senseless loss of his family after rescuing Ace and vanquishing Blackbeard. Chapter 98. Rocks attacks Holy Land Mariehua. On this day, dark clouds gathered, thunder rumbled ominously, and rain poured. As the sea breeze swept across the crimson-tinged waters, it stirred colossal waves that crashed against the blood-soaked battlefield of Marineford. Suddenly, a fleet of ships bearing the world government's flag surged forth, slicing through the waves, rapidly advancing towards Marineford. At last, in response to the Navy's call for help, the reinforcements summoned by the world government had arrived at the naval headquarters. Alas, however, there were no traces of pirates to be found at Marineford. Indeed, the war on the summit had concluded. The world government's reinforcements arrived to find nothing. 1 hour. Inside the devastated office of the fleet admiral, the world government's 5 elders, seated in the primary position, wore grim expressions, their eyes ablaze with fury as they glared at Sengoku and his comrades, demanding, "Is it true that your navy could not hold them off for even an hour?" Fury surged within the 5 elders, who had hastily mobilized a substantial force to set sail for Marineford, only to find their efforts utterly futile. Their anger was palpable, and had they not been in such a desperate scramble to find replacements for the likes of Sengoku and others, the wrathful elders might have summarily dismissed Sengoku from his post. You, who claimed to uphold the dignity of the world government, the Navy, they scorned. Yet, even in the absence of suitable substitutes, the 5 elders recognized the impossibility of completely displacing the Navy's command. Nonetheless, they could not contain their seething rage as they berated those around them, questioning whether this was truly how one maintains the authority of the world government and secures peace in the world. As the 5 elders' ire escalated, a frail yet commanding voice emanated from the marshal's office, unexpectedly interrupting their tirade. Little did anyone anticipate that the Rocks pirates, who had recently clashed with the Whitebeard pirates, would arrive to lend assistance. Despite the interference of the Rocks pirates, the Navy managed to retain the majority of its fighting strength, a fact that warrants acknowledgement. At this juncture, the former Marine Admiral, now the Supreme Commander of all military forces of the world government, Steelbone Sora, slowly lifted his gaze towards the presence behind the 5 elders and spoke. "Am I not correct?" "Indeed, you speak true." A voice resonated from behind the elders, remarkably youthful yet imbued with an ancient, somber essence, affirming Sora's assertion. The Navy, managing to preserve its combat capabilities amidst the convergence of formidable forces such as Whitebeard, Rocks, and Shiki, is indeed commendable. Lord speaks wisely. Upon hearing this, the previously irate 5 elders lowered their heads in acquiescence, acknowledging that the Navy deserved commendation. This sentiment deepened when news reached them that Rocks had audaciously shattered the gates of justice and led his crew into Marineford, engaging the Whitebeard pirates in battle. Not only had the 5 elders of the world government taken notice, but even the enigmatic celestial dragon King Im, who commanded their reverence, had set sail with the world government's secret treasures to the marine headquarters. This was a point of profound regret for Sengoku and his comrades. Had they known in advance that the 5 elders and King Im were arriving with the world government's most powerful treasures, including Uranus, the foremost of the ancient weapons, they would have fought with all their might to continue the conflict. Regrettably, aside from Steelbone Sora's explicit declaration of his intent to lead troops into battle, the 5 elders had divulged nothing of King Im's impending arrival. The omission of such critical intelligence led Sengoku and the others to fear that only Sora and a fraction of the world government's forces would respond, making it impossible for the righteous Navy to conclude the war by eradicating the Rocks pirates. Instead, it could very well lead to even greater losses for the forces of justice. Thus, Sengoku and his allies accepted the ceasefire proposed by the red-haired pirates. Just as Sengoku and his companions grappled with their frustrations upon hearing Im's voice, a cacophony of hurried footsteps erupted from the shattered door of the office. "This is grave news." A panicked voice echoed from outside. The intelligence department had just received a distress signal from Holy Land Marie Joyce. "What did you say?" As the messenger's words sank in, the 5 elders' expressions shifted dramatically, and they rose in alarm. "A distress signal from Marie Joyce?" The intelligence officer, visibly flustered, hurriedly explained. "Just now, the Overlord Rocks, aboard the Godland Tesoro, launched an assault on Holy Land Marie Joyce." Chapter 99. The Fall of Marie Joyce. "Are you certain?" Sengoku's eyes widened in disbelief as he scrutinized the intelligence officer. "Is it true that only the Godland Tesoro is attacking Marie Joyce, and not the Whitebeard pirates Moby Dick?" "Indeed." The officer stammered, glancing nervously at the fuming 5 elders, The reports confirm that there are no forces from the Whitebeard pirates involved in the assault on Marie Joyce. This is impossible. Akainu interjected, his face darkening with conviction. Only a few hours have passed. Even our advantage has not fully restored our stamina from the fierce battle. How could the heavily fatigued Rocks dare to abandon the Whitebeard pirates and assault Marie Joyce alone? He glanced at the 5 elders before continuing, before your arrival. Even we in the Navy were unaware that the 5 elders had departed from Marie Joyce. How could he not dare? As Akainu finished, he raised his hand to silence Garp, who was munching on a senbei. It's entirely possible that he believes we are still present in Marie Joyce, which is why he would initiate an attack. After all, that guy rocks. Garp's words trailed off as he clenched his fist, a fierce battle intent radiating from him. Until the war concludes, I have yet to unleash my full potential. How could this be? Akainu retorted, his expression grave. Surely there cannot be anyone so reckless as to disregard the safety of his crew and his own life merely to satisfy a thirst for bloodshed. If it were Rocks, he could very well be driven to such madness. Vice Admiral Crane interjected, her knuckles tapping rhythmically against the table. As the Marine headquarters commanders debated the implications of Rocks attacking Marie Joyce, the very subject of their discourse sat in a stormy silence upon the golden throne at the bow of the godland Tesoro. Before him lay the opulent offices of the 5 elders, the descendants of the 20 kings known as the Creators, residing in the holy land of Marie Joyce. The extravagant structures were rapidly succumbing to the relentless onslaught of Douglas Bullet and Shiki, among others. How dreary, how utterly dull. Douglas Bullet, transformed into a 100-meter giant through the power of his devil fruit, bellowed in frustration after demolishing 3 warriors akin to Marine Vice Admirals with a single punch. Captain, this so-called holy land is disappointingly weak. Ha 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 ha. Shiki, his face illuminated by a murderous glee, echoed Bullet's sentiment. This so-called Marie Joyce is laughably fragile compared to Marineford. Yet, the most fervent among them was none other than Guild Tesoro, the former slave of the Celestial Dragons. The moment they breached Marie Joyce, Tesoro unleashed his powers with wild abandon, torrents of gold erupting forth from the godland Tesoro, driven by the might of his Midas fruit. Under the manipulation of Guild Tesoro, the scene unfurls towards Mariewa, with but a single strike. A significant portion of Mariewa is reduced to a golden ruin beneath Guild Tesoro's frenzied assault. Despite the devastation wrought upon Mariewa, the so-called world government's 5 elders, who are meant to safeguard this place, have yet to make their appearance. Observing the absence of any supreme combatants amidst Guild Tesoro's wrath, Rocks, seated upon his golden throne, slowly curls his lips into a sinister grin, seemingly relishing the misfortune of this encounter. Tell me, what would happen if I were to obliterate this so-called holy land of Mariewa? As he utters these words, a maniacal expression graces Rock's face, and he turns to the throng of journalists he has plundered from the Sabeti archipelago, equipped with a din-din mushi for broadcasting, and sneers. Might a powerful adversary emerge to challenge me in this glorious destruction? Indeed, Rock's assault on Mariewa is not solely to satiate his unfulfilled battle lust from the events at Marineford. The paramount reason for his attack on this so-called sacred ground, which has been dominated by the world government for 8 centuries, is to harvest a monumental amount of negative value. Chapter 100. The Holy Land of Mariewa crumbles. What did you say? Stunned. At the moment Rock's voice resonated, the journalists taken captive from the Sabeti archipelago stood frozen in disbelief, their faces etched with incredulity as they gazed at Rocks. In that instant, they could hardly believe their ears. After all, Rocks declared his intent to annihilate the absolute holy land recognized by the world government, which has ruled the world for 800 years. The abode of the celestial dragons, the very core of the world government's power, Mariewa. They could scarcely fathom the implications should Mariewa truly fall to Rock's hands. Such an event would eclipse even the monumental news of Rocks reclaiming the strongest man in the world. Edward Newgate, during the Marineford War. Negative value, 500. Negative value, 800. Negative value, 300. The instant Rock's proclamation reverberated through the den mushi. A series of mechanical notifications echoed in his ears, and in less than a moment, the accumulated negative value soared past 1 million. All without Rocks having yet struck at Mariewa. This illustrates the profound dread accumulated by the world government, which has dominated the pirate world for 8 centuries. As he gazes upon the rapidly escalating negative value, a cruel smile dances upon Rock's lips as he envisions the bounty he shall reap once he utterly devastates Mariewa. It is certain to be a far greater trove of negative value than that which he garnered during the Marineford War or in the destruction of the Gates of Justice. With a fierce determination, Rocks thrusts his empty right arm forward, his fingers curling tightly around the hilt of his blade, the Supreme King. Subsequently, an aura of violent ferocity erupts from his being. Sensing the intense surge of power rising from Rock's form, the members of the Rocks Pirates, still wreaking havoc in Mariewa, instantly narrow their eyes and shout in unison, "Fall back! Quickly retreat! Captain Rocks is about to explode with fury!" Creak! Just as the crew hastily retreated, a series of resounding cracks echoed from Rock's direction. Accompanied by the sound of stretching sinew, Rock's muscles bulged exponentially. Buzz! Following that, the black-gold hue of his haki materialized, enveloping the blade of the Supreme King. As the black and gold haki enveloped the edge of the Supreme King, Rock's Conqueror's haki surged forth, entwining with it. At that moment, with eyes sharp as lightning, Rocks bellowed towards the direction of Mariewa, "Shatter it!" Swoosh! As Rock's thunderous roar erupted, a wave of slashing light, cloaked in haki and entwined with Conqueror's haki, surged forth from the blade of the Supreme King, gushing towards Mariewa like a torrent breaching a dam. Crackle! In the instant the slicing wave tore through the air, the sound of rending space reverberated in the ears of those present. Then, the wave, fierce and unyielding like a hellish dragon, hurtled towards Mariewa. As Rocks unleashed his ferocity, tearing through the fabric of space with his slicing wave, the five elders, seated in the marine headquarters atop Mariewa, wore expressions of grave concern. To be precise, upon hearing that Rocks had seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on Mariewa while their defensive forces were dispatched to assist Marineford, the smiles vanished from the five elders' faces. In the current predicament, only Borisolino, who has consumed the Pika Pika no Mi, could swiftly arrive at Mariewa. With the five elders silent, the Supreme Commander, Steel Bone Kong, raised his hand to quell the bickering among the others and spoke gravely, to put it bluntly. If it is only Borisolino who proceeds, he is walking to his death. Thus, under the circumstances of insufficient reinforcements, Mariewa is destined to fall to the Rocks Pirates. At this juncture, Steel Bone Kong cast a deep glance at the five elders before sincerely addressing him, the celestial dragon behind them. In light of the impending fall of Mariewa, our most pressing concern now is to mitigate the losses to the world government. However, just as Steel Bone Kong finished speaking, M, who had previously agreed with him, now remained unresponsive. No. At that moment, as Steel Bone Kong's words lingered, the five elders abruptly lifted their heads and remarked, "The priority is not merely to reduce losses, but to restore the world government's dignity. Hence, we must conceal Rock's assault on Mariewa." Report. Just as the five elders were about to elaborate, an anxious voice from outside the door interrupted. "The news from the Sabaody Archipelago Station Marines has just come in." Suddenly, on the large screen, originally designated for broadcasting the extermination of the Whitebeard pirates, images of Rocks shattering Mariewa played instead. Saintly land, saintly land, saintly Mariewa, completely annihilated by Rocks. Chapter 101, A Bounty of 10 billion. Whoosh. The moment the information officer's voice fell, a sound of splitting air erupted from the Supreme Commander's office, and the five elder stars, one of whom bore the original blade, Kahaitai, suddenly appeared before the information officer, his murderous intent palpable as he fixed a piercing gaze upon him. "What did you just say?" Gulp. Under such an overwhelming aura of bloodlust, had it not been for the information officer's recent experience in the Marineford War, bolstering his mental resilience, he would have long succumbed to the violent killing intent emanating from the five elder stars. Gulp. However, although greatly enhanced in his psychological endurance, which prevented him from being rendered unconscious by fear, he instinctively swallowed hard in the face of such a violent aura of murderous intent, involuntarily retreating 2 steps before regaining his composure to salute and respond, "My lord. The intelligence department has just received news from the station navy at the Sabaody Archipelago that Rocks has completely devastated the holy land of Mariewa." How dare he? Upon receiving this shocking confirmation, the eyes of the celestial dragons, the five elders, suddenly ignited with a sinister blood-red gleam. Their sword-style garments billowed without wind, and they resembled a vengeful deity from the depths of hell. Their voice filled with an oppressive, overwhelming killing intent, they growled, "That damned bastard has the audacity to destroy the Holy Land." Clang! Just as their growl was about to echo, a sound of metal clashing resonated from the sheath of the original Grim Reaper at their waist. In an instant, under the fury that pierced the heavens and the violent murderous aura emanating from the five elders, a sense of impending death enveloped the intelligence officer before them. Clearly, the highest echelon of the world government was prepared to use the life of this intelligence officer to quell the resonance of their murderous intent with the demonic sword. This was not surprising, as he, before becoming a member of the Five Elders, was also a descendant of the bloodline that created the 20 kings of the world government. He was a progeny of creation, viewing the lives of those beneath the celestial dragons as mere ants. Swish. Yet, at the very moment the Five Elders drew their demonic sword, preparing to strike down the intelligence officer, a thunderous sound of air being severed erupted. Then, a figure, although aged, still stood firm like an unyielding mountain, materialized before the Five Elders. In that instant, he raised his hand and pressed down upon the hand of the Five Elders that was about to unsheath the Grim Reaper. This person was none other than the supreme commander of all forces of the world government, the commander-in-chief, Steelbone Kong. No matter how furious he was, Steelbone Kong, while holding down the Elder's hand, glanced at him and then slowly shifted his gaze towards the rear of the Marine headquarters. It was only when his gaze landed on him, the figure behind the Five Elders, that he began to speak slowly. There is no need to exhaust our combat power to quell this. Come back, Commander Steelbone is right. As Steelbone Kong's words settled, Im's voice, calm even after hearing of the destruction of Mariewa, resonated softly. Venturing your anger on our own people is an act of incompetence. So, Commander Steelbone, what methods will you employ to minimize the losses from the destruction of Mariewa while maintaining the prestige of the world government? At this point, Im's voice echoed towards Steelbone Kong. Under the scrutiny of those reporters, the matter of Rocks destroying Mariewa can no longer be suppressed. Steelbone Kong patted the intelligence officer's shoulder, urging him to depart, and then spoke with unwavering certainty. In fact, forcibly suppressing the transmission of information will lead those rebels to believe that our world government has become immensely weakened after this battle, resulting in a revolt. If the Grand Line follows the example of the Revolutionary Army and raises the banner of rebellion, the elite forces of our world government will inevitably be dragged into endless warfare, leaving the true culprit, Rocks, unscathed. At this point, Steelbone Kong suddenly lifted his head, his expression resolute. Thus, I believe that rather than allowing those unscrupulous reporters to publicly declare the fall of Mariewa and incite panic, it would be better for us to unveil the truth ourselves. We should announce that Mariewa fell while the elite forces led by the Five Elders were aiding the headquarters, providing Rocks an opportunity to strike and cause its destruction. Before the Five Elders could interject with a rebuttal, Steelbone Kong raised his voice, declaring loudly, if our world government were to publicly disclose this information, I believe that even if those ambitious individuals harbor dissent, they would not dare to rebel in the short term and provoke our wrath. And we could seize this opportunity to concentrate our forces and annihilate the Rocks pirates. As he spoke, Steelbone Kong turned to him and continued, once we have eradicated the Rocks pirates, then all the prestige the world government lost at the moment of Mariewa's fall will surely be restored. Then let it be as you wish. Steelbone Kong's words had barely settled when Im's voice floated forth. I have but one request. Completely obliterate the Rocks pirates who destroyed Mariewa. Sengoku, add the destruction of the holy land of Mariewa to Rocks' bounty. As Im concluded his statement, Steelbone Kong, who had been offering advice, turned to Sengoku in front of the Five Elders and Im, and instructed him to modify the bounty to a staggering 1 billion berries. Chapter 102. The Exchange of the Tremor Fruit. What? 1 billion berries? This bounty is simply outrageous. The crowd instinctively began to murmur. After all, the man known as the Pirate King, Joel D. Roger, who ignited the Great Pirate Era, had a bounty of just over 50 billion berries. As Steelbone Kong's words echoed, the discussions quickly fell silent. For though 1 billion berries seemed exaggerated, upon reflection, it became apparent that Rocks, who had even gathered Whitebeard, a man with a bounty of over 50 billion berries, under his command, indeed warranted such a bounty. After all, even the Pirate King Roger had never dared to utterly destroy the residence of the Celestial Dragons, the world government's office, the holy land of Mariewa. In the latter half of the Grand Line, in the New World, there lay an expanse of ocean exuding an endless sweet aroma. Here, there was no azure sea. Instead, the colorful currents that replaced the seawater were all made of usable fruit juices. Deep within this dreamlike sea, the territory of one of the 4 emperors, Charlotte Linlin, known as Big Mom, was located. It was her dream kingdom, where all races could live together without distinction, the land of Tato Land. Tato Land, themed around Cake Island, was surrounded by 34 islands, each boasting unique desserts and governed by a minister personally appointed by Charlotte Linlin. At the very heart of these 34 islands, within the palace of Cake Island, the only female among the 4 emperors, the woman hailed as the strongest in the world, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, was indulging in a feast of gigantic pastries, her mouth oozing corrosive gastric acid. Suddenly, a thunderous sound of footsteps echoed. "Mama! Mama!" A strangely dressed minister, his face filled with astonishment, burst into the palace. Upon entering, he failed to notice that his mother was devouring the giant pastries like a glutton. Instead, he couldn't help but wave the newspaper in his hand, exclaiming, "Big news, a huge announcement. Can't you see that Mama is eating?" Before he could finish, a massive face, shrouded in dark energy and adorned with rows of teeth glistening with saliva, abruptly appeared before him. Then, a roar, rising from low to high, reverberated throughout the immense palace, capable of accommodating giants, causing it to tremble as if a ravenous abyssal demon had unleashed its fury. As the roar erupted, the minister felt a rush of crimson blood surge from his ears, not only his ears, but at that moment, he sensed his very insides quaking and shifting under the weight of that terrifying sound. However, in comparison to the disturbance he caused to his mother's meal, these concerns have become trivial. For, apart from his biological siblings, Charlotte Kakuri, and a select few, any interruption to his mother's dining would directly incite her wrath, leading to a total forfeiture of one's life. Just then, a terrifying gust of wind surged towards the minister from the front. Simultaneously, as the minister beheld his mother's massive arm approaching, he acutely sensed the imminent proximity of death. Mother! Mother! Therefore, even though he was currently experiencing internal turmoil under Big Mom's monstrous voice, he stifled the agony within, fervently waving the newspaper in his hand, desperately hoping to rouse his mother's consciousness with the announcement of monumental news. The holy land of Marie Joy's had been breached by the resurrected Rocks, who was also being offered a bounty of 10 billion berries by the world government. With a resounding crack, the moment the words left his lips, the minister was violently propelled by the ferocious wind generated by Charlotte Linlin's colossal hand, crashing against the wall. Yet, upon colliding with the wall, a hint of relief crept onto the minister's lips, for he understood in that instant that he had been spared. Negative value, 1,000. Negative value, 1,000. Negative value, 500. Just as the minister, on Cake Island, reveled in his survival, aboard the colossal ship, the Grand Tesoro, navigating the peculiar weather of the latter half of the Grand Line, a series of mechanical, rigid system prompts echoed in the ears of Rocks, seated upon the golden throne. Casting a glance at the loyalty levels of his followers displayed on the subsystem panel, including Whitebeard and others, he then redirected his gaze to the gleaming devil fruits within the store. After a moment of contemplation, Rocks commanded, "System, expend negative value to exchange for the perfected version of the Gura Gura no Mi without side effects." Chapter 103, The Value of Destiny. Upon deducting the negative value, the activation of the Devil Fruit Materialization Module commenced. As Rock's words resonated, a dry mechanical prompt sounded in his ears, confirming the successful activation of the Devil Fruit Materialization Module. With the Gura Gura no Mi materialization level at 1050, crackling and popping ensued as the mechanical system prompts reverberated, and suddenly, a brilliant silver lightning erupted from the center of Rock's forehead. Accompanied by a thunderous explosion, onlookers were astonished to witness a bizarrely shaped devil fruit, adorned with oscillating patterns, slowly manifesting in the palm of Rock's hand. That is the Gura Gura no Mi. Seeing the Gura Gura no Mi in Rock's grasp, even Shiki the Golden Lion could not suppress his astonishment, exclaiming, "Captain Rocks, can you truly not only restore life to others, but also conjure devil fruits from thin air?" Upon hearing Shiki's words, the crowd instantly turned their incredulous gazes towards Rocks. Negative value, 10,000. Negative value, 10,000. Negative value, 10,000. Subsequently, a barrage of system prompts filled Rock's ears. Clearly, the revelation that Rocks could create devil fruits left everyone in shock. Guild Tesoro, yet, unfazed by their astonishment, Rocks weighed the Gura Gura no Mi in his hand before addressing the astounded Guild Tesoro. "When you chose to follow me, it was to exchange for the revival of a person, correct? Is Captain Rock's intention in crafting the Gura Gura no Mi to test whether your current power is sufficient to resurrect others?" The emergence of the Gura Gura no Mi implied that Stella would soon be revived. As Rock's voice resonated, a flicker of intense excitement flashed in Guild Tesoro's eyes. Then, filled with fervor, he eagerly proclaimed to Rocks, "Yes, Captain, I would give anything to bring Stella back to life." "Very well," Rocks acknowledged with a firm nod, continuing, "Then bring me her remains. I shall prepare for her revival." Although Rocks currently possessed sufficient negative value to directly resurrect Stella, who had not consumed a devil fruit and was entirely unfamiliar with combat techniques, He felt a sense of loss if he did not seize the opportunity to perform such a world-shattering act to harvest a wave of negative value. Just as Guild Tesoro, brimming with excitement, prepared to retrieve Stella's body from the pure gold coffin over 100 nautical miles away, at the port of Dressrosa, known for its love, passion, and toys, a pirate ship adorned with the Don Quixote family flag was gently docking, having been plundered from the hands of the king by the warlord of the sea. Don Quixote Doflamingo. As the ship came to a halt and Doflamingo, the nightmarish, was about to return to Dressrosa with his subordinates, a feeble, staggering sound resonated from the vessel. Fu-fu-fu-fu. Upon hearing the sound, Doflamingo swiftly turned to the source, where the frail figure of the doctor, Q, bore an exaggerated grin. You must be the former ship doctor of the Blackbeard pirates, Q, right? Ah, I can't believe I was recognized so quickly. Hearing this, the sickly Q glanced up at Doflamingo with a lifeless gaze, a playful smile creeping across his face. Should I say, you truly live up to your former celestial dragon status? With that, as Q's words fell, Doflamingo flickered like lightning towards him. Bang! However, just as Doflamingo's strings were about to reach the ailing Q, a shadowy object covered in gray cloth suddenly emerged behind Q, intercepting all of Doflamingo's strings. You've even developed the frail string fruit to such an extent. Gazing at the strings unleashed by Doflamingo, the Deathbringer known as Q remarked in awe. You are truly impressive. Destiny is often used to measure a person's worth. At this juncture, the earliest follower of Blackbeard, Q, slowly raised his head to reveal his ailing countenance, mysteriously extending his palm to reveal a devil fruit emanating an aura of darkness. He spoke, so, would you care to test whether the value of your destiny is sufficient to wield this mightiest of devil fruits? Chapter 104. The opponent is the Rocks Pirates. Fu-fu-fu-fu. The mightiest. Just as Q's words fell, Doflamingo's mocking laughter echoed in his ears. If merely possessing a devil fruit could make one the strongest, then tell me. At this moment, accompanied by the sound of a delicate thread shattering, the figure of Don Quixote Doflamingo, previously obstructed by Poison Q, suddenly disintegrated into countless threads, which then reassembled behind Poison Q. Slowly, he began to speak, questioning why the Blackbeard, who had once consumed him, had fallen to the Whitebeard. It became evident that from the very start, the entity engaging Poison Q was not the true Don Quixote Doflamingo, but rather a thread avatar constructed using his devil fruit powers. Swish, swish, swish. As the thread avatar took form behind Poison Q, it was immediately enveloped in a layer of dense armament haki, lunging toward Poison Q's neck in an attempt to ensnare him. Remarkably, even with the dark fruit in hand, Poison Q showed no intention of letting his opponent escape. Oh, the audacity. A thread avatar capable of speech and combat prowess that rivals even the finest of the 7 warlords of the sea. Observing the Doflamingo that had materialized beside him and the ominous dark threads advancing toward him, Poison Q could not help but express admiration, exclaiming, truly, you must be the descendant of the creators of the world government, the 20 kings. However, Doflamingo's expression shifted to one of caution, just as the threads, now infused with armament haki, were about to ensnare Poison Q. A resounding clash echoed. A brilliant blade of light erupted from the tip of the object entwined in Poison Q's hand. In an instant, the threads poised to sever his neck were effortlessly cleaved in two. Alas, it was unfortunate. As the blade returned to its sheath, a feeble voice emerged from Poison Q, who shook his head, declaring that the limits of the string fruit were far too weak. Even with the armament haki, such threads could not bind him. Regarding Blackbeard's demise, Poison Q seemed to recall something, gazing earnestly at Doflamingo as he continued, had he listened to me, forsaking the pursuit of Whitebeard's tremor fruit, and instead sought an ally with a complementary devil fruit ability to eliminate and devour at the moment of death, he would not have fallen to Whitebeard. At this juncture, Poison Q lamented, how could he have possibly perished at the hands of Whitebeard? The implication dawned on Doflamingo, who was taken aback. Are you suggesting that the dark fruit allows one to evade the fatal curse of consuming 2 devil fruits? But how could that be possible? Doflamingo, now skeptical, confronted Poison Q. If the dark fruit truly grants such a boon, why was I unaware of it? There are myriad reasons. Poison Q replied earnestly. The most crucial being that, aside from the D clan, anyone who consumes the dark fruit and then attempts to eat another fruit will surely meet their demise. Huh. Doflamingo growled, veins bulging from his temples as he glared at Poison Q. How can you be so certain that I, a man with the blood of the D clan's enemies, would not explode upon consuming the dark fruit? I see the possibility of your survival, Poison Q stated, raising his weary, murky eyes to meet Doflamingo's. However, to my knowledge, aside from the legendary rocks, over 90% of the D clan perish upon consuming the dark fruit and attempting to eat a second devil fruit. Just as Doflamingo was about to probe further, Poison Q wore a peculiar grin and addressed him. So, are you willing to gamble on whether you are worthy of wielding the power of 2 devil fruits? Former celestial dragon. At that moment, Doflamingo, upon hearing Poison Q's words, felt the tension rise. His forehead throbbing as he was interrupted by a shout from the lookout of his ship. Pirate ships spotted 80 nautical miles away. They fly the flag of the Rocks pirates, the Guren Tesoro. The voice declared, they are the infamous pirate, Rocks, who was rewarded with a bounty of 1 billion berries after the destruction of Mariawa. Chapter 105, an incomprehensible devil fruit ability. With the lookout's announcement, Doflamingo abruptly turned to Poison Q, exclaiming, you have attracted that monster. How could I possibly command the domineering Rocks? Poison Q replied, shaking his head. Yet, a sly smile crept onto his ailing visage as he continued, it was not I who drew him here. Rather, I foresaw Rock's arrival and came to seek you. The devil fruit I have consumed allows me to glimpse into the future, and I witnessed the chaos of fate being disrupted by a monster resurrected to seek you out. With that, Poison Q fixed his penetrating gaze upon Doflamingo, raising the dark fruit in his hand toward him. So, will you willingly surrender? Powerless before the onslaught of that monster Rocks, or will you take a chance? Why should it be me? Doflamingo shot back, casting a wary glance at the ominous dark fruit in Poison Q's hand. If you are of the D clan or possess celestial dragon blood, you should have countless options. Indeed, if it were merely about possessing the dark fruit, I would have many choices, Poison Q reflected. However, if we add the condition of being able to potentially defeat the monster Rocks, aside from that elusive figure I cannot reach, you are my only option. To be precise, before Doflamingo could respond, Poison Q's gaze shifted toward the bustling toy soldiers at the port of Dressrosa, murmuring, it is your subordinate, Sugar, who possesses that unfathomable ability. Sugar, the user of the toy fruit, at the age of 22, still appeared as a mere 10-year-old child. Despite her childlike appearance and lack of combat prowess, she remained a formidable secret weapon of the Don Quixote family. The reason was simple. Upon touching a living being, they would vanish from the world, transformed into a toy under Sugar's control. Furthermore, those turned into toys would be erased from the memories of others. It was precisely because of Sugar's existence that Poison Q had discarded other options and chosen Doflamingo as the next master of the dark fruit. Just as Poison Q concluded his words, a sudden sound sliced through the air as the dark fruit, imbued with dark patterns, shot from Poison Q's hand toward Doflamingo. Smack! Fwoosh, 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 as he gazed at the dark fruit held firmly in his grasp. Don Quixote Doflamingo's lips curled into a peculiar smile as he addressed the languid figure of Poison Q opposite him. I have yet to agree to your terms, you know. You indeed have not yet consented. Poison Q retorted languidly, reclining upon his steed, a magnificent horse named Zhuang, casting a casual glance towards the Rocks pirates. He continued, according to the calculated speed of the Grand Tesoro, the Rocks pirates shall arrive within the hour. Should hope elude you. You might forsake everything in Dressrosa and flee from Rocks. At this juncture, Poison Q's weary gaze settled earnestly upon Don Quixote Doflamingo, as he queried earnestly, however, now that you possess hope, would you choose to abandon everything and escape Dressrosa in utter disgrace? Phew. Of course not. Doflamingo's features twisted into an exaggerated grin, erupting in maniacal laughter. You are absolutely correct. Once hope is in hand, unless it shatters completely, how could I ever choose to relinquish Dressrosa, which I have painstakingly nurtured, the very vessel of my grand ambitions? The moment these words reached Poison Q's ears, witnessing the expression on Doflamingo's face, he could hardly contain his excitement, his sickly eyes glimmering with fervor as he shouted, then tell me your choice. Crack. Thus, I shall consume this dark fruit before your very eyes. Upon uttering these words, Doflamingo opened his gaping maw and sank his teeth into the dark fruit. In that instant, as he devoured the fruit, leaving not a morsel behind, he looked at Poison Q with a frenzied expression and bellowed, Rocks, I shall stand against you. Chapter 106, Approach and Crush Them. Boom, boom, boom. Just as the dark fruit was fully consumed by Don Quixote Doflamingo, and he roared with abandon, he suddenly felt his heart begin to race uncontrollably. Roar! In that moment, as his heart thumped violently, a deafening roar akin to that of a hellish demon echoed in his ears. At that instant, he fleetingly beheld a shadowy entity, exuding an abyssal darkness, howling and thrashing at another figure ensnared in endless threads. Puff! Just as the dark demon feasted ravenously, Doflamingo felt a surge in his throat and violently expelled a stream of dark, tainted blood. At that moment, the two devil fruits within him clashed violently, and as the foul blood spewed forth, Poison Q distinctly heard Doflamingo's heart cease its frantic rhythm. Did he fail? Observing the blood erupting from Doflamingo's throat, a hint of regret flickered across Poison Q's ailing visage as he murmured, "It seems you are not capable of wielding this strongest fruit after all." Clop, clop, clop. Subsequently, as the sound of hooves echoed, Poison Q, still perched upon his mighty steed, slowly retrieved several apples, drawing closer to Doflamingo. Clearly, he believed that with Doflamingo's heart now stilled, there was no hope of survival. He intended to use the apples to harbor the devil fruit that could only resurrect upon the death of Doflamingo. Impossible. However, just as Poison Q approached Doflamingo, a wretched howl, reminiscent of a cuckoo crying blood, burst forth from Doflamingo's throat. How could I, Don Quixote Doflamingo, be defeated by this mere extent? Boom. The moment the roar erupted, a powerful aura, one that only a rare individual among millions could possess, radiated from Doflamingo, exploding outward in a shockwave. Buzz. As Doflamingo's conqueror's haki surged forth, a resounding crack echoed. Suddenly, the ground beneath him crumbled, transforming into a multitude of fearsome threads. Clatter. At that instant, as the ground disintegrated into countless threads, those dense strands surged through Doflamingo's pores and into his body. The moment these threads entered, they transformed into nano-sized filaments, entwining themselves around Doflamingo's heart, which had halted under the conflict of the devil fruits. Boom, boom, boom. Then, with the activation of Doflamingo's devil fruit ability, the threads, under his control, acted like a pacemaker, compelling his heart to beat once more. As his heart resumed its rhythm, torrents of scalding blood surged forth, propelled through his veins. Boom. At that moment, as Doflamingo's heart began to beat anew, a dark, terrifying smoke, darker than night itself, erupted from his entire being. Suddenly, in a near-death state, Doflamingo finally mastered the second devil fruit. Success. Witnessing the dark, alluring aura emanating from Doflamingo, Poison Q exclaimed with fervent excitement, "Indeed, I did not misjudge you. You have truly succeeded in wielding the dark fruit." As Poison Q shouted in exhilaration, gazing at Doflamingo enveloped in swirling black smoke. The lookout stationed at Grand Tesoro's crow's nest shouted towards Rocks, "Captain Rocks, we are now only 30 nautical miles from Dressrosa." Peering through his telescope towards the port of Dressrosa, the lookout gasped in disbelief. 30 nautical miles away, at the Dressrosa harbor, signals are being raised. The warlord of the sea, Don Quixote Doflamingo, is there. At this moment, the lookout, nearly in disbelief, shouted, "That scoundrel claims he will halt your advance in Dressrosa, leaving you trapped there." Silence. The instant the lookout's voice fell, the once bustling Grand Tesoro fell into an eerie stillness. Suddenly, as the crowd pondered whether the lookout had misread the signals, a maniacal laughter, brimming with menace, erupted in their ears. "Ah, to leave me entirely in Dressrosa? How amusing. This Doflamingo truly is entertaining." As the laughter subsided, Rock's low growl, brimming with murderous intent, reverberated through the crowd. "Men, set sail. Approach them and crush them." Chapter 107, The True Monster. As the colossal ship Grand Tesoro, bearing the Rocks pirates, swiftly approached Dressrosa, Doflamingo, gazing at the family members at the port, Toripol, signaling with flags, looked incredulously at Don Quixote Doflamingo, who had effortlessly subdued Whitebeard and obliterated the holy land of Mariehua, yet remained unscathed while traversing the Grand Line as a formidable pirate. How could we provoke such an individual? Of course, I am acutely aware of who he is. Before Toripol could articulate his thoughts, he was abruptly interrupted by Doflamingo's maniacal laughter, now possessing the abilities of two devil fruits. It was evident that his purpose was to seize our family's territory of Dressrosa. Would the enemy cease their assault if I refrained from provoking them? No, that is simply not the case. This man is a creature more elusive than Kaido, one who will stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Reflecting on the events of the Marineford War, even knowing that continuing to fight would mean clashing with the Marines while simultaneously battling the red-haired pirates in the New World, I was still filled with a fervent desire to engage in combat. Indeed, had it not been for the debt Whitebeard owed to Shanks, which compelled him to intervene, the war at Marineford might have raged on even now. Even more astonishing was that mere hours after the war's conclusion, Rocks, accompanied by his exhausted forces, launched a frenzied assault on Mariehua, utterly destroying it. Such madness, Doflamingo mused, was something he could never hope to emulate. Yet, it was precisely because of Rock's insanity that Doflamingo discerned his weakness. Arrogance, tyranny, and fearlessness. Yes, these traits that defined Rock's, in Doflamingo's eyes, were his vulnerabilities. For such an unyielding disposition would inevitably lead Rock's to recklessly charge at any challenger who dared to provoke him, without a thought as to whether he was walking into a trap. Bang! Just as Doflamingo was lost in contemplation, a thunderous sound, akin to an explosive detonation, erupted near his ear. Turning to the source, Doflamingo and his crew beheld Rock's, a figure adorned with a long blade at his waist, descending from the sky like a savage dragon, shattering the sound barrier as he approached. No way! Toripole, eyes wide with disbelief, could not help but exclaim. This man has forsaken his crew and come alone to our stronghold. Clenching the hilt of his sword, Diamante, another high-ranking officer of the Don Quixote family, stared at the airborne Rocks with a mix of trepidation and defiance, murmuring, "Yet I must admit, this man clearly regards us with utter disdain." Fufu. Regard us with disdain? How can that be? As Diamante's words hung in the air, Doflamingo erupted in a fit of maniacal laughter. For this man had managed to subdue even the world's strongest man, Edward Newgate, and bring him under his banner. Bang! Before Doflamingo's laughter could fade, it was violently interrupted by a sound reminiscent of a heavy object crashing to the ground. Bang, 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 bang. In that instant, a cacophony of explosive sounds filled the air as Rocks, having descended without a hint of hockey, unleashed a barrage of sound waves that shattered the very air itself. Even among the elite of the Don Quixote family, the sheer force of the sonic blasts ruptured eardrums and sent blood gushing forth. Not only the combatants, but even some of the family's officers found crimson streams flowing from their ears. Panic ensued, faced with the terrifying destructive power of Rocks, who had merely charged with his physical might. Even the high-ranking members of the Don Quixote family were engulfed in a profound dread. At this moment, despite the Don Quixote family's numerical superiority, Rocks stood alone. They harbored doubts about their ability to triumph over him, let alone defeat Rocks. They were beginning to question whether they had the right to stand before this titan. If it came to blows, would they possess the courage to strike at the monster before them? Chapter 108. The weak must acknowledge their weakness. As the members of the Don Quixote family trembled, their eardrums shattered by the violent sonic waves produced by Rock's descent, a heavy footfall resounded before them. Suddenly, Don Quixote Doflamingo, the leader of the family, emerged from the crowd, positioning himself protectively in front of his followers. Fufu. He dares to confront the Don Quixote family all alone, with arms outstretched in a gesture of embrace. He gazed defiantly at the cracking earth beneath Rocks, laughing heartily. Such pride, such tyranny. You truly are the unprecedented sea overlord with a bounty of 1 billion berries. However, it is precisely this arrogance, this hubris, that blinds you to the significance of this place. With arms wide open, taking deliberate steps towards Rocks, Doflamingo suddenly raised his head, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he addressed Rocks. You stand upon the territory that I, Don Quixote Doflamingo, have meticulously cultivated over the years. After I signaled my intent to keep you here in Dressrosa, you still dare to approach alone. At this juncture, Doflamingo, with his arms outstretched, nearly roared at Rocks. You, who look down upon me, shall pay the price for your insolence. Buzz. The moment his words fell, Doflamingo's devil fruit powers erupted with fervor. In that instant, onlookers witnessed countless threads exploding beneath his feet, surging forth with an unfathomable velocity, targeting the ground. White line of the wild waves. Subsequently, as Doflamingo's voice rose to a near howl, the hardened earth beneath them erupted into tumultuous waves, reminiscent of a tempestuous sea. In that moment of Rock's arrival, Doflamingo took the initiative to launch his attack. Instantly, the ground, awash with violent threads, erupted forth with an unending torrent of ferocious lines. This was the manifestation of Doflamingo's awakened string fruit, allowing him to assimilate inorganic matter into an endless array of resilient and razor-sharp threads. Clearly, Doflamingo had activated his powers long before Rock's arrival, transforming the material beneath the port into a veritable storm of threads. Swish! At the moment the endless threads burst forth from the ground, Doflamingo tore his arms back towards his chest, crossing them in a fierce motion. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Continuing on, the endless threads that erupted from the ground surged forth under Doflamingo's command, wildly cascading towards Rocks. The intent was to ensnare Rocks completely within a sea of threads, subsequently employing the razor-sharp strands to mercilessly obliterate him into a cloud of debris. You little brat. However, just as Doflamingo's chaotic white threads were about to ensnare Rocks entirely, and then ruthlessly strangle him. A calm yet unyielding voice, devoid of any inflection, resonated in his ears. Is that all you have? I had anticipated that one daring enough to leave me stranded in Dressrosa would possess some intriguing trump card. Before Doflamingo could utter a word, Rox's monotone voice echoed once more. It appears your resolve is merely this pitiful. Yet, more shocking to Doflamingo than Rox's words was the sight of his own chaotic white threads. In that instant, he clearly witnessed his razor-sharp strands, capable of shredding even steel, falter against Rox's body like a frail spider's web, shattering upon mere contact. You see, I arrived here with the hope of an exhilarating battle. Sensing the feeble nature of his own attack, a sinister grin crept upon Rox's lips as he slowly raised his gaze to meet the astonished Doflamingo, tauntingly remarking, "Do you comprehend the depths of your own disappointment upon witnessing such a pitiful, impotent assault? Disappointing little brat." With that, the expression of disappointment morphed into fury as Rox advanced towards Doflamingo, his voice escalating into a thunderous roar. "If this is all your meager strength amounts to, then you should have the humility to cower in a corner and tremble. You scoundrel." Chapter 109, Die for me. Bang bang bang. Observing Rox, enveloped in his haki, as he took each step forward, Doflamingo was met with the catastrophic sight of his meticulously laid traps, the chaotic white threads, crumbling under the pressure of Rox's advance. Even Doflamingo could not suppress the wave of shock swelling within his eyes. He understood all too well that the Rox who had managed to maintain an upper hand alongside the trio during the Marineford War was not someone who could be easily slain by his chaotic white threads. Yet what he did not anticipate was that his awakened string fruit powers, having been carefully orchestrated for so long, would fail not only to impede Rox's movement, but even to tear his garments. Impossible. I refuse to believe it. Doflamingo, his face twisted with spasms of disbelief, shrieked in frustration, "My attack could not even shred your clothing." Unbelievable. Yet, how could the proud Doflamingo accept that he could not even rend Rox's attire? Bang. Thus, just as Doflamingo's furious roar erupted, an overwhelming, dark aura of haki emanated from his brow, swiftly cascading down to his feet. In an instant, the formidable haki surged from his feet, spreading wildly towards the chaotic white threads that sought to ensnare Rox. And as Doflamingo's haki enveloped the myriad threads, he bellowed with a fierce countenance, "Rox, receive my 16 sacred execution bullets." Bang bang bang. Accompanied by Doflamingo's thunderous roar, the chaotic white threads, initially aimed at Rox, suddenly erupted into 16 colossal strands imbued with densely concentrated haki. This was Doflamingo's ultimate technique, the 16 sacred execution bullets, born from the awakening of his string fruit abilities. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The moment the massive strands, their tips blackened by haki, shot forth, they surged towards Rox with a velocity beyond the grasp of the naked eye, with the haki-enhanced strands spiraling infinitely. Did this unleash a power that transcended the limits of his abilities? Observing the onslaught unleashed by Doflamingo, Rox, who had previously donned a face of disappointment, now regarded Doflamingo with a glimmer of intrigue, remarking, "Such power rivals Akainu's magma eruption. Yet, that is merely somewhat interesting." With that, Rox shook his head, declaring, "This level of assault fails to pique my interest, little brat." Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the instant Rox finished speaking, Doflamingo's so-called ultimate attack was nearly upon him. Yet, in the face of Doflamingo's frenzied assault, Rox merely coated his exterior with a layer of haki and strode forward, as if in a leisurely promenade, completely disregarding Doflamingo's attack as he approached him with determined strides. However, the sight of Rox advancing with such ease instilled a sense of despair within the hearts of the Don Quixote family. The reason was simple: Doflamingo's ultimate technique. The 16 sacred execution bullets, upon reaching Rox, shattered just as the previous chaotic white threads had, failing to even break the haki-imbued garments covering Rox's body, disintegrating into a flurry of threads. What manner of monster are you? Witnessing the seemingly demonic figure of Rox, who approached him unscathed beneath his divine bullets, Doflamingo, despite understanding that his retreat could incite panic among the Don Quixote family, instinctively recoiled in astonishment. He has grown stronger once again in mere days. Indeed, in that moment, Doflamingo, who had recently endured the Marineford War, was horrified to find that Rox, standing before him, was even more formidable than during their last encounter. Little brat. Hearing this, a look of disappointment crossed Rox's face as he addressed Doflamingo. It appears that your recent attack was your utmost limit. If that is the case, with that, the disappointment that had marred Rox's expression transformed into a fierce killing intent as he glared at Doflamingo, you shall die. Chapter 110, The Price. Sizzle. As the first to dare extend an invitation for combat against me, Rocks. With the sound of blade against sheath resonating, Rocks slowly drew the formidable sword, Heavy Nation. From its scabbard, his killing intent surging as he gazed at Doflamingo, asserting, I shall bestow upon you the respect you deserve by using my full strength to vanquish you. Clang. In the moment the words left his lips, the blade of Heavy Nation was unsheathed. Following that, an aura of terrifying sharpness, only capable of being unleashed by an unparalleled sword master, erupted from Rox's body like a torrential flood. Bang bang bang. The instant that terrifying aura of sharpness burst forth, the myriad strands of chaotic white threads, already on the verge of breaking, seemed to split apart as if severed by a razor, crashing down in a cacophony of destruction. In an instant, the myriad threads that had entwined around Rock's body snapped simultaneously, cascading to the ground. Yet, the shattered threads were not the most astonishing spectacle for the onlookers. What truly left them in a state of shock was the sight of Rocks, enveloped in a black-golden hue of armament haki, wielding the unparalleled conqueror's haki that manifested as a luminous white halo atop his formidable blade, the supreme national blade. Dumbfounded, as they gazed upon the halo, which seemed to pulsate with an inexorable tremor, radiating boundless force, the gathered crowd was utterly bewildered. Impossible. No way. Surely, I must be seeing things. How could the blade of Rocks emanate the unique powers of Edward Newgate, the Whitebeard, and his tremor fruit ability? Indeed, determined to send Doflamingo on his way, Rocks had unleashed the perfect version of the tremor fruit ability he had just acquired. At that moment, not only the members of the Don Quixote family, but even Doflamingo's ally, the enigmatic Poison Q, who had granted him the dark fruit, wore expressions of profound astonishment. It was no wonder they were so taken aback. The revelation of Rocks wielding the tremor fruit ability was utterly staggering. Suddenly, just as the Don Quixote family was grappling with the shock of Rock's newfound ability, a thunderous sound of a blade slicing through the air erupted. Boom. Followed by an onslaught of violent shockwaves, imbued with the tremor fruit's power, that exploded forth from the blade of the Supreme National. In that moment, the air was filled with the cacophony of what sounded like glass shattering under immense pressure. And where the shockwave struck, an array of fissures, only visible when the tremor fruit's power was unleashed, erupted like a storm. Realization dawned. As the crowd witnessed the very fabric of space seemingly fracturing, their initial skepticism regarding Rock's possession of the tremor fruit ability vanished completely. Rocks truly had acquired the power of the tremor fruit. However, the conundrum remained. Just hours earlier, Doflamingo had received news of Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, Edward Newgate, returning to his domain. If the wielder of the tremor fruit, Whitebeard, was still alive, from where had Rocks obtained such a formidable ability? Before they could ponder further, Rock's terrifying shockwave, which threatened to rip apart the very space around him, cleaved through Doflamingo's control over the myriad threads, slicing through layer upon layer of shield-like white lines, mercilessly descending upon Doflamingo. With a swift motion, the shockwave, infused with the power of the tremor fruit, cleaved Doflamingo's body in twain, and under the relentless destruction wrought by the tremor fruit, his bisected form was instantly shattered. Yet, in that moment of unleashing such a devastating blow, a flicker of surprise crossed Rock's eyes. Doflamingo's bifurcated body transformed into an endless array of threads. Indeed, from the outset, Rocks had not been contending with Doflamingo's true form, but rather his shadow thread clone. Ha ha ha, how intriguing. Upon realizing he had shattered nothing but the clone, Rocks erupted into raucous laughter, declaring, "You are the first to make me feel entertained. However, listen here, little brat. I must inform you that jesting is reserved for those of equal standing." But in the very moment he finished speaking, Rock's expression shifted to one of ferocity as he bellowed. "The disparity between us renders your actions a mockery, and the price for mocking me is a pitiful death devoid of dignity." Chapter 111, Rocks. You've fallen for my trap. Buzz. As the words left his lips, Rocks fully activated his observation haki. In his peak state, having reached a level of foresight akin to predicting the future, he unleashed his powers. In an instant, Rocks pinpointed Doflamingo's location. "Found you." With his gaze shifting towards Doflamingo's hiding place, Rocks growled, "Come out." With a mighty stomp, resembling a rampaging dragon, Rocks lifted his foot. In that moment, the unmistakable power of the tremor fruit coalesced at the sole of his raised foot. Boom. Crackle. As the power of the tremor fruit gathered, Rocks brought his foot crashing down. The moment his foot met the ground, the tremor fruit's ability erupted with an explosive force, driving downward. The once resilient ground of Dressrosa erupted with terrifying cracking sounds. Then, unfathomable fissures appeared beneath Rock's feet, rapidly spreading outward. But just as Rox prepared to tear Doflamingo apart with his tremor abilities, a low, ominous voice interjected, "Dark water." Suddenly, a torrent of pitch-black smoke erupted from Doflamingo's hiding place. As the power of the tremor fruit met that abyssal smoke, it was consumed whole. "Why do you dare challenge me?" Rox mused, recognizing the familiar dark smoke. A shadow of realization crossed his brow as he quietly remarked, "So you've devoured the dark fruit." Fufu. Targeted by the very power he once possessed, Doflamingo, rising from the depths, wielded threads in one hand and black smoke in the other, cackling maniacally at Rox. Not a pleasant feeling, is it, Rox? Arrogant. Even in the eyes of the Don Quixote family, Doflamingo appeared incredibly arrogant. Yet, a peculiar excitement flickered in his eyes, as if he were deliberately provoking Rox. "Kid, are you trying to provoke me into coming for you?" This blatant attitude did not escape Rox's notice, leading him to ponder if Doflamingo believed that possessing 2 devil fruit abilities, or perhaps hidden trump cards, would enable him to defeat Rox. Tension. The moment Rox spoke, a flash of anxiety crossed Doflamingo's gaze. Clearly, as Rox had surmised, his brazen demeanor was an intentional provocation. But just as Doflamingo thought Rox had seen through his intentions and would refrain from advancing, Rox's booming, unabashed laughter echoed in his ears. "Rest assured, little brat, I will be coming for you. After all, I truly want to see what trump card you possess that makes you think you can defeat me." As the words of Rox reverberated through the air, his sinewy right leg thunderously struck the ground, the sound of his footsteps resonating in tandem. With the force of the impact propelling him aloft, Rox soared toward the figure of Don Quixote Doflamingo, who stood upon the treacherous white line of the chaotic waves. Indeed, although Rox was acutely aware that Doflamingo had intentionally provoked him into action, likely concealing a nefarious scheme, he remained undaunted, charging forward with unparalleled ferocity. "Step aside, little brat. As you wished, I now stand before you." With a flash of his figure landing before Doflamingo, Rox bore an expression of wild anticipation, gazing intently at his adversary. "Now, let me behold that trump card you believe can vanquish me." Boom. No sooner had Rox uttered these words than the chaotic white line to his right erupted violently. Subsequently, a terrifying dark mist, birthed from the powers of the dark fruit, surged forth from the point of explosion, creating an insatiable pull toward Rox. Hey, Rox, witnessing the dark powers unleashed from the hidden depths of the string fruit, glanced at Doflamingo with a face of disappointment and retorted, "Do not tell me that your so-called trump card is merely this condensed power of the dark fruit." However, before the echoes of Rox's disappointment could fully dissipate, they were abruptly halted, for in that instant, he sensed a terrifying threat erupting from behind him. "Fufu. I am fully aware that the dark fruit's powers are ineffective against you. Hence it merely serves to divert your attention. My true lethal strike lies behind you." As Rox's voice faltered, Doflamingo's laughter rang out, his gaze fixed on the hand of sugar that was perilously close to making contact with Rox. "Rox, you have fallen into my trap." Chapter 112, The True Monster. "Fufu. Even you, Rox, cannot resist the powers of the hobby fruit." Doflamingo bellowed, his face alight with manic glee as he beheld Sugar's innocent arm inching toward Rox. "Thus, you shall obediently transform into a toy and serve me for eternity in Dressrosa." "Rox, at long last, I, Don Quixote Doflamingo, have finally brought down this man, a creature more monstrous than any other." Though Rox had become so formidable that he surpassed any foe Doflamingo could hope to contend with, even upon realizing the cunning scheme laid before him, he still approached fearlessly, seemingly eager to witness Doflamingo's trump card. But, as the adage goes, to the victor belong the spoils. No matter how tumultuous the battle had been prior to this moment, once it concluded, I, the dual fruit user Don Quixote Doflamingo, shall be the one to claim the victory over the sea Overlord, Rox. Ecstasy. In this moment, Doflamingo's roar echoed with boundless joy. Yet, before he could fully revel in his elation, disbelief swiftly replaced the exuberance upon his visage. For, upon making contact with Rox, Sugar's seemingly delicate arm did not produce the anticipated transformation into a toy, as it had with others previously affected by the powers of the hobby fruit. Impossible. Doflamingo's expression crumbled into one of incredulity as he stared at Rox, exclaiming, "Why have you not become a toy despite Sugar's touch? Is it that even the powers of the hobby fruit, nearly a law of nature, cannot affect you? This cannot be. In the world I perceive, Those touched by Sugar's hobby fruit are transformed into toys instantly. Not only was Doflamingo stricken with shock, but the onlooker, Poison Q, also gazed in astonishment at Rocks, exclaiming, "Why does it not work now? Wait, what is that?" Suddenly, as if awakening to a revelation, Poison Q unleashed his observation haki to scrutinize the point of contact between Rocks and Sugar's arm. At that moment, a deeper astonishment washed over his face, for he perceived a translucent membrane formed by highly compressed air, separating Sugar and Rocks. Indeed, it was not that Rocks had grown so powerful as to defy the hobby fruit's almost insurmountable abilities, but rather that Sugar had not truly touched him at all. Compressed air. Upon recognizing that membrane, Poison Q's eyes widened to their utmost limits. This is the ability of the float fruit. Yes, on the island of Gurentai Zoro, Rocks had not merely exchanged for Whitebeard's tremor fruit. Under the system's influence, Rocks, capable of consuming an infinite number of devil fruits possessed by loyal followers, had also acquired the float fruit from the golden lion Shiki. And at this moment, it was indeed the powers of the float fruit that thwarted Sugar's advance. The float fruit? Rocks has actually consumed a second devil fruit. As Poison Q's words echoed, Doflamingo, standing opposite him, roared in disbelief. But how can this be? Did you not assert that only the dark fruit could allow one to possess a second fruit ability? I cannot fathom that someone could attain a second ability without acquiring the dark fruit. As Doflamingo's incredulous words reverberated, Poison Q, trembling and in shock, pointed at Rocks, vehemently exclaiming, "But that membrane of compressed air is undoubtedly the ability of the float fruit." With a flick of a switch, it was revealed that Rocks had indeed obtained a second devil fruit ability without ever having consumed the dark fruit. Poison Q, realizing the enormity of this revelation, gazed at Rocks with awe, exclaiming, "What manner of monster are you?" Chapter 113. Take me seriously. Negative value, 1000. Negative value, 1000. Negative value, 1000. Just as Poison Q was struck with awe at the sight of Rocks wielding two devil fruit abilities, the mechanical and rigid system notifications echoed ominously in Rocks' ears. Sizzle. Simultaneously, the powers of the float fruit erupted. Instantly, the compressed air enveloping Rocks transformed into a torrent of high-pressure air, surging forth. Under the force of the blast, the 10-year-old Sugar, wielder of the hobby fruit, was swept away, tumbling onto the vast strands woven from the string fruit. Ha! In order to create a fleeting moment of vulnerability, the moment I signaled the Grand Tesoro, I began to provoke him. Upon my arrival, he adopted an arrogant demeanor and employed his string clones, further igniting my fury. As Sugar was sent flying under the influence of the float fruit, a cacophony of wild, unrestrained laughter erupted around us. Ultimately, leveraging my anger and pride, I surged forward, and in a bid to ensure that my ultimate strike would not falter, he cunningly utilized the dark fruit to stoke my fury. Indeed, had I not possessed the float fruit, I might have truly fallen victim to his deceit. After recounting Doflamingo's schemes, Rocks cast a glance at Sugar, who landed gracefully aided by the white waves, and then, with an expression brimming with madness and exhilaration, he bellowed at Doflamingo across the way. As the saying goes, the strong sharpen their subordinates while the weak hone their wits. Though your power may be lacking, your audacity and intellect are commendable. Thus, with fervor radiating from him, Rocks, filled with an exhilarating madness, proclaimed, "Doflamingo, you intriguing fellow, unleash your entire arsenal. Reveal all your cards, and grant me even greater delight." Indeed, in the throes of excitement, Rocks, who had narrowly avoided being outmaneuvered by Sugar, exhibited not a trace of anger, but rather an unprecedented level of exhilaration. To be precise, it was Doflamingo's tactics that reignited the battle fervor within Rocks, which had been left unfulfilled during the Marineford War and the encounter with the Gorosei in Mariawa. The intricate web of schemes, where had he not possessed the float fruit, he might have become mere plaything left in Dressrosa, ignited Rocks to a boiling point. Come on, come on, come on. In his fervor, Rocks took a decisive step toward Doflamingo, his battle intent surging as his crimson eyes fixated upon him, roaring, "Let me see what surprises you have in store for me next." However, confronted with Rocks' exuberance, Doflamingo, whose eyes widened to their limits, instinctively recoiled. Faced with Rocks, who surpassed him in power, experience, and madness, Doflamingo felt despair wash over him. It was as though he stood before an endless abyss of torment, a hopelessness that knew no bounds. He understood that defeat was inevitable. Yet, inexplicably, even in the face of his impending failure, Doflamingo's heart was unexpectedly elated. The existence he pursued far exceeded his imagination. The pinnacle of his dreams loomed higher than he had ever anticipated. Even as he poured every ounce of effort into the battle, the despair brought upon by gazing at the heights behind him was akin to the feelings of Stockholm Syndrome. Ah, it's over. That was my entire strategy. Sensing the emotions bubbling within him, Doflamingo, instinctively retreating, slowly exhaled, looking at the exuberant rocks before him. And with a tone of surrender, he began, "So, the Sea Emperor rocks, you have won. My life is yours." With that, Doflamingo closed his eyes, willingly accepting his fate. Hey. But just as Doflamingo prepared to embrace the imminent arrival of death with his eyes shut, a deep, oppressive, yet wildly agitated voice erupted from rocks. "What is this display? You've exhausted your trump cards, and now you just close your eyes and await death. What the hell are you thinking? I didn't come here to watch you die. I came here to fight you fiercely." At this point, with madness swirling around him, Rocks glared at Doflamingo and bellowed, "Doflamingo, take this seriously." Chapter 114. This feeling is truly exquisite. Silence. As Doflamingo was engulfed by Rock's thunderous roar, his expression remained eerily silent. Even his closed eyes did not flutter open. It seemed as if his very existence was meant solely to facilitate Rock's triumph, since he lacked even the will to fight. "Then I shall grant your wish and end you." Observing Doflamingo's state, Rocks, his eyes revealing a flicker of disappointment, slowly raised his hand and spoke. "But this does not mean I acknowledge you. At this moment, you are still but a disappointing wretch in my eyes." With that, Rocks insultingly extended his knuckles toward Doflamingo's head. "I will not allow you to insult my master." In response to Rock's gesture, Doflamingo remained as still as death, his eyes tightly shut. However, his subordinates erupted in fury as if they had seen a sworn enemy, howling in rage toward Rocks. Amid the burning anger of the Don Quixote family, in that instant, their violent, murderous intent eclipsed their fear of Rocks. SSSSS. The sound of blades slicing through the air resonated as Diamante, the highest-ranking member of the Don Quixote family, struck with ferocity. Half Moon Funeral. In an instant, his supple sword was drawn, and as the blade sliced through the air, it unleashed a powerful wave of sword energy, effortlessly cleaving the earth in two as if it were mere tofu. Then, that sword energy surged toward Rocks. Boom. Crack. Yet, just before the wave of sword energy could reach Rocks, it shattered as if struck by a heavy blow, exploding into shards. Following that, a dull thud resonated as Rocks, having anticipated the attack, utilized the tremor fruit to obliterate the wave of sword energy. In the next moment, Rocks, with a swift movement, pierced through the shattered fragments of sword energy and delivered a devastating punch to Diamante's torso. In that instant, everyone present beheld the sight of Diamante, who had launched an attack on Rocks. His chest was crushed, with bones splintering and protruding, displaying a nightmarish tableau of white and dark purple veins. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, the gruesome scene igniting an overwhelming fury that eclipsed any fear of Rocks. Ha. Compared to your master, you lot are far more to my liking. Shut up. Upon hearing this, the nearly lifeless eyes of Diamante, pierced through by Rock's arm, suddenly gleamed with a flicker of light as he struggled to scream, "The master is the strongest." Shoo. Ah. As Diamante's voice echoed in his dying moments, feelings of shame, guilt, and humiliation surged within Doflamingo's mind, stirring a tempest in his heart. In the end, all these tumultuous emotions erupted into an unbounded wail, bursting forth from the throat of Don Quixote Doflamingo. "Damn it, what are you doing? Your opponent is me, not him. I, Don Quixote Doflamingo, am still alive." Diamante's dying words reignited the battle spirit that had been extinguished under the madness of Rocks. Then, the powers of the string fruit and the dark fruit surged forth. In that instant, all inorganic matter that came into contact with him transformed into razor-sharp threads, while beyond those threads, an endless, dark smoke exuded an insatiable pull. Boom. Following the sound of the air being torn apart, Doflamingo, enveloped in an unrestrained and furious haki, propelled himself forward like an arrow, utilizing the countless threads under the dark fruit's immense suction. Was it the dying words of his subordinate that ignited the innate tenacity he possessed? Sometimes, a man's joy is just that simple, witnessing the resurgence of battle intent. Doflamingo was driven to madness, using himself as an arrow, harnessing the ferocious pull of the dark fruit to unleash a terrifying rotational force, charging towards Rocks. The arm that pierced through Diamante's chest was now thrusting forward, revealing the madness on Rock's face. The murderous intent was revived. Ha, that's it. That's how it should be. With such a version of you, you are worthy to fight me. As he spoke, Rocks attempted to withdraw the arm that penetrated Diamante's chest to confront Doflamingo. However, he failed. At that moment, Rocks felt clearly that two arms were gripping his shoulder with an iron grasp. There was no way to let you pull back. Then, using every ounce of strength he had left, Diamante clung desperately to Rock's arm, his dying roar resonating. Young master, kill him now. Listening to Rock's roar and Diamante's scream, Doflamingo, in agony from the clash between the powers of the dark fruit and the string fruit, felt tears welling up in his eyes. How wonderful! At this critical juncture, he had not only gained the recognition of the monstrous Rocks, but was also cherished by his family, united against a common enemy. This feeling was truly exquisite. Chapter 115, The Fall of Doflamingo. At the moment of life's end, to still aid Doflamingo, your bravery truly exceeds my expectations. Feeling the iron-like grip upon his arm, and hearing Diamante's anguished cries, a ludicrous smile spread across Rock's face as he laughed heartily. Originally, as a tribute to your courage, I should have faced Doflamingo with one arm, but to not unleash my full power would be a desecration of your fighting spirit. With a stomp, Rock suddenly advanced. And then, with the arm that pierced Diamante's chest, he swung both Diamante's body and his own fist. Yes, Rocks intended to use Diamante's body to strike Doflamingo. Just as Rock's fist reached its limit. Power. Diamante felt clearly that within his chest, the arm that was lodged there amassed a colossal force, akin to an entire continent being overturned. In that instant, he understood that had Rock's fist crashed down upon his chest with such might, his body would have disintegrated into dust the moment the fist made contact. Whoosh! At that moment of despair, as Diamante sensed Rock's tremendous force, Rock's fist, sinewy and taut, propelled forward, taking Diamante's body along with it, unleashing a howling gale. As the fist struck, all present could see Doflamingo, covered in haki and spinning violently, suddenly enveloped by a surge of dark smoke. In that moment, as the dark smoke, filled with insatiable pull, enveloped him, Doflamingo twisted his body sharply. Stomp! Then, with the sound of his footfall ringing out, he utilized Diamante's body to maneuver into Rock's blind spot, charging towards him. Suddenly, ignited by Diamante's death throes, Doflamingo's fighting spirit returned to its former glory. Swish! In the next instant, Doflamingo, propelled by Diamante's body, appeared before Rocks. In that fleeting moment, as he spun rapidly, his cloak stained with crimson, his face contorted in pain, Doflamingo's black arms, imbued with infinite penetrative power, shot towards Rock's head. Excellent! The moment Doflamingo attacked, Rocks seemed to have anticipated his target, laughing maniacally. This kind of tenacity is what matters. Boom! Amidst the laughter, everyone clearly witnessed Rocks, grinning maniacally, thrust his head back and then forward violently. Bang! In the next instant, Rock's resilient head collided ferociously with Doflamingo's haki-imbued arms. Crack, crack, crack. Everyone watched as Doflamingo's rapidly spinning arms shattered upon impact with Rock's skull. Following this, Doflamingo's head, which had been thrust forward, also sank under Rock's tremendous blow. The sound of bones fracturing echoed sharply. Suddenly, in the explosive clash of Doflamingo, Rocks had indeed smashed Doflamingo's arms and skull with his head. However, unlike before, when he had closed his eyes in despair, waiting for death, Doflamingo, reinvigorated by Diamante's desperate cries, despite his skull being shattered and blood streaming from his orifices, did not lose his fighting spirit. Swish! As his shattered arms twisted violently, Doflamingo executed a roundhouse kick, propelled by the extreme speed afforded by his devil fruit powers, aiming for Rock's head. But at the same moment, Rock's free arm retaliated. Bang bang! Crack! Crack! In response to Rock's counter, Doflamingo's final desperate strike resulted in his already battered body collapsing entirely. Muscles ruptured, leg bones shattered. More importantly, Doflamingo's broken leg and shattered muscles did not hinder Rock's fists. He clearly saw Rock's fist, glimmering with a black-golden hue, shatter his leg and explode towards his chest. Boom! The sound of impact rang out, and everyone could see a torrent of flesh and blood, mingled with pink muscle and white bone fragments, erupting from Doflamingo's back. Simultaneously, the mutilated Doflamingo felt his strength waning, his sanity crumbling. He understood all too well that death was imminent. Yet, the smile on his face radiated pure elation and bliss. In the final moments, a blissful smile gracing his visage, Doflamingo slowly extended his severed arm towards Rocks, resting it gently upon his chest. At the moment the bared bones made contact with Rock's skin, Doflamingo softly murmured, "Rocks, to die by your hand is truly a happiness." Chapter 116. Astonishment, for Rocks possesses the ability to resurrect others. As dawn broke, the golden sun cast its warm rays through the trees, resembling scattered fragments of gold. However, beneath the relentless shroud of smoke, Dressrosa appeared ominously somber. Amidst this atmosphere of foreboding, seated at the central dais of Dressrosa was Rocks, illuminated by the glimmering sunlight, akin to a deity wielding the power of life and death. After eliminating Doflamingo, who had usurped the throne of the Riku family, the members of the Rocks pirates surged into Dressrosa aboard the formidable ship, the galleon Quanazolo. Under the command of the Golden Lion Shiki, the Rocks pirates unleashed a ferocious onslaught, overwhelming the once invincible Don Quixote family, who crumbled before them like a feeble insect before a juggernaut. Subsequently, at Rocks' behest, Guild Tesoro dispatched a message to the president of the World News Group, the illustrious Morgans, urging him to hasten to Dressrosa with utmost urgency. Upon learning of the resurrection concerning Stella, although he could not fathom Morgan's connection to the resurrection ritual, Tesoro nonetheless conveyed the information with great alacrity. He sternly warned that if Morgans and his team of reporters were not present by dawn the following day, he would unleash his full financial might against Morgan's World News Organization. Faced with such a formidable threat from Tesoro, who commanded the wealth of the world, and with the indomitable Rocks backing him, Morgans was compelled to act without delay. The next morning, weary yet resolute, he navigated his vessel to Dressrosa, accompanied by his elite team of journalists. Captain Rocks. As Morgans arrived, Tesoro, eager to resurrect Stella, rushed to Rocks, addressing him respectfully. The illustrious Morgans of the World News Agency has arrived, along with not only his team, but other news organizations as well. Given the significance of Stella's revival, Tesoro exerted tremendous effort to ensure not just Morgans, but all possible news outlets reached Dressrosa with haste. Then so be it. Upon hearing this, Rocks, seated upon his golden throne, abruptly opened his eyes and commanded Tesoro, "Bring forth Stella's body. I shall resurrect her now." Though Rocks spoke in a moderate tone, his words reverberated across the central high ground of Dressrosa, reaching the ears of the gathered crowd, igniting waves of shock within them. What had Rocks just proclaimed? Resurrection? The notion seemed unfathomable. Did Rocks, having clawed his way back from the depths of hell, not only resurrect himself, but also possess the means to resurrect others? The very thought was staggering. Moreover, it appeared that Rocks intended to bring forth the dead from the realm of myth and present them before their very eyes. Morgans, upon hearing this, felt his fatigue dissipate, replaced by an exhilarating fervor. This was indeed monumental news. The other journalists, akin to sharks scenting blood, erupted with excitement, clamoring for the transmission devices to be activated without delay. However, amidst the journalists' fervor, a hint of perplexity flitted across the faces of some members of the Rocks pirates. Why was their captain so brazenly publicizing the capacity to resurrect others? They found it difficult to comprehend. After all, in their view, such a revelation could incite envy and even lead to an onslaught against Captain Rocks, who possessed such extraordinary abilities. "You fools, your understanding is still insufficient." Douglas Barrett, the captain of the Fourth Fleet, cast a disdainful glance at his comrades and remarked, "Indeed, exposing the ability to resurrect others could attract adversaries. But does that not also imply an abundance of worthy opponents and fierce battles?" With that, Douglas Barrett's face lit up with unrestrained excitement as he gazed in admiration at Rocks, exclaiming, "To stand alone against the entire world, such audacity is what I envision in a true sovereign." "Ha! Douglas, your perspective is still too naive." As soon as Douglas finished speaking, the Golden Lion Shiki gently shook his head, saying, "The captain's ambitions extend far beyond mere personal power. They hinge upon the forces he commands. By revealing his ability to resurrect others, does it not invite the strongest from across the seas to converge upon him, aligning themselves with the Rocks pirates?" He continued, gazing at Rocks with yearning. "It is only when personal strength and influence reach their zenith that one can truly claim the title of an unparalleled sovereign. Captain Rocks aims to harness the power of resurrection to forge a terrifying force that will sweep across the world." Chapter 117. Boundless Madness, declaring war on the world. Naturally, Guild Tesoro heard the murmurs of the crowd. Yet, for him, as long as he could resurrect Stella, he would fully support Captain Rocks, regardless of his ulterior motives. With that thought in mind, Tesoro paid no heed to the astonished onlookers. Instead, he unleashed his devil fruit power, summoning a coffin emanating an aura of chilling cold from the galleon Quanazolo. This was the sacred artifact bestowed upon the celestial dragons by the Ice Tribe, a crystalline holy jade from the sacred peaks revered by the Ice Tribe. as all eyes fell upon the magnificent azure coffin, radiating an aura of unending frost. The crowd gasped in awe. The mere size of a fist of this crystalline holy jade was valued at nearly 10 million berries. Yet it had been crafted into a coffin several meters long. Such wealth was indeed befitting the Golden Emperor who commanded the wealth of the world. Captain, Stella, my beloved, lies within. Tesoro, disregarding the astonishment around him, approached Rocks with fervent anticipation, his face alight with zeal. Please, you must resurrect her. As Guild Tesoro bent down, Rocks had already extended his palm to press upon the jade coffin. The moment Rock's hand made contact with the coffin, he commanded the system, deduct negative value and resurrect the souls within this hall. With 5 million negative values expended, the body restoration module activated successfully, and the soul gathering module was also engaged. Resurrection commenced. At the instant Rocks issued his command, everyone distinctly beheld a rich, gentle, pearlescent radiance erupting from his entire being atop the central highland. The light was so sanctified, reminiscent of a deity from mythological tales, supreme and immaculate. It exuded an air of solemnity and divine majesty. Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, the sacred radiance emanating from Rock's form detached and surged towards the coffin, where the body of Stella lay, severely mutilated and exposed, revealing her chilling white bones, a testament to the torment she endured in life. Buzz. In that illuminating instant, the onlookers saw that Stella's form within the coffin was grotesquely incomplete, her skeletal frame stark against the darkness. Yet, as if time itself had reversed, flesh and sinew rapidly adhered to her ivory bones. Subsequently, muscle fibers and skin tissue emerged atop the flesh and sinew, healing her wounds. Bang, bang, bang. Then, amidst the live broadcast, the astonished crowd suddenly heard the faint yet palpable sound of a heartbeat. They watched in awe as Stella's previously motionless chest began to rise and fall rhythmically. Gradually, in a breath of frosty air, misty white vapor erupted from her mouth and nose. Finally, before the incredulous gazes of the onlookers, she slowly opened her eyes, revealing those autumnal irises brimming with boundless warmth. She, Stella, who had been dead for over a decade, was resurrected. Bang, crackle, gazing at the woman within the coffin, whose eyes had just fluttered open. Guild Tesoro instinctively raised his hand and forcefully pushed open the coffin lid. The coffin lid, worth billions of berries, shattered upon hitting the ground under Guild Tesoro's might. However, he paid no heed to the debris. The woman he had longed for, separated for over a decade, was now before him. How could he be distracted by anything else? Yet, the shattering of the coffin lid startled everyone present, including those watching the live broadcast. What are we witnessing? The resurrection of a woman whose body had decayed to mere bones. This was indeed a miracle, a divine phenomenon. The crowd, overwhelmed with disbelief, struggled to comprehend the spectacle before them. But as they observed the tear-streaked face of Guild Tesoro cradling Stella, who gently raised her arm to comfort him, they could not deny the truth. Rocks, the man who shattered the gates of justice and leveled the holy land of Mariawa, had not only conquered death but possessed the power to resurrect others. Negative value, 1,000. Negative value, 1,000. Negative value, 1,000. Just as the crowd was engulfed in astonishment, a mechanical and dry voice echoed in Rock's ear, signaling system notifications. In less than a moment, the 5 million negative values consumed to resurrect Stella were replenished, and his negative value surged by several million. Furthermore, as time progressed, this escalating negative value continued to accumulate. However, in that moment, Rocks had no intention of waiting for the stunned crowd to digest the revelation of his resurrection abilities to accumulate further negative values. Instead, while they remained captivated by the notion of his power to resurrect others, he spread his arms wide before the live broadcast, exuding an air of dominance and frenzy as he bellowed at Morgans and the assembled reporters. Did you think I summoned you here merely to announce my ability to resurrect others? No, that is not the case. Before they could interject, Rocks, consumed by fervor, continued, I summoned you to declare war, a declaration of war against the entire world. To the world government, the Navy, and the Revolutionary Army, listen well. After I eliminate the traitors Kaido and Charlotte Limlin, I shall wage a full-scale war against you. With a swift motion, Rocks unleashed his left fist, utilizing the power of the Quake fruit to create a tempest of fissures in the air. As these fissures became visible to the crowd, he abruptly raised his right hand. The spectators on the other side of the broadcast clearly witnessed stones and ships levitating as if weightless. Ha ha ha. If you're feeling fearful, come and try to take me down. Rocks, wielding both the Quake and Float fruits, laughed maniacally at the broadcast. Otherwise, you might find yourselves unworthy of even facing me in battle. Chapter 118. The Alliance of the Four Emperors. Just as Rocks displayed the might of both his devil fruit abilities before the broadcast. In the latter half of the Grand Line, the New World, outside the territories partially claimed by the Beast Pirates in Wano, at the headquarters of the World News Agency, the broadcast screen showcased Rock's terrifying Quake fruit ability, which shattered the atmosphere and fractured space itself. Shockwaves rippled through the onlookers as they witnessed the recent resurrection of Stella by Rocks, who had now revealed his dual abilities. No way. He truly resurrected her. Not only does he possess the power to bring others back to life, but he also wields two devil fruit abilities. What manner of monster is Rocks? He was not merely an ordinary pirate. The onlookers gazed in awe at the screen, where Rocks, brimming with overwhelming charisma, declared his intent to annihilate the Beast Pirates. Even one of the three calamities of the Beast Pirates, the Plague Queen, could not contain his astonishment, exclaiming, "This is bad. We must relay this information to Lord Kaido immediately." Just as Queen, his body quivering with excess weight, prepared to summon the transponder snail to convey the news of Rock's declaration of war against the Beast Pirates, a thunderous crash echoed as a heavy object fell to the ground. Thud, thud, thud. At the sound of the weighty object crashing, urgent footsteps echoed in Queen's ears. "Lord Queen, it's bad." A panicked voice erupted nearby. "Lord Kaido. Lord Kaido has just released his devil fruit powers from a height of 100,000 meters and has plummeted to the ground. Suicide. Indeed." At the moment Rocks declared war on the world, Kaido was in a drunken frenzy, transformed into the Azure Dragon, soaring 10,000 meters into the sky, and then defiantly relinquishing his fruit abilities. He plummeted rapidly under the influence of gravity. Bang! Just as the panicked pirate's voice reverberated, reporting the event, Quinn hastily advanced towards the spot where Kaido was descending. At the moment of Kaido's fall, a powerful, robust arm suddenly emerged from the unfathomable pit created by the impact. Subsequently, the governor of the Beast Pirates, one of the four emperors of the New World, and the protector of Wano, the indomitable Kaido, appeared before the crowd, covered in dust. In that instant of his emergence, a drunken and frenzied Kaido roared madly, questioning, Why can't I ever die? Lord Kaido." In the midst of Kaido's frenzy, Quinn rushed forward, urgently exclaiming, "Let us not dwell on these trivial matters. I have just received news that after the destruction of Mary Geos, the captain of the Rocks Pirates, Rocks Xebec, has been offered a bounty of 10 billion berries by the Navy. After eliminating Don Quixote da Flamingo, who provided us with artificial devil fruits, he has resurrected Stella, the long-deceased beloved of Guild Tesoro." Quinn's corpulent cheeks quivered as he spoke loudly to the frenzied Kaido. He then demonstrated the powers of the Tremor fruit and the Float fruit, proclaiming to the world that after vanquishing you, Lord Kaido, and the fellow Emperor Big Mom, he intends to wage war against the entire world. What did you say? Upon hearing this, the recently fallen Kaido gazed incredulously at Quinn, exclaiming, "Rocks truly possesses the power to resurrect others. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Guild Tesoro's beloved, who died over a decade ago, was successfully revived by Rocks. Moreover, according to Rock's words." As Quinn nodded in response to Kaido's inquiries, he looked at Kaido with a face full of trepidation, stating, "I suspect that Rocks, upon his resurrection, not only possesses the ability to bring others back to life, but may also have the power to consume devil fruits indefinitely." Upon hearing this, all traces of madness and frenzy vanished from Kaido's visage, replaced by an overwhelming sense of dread. Bring. At that moment, a series of urgent phone calls erupted in the ears of the crowd. Lord Kaido. Following this, a member of the Beast Pirates, clutching an extraordinarily plump snail resembling Big Mom, approached and announced, "It's Big Mom's snail." Bang. Taking the snail, Kaido raised the receiver and called out, Lin. "What is it?" "Kaido, have you received the news?" As soon as Kaido spoke, a voice akin to that of a ravenous demon from the abyss resonated from the receiver. "The captain of the Rocks Pirates, returned from the depths of hell, is here to settle accounts with us traitors of the Rocks Pirates. So, Kaido, let us coexist as we once did." Without waiting for Kaido to respond, Charlotte Linlin continued in her deep voice, "After all, the captain of the Rocks, returned from hell, has become even more monstrous." Chapter 119. The News Spreads. Just as the four Emperor Kaido connected the call with fellow Emperor Charlotte Linlin, he acknowledged the invitation to unite the Beast Pirates with the Big Mom Pirates. Within the World News Agency's headquarters in Wano, a reporter, adorned with a camera snail around his neck, suddenly flashed a look of horror. The next moment, this man, bearing the label of the photography department manager, bypassed everyone and descended to the underground of the World News Agency's Wano branch, producing a snail that bore a striking resemblance to Admiral Sengoku. Indeed, this photography department manager was a spy planted by the Navy's Sengoku within the World News Agency. Bring, as he dialed the snail. In the Admiral's office of the Navy headquarters, located in the midsection of the Grand Line, the urgent ringing of the phone echoed. Sengoku? In that instant, the Chief of Staff, Steelbone Kong, who was seated at the main table discussing the implications of the Marineford War on the world government and the Navy, abruptly turned to look at Sengoku, exclaiming, "What is going on? This is the spy I placed within the World News Agency." Upon hearing this, Sengoku, taking out the phone from his pocket, glanced at the number on the snail and addressed Steelbone Kong, saying, if it weren't for a matter of significant intelligence, he would never take the risk of revealing his identity to contact me. Bang. Saying this, Sengoku directly took the receiver in front of everyone, his expression solemn, and inquired, "What has happened?" Admiral Sengoku, urgent intelligence. As Sengoku's inquiry ended, a hurried voice emerged from the other side. Just now, the captain of the beast pirates, Kaido, has allied with fellow Emperor Charlotte Linlin. This is truly a series of calamities. Listening to the urgent voice on the phone, the serious Akainu, with a cigar clenched in his mouth, spoke grimly. The situation with Rocks has yet to be resolved, and now Kaido and Charlotte Linlin have joined forces. Tap tap tap. Report. Before anyone could recover from the shocking news of the two reigning emperors' alliance, the door to the Admiral's office burst open with hurried footsteps, and a panicked voice thundered. Critical intelligence. The intelligence officer, drenched in sweat and visibly shaken, exclaimed, "The station navy at Xebec Archipelago has sent information. The Sea Overlord Rocks, who destroyed Mary Geos and has a bounty of 10 billion berries, has resurrected a woman after eliminating the warlord of the sea, Don Quixote da Flamingo." What? You say what? As the intelligence officer's words fell, the officers in the Admiral's office stood up abruptly, their eyes wide with disbelief. Rocks resurrected a woman. Indeed, he revived Guild Tesoro's beloved before the eyes of all. Facing the crowd's inquiries, the intelligence officer dared not delay and promptly revealed the details of the intelligence, stating that he had exhibited the powers of the tremor fruit and the float fruit, declaring to the world that he intended to wage war against everyone after eliminating Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, the two traitors. That makes sense. After a prolonged silence, Sengoku, having regained composure from the shock, spoke wearily and grimly. "I wondered why Kaido and Charlotte Linlin would ally. It turns out it is due to Rock's threat. Compared to Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, we should be far more concerned about Rocks." As Sengoku finished speaking, Vice Admiral Tsuru, then serving as Chief of Staff, began to analyze seriously, because, after watching this broadcast video, I am over 90% certain that the resurrected Rocks not only has the ability to bring others back to life. At this juncture, Vice Admiral Tsuru gazed in astonishment at the gathered audience, slowly articulating his thoughts. It is conceivable that Rocks could consume an unlimited number of devil fruits without being hindered by their powers, thereby acquiring all their abilities. No, that cannot be. Before Tsuru could finish his statement, Sengoku, having transformed into his Buddha form, interjected with a rational demeanor, asserting that Rocks should not be able to consume all devil fruits without limitations. Otherwise, his powers would not be restricted to merely two types. However, since he dares to declare war on the entire world, it is evident. Upon the conclusion of Sengoku's words, Admiral Akainu Sakazuki took a deep drag from his cigar, his expression grave as he spoke. The restrictions on the devil fruits he has consumed are not substantial, regardless of whether the limitations are great or small. As the crowd engaged in fervent discussions, Fleet Admiral Kong suddenly lifted his gaze towards them, his voice commanding as he declared that even if he could only consume the tremor fruit and the float fruit, Rocks, who has now brought the Whitebeard pirates under his command, has become a criminal even more fearsome than the Revolutionary Army. Furthermore, to prevent the resurrecting Rocks from continuing to bolster his power. With that, Kong's face darkened as he proclaimed that our world government must exert every effort to counter the threat posed by the Rocks pirates to the world. Chapter 120. The Reconstruction Plan for the Seven Warlords of the Sea. Admiral Kong's assertions were indeed accurate. At the very moment Kong's words echoed through the room, an aged voice resonated from beyond the marshal's office, declaring that the Rocks pirates, who have utterly devastated Mariewa, can no longer be permitted to exist. As they turned to look, the assembled commanders clearly beheld the highest echelons of the world government, the Gorosei, who wield all powers of decision-making, including those of the Navy, making their appearance. In addition to the Gorosei, there stood a man clad in a white lab coat, adorned with spectacles, and flanked by the pacifistas. This man, slightly hunched and exuding an air of scholarly wisdom, was none other than Dr. Vegapunk, the chief scientist of the world government. Known for his unparalleled scientific prowess spanning over 5 centuries, responsible for creating artificial devil fruits and the pacifistas among other technologies. As the saying goes, one must first secure the interior before addressing external threats. The Gorosei, bearing the original sword Gorosei, looked at the commanders within the marshal's office with a murderous expression, stating that your Navy's proposal to establish the warlords of the sea system for the sake of maintaining world peace serves only as a disturbance in our efforts to counter the Rocks pirates. These scoundrels, who dared to show up during the Navy's campaign against the Whitebeard pirates, contributing nothing to the effort. As he spoke, the second Gorosei, his countenance grim, opined that it is unnecessary to retain them any longer. Thus, the world government has decided. The third Gorosei stepped forward, his tone unyielding as he declared that before we eradicate the Rocks pirates, we shall abolish the warlords of the sea system. Upon hearing this, the majority of the commanders in the marshal's office displayed expressions of delight. In their view, granting the so-called warlords of the sea the legal right to plunder was a blatant affront to justice. Therefore, they wholeheartedly endorsed the Gorosei's proposal. However, these brigands have enjoyed the privileges of the warlords of the sea for many years. Just as the commanders in the headquarters looked on with admiration at the third Gorosei's words, the fourth Gorosei, with a somber countenance, continued, stating that they must contribute their due strength to the world government. Thus, the fifth Gorosei, casting a glance at the tyrant Kuma standing behind Vegapunk, resolutely proclaimed that the world government has decided, while abolishing the warlords of the sea system, to initiate the reconstruction plan for the warlords of the sea, transforming all those pirates who have benefited from the world government's long-standing privileges into pacifistas under the command of Dr. Vegapunk. Indeed, having witnessed the obedience exhibited by Kuma post-transformation into a pacifista, the Gorosei concluded that rather than allowing the warlords of the sea to become a factor influencing the outcome of our battle against the Rocks pirates, it would be far more prudent to hand them all over to Dr. Vegapunk and convert them into fully obedient bioweapons. However, what Sengoku questioned was that the warlords of the sea are universally acknowledged as possessing catastrophic destructive power and fearsome combat capabilities rivaling that of nations. Casting a glance at Kuma, who appeared willingly compliant to become a pacifista, Sengoku addressed the Gorosei, questioning whether those of such formidable power would willingly submit to becoming bioweapons. Do not fret over such matters. Before the Gorosei could respond, Vegapunk stepped forward, stating that although he is reluctant to engage in repetitive tasks, at the request of the Gorosei, upon completing the transformation of the Zero Pacifista, he shall optimize all the technologies related to bioweapon transformation. At this point, Vegapunk glanced at the Gorosei and continued, "Thus, I presently do not require the consent of the subjects to proceed with their transformation." In other words, Vegapunk, with a gentle smile, addressed Sengoku and the others, "As long as one utilizes the instruments I provide to bring the corpses of the warlords of the sea to me, I can fully transform them into bioweapons." Although persuading the warlords of the sea to willingly accept transformation is indeed a daunting task, Vegapunk concluded. The Gorosei, equipped with the original sword at their waist, turned to Sengoku and the others, stating that, however, it should not be too difficult to slay them and retrieve their intact corpses, right? Upon hearing the words of the Gorosei and Vegapunk, the expressions of those present momentarily shifted to one of displeasure. Indeed, even if the targets were pirates of the warlords of the sea, employing such ruthless methods that do not spare even their corpses is excessively harsh. If that is the case, just as Sengoku and the others revealed their discontent, suddenly, Admiral Akainu, seated to the right of Fleet Admiral Kong, abruptly lifted his head, exhaling a dense cloud of cigar smoke before slowly articulating, "It is, after all, not difficult." Chapter 121, The Turmoil of the Seas. However, the remaining warlords of the sea are no easy adversaries. The moment Sakazuki spoke, he adjusted the navy cap atop his head, casting a cold, indifferent glance around before continuing. If we were to dispatch forces to the territories of the warlords of the sea to eliminate them, it would undoubtedly disperse the forces of justice. Based on this, I believe it would be unwise to send troops to their territories for the purpose of extermination. Before anyone could interject, Sakazuki removed his navy cap and continued, "I am more inclined to keep the decision to abolish the warlords of the sea secret while summoning them back to headquarters. Once they arrive at headquarters, at this point," Sakazuki spoke with a fierce expression, "they will be at our mercy. It is evident that the unwaveringly just Sakazuki believes that any means employed against wicked pirates is justified and necessary. I concur with Sakazuki's strategy. As soon as Sakazuki's voice faded, an aged voice resonated from within the office of the marshal. After all, if we were to dispatch troops to the territories of the 7 warlords of the sea, even with a general at the helm, we could not escape the inevitable losses. However, if we were to summon that group of pirates to the headquarters in batches. At this juncture, Zephyr, who had trained over 70% of the Navy's core fighting force, bit down hard on a piece of his lip and spoke in a grave tone. Our naval casualties will undoubtedly be minimized to the utmost. He continued, if we gather the warlords of the sea in segments, eliminate them ruthlessly, and utilize their corpses to create biochemical weaponry. Before he could finish, Sengoku, the then marshal of headquarters, ponderously interjected, currently, only 3 of the 7 warlords of the sea remain: Gecko Moria, Dracul Mihawk, and Boa Hancock. In terms of numbers, we are severely lacking. Thus, I propose we exploit the residual heat of the warlords of the sea mechanism. With a serious expression, Sengoku turned to the 5 elders and declared, we can entice the pirates with the position of the warlords of the sea to counter the formidable power source that Rocks has unleashed following his ability to resurrect others. However, the moment Sengoku's words fell, one of the 5 elders, adorned with the original sword onigiri, nodded approvingly and promptly announced to the outside world that they would remove Bartholomew Kuma from the position of Warlord of the Sea. Furthermore, within 3 days, any pirate capable of delivering the head of a bounty worth 1 billion berries would be granted the status of Warlord of the Sea. Though such a decree would undoubtedly incite a frenzy of slaughter among those nefarious pirates eager to attain the title, it was clear that after 3 days, including them, pirates with a total bounty exceeding 4 billion berries would meet their demise. As the words of the 5 elders echoed, Zephyr, the captain of the naval guerrilla forces and a former admiral, nodded in agreement, stating, I support this proposal. Agreed. Sakazuki, the embodiment of absolute justice, nodded vigorously, adding, in this way, those wicked pirates shall finally pay the price for their transgressions. Agreed. Thus, the assembly plan for the 7 warlords of the sea shall commence immediately. Hearing the consensus from the naval ranks, the 5 elders, satisfied, affirmed that once the warlords were gathered, they would promptly execute the extermination and modification plan. Consequently, our world government shall gain 7 formidable forces under absolute control within mere days. As the 5 elders concluded, Admiral Sengoku raised his head and addressed the assembly. At that point, we shall engage in full-scale warfare against the Rocks pirates. With the unwavering support of the 5 elders and Admiral Sengoku, the summons for the warlords of the sea rapidly disseminated throughout the Grand Line. Although the Navy had failed to achieve its objective of vanquishing the Whitebeard pirates during the Marineford War, and even the execution of Joel D. Rogers' son remained unfulfilled, the world government recognized the legitimacy of the 7 warlords of the sea, who, alongside the Navy headquarters and the 4 emperors of the New World, maintained a delicate balance in the world of piracy, possessing the legal right to plunder. This status continued to attract ambitious individuals across the Grand Line. Even though they were acutely aware that gathering the heads of billion-berry bountied pirates within 3 days was merely a ploy by the Navy to rid the Grand Line of its scourge, and their rational minds cautioned them against the world government's deceptive intentions, the allure of status, reputation, and the freedom to plunder compelled these ambitious souls, akin to sharks scenting blood, to frantically seek out their targets for assault. As the summons for the 7 warlords of the sea was issued, the once turbulent seas, already in chaos due to Rock's declaration of war against the world, erupted into utter disarray. Chapter 122. I am here to kill your captain. As the assembly plan for the 7 warlords of the sea was transmitted from the Navy headquarters, the ambitious souls of the Grand Line flocked to seek out bountied pirates in a frenzy. News spread that one could become a warlord of the sea by eliminating a former warlord without the need to gather the heads of billion-berry bounty pirates. At dawn, as the sun ascended, on the island of Amazon Lily, situated in the calm belt of the Grand Line, an Amazon warrior stationed at the lookout suddenly widened her eyes. In that instant, she clearly discerned several pirate ships, adorned with skull flags, charging through the waves towards her position. The flags on the vessels demanded the surrender of their queen, the Empress Boa Hancock. Failure to comply would result in an all-out assault on Amazon Lily, sinking the entire island. Humph! Filthy scum of the sea. As the stationed warrior's fury ignited, she was taken aback by a voice, proud yet nearly arrogant, delicate as silver bells, resonating in her ears. How dare you attack my Amazon Lily? Upon hearing the voice, All the female warriors stationed at the port turned with excitement to locate its source. They beheld a stunning woman, her long black hair adorned with a traditional hairstyle, deep blue eyes resembling a tranquil autumn lake, and adorned with serpentine golden earrings. It was none other than Boa Hancock, the Empress of Amazon Lily, renowned as the most beautiful woman in the world, who had showcased her unparalleled strength on her maiden voyage and was summoned by the world government as a warlord of the sea. Upon spotting Boa Hancock, even the female warriors could not help but be captivated by her enchanting presence, exclaiming with fervor, "Lady Hancock! It is Lady Hancock, indeed. It seems these wretches of the sea have forgotten." With a graceful flick of her pristine white cape, Boa Hancock, exuding unparalleled poise and majesty, gazed defiantly at the approaching pirate ships traversing the calm belt. "The reason I have become a warlord of the sea is precisely due to my strength." In an instant, as her words echoed, an overwhelming aura of conqueror's haki emanated from her, a force that could only be possessed by one deemed worthy of the title of king. At that moment, Boa Hancock stood resolutely at the port, her conqueror's haki surging forth like a raging tide. With a thunderous clap, the pirates aboard those audacious ships, storming through the calm belt towards Amazon Lily, fell as if struck by a heavy blow, their eyes rolling back as they crumpled to the ground. Just as Boa Hancock's conqueror's haki erupted, in the treacherous waters of the Devil's Triangle, Deco Moria, a devil fruit user resembling a demonic figure, and who had once clashed with the four emperors in his youth, reveled with a sinister grin as he severed the shadows of the invading pirates, stuffing them into the already prepared modified corpses, cackling, "Fools like you dare to seek my head? You shall become my zombie soldiers." Simultaneously, on Karigana Island, where Dracul Mihawk resided, hordes of monkeys wielding various swords, akin to seasoned warriors, charged forth. One of them, wielding a terrifying great sword strikingly similar to Mihawk's black blade Yoru, unleashed a relentless assault on the pirates invading the island. Within the fortress of the island, Dracul Mihawk, with his black blade thrust before him, gazed upon the desolation wrought by the human imitators, wretched pirates who, under the sharp edge of their blades, were retreating and meeting their demise. With an expression of indifference, he uttered, "How utterly tedious." At that moment, Boa Hancock, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, was confronted by a band of incompetent pirates, incited by rumors, seeking to assault her. Captain Rocks, on the lookout of the colossal ship, the Uranus Destroyed. The lookout's voice rang out, "The Wano country has arrived." Upon hearing this, Rocks, seated upon the golden throne at the ship's bow, abruptly opened his eyes and peered into the ocean ahead. "Set sail, my comrades. We shall charge forth." As he beheld the Wano country, perched above the towering waterfall, a sinister smile crept upon Rock's lips as he declared, "Kaido, prepare yourself. Your captain has come to claim your life." Chapter 123. The Flame Calamity Blocks the Path. Ha! 10 years, 20 years. Inside the banquet hall of Wano, Kaido, towering with his twin horns and standing several meters tall, raised a gigantic wine cup, his visage adorned with drunken mirth as he addressed Charlotte Lin, who sat across from him. "Lin, how many years has it been since we last met?" "Mamaha, Kaido. If it weren't for Captain Rock's impending arrival." Charlotte Lin, equally towering and resembling a ravenous abyssal beast, opened her gaping maw and laughed heartily. "You must have wished never to meet me in this lifetime." Ha! As Lin's laughter faded, Kaido, unabashedly exuding his murderous intent, replied with a booming laugh. "Had it not been for Captain Rock's impending arrival, had you dared to set foot on my territory, I would have surely eradicated you." Hearing this, Lin opened her cavernous mouth, her murderous aura soaring to the heavens as she retorted, "If it weren't for Captain Rock's returning from the depths of hell, upon seeing you, I would have severed your head with the thunderclap." "Ha! Mamaha." Saying this, the two giants raised their enormous wine cups and clinked them together, drinking deeply before sharing a knowing smile. Is Mother truly going to ally with Kaido? Doflamingo, sensing the palpable tension and murderous intent radiating from the two, whispered to his brother, Charlotte Katakuri, "Why do I feel like they're on the brink of fighting?" Indeed, the oppressive atmosphere, nearly freezing the air around them, was far from what one would expect from allies. Just as Doflamingo watched with trepidation, the moment of clinking their glasses came to a climax. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps thundered in. "Report." A member of Kaido's crew, part man and part tiger, burst in, exclaiming in a panic, "Lord Kaido. Lord Queen from the monitoring room has sent word. The Uranus Destroyed, flying the flag of the Rocks pirates, has arrived." Boom. The news struck like a thunderclap. As the messenger's words resonated, Kaido smashed his enormous wine bowl onto the ground, the sound of shattering echoing through the hall. with a grim expression. He turned to face the equally solemn Charlotte Linlin and declared, "It seems Captain Rock's intent to kill us is reaching a boiling point. Fire at will." With a swift command, Kaido turned fiercely towards his herald, bellowing, "Give it your all and diminish that bastard's fighting strength." By Lord Kaido's command, as the order was disseminated, Queen in the monitoring room seized the transponder snail, roaring, "Prepare the Navy's special munitions and bring down the Tesoro." Whoosh. As Queen's orders were issued, the entrance to Wano erupted with cannon fire, the heavy artillery crafted at great expense by the fearful Orochi unleashing shells emblazoned with the Navy's Peace Dove insignia. Clearly, upon learning of Rock's intent to eliminate Kaido and Linlin, traitors of the Rocks pirates, the Navy had directly supplied a significant quantity of specialized shells through their base along the periphery of Kaido's domain. Haha, you think you can obliterate the flag of the Rocks pirates with mere cannon fire? Watching the rain of cannonballs descending like torrential rain, Shiki the Golden Lion, standing beside Rocks, grinned wickedly. "It seems you've forgotten that cannon fire poses no threat to me." With a malevolent smile, Shiki stepped forward, declaring, "Lion's might." Buzz. Instantly, the power of the float fruit activated, and the intangible air coalesced into a majestic air lion that charged forth to intercept the incoming barrage of cannonballs. Roar. Accompanied by the fierce roars of the lion, the air lion surged forth, colliding violently with the incoming projectiles. Boom. The moment of impact sent the shells emblazoned with the Peace Dove symbol exploding in a dazzling display. As the shells detonated, fragments of sea prism stone embedded within were propelled outward at terrifying speeds. However, under the barrier of the air lion, those shards of sea prism stone fell short of reaching the Tesoro, their momentum spent before they could touch the vessel. As the Golden Lion successfully deflected the barrage, the Tesoro began to crest the waterfall, approaching Wano. Suddenly, a deafening sound of air splitting echoed through the air. Looking up, they beheld a toothless wyvern engulfed in crimson flames appearing before them. "Not on my watch." The figure of the Flame Calamity, who was one of the three prominent figures under Kaido's beast pirates, growled fiercely, "You shall not set foot in Wano so easily." With that, the soaring wyvern, its talons enveloped in a dark, ominous haki, launched itself towards a massive boulder, aimed to shatter it and annihilate the Tesoro. Chapter 124, The Strongest Fist. Upon realizing that the Navy's specialized sea prism stone shells were utterly ineffective in halting the Tesoro's advance, the Flame Calamity, alongside Queen, one of the three disasters of the beast pirates, activated his devil fruit powers, transforming into the fiery, toothless wyvern and hurtling towards the Tesoro. Logically, one would expect the calm, courageous man, praised by Kaido for his intellect and bravery, to act with more prudence. Yet, the issue lay in the fact that as the last descendant of the Moon Tribe, upon witnessing Rocks, who had led the annihilation of his kin at the age of 5, drawing near, the usually composed Flame Calamity could not suppress his fury and erupted in wrath. Indeed, the reason the Flame Calamity became Kaido's most loyal subordinate was not solely due to Kaido's charisma, but also because Kaido was the one who avenged his people, the very benefactor who had once been a mere apprentice aboard the Rocks pirates when their downfall occurred. However, just as the blazing phoenix, known as Jean, approached the formidable Grand Tesoro, his gaze fell upon Rocks, who was seated majestically upon his golden throne at the bow of the vessel. In that instant, Jin's heart, ablaze with an unquenchable fury, was doused by an icy wave of realization. How could this individual possess such overwhelming strength? Indeed, merely sensing Rock's presence, with a bounty of 1.39 billion berries, was enough to instill trepidation in Jean, who bore an ancestral grudge against him. In a fleeting moment, Jean emerged from his wrathful stupor. Comprehending clearly that he was utterly outmatched, not only could he not vanquish this resurrected foe, but he lacked even the right to engage him in battle. Anger, shame, a tumult of emotions coalesced within Jin's heart. Ultimately, despite recognizing that he was no match for his adversary, Jean resolved that while he might not be able to kill Rocks, he would not allow him to easily dock in Wano. Driven by a fierce unwillingness to concede, Jean launched a bold assault, propelling himself toward a colossal rock that steadfastly endured the torrent of a waterfall, aiming to obliterate it. Flame Emperor. With a roar that echoed with fury, Jean unleashed his dragon-like claws, imbued with a mysterious blaze and clad in the aura of haki, striking the rock with tremendous force. Boom. The instant his claws collided with the stone, a sharp crack echoed in the ears of those present. Subsequently, fissures, spewing forth crimson flames, emerged upon the massive rock, which was even more gargantuan than Grand Tesoro itself, under the onslaught of Jin's fearsome assault. Thunderous rumbles followed as the fiery eruption surged forth, causing the immense rock to shatter under the combined weight of gravity and the waterfall's impact, hurtling toward Grand Tesoro, which was on the verge of ascending against the cascade. Only one dares to impede the path of the Rocks pirates. Observing the enormous boulder plummeting with a deafening crash, Douglas Bullet, standing beside Rocks, allowed a thrill to dance upon his lips, revealing a fervent smile. This fellow possesses remarkable fortitude. Yet, a mere lifeless stone cannot hope to dismantle the banner of the Rocks pirates. With a wild enthusiasm, Bullet turned his gaze skyward, his smile transforming into a menacing snarl as he bellowed, "You dare to look down upon me?" With that, Bullet, his face contorted in fury, took a step back and assumed an aggressive stance. Creak. The moment he prepared for the attack, the air erupted with the sound of taut sinews snapping. As the resonating sounds filled the air, the sinewy veins on Bullet's fists bulged, resembling the sinewy form of a dragon, exuding an aura of overwhelming strength. At that moment, as his muscles swelled and contracted with terrifying might, Bullet was imbued with an overwhelming sense of power. Buzz, just as Bullet's muscles reached their zenith. A formidable aura of haki, surpassing even that of Jin in the air, cascaded down his back. And as this aura enveloped his fists, he let out a ferocious roar, declaring the mightiest punch. With a sinister grin, Bullet propelled his obsidian fist upward, surging towards the colossal rock descending from above. Boom. The moment his fist collided with the rock, time seemed to freeze. Under the weight of Jin's Flame Emperor, the massive stone, adorned with myriad cracks from which endless flames erupted, hung suspended mid-air, paralyzed by Bullet's terrifying strike. To Jin's disbelief, the enormous boulder, which had plummeted with his power and considerable mass, was now hurtling back toward him, propelled by the force of Bullet's punch. In that fleeting moment, Jin realized that not only was he not a match for Rocks, but he was also outclassed by Rock's subordinate. Chapter 125, Defeat. Whoosh. With the howling wind, the boulder surged forward, crashing towards Jin with cataclysmic force. Aware of his impending doom, Jin sought to flee. Yet, at that moment, he discovered with horror that no matter how he flapped his wings, the oppressive wind generated by the boulder bore down upon him as if it were a gravitational field, rendering him unable to escape. In that instant, he could only brace himself for the impact or muster every ounce of his strength and willpower to withstand the impending blow. Then, with a fierce counterattack, he unleashed all the force he could muster against the oncoming boulder, hoping to repel it. Yet, the ship Grand Tesoro remained unperturbed in its forward momentum, as this monstrous man engaged in a life-and-death struggle. Before Jin could fully contemplate whether to endure this blow with grievous injuries or grapple with Bullet, suddenly, Douglas Bullet, his face alight with fervor and madness, made a decisive choice. Swish! With a sound like a breaking barrier, the onlookers watched as Bullet, who had just sent the massive rock flying, leaped into the air. As he soared upward, the sound of explosive bursts, akin to popping corn, rang out. In that moment, Bullet's already formidable physique expanded as if inflated, bulging several times larger. Then, under tremendous exertion, with his muscles coiling powerfully, he straightened his knees. Boom! As he straightened his legs, the air erupted in a cacophony of explosive sounds. To avoid hindering Grand Tesoro's speed, the agile Bullet chose to leap into the void. Swish! At the moment his foot struck the air with a thunderous boom, Bullet soared upward like a cannonball, racing toward the descending boulder. In the blink of an eye, as he shot forth, Bullet stretched his arms to their limit. A wicked grin etched upon his face as he appeared behind the boulder. "Ha! Since you possess the audacity to stand alone against the Rocks pirates, show me your resolve, and let us engage in a fierce battle." With a roar, Bullet unleashed his fists. The sound of bone grinding resonating as he struck the boulder with tremendous force, enveloped in haki. The moment his fists sliced through the air, onlookers could clearly see the swirling ripples of air coiling around Bullet's attack. Boom, 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 boom. In a moment of sheer exhilaration, Douglas Barrett unleashed a devastating blow, shattering 6 layers of the sound barrier with a single strike. Boom. Subsequently, that fist, which had crushed the sound barriers, came crashing down upon the colossal boulder ahead, accompanied by Barrett's maniacal laughter. In that instant, all present could clearly see that the giant stone, which bore the brunt of Douglas Barrett's terrifying attack, bore not a single crack. All the force was perfectly and uniformly applied to the stone beneath that thunderous punch. The massive boulder, initially propelled at great speed, surged forth as if boosted by rockets, racing towards Jin. It was evident that the frenzied Barrett, brimming with confidence, was cornering Jean into a life-or-death struggle. With a resounding explosion, as the boulder accelerated, the crowd was suddenly engulfed by the deafening roar of a violent cry that shattered the heavens. Clearly, in a situation from which there was no escape, Jean erupted with an overwhelming fighting spirit, just as Douglas Barrett desired. And then, with a voice hoarse from exertion, the raging Jean poured forth all his might, meeting the rapidly advancing boulder head-on. Crash! However, just as Jin's powerful claws made contact with the boulder, a thunderous sound reverberated in his ears. Abruptly, at that moment, Douglas Barrett, who had just unleashed his second punch, launched a third. Crack! The explosive sound of his fist colliding with the boulder echoed, and Jean felt an insurmountable force akin to the tides of the ocean surging against him. Under the accumulation of Barrett's terrifying power from 3 successive strikes, the sound of 2 bones shattering resonated in Jin's ears. Suddenly, upon impact, Jin's claws could not withstand the overwhelming might and broke under the strain. As the bones splintered, fragments stained with crimson amidst a stark white pierced through muscle and skin, revealing the raw, brutal reality. Blood vessels torn asunder unleashed a torrent of blood, gushing forth like a fountain. But this was merely the beginning. Where's your response? Douglas Barrett, who had unleashed his furious punches without receiving any reply from Jean, bellowed in a frenzied roar, "I can't feel a thing." In the throes of his rage, Barrett declared that he could no longer contain himself. He was determined to confront the man who dared to stand against the Rocks pirates alone, fighting to the brink of madness. With a fierce roar, Barrett unleashed his full strength. Boom! Crash! The ground trembled as the deranged Douglas Barrett relinquished all control over his power. As he threw his punch, the spectators beheld a massive indentation forming on the boulder, larger than that of any before. Crack, crack, crack! Following the explosive sound of the stone fracturing, the vast boulder succumbed entirely to Barrett's fury, shattering into countless pieces. Yet, just as the boulder disintegrated, the once manic Barrett was taken aback. For at that moment, Jean, bloodied and with broken claws, crashed into Barrett's line of sight. How could this be possible? Staring at Jean, whose claws were gruesomely shattered and drenched in blood, Barrett, bewildered, clawed his hair in a frenzy, roaring in a wild rage. "You, who dares to obstruct the Rocks pirates, can't even withstand the 3 punches I delivered through a boulder? Damn it, damn it, damn it. You are utterly disappointing." Observing the bloodied Jean, who seemed to have gathered his strength to unleash a devastating attack, Barrett's face twisted with fury. "Disappointing bastard, I will slay you." Boom! As Barrett screamed, he launched himself into the air. Like a cannonball fired from its chamber, he struck forth, his fists slashing through the air towards Jean. Just as Douglas Barrett unleashed his explosive punch, regardless of Quinn's commands that rained down like a torrent of cannonballs, or Jean's retaliatory kick that rivaled the boulder's might. Rocks, seated upon his golden throne, suddenly opened his eyes wide, gazing ahead. At that moment, a furious roar erupted, one even more frenzied than Barrett's previous outbursts. In an instant, as Barrett prepared to strike Jean with lethal force, an overwhelming sense of dread gripped his heart. It felt as though the king of beasts had locked onto him, instilling an almost inescapable fear of impending doom. Boom! A terrifying breath of flame, golden orange and scorching enough to vaporize steel, surged forth, enveloped in a vortex of energy, piercing the heavens. However, Rock's attention was not fixated on this cataclysmic blaze, which could obliterate a mountain in an instant, but rather on the source of this fearsome breath, the sinuous dragon emerging from the flames. Indeed, just as Jean was on the brink of demise, one of the 4 emperors reigning over the New World, known as the strongest creature on land, sea, and air, had made his move, attempting to kill my subordinate before my very eyes. As he observed the terrifying flames hurtling towards Douglas Barrett, Rocks, his eyes gleaming with a fierce light, smirked and uttered, "Kaido, have you become a tad too arrogant?" The moment the words left his lips, Rocks rose from his golden throne, lifting his arm to deliver a powerful punch. Boom! Crack! As his fist surged forth, the air collided with it, shattering like a mirror under the weight of a hammer, causing cracks to ripple across the sky. As the fissures expanded, they raced towards the impending torrent of flames. Just as the flames were about to strike Douglas Barrett, the space ruptured by Rock's tremor fruit ability manifested like a barrier before him. In the next instant, the terrifying breath capable of reducing an entire mountain to ash dissipated as if it were snow beneath the spring sun, utterly extinguished. This was not the end. Just as Rock's ability consumed Kaido's flames, ready to obliterate Barrett, he lifted his gaze, revealing a sinister smile directed towards the colossal azure dragon that Kaido had transformed into. "Break for me." He commanded. Buzz. With a sudden, low growl that reverberated through the air, the space above, under the influence of Rock's tremor fruit ability, quaked violently as fissures spread out like living entities, rushing back towards the terrifying heat breath expelled by Kaido. At that moment, after agreeing to allow Whitebeard's unwilling family to depart from the Rocks pirates, Whitebeard's loyalty surged to an astounding 90 points. The moment Rocks consumed the tremor fruit, he achieved an astonishing development level exceeding 93% akin to Whitebeard's mastery. Following several days of adaptation, Rocks demonstrated an agility in wielding the tremor fruit that resembled an extension of his own arm. Indeed, at this moment, Rocks could manipulate the tremor fruit's power to initiate the initial control of the infinitely spreading space fissures unleashed by its eruption. Incredible. Witnessing the incoming fissures, Kaido transformed into a colossal azure dragon, his scarlet dragon eyes exploding with disbelief. He could hardly fathom that the tremor fruit, now in Rock's possession, displayed a level of dexterity and precision surpassing that of Whitebeard, who had consumed the fruit for decades. However, Kaido had no time to ponder these revelations, for in that fleeting instant, the space fissures that had consumed his fiery breath were upon him. Kaido, the fearsome emperor of the New World. Though he had not anticipated that the tremor fruit would be wielded with such mastery by Rocks, he instantly shifted his form as the fissures approached, his towering humanoid figure, armed with a massive kanabo, crashing into the sight of all. Creak. Just as Kaido morphed from dragon to human, the sound of strained steel echoed, akin to tightly coiled barbed wire being violently twisted by heavy machinery. One of his arms swelled with grotesque veins, reminiscent of a dragon's sinewy form. Boom. An aura, reminiscent of the king of beasts, burst forth. In that moment, Kaido unleashed the conqueror's haki he had cultivated over the years, fueled by his indomitable spirit and confidence. The instant his haki erupted, it manifested as dark red flashes, entwining around the jagged spikes of his kanabo. Whoosh. Following this, a torrent of pitch-black, ink-like armament haki surged forth from his back, coursing down his arms to empower the kanabo. Thunderous might. Suddenly, his muscles, swollen to their limits and laced with bulging veins, contracted violently. In that moment, unparalleled strength erupted from Kaido's arms, propelling the kanabo, now enveloped in black and red flashes, toward the fissures with tremendous force. Boom. Even inebriated, he could shatter the so-called Fifth Emperor of the Sea, Luffy, and withstand Big Mom's full-power Thunder Bagua. As the strike was unleashed, everyone could distinctly see the sharp spikes on the kanabo tear through the air, revealing fissures in the void that mirrored those created by the tremor fruit's eruption, different in form, yet identical in nature. Indeed, Kaido was prepared to use the fissures he created with his swing to counter Rock's base fissures. He succeeded, as the Thunder Bagua's rending force matched the very nature of the space fissures. However, he simultaneously understood the gravity of his failure. He had poured all his might, Conqueror's haki, armament haki, and his own strength, into this effort, barely managing to fend off the annihilating fissures. Yet, this was merely a casual strike from Rocks, who had not even risen to his full potential. If Rocks had unleashed his full power against him, what unimaginable destruction would that entail? How could he possibly withstand it? Chapter 128, The Ultimate Form, Half-Dragon Man. After receiving Captain Rock's attack, Kaido found himself utterly unscathed. As he cast a grim glance toward Rocks, suddenly, Douglas Barrett's fervent voice erupted. You are incredible. Indeed, having just attempted to eliminate Jean without any defenses, Barrett, knowing that Kaido's heat breath would have severely wounded him, felt no fear. Rather, upon witnessing Kaido withstand the space fissures created by Rock's tremor fruit, he seemed utterly undaunted. Like a headstrong warrior, shouting with fervor, a man of your caliber will surely provide me with a thrilling battle. Douglas Barrett, what are you doing? Hearing Barrett's deafening enthusiasm, Guild Tesoro aboard the ship, visibly displeased, called out, That's Kaido. He Rock's target. Captain, I can't hold back. Before Tesoro could finish, Barrett's near-maniacal voice interrupted. A powerhouse of this level stands before me. If I don't engage in a thrilling fight, I would never forgive myself. With that, Barrett's almost delirious declaration reached Rocks, who sat upon his golden throne, glancing at Barrett with a raised eyebrow before slowly responding, Don't die, Barrett. Ha! Did you hear that? Captain Rocks has acknowledged me. I can finally battle you, Kaido. As Rock's voice faded, Barrett, filled with exuberance, directed his fervent gaze toward Kaido, exclaiming, Kaido, turn your attention this way. I am your opponent now. In his roar, Barrett, driven nearly to madness by his unsatisfied combat urges, began to stomp toward the air, smashing his feet down. Boom. The moment his heavy foot struck the empty space, an explosive sound of tearing resonated in everyone's ears. Following this, Barrett's figure vanished from sight, clearly having surpassed the limits of human vision and speed. An opponent. Just as Barrett's form disappeared, Kaido, fixated on rocks, revealed a sinister smile. A mere creature like you dares to claim to be my opponent? Do you even deserve it? Thunderbagwa. The instant his words left his lips, the Kanabo, which had just torn through space at Kaido's command, surged violently toward the rear side. As the weapon sliced through the air, Barrett's reappearing figure, poised in a striking stance, hurled himself forward with tremendous force. Boom, boom. In the next instant, Douglas Barrett, with his fist enveloped in a dense layer of haki, struck fiercely against Kaido's spiked club. In that fleeting moment, the onlookers beheld with clarity as the sharp, backward-facing spikes of the club bent and ultimately flattened beneath Barrett's darkened fist. However, despite vanquishing the spikes, a look of dismay was etched upon Barrett's face, his eyes wide with a flicker of horror, for he was fully aware that his fist was engaged in a brutal clash with Kaido's weapon, and it was evident that Kaido wielded the club with both hands. Yet, how could it be that his chest felt as if it had been struck? Was this akin to the goddess avoidance technique employed by Captain Roger? Soon, Douglas Barrett had no time for further contemplation. The moment he registered the pain in his chest, Kaido's form underwent a transformation. In an instant, the humanoid Kaido, gripping the club, was engulfed in scales, his head morphing into a fearsome dragon's visage, complete with jagged fangs and a gaping maw. Even with Rocks watching intently, Kaido, undeterred by the fact that he was facing an adversary whose strength did not match his own, unleashed his most formidable form, the half-dragon transformation, which surpassed even the prowess of his azure dragon form. At that moment, while Douglas Barrett's fist was still locked in a struggle with the club, he could distinctly see Kaido's dragon mouth, pushed to its limits, coalescing threads of crimson flames, which then erupted with ferocity. The fiery breath, so intense it could melt gold and jade, surged forth. In that instant, Douglas Barrett comprehended the inevitable. He was defeated. Chapter 129, Charlotte Linlin appears. Yet, to fall without even a proper confrontation was utterly unacceptable. As he gazed at the searing flames that were about to engulf him, Douglas Barrett's eyes widened in desperation. And he roared, "Combined fruit, activate." Boom. In that instant of his thunderous roar, a blinding purple light erupted from the point of collision between Douglas Barrett and Kaido's club. As the light burst forth, the massive spiked club, held firmly in Kaido's grasp, disintegrated into the essence of the combined fruit's power. Swish. The moment the club was assimilated by the combined fruit, the dense purple substance, under Barrett's command, surged toward Kaido's fiery breath. Hiss. Although the essence derived from the fruit was swiftly vaporized under the searing heat, in that fleeting moment, Douglas Barrett, whose face was already scorched by the flames, launched a powerful punch at the nearly dissolved essence. Bang! The instant his fist collided with the fruit-derived substance, Douglas Barrett was propelled backward by the recoil, hurtling towards the direction of the ship, the Uranus Destroyed. Bang! The next moment, accompanied by the sound of a heavy object crashing to the ground, Douglas Barrett landed directly upon the bow of the Uranus Destroyed, which was racing forward, now less than 100 meters from Kaido. Ha ha ha! Captain, I am still alive. Falling to the ground, Douglas Barrett looked ahead, his expression filled with fervor as he beheld the fruit-derived essence, which had been utterly consumed by Kaido's fiery breath. Yet he could not shake off the feeling of bitterness. Ha ha! Your bitterness will not afford you the chance for revenge. Just as Douglas Barrett's words faded, the golden lion Shiki scoffed at him, declaring, Captain Rocks is about to make his move. Indeed, at the moment Douglas Barrett crashed to the ground, Rocks, who had been seated upon his golden throne, slowly tightened his grip on the blade, the supreme grade heavy nation, and rose to his feet. Kaido. Without sparing a glance at the fallen Douglas Barrett, Rocks stood, raising the heavy nation, pointing it directly at Kaido, and declared, Today, you, who betrayed the Rocks pirates, shall pay the price for your treachery. The very moment he spoke, a terrifying aura, more oppressive than the red earth continent, more expansive than the vast oceans, and loftier than the boundless skies, erupted from Rocks, akin to a volcanic explosion. This violent energy surged forth toward Kaido. Ha ha ha. To feel such an overwhelming pressure, even with my own conqueror's haki, is truly terrifying. Perceiving the weight that felt as though it bore down like several mountains upon his shoulders, the dragon-formed Kaido bared his sharp teeth. His face twisted in a snarl as he glared at Rocks, growling, Such terrifying haki, Captain Rocks. Do you wish for me to submit and be slaughtered? Who do you think you are looking down upon? I am one of the emperors ruling the new world. Sensing the will encapsulated within Rock's haki, Kaido's dragon face contorted in anger as he roared, I am Kaido. How could I ever submit to slaughter? Crack, crack, crack. As Kaido's furious roar reverberated, the crisp sound of bones cracking echoed in the ears of the onlookers. In the astonished gazes of the crowd, Kaido, now in his half-dragon form, towering at several meters, appeared to shrink rapidly amidst the cacophony of cracking bones. Yet, that was not the most astonishing part. The most shocking sight was that as Kaido's form compressed, the scales that once covered his body began to shed as if he were molting. In their place emerged even finer, more resilient dragon scales, radiating a metallic sheen. Moreover, with each inch of compression, Kaido's aura expanded. And just as Kaido, once towering at over 10 meters, compressed down to a height of nearly 2 meters, a voice, terrifying as a ravenous abyss, erupted from beside rocks. Suddenly, in that moment, Charlotte Linlin, one of the emperors and leading her elite crew, arrived in Wano. Indeed, Kaido's actions were not solely to unleash every ounce of power against rocks. A more crucial purpose was to await his ally, Charlotte Linlin, to join the fray. Chapter 130, The Pinnacle of Violence. Looking in the direction of the sound, the crowd clearly saw the formidable figure of Charlotte Linlin, standing atop Zeus, with Prometheus above her, wielding the terrifying Napoleon. She emerged from the depths of the Wano clouds, her visage fierce as she directed Napoleon toward rocks. Boom, boom, boom. In that instant, from the tip of Napoleon's blade, an impossibly vast and terrifying sword aura surged forth, racing toward rocks. This, indeed, is the ultimate technique that Charlotte Linlin has learned from the giants. The two most formidable giants require the full expulsion of their haki, depleting their strength, to jointly unleash the formidable power of the kingdom. Yet, Charlotte Linlin alone can audaciously manifest the might of the kingdom. Furthermore, although this power, derived from the kingdom, is unleashed solely by her, the potency she displays surpasses that of the combined might of the two captains of the Straw Hat Pirates, the Blue Demon Don Krieg and the Red Demon Bragi. When they join forces to unleash their full potential, in an instant, she pierces through and obliterates the terrifying island-devouring sea monster with her overwhelming power, proving herself even more formidable. Has the moment finally arrived? Observing the instant when the overwhelming sword aura, ruthless and unstoppable, obliterates all obstacles in its path, Rocks, who is exerting his conqueror's haki to suppress Kaido, slowly speaks, Linlin. Boom. However, just as Rocks turns his gaze towards Charlotte Linlin, Kaido, having just utilized the fish fruit, mythical Zoan type, to manipulate his form, compressing it to the utmost limit, soars towards Rocks with explosive speed. Captain Rocks, do not forget, Kaido bellows, his visage twisted with ferocity. In this war, your foes are not solely Linlin. In that moment, Kaido appears at Rock's side. The sword aura of the kingdom unleashed by both Charlotte Linlin and Kaido now sandwiches Rocks between them. At this juncture, Kaido perceives that Rocks, caught between himself and Charlotte Linlin, has no time to call for aid. In such a predicament, should he choose to counter Kaido, he would be struck by Linlin's kingdom. And if he opts to defend against Linlin's attack, he would be battered by Kaido's heavy fists. The captain he fears most, Rocks, has now reached a point of no escape. Yet, just as this thought emerges, a flash of horror crosses Kaido's eyes. For in that instant, he distinctly sees Rock's right arm, wielding a blade, cleaving towards Charlotte Linlin's kingdom, while simultaneously, his empty left arm is hurtling towards Kaido. Indeed, in that moment, Rocks chooses neither to call for his subordinate's assistance nor to retaliate against one of his adversaries. Instead, he opts to confront both Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, each renowned as a Yonko, simultaneously. What audacity, what confidence compels such a choice? Does he perceive that even with the combined might of himself and Linlin, they are not a match for him? However, Kaido has no time to ponder these thoughts, for at that very moment, a radiant white aura erupts around Rock's empty left fist. Then, a layer of black golden haki fiercely coils around his fist. Finally, even the overwhelming conqueror's haki, which he himself feels weighing heavily, compresses to a striking black-red flash, hurtling towards Kaido. Swish, boom, crackle. Instantly, the power of the tremor fruit erupts. Layers upon layers of spatial fissures materializing before Kaido's eyes. Boom. As the layers of spatial cracks multiply infinitely, suddenly, a sound akin to an explosion from the depths of one's soul resounds violently. The layers of cracks that had manifested before him could no longer maintain their integrity and shatter with a thunderous crash. Subsequently, the fragments, akin to shards of glass, are propelled towards Kaido by the force of Rock's punch. Confronted with this terrifying blow, even Kaido, hailed as a Yonko, cannot help but feel a surge of near-death terror. In the face of Rocks and Charlotte Lean's combined assaults, Rocks, opting to engage, unleashes a level of violence that is nothing short of astonishing. Under the extreme force of his brutality, even the space trembling and cracking from the tremor fruit's full eruption is ruthlessly shattered. Indeed, at this moment, Kaido must transcend the terrifying force of Rock's ultimate violence, enveloped by the spatial fragments, to be worthy of confronting Rocks head-on. Chapter 131, Terrifying Combat Power. Just as Kaido gazes upon the moment when a punch, bursting forth from Rock's extreme violence, shatters space and races towards him, his face contorts in shock and disbelief. The Supreme Blade, the unmatched Great Blade 12 Workers, the heavy blade of the kingdom, also cleaves horizontally towards Charlotte Lean's immense sword aura, the kingdom. At that instant, an aura, sharp and unparalleled, akin to the breath of a legendary swordsman, emanates from Rock's very being, simultaneously. Moreover, just as Rock's left fist, imbued with the powers of the tremor fruit, crashes towards Kaido, torrents of black golden haki emanate from his spine, flooding forth and infusing the blade's edge with power. Swish! As the haki condenses to its zenith, a black golden cutting wave, crafted from sword aura, erupts forth from the edge of the heavy blade of the kingdom like a ferocious dragon. It fiercely cleaves through the air. Roar! In the moment the furious dragon bursts forth, the ears of the onlookers are filled with the terrifying roar of a dragon. Subsequently, the fearsome black golden dragon, complete with scales and whiskers, lunges with claws bared, unyielding and formidable, towards Charlotte Lean's kingdom, which surpasses even the combined might of the two strongest giants. No way. At the moment of contact between the ferocious dragon and the sword aura of the kingdom, Charlotte Lean, standing atop the thunderclouds of Zeus, is overtaken by fear. Her previously fierce expression replaced with astonishment. For in that instant, she clearly perceives that the sword aura of the kingdom, which required the expenditure of all her haki and was unleashed with her unparalleled strength, has been struck down in mere moments. Unable to withstand even a second before being utterly annihilated by the dragon unleashed by Rocks, who is simultaneously contending with both herself and Kaido. How is this possible? Watching the rapidly disintegrating sword aura of the kingdom, Charlotte Lean exclaims in disbelief towards Rocks. You weren't this powerful even 38 years ago. Unable to fathom, Charlotte Lean cannot comprehend that after years of honing her strength outside of Rock's crew, she has become exponentially more formidable than she was during her time with them. Yet even this enhanced kingdom could not withstand Rock's strike, even in a state of division. Such a level of combat power is something even the Rocks of 38 years ago could not achieve. But Charlotte Lean can no longer afford to contemplate this, because, at the moment of his incredulous roar, Rocks unleashed a ferocious strike, which had already obliterated Charlotte Lean's formidable sword aura, descending with unrelenting ferocity. Zeus, Prometheus. As the grotesque dragon loomed larger in her sight, Charlotte Lean brandished her blade, roaring defiantly, "Block it for me." With a crack, a thunderous explosion ensued. In an instant, the mightiest of Homais, Zeus and the sun-like Prometheus, unleashed their fierce lightning and raging flames, hurtling towards the monstrous dragon cleaved by Rocks. Simultaneously, the giant sword, Breaker, in Charlotte Lean's grasp, was imbued with a violent armament haki, swinging towards the dragon with her unparalleled strength. Boom. Rumble. Alas, whether it was the lightning or the flames, they merely served to slightly diminish the might of the slashing wave. However, the diminished power was insufficient to even account for 1,000th of the dragon's ferocity. The dragon, having shattered Charlotte Lean's sword aura, continued its relentless advance towards her. And at the moment when Rock's terrifying slash collided with Breaker, a deafening roar erupted in Rock's ears. Turning to look, he beheld Kaido in his half-dragon form. His eyes blood-red and face twisted in rage, being forced back by the sheer force of his own punches entwined with fragments of space. At the same time, Charlotte Lean, who stood against Rock's devastating dragon slash with Breaker, was similarly overwhelmed, despite her fierce efforts, being ruthlessly pushed back by Rock's sheer brutality. It was evident that after the resurrection of Stella and Dressrosa and the declaration of war against the world, Rock's combat prowess had reached a level sufficient to confront two formidable emperors simultaneously. Chapter 132, Dominating the Seas. As Kaido was sent flying, he felt a tightness in his chest, a sweetness in his throat, followed by a surge of crimson blood pouring forth. Even Kaido's formidable defenses could not withstand the terrifying might of Rock's punch, causing him to bleed. Yet, This was not the end. Even as blood gushed from his throat, Kaido had yet to fully dissipate the power contained within Rock Strike, being relentlessly propelled backwards like a ragged sack. Boom! Until Kaido's compressed form violently crashed through a mountain, subsequently smashing into a second mountain, sending plumes of dust into the air, finally halting his retreat. Kaido was not alone. Charlotte Lingling, possessing comparable strength, was equally sent crashing through a mountain by the explosion of the dragon slash, before finally coming to a stop. Kaido Lingling, through the chasms created in the mountains. Rocks gazed at the two of them, his eyelids slightly lifting, disappointment etched across his face as he muttered, after decades apart, "You two have disappointed me greatly." The very fragments that led to the downfall of my Rocks pirates. Cough, cough, cough. Rocks. Just as Rock's voice echoed, a scaled arm suddenly emerged from the mountain that had been shattered by Kaido's fall, followed by Kaido's suppressed, furious roar erupting from the dust. "Don't be too arrogant. I've still got trump cards up my sleeve." Boom. The sound of his roar shattered the airwaves, dispersing the surrounding dust in an instant. Then, in his half-dragon form, Kaido, with a fierce countenance, burst into view. "Oh, you have trump cards." As Kaido's roar reverberated, Rocks, floating midair and still holding the upper hand against the two emperors, responded with enthusiasm. "This is truly something to look forward to. Ha ha ha. If that's the case, Kaido, I give you the chance to unveil your trump card." At this moment, Rocks, who had felt deep-seated dissatisfaction towards Kaido and Lingling's previously weak combat prowess, now had his eyes alight with excitement, eagerly addressing the menacing Kaido. "Come on, Kaido, let me see if your so-called trump card can indeed bring me some joy." Indeed, Kaido's so-called trump card had ignited Rock's excitement. Rest assured, Captain Rocks. The moment Rock's exhilarating words fell, Kaido, with a fierce expression, soared towards the direction where Charlotte Lingling had fallen, declaring, "I won't disappoint you." With a thud, the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground echoed, as Kaido appeared before Charlotte Lingling. "Lingling, let's strike together." Grasping Charlotte Lingling, Kaido twisted fiercely, bellowing at Rocks. "Rocks, prepare for our ultimate technique we've crafted just for you." Dominating the seas. With Kaido's roar, Charlotte Lingling, just lifted by him, summoned her incredible strength, fiercely swinging breaker towards Rocks, unleashing a formidable aura that dwarfed ordinary might. Simultaneously, standing beside Charlotte Lingling, Kaido channeled all his energy, including his armament and Conqueror's Haki, infusing his left arm as a weapon, and together they launched their combined assault towards Rocks, unleashing Kaido's ultimate technique, Wrath of the Three Worlds. Boom, boom, boom. As the two colossal powers of the Emperors combined their strength, unleashing their ultimate attack, the moment it shattered the air, all present witnessed the intertwining spiral shockwave formed by Charlotte Lingling's might and Kaido's Wrath of the Three Worlds. The moment the shockwave was formed, with a blend of black and red hues, it twisted and exploded, revealing its terrifying presence. Within a range of several kilometers in front, all obstacles, be it lush mountains or the boundless blue sea, were utterly obliterated, reduced to ashes upon its arrival. This was the ultimate technique, dominating the seas. Developed through the collaboration of Kaido and Charlotte Lingling, forged after their alliance in the land of Wano, in response to the threat posed by Rocks. Chapter 133, Unyielding. Truly, it is no wonder that the combined might of the four emperors, standing atop the countless pirates, possesses such overwhelming power. Witnessing the spiraling shockwave that obliterated half a mountain in an instant, even a proud warrior like Douglas Bullet could not help but exclaim in awe. "Even with my full strength and the use of the fusion fruit, I would be utterly annihilated upon contact." These two traitors, after plundering the majority of the Rocks pirates' amassed wealth, have spent 38 years since. Not merely Douglas Barrett, but the Golden Lion Shiki too, with a face full of emotion, murmured that the profound essence accumulated by the Rocks pirates had entirely transformed into his own formidable power. Clearly, even the Golden Lion Shiki felt that he was no match for the terrifying might unleashed by the combined efforts of the two. Indeed, faced with such a devastating spiral shockwave, even the Golden Lion felt a sense of inferiority. He even doubted that under the might of such a joint assault, even the man known as the world's strongest, Whitebeard, would struggle to contend. Ha! This is precisely it. This is the traitor that warrants my utmost effort to eliminate. Just as the Golden Lion and his crew beheld the terrifying might of the sea unleashed by Kaido and Charlotte Lingling, their faces stricken with shock, Rocks, poised in midair and on the verge of being struck by this overwhelming force, revealed a manic grin and exclaimed, "Kaido, Charlotte Lingling, prepare to meet your demise." Yes, confronted with such a brazen and unparalleled attack, Rocks felt not a shred of fear in his heart. Rather, his excitement surged. With a thunderous roar, the air erupted with sounds akin to popping beans. Hiss! Then, Rocks opened his mouth wide, drawing the searing airflow into his being. Boom, boom, boom. As the air surged within, Rock's heartbeat quickened dramatically. Subsequently, an unfathomable torrent of power coursed through his limbs, torso, and spine, from the coiled, sinewy muscles to the ribcage, which had become an impenetrable fortress under the strain of his fierce muscles. It spread and surged forth. In a mere instant, Rocks underwent a cataclysmic transformation. At that moment, as he fully activated every muscle in his body, the colossal force he had amassed was beyond his own comprehension. He could only perceive that everything before him had become extraordinarily fragile. It seemed that with a mere gesture, he could shatter all that lay in his sight. Then, a surge of hatred, a sudden eruption of wrath surged from the depths of Rock's heart. It was a fury towards the earth for lacking a grasp, and towards the heavens for lacking a tether, enabling him to unleash his full might without restraint. Cursing the heavens for their lack of support, cursing the earth for their absence of anchors. As the saying goes, at the pinnacle, all paths converge. In this moment, Rocks was truly like Li Yuanba, wielding his golden hammer in an invincible stance, ready to defy the heavens. Bang! Suddenly, following his harvest of immense negativity in Dressrosa, Rocks unleashed his first full-scale attack. Feeling the chill of the heights, a deafening crack pierced the air. Then, the overwhelming attack unleashed by Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. The Sea of Domination descended. What is the captain doing? In the moment that the Sea of Domination approached, the members of the Rocks pirates were left dumbfounded. They roared in disbelief, for in that instant, they clearly saw their captain, their strongest sovereign, their king. He stood motionless. It felt as though their king, Rocks D. Xebec, was bracing himself to withstand the joint assault of Kaido and Charlotte Linlin with his own body. Soon, they had no time to ponder, for in that moment, they distinctly observed the spiral shockwave unleashed by Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. It traversed limitless space, engulfing Rock's form with its terrifying might, completely submerging him. Yes, under full power. The lofty Rocks was truly prepared to endure this unparalleled sea of domination with his own body. Ha ha ha. To think he would dare to withstand the sea of domination unleashed by us with his own flesh. How audacious of you, Rocks. Watching Rocks float serenely in midair, even without making an offensive stance, merely allowing himself to be engulfed by the sea of domination launched by him and Charlotte Linlin, Kaido could hardly contain his wild laughter, declaring, "In that case, you arrogant fool, meet your demise." However, before Kaido could finish his maniacal laughter, it abruptly ceased, for in that moment, his fully unleashed observation haki clearly sensed that Rocks, beneath the engulfing sea of domination, was not being obliterated like a mountain under the overwhelming force. In fact, amidst the sea's terrifying might, this fellow's presence had grown even more potent. Chapter 134, The Extremity of Power. How is this possible? This was a supreme strike unleashed in conjunction with Kaido. Feeling the force erupting from within the sea of domination, akin to a river breaking its banks, Charlotte Linlin could hardly believe her senses, exclaiming in disbelief, "Even if you are Rocks, you cannot possibly withstand this without any defenses." She could not fathom it. But how could she not believe it? After all, this was an unparalleled strike she had unleashed alongside Kaido, one that even Garp, who once teamed up with Roger to defeat Rocks, could have easily dispatched. How could a human withstand such an assault, not only unscathed, but even becoming stronger? Yet, Charlotte Linlin had no time to contemplate, for in that instant, the air erupted around her, resonating like the beating of a drum. What is that? As Charlotte Linlin's pupils dilated, she beheld, within the area covered by the sea of domination, a figure dashing towards her and Kaido with a speed that demanded their attention, instilling terror. From a distance of 1,000 meters, a voice laden with unending killing intent roared, "If that is all the power you possess, you traitorous scoundrels, then just die already." Boom, boom, boom. The muffled explosions resonated, akin to the wrath of a thunderous deity, as the sound approached with a cataclysmic ferocity. As the roar echoed, it seemed to originate from thousands of meters away, yet in an instant, it was already within 10 meters. At this moment, the sky above darkened, gathering ominous clouds. Charged by the terrifying haki of Rocks and his companions, the fierce winds swept through the mountains of Wano, as a figure erupted forth, enveloped by the torrential rain, transforming into projectiles more potent than cannonballs. From afar, it resembled a god of rain descending, waves of rainfall crashing forth, an overwhelming display of might. Such terrifying power. Douglas Barrett, with his exceptional observation haki, perceived it clearer than anyone else. He distinctly observed his captain in the moment he leapt into the air, shattering the very sea of domination that had once instilled fear in him. The gale whipped at his garments, his dark hair billowing wildly, and within his brows flickered an utterly savage, killing intent. Yet, what astonished Douglas Barrett the most was that the captain, capable of conjuring such a tempestuous spectacle, bore not a trace of armed hockey. His devil fruit abilities had not been employed in the slightest. This meant that the overwhelming force he had just unleashed was purely a manifestation of raw power. Merely a manifestation of raw power, as rocks burst forth. The space beneath his feet shattered like fragile biscuits. Indeed, under the full force of his might, the mercilessly violent rocks unleashed an unparalleled display of ferocity, capable of shattering the very fabric of space itself, even without the application of hockey or his devil fruit powers. A true monstrosity. As the space beneath rocks erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, his adversaries, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, instinctively screamed in their hearts. This being is not human. This scoundrel is nothing less than a beast. At that moment, these two formidable entities, renowned for their monstrous strength, gazed in horrified astonishment at rocks. Pathetic fools. With only 10 meters separating them, their clothing was violently torn apart by his raging power, revealing Rock's grotesquely bulging muscles that far exceeded human limits. With each step he took, the very space beneath him crumbled, and he grinned wickedly, proclaiming, "Die for me." Boom. Fueled by boundless rage and an overwhelming physique, Rox unleashed a devastating strike. Wielding his massive blade, the heavy country, towards the two, delivering an unrelenting blow. There was no mercy, no superfluous words. If the storm obstructed him, he would smash through it, and if space impeded him, he would obliterate it. In that instant of arrival, a terrifyingly lethal intent surged forth, brazenly erupting without restraint. Swish! The blade sliced through the air like a dragon. In that fleeting moment, even without invoking Haki or utilizing his devil fruit abilities, the boundless energy surging within Rox empowered his strike. The very being who relished the thrill of self-destruction, who had braved assaults on Marine headquarters and the territories of the Four Emperors, suffering countless defeats yet still surviving, was Kaido, a figure believed to possess an immortal body, one that could never be slain. In that instant, a wave of terror surged within him. If he did not act, that strike would spell his doom. Yes, the one who reveled in self-destruction, Kaido, had finally glimpsed the specter of death approaching within his lifetime. Yet, as death loomed closer, Kaido felt no joy. Instead, he was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of dread. Chapter 135, The World's Most Notorious Criminal. Utilizing the Wano country's general, Korizumi Orochi, to annihilate the Kazuki clan, Kaido sought to seize the impenetrable, resource-rich Wano, known for its superior sea prism stone processing technology, as his stronghold. He appeared brutish, yet he was exceedingly shrewd, full of cunning schemes. This was evident not only from his plundering of Wano, but also from his dealings with Charlotte Linlin 38 years prior, sharply demonstrating his acumen. From this, it was clear that his so-called penchant for self-destruction was merely a facade to convince the world of his recklessness. Otherwise, had he truly desired to end his life, he could have consumed several devil fruits and long since perished. Thus, as the blade of pure violence cleaved through the air, both he and Charlotte Linlin faced the imminent danger. While Linlin displayed a fierce countenance, radiating battle intent, Kaido was engulfed by an infinite dread and fury. The fear stemmed from his unwillingness to meet his end, while the rage was directed at the Marines. Indeed, Kaido's knowledge of Rox, having recruited Whitebeard, who had once been frail and near death, now restored to his prime, emboldened him to confront Rox alongside Linlin. It was not arrogance that led him to believe their combined might could overcome the peak of Whitebeard and Rocks. Rather, it was the Marine strategic alliance with him, sealed through the transponder snail, that spurred this confrontation. The Marines. It was precisely this alliance that fueled Kaido's wrath. With Rocks on the verge of annihilating him, the Marines had yet to show any sign of intervention. You bastards. If you don't act soon, prepare to be utterly obliterated by that scoundrel Rocks. As Kaido bellowed in rage, the latter part of the Grand Line, in the New World, above Fishman Island, numerous ships flying both the Rocks Pirates and Whitebeard Pirates flags, led by the flagship Moby Dick, anchored in this location. This was none other than the Whitebeard Pirates, once the sovereigns of the New World, now returned to the Rocks Pirates fold. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. On the deck of the Moby Dick, the rejuvenated Whitebeard raised a massive bowl of sake, his face alight with joy as he drank deeply, flanked by his sons. Just as the sake coursed through him, a resounding crash echoed in his ears, akin to the roar of surging seawater. Suddenly, a fleet of Navy warships, embedded with sea prism stone, emerged from beneath the waves, led by a dog-headed battleship. Kulalalala. Kapu. Upon the emergence of the warships, Whitebeard's hearty laughter echoed from the Moby Dick. I didn't expect you to be leading the charge this time. However, as he spoke, Whitebeard cast aside his bowl, seizing the handle of his weapon, standing resolutely at the bow of the ship, directing a fierce gaze towards Monkey D. Garp aboard the dog-headed battleship, his voice booming with authority. Even if you are leading, the seas of the New World will not permit you to advance a single step. Ha! Newgate, I knew you would be here to block the way. Observing Whitebeard standing defiantly at the bow, Garp removed his dog-headed hat, grinning as he replied. But our Navy has sent more than just me. With that, Garp swung his iron fist, charging towards the Moby Dick. Clearly, while Whitebeard aimed to intercept Garp, the latter sought to entangle Whitebeard, preventing him from obstructing another Navy fleet. Simultaneously, on the Red Line, amidst the ruins of Mariewa, a fleet of Navy warships, also embedded with sea prism stone, surged through the remnants of Mariewa, racing towards the New World. Yet, just as they broke through the harbor, crackling thunder erupted from the previously clear skies, accompanied by torrential rain. At that moment, ships adorned with the Revolutionary Army flag thundered forth from the stormy seas. At the forefront of the fleet, standing resolutely at the bow, was a man radiating an aura surpassing even that of Shanks. Clad in a deep green coat, his left cheek marked with a red tribal tattoo, and his short black hair slicked back, he exuded a fierce demeanor, devoid of eyebrows. Upon his sudden appearance, he raised his head imperiously, addressing the Navy vessels. You are not welcome here. Turn back. Monkey D. Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, labeled as the world's most notorious criminal, commanded the Navy ships to retreat with an imposing presence that left Admiral Kazuru and Admiral Akainu momentarily stunned. You dare to obstruct the Navy's mission to eradicate pirates? Chapter 136, Kaido's Severed Leg. In disbelief, Kaido gazed upon the densely packed fleet of Revolutionary Army ships. Upon the flagship of the naval fleet, the eyes of Sakazuki were filled with incredulity. It is known that, despite the propaganda of the world government depicting the Revolutionary Army as a criminal organization more unforgivable than pirates, they have risen, fueled by the ideals of freedom, to overthrow numerous tyrannical nations that oppress the wealth and liberties of their citizens. In the face of pirates, who are equally notorious for their plundering and rampant slaughter, the Revolutionary Army proves to be even more fierce than the Navy. Consequently, when formulating a plan to aid Kaido and to rationally eliminate the Rocks pirates, the world government never considered the possibility of obstruction by the Revolutionary Army. For in their minds, how could an organization that harbors such hatred for pirates ever assist the Rocks pirates? Yet, unexpectedly, the Revolutionary Army not only extended their support to the Rocks pirates, but even sent forth their supreme commander, the notorious Monkey D. Dragon, the world's most formidable criminal. Words are futile. In response to Sakazuki's incredulous inquiries, Dragon exhibited no intention to reply. Instead, as the question lingered in the air, he cast a commanding gaze upon the opposing naval fleet and declared, "If you do not retreat, then let us commence battle." As the Revolutionary Army, led by Dragon, was on the brink of colliding fiercely with the naval fleet commanded by Sakazuki and Admiral Kazuru, a flicker of despair crossed the eyes of Kaido, known as one of the four emperors of the New World. For despite his fervent calls for the Navy to unite with him against the Rocks pirates, there was no sign of compliance. He felt deceived. In that instant, Kaido's heart was filled with the notion of betrayal. However, in the next moment, all thoughts vanished as the devastating blade of Rocks, infused with unparalleled ferocity, swung towards his neck. It was as if Rocks aimed to conclude the battle with a singular, decisive blow. In the midst of this impending doom, Kaido's sense of mortality intensified, and vivid images of his life began to flash before his eyes. Yes, under the brutal strike of Rocks, Kaido, who had just unleashed the wrath of the King of Hell, found himself in a fleeting moment of reflection. Gazing at the visions of his life, Kaido's crimson eyes erupted with a fury that seemed capable of igniting the vast ocean itself. Death drew near, and the long-sitting Emperor Kaido finally revealed the formidable spirit he had cultivated over decades. In that moment, all terror transformed into an explosion of rage. How could this be? With eyes ablaze, Kaido, his face twisted in a monstrous snarl, glared at the figure of Rocks, whose powerful physique resembled that of an ancient dragon, and roared with defiance. How could I possibly meet my end here in such humiliation? Boom! As his roar reverberated, a deafening explosion erupted, and Kaido's massive form, originally towering at 10 meters, was forcibly compressed to a mere 2 meters. With a sudden release of pent-up power, Kaido's body surged in size, and in an instant, the 2-meter Kaido was replaced by a colossal giant. Slicing through the air, Rock's blade approached without an ounce of hesitation, effortlessly cleaving through Kaido's scales, slicing through his resilient muscles, and shattering bones tougher than steel. Crack! As the blade struck, Kaido's right leg was severed, flesh separating and plummeting into the sea. Yes, at this critical juncture, Kaido, now several times larger, not only used his newfound size to shove Charlotte Linlin aside, escaping the path of Rock's blade, but also redirected the lethal strike aimed at his neck to his right leg. He sacrificed his leg to preserve his life. However, in that moment, Kaido had no time to lament the loss of his right leg. All his focus, all his murderous intent, was now fixated upon Rocks. Indeed, Kaido did not flee, but instead sought to retaliate with fervor. This was precisely the moment when Rocks, exhausted from his previous exertions and yet to regain his strength, found himself confronted by Kaido's wrath. Chapter 137, Unleashing Full Power. Linlin, risking her life, unleashed her full might. Witnessing the destructive blade of Rocks sever his leg, Kaido, with blood gushing from the wound, let out a furious roar, seizing the moment of Rock's vulnerability and declaring, "I shall end you." With a thunderous cry, the rejuvenated Kaido, now towering once more, channeled all his armed haki and the essence of his indomitable spirit into a singular, explosive strike. He clasped his hands into a hammer and, with all his might, brought them crashing down towards Rock's head. Boom! As his fists tore through the air, all present could see the very fabric of space fracturing beneath the force of Kaido's strike. In this climactic moment, the Emperor Kaido, driven by desperation and transcending his limits, shattered the boundaries of reality. But that was not the end. At the same moment Kaido launched his ferocious assault, Charlotte Linlin, having been momentarily displaced by Kaido's sudden expansion, unleashed her own formidable power, honed since she was but 5 years old. With the release of her terrifying haki, dark as ink and laced with traces of blood, it erupted from her spine like a dragon, spreading outward with ferocity. Astonishingly, as she fully unleashed her abilities, the innate haki of Charlotte Linlin underwent a transformation. Not merely armed haki, but her conqueror's haki manifested in the void, coalescing into a fearsome black-red brilliance. Buzz! Not only was her physical might unleashed, in that instant, the powers of her soul fruit surged forth as well. Accompanied by a translucent glow of spiritual energy, both Zeus, the thundercloud beneath her feet, and Prometheus, the sun above her, disintegrated in an instant. With the dissolution of her top-tier homies, the soul energy infused within them was absorbed back into Charlotte Linlin, channeling into the legendary blade, the Broken Emperor. Buzz! What was once merely a formidable sword, the Broken Emperor, now radiated an overwhelming sharpness after absorbing twice its worth of soul energy. The sensation was akin to a lifeless blade transforming into a legendary swordmaster's weapon. Rocks! Continuing. Charlotte Linlin, wielding the blade that emanates an endless array of sharp fluctuations, glared furiously in the direction of Rocks, bellowing with righteous indignation, "Die, you wretch." In the next instant, the blade of the Breaking Emperor cleaved through the air. Unlike her previous broad-range attacks, this strike, born from the might of Elbaf's strongest spear, was infused with concentrated power. At the moment of the cut, all of its formidable energy was ensnared within the razor's edge of the Breaking Emperor. This strike embodied the unity of spirit, energy, and will. Indeed, without any formal training, relying solely on her monstrous physical prowess, she instinctively grasped the essence of armament haki and conqueror's haki. Merely by observing as a child, she had absorbed the techniques of the Elbaf giant clan's supreme spear, the dominion of nations. Under the overwhelming terror of Rock's combat prowess, she finally learned to control her strength at the brink of life and death. Yet, alas, it was regrettably too late. Had she arrived in the pirate world earlier, or even after the conclusion of the Marineford War, Rocks would have surely fallen victim to the combined might of Charlotte Linlin, who had surpassed her limits and learned to control her power. However, the present-day Rocks was no longer the same. Much like Li Yuanba of the Tang dynasty, who was struck down by thunder despite his colossal might. Atop the pyramid of power forged by combat, a newly ascended Rocks could not be vanquished, even in a state of exhaustion after a single strike. 4. Apart from his peak combat prowess, Rocks possessed the abilities of a devil fruit and had yet to unleash his full mastery of haki. Boom. Crackle. In that moment, Kaido, with his massive fist descending, clearly observed a glimmering white halo suddenly manifest at the tip of Rock's blade. The moment the tremor from the tremor fruit erupted, It detonated with a resounding force, shattering the void before the blade. Although it was merely the shockwave generated by the tremor fruit's power, which did not even rend the fabric of space, it allowed Rock's descending blade to rebound with newfound force. Buzz! And just as the formidable blade, empowered by the rebound of the tremor fruit, swiftly returned, Haki, the dark golden hue of armament Haki, erupted from Rock's back. The instant the Haki spread forth, Rock's overwhelming aura surged like oil poured onto flames, advancing further beyond its zenith. Sensing the terrifying momentum of Rocks, akin to the relentless tides of the ocean, Kaido realized that the creature before him had not utilized his devil fruit abilities or armament Haki since the onset of their clash. This meant that, at this moment, Rocks was genuinely unleashing his full potential. Chapter 138, A Destructive Force, The Fall of the Four Emperors. Observing the moment of recoil, with the blade's edge adorned in dark golden armament Haki while entwined with a conqueror's Haki far mightier than his own, Kaido understood clearly. Facing a Rocks who had transcended the shackles of exhaustion through the power of the tremor fruit, even with Charlotte Lean's assistance, he could only meet defeat. Yet, witnessing the intense malevolence and murderous intent radiating from Rocks as he executed his strike, Kaido realized that communication was futile. All Rocks desired was his demise. Flash. As Kaido had anticipated, Rocks wielded the dominant blade, and under the influence of the tremor fruit's rebound, the blade, infused with an unstoppable aura, cleaved downwards towards Kaido's descending arms. At that instant, an indescribable flash of the blade illuminated Kaido's mind. Subsequently, the nerve fibers coursing through both of his arms snapped simultaneously. Pain surged like a lightning bolt, racing at a speed of 300,000 kilometers per second into Kaido's cerebral cortex. Yet, at this moment, Kaido could not afford to dwell on the agony of having his fingers severed, for at the same time, the blade that had severed the edge of Kaido's fist was drawing ever closer in his vision, enlarging with each passing moment. Though Kaido could distinctly see the dominant blade approaching, he found himself utterly incapable of evading it. Indeed, upon realizing the blade's imminent descent, its violent edge tore through his skull, hurtling towards the combined strike of Charlotte Lean's unified spirit, energy, and the breaking Emperor's blade. Clang! Before the awe-inspiring flash of the blade could dissipate from Kaido's mind, a clear and melodious sound of metal clashing erupted in his ears. Crash! Boom! In that instant, as the sound of clashing metal resonated, half of Kaido's head plummeted into the depths of the sea amidst the sonic explosion. At that moment, Kaido finally grasped that half of his head had already been severed by the edge of the dominant blade. Hiss! 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 The moment Kaido comprehended that his skull had been cleaved in two, blood erupted like a geyser from the neck artery, where only one eye and half of his nose remained. Yet, even with only half of his head, Kaido clung to life, his solitary eye drenched in his own blood, glaring expressionlessly at Rocks, who had cleaved through the majority of Charlotte Lean's breaking Emperor. Unwilling to accept his fate, he had calculated everything, only to be thwarted by the Navy's failure to arrive as promised. Otherwise, he would never have met his end in such a manner. His greatest regret lay in the fact that he could never have imagined that the man who had died 38 years ago, Rocks, would emerge victorious over death and return from the depths of hell on this very day. Had he known this would transpire, Kaido vowed that he would have confronted Rock's remnants, even if it meant being besieged by the remnants of Rock's pirate crew, ensuring that Rock's remains were ground to dust. Yet, Kaido had no time to ponder these thoughts. For just as the clash between the dominant blade and the breaking Emperor resonated with a thunderous clang, and half of his head descended into the sea, he clearly sensed that his life was drawing to a close. Death was imminent. In that instant, the once blazing fury in Kaido's blood-soaked eye rapidly diminished. And just as the light within his gaze flickered and faded, a desperate cry of indignation erupted from his shattered throat. "I will not accept this." However, his lamentation could do nothing to halt the waning of his life force. Indeed, at the very moment his anguished roar reverberated, his powerful heart ceased to beat. Thus, one of the four emperors who ruled the New World, known as the mightiest creature on land, sea, and air, Kaido, fell. Clang! Just as Kaido's anguished cry echoed into oblivion, the clash between the dominant blade and the breaking Emperor also yielded a victor. Although Rocks had executed this strike with the aid of the tremor fruit's rebound, and even during the collision with the breaking Emperor had confronted Kaido's most formidable attack, the maximal descent of the Three Kings, cleaving through Kaido's most resilient skull. The power contained within the dominant blade was no longer at its pinnacle. Yet, even in this diminished state, Rocks surpassed Charlotte Lean's capabilities. Thus, Despite both the dominant blade and the Breaking Emperor being supreme creations of unparalleled craftsmanship, the Breaking Emperor, bolstered by Charlotte Lean's mixed fruit abilities, had subtly transcended the realm of supreme craftsmanship. Under the violent clash of the dominant blade, the world was ruthlessly cleaved asunder, leaving no room for resistance. Following Kaido, the world's strongest woman, Charlotte Lean, was vanquished. Chapter 139, The Fall of Charlotte Lean. In that moment of despair, as the fabric of the empire shattered, a glimmer of hopelessness flickered in Charlotte Lean's eyes. To be precise, it was the sight of the iron-faced Rocks, resolutely wielding his blade. His focus unwavering as he concentrated all his spirit into the dominant blade, preparing to strike her down. At that moment, Charlotte Lean understood all too well that even as one of the four emperors, should she bow in submission, he would never accept her fealty. He sought to bring about her demise. Yet, Charlotte Lean had no time to ponder, for at that instant, the blade that had slain Kaido, devoid of any bloodstains, descended upon her with relentless force, inch by inch, as if time itself had slowed. Death. Under the overwhelming violence of the blade, the flesh of her cheeks contorted as the fierce wind generated by the slicing edge enveloped her. Just like Kaido, she sensed the imminent approach of death. It was within arm's reach, yet she was powerless to avert it. With a swift, slicing sound, the blade drew near. Charlotte Lean, endowed with extraordinary talent, even in a state of relaxation, possessed a resilience surpassing that of the finest steel. When she exerted herself, her body, imbued with the armament haki, became as hard as sea prism stone. Yet, under the terrifying edge of the blade, it was as if she could not even offer resistance. It tore through her flesh with unyielding ferocity, severing muscle and fascia. Ultimately, even the hardest enamel-coated teeth were effortlessly split in two beneath the blade's relentless assault. If even her most resilient teeth succumbed so easily, one can only imagine the fate of her skull, which shielded her brain. In an instant, the blade passed through, utterly shattering her defenses. With a swift motion, the blade emerged, cleaving Charlotte Lean's body asunder. The sharpness of the blade, now unimpeded, soared into the sky, slicing through clouds and vanishing into the vast expanse. Captain Rocks, in the final moments of her life, as the fire of existence within her eyes flickered perilously close to extinction, Charlotte Lean gazed upon the wild-haired, tempestuous Rocks, and with a voice barely above a whisper, she murmured, "You truly are formidable, but why, someone as powerful as you?" In that moment, with the flame of life almost extinguished, she roared in anger at Rocks, "I am Charlotte Lean, your perfect partner." For, as Rocks glanced at her, the flickering flame of life akin to a candle in the wind, he slowly replied, "You are too ugly." At that instant, crimson blood gushed forth from the wound inflicted by the dominant blade, resembling a spring bursting forth. Overwhelmed by a mix of humiliation and rage, Charlotte Lean could no longer maintain the integrity of her form. She, Charlotte Lean, the traitor of the Rocks pirates and the world's strongest woman, had fallen. With a resounding crack, her body split in two, cascading downwards from the gash created by Rocks' blade, falling like a stone into the sea. The weight of her form, upon plunging into the depths, attracted a frenzy of carnivorous fish, drawn by the scent of blood, as they ravenously rushed forth, viciously gnashing their teeth upon the remains of the four emperor. In less than a heartbeat, the once mighty figures that had instilled fear across the new world were consumed entirely by the depths. Dead. Mother, Kaido, is dead. How could this be? Mother, Kaido, was so powerful. How could she perish so easily? As the remains of Kaido and Charlotte Lean were torn apart by the swarm of fish, a chorus of incredulous, savage howls erupted from the remnants of the Beast Pirates and Big Mom Pirates. They could scarcely believe that their strongest captain and their most formidable mother had met such a brutal end before their eyes, without having struck a single blow. Unbelievable. Yet you must accept the truth. As they howled in disbelief, a thunderous voice echoed through the air, "The traitor of the Rocks pirates has been slain by me, the captain of the Rocks pirates." Thus, as the golden lion Shiki, enveloped in grandeur, descended upon the remnants of the two great four-emperor crews, he sneered down at them, "You wretches, will you abandon all dignity and flee with your tails between your legs? Or will you muster your last ounce of courage for a glorious battle? Come." At this moment, the oppressive atmosphere within Wano country was thick with a sense of unending dread. As the saying goes, a bear leads a pack of bears. The formidable Rocks commanded a cadre of battle-hungry lunatics. Therefore, despite Kaido and Charlotte Lean meeting their tragic fates at the hands of Rocks, the remnants of the Rocks pirates were far from satisfied. In fact, they felt increasingly suffocated. For the conquest of Wano by the Rocks pirates meant the war had come to an end, and with it, the bloodshed they had so eagerly anticipated since the destruction of Mariawa had been abruptly halted. How could this be allowed? How could they permit the war to conclude before their thirst for battle was quenched? Indeed, the reason the Golden Lion spoke as he did was to ignite the fighting spirit of the remnants of the two Four-Emperor crews, to ensure they would engage in a fierce and satisfying clash. As a legendary pirate, the Golden Lion Shiki undoubtedly understood how to provoke these lowly pirates into battle. You bastards! You scoundrels! Just as Shiki had hoped, the moment his words landed, the last remaining figure of the Kaido pirates, Queen, snarled defiantly at Shiki in the sky. You, who have instigated war for 20 years, have no right to dictate to the beast pirates. The honor of the Big Mom pirates shall not be desecrated. Not only Queen, but at that moment, Charlotte Katakuri of the Big Mom pirates, with a face full of rage, raised his head and declared, "Even facing the crew that defeated Mother, I shall not flee. So, your choice is to fight us." As Katakuri's words fell, the voice of Douglas Bullet thundered from the ship of the Golden Lion. "Ha! If that's the case, let us engage in a glorious battle, Captain." As he spoke, the fervor of battle ignited within Douglas Barrett, who swiftly turned to address the exhilarated Rocks. Seated upon his golden throne at the ship's bow after the slaying of Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, his subordinate implored the captain to refrain from intervening in this clash. No response was given, as Rocks returned to his throne, appearing almost as if he had succumbed to slumber. His eyes narrowed, silent and contemplative. However, a fierce, savage madness flickered across Douglas Barrett's visage. The absence of Rock's dissent was perceived by all as tacit approval. "Ha! Esteemed comrades!" Amid his raucous laughter, Douglas Barrett abruptly whirled around, his countenance twisted in a grotesque snarl, and roared towards Queen and his crew, urging them to join him in a glorious massacre. Boom! As the roar reverberated, Douglas Barrett, still reeling from his recent injuries sustained in his encounter with Kaido, erupted towards the ranks of Charlotte Kakuri's crew with maniacal laughter. Thus commenced the most ferocious bloodbath between the Rocks pirates and the Beast pirates alongside Big Mom pirates. At that very moment, amidst the chaos of Wano, a pirate adorned with the emblem of the Beast pirates, his face a mask of horror, broke away from the fray. Moments later, in the midst of the Grand Line, days had passed, yet the acrid smoke lingered in the air of Marine Headquarters, Marine Ford, within the office of Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Brew. While seated at his desk, managing documents and conversing with Admiral Steelbone Akainu, Sengoku was startled by the sudden ringing of a transponder snail nestled in his bosom. After signaling Steelbone Akainu, Sengoku answered the call, announcing, "This is Sengoku." As soon as his voice resonated, a trembling voice, desperately trying to suppress its fear, came through the receiver, revealing the catastrophic news. In the absence of Navy reinforcements, the captain of the Beast pirates, the Emperor Kaido, had been decapitated by Rocks during their confrontation, meeting his demise. Simultaneously, the other emperor, Charlotte Linlin of the Big Mom pirates, had also been cleaved in twain by Rocks during the battle, resulting in her utter annihilation. "What did you say?" "Both Kaido and Charlotte Linlin are dead." Shocked, Sengoku's previously tranquil gaze erupted with disbelief. How could this be possible? Even if Garp was hindered by Whitebeard, how could Akainu and Borisolino not have arrived? The deaths of these two notorious figures, regarded as the sovereigns of the New World, would typically be regarded as a monumental victory for the Navy. However, the pressing concern now lay in the fact that the world government was currently allied with these two formidable pirates to eliminate Rocks. Where had the failure occurred? Yet, Sengoku had no time to ponder further, for at that moment, the voice of the intelligence officer crackled through the transponder snail, filled with terror. "Admiral, throughout the entire ordeal, I did not witness any Navy forces arriving, and more importantly, they were not alone when they fell to Rocks. They were overwhelmed in collaboration, swiftly dispatched by Rocks' overwhelming ferocity. This monster, Rocks, has grown even stronger." Chapter 141. The spread of news and reactions from all sides. "What did you say?" Upon hearing this, Sengoku, who had been contemplating the delayed arrival of Navy reinforcements in Wano, abruptly shifted his focus. Kaido and Big Mom were slain in a combined state by Rocks in an instant. How could this be conceivable? It must be noted that even if I were to ally with Kaido, bolstered by two admirals, we could not achieve such a feat. Yet, Sengoku's inquiries would remain unanswered. For just as his incredulous exclamations escaped his lips, a frenzied roar erupted from the transponder snail. "Queen, Katakuri, unleash your full fury upon me." Boom, boom, boom. As that violent roar resounded, a sound akin to stone colliding echoed through the receiver, followed by the dying screams of the intelligence officer. Clearly, in that very instant, the spy Sengoku had placed in Wano had met a gruesome fate amidst the aftermath of the battle. Crack. Listening to the officer's agonizing cries, Sengoku could scarcely restrain his seething anger as he growled in fury, "You scoundrel!" Just then, the composed voice of Steelbone Akainu resonated in Sengoku's ears. "We no longer have the luxury of outrage. If the intelligence relayed is accurate." At this juncture, Steelbone Akainu stood before Sengoku, his expression grave. "Then what we face next is a terrifying monstrosity capable of instantaneously slaying 2 emperors and continuing to grow in strength." Buzz. The moment Steelbone Akainu's words fell, a resonant hum erupted before them. In a flash of golden light, the Buddha form of Sengoku, embodying absolute reason and supreme wisdom, appeared before Steelbone Akainu. "No, Admiral." The Buddha Sengoku, with his eyes of unerring clarity, gazed into Steelbone Akainu's steadfast eyes, speaking slowly. "What we confront is not merely the monstrous rocks, but also the tide of countless pirates who will undoubtedly flock to him, emboldened by his miraculous resurrection and the power he has displayed in vanquishing 2 emperors. The monstrous individual combat prowess, coupled with the terrifying force sweeping across the seas." At this point, Sengoku, his visage aglow with wisdom, articulated, "This is the reality we must face. The Rocks Pirates. I propose." As Sengoku's words settled, Vice Admiral Tsuru, seated to the side, gradually lifted her head to address Sengoku and Akainu. "We must immediately summon Garp and Akainu back. After Rocks has eliminated the 2 emperors, we must advance towards his flagship in Wano." This was undoubtedly a path to doom. Simultaneously, as Tsuru concluded her statement, Sengoku interjected, inquiring why Garp and Akainu had failed to arrive in Wano as promised. "I do not wish for an unknown threat to loom beside us as we engage in a decisive battle with Rocks and his crew. I will instruct the intelligence department to ascertain the adversaries Garp has encountered." As Sengoku's words resonated, Tsuru nodded and continued, "Lastly, we must inform the 5 elders of Rock's instantaneous slaying of the 2 emperors. I suspect." Listening to this, Sengoku, in his Buddha form, possessing absolute rationality, murmured, "They are already aware." Indeed, as Fleet Admiral Sengoku managed to place spies in Wano, the world government, with its own dedicated intelligence apparatus, undoubtedly surpassed Sengoku in this regard. Even as Sengoku had just learned of the battle's outcome in Wano, the 5 elders had already received news of Rock's instantaneous execution of the 2 emperors. The fact that he could eliminate 2 emperors, even while they were allied, truly attests to Rock's burgeoning strength. Grasping the sword onigiri at his waist, one of the 5 elders murmured, "I wonder if my blade can stand against his lethal edge." "Do not entertain such thoughts." As his words fell, a robust figure with golden hair, one of the 4 emperors, took a puff of his cigar and remarked, to instantaneously dispatch 2 figures of emperor caliber, "You are not his match at all. Furthermore, what angers me the most is not Rocks." At this juncture, before the former could utter a word, the 5 elders, with a countenance shrouded in gloom, spoke forth, "But rather that scoundrel of a son, Garp. Humph. How dare he obstruct us during our eradication of pirates within the world government?" Upon hearing this, the third of the 5 elders snorted coldly, indicating that there was no longer any need to spare the so-called revolutionary army, which sought to cleanse the disobedient royal families. If that is the case, then following Lord Im's annihilation of that audacious pirate Rocks, we shall command the navy to completely eradicate the so-called revolutionary army. The fourth of the 5 elders, a sinister smile gracing his lips, remarked, "I am quite curious to see the expression on that obstinate Garp, who refuses to ascend to the rank of admiral and obey the orders of our world government, when he is commanded to eliminate his own flesh and blood." Chapter 142, The Eve of the Final Battle. The 5 elders engaged in fervent discussion regarding the matter of Rocks having dispatched 2 of the 4 emperors. Yet as the topic deepened, their discourse ultimately shifted from the eradication of the Rocks pirates to the post-war extermination of the revolutionary army. They maliciously resolved that the heroic Garp of the navy should lead the charge against his very own son. It was evident that, in the eyes of the 5 elders, despite Rocks possessing the capability to instantly vanquish 2 of the 4 emperors, he was by no means a match for the celestial dragon kingdom. BRR. Just as the 5 elders deliberated the specifics of the revolutionary army's eradication post the destruction of the Rocks pirates, a melodious sound from a den mushi resonated atop the desk of the world government's temporary resolution office. Observing the den mushi, which bore a striking resemblance to Sengoku, the 5 elder with golden hair remarked with a smirk, It seems our fleet admiral has already received word of Rocks dispatching 2 of the 4 emperors. As he stated, although Sengoku was acutely aware that the 5 elders, who wielded control over the CP agents, had likely acquired all intelligence regarding Wano prior to him, he still felt it necessary to relay the information they already possessed. Moreover, and of utmost importance, Sengoku, in his Buddha form, understood that to achieve victory against Rocks, the 5 elders, who had governed the world government for 8 centuries and possessed the supreme ancient weapon Uranus, alongside the celestial dragon King M, must partake in the battle. Sengoku was indeed correct. In a mere few months since his resurrection, Rocks Xebec had grown to such formidable heights, and he continued to evolve, becoming a significant impediment to the world government's dominion. Furthermore, as the golden-haired elder concluded his statement, the elder with a voluminous white beard interjected. Based on Rock's trajectory following his resurrection, having slain Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, he will inevitably declare war against the world government before long. Though reluctant to admit it, that mad dog, devoid of reason and recklessly slaughtering in disregard for rules since his resurrection, will undoubtedly wage war upon us. The elder, with the first-generation sword Kichiki inserted into his waist, surveyed the room before snorting, and if that is the case, the authority of our world government, already diminished due to the destruction of Mariehua, will surely further erode. Bang! Our ancestors, who forged the world government through trials and tribulations. The elder with a mustache emphatically thumped his cane, declaring, its dignity must not be allowed to wane under our watch. If we wish to resolve this matter, it is quite simple. No sooner had he spoken than the elder with long white hair and an extensive beard began. As long as we declare war on that scoundrel Rocks before he does, and then ruthlessly eliminate him, all will be well. This notion, akin to shooting a suicide before they can take their own life, garnered unanimous approval from the assembled elders. After all, it is one matter for the world government, which has held dominion for 8 centuries, to be openly challenged by a mere pirate. It is entirely another for the world government, which bears the burden of maintaining order and justice in the world, to publicly announce the extermination of pirates. Thus, the 5 elders resolved to declare their intent to exterminate the Rocks pirates to the world before the latter could declare war on the world government. At that precise moment, M, seated upon the elevated throne before the 5 elders, began to speak slowly. Then let it be known that the world government shall, on the morrow, annihilate the entire Rocks pirates crew at Mariehua. As M's words resonated, the world government, the formidable entity that had governed the pirate world for 8 centuries, albeit somewhat weakened during the era of great pirates, yet still the mightiest force of violence in the entire world, sprang into action with unrelenting fervor. Half an hour later, led by the world government's own newspaper and supported by Morgans, president of the World News Agency, nearly all news media outlets across the globe hastily published the headline announcing the world government's intent to eradicate the Rocks pirates. An hour later, within the nations allied with the world government, this information spread like wildfire, cascading through the populace with the rapidity of a viral outbreak. By the following day, even those not residing in the world government's allied nations were aware that the world government intended to confront the Rocks pirates, the formidable dominators of the New World who had recently vanquished 2 of the 4 emperors, thus preparing for the ultimate showdown. The seas were utterly ablaze with fervor. Chapter 143, The Monster. In the latter half of the Grand Line, in the New World, an unknown sea area, under a clear blue sky, the rare and ominous weather of the New World, which could be likened to a harbinger of doom in the eyes of the common folk, had dissipated, revealing a scene of tranquility bathed in gentle sunlight. Beneath the warm rays, the Red Force, adorned with the flag of the red-haired pirates, lay quietly anchored upon the sea. On the serene deck, Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, reclined as though on vacation, donned in beach attire, exuding an air of relaxed contentment as he lounged upon a beach chair. Surrounding him, the officers of the red-haired pirates mirrored his demeanor. Seemingly untouched by the impending great conflict, they indulged in drinks or engaged in jovial banter, savoring the rare gentleness and calm of the New World. At that moment, a sound akin to flapping wings echoed in their ears. Turning their gaze, the crew of the red-haired pirates beheld a seabird, adorned with a mail pouch around its neck and a postal hat atop its head, gracefully descending onto the railing of the Red Force, tilting its head in curiosity at the group of languid bipeds. With a clatter, as the seabird landed, Beckman, the first mate of the red-haired pirates, adorned in similarly styled beach shorts, lifted a hand to deposit a 100 belly note into the collection box attached to the mail pouch. Caw, caw. As the coin hit the box, The seabird let out a triumphant call before lowering its head to deliver the newspaper from within the pouch into Beckman's hands. Huh. Did we not just receive a newspaper yesterday? The taciturn Lakeu, gnawing on a chunk of meat, leaned over, observing the newspaper in Beckman's grasp with curiosity, questioning how there could be more breaking news. Yet, before he could articulate his thoughts further, his words faltered. For in that fleeting moment, he distinctly saw the bold headline emblazoned across the newspaper's cover. The declaration from the world government regarding the Rocks pirates. Hiss! What on earth is happening? Rikilu, upon glimpsing the headline, gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, the world government is actually declaring war on a pirate crew. Is this some sort of jest, Rikilu? Just as Rikilu's exclamation faded, the curious voice of Jesus Burgess followed. That bunch from the world government has already issued a bounty. Under such circumstances, how could they possibly declare war on the Rocks pirates? One cannot assert such absolutes. With Jesus Burgess's words still lingering in the air, red-haired Shanks, who had opened his eyes and risen at Rikilu's startled cry, approached the group and spoke. If, after conquering Dressrosa, the Rocks pirates were to decisively defeat both the Beast pirates and Big Mom pirates, then to preemptively avoid a declaration of war by the Rocks pirates, it would not be out of the realm of possibility for the world government to declare war on them first. Continuing, Shanks took the newspaper from Beckman, flipping through its pages as he remarked, after all, what the world government values most is the maintenance of its own authority. TSK. To prevent the Rocks pirates from declaring war, the world government would take the initiative and declare war on them first. Just as Shanks finished speaking, the languid voice of Jesus Burgess resonated. Captain, that sounds utterly implausible. What is implausible about it? Before Shanks could respond, Beckman interjected to clarify. You must understand. It is within the purview of the world government, which prides itself on maintaining world peace, to declare war on pirates. However, being declared war upon by pirates is an entirely different matter. Yet, Captain, I cannot agree with your assertion that the Rocks pirates could eliminate both the Beast pirates and the Big Mom pirates. With that, Beckman turned to Shanks, stating, after all, even if the Rocks pirates possess such power, the territories of Kaido and Charlotte Linlin are separated by vast distances. Given the time since they departed Dressrosa, it would be quite a challenge to eradicate a Yonko crew, to avoid being overpowered by the Rocks pirates in a moment of vulnerability. Charlotte Linlin took her crew to Wano after the Rocks declared war. Before Beckman could finish, Shanks's voice rang out with astonishment. Moreover, the newspaper clearly states that even in an alliance, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin were swiftly defeated by Rocks. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin defeated in an instant despite their alliance? As Shanks's words echoed, the members of the red-haired pirates could not contain their exclamations. Shanks, you must be joking. If Rocks possesses such strength, why did he not display it during the Marineford War? Shock enveloped the crew, their eyes wide with disbelief. Being officers of a Yonko crew, they understood all too well the formidable might required to be deemed a Yonko. And now, 2 Yonko had been vanquished in an instant. This was simply absurd. For, according to Rox's domineering nature, had he possessed the ability to instantly slay 2 Yonko during the Marineford War, he would undoubtedly have seized the opportunity. As the crew expressed their incredulity, Beckman's heavy voice slowly emerged. This implies that Rocks has significantly enhanced his combat prowess since the Marineford War. Such a monstrous rate of improvement. Is Rocks truly human? Chapter 144. The Challenge, Departure of the Rocks Pirates. After 38 years of presumed death, Rocks has indeed returned as a monster. Rikilu, fiercely gnawing on a piece of beast meat, pointed to the newspaper resting beside Shanks and said, what intrigues me is how the world government is so certain that Rocks will oblige them in a decisive battle. Considering the current pace of Rox's power augmentation, it seems that given another year and a half, he could single-handedly topple the world government. Rikilu's expression shifted to one of peculiar contemplation as he continued. Why does the world government believe that a Rocks, who would possess overwhelming strength after a mere year and a half, would choose to engage in a risky battle upon their invitation? This perplexity was the crux of Rikilu's thoughts. While the average individual might fear conflict, Rikilu's words hung in the air, and Shanks, leaning against the railing and feeling the sea breeze, smirked and mused aloud. But how could a proud man like Rocks possibly shy away from battle due to perceived risks? Based on Rox's behavioral patterns, once he receives word of the world government's declaration of war, as Shanks's words trailed off, Beckman's voice interjected, he would gladly accept the challenge. Even if the battleground is chosen by the world government, and he is fully aware of the inherent risks. So Shanks. Beckman stepped closer to Shanks, gazing into his eyes as he spoke earnestly. In the upcoming war between the world government and the Rocks pirates, which side should our red-haired pirates support? As members of a Yonko-level pirate crew, the members of the red-haired pirates were not naive. They understood that this final confrontation, in which even the world government, having ruled the world for 8 centuries, is now involved, would undoubtedly be a cataclysmic conflict, regardless of who ultimately triumphs. The outcome would irrevocably alter the world's balance of power. At that moment, any third-party forces that have not participated in the battle would inevitably face the reckoning of the victors. Thus, as Beckman's words resonated, all eyes turned to their captain. They understood that the time had come for the red-haired pirates to choose their allegiance in the impending clash. Meanwhile, in the latter half of the Grand Line, within the territory of Wano, Rocks sat majestically within the general's manor. Before him, Kurizumi Orochi, transformed into the 8-headed serpent, lay like a lifeless snake, blood gushing and retreating under the relentless assault of Douglas Bullet. In just 1 minute of engagement, the self-proclaimed strongest in Wano became a mere carcass. Bah! I expected the so-called strongest in Wano to be formidable, Douglas Bullet grumbled, gazing at the mangled remains on the ground. Who would have guessed that the one who consumed the rare mythical Zoan fruit would be weaker than even the officers of the beast pirates? Negative value, 10,000. Negative value, 10,000. Negative value, 5,000. Just as Douglas Bullet expressed his dissatisfaction, a cacophony of system notifications suddenly echoed in Rox's ears. Clop, clop, clop. In the next moment, urgent footsteps resounded. Afterward, the notorious Usarukaman app, known by the Navy as the embodiment of the most wicked era, rushed forward with an exuberant expression and proclaimed towards Captain Rocks, Captain Rocks, I have just received news that the world government has unilaterally announced to the world their intention to completely annihilate our Rocks pirates in 3 days at Marineford. Before App could finish his words, he fell silent, for at that very moment, Douglas Barrett, who had effortlessly obliterated the Wano country's general, Kurizumi Orochi, appeared behind him, filled with an electrifying fervor, as if invigorated by a potent elixir. What did you say? Douglas Barrett's voice, brimming with excitement and murderous intent, erupted in his ear. That bunch of spineless fools in the world government dares to declare our Rocks pirates total extermination. Captain, this affront to the dignity of the Rocks pirates cannot be tolerated. Without waiting for App to respond, Douglas Barrett, his rage palpable, roared towards Rocks. We absolutely cannot allow this. Enough. As soon as Douglas Barrett's words fell, the thundering voice of Guild Tesoro reverberated. Douglas Barrett, do not impose your will upon the captain's decisions. If that fool did not satisfy you, then allow me to be your opponent. Ever since his beloved woman was resurrected by Rocks, Guild Tesoro had completely submitted to him. At this moment, Tesoro perceived Barrett's words not as a defense of the Rocks pirate's honor, but rather as an expression of his unquenched thirst for bloodshed. Otherwise, seeing the captain's remarkable progress, he would not utter such things. Ha 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 ha. What are you two bickering about? Just as Guild Tesoro and Douglas Barrett were locked in a heated stare, the boisterous laughter of the golden lion Shiki echoed through the air. Standing between the two, Shiki turned towards Rocks and stated, how to respond to the world government's provocation is naturally a matter for the captain to decide. I believe. Observing the increasingly sharp gaze of Rocks, Shiki smiled wider. Captain, you have already formed a resolution, haven't you? Ha 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 ha. The enemy's declaration of war has been delivered to our doorstep. How could we not fight? I am eager to see what hidden cards the Navy possesses that grants them the audacity to declare war on the Rocks pirates. As Shiki's words echoed, Rocks, his eyes ablaze with fierce determination, rose abruptly, spreading his arms wide in a gesture of embracing the world, and bellowed, relay my orders. Assemble the crew, set sail. And our destination is Marineford. Chapter 145, The Rocks Pirates Arrive. At the moment Rocks issued his commanding decree, the members of the Rocks pirates erupted into exuberant roars, as if invigorated by a potent stimulant. It was not only the battle-hungry Douglas Barrett who was stirred. Even Guild Tesoro, who had just attempted to intervene, now exhibited a fervent gleam in his eyes. Clearly, Tesoro's objections were solely aimed at Barrett's attempt to interfere with the captain's decisions. CC Captain Rocks. The fervor of the Rocks pirates reached a fever pitch, while over at the World News Agency, President Morgans was in a state of panic. I did not quite catch that. The reason was simple. Mere moments after Rocks declared his intent to attack Marineford, he contacted Morgans to announce his decision to engage in battle and provided him with the specific time of arrival. Stunned, upon hearing Rocks' request, Morgans felt as though he had been struck with a blunt force, completely bewildered. Boss, are you testing me to see if I'm a spy for the Navy? It must be that. Within Morgan's mind, he believed Rocks' command was a test of his loyalty. For who would disclose the specific time of an impending assault to their adversary? However, it was evident that Morgans had misjudged the situation. The sole purpose of Rock's actions was to reap a harvest of negative sentiments. Thus, as Morgans trembled in his response, Rocks, uninterested in his self-pity, interjected. If you do not comply with my orders, the Rocks pirates will annihilate the World News Agency before clashing with the Navy. In this manner, the specific time and coordinates of the Rocks pirates' impending assault on Marineford were publicly declared by the captain himself, to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. Morgans emphasized this development prominently in the newspaper's opening. He boldly announced the time and location of the impending attack on Marineford, glaring at the newspaper. His waist adorned with the original blade, the ominous figure of the man seethed with fury, arrogance. This Rocks is utterly too presumptuous. Clearly, in the eyes of this audacious pirate, the world government was nothing more than a flimsy entity. As his words fell, the 5 elders, sporting scars atop their heads, slammed their canes down with indignation. Their expressions darkened as they murmured, precisely because of this, we must ensure that arrogant fool understands who truly rules this world. Just as the 5 elders seethed with anger over Rock's brazen announcement of his assault, the pirates sailing the Grand Line erupted in fervor. They could hardly believe that Rocks was audacious enough to reveal the specifics of his attack. It should be noted that even over a month prior, when the man known as the world's strongest, Whitebeard, led his crew to rescue Ace, he had concealed his intentions. However, it was precisely because of Rock's bold actions that pirates who were previously hesitant flocked to join the Rocks pirates. In their eyes, having effortlessly dispatched 2 of the Yonko, Rock's behavior was a demonstration of extreme confidence in his combat prowess. Furthermore, the world government had not responded promptly, and rumors circulated that they had even taken action against the warlords of the sea they had personally appointed. Under these circumstances, many pirates, hoping to bask in the glory after the Rocks pirates' triumph over the world government, gathered near Xebec archipelago, ready to join as soon as the Rocks pirates emerged from the New World. The simultaneous actions of these pirates were, of course, reported to Fleet Admiral Sengoku, who sat at his desk, contemplating the situation. Whether they were newly prominent pirates from the first half of the Grand Line or long-established figures from the New World, they all congregated at Xebec archipelago, eager to join the Rocks pirates upon their arrival. As Sengoku examined the intelligence on his desk, he murmured solemnly, "Rocks, is this the true purpose behind your public declaration of the time and location of your attack on Marineford?" Tap, tap, tap. Just as Sengoku pondered the implications of the reports from the stationed troops at Xebec archipelago, the sound of hurried footsteps suddenly echoed in his ears. "Admiral." In the next instant, a flustered and disheveled Navy lieutenant appeared at the doorway. In that fleeting moment, he was so preoccupied that he barely had time to salute Sengoku, urgently proclaiming, "Just now, intelligence from the Xebec archipelago has arrived. A pirate ship flying the flag of the Rocks pirates has emerged from both the Red Line Sea exit and the waters above Fishman Island. The Rocks pirates have arrived." Chapter 146, The World's Controller. Beep. As the words of the Navy colonel echoed, the piercing wail of police sirens resonated loudly from the heights of Marineford. Clearly, before Sengoku could receive the intelligence, the CP agents, serving the world government's 5 elders, had already acquired news of the Rocks pirates' arrival at the Xebec archipelago. Upon receiving such news, the 5 elders, who oversee the Navy headquarters, promptly issued a command to mobilize forces. Listening to the incessant blaring of sirens, Sengoku, seated in his office, rose slowly and murmured towards the direction of the Xebec archipelago. At last, the decisive battle has come. According to the publicly released intelligence from Captain Rocks, at 9 o'clock in the morning, in the Navy's Grand Conference Room, the Navy headquarters leaders, led by Sengoku, the elite soldiers commanded by Admiral Steelbone, and the distinguished members of the world government, gathered together. Vice Admiral Teru stood before the assembly, her expression grave as she articulated, "At 3 o'clock this afternoon, they will launch a frontal assault from the self-destructing Justice Gate." After all, Rocks is a pirate, Vice Admiral Akainu, with a cigar in his mouth, interjected, casting a glance at Tsuru. "Thus, we cannot fully trust his statements. Of course, our intelligence agency is well aware of such considerations." Tsuru nodded in agreement. "Therefore, in addition to preparing our response forces based on Rock's disclosed information, the elite combatants of the world government have also been strategically positioned around Marineford under the 5 elders' directives." However, at this juncture, Teru turned her gaze towards the 5 elders, stating, "According to the information received from the Xebec archipelago, while the strength amassed by the Rocks pirates remains within our expected parameters, the individual combat prowess possessed by Rocks far exceeds our capacity to counter. This is the matter of greatest concern to me, as individual strength can decisively influence the course of war in the world of pirates. With the ability to eliminate 2 Yonko-level powers in an instant, Rocks undoubtedly poses a nuclear-level threat. And as the world government's foremost visible strength, the hero Garp can no longer withstand Rock's ultimate violence. All you need to analyze is how to deploy our forces to permanently annihilate the pirates attacking Marineford. Before Tesoro could finish, the 5 elders interrupted. As for Rocks, we shall deal with him ourselves. In light of this, Tesoro closed the documents in her hands, turned to the gathered assembly, and spoke slowly. Thus, the only issue at hand is to shatter the warships dispatched by the world government and, after a fierce battle lasting several days, retreat alongside the former warlord of the sea, Mihawk, the world's strongest swordsman. Moreover, we must invoke the beast bait secret technique to unleash the primal instincts of all sea kings within the Amazon Lily's winds, currently surrounded by countless ferocious sea kings guarding their territory. Additionally, we have yet to completely capture Buggy, who became a warlord of the sea after offering up a bounty of 1 billion berries. Now, the time of Rock's proclaimed assault is nearly upon us. Before Tesoro could conclude, one of the 5 elders, radiating a murderous aura while wielding the first-generation sword, slowly raised his head and stated, "Therefore, the matter regarding the warlords of the sea can be set aside for now. Once we eradicate the Rocks pirates, they will be fish in a barrel. Thus, aside from our orderly deployment to combat positions." Upon hearing this, Tesoro set down her documents and addressed the assembly. If there are no further questions. With that, Tesoro's words concluded, and the 5 elders spoke in unison. Let us proceed as the Chief of Staff suggests. Everyone, take your positions and await the arrival of the Rocks pirates. This battle, the world government has but one singular objective. That is, in this confrontation, we shall demonstrate to the world that the world government is the true master of this realm. Therefore, any audacious pirate daring to align with the Rocks pirates against the world government shall be wholly annihilated. Chapter 147. The battle begins. 1,000 cannons roar. Under the 5 elders' decree to eliminate all pirates attacking Marineford at this moment. Marineford, gathering the entirety of the world government's resources and hidden cards, functioned like a war machine in full motion. Soldiers exuding a formidable aura, under the directives from the central control room, took their positions at the still unfinished defensive nodes of Marineford. Vessels, whose construction costs rivaled that of the Navy's standard warships, were commanded by the newly appointed Vice Admiral, Sabo, as they advanced steadily towards the crescent-shaped bay harbor. Behind them stood an array of figures radiating a terrifying presence, with soulless, robotic eyes, men and women alike, following closely behind Bartholomew Kuma, the Zero Peacekeeper, who held a Bible. These were all creations of Vegapunk, transformed from the bodies of the warlords of the sea, possessing their devil fruit abilities along with combat capabilities far surpassing their original forms. However, these war machines, modified from the warlords of the sea, were not the most formidable forces on the pirate side. Behind the elite Marines stood figures clad in the cloaks of Navy Vice Admirals, others adorned in Army uniforms, and numerous masked agents of CP0. Among them, the 3 admirals donned their esteemed military garb, alongside the heroic Garp, standing shoulder to shoulder with Steelbone and the 5 elders, as well as the enigmatic figure of Emu, the king of the celestial dragons, seated upon his imperial throne, shrouded in shadows. Now, the forces had gathered. As Garp and the others assumed their combat positions, the voice of Emu, seated upon his throne, began to resonate throughout Marineford. Sengoku, immediately command our news agency to prepare the necessary equipment. I intend for the entire world to witness how utterly vulnerable the so-called Sea Overlord, the Rocks pirates, is before the might of the world government. Initially, Emu's voice was low and somber, but as time passed, it crescendoed into a resounding proclamation, echoing with a terrifying clarity that reverberated within the ears of all present. I shall make it known to the world that only the world government is worthy of being called the true overlord of this realm. However, at the very moment when Sengoku was poised to respond to M's command, he suddenly froze. For in that instant, having kept his observation haki activated since taking his position, Sengoku beheld a fleet of pirate ships emblazoned with the Jolly Roger of the Rocks pirates, emerging from the distance where Rocks himself had declared his attack. Countless sails billowed, and numerous vessels surged through the waves with a formidable momentum, swiftly advancing towards Marineford. Suddenly, as if echoing the declaration made by Rocks to the world, he had arrived. Undeterred by the world government, fully aware that they would lay traps upon learning of his assault, He relentlessly led his subordinates forward, imposing his formidable presence. As Sengoku, with his observation haki engaged, witnessed the pirate ships flying the flag of the Rocks pirates slicing through the waters. Intelligence agents rushed in to report to the esteemed Celestial Dragon, at Marineford. The Rocks pirates had indeed arrived punctually, traversing the ruins of Justice Gate and entering the waters of Marineford as per their announced timeline. At the mere utterance of this news, the five elders, seated in their positions, wore expressions of grim resolve and swiftly commanded, in that case, notify the station marines at the ruins of Justice Gate to activate the defensive mechanisms designed by Dr. Vegapunk. Since they have the audacity to disregard the authority of the world government, let them discover the price of such arrogance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The orders from the five elders, relayed from the central control room, rapidly reached the ears of the station troops at Justice Gate. Accompanied by a cacophony of sounds piercing the air, shells were launched without restraint from every corner of the Justice Gate ruins, hurtling towards the Rocks pirates. Chapter 148, The Fall of Sky Island, The Charge of Beasts. Amidst the tumultuous winds stirred by the powers of the float fruit held by Shiki the Golden Lion, the entire fleet of the Rocks pirates surged forward with astonishing speed, cleaving through the waves. Just as the colossal ancient island of Gurentai Zolo was about to pass through the ruins of Justice Gate, a sudden barrage of deafening sounds erupted around them. In the next instant, a terrifying barrage of cannonballs materialized before the eyes of the Rocks pirates. Ha 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 ha. The rapid formation of such a dense barrage was astonishing. As Shiki, with a wry smile, observed the thick cloud of smoke descending upon the Rocks pirates, he mused. It seems the world government is indeed pulling out all the stops this time. Yet, do they truly believe that such futile cannon fire can halt the advance of the Rocks pirates? With that, Shiki's face twisted into a ferocious grin as he roared. World government, do you underestimate the might of the Rocks pirates? Boom. In that moment, Shiki, who had been controlling his fruit abilities to propel the entire fleet forward, extended his hand toward the oncoming barrage. Instantly, the atmosphere, composed of intangible air, was seized under his control and, with his full strength, it was ruthlessly compressed. In an instant, the compressed air membrane surged towards the descending barrage. Boom, boom, boom. The moment the cannonballs struck the air membrane, a deafening explosion reverberated through the air. In that fleeting moment, the world government unleashed a barrage of cannon fire, aiming to sink the majority of the Rocks pirate ships and salvage their lost dignity. Yet, all those efforts were thwarted by Shiki, and this was not the end. As the air membrane intercepted the incoming cannon fire, a second layer of air membrane began to form before Shiki, racing towards the source of the fire. Boom, boom, boom. Following that, the sounds of cannon tubes bursting filled the air. It was evident that the battle-hardened Shiki had done more than merely intercept cannonballs. While doing so, he had also enveloped the cannon mouths positioned at the ruins of Justice Gate with an air membrane, causing them to explode completely. Clearly, after the world's strongest man. And once alongside Whitebeard and Roger, Shiki the Golden Lion had reclaimed his peak state through the negative energy expended by Rocks. Ha 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 ha. The world government, as they say, does not take such affronts lightly. As the cannons arranged at Justice Gate exploded, the now-repaired Shiki, with his reformed legs, steadied himself and raised his head, laughing maniacally at the world government. Since you greet the arrival of the Rocks pirates with cannon fire, then, as a return gift, you shall receive the culmination of my 2 decades of effort. Clang. As his words fell, Shiki unsheathed his signature blade, Kuroki Sakura, which resonated with a sound akin to clashing steel. With a wicked grin, he pointed his blade toward the enemy forces at Marineford and bellowed, "Descend." At that instant, the station marines at Marineford sensed a terrifying pressure descending from above. Shadows loomed over the clear sky, and vast expanses of shadow enveloped Marineford. Finally, to their disbelief, enormous islands, rivaling Marineford in size, began to plummet from the great heights above. Shiki, who had obliterated the cannon mouths at Justice Gate, was now presenting the world government with a gift: artificial sky islands he had painstakingly cultivated over 2 decades, each harboring ferocious beasts possessing terrifying strength. Chapter 149, The Lion Demon Battle with the Tiger. As the Marines felt the oppressive wind pressure, instinctively, they looked up. The falling islands grew larger in their sight. Roar, roar, roar. Simultaneously, a cacophony of feral roars, filled with unrestrained rage and hunger, erupted from the descending islands. Islands, of a size comparable to Marineford, were plummeting. Though the gathered forces at Marineford were the culmination of the world government's years of training, even they could only watch in horror as the monstrous islands, accompanied by the terrifying wind pressure and the deafening roars of the beasts, descended from the heavens. Within his heart, a sense of panic and dread unexpectedly took root. Just as the onlookers beheld the enormous island plummeting down under the influence of the Golden Lion's fruit ability, their faces filled with terror and trepidation. Suddenly, a resounding sound pierced the air from behind the crowd. A figure emerged, wielding a cane, his eyes sightless, clad in a deep purple martial arts uniform. Ascending towards the island amidst the beastly roars, a certain Mr. Fujitora. It is Mr. Fujitora who has consumed the heavy fruit. We are saved. If it is Mr. Fujitora, he will surely be able to counter the floating abilities of the Golden Lion. Remarkably, while maintaining such a colossal object, he can also obliterate the artillery fire from the ruins of Justice's Gate. The Golden Lion is indeed a legendary pirate, his power astonishingly formidable. Under the influence of the heavy fruit, the floating Fujitora cast a glance at the Golden Lion Shiki before addressing the island high above. However, since this old man stands here, I shall make every effort to fight. Clang. At the moment his words fell, he exerted force upon the handle of his cane sword. Accompanied by the sound of clashing metal, the blade of the cane sword glimmered brightly before the eyes of the crowd. Just as the blade shone brilliantly under the blazing sun, the blind Fujitora swung his cane sword with a fierce shout. Gravity blade, flying tiger, buzz. With Fujitora's shout, a torrent of deep purple energy surged forth from the blade, cascading upwards toward the plummeting island. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous sound akin to a great bell. The island, which had been falling from a great height, suddenly came to a halt. In that instant of stillness, the wind pressure, a violent wind pressure, crashing down like surging waves upon the shore, bore down upon the crowd. Swish, swish, swish. As the island abruptly halted, the ferocious beasts cultivated by the Golden Lion for many years began to plummet from the heights like dumplings. Roar, roar, roar. In an instant, the roars of myriad beasts erupted, echoing endlessly. It turned out that this island was merely a facade, observing the beasts falling. It was only the strength of a naval vice admiral that could sever them with a flying slash. As the fruit ability activated, Fujitora cast a slow glance towards the Golden Lion Shiki and spoke deliberately. The true killer on this island is you. Ha 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 ha. Indeed, you are correct. These ferocious beasts that I have nurtured for 20 years are my gift to the world government. Listening to Fujitora's voice, a sinister smile curled upon the lips of Golden Lion Shiki. However, more astonishing than this is the fact that, despite such a vast distance, your voice still reaches my ears. The irony of a blind man's plight cannot bear such praise from a legendary pirate. No sooner had Shiki's words faded than Fujitora's slow voice resonated in his ears. While I may be sightless, having promised Admiral Sengoku to intercept the aerial assault, I cannot go back on my word. Buzz. Just as Fujitora finished speaking, radiant deep purple light erupted from him, surging upward. Clearly, the ability he recently employed to suspend the island under the influence of the Golden Lion was not all of Fujitora's strength. At this moment, he still had power to spare. Ha 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 ha. As expected, I knew you did not unleash your full power during the Marineford War. Watching the multitude of ferocious beasts floating in the air like an island under the influence of the heavy fruit, a manic grin spread across Golden Lion Shiki's face. But what does that matter? I am no longer the same as I was during the Marineford War. With his laughter echoing, the floating abilities of the Golden Lion were fully activated. The crowd could see clearly, even as Fujitora attempted to stabilize the myriad beasts. The island, which had been suspended in midair, began to descend once more. Not only the island, but even the ferocious beasts that Fujitora had just stabilized showed signs of falling. Finally, after Rocks expended negative energy to restore the Golden Lion's physical prowess to its peak, the infamous Shiki, once rivaling Whitebeard and Roger, finally revealed the terrifying might that allowed him to single-handedly penetrate Marineford, leaving a trail of bloodshed in his wake. Chapter 150, Black Blade Knight vs. First Generation Odin. No way. What do I see? The island and its beasts, once suspended by Mr. Fujitora's abilities, are beginning to fall again. Could it be that even Mr. Fujitora cannot stop them? Panic ensued as the suspended island, laden with ferocious beasts, began to plummet. The naval officers, who had initially felt a surge of hope with Fujitora's intervention, were now thoroughly flustered. They lack even the resolve to face death. Amidst the chaos, a cold snort filled with disdain echoed. Sengoku, is this what you call elite naval soldiers? Though the voice was laced with reprimand aimed at Admiral Sengoku, none present, including Sengoku himself, dared to voice opposition. For it was none other than the 5 elders of the world government, clad in martial attire, who had spoken. Thud. Just as the five elders began their admonishment, a sharp sound of footsteps resonated in the ears of the crowd. The five elders, who had been seated behind the assembly, slowly rose, stepping forward with a commanding presence. However, while the Navy's resolve and tenacity may not meet my standards, the audacity of these scoundrel pirates truly vexes me. The five elders, hovering in the air, gazed at the fleet of pirate ships flying the flag of the Rocks pirates in the distance. Their eyes filled with murderous intent as they bellowed, "Dare to attack the world government? I shall show you what it means to be the rulers of this world." Clang! Amidst the roar, the first-generation Odin was swiftly drawn from the waist of the five elders. The crimson blade, almost otherworldly in hue, gleamed before the eyes of the onlookers. "Ha ha ha. It seems," the five elder with golden hair and a sinister smile remarked. "This fellow couldn't hold back any longer. But to strike now." As his words fell, the second five elder spoke. "Isn't that somewhat beneath our dignity? No, now is the perfect moment to strike." No sooner had he spoken than the third five elder, eyes ablaze with fury, declared, "After all, the world has long forgotten the terror of our celestial dragon lineage. They have forgotten that our dominion over this world is not founded on mere power, but on the ultimate violence that transcends power itself. Go forth, let those scoundrel pirates witness that their so-called world's greatest swordsman is but a farce." The fourth of the five elders, his face contorted with rage, cast his gaze towards the sky where the initial manifestation of the demon slayer was unleashed. He bellowed, "Only we, the noble celestial dragons of this world, are worthy of bearing the title of the world's greatest swordsman." With the instant his words reverberated, the five elders above, wielding the original demon slayer, released a chilling growl reminiscent of ancient ice, exuding an aura of death that pierced the very heavens. Swish! As the sound echoed, a crimson, blood-like arc of lethal intent surged forth, cleaving the air with ferocity. The moment the strike broke free from its confines, it swelled in power exponentially, surpassing even the fearsome slash that Hawkeye Mihawk had unleashed upon Whitebeard during the apex of battle. This formidable wave of energy hurtled towards the descending island in the sky. Upon contact, the gargantuan landmass, rivaling Marineford in size, was effortlessly severed asunder. It was evident that this member of the world government's highest echelon, the five elders, was indeed a terrifying grandmaster swordsman wielding devastating power. Clang! Just as the terrifying wave of energy, capable of contending for the title of the world's greatest swordsman, cleaved the island, a resounding clash of metal echoed through the air. The thrill of a swordsman's fervor coursed through the crowd. Then, a voice, as sharp as a legendary blade, emerged from a small boat resembling a coffin, barely accommodating a single occupant. It seemed this voyage was indeed a fortuitous choice. Turning to look, the onlookers beheld a man with short black hair and piercing yellow eyes. Resembling a hawk, adorned with a short beard, donning a black hat trimmed with white fur, and a burgundy-patterned shirt. In his grip was the supreme black blade known as Yoru, and he slowly rose to his feet. This man was none other than Hawkeye Mihawk, the world's most powerful swordsman. Stripped of his title as one of the 7 warlords of the sea by the world government, and now returned to a state of being hunted. Chapter 151, Chaos. Is the world's greatest swordsman a mere jest? As Hawkeye Mihawk rose, he gazed at the five elder who had cleaved the massive island with the original demon slayer. He spoke, "Those such titles are like fleeting clouds to me. Since you dare to utter such arrogance, you must demonstrate the strength to back it up. Clang! Otherwise." At this juncture, Mihawk's hawk-like eyes, filled with murderous intent, directed the edge of his black blade towards the five elders as he intoned, "You shall perish beneath this most formidable black blade." Swish! Without a shred of regard for the five elders' authority within the world government, Mihawk's murderous intent surged forth. Accompanied by the sound of slicing air, his form vanished from the sight of the onlookers. In that fleeting moment of his disappearance, the five elder, who had just unleashed his blade towards the descending island, narrowed his eyes and struck fiercely. For in that instant, he sensed an overwhelming sharpness manifesting beside him. Clang! The instant the blade of the original demon slayer was unleashed, a massive spark erupted in the sky, followed by a thunderous collision that resonated in the ears of all present. At that moment, as the world's greatest swordsman unleashed his deadly intent, he disregarded the identity of the five elders and the fact that they were amidst the assembly of the world government's forces. With relentless determination, he surged forth, brandishing his most powerful black blade. Ha ha ha! He dared to storm into the enemy's stronghold and strike, without hesitation. Observing the clash of the black blade against the crimson demonic sword in midair, Douglas Bullet, standing beside the rocks thrown on the deck of the grand battleship, exclaimed with fervor, "This so-called world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye, is even more reckless than I am. He has charged into the fray alone." As Douglas Bullett's laughter echoed, a voice, fierce as fire and suffused with the pungent scent of sulfur, erupted across the battlefield. "Hawkeye, my hawk, you are far too arrogant." Turning to look, the spectators beheld a Kainu Sakazuki, his arms glowing a molten red, stepping forth with a grim countenance. In that very moment he advanced, his lava-like arms extended inexorably towards Mihawk, who was currently clashing with the five elders. Suddenly, Sakazuki prepared to strike down the lone Mihawk while he was embroiled in combat. Do you not realize, yet? Just as Sakazuki was about to unleash his devastating attack, the deep voice of Shiki the Golden Lion reverberated in his ears. "Is it disgraceful to interfere in a sacred duel between swordsmen, Sakazuki?" Boom. As Shiki's voice thundered, a colossal lion, composed entirely of seawater, descended upon Sakazuki's impending attack. Although I also disapprove of Sakazuki's actions. As the seawater lion surged forth, a languid voice chimed in, "Nevertheless, he is a marine admiral." Then, an absolute chill, colder than ancient ice, exploded from Sakazuki's side, forcefully infiltrating the seawater lion controlled by Shiki. Crack, crack, crack. In the blink of an eye, the seawater lion, which countered the abilities of devil fruit users, was encased in an icy prison. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. As the seawater lion froze, Sakazuki's fiery attack surged toward Mihawk. Alas, it was too late. Although Shiki's seawater lion had not ensnared Sakazuki as he had intended, the mere moment of distraction allowed Mihawk, still engaged with the five elders, to react. Clang. In that instant, the spectators clearly saw Mihawk, suspended in the air as he battled the five elders, deftly shake off the initial blade of the original demon slayer that had adhered to his unparalleled black blade. Then, with a swift motion, he sliced through the molten dog head with speed exceeding that of Sakazuki's attack. "You lack even the courage for a fair duel." Mihawk, having shattered a Kainu's attack, gazed disdainfully at the five elders and spoke slowly. "What right do you have to disregard the world?" Chapter 152, Douglas Bullet. Swish. Just as Mihawk's disdainful words fell, Fujitora, with a smile, swung his cane sword and proclaimed, "Gravity Blade, Tiger." Buzz. As Fujitora swung his cane sword, a dazzling violet light erupted from its blade. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the spectators beheld the island, fragmented under the onslaught of the five elders' initial demon slayer. Now, it plummeted as if propelled by immense force, crashing down. Boom. Crash. As the fragments of the island plummeted into the sea, the resounding splashes echoed throughout the surroundings. Although the aged man was acutely aware that, in terms of the capabilities granted by the fruits, he was far inferior to the esteemed legendary pirate, Fujitora let out a smile as he sheathed his blade staff and gazed at the golden lion, Shiki, with an expression of calmness. Yet, despite this demeanor, the old man was fully committed to engaging in battle against the esteemed one. It seemed, however, that Shiki was distracted, perhaps underestimating the old man far too much. Every human possesses a fiery spirit, and the distraction exhibited by Shiki had genuinely provoked Fujitora's ire. The consequence of this rage was that, contrary to Shiki's expectations, who presumed that even if the island fragments were shattered by the five elders, they would still plunge downwards and decimate the defending soldiers atop Marineford. Under Fujitora's formidable powers, the fragments veered off course and instead descended into the surrounding waters of Marineford, creating tumultuous waves. As the waves subsided, a new island, colossal and composed of fragments from both Marineford and the shattered island, emerged before everyone's eyes. Hearing the sounds reverberating in proximity and witnessing the assembled massive island, a glint of ferocity flickered in Shiki's gaze. Yet, at that moment, he found himself rendered speechless. It was not that he was intimidated by Fujitora. Rather, it was the instant the waves calmed and the island revealed itself that Rocks, who had been seated upon the golden throne at the bow of the onslaught, rose to his feet. Captain Rocks. Observing Rocks rise, Shiki, whose eyes were filled with a fierce intensity, immediately expressed remorse, claiming, "This was my blunder, but please rest assured, Captain, I shall." Enough. Rocks interjected with an air of nonchalance, his expression unfazed. "Isn't this splendid? Ha! You are quite right, Captain. If the world government is truly so fragile that merely an island could topple it." As Rock's words resonated, Douglas Bullet, standing beside him, erupted into manic laughter, his face brimming with fervor as he gazed at the powerful figures of Marineford, exclaiming, "That would indeed be rather dull. Captain, let us commence the full assault." At this juncture, the battle-thirsty Douglas Bullet, unable to contain his burgeoning excitement, exclaimed, "I am utterly exhilarated now." Hearing this, Rocks regarded Douglas, who radiated an aura of unrestrained ferocity, and with a sly grin, slowly uttered, "Then let us launch the full assault." Boom. The moment Rocks concluded his statement, an explosive sound erupted from where Douglas had stood, and in the next instant, he vanished from the bow of the onslaught and appeared within the harbor of Marineford. All the elite forces of the world government had gathered here. As Douglas materialized, he appeared as if intoxicated, his face reflecting a blissful rapture as he murmured, "Is this not exactly what I have yearned for, the ultimate and most joyful war I have awaited day and night? Ha ha! Since I find myself on the pinnacle of the most exhilarating battlefield, how could I possibly hold back?" At this point, Douglas Bullet, wearing an expression of rapture, could hardly restrain his excitement, laughing maniacally as he declared, "World government, open your eyes wide and behold. I will give it my all." Buzz. Just as his laughter faded, a cascade of dense purple radiance emanated from Douglas Bullet's being. Subsequently, every material that came into contact with the amalgamated powers of Douglas Bullet transformed into a rich purple glow, regardless of whether it was resilient steel or hard rock. All seamlessly assimilated as if flowing water. Momentum. As the matter surrounding Douglas Bullet was swiftly assimilated, his form expanded rapidly, and the aura emanating from him surged with unprecedented intensity. Not merely the aura, but Douglas Bullet's very physique swelled. In an extraordinary display of fervor, Douglas Bullet aimed to incorporate all of Marineford into himself using the awakened powers he had honed over 20 years in the depths of Impel Down. Chapter 153, Garp takes action. Devouring the fragments of the island that had just plummeted into the sea under Fujitora's immense powers, Douglas Bullet's abilities continued to assimilate and engulf them. Expansion. With each piece of rock or blade of grass devoured, Douglas Bullet's body surged in size. In less than a moment, his construct, enhanced by the amalgamation of powers, towered higher than the tallest structures of Marineford. Yet, the most astonishing aspect was not merely his mountainous stature, but rather the terrifying and overwhelming armament hockey that enveloped him. Yes, under the capacity of his amalgamated powers, the substances merging with Douglas Bullet could unleash an equal magnitude of armament hockey. As Douglas Bullet's form swelled, his massive, mountainous arms, infused with a plethora of armament hockey, descended towards the figure of the Celestial Dragon King, seated behind the five elders at the crescent-shaped harbor of Marineford. At that moment, not only was within the range of Douglas Bullet's attack, Garp, Sengoku, and Steelbone Kong, among the elite forces of the world government, were also within his striking distance. In a state of complete exhilaration, the Devil's descendant, Douglas Bullet, had become utterly frenzied. Fearlessly targeting all of the world government's top-tier forces, he was audaciously launching an attack against all the elite powers of the world government. Just as the arm forged from his amalgamated powers plummeted, a thunderous voice resonated from above Marineford. "Douglas Bullet, you are exceedingly arrogant." Buzz. In the next second, even as Steelbone Kong's voice fell, a radiant golden light erupted before the five elders. Soon after, a colossal figure resembling a golden Buddha surged forth, charging towards the descending arm of Douglas Bullet. At that moment, as Steelbone Kong spoke, Fleet Admiral Sengoku made his move. Bang! As Sengoku, in his Buddha form, emerged, the arm of Douglas Bullet that was crashing down met with an explosive clash, reverberating as if it had struck a mountain, pushing back against Sengoku's formidable stance. Whoosh! Concurrently with Sengoku's fierce intervention, a figure adorned with the insignia of a Marine Rear Admiral and draped in a Justice cloak shot through the air like a cannonball, moving with incredible swiftness. Indeed, not only Sengoku, but Douglas Bullet's audacity had provoked even the highest combatant of the Marine, the hero Garp. "Douglas Barrett, it seems you have forgotten." In that instant, as he burst through the air, the aged voice of Garp resonated with immense authority, booming, "Who was it that sent you to Impel Down?" As his words echoed, the awakened form of Douglas Barrett, a figure comparable to towering mountains, was illuminated by Garp's fierce silhouette, which swung its fist with unrelenting ferocity toward Barrett's chest. In that fleeting moment, onlookers could distinctly see the sinewy muscles of Garp as his powerful arms became enveloped in a magnificent layer of black and gold hockey. Boom! Subsequently, Garp's hockey-infused arm, moving with a speed beyond the grasp of the eye, struck with unyielding might against Douglas Barrett's chest. Although Garp's stature was dwarfed by Barrett's formidable presence, the impact of his fist was akin to a needle piercing a hill. Yet, despite the stark contrast in size, When Garp's arm, adorned with the black and gold hues of hockey, collided with Barrett's chest, it unleashed ripples akin to a tempestuous sea. The reverberations surged violently from Barrett's chest. Crackle, crackle, crackle. In that moment of cataclysmic upheaval, the sound of shattering stone echoed in the ears of the onlookers. Bang! Crash! Amidst the cacophony of crumbling rock and the thunderous crash of falling debris, Douglas Barrett, whose form under the influence of his devil fruit resembled a colossal mountain, was utterly obliterated. Chapter 154, Chaos. Just as the amalgamation of his fruit's powers was annihilated beneath Garp's furious onslaught, the figure of Douglas Barrett himself emerged from within the remnants of his powers. Despite the destruction of his creation, there was no trace of fear upon his visage. Instead, he bore a countenance aflame with unbridled fervor. Bang! Even as he manifested from the ruins of his powers, Barrett bent his knees slightly, and with a forceful thrust, he propelled himself through the air toward Garp. Indeed, even in the face of the undeniable disparity between them, Douglas Barrett retained the audacity to charge forth with a fierce punch, vowing to fight to the death. Snap! However, just as he launched himself, Barrett felt a colossal hand firmly grasping his single foot. Then, an overwhelming force erupted. One so terrifying that even the recoil from his own thrust could not withstand it, halting Barrett mid-air. La 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 la. Barrett, this battle belongs to me. As Barrett's heart raced in astonishment, the resounding voice of Edward Newgate, the strongest man in the world, reverberated in his ears. This is not your battlefield. Whoosh. In that instant, Douglas Barrett perceived an irresistible force surging from the mighty arm that had seized him, propelling him uncontrollably toward Marineford. Clang! As Whitebeard hurled Barrett away, he swiftly thrust his right wrist, grasping the Naginata, Song Yun Chia, forward. A thunderous clash of steel erupted. Looking on, the spectators could see Garp's black and gold-armored arm crashing down upon the blade of Song Yun Chia. La 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 la. Has Garp reached his limit? Sensing the overwhelming might transmitted through the blade, Whitebeard's lips curled into a broad grin, and with a hearty laugh, he declared, if that's the case, then I shall join you in a glorious battle. Snap! Amidst his laughter, Whitebeard gripped the Naginata with his empty left arm, and then, an unfathomable torrent of strength surged forth from his muscular frame. In an instant, that Song Yun Chia, which had been wavering under Garp's relentless assault, regained its steadfastness. Whoosh! At the moment when Whitebeard and Garp were locked in their struggle, a sudden sound of tearing air erupted, and the colossal figure of Sengoku in his Buddha form appeared. Bellowing, Whitebeard, do not forget that I am also here besides Garp. Boom! As Sengoku's voice echoed, a violent shockwave erupted from his palms, surging forth. In a bid for victory in this world-altering war, Sengoku even resorted to a surprise attack. Roar! Yet, as Sengoku unleashed his shockwave, a ferocious roar akin to that of a savage lion reverberated in the ears of the onlookers. Then, Sengoku beheld a horde of roaring lions materializing beside him. Whoosh! Just as Sengoku recognized the stampede of lions, an imposing figure, the lion of the sea, Shiki, emerged, cigar in mouth, exuding an air of dominance. Indeed, as Sengoku prepared to ambush Whitebeard, the golden lion, Shiki, had arrived. Ha! Sengoku is resorting to ambush tactics now, scoffed Shiki, wielding his sword, Kuroki Sakura. In just a few days, you've become so despicable. Without waiting for Sengoku to respond, Shiki's arms surged with vigor. Whoosh! In the next moment, the blade of Kuroki Sakura sliced through the air, unleashing two arcs of slashing energy, imbued with his formidable haki, cleaving towards Sengoku. Chapter 155, Confrontation. The swift strikes cut through the void, appearing before Sengoku. However, what struck Sengoku with dread was not the sheer ferocity of the slashes but the sight of the golden lion, specifically, the intact legs of the golden lion. Remembering the events of 20 years prior, when he had captured Shiki alongside the marine hero Garp during Shiki's invasion of marine headquarters, Sengoku recalled that Shiki had severed his own legs to become the first pirate to escape impelled down. Yet now, as he wielded Kuroki Sakura and unleashed a devastating strike, Shiki's knees were unscathed. However, Sengoku had no time to ponder these revelations, for at that moment, Shiki's violent strike, seemingly capable of cleaving the heavens apart, was bearing down upon him. Boom! Just then, accompanied by a sound like bursting muscles, Monkey D. Garp, who had been grappling with Whitebeard, suddenly withdrew his strength. Then, with a swift movement, he propelled himself towards Sengoku, using the recoil from the clash with Song Yun Chia to surge forth. Then, using his own elbow as the tip of a spear, he summoned his strength and struck fiercely against the slash unleashed by the golden lion Shiki. Crack, crack, crack. At the moment of impact, a thunderous sound erupted, akin to the tolling of a great bell, resonating in the ears of all present. Following that, the figure resembling Whitebeard, who had seemingly regained his youth, appeared. Even his shattered feet had once again formed the dual slash emitted by the golden lion Shiki, shattering like glass struck by a heavy hammer, scattering into a myriad of stardust. Haha. Sengoku, my apologies. With one elbow strike, Garp shattered Shiki's slash, his face ablaze with combat fervor as he gazed at Sengoku, whose eyes were wide with astonishment, a broad smile curling on his lips. He chuckled, stating, "If it's just Whitebeard, I want to be satisfied, so let me take on this old lion Shiki." "What are you babbling about, Garp?" Upon hearing Garp's words, Sengoku exclaimed in disbelief, unable to fathom how Garp could single-handedly withstand the combined might of Whitebeard and the golden lion. Having clashed with Whitebeard for most of his life, Sengoku understood just how terrifying a fully powered Whitebeard, rejuvenated to his youthful state, could be, with the addition of a similarly rejuvenated golden lion. Even if Garp had not suffered a decline in strength due to age, he was still no match for such a formidable duo. Kaha! Is it not fitting to say that you are truly remarkable, Garp? However, before Sengoku could finish his thought, he was interrupted by Whitebeard's hearty laughter, as if he had already discerned the situation at hand. Indeed, even I did not anticipate this. As Whitebeard's words hung in the air, Garp shook his arms, his expression darkening as he spoke. After becoming capable of resurrecting others under rocks, you pirates have managed to unleash such formidable power. Upon hearing this, Sengoku, who had been focused solely on ambushing Whitebeard, suddenly realized. At this moment, the Pirates of the Rocks pirates had already breached Marineford. What was even more astonishing was that despite the Navy holding an absolute numerical advantage, bolstered by the elite troops of Fleet Admiral Sengoku and the elite forces of the 5 elders from the world government, their superior strength was nearly half that of the pirates. Yet, the combat power of Rock's crew charged forward fearlessly, as if fueled by adrenaline, laughing and roaring as they overwhelmed the soldiers of the world government. Witnessing the sheer madness of the battle, Sengoku finally understood Garp's intent in challenging Whitebeard and the Golden Lion, even knowing full well he would be outmatched. Yes, at this moment, Garp aimed to single-handedly hold back the 2 greatest powers of the Rocks pirates, allowing the world government to deploy a precious top-tier force to counter the ferocity of the pirates led by Rock's Xebec, thereby reversing the tide of battle. Chapter 156, The Solitary Crimson. Ha ha ha. Newgate, old lion, my battle spirit is already boiling. What are you waiting for? Determined to hold off Whitebeard and Shiki with his own strength, Garp suddenly turned his head, provocatively addressing Whitebeard and Shiki opposite him. Do you truly dare not face me, even when united? Kaha! Garp, you old fool, you are truly risking it all for the world government's victory. The moment Garp uttered his challenge, Whitebeard, wielding the Tontata sword, let out a booming laugh. Yet, even if you hold me and Shiki back, your plans will ultimately come to naught. For at this point, Whitebeard cast a glance towards the direction of the Grand Line, slowly continuing. The number of top-tier powers under Captain Rocks is far greater than you can imagine. Swish! Just as Whitebeard's words settled, a sound of something cutting through the air erupted. Then, a scarlet mist emerged before Sengoku, who had understood Garp's resolve, momentarily withdrawing from the fray. Sizzle! Sizzle! Even in his full-powered form as the Buddha of the human fruit, Sengoku, now transformed into a colossal golden figure, found his skin, which was imbued with formidable defensive capabilities, corroded as if submerged in concentrated sulfuric acid by the crimson mist. Such a potent corrosive mist. You must be Bartholomew Kuma, who escaped from Impel Down. Realizing the moment his body was affected by the mist, Sengoku understood clearly who wielded this corrosive power. It was none other than the notorious pirate from the era of Pirate King Roger, a man who stood shoulder to shoulder with both the Roger pirates and the Whitebeard pirates, known as the Solitary Crimson, the Zoan-type bat fruit user, capable of transforming into a vampire. Gazing at the form of the Solitary Crimson materializing from the blood mist, Sengoku, with half of his brilliantly golden skin corroded away, looked on with a mixture of reason and fury, demanding, why does someone as solitary as you serve rocks, entrusted by others to fulfill their desires? Eliminating a top-tier force of the world government is the price I pay for the immortality bestowed upon me by Captain Rocks. Upon hearing this, the Solitary Crimson emerged fully from the mist, presenting himself with impeccable noble grace, and elegantly inquired, So, Marshal Sengoku, may I take your life? In an instant, Sengoku realized that unless he defeated the solitary Crimson today, he would never be able to join forces with the five elders to vanquish rocks. Thus, in the very moment the solitary Crimson finished speaking, Sengoku, with eyes wide in fury, bellowed, "The Buddha's wrath." As his furious shout echoed, Sengoku's expression transformed from absolute composure to extreme rage. Simultaneously, the radiant golden light that had represented the Buddha's triumph darkened to black. At the same time, his colossal form, comparable to that of a giant, began to compress rapidly. With each inch of compression, the aura radiating from him expanded accordingly. Clearly, under the assault of the solitary Crimson, Sengoku had lost control. "Ah, it seems that you, Sengoku, refuse to surrender your life to me." Observing Sengoku shrink to a normal size in the blink of an eye, the solitary Crimson gazed at him with a face full of regret. "Since you refuse, then your life will be taken by me personally." Even the Buddha can rage. The wrathful king descends. And just as the solitary Crimson's voice echoed, a resonant hum reverberated. With rage etched on his face, Sengoku raised both hands above his head, and behind him, a figure constructed entirely of pitch-black light materialized, the wrathful king. The moment the king manifested, it transformed into a radiant flow, coalescing upon Sengoku's fists. Following that, as the haki surged within Sengoku's now compressed form, a thin layer, only slightly weaker than Garp's, of armament haki exploded forth from his spine, converging into his fists. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. And just as the wrathful king gathered, the haki intensified. Fists, the dual hands of the warring states, adorned with flecks of golden starlight amidst the inky darkness, descended upon the lofty head of the solitary red figure with unrelenting force. Chapter 157, The Supreme Commander Strikes. Boom. With all his might, warring states unleashed his fists like hammers of creation, erupting violently as the solitary red figure bowed in deference, crashing down upon his head. In that fleeting moment of impact, crack, 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 the onlookers distinctly heard the shattering sound of splintering bones, and soon after, they beheld the void above the solitary red figure's head, where warring states' fists fell, revealing intricate fissures akin to the tremors of Whitebeard's quake fruit ability. As the thunderous explosions resonated in their ears, the sight of innumerable cracks erupting beneath warring states' fists inspired the pirate forces, invigorated as if struck by a surge of adrenaline, to launch a fearsome assault against the retreating soldiers of the world government. Their eyes widened in astonishment, erupting in cheers. In that instant of the hammer's descent, the very atmosphere seemed to shatter. No, that was not merely the atmosphere fracturing. It was the very fabric of space itself. At the moment warring states' colossal fists struck, even the air was rent asunder. They have won. They have won. The adversary facing warring states did not even attempt to defend. Such carelessness would surely lead to his demise at the hands of warring states. Boom. Just as the cheers of the world government soldiers erupted, warring states' fists, akin to hammers of creation, finally collided with the solitary red figure's head. Yet, as the mighty blow fell, there was no glimmer of triumph in warring states' eyes. In fact, a look of incredulity graced his visage. For although the solitary red figure's head and entire body had been obliterated by warring states' fists, transforming into a mist of blood, the sixth sense honed through countless battles within warring states still screamed warnings. It felt as though the solitary red figure, who had been reduced to a mere blood mist beneath his hammering blows, had not only survived, but remained utterly unscathed. Countless bats surged forth. At the very moment warring states felt the unease rising within, a voice, unmistakably that of the solitary red figure, resonated once more from within the blood mist, which had been shattered before the eyes of all. Whoosh, 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 as the voice erupted from the blood mist. A cacophony of sounds reminiscent of a thunderstorm reverberated through the air. In that instant, all present witnessed, amidst the crimson haze, the sudden manifestation of grotesque bats. Their fangs bared, each one a deep crimson reminiscent of blood. The moment these bats took form within the blood mist, they hurtled towards warring states with ferocious speed. Boom, boom, boom. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Each of these ghastly blood bats, upon reaching warring states' surface, detonated with a thunderous blast. They transformed into a crimson, ink-like plasma that engulfed the darkened surface of warring states' formidable form. In that moment of plasma saturation, warring states' skin, capable of withstanding the corrosive effects of the blood mist, began to decay at an alarming rate amidst the ear-piercing sounds of corrosion. Warring states, upon witnessing this scene, Garp's eyes widened in horror as he cried out in alarm. Bang! However, before Garp's cry could fully escape his lips, It was abruptly severed by the assault of Whitebeard's quaking barrage and Shiki the Golden Lion's relentless attack. Clearly, both Whitebeard and Shiki refused to allow Garp to come to the aid of Warring States, who was now being corroded to the bone. Boom! Suddenly, just as Warring States was on the brink of being consumed by the corrosive blood plasma unleashed by the explosive blood bats, a sound like the tearing of space erupted before the five elders. In the next moment, a terrifying gale swept through, forcefully dispersing the blood mist that enveloped Warring States. The instant the blood mist dissipated, the horrifying blood bats that had been birthed from within were rendered impotent, unable to touch Warring States in the slightest. It was evident that even with the fruit's abilities pushed to their limits, the blood bats, which had the potential to corrode him completely, were confined solely to the realm of the blood mist. What a troublesome situation. Observing the Supreme Commander Steelbone Kong, standing resolute beside Warring States. The solitary red figure, having coalesced from the dispersing blood mist, addressed Joel D. Roger with a troubled expression. Captain Rocks, our agreement was merely for a peak combatant. It was clear that even the solitary red figure, renowned for his aloofness, felt a twinge of apprehension in the presence of the Supreme Commander Steelbone Kong. Fear not. Just as the solitary red figure finished speaking, a voice, bearing a striking resemblance to Garp's, echoed from the skies over Marineford. Supreme Commander Steelbone Kong. Allow me to handle this. Upon hearing these words, Steelbone Kong, standing beside Warring States, immediately directed his gaze towards the man who had just spoken. The moment he recognized the man, a grimace of dismay crossed Steelbone Kong's face as he exclaimed, Monkey D. Dragon, even you would stand against us. Chapter 158, The Five Elders Strike. As a former Marine Admiral and the architect of Garp's marriage, Steelbone Kong's emotions were undeniably complex at this moment. After all, even the name Dragon was bestowed by Steelbone Kong himself. Yet now, his once proud protege, his own nephew, stood ready to oppose him in battle. Supreme Commander Steelbone Kong, your words are misguided. At that moment, Dragon, appearing resolute before Steelbone Kong, slowly began to speak, to be precise. It is not my desire to oppose you. Rather, the existence you uphold has become a malignant tumor that must be eradicated for the sake of the world. As he spoke, Dragon's gaze transcended Steelbone Kong, landing upon the five elders behind him, and the Celestial Dragon King seated upon the imperial throne. Fixing his gaze upon him, whose eyes mirrored those of Mihawk, a fierce intent ignited within Dragon as he declared, You have parasitized this world for 8 centuries, using the nations of the world government as your pawns, draining the wealth of the populace and devouring the flesh and blood of the innocent. Today, I shall incinerate your sins with the flames of revolution. In this moment, Dragon's lofty ideals of freedom for the people and his vision of establishing a harmonious, free, and equal world brimming with dreams radiated with a brilliant light. Under the weight of such unwavering resolve, both Warring States' ambition to command the seas and Steelbone Kong's intent to maintain balance upon the ocean paled into insignificance, losing their luster. Just as Steelbone Kong found himself overshadowed by Dragon's revolutionary fervor, suddenly, for nearly simultaneous scoffs erupted with explosive force. Then, the 4 elders, standing behind, regarded Dragon with disdain as they spoke. How eloquently you speak of establishing a world filled with freedom, equality, and dreams for the people. But dare you claim that the lives of those within the kingdoms your revolutionary army has toppled are truly better than before? The 5 elders, embodiments of power and authority, looked down upon Dragon with contempt, their expressions reflecting their superiority. No, you dare not, for within the kingdoms that have been overthrown, even those who once aided you now find their lives more wretched than those of slaves prior to the revolution. The most chaotic order is still preferable to the absence of order. Every kingdom that has been overthrown by the revolutionary army is subsequently declared by the world government as a lawless land, open to plunder by anyone, including pirates. Under such a proclamation, pirates, criminals, and rioters proliferate unchecked. The revolutionary army, in light of the world government's targeting, dares not linger within the territories of the deposed kingdoms. Consequently, the number of countries affiliated with the world government that have been toppled by the revolutionary army is not insignificant. However, their military strength, elite forces, and territories remain confined to White Soil Island. In silence, the 5 elders' piercing words struck at the core of Dracula Mihawk's heart, prompting him to bow his head in contemplation. Thus, I have arrived to witness the final war between the world government and the Rocks pirates. Yet, despair lingered only a fleeting moment. The next instant, Dracula abruptly lifted his gaze, his eyes blazing as he fixed them upon the 5 elders, and declared, I have brought all the elite forces of the Revolutionary Army. Dracul asserted that although Rocks has been portrayed by the world government as a merciless, bloodthirsty demon, the intelligence collected by the Revolutionary Army over the past few months since Rocks' resurrection clearly indicates that, apart from annihilating hostile forces, he poses no threat to ordinary civilians. While human nature is unpredictable, and no one can ascertain whether Rocks would become as tyrannical as the celestial dragons should he gain dominion over the world, at present, he undeniably embodies a revival of Dracul's ideals far more than the extortionate celestial dragons. To drive the tiger to swallow the wolf is indeed an act of desperation. Words are futile. After this war, the world government, which has dominated the world for 8 centuries, shall inevitably face annihilation. As these words echoed, Dracul cast a sharp gaze upon Admiral Steelbone, his voice low yet fervent. Steelbone, until the outcome of this battle is clear, I shall be the one to obstruct you. Arrogant. Before Steelbone could respond, the 5 elders, gripping their staffs, darkened their expressions and retorted, "Since you seek death, do not blame me for showing no mercy to Garp." Boom. In an instant, the 5 elders surged forth like cannonballs, shattering the air as they hurtled towards Dracul. Chapter 159, The King of Celestial Dragons. Dracul. Just as the 5 elders launched their assault, a commanding voice resonated through the skies above Marineford. "Do you require assistance?" Turning to the source of the voice, the onlookers beheld the figure of the 4 Emperors Shanks, standing confidently on the deck of the Red Force, his signature sword, Griffin, resting under one arm, a smile gracing his face as he looked towards Dracul. "No need." Acknowledging Shanks' gaze while glancing back at the approaching 5 elders, Dracul, with tattoos adorning half his face, smirked and replied, "I am eager to test the strength of the highest authority of the world government, the 5 elders." Indeed, Dracul, the supreme commander of the Revolutionary Army, was prepared to confront 2 formidable adversaries, much like his father, standing against both Admiral Steelbone and a member of the 5 elders. Truly, he is the son of Garp. Upon hearing this, Shanks glanced at Garp, who was fiercely battling against Whitebeard and the Golden Lion, before shaking his head with a chuckle. "In that case, I cannot afford to be idle. You 3. At this juncture, Shanks' expression turned serious, his battle spirit igniting as he addressed the remaining 3 elders beneath the king of the celestial dragons. Let us engage together." As Shanks' words fell, the 3 elders' faces turned grim, their expressions darkening as they glared at Shanks, their voices filled with menace. "Red-haired brat. You should know the consequences of such an affront to us." "Affront you? It seems you have misunderstood. I do not possess the audacity to take on all 3 of you alone." With an odd smile, Shanks clarified, "What I mean is, we shall all fight against the 3 of you." Clang. As he spoke, Shanks summoned the power of Griffin, its icy blade unsheathing from its scabbard. "We, the red-haired pirates, stand united in advance and retreat." Behind Shanks, the sniper Jesus Burgess, whose face remarkably resembled Usopp's save for his nose, shouted with a wide grin, "So you 3 should come at us together." Twitching, the 3 elders preparing to confront Shanks found their faces contorting at Jesus' shameless declaration. Yet, the situation allowed no room for distraction, as the moment Jesus' words echoed, bang, bang, 2 gunshots rang out. And from the sniper rifle in Jesus' hands, and the pistol in Beckman's, 2 spiraling bullets shot forth, coated in the color of armament hockey. The bullets surged towards the elders' foreheads. Simultaneously, the cadre of the red-haired pirates, led by Lakeu wielding massive chunks of meat, launched themselves towards the elders. Clearly, as Jesus proclaimed, the red-haired pirates were always united in advance and retreat. At the same time, Shanks, wielding Griffin, unleashed an unparalleled conqueror's hockey that pressed down toward the elders. Boom. Yet, in the next moment, a startling event unfolded. The onlookers witnessed the bullets fired by Jesus Burgess twist and shatter midair, as Shanks' conqueror's hockey, which had erupted with authentic destructive force, was inexplicably obstructed by an invisible barrier. "You filthy pirates." At that instant, as Shanks' hockey was repelled, the king of the celestial dragons, seated upon his imperial throne, slowly raised his head, emanating an aura of divine detachment, and coldly uttered, "This is truly outrageous." Puff, puff, puff. Instantly, the formidable cadre of the red-haired pirates, renowned throughout the New World, were sent reeling backward, spitting blood as if struck by an unseen force. Chapter 160, Rock Strikes. Bang, bang, bang. Logically, as the absolute rulers of the world government, the 5 elders would never allow Lakeu and the others, who dared to challenge their authority, to escape unscathed. In such circumstances, The most reasonable course of action would have been to swiftly eliminate them as they fell. Yet, to the astonishment of all, rather than pursuing the retreating figures, the 5 elders turned, their faces contorted with humility, and knelt before the celestial figure upon the throne, prostrating themselves in reverence. Lord Im, grant us one last opportunity. Ignoring the gazes of the onlookers, the 5 elders, filled with self-reproach, addressed Im with utmost respect. We shall ensure that these despicable pirates are utterly annihilated. Enough, however. Before the respectful voice of the 5 elders could fully articulate their sentiments, it was abruptly severed by the cold, emotionless tone of Im, seated upon the throne. Your incompetence has utterly disappointed me. You have run out of chances. The moment Im's words fell, a palpable terror manifested on the faces of the kneeling 5 elders. Boom, boom, boom. Before the horrified elders could utter a word, the sound of shattering objects echoed ominously. In a moment that left everyone in utter astonishment, the 3 formerly respectful 5 elders, kneeling on the ground, exploded as though they had been implanted with bombs within their very beings. In an instant, the 3 elders, who once wielded the highest authority within the world government, fell simultaneously, stunned, witnessing the elders disintegrate into a myriad of fragments. Everyone present, be they soldiers of the world government or pirates of the Rock's crew, was left in a state of disbelief. What transpired? Why, at the very inception of war, did the apex holders of the world government's power meet their demise? It was initially presumed that it would require considerable effort to dispatch them, yet, unexpectedly, before I could even intervene, they were eliminated by their own ranks. Gazing at the shattered remains of the elders, Shanks, with his sword griffin drawn, turned to the figure of Im, the celestial dragon king upon the imperial throne, and spoke slowly. This truly is unexpected. Clang. Since my adversaries have been resolved by you, Shanks continued, pointing the blade of griffin towards Im, I shall have to seek a different opponent. Yet, in response to Shanks' provocation, Im remained silent, exuding an air as if he were one of the emperors reigning over the new world, regarding Shanks' blade as inconsequential. Ha ha ha. At that moment, a resounding, domineering laughter reverberated through the air. The war had yet to conclude, yet the top combatants of 1's side had been slain. Amidst the laughter, Rocks, who had been seated upon the gilded throne of the Tesoro, rose with fervor, fixing his gaze on Im, the celestial dragon king seated on the imperial throne, and remarked, How intriguing. You, my friend, are truly fascinating. You consider these individuals worthy of being called top-tier power. Under Rock's imperious gaze, Im, with a voice laced with disdain, slowly replied, It seems I have overestimated you, Rocks. Oh, so it appears. Upon Im's words, Rocks gradually lifted his head and stated, You seem quite confident in your own strength. If in your eyes, these worthless beings can be deemed top-tier power. As Rock's voice trailed off, disregarding Shanks, he stood upright, casting a gaze as profound as a bottomless abyss upon Rocks, and declared, Then you possess no qualification to engage with me. Ha ha ha. If that is the case, then you are indeed the strongest entity of the world government. In that case, I shall not wait any longer. Upon hearing this, Rocks, now standing, wore a sinister smirk. Im, allow me to witness the kind of power that makes you so arrogant. Boom. The moment his words fell, a violent sonic explosion erupted from where Rocks stood. At that instant, the captain of the Rocks pirates, Rocks D. Xebec, made his move. Chapter 161, The User of the Space Fruit. Boom. With a sharp crack as the air ruptured, Rocks, who had vanished from the deck of the Tesoro, suddenly appeared deep within Marineford. The onlookers could see clearly as, at the moment of his emergence, Rocks clasped the hilt of the supreme blade, Heavy Country, while simultaneously pushing his body to its limits. Creak, creak, creak. Following the sound of muscles straining as though a massive bow were being drawn, Rock's formidable physique tightened instantly. Veins, resembling dragon-like tendrils, bulged from his muscles, completely engorged with power. Simply observing the bulging veins on Rock's body instilled an unmistakable sense of dread in all present. Step. Just as the sinewy muscles bulged, Rock's calf muscles contracted violently, and in the next moment, he shot forth like a cannonball from the place he had manifested. Clang. As he propelled himself forward, Rock's arm muscles quivered, and the sound of the blade Heavy Country being drawn from its sheath erupted with a thunderous clash. Such immense power. Perceiving the terrifying might contained within Rock's blade, Shanks gasped in astonishment, realizing that without even utilizing his devil fruit abilities or the armament hockey, Rocks could unleash such formidable force. I said, if in your eyes, even those worthless beings can be deemed top-tier power, then you are unworthy to engage with me. as he exclaimed in astonishment, with the blade-heavy country unsheathed. The violent clash of metal resonated. Standing before the imperial throne, the celestial dragon king, with eyes glinting like a falcon, coldly declared, "However, since you wish to seek your demise, I shall gladly oblige." As he spoke, Im's pristine arm, smoother than the finest jade, exuded an aura of strength and radiance. Extending toward the direction Rocks had shot forth. Buzz, the moment his arm, glimmering under the sunlight, reached out. A resounding hum akin to a great bell rang in the ears of those present. Then, shards, capable of consuming even light, erupted from the palm of the celestial dragon king. In less than a fraction of a second, those shards, through violent self-collisions, transformed into an imperceptible barrier, thrusting outward towards Rocks. As this barrier, composed of shards that could devour light, surged forth, all objects obstructing its path, whether resilient rocks or soldiers of the world government, vanished as if they had never existed. Onlookers observed with clarity as, in the instant the barrier surged forth, the half-body of a soldier at its edge seemed as if it had been devoured by an invisible beast. In the blink of an eye, half of his body disappeared without a trace. As the barrier surged forward, all matter was obliterated as if it had never existed, vanishing entirely. Watching as the barrier passed through, erasing everything in its wake, Shanks, who had just marveled at Rock's ability to unleash such a powerful strike solely through physical prowess, found himself whispering in disbelief. Could it be that the barrier is composed of fragments of space? Observing the devastation wrought by the barrier, it indeed seemed to affirm his suspicions. The shards that formed the barrier were fragments of space. As Shanks concluded his thoughts, Beckman, standing beside him, glanced toward him. The celestial dragon king, stationed before the imperial throne, and remarked, in other words, that fellow has consumed a devil fruit capable of manipulating fragments of space. Or perhaps, even bolder. As Beckman's words settled, Shanks, with his eyes clouded, interjected, revealing that what he had consumed was not the devil fruit capable of manipulating spatial fragments. After all, even I can cleave through spatial shards when exerting my full power. At this juncture, Shanks cast his gaze towards him, who stood imperiously before the throne of kings, and continued, the one who effortlessly dispatched Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, Rocks, would undoubtedly be even more formidable. And yet, the likes of him, who pales in both physical strength and presence compared to Rocks, dares to assert that Rocks is unworthy of engaging him in combat. Sensing the tremor in Im's muscles as he reached out, Shanks confidently declared, thus, it is highly probable that what he has ingested is the legendary fruit. Even more terrifying than the tremor fruit, the apex of the devil fruits, the space fruit. Chapter 162, Rocks vs. Im. The space fruit. Upon hearing this, Beckman, standing beside Shanks, gazed at him in astonishment and inquired, how could that be? Isn't it a fruit of legend, one that has never had a wielder in existence? Legends may indeed hold truth. Reflecting on a woman he had encountered aboard Roger's ship, hailing from 8 centuries past, Shanks replied to Beckman, after all, I encountered a wielder of the time fruit long ago. Upon hearing this, Beckman's eyes widened in realization, a wielder of the time fruit? However, his question fell into silence, receiving no response from Shanks, for at that moment, Rocks unleashed a devastating strike with his sword, the Supreme Blade, upon the suspected spatial barrier erected by the Celestial King, Im. Crack, crack, crack. In that instant, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass, all present beheld the horrifying fissures that manifested at the terminus of Rock's Supreme Blade. And at the very end of those intricate cracks, a barrier seemingly constructed from spatial shards, imperceptible to the naked eye, emerged. Before the spatial fissures unleashed by the Supreme Blade, a tremendous rift suddenly appeared. Astonishingly, even without utilizing the powers of the tremor fruit, Rocks possessed the sheer, unbridled force to rend the very fabric of space itself. Boom. Yet this was not the conclusion, as the nearly translucent barrier materialized. A thunderous roar akin to the wrath of the heavens reverberated in the ears of all, and subsequently, the space that had cracked under the weight of the Supreme Blade erupted violently. Crack, crack, crack. Concurrently, as the spatial rift created by the Supreme Blade shattered brutally, the barrier, the Celestial King Im's formidable construct from spatial fragments, also erupted with a myriad of fissures, swiping across everything in its path, obliterating all matter. Then, the Supreme Blade crashed against the fissured barrier, bang. Crash. At the moment the blade made contact, the resilient barrier shattered into a cascade of stardust. To think, a mere mortal could shatter a layer of my spatial barrier. Observing the debris transformed into celestial dust, Im, who stood before the throne of kings, wore no expression of astonishment, still maintaining that godlike demeanor, devoid of joy or sorrow, and spoke slowly. It appears you are significantly more formidable than those worthless elders. However, a single layer of spatial barrier has already exhausted your strength. As he spoke, watching the relentless advance of the Supreme Blade, the Celestial King wore a mocking expression and declared, "Such a spatial barrier is but a trivial task for me." Buzzing. In the instant his words fell, shards, each radiating a crystalline glow and trembling with energy, coalesced before the Celestial King's hand. In an instant, layers upon layers of spatial barriers, identical to those shattered by Rock's Supreme Blade, began to form before him. With his arms outstretched in a gesture of embracing the world, Im addressed Rocks, declaring, "Today I shall utterly annihilate you, the scourge of the world that my world government rules, reducing you to mere dust." As the words left his lips, Im's arms swiftly converged forward, swish, swish, swish. In that moment, a cacophony of explosive sounds reverberated as the layered, all-consuming spatial barriers surged toward Rocks. Ha ha ha. Ever since I dispatched Kaido and Charlotte Linlan, I have felt this world has become so barren that no opponent remains capable of pushing me to my limits. Hearing the Celestial King's godlike proclamations, and witnessing the approaching spatial barriers, a fervent smile creased Rock's lips as he laughed maniacally. I initially thought this so-called final battle was merely a diversion before my ultimate dominion over the world. Yet I never anticipated the world government would still harbor someone capable of igniting my excitement. Though your powers stem from a devil fruit, they have grown formidable enough that I cannot simply cleave you in two with a single strike. Gazing at him, Rock's smile widened, his excitement palpable. How fortunate I am that there exists someone who can withstand my full-powered onslaught. As he spoke, the already overwhelming and unparalleled aura emanating from Rocks surged uncontrollably, expanding exponentially. Chapter 163, The Monster. Masaka. Sensing the rapidly escalating aura of Rocks, Shanks, still shocked by the Celestial King's swiftly conjured 9 spatial barriers, gasped in horror. Could it be that the earlier strike that shattered the spatial barrier was not even Rocks' full strength? A monster, at this moment. The surging might of Rocks had become synonymous with the term. Not just Shanks, but in this instant, even Im, who moments ago had declared that Rocks was unworthy of being his adversary, now exhibited a look of astonishment in his hawk-like eyes. Yes, even Im was momentarily subdued by the overwhelming force exuded by Rocks. Boom, boom, boom. As Im's expression shifted to one of shock, the rhythmic thumping of Rock's heart resonated like a resounding bell. Creak, creak, creak. Following that, Rock's already formidable muscles, which were the epitome of human potential, contracted violently, producing a harsh, grating sound akin to steel wires being twisted by heavy machinery. Accompanying that agonizing sound was an unfathomable surge of strength coalescing within Rocks. Swish. Witnessing the ever-expanding aura of Rocks, Im instinctively commanded the spatial barriers to launch towards him. At the moment when Rock's power had yet to ascend to its zenith, the first spatial barrier loomed merely half a meter away from him. With a swish, as the spatial barrier approached, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Rock's eyes, and the formidable blade known as the Supreme Nation erupted from his palm, striking fiercely against the incoming barrier. Despite possessing the ability to reach the pinnacle of this world, he lacked the tenacity to elevate his power to its utmost limit. In the instant the blade cleaved through the air, a mocking expression suddenly appeared on Rock's frenzied visage as he gazed at him, who stood before the imperial throne, his features marked by fear, and exclaimed, "You truly are a coward." Clang, crack. In the next moment, the blade that had sliced through the air collided violently with the spatial barrier, which had surged forth under Im's control, though Rock's strength had yet to reach its peak, and he had not even tapped into the fruit ability he exchanged for with negative values, nor his own haki. The barrier, which had just withstood Rock's blade for a brief moment, shattered like fragile glass the instant the blade made contact, disintegrating completely. Even after the barrier's destruction, the force contained within Rock's cleaving blade remained unabated. To be precise, Rock's power, still on the ascent, continued to rise even as the blade cut through the void. Until his strength reached its ultimate limit, the force imbued within the blade would be boundless. Swish, boom. Thus, the blade of the Supreme Nation, propelled by Rock's ever-increasing strength, surged forward invincibly. Accompanied by the ear-piercing sound of shattering, the 9-layered spatial barrier, crafted from spatial fragments by the Celestial Dragon King Im, was relentlessly obliterated beneath the unstoppable edge of the Supreme Nation. Thud. Then, with a resounding stomp that echoed through the air, Rocks, with his hair tousled by the wind, stood tall before the celestial dragon king Im. As he beheld Rocks, who appeared almost like a deity or a demon, standing before him, Im, who had just moments ago dispatched 3 of the 5 elders and deemed Rocks unworthy of a battle, felt his knees instinctively retreating 2 steps, despite his face remaining placid, as if looking down upon the mortal realm with a divine countenance. Hey, don't tell me the one who just sought to obliterate me into dust is now afraid. Observing Im's involuntary retreat, a flicker of disappointment crossed Rock's expression as he regarded the fearful visage of Im and exclaimed, "Such words would truly disappoint me." Chapter 164, A Face Slap. As the highest authority within the world government, even the 5 elders, who were seen as the rulers of the world government, bowed in deference before him. How could he endure Rock's mockery? Instantly, as Rock's words echoed, a flash of rage ignited in Im's hawk-like eyes. Thud, with fury in his gaze. Im stepped forward. Buzz. The moment his foot landed, the surrounding space reverberated, rippling with layers of disturbed spatial waves. You filthy pirate who dares to insult the dignity of the Creator's direct bloodline. Im, surrounded by surging spatial ripples, fixed his fiery gaze upon Rocks and spoke in a voice laced with suppressed wrath. "You shall pay dearly for your words." Swish. In the instant his words fell, sharp shards of spatial debris erupted forth from the rippling space, hurtling toward Rocks with a speed beyond human reach. How disappointing, if this is all you have. Rocks, seeing the singular nature of the spatial shards, shook his head lightly, a look of disappointment etched upon his face. "Then allow me to harvest your life." Clang. As he spoke, Rocks effortlessly swept his blade, shattering the approaching shards of space, and advanced rapidly toward him. Buzz. Yet, just as he stepped forward, a spark of exhilaration flickered in Rock's previously disappointed eyes. For in that moment, as he prepared to close the distance to thrust his blade into Im's chest, he discovered that the space between them remained unchanged, still a staggering 800 meters apart. "Ha! Have you fixed the distance between us at 800 meters using your fruit ability?" Rocks exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Or did you teleport me back to my original position the moment I leaped?" "Ah, never mind. You probably wouldn't tell me the truth anyway." With that, the disappointment in Rock's eyes morphed into fervent determination as he murmured, "I suppose I shall test it myself." Swish. In an instant, from 800 meters away, Rocks forcefully yanked the Supreme Nation. The blade cleaved through the void, unleashing a wave of slashing energy even more formidable than the one created by Mihawk, who was currently clashing with the 5 elders. The wave surged forth from the edge of the Supreme Nation like a torrent breaking free from a dam, racing toward him. 800 meters away. In that fleeting moment, Rocks could see clearly as the wave shot forth, moving at an unfathomable speed. Just as it was about to cleave through Im, who stood merely 3 meters away, a cold light flashed in Im's eyes. Suddenly, the wave that Rocks had unleashed vanished before him. Swish. The instant the wave disappeared, it re-emerged, propelled by shards of space, now more potent and relentless, and struck downward toward Rock's head. Swish, boom, crack. As the mixed wave of spatial fragments descended upon him, the exhilaration in Rock's eyes intensified. With a powerful flex of his muscles, he raised the Supreme Nation to intercept the descending wave, shattering it with a fierce strike. "Ha ha ha, you dare return my own wave back at me." Rocks, having obliterated the wave entwined with spatial fragments, beamed with exhilaration at the sight of him, whose expression was now grave, and roared, "Your fruit ability has developed quite well. Humph, though your strength is commendable, you filthy pirate." Im, hearing this, sat back upon his imperial throne with a proud demeanor, then coldly huffed, "However, now that my spatial fruit ability has awakened, even if you possess the power to annihilate the heavens and the earth, you shall not advance an inch." In the next instant, just as Im had settled back into his throne, he abruptly stood up, his earlier arrogance and confidence abruptly severed, for in that moment, he was stunned to see, with each step forward, Rocks, despite the constraints imposed by his own fruit abilities, remarkably approached his target, undeterred, closing the distance of 100 meters. Chapter 165, Spatial Explosion. How is this possible? Observing Rocks entering the realm of his spatial fruit abilities yet remaining unaffected, the proud celestial dragon king, Im, instinctively rose to his feet, his eyes widening in disbelief as he exclaimed, "You! How can you possibly resist the influence of my invincible fruit abilities?" "Invincible, you say? Are you jesting with me?" Rocks, every muscle fiber in his body taut and coiled, let a smirk of amusement creep upon his lips before he slowly replied, "If even my body, not yet at its peak, can withstand and transfer spatial abilities without being obliterated, then I must be the ancestor of invincibility." With that declaration, Rock strode forward once more, In that instant, who was wholly focused on Rocks, could vividly sense the moment Rox's foot struck the ground and his body penetrated the realm of his spatial abilities. Under the power of M's fruit, spatial fragments, moving with a speed surpassing light, swiftly traversed and sliced through everything in their path. It was as if a solid steel column was being thrust through a rapid whirlpool. Every spatial wave and fragment that came into contact with Rocks was obliterated upon collision, vanishing entirely. Suddenly, under the rise of the system's negative values, Rox's physical strength, under maximum exertion, had reached a level where the spatial waves generated by the fruit abilities could not displace him. The razor-sharp spatial fragments could not harm a single hair on his body. Impossible. The Celestial Dragon King, gazed in shock at Rocks, who, with each advancing step, shattered the spatial waves and fragments constructed by his own abilities. I cannot believe that your power has grown to rival that of the great king protector of the vast kingdom from 800 years ago. You are a pretentious pirate. Rocks, amidst his disbelief, unwilling to accept the reality before him, seemed to have undergone a self-induced hypnosis. With eyes brimming with murderous intent, he directed all his efforts into activating his spatial fruit abilities, shouting, "Die!" The moment M's voice thundered forth, the air was filled with the harsh, abrasive sounds of colliding spatial fragments, resonating in the ears of all present. And in that split second, a brilliant light emerged from the rapid collisions of the spatial fragments, sparkling like stardust and shining with the radiance of auroras, blooming vividly before the eyes of the onlookers. Yet, the more beautiful it appeared, the more perilous it was. As the splendid hues reached their zenith, everyone present, except for Rocks, including Whitebeard, known as the strongest man in the world, felt a flash of horror in their eyes. In that moment, they acutely sensed the terrifying power encapsulated within the dazzling colors. This radiant spectacle, birthed from M's full exertion of his fruit abilities, constructed from endless colliding spatial fragments, was akin to a spatial explosion, possessing the capability to annihilate even the full defensive strength of the four emperors in an instant. However, for Rocks, who had previously severed Kaido and Charlotte Linlin in the domain of Wano with a single strike, it was merely another challenge to overcome. Even as the vibrant and perilous light burst forth, Rocks did not adopt a defensive posture. It was only when the spatial explosion was a mere half-meter from him that he casually swung his blade, the Supreme Blade, towards the oncoming spatial torrent. Clang. Although Rox's expression remained as casual as a simple slash, the moment the blade's edge met the brilliant explosion, a deafening resonance akin to a mighty bell reverberated through the air. Then, to the astonishment of all, even Whitebeard, who felt certain he would perish if he endured that attack, saw a nearly imperceptible crack manifest upon the spatial explosion under Rox's blade. Crack. In the next instant, as the admirals and above in the Navy witnessed the emergence of that delicate fissure upon the spatial explosion, a second and third crack swiftly appeared. Subsequently, as if toppling a line of dominoes, more and more fine cracks emerged along the outer edge of the spatial explosion. In the blink of an eye, the explosion, now adorned with numerous cracks both large and small, became even more dazzling than the initial radiant display. Simultaneously, amidst the cracking of the spatial explosion, Rocks, with a fierce grin, declared break. Boom. The moment his voice echoed, the overwhelming might contained within the blade surged forth, unleashing the full potential of the spatial explosion's cracks. Instantly, the sound erupted, even more magnificent than the previous strike, drowning out the clamor of battle across Marineford. As if a great river had burst its banks, surging forth, the reverberating sound unleashed a torrent of terrifying energy, creating a shockwave that radiated outward, extending hundreds of miles in an instant. Within the range of the shockwave, all present, whether from the pirate faction or the world government, who possessed bounties of at least 10 million berries, were sent flying as if they were mere ragdolls, blood spewing forth from their mouths. Had the admirals and above not intervened to rescue those in peril at the moment of the shockwave's eruption, it is likely that more than 60% of the soldiers on the battlefield would have perished. Even so, despite the efforts of the admirals, those closest to the confrontation between Rocks and had already succumbed to the overwhelming force of the shockwave, their eyes glazing over in a lifeless stare. But in that moment, everyone was too preoccupied to care about anything else, for the spatial explosion unleashed by M's full power had shattered. The dangerously brilliant explosion, more dazzling than the most radiant light, had been utterly obliterated. The scattering crystalline fragments, illuminated by the sun, refracted beautiful hues as they fell. However, upon witnessing that resplendent gleam, The multitude surrounding Malin Vondo felt as though they were gazing upon the grim reaper wielding his scythe, despair instantaneously flickering in their eyes. For that shockwave, birthed from the second explosion, unleashed nothing less than shards of space. So sharp and unyielding that even a rear admiral of the Navy would find them insurmountable. Everyone, pay heed, as they beheld the momentary passage, the dazzling fragments of space, which cleaved the air with a multitude of fissures, elicited horrified exclamations from the crowd, for something far more terrifying was imminent. Thud, bang, crackle. Just as the crowd was engulfed in despairing cries, a sudden, thunderous sound of a fist cutting through the air erupted. Instantly, a web-like array of cracks exploded forth from beneath Rock's feet, surging outward with a velocity that surpassed even the shockwave. In an instant, the intricate fissures unleashed by the tremor fruit enveloped the very shockwave laden with fragments of space. How could this be possible? Witnessing the instant annihilation of the spatial shards beneath the myriad cracks of the tremor fruit, the celestial dragon king, gazed at Rocks in astonishment and exclaimed, "How could such a mere tremor fruit interfere with the spatial shards crafted from the space fruit? Although your audacity to abandon the dignity of the so-called world aristocracy to draw my attention is rather commendable." Yet, the very moment M's astonished exclamation fell, Rocks, with a face full of exhilaration, directed his gaze at the celestial dragon king and quipped, "But I must say, your disguise is rather clumsy. However, for one as proud as you to shed your arrogance in a bid to capture my attention." Speaking of which, Rocks raised his hand, sheathing his blade, the supreme blade, and slowly lifted his manic visage toward him, declaring, "What you covet must surely be the legendary Uranus, the king of the heavens." Ha ha ha. Your expression betrays my intuition. As Rocks beheld the sudden transformation of M's countenance, he erupted into a frenzied laugh, filled with bloodlust. "How fortunate I am to clash with the king of the three ancient weapons, Uranus. Today, I consider myself exceedingly lucky. Do not worry, I shall not impede you." Observing M's increasingly grim expression, the manic Rocks excitedly proclaimed, "For it is only when one's adversary is formidable that the battle becomes truly exhilarating." Chapter 167, The Underling Beneath the Throne. The king of the heavens, Uranus, is one of the three ancient weapons that has existed since the ancient era of the pirate world, possessing the power to obliterate the world. Unlike the legendary battleship, the Pluton, which appears only once every few centuries and commands sea kings of colossal size, Uranus remains shrouded in mystery, both in performance and form. Yet, it stands as the ultimate weapon forged by those who once resisted the oppressive reign of the ancient kingdom. After the downfall of the ancient kingdom, the 20 kings who overthrew the tyranny left Uranus as their strongest card within the world government they established. Uranus is undoubtedly the cornerstone of the world government's dominion and the source of M's unwavering pride, even in the face of Rocks, who is impervious to the space fruit. Suddenly, as Rocks sheathed his blade, a deafening roar of tumultuous waters erupted in the ears of the gathered crowd. Accompanying this cacophony, the once terrified expression of the celestial dragon king before the imperial throne transformed into one of utter indifference, akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens, exuding an air of supreme detachment. Boom! The very moment a godly indifference graced M's visage, a series of terrifying explosive sounds reverberated in the ears of the onlookers. Then light, a magnificent azure radiance, reminiscent of the vast heavens, emanated from before him, accompanied by an imposing presence. Within this brilliance, a humanoid fissure emerged, growing larger and more defined as it approached. Although this figure materialized from the waves, the audience felt an insurmountable disconnect, as if it was separated from them by an eternity, even an entire world. Yet, despite this apparent distance, the moment the figure emerged from the azure luminescence, a sense of sanctified terror and overwhelming authority surged forth, pressing upon their very souls. Suddenly, as the crowd became acutely aware of the oppressive force originating from the depths of their souls, a sound akin to a soap bubble bursting echoed in their ears. In that instant, the humanoid figure emerged from the radiant blue light, revealing itself to the spectators. It was a colossal being, towering over 10 meters, adorned with a pair of wings not crafted from pristine feathers, but rather formed of tender green leaves. Apart from its wings, the overall semblance was that of an elegant woman with verdant skin. However, the electric gleam within her azure eyes signified that she was not a living entity, but rather a contraption. The moment this figure fully revealed itself, even the rear admiral could not withstand the overwhelming pressure emanating from it, confirming its terrifying might. The stronger the opponent, the more thrilling the battle. Just as this humanoid figure with leaf-like wings materialized, Im, seated on the imperial throne with an expression of indifference, slowly lifted his head. A mocking glint in his eyes as he addressed Rocks. And how do you feel now? In the presence of my world government's most formidable weapon, the foremost of the three ancient weapons, Uranus, do you still find joy? For such a reason, you believe I would allow you to summon Uranus unimpeded? You truly are naive to the point of amusement. At this juncture, Im's eyes brimmed with disdain as he gazed down upon Rocks, asserting, yet, while you may be amusingly naive, your power is commendable. Thus, I shall grant you an opportunity. Kneel before me, submit, and implant a self-destruct device in your mind. Should you do so, I might accept you as my underling, bestowing upon you a status that surpasses even the elders of the 5 stars, making you the highest authority in the world government. Chapter 168, Tear Uranus Asunder. As the celestial dragon king Im's words resonated, the towering humanoid figure known as Uranus loomed before him. With deliberate grace, he raised his foot and took a step towards Rocks. Crack, crack, crack. The moment his foot met the ground, an overwhelming and pure aura erupted from the surface of Uranus, spreading in all directions with unrestrained ferocity. Under the sweeping influence of this aura, grotesque fissures radiated across the surrounding rocks in an instant. Astonishingly, merely taking a step forward, the force emanating from his body had already inflicted tangible damage. At that very moment, behind Rocks, the red-haired Shanks, who was poised to confront the celestial dragon King Im, was momentarily struck with a look of sheer astonishment. No way. In that fleeting moment of awe, as he felt an immense weight pressing down upon him. As if several mountains were upon his shoulders, Jesus Burgess, who had not yet unleashed his haki, stared in horror at the newly manifested green-skinned monster with wings, exclaiming, "Why do I feel that this creature's overwhelming presence is even more terrifying than Shanks' Conqueror's haki?" Indeed, at this moment, the monster's aura had already surpassed that of Shanks. After savagely tearing into the chunk of meat in his hand, Loki looked with a grimace at Im seated atop the imperial throne, whose expression was one of arrogant condescension, and spoke in a low voice. However, judging by Im's demeanor, it seemed that even this level of aura was not the ultimate limit of the green-skinned behemoth. Condescension, indeed, wasn't Im currently bestowing his favor upon Rocks. Moreover, he was doing so under the oppressive might of the celestial king Uranus, attempting to force Rocks into submission as his loyal underling. Yet soon enough, the haughty demeanor of Im vanished, replaced by shock and rage. For even the celestial dragon King Im, wielding the mightiest weapon bequeathed by the 20 kings who founded the world government, Uranus, could not subdue Rocks. In fact, just as Im confidently believed that the imposing aura of Uranus would compel Rocks to submit, the unexpected occurred. Boom. Suddenly, a torrent of ferocious energy, reminiscent of a primal sovereign emerging from the brutality of the ancient world, erupted from Rocks. Crack, crack, crack. The instant Rocks unleashed this boundless ferocity. Flashes of dark crimson light erupted violently at the point where his aura collided with that of Uranus, surging forth with thunderous intensity. In the next moment, as Rocks' aura continued to swell, the once-matched presence of Uranus was forcefully driven back several steps under the overwhelming and tyrannical might of Rocks, akin to a deluge or a beast on the rampage. Yes, even without unleashing the Conqueror's haki, the pride of the celestial dragon king, the so-called foremost of the ancient weapons, Uranus, had been bested in this clash of auras. Observing the retreating Uranus, Rocks slowly lifted his gaze to meet Im's suddenly pallid face. Though Rocks uttered not a word, a spasm of shameful fury was already evident on Im's countenance. It was clear that Im, who had just spoken, was now thoroughly enraged by the slap in the face dealt by Rocks. One could not deny that this man possessed an unparalleled power in this world. Suppressing his inner fury, Im fixed his gaze on Rocks, gripping the armrests of his throne tightly as he suppressed his rage and spoke in a low growl. "But you seem to have misunderstood. Uranus is merely a weapon, and the most vital aspect of a weapon is not its aura. Your strength may be formidable, but you are by no means a match for my invincible Uranus of the world government." Ha, if that is the case. Upon hearing this, Rocks, who had already felt disappointment towards the so-called invincible weapon of the world government merely based on aura alone, looked at him with a wild grin, saying, "Then let me see the true power of your so-called strongest weapon." Crack. "Since you, filthy pirate, have shown such a lack of respect, do not blame me for showing no mercy." At this point, unable to contain his rising anger, Im's hand shattered the armrest of his throne, and in that moment of destruction, he pointed frantically at Uranus, shouting, "Uranus, tear this man apart." As Im's voice fell, Rock's eyes gleamed with a sudden brightness, and simultaneously, the already tumultuous and surging aura enveloping him grew even more ferocious. At that instant, facing Rock's increasingly overwhelming and savage aura, felt as if the man before him was suddenly towering in stature. Danger! 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 Connected to the aura of Uranus and having absorbed all the combat experience it had amassed since its creation, Im's instincts screamed in alarm. Even with Uranus standing before him, even after consuming the space fruit, this man could potentially annihilate him in an instant. With a start, sensing the crisis warned by Uranus' sixth sense, Im instinctively stood from his throne. Then, from the moment Uranus arrived, believing no one in this world could rival him, Im's eyes widened in sheer terror as he beheld Rocks, who stood before Uranus, exuding an aura of battle-ready ferocity. Feeling a visceral sense of impending doom, Im, who had commanded Uranus since adulthood, and even the 5 elders of the world government had to bow in submission, felt a primal scream within him. He must die? This monster, which instilled a sense of imminent death even when Uranus was present, could not be allowed to live. Crack, crack, crack. In a state of fear, Im nearly shattered his silver teeth as he glared at Rocks with murder in his eyes, shouting, "Kill!" Boom, boom, boom. The moment the words left his mouth, a series of thunderous roars erupted from Uranus, akin to an aircraft carrier operating at full capacity, filled with rhythmic intensity and murderous intent. Rocks clearly saw that within the once human, lightning-infused, azure eyes of Uranus, a fierce bloodlust suddenly ignited. Following that, an overwhelming and uncontainable ferocity exploded from its surface. Suddenly, Im resolved to spare no effort to annihilate Rocks, who could evoke no sense of threat even with Uranus at his side. Im lifted the restrictions on the artificial soul of Uranus, which had not been done since the fall of the great kingdom of the 20 kings 800 years ago. Thus, the being now standing before Rocks was no longer a mere weapon of immense power controlled by another's will. Instead, it is a formidable force, a being that possesses the might to obliterate all the military power of a colossal kingdom that reigned supreme over the world 8 centuries ago, with the singular objective of slaying Rocks, known as the King of the Gods, Uranus. Ha! Sensing the overwhelming ferocity emanating from the heavenly King Uranus before him, Rocks erupted into wild laughter, exclaiming, "Yes, yes, yes. Such an existence is precisely what I envision as the wielder of world-destroying power. Come, Uranus. Let us revel in this ultimate and most exhilarating clash." Boom. Before Rock's words could fully dissipate, the restrictions on Uranus were lifted by Im. And with a singular focus on eliminating Rocks, Uranus surged forth, his wings adorned with tender green leaves, propelling him with terrifying speed towards Rocks. Excellent. Feeling the fierce winds whipping towards him, Rocks, with a face alight with madness, let out a low growl, his lips curling into an excited grin as he summoned all his battle fervor, striding forward to meet the fierce Uranus head-on. Thud, thud, thud. In an instant, 3 thunderous footfalls reverberated as Rocks closed the distance to Uranus. Upon arrival, Rocks clearly beheld Uranus, now unshackled, as his right arm descended with the force of a cataclysm, aiming directly at Rocks' head. Boom. In the moment of impact, a deafening roar akin to thunder erupted, shaking the very air. Simultaneously, all present witnessed the void above Rocks transform into an abyss-like chasm, unfathomably deep and dark. Surrounding this void were crystalline, razor-sharp fragments of space. Suddenly, with just a punch, Uranus, the foremost of the ancient weaponry, had shattered the very fabric of space. Chapter 170, The Frenzied Clash. ZZZZZ. With a punch that unleashed a howling gale, Uranus' fist, upon striking, violently fragmented the surrounding space. As his fist tore through the air, it hurled the shattered remnants of space towards Rock's head with unrelenting force. Astonishingly, after being unbound, Uranus' reflexes to counter the enemy had reached an extraordinary level. Faced with such a sudden and devastating blow, even Whitebeard could only evade. He could not withstand the attack without prior preparation. Yet, Rocks was different, confronting Uranus. He showed no inclination to dodge, even as the massive, verdant arm of Uranus plummeted down upon him. Just as Uranus' colossal arm descended, Rocks, without drawing his weapon, twisted his wrist to extend his arm to its utmost limit. ZZZZZ. At that moment, as Rock's arm reached its peak extension, his sleeves tore apart like decayed rags from an ancient tomb, bursting open completely. Crackle, crackle, crackle. As his garments exploded, the sound was akin to that of tightly coiled steel wires being compressed by a massive machine, twisted to the brink of breaking. This cacophony erupted from Rock's left arm, The sonic explosion unleashed a tempestuous force, surging forth like a river breaching its dam. What does he intend to do? Feeling the violent winds rushing at him. Observing Rocks, who stood firm and unyielding, swinging his arm to strike, Lucky Lou's cheeks rippled like waves, his mouth nearly unable to contain the words as he exclaimed. Could it be that he intends to directly withstand the attack from Uranus, the foremost of the ancient weaponry, which is capable of shattering space, without being fully prepared? Yet, under such circumstances, even Rocks should find it impossible, shouldn't he? Impossible. Just as Lucky Lou's incredulous words escaped his lips, Shanks, effortlessly shattering the stones swept up by the gale, shook his head gently and remarked, Lucky Lou, while you've grown considerably over these years, you still lack a true understanding of the monstrous power that Rocks possesses. If we were to label Uranus as a terrifying creature of world-destroying capability, then Rocks, who can force back Uranus without even resorting to his conqueror's haki, is an entity more fearsome than any monster. Bang! Just as Shanks' voice resonated, a cataclysmic sound erupted, akin to the detonation of a high-caliber shell. In that instant, Rocks' fully extended fist, with every muscle fiber finely delineated, collided with Uranus' descending arm. In that moment, all present clearly witnessed the explosive clash as Rocks' fist met Uranus' arm, causing the resilient ground of Marineford beneath them to collapse and erupt violently. Yet, amidst the shattered earth, Rocks, fiercely hammering down on Uranus' arm, remained as steadfast as an ancient mountain, unyielding and unbending. Even as the ground beneath Rocks fractured and collapsed, Uranus' arm, which had shattered the space above Rocks' head, was propelled away by the sheer rebound force of Rocks' punch. Clearly, not only had Rocks withstood the explosive assault from Uranus, but even in this hasty confrontation, without unleashing his full power, he had unleashed a force more ferocious than Uranus, sending the very fist that shattered space flying. Ha ha ha! Gazing at Uranus, whose arm remained unscathed despite having endured his strike, Rocks, standing upon the cracked earth, erupted into joyous laughter, exclaiming, "To withstand my punch without suffering any damage. Truly, you are the foremost of the ancient weaponry, Uranus. It seems you possess the power capable of unleashing my deepest bloodlust. What bliss it is to encounter such an opponent in this war." Chapter 171, Monster. Kill. Just as Rocks, filled with exhilaration, gripped his mighty blade, ready to engage in a fierce battle, suddenly, the celestial dragon King Im, seated upon his imperial throne, slammed his hand upon the armrest, his face contorted with rage as he bellowed, "Uranus, unleash your full power and slay him." Witnessing Uranus make the first move, just as Rocks had sent his punch flying, Im, who had thought that Uranus, the trump card maintaining the world government's dominance, would ensure Rocks' defeat, grew frantic. Boom! In an instant, as Im's voice echoed, Uranus, unbound after 800 years, surged forth like a perpetual motion machine, racing towards Rocks without pause. In that moment, Uranus' arm, once indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person except for its hue, suddenly transformed, twisting and contorting into a drill-like shape, radiating a resilient metallic sheen. And there it was, the incessantly whirling sharp apparatus. The sound of slicing filled the air. The deformed, razor-like thrusts, in their spiraling momentum, summoned a howling wind, one that seemed capable of cleaving through space itself, bursting forth with unparalleled ferocity. Simultaneously, as Uranus spun with reckless speed, the forceful winds it conjured had already transformed the spiraling, lethal stabs into a trajectory of perfect, inescapable arcs, hurtling towards the vital points of Rocks. How splendid! Yet, confronted with the terrifying assault of Uranus, which propelled its deformed fist towards his core, Rocks exhibited no inclination to evade. On the contrary, the fervor on Rocks' face intensified, radiating sheer exhilaration. The moment the thunderous roar resonated, the ecstatic Rocks, with a countenance brimming with bliss, exerted himself to the utmost, stretching his muscles to their limits. Then, accompanied by a sound that shattered the silence, Rocks, who had been steadfast on the ravaged grounds of Marineford, suddenly vanished. In the next instant, his upper body, garments torn asunder, revealed a physique coiled with ferocious strength, emanating an aura of unrestrained violence, as he maintained a posture of twisting his arm and drawing back his fist, unleashing a powerful strike aimed at the spiraling, razor-like thrust of Uranus, which had replaced its fist. Bang! At the very moment Rocks unleashed his fist, the onlookers clearly witnessed the space surrounding his fist ripple like a tablecloth, disturbed by the violent swing of his arm. Within this undulating expanse of space, the only tangible entity, Rocks' sinewy and solid fist, collided with the razor-like fist of Uranus. In that instant, The space between their striking fists shattered under the cataclysmic force of their collision. Boom! The sound of space fracturing roared forth, akin to the wrath of the Thunder Emperor, erupting with ferocity. Fragments. Countless shards of sharp, unyielding space burst forth, propelled by the shockwaves unleashed in their clash. Such immense power. As the terrifying echoes reverberated in his ears, and the sky was filled with debris from their confrontation, Lucky Lu, initially skeptical of Rock's monstrous reputation that rivaled Shanks, found his eyes widening in disbelief. The king of ancient weapons, Uranus, wielding the power to annihilate worlds, was one thing. But could the man who stood toe-to-toe with Uranus truly be human? No. Just as Lucky Lu's words fell, Shanks' solemn voice resonated, clarifying, it was not merely a contest, but a complete domination. Lucky Lu, have you not yet realized? Even now, Rocks has yet to unleash his devil fruit abilities or the full extent of his haki. Indeed, even in his fierce clash with the king of ancient weapons, Uranus, the exuberant and fervent Rocks had not utilized his haki. This means that at this moment, in his fervent clash with Uranus, Rocks had not yet tapped into his full power. To withstand and even dominate against Uranus without using his full strength is a testament to his prowess. One can only imagine the sheer destructive force he would unleash if he were to employ his haki or even his devil fruit abilities. Chapter 172, The Collapse of Marineford. Crack, crack, crack. It was not only Shanks who had come to this realization. After issuing the command to Uranus to utterly obliterate Rocks, the Celestial Dragon King, shifted his focus, intently observing the explosive clash between Uranus and Rocks, also recognizing that Rocks was not exerting his full strength. However, at that moment, as the sound of grinding teeth echoed from M's mouth, he had no time to be distracted, because at that instant, Rocks' explosive punch had already collided with Uranus' spiraling, cleaving thrust. One large, one small, yet both imbued with the utmost violence capable of shattering space, their clash erupted. Initially, there was silence, but within a mere fraction of a second, a sound more vast and terrifying than before erupted. Boom! Like the furious roar of the Thunder Emperor, the explosive sound shattered the atmosphere. Everyone clearly witnessed the ground of Marineford, already riddled with scars from the battle, fracture and crumble as if it were a stack of blocks collapsing. Huge chunks of earth, larger than ships, erupted outward, as if space itself was being displaced, flying in all directions at speeds undetectable even to the keenest of marine vice-admirals. Shiki. At that moment, as the massive boulders were propelled outward, Whitebeard, who had been engaged in combat with Garp alongside the Golden Lion Shiki, after fending Garp off with a slash, bellowed towards Shiki, "Save him!" In that instant, the former vice-captain of the Rocks pirates, Whitebeard, spoke, and without hesitation. Shiki responded with a commanding shout, "Serpent!" Buzz. In an instant, the power of the float fruit erupted with ferocity. Subsequently, all the pirates of the Rocks pirates, under the influence of the float fruit, began to levitate, defying gravity. Gravity blade, Fujitora. Simultaneously, the deep voice of Fujitora resonated. Buzz. Then, the overwhelming purple radiance representing the full force of the gravity fruit surged forth, directed towards the forces of the world government under Fujitora's formidable observation haki. In that moment, across the battlefield, all but the most powerful marine admirals, be they pirates or world government soldiers, were sent soaring into the sky. Crack, crack, crack. And at that moment, a deep, thunderous sound, as if it were emanating from the very core of Marineford's rocky foundation, erupted with a resounding boom. It became evident that the colossal boulders and earth fragments were not the entirety of the destructive aftermath of the clash between Rocks and Uranus. The residual power unleashed during their confrontation had even caused the very rock formation beneath Marineford, which had been chosen for its unparalleled resilience, multiple times sturdier than ordinary islands, and harder than steel, to fracture and shatter. The rumbling sound of the rock formation's collapse reverberated, and in that moment, all who remained on Marineford could distinctly feel the violent swaying. Indeed, under the explosive clash of Rocks and Uranus, the grand Marineford itself swayed violently, like a reed in the wind. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In the next instant, accompanied by a strange sound of the island's high temperatures scorching the seawater, magma of a dark crimson hue erupted from around Rocks and Uranus. Yet, neither the shattering of the rock formation beneath Marineford nor the eruption of magma impacted Rocks, who was in the midst of unleashing his devastating punch. For, in the very moment the rock formation crumbled and magma surged forth, Rock's ferocious and unyielding fists meticulously transformed Uranus's arm into a spiraling, lethal spear, shattering it with an overwhelming force. In the face of such an absolute disparity in combat prowess, even as Uranus contorted his arm into a more destructive form, he remained no match for Rocks. Boom. In the next instant, accompanied by a resonant thud, the figure of Rocks, akin to a demon from the abyss against the backdrop of surging molten lava, unleashed an unrelenting barrage of blows, directing all his might onto Uranus's tender green-skinned chest. Chapter 173, A Full Throttle Assault. Bang! With a thunderous impact, a gruesome mixture of blood, muscle, fascia, and shattered bone fragments erupted from Uranus's back. However, such an injury, which would have been fatal to any other, even to a Marine Admiral, had no discernible effect on Uranus, the foremost of the three ancient weapons. He appeared as if he had never sustained any harm at all. As Rocks exhausted his strength, Uranus unleashed his other arm, aiming to crush Rox's head. Not merely an arm. At this moment, with the restraints lifted, Uranus's artificial soul was no longer confined. Yet, as the ultimate weapon, his synthetic legs and wings transformed into blades of terrifying sharpness, rivaling the supreme edge of the 12 supreme blades. It felt as though Uranus had deliberately sacrificed one of his arms and a sixth of his flesh to create the most optimal environment for attack. Whoosh! At that instant, Uranus's limbs and wings erupted in an assault, cleaving through space towards Rox's vital points. Victory! Observing Uranus's onslaught, the celestial dragon king, whose throne had been shattered by his own hands, suddenly ignited with fervor in his eyes. Believed that under such an assault from Uranus, Rocks, drained of his old strength and yet to summon new power, despite still harboring untapped might, would undoubtedly perish beneath Uranus's blade, as sharp as the 12 supreme blades. Yet, the exhilaration on M's face dissipated almost instantaneously, for in that fleeting moment, he glimpsed a glimmering blade at the end of Rox's other arm. It dawned on him that Uranus had not meticulously orchestrated this moment to eliminate Rocks, but was instead reacting to the threat posed by Rox's gleaming blade. The supreme blade of heavy nation. Clang. Just as M grasped this revelation, a crisp sound of metal clashing resonated in his ears. Then, a streak, a nearly perfect arc, exploded forth from Rocks, colliding fiercely with the blade-like appendages of Uranus. Clang, clang, clang. The resounding echoes of their clash reverberated like a torrential downpour, as flesh and blood rained down from Uranus's body. Simultaneously, Uranus's seemingly inexhaustible fists and wings descended relentlessly upon the defenseless Rocks. Yet, at that moment, despite enduring multiple assaults from Uranus, the ground beneath Rocks remained unscathed. With a wild grin, Rocks, filled with insatiable greed, absorbed all the attacks unleashed by Uranus. In fact, aside from the minuscule marks of engravings on his body, there were no wounds to be found. Indeed, even while focusing solely on offense and neglecting defense, Uranus had failed to penetrate Rox's defenses. Ha ha ha. As M looked on in horror at the sight of Uranus, whose flesh had been significantly diminished, Rocks remained utterly unscathed. With a triumphant expression, Rocks gazed at the wound on his arm, oozing blood, and laughed maniacally, exclaiming, "Truly, the mightiest of the three ancient weapons. What an exhilarating attack." At this juncture, amidst their furious exchange, Rocks, whose arm had finally been grazed by Uranus, roared with even greater fervor, "To think you could inflict a wound upon me. You have truly pleased me. To face one who can bring me scars, and yet hide my true power would be a disservice to you. It is decided. Uranus, as a reward for the honor of this scar, I shall unleash all my strength to annihilate you completely." Chapter 174, M's final card. What? As Rocks bellowed, he felt the shockwave from the clash between him and Uranus shatter the rocky foundations of Marineford, causing molten lava to surge forth. The entire island began to collapse. Had it not been for the intervention of Shiki the Golden Lion and Fujitora, who activated their powers to ascend into the air, many would have already met their demise. The crowd, stunned and incredulous, roared in disbelief, using all his strength. This can't be real. That force unleashed, which shattered Marineford's rocky terrain, wasn't even his full power? Floating in midair, the bewildered onlookers could hardly contain their astonishment as they chorused, "What kind of monster is Captain Rocks?" Yet, despite the collective outcry from those suspended in the air, none of it reached Rox's ears. For at that moment, as he spoke, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, an aura as fierce as a primordial titan, terrifying as a chasm, and tyrannical as a prison. This mighty conqueror's haki burst forth from Rox's very being. Whoosh! Following the news of Rox's victory over Don Quixote da Flamingo and Dressrosa, he had expended negative energy to elevate his power to unprecedented heights. Even during his confrontations with Kaido and Charlotte Linlin and Wano, he had not fully unleashed his conqueror's haki, which now surged forth like a tidal wave. The crowd witnessed flashes of black and red, tinged with gold, erupting around rocks, accompanied by thunderous roars. It was this explosive aura, interspersed with the cacophony of thunderous sounds, that drowned out the astonishment of the masses. Moreover, this release of haki not only overwhelmed the collective gasp of thousands, but also rendered the combatants of the Marine headquarters, below the rank of Admiral, utterly dazed. Even as Rocks unleashed his haki, layers upon layers of armament haki surged forth from his back, like a river breaching its dam, an unending torrent of power. The onlookers clearly beheld the vast and boundless aura of armament haki surging forth, enveloping the arms of Rocks in an instant. The arms of Rocks were instantly tainted, radiating a rich metallic sheen of a black-gold hue. Moreover, as time elapsed, the armament haki emanating from Rocks' back continued to cascade and envelop. Suddenly, the arms, initially shimmering with the black-gold luster under the influence of armament haki, began to gradually fade. In less than a moment, aside from a layer of misty white radiance swirling around, no other hue adorned Rock's arms. Astonishingly, Rock's armament haki had transcended the limits of black-gold luster cultivated over decades by Garp. It reached the state of formless brilliance, returning to its essence. At that very moment, as the armament haki on Rock's arms transformed from black gold to this formless brilliance, a violent force surged forth, one that even an admiral-level combatant felt like a mere cub under the gaze of a natural predator, sensing a terrifying oppression that sent shivers down their spine. Death, death, death. Such a monstrous being, even the strongest foundation of the world government, the ancient weapon Uranus, could not guarantee my survival. Indeed, at the moment Rock's conqueror's haki and armament haki erupted in tandem, the Celestial Dragon King, who had once arrogantly sought to make Rocks his loyal hound, was plunged into utter dread. However, despite feeling an unprecedented fear under the full eruption of Rock's dual haki, Im still cast a murderous gaze in Rock's direction. Yes, had yet to succumb to despair, for he still possessed a trump card. Ha ha ha, at this moment, you dare to project such a murderous glare towards me. With the dual haki fully unleashed, the highly perceptive Rocks turned to regard Im's menacing gaze, chuckling with intrigue. Could it be that you still have a trump card up your sleeve? You guessed correctly. As a direct descendant of the creator who has ruled this world for 8 centuries, I certainly have a hidden card. Gazing at Rocks with a disdainful look, as if viewing the most esteemed bloodline of the world government's 20 kings as inconsequential, Im gradually leaned back against his throne, his face etched with murderous intent as he slowly spoke. Until just now, I hesitated to employ this trump card for a simple reason. Its activation requires the sacrifice of all creator bloodlines, including my own. Rocks, it is your disdain and disregard that compels me to forsake the most esteemed bloodline of the creator and unveil this trump card. The instant the words left his mouth, abruptly raised his head, pointing an accusatory finger at Rocks as he bellowed, "You must pay the price for your arrogance." Chapter 175, The Blood Sacrifice of All Celestial Dragons. With a voice laden with hatred and resentment, the Celestial Dragon King Im's words erupted. The sound was akin to torrents of blood gushing forth, echoing from the 48,000 pores of Im's body. Simultaneously, a sound akin to a soap bubble bursting resonated explosively. Then, figures adorned with transparent bubble helmets and luxurious attire reminiscent of space suits, their faces marked by haughty expressions, emerged with the sound of the bubble's rupture. Suddenly, these individuals were revealed to be the descendants of the creator, the most noble nobility of the world, the Celestial Dragons. However, at this moment, the Celestial Dragons emerging before the crowd bore no trace of their esteemed aura, for as they materialized, they erupted as if their bodies contained high explosives, bursting violently. Witnessing their fellow esteemed Celestial Dragons torn asunder, their flesh obliterated and souls extinguished, these so-called nobility of the world were rendered less capable than mere soldiers who had trained for only a few days, collapsing in a state of utter despair, weeping and soiling themselves. Yet, the Celestial Dragons, who displayed such an intolerable spectacle before the crowd, did not receive any mercy from their king, Im. In fact, their disgraceful display only intensified Im's resolve. In an instant, the blood sacrifice, which had only seen 3 or so Celestial Dragons perish in a second, accelerated to hundreds per second. My king, observing the rapid demise of the Celestial Dragons before Im, the 2 remaining elders of the 5 elders, faces filled with horror, stammered in shock, "Do you truly intend to sacrifice all of us esteemed descendants of the creator?" But, Just as their words resonated, Im's vengeful voice cut through. I had almost forgotten you were here. From the 48,000 pores of my body, blood surged forth, and I cast my frenzied gaze upon you too, murmuring, your bloodline purity is second only to mine among all celestial dragons. Come now, elders, let us sacrifice our bloodlines together. At this moment, with a deranged countenance, Im slowly extended his hand towards the two remaining celestial dragons, a wild fervor igniting within him as he roared. For only in this manner can we defeat and eradicate Rocks, this monster who dares to belittle the dignity of our world nobility. Step, step, step. Terrified by Im's demeanor, the elders of the 5 elders retreated a few steps, faces filled with dread as they exclaimed, you have completely lost your mind. With that, the elders, having served within the ranks of the 5 elders for years, were unwilling to sacrifice their precious lives for the madman Im. In an instant, they fled in panic. What a disappointing choice. Observing the elders' hasty retreat, Im, drenched in blood, slightly tilted his head and murmured, but did you truly believe you could escape like this? Let me tell you, you are merely dreaming. At this juncture, Im's face twisted into an extreme expression of madness, roaring with manic laughter. As long as you still bear the blood of the 20 kings of the Creator, you will never evade the blood sacrifice mandated by the Celestial Dragon King. Boom. The moment Im's maniacal laughter echoed, the bloodied remnants of Uranus, shattered by Rock's furious onslaught, seemed to come alive, suddenly soaring into the air, hurtling towards the direction of the elders. In a heartbeat, the sound of blades piercing flesh erupted in the ears of the crowd. In an instant, the nominal highest authority of the world government, the elders of the 5 elders, whose combat prowess rivaled that of Admiral Sengoku, was engulfed by the fragments of Uranus, meeting their complete demise as if they had encountered a natural enemy. Boom. And at the moment when the 2 elders, whose might was comparable to that of Admiral Sengoku, were swallowed by the remnants of Uranus, a resounding tremor erupted, reverberating as if the entirety of the ocean had been shaken. As the tumultuous echoes reverberated through the air, the onlookers were taken aback to witness a most astonishing sight. In that very instant of explosive sound, the once vibrant current connecting Judicial Island, Marineford, and the naval headquarters, capable of propelling vessels at unimaginable speeds, suddenly came to a halt. It was not merely the swift current that ceased. Even the terrifying whirlpool encircled by this current began to slow its relentless rotation. Simultaneously, the remnants of Uranus, now reduced to mere shattered bones under the merciless onslaught of Rocks, were involuntarily drifting toward the gradually stilling whirlpool, as though transported by some ethereal force. Accompanying the movement of Uranus's remains, a mist of blood, intermingled with the flesh and bone of celestial dragons, along with the blood-spraying Im, was likewise swept toward the central vortex with great ferocity. With a resounding splash, the sound of something heavy plunging into the sea echoed. The sanguine mist, infused with the essence of celestial dragons, surged toward the site where Uranus had fallen, as if drawn by the insatiable pull of a black hole. Then, an aura, one that shared the same origin as Uranus, yet was vastly more immense, erupted from the depths of the ocean. What could it be? Just as the gathered crowd sensed the ever-growing presence of Uranus, they were startled to discover a shadowy figure emerging from the seemingly empty center of the massive whirlpool, which had been encircled by the swift current. Dr. Vegapunk, the former captain of the scientific division, Sentomaru, recognized the identity of the shadowy figure. How could the doctor be in such a perilous location? Wasn't he the world government's chief scientist, possessing intellect that surpassed humanity by 5 centuries? However, despite his unparalleled wisdom, his physical prowess was akin to that of a mere lieutenant, rendering him a veritable weakling amidst the throngs gathered at Marineford. Why was he present at the core of the whirlpool? Yet, at that moment, Sentomaru had no time to ponder these questions, for just as he recognized Vegapunk, a transparent coffin, crafted entirely from ice crystal, suddenly appeared beside the bespectacled scientist, who wore an expression of enlightened joy. Astonishingly, within this transparent coffin lay none other than Im, the Celestial Dragon King, whose body had recently erupted with blood from 48,000 pores. But the issue at hand was that Im, having consumed the space fruit, should have been drained of blood due to the sacrificial ritual, subsequently plunging into the depths of the whirlpool along with the remnants of Uranus. Despite having summoned Uranus, the world government had been driven to such desperate straits. As the crowd was engulfed in astonishment, Im slowly opened his eyes from within the ice crystal coffin, his gaze icy and devoid of humanity, directed toward Rocks. At that moment, as Im beheld Rocks, whose arms radiated an armed color of hockey compressed into a lustrous white glow. Vegapunk's voice resonated with a mix of calmness and exhilaration. Rocks. You are truly astonishingly powerful. However, it is precisely because of your formidable strength that I have been able to base my creation on the primordial weapon, Uranus, which has existed for 800 years. At this juncture, Vegapunk, exuding an aura of intellect, spread his arms wide, eyes alight with fervor as he regarded I'm within the ice crystal coffin, exclaiming, "It has finally taken shape." With a crack, as his words echoed, the coffin shattered spectacularly. From within, a humanoid figure, strikingly similar to him but emanating the essence of Uranus, trembled slightly as it unfurled wings adorned with tender green leaves, akin to those of Uranus, and began to soar forth. 8 centuries prior, during the cataclysmic battle that led to the downfall of the vast kingdom by the world government. Although the formidable strength of the ancient weapon Uranus obliterated the elite forces of the ruling kingdom, the kingdom's foundation had managed to shatter Uranus's energy core. To ensure that the broken energy core of Uranus continued to serve as a trump card for the world government, my ancestors, under the command of the 20 kings, utilized scientific means to integrate the shattered energy core into the blood of the 20 kings. Thus, with the blood of the creator supplying its existence, Uranus was spared from complete destruction and became a formidable weapon entirely under the control of the celestial dragons. However, despite this, the power of Uranus, sustained by the blood of the celestial dragons, paled in comparison to its might from 8 centuries ago. This explains why, as the once mighty Uranus, the foremost of the ancient weapons that had once decimated the elite forces of the vast kingdom, was unable to contend with you even before you unleashed your armed hockey. Yet now, the situation has changed. Following Im's declaration of a blood sacrifice, encompassing all descendants with the bloodline of the creator, I utilized the remnants of Uranus to amalgamate the blood of all celestial dragons into one, using the most potent essence of Im as the foundation to reconstruct the energy core that my ancestors had nurtured within the bloodline of the celestial dragons for centuries. With Im's body as the core, and after reintegrating the energy core, enhanced over hundreds of years, alongside the remnants of Uranus, a fully formed Uranus emerged, with combat capabilities that exceeded even those from 8 centuries prior, now entirely under my control. With a resounding thud, the humanoid figure, bearing Im's visage but radiating the essence of Uranus, descended before Vegapunk, emanating a chilling aura of murderous intent as it fixed its gaze upon Rocks. Now, if I can obliterate your consciousness and utilize your corpse to unravel the secrets of your resurrection, I shall possess infinite time to further my research. Sensing the overwhelming murderous intent radiating from Uranus, the deranged scientist Vegapunk exclaimed with a manic grin, "Thus, Rocks, for the advancement of science, I implore you to die once more." Chapter 177. How is this possible? In the blink of an eye, the figure resembling Im vanished from Vegapunk's side. In that instant, the onlookers were struck with astonishment, for they had barely registered Uranus's existence. The sensation was akin to Uranus having completely vanished from this realm. With a clang, the blade of Rox's weapon, the Supreme Blade, was brought down with immense force. Yet, before the blade could cleave through, the figure bearing Im's visage had already manifested beside Rox, and with a powerful strike, it smashed its fist against the side of the Supreme Blade. Boom, crack, clang. As the resounding cadence of strikes echoed through the air, a sharp metallic clash resonated as a blade met the ground. Following the sound, the onlookers beheld the formidable blade, the supreme great knife 12 work of Rocks, shatter into pieces. Whoosh! In a fleeting moment, the fist of Uranus sliced through the air, effortlessly breaking the supreme great knife, and in the next instant, he vanished from beside Rocks, only to reappear next to Vegapunk, empowered by an energy core cultivated over centuries. Every inch of Uranus's form emanated a potency far sharper and sturdier than the supreme great knife 12 work. The moment Uranus materialized, Vegapunk, clad in a white lab coat, resembled an exuberant parent proudly presenting their child, his face alight with excitement as he introduced Uranus to the crowd. More importantly, with the energy core enriched by the essence of the devil fruit tree, the restored Uranus possessed the magnitude of the entire celestial dragon lineage. This implies that, under theoretical extremes, Uranus could consume 695,300 devil fruits. At this point, Vegapunk spread his arms wide, his face brimming with fervor as he bellowed at Rocks. And just now, I have integrated into him the devil fruits accumulated by the world government over 8 centuries, totaling 9,300 fruits. With the ability to manipulate flames, summon hurricanes, and control electricity, Uranus can perform anything imaginable with such a multitude of devil fruits. As Vegapunk spoke, Uranus responded by wielding flames, conjuring storms, and channeling currents, his body transforming into a resilient metal. With the manifestation of Uranus's myriad devil fruit abilities, a fervent Vegapunk exclaimed to Rocks, with such a plethora of powers, even you, yes, even you, could never match Uranus. Uranus, I have squandered far too much time on research. Vegapunk continued, resembling a product manager eager to showcase the effects of his creation, his face alight with zeal as he commanded Uranus, now, immediately obliterate Rox's consciousness. I am impatient to uncover the secrets of resurrection. Whoosh! The moment the words left his lips, Uranus, bearing the visage of him, vanished from in front of Vegapunk, reappearing before Rocks. Oh, there was something I almost forgot to mention, Vegapunk remarked, as if recalling an important detail, gazing at Rocks. Within the energy core of Uranus, not only are the devil fruits amassed by the world government over 8 centuries integrated, but also the abilities of the devil fruits consumed by the celestial dragons who were recently alive have been assimilated by Uranus. However, before Vegapunk could finish his sentence, he abruptly halted. Clap. In that instant, accompanied by a dull thud, Vegapunk was astonished to witness Uranus, in its complete form, which had just ruthlessly shattered Rox's supreme great knife, being halted by Rocks, whose face was obscured by wild, disheveled hair. But how could this be possible? It should be known that after the energy core was integrated, every inch of Uranus's body, appearing as ordinary skin, harbored a sharpness surpassing that of the supreme great knife. How could such a formidable Uranus be blocked by mere flesh? This is utterly inconceivable. Chapter 178, Let the Battle Commence. Ha ha ha. Marvelous. To think that even my supreme great knife was shattered, and yet you possess such an abundance of fruit abilities. You are truly remarkable. In the midst of Vegapunk's lingering shock, Rocks, who had just raised his arm to block Uranus's assault, suddenly looked up, his face alight with ecstatic joy, bursting into laughter. I'm ignited. I have completely ignited. Come. Vegapunk, with wisdom surpassing 5 centuries of this era, has forged the ultimate weapon from the celestial dragon lineage, accumulating over 9,000 devil fruits. Burn everything you have to allow me to relish a more savage and sweeter slaughter. Roar. The moment Rox's euphoric roar reverberated, Uranus, resembling him, seemed to carry a fragment of M's will as he abruptly opened his tightly shut lips, unleashing a thunderous roar towards Rocks. As the roar erupted, the space before Rocks rippled like a tablecloth, the chaotic explosion generating layers of waves that ultimately tore apart, transforming into sharp shards of space. The sound waves, ripped asunder, surged towards Rox's face. Simultaneously, swish, swish, swish. The wings of Uranus, empowered by the energy core, each possessing a sharpness exceeding that of the supreme great knife 12 work, accelerated towards Rocks, propelled by various fruit abilities. But this was not the end. Whoosh! As the delicate green leaf-like wings behind Uranus exploded forth, a tempest of violent winds howled, ripping apart the very space around them. Amidst this ferocious whirlwind, Rocks could clearly see Uranus's arm that he had previously blocked was now raised high. Then, with the other arm lifted in unison, they merged into a hammer, crashing down towards him. It was evident that Uranus's intent was to seal off all of Rox's avenues for retreat, and then, utilizing the unparalleled might imparted by the energy core, to pummel Rox's consciousness into oblivion. Ha ha ha. As he gazed at the massive hammer fist descending, Rox's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. You truly understand my intentions. In that case, I shall oblige you and engage in a thrilling contest of brute force. Boom, boom, bang. The moment his words fell, a series of explosive sounds erupted from Rox's entire being. As the detonations echoed, the onlookers witnessed Rocks, whose muscles had already swelled to extraordinary proportions, further expand as he stomped his feet on the ground. With a twist of his arm and a pull of his fist to the limit, he propelled his fist upward to meet Uranus's descending hammer fist. Boom. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The instant his fist tore through the air, a thunderous explosion resonated in the ears of the spectators. Following this explosive sound, a torrent of air, accompanied by shards of space shattered by the impact, radiated outward from Rox's center. At the heart of this boundless wave of energy, a terrifying void, akin to a chasm devoid of space, emerged from the epicenter of the radiant energy wave. Astonishingly, with the full might of his haki unleashed, Rocks carved a profound rift in the very air above the already descending Marineford. Roar! The moment the terrifying void, devoid of space, manifested, Uranus, positioned opposite, had already sensed the terrifying destructive power contained within Rock's punch. In that instant, a feral, savage, and formidable roar erupted from Uranus's throat, tearing through the air with a resounding blast. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Subsequently, massive veins, radiating a green luminescence, surged violently from beneath Uranus's tender green skin. With a sharp crackle, Rocks observed clearly as these veins bulged ominously, and the delicate skin enveloping Uranus's form stretched to its limits before abruptly snapping. Suddenly, upon realizing the might of Rock's fist, Uranus unleashed a frenetic force that transcended the utmost limits of his physical defense. Empowered by such ferocity, Uranus's colossal fists, now united into hammers, descended with a velocity that surpassed all thresholds, crashing down with relentless ferocity. An aura of wild savagery and menacing ferocity swept over the battlefield. Yet, in the face of Uranus's fists, capable of obliterating even Whitebeard, who lacked confidence in preserving his own life, Rox's countenance bore no trace of trepidation or fear. Rather, his expression, already heightened to the pinnacle of exhilaration, intensified further. Come on, such might is worthy of my fist. Uranus, prepare for battle. Chapter 179, The Fall of Uranus. Amidst his manic laughter, Rox unleashed a punch enveloped in a translucent, radiant aura, which, even before fully unleashing its power, created a void in space itself. Emerging from that emptiness, Uranus's hammer fist descended with unparalleled force. The clash reverberated, echoing with a thunderous roar that shattered the air, unleashing waves of energy even more terrifying and vast than their earlier confrontation. From the point of impact between Rox and Uranus, a cataclysmic explosion erupted, scattering debris of space and clearing the surrounding dust in an instant. What unfolded before the eyes of onlookers was a fierce stalemate, with Rox's fist locked in a struggle against Uranus's hammer fist. Indeed, just moments ago, Uranus, who had crumbled under the pressure of an unawakened Rox, now, augmented by Vegapunk's enhancements and the power of thousands of devil fruits, matched Rox's full might blow for blow. Suddenly, as Uranus's hammer fist and Rox's fist remained locked in a stalemate, sharp fissures in space erupted from behind Rox, hurtling towards his vital points. In that fleeting moment of direct confrontation, Uranus unleashed his most potent devil fruit ability, aiming to annihilate Rox's consciousness with the space rifts. Captain Rox, be careful. Whitebeard, witnessing the imminent threat of the space rifts aimed at Rox's vitals, shouted with alarm, his voice filled with urgency as he sought to dispel the incoming shockwave. However, before his warning could fully escape his lips, it was abruptly silenced. Crackle, crackle, crackle. In that instant, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass, a radiant light erupted from Rox's back. Just as Whitebeard perceived Uranus's treachery, Rox, engaged in fierce combat with Uranus, sensed the incoming attack. Upon detecting the assault, he unleashed the full might of his tremor fruit. Instantly, intricate fissures of space erupted from the brilliant, undulating light on Rox's back, surging forth to confront the incoming rifts spawned by Uranus's ability. Boom. Crash. A cacophony of overlapping space fissures erupted upon colliding with the space rifts, shattering violently. The unleashed ferocity of the exploding space energy swept over the approaching rifts aimed at Rox, transforming them into a dazzling display of colorful stardust, akin to a celestial shower. Yet, in that moment, the onlookers had no time to admire the spectacle of shimmering stars. For, amidst the chaos, the resounding crack of shattering bones echoed in their ears. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Accompanied by the sound of bones fracturing, they witnessed Uranus's hammer fist, which had been locked in a fierce struggle with Rox, now shatter as if it had plummeted from the sky, like fragile porcelain. The first to break was Uranus's tender green skin, which had been strained to its limits. Following that, the muscle fibers beneath, stronger than bundled steel, snapped apart, and as they ruptured, a torrent of blood, tinged with green, gushed forth from his veins. Yet, this was not the end. As the muscles tore and blood gushed, the sturdy bones supporting Uranus's immense form began to fracture, inch by inch. Bones adorned with delicate green patterns exploded from Uranus's arms. In that moment, Rox, who sought to determine the outcome of the battle with his fists, was incensed by Uranus's near-surprise attack. In a furious retaliation, he unleashed the abilities of the perfect, side-effect-free devil fruits he had exchanged from the system, empowering his arms. With the enhancement of these abilities, the raw power generated from his physical might combined with Haki erupted forth, transforming into an overwhelming force that mercilessly shattered Uranus's hammer fist. In disbelief, Vegapunk observed as Uranus's arms, which had struggled momentarily, crumbled under the might of Rox's punch. A profound shock surged through Vegapunk's eyes, once filled with wisdom. The ancient weapon Uranus, embodying the bloodline of the celestial dragons and enhanced by thousands of devil fruits, had been defeated in an instant. At that moment, he could scarcely believe his own eyes. Yet, how could he fathom such a reality? This was the fully realized form of Uranus, fortified with an energy core and infused with thousands of devil fruits, whose power eclipsed that which had once annihilated a vast kingdom 8 centuries prior. I will destroy you. Just as Vegapunk was engulfed in shock, a voice belonging to him, the king of the celestial dragons, erupted from Uranus's shattered head. Suddenly, under the relentless onslaught of Rox's ultimate violence, the consciousness of him, now revived within Uranus's body, surged forth. Gazing at Rox, the revived M's eyes ignited with an intense hatred. Continuing, the arm, that under the explosive fury of Rox, was left with shredded muscles, burst veins, and ultimately reduced to mere fragments adorned with tender green veins. In the midst of Emu's wrathful roar, it lunged directly towards Rox's chest. Ha ha ha! The sudden turn of events not only failed to instill fear, but instead elicited an even more frenzied and uproarious laughter. At the last moment, achieving such a feat, Emu, you truly are a delightful surprise. I am so astonished that I can hardly resist the urge to embrace you. The maniacal laughter dispelled the rage that had erupted from Rox due to Uranus's ambush. Subsequently, with a face full of exhilaration, Rox indeed did as he claimed, unflinchingly ignoring the green-veined bone spike that was thrusting toward his chest, under Emu's mental control. With arms outstretched as if to embrace, the Uranus, guided by Emu's consciousness, stepped forward. And just as that green-veined spike pierced Rox's chest, his sinewy arms surged forward, enveloping the tender green humanoid being, which dwarfed him immensely. Within his grasp, crack, crack, crack. The moment his arms wrapped around, the sound of shattering bones erupted like thunder. Ribs broke, vertebrae splintered, the sternum exploded. The already torn tender green skin was further ravaged by the piercing bones. The artificial organs surged forth like rotting flesh from the punctured skeletal regions. At this moment, the female form of Uranus, bearing Emu's visage and consciousness, seemed to possess even the nerves that conveyed pain. Amidst the terrifying agony of torn muscles, pierced bones, and shredded nerves, she wailed and roared madly within Rox's embrace. Yet, despite the incessant howling and cries of anguish, she did not cease her assault. Under Rox's violent embrace, with her arms shattered and her feet unable to bear weight, only her neck retained mobility. Astonishingly, she opened her mouth, filled with tender green teeth, and lunged to bite at Rox's face. It seemed that even in death, she was determined to take a piece of him. Ha ha ha! Even at this juncture, you continue to attack me, Emu. Your tenacity is now sufficient for me to acknowledge you. You are now truly worthy of the title of king. Amidst the maniacal laughter, Rox, with his arms crushing her upper body's bones, abruptly pulled his head back to its limit. Then, as his neck muscles bulged and contracted, his head lunged forward to collide with her approaching head, mouth agape. Bang! The sound of the impact resonated in an instant, and within her electrified eyes, the last vestige of murderous intent dissipated. Yet, even in death, whether it be her shattered skull or her body, bloodied and broken, she maintained an attacking posture. Chapter 180. How utterly tedious. The north wind cuts like a blade, the ocean serves as an anvil, and all things are mere prey. 10,000 miles of frozen ice transforms the world into a crucible, melting all into crystal. Snow flurries, winds howl, and ships adorned with the flag of the Rock's empire sail forth from the new world, their billowing sails propelling the heavy vessels to crush the ice and snow upon the sea as they advance rapidly. It has been over half a year since the battle at Marineford. In that span, Rox has, with overwhelming brutality, shattered any who dared to defy the might of the Rox pirates. Thus, he has emerged as the most formidable and violent sovereign of the seas. In his quest to satiate his bloodlust and harvest negativity, under the oppressive violence of Rox, the world has been laid bare. Coupled with the joint governance of Monkey D. Dragon, the supreme commander of the Revolutionary Army, Fleet Admiral Sengoku of the Navy, and the likes of Whitebeard and Shiki, the Golden Lion. The era of piracy initiated by Gold Roger was swiftly brought to an end in less than half a year. Henceforth, having brought the Revolutionary Army, the 3 military forces upholding the original world government, and all the pirates of the New World under his banner, Rox, in a surge of public acclaim, was crowned as the emperor of the first empire of rocks, in the guise of a pirate. These ships, flying the modified flags based on that of the Rocks pirates, were indeed the vassal fleet of the former world government, now provinces of the Rocks Empire. As the sun rose, its golden rays illuminated the capital of the Rocks Empire, a magnificent city that had risen in merely half a year. A lavish and opulent palace stood tall, serving as the royal residence of Emperor Rocks. The warm sunlight streamed through the crystal windows, casting its glow upon Rocks, whose sinewy form lay against the bosom of the snake princess, Boa Hancock, her eyes slightly closed in slumber. At the moment of Marineford, having witnessed the ultimate violence of Rocks forcing all the celestial dragons to be sacrificed by Emu, and subsequently annihilated by Rocks' explosive fury, Boa Hancock, on the very day the war concluded, had offered herself to Rocks, who accepted her. After the establishment of the empire, the queen of the Amazon Lily, Empress Boa Hancock, rightfully assumed her role as the mistress of the empire. Tap, tap, tap. Just as the warm sunlight shone down, a hurried sound of footsteps resonated, followed by the voice of the former Marine Vice Admiral, now the captain of the Imperial Guard, Tantata, announcing the arrival of the Imperial warships carrying the chief officials of the provinces of Dressrosa, the Beautiful Federation, and 196 others. Swish. The moment Tantata's voice echoed, Rocks, who had been resting against Boa Hancock, opened his eyes. He reached out and pulled the fatigued, bleary-eyed Boa Hancock away from the sound of Tantata, declaring, "You should know, I care not for these matters. There is only one thing that concerns me." As he spoke, seeing Boa Hancock's sleepy eyes widen, Rocks leaned in and captured her lips, then shouted towards the palace, "What matters to me is solely one thing. The enemy. Your Majesty." The moment Rocks finished his declaration, the hesitant voice of Tantata rang out. Since half a month ago, after the rebellion of the new daimyo of Wano, Momonosuke, was quelled by His Majesty, the traitor, along with his soldiers, has been flayed and skinned to serve as a deterrent to Wano. In the half-month since, no further rebellions have occurred. Upon hearing this, Rocks, with his arm around Boa Hancock's shoulders, felt a flicker of interest in his eyes. Half a month prior, Rocks had gathered 4 pieces of the red historical text and, following its records, set sail for the final island, Raftel. Upon reaching this so-called final island and returning, he had received news of the rebellion in Wano. Without delay, Rocks had ventured forth alone to annihilate the rebellious Momonosuke and his faction. Since then, until now, after the collapse of the world government and the establishment of the Rocks Empire, it seemed as if the rebels that had surged forth like mushrooms after a rain had vanished without a trace, as if the snow had met the spring sun. At the moment of Locke's reminiscence, the familiar voice of Peach Rabbit echoed in his ears once more, "Your Majesty, the hour grows late. I beseech you to proceed and receive the officials from the various provinces. Let Dolag handle it." Locks, cradling Hancock as he sank into the sumptuous velvet bedding, interjected with an air of indifference, reminiscent of an unparalleled tyrant, "I have no time to deal with those imbeciles." The moment Locks uttered these words, Peach Rabbit's ears were besieged by a series of remarks that rendered her crimson with embarrassment. After a brief pause, as he tenderly caressed the tear-stained locks of the dignified Hancock, Locks, donning the demeanor of a sage, gazed skyward and lamented, "This world has truly become insipid." Chapter 181, Side Story, The End of Humanity. In the realm of the Valkyrie, within the Valhalla Assembly Hall, deities congregated within, at the heart of the hall. An emaciated elder resembling a parched figure who had languished in the desert for days, sat upon the chair of the Assembly's president, raising his frail arm. As though it might snap at the slightest touch, he gently struck the cushion before him with a wooden mallet. The resounding thuds echoed through the chamber as the frail elder, seemingly able to be swept away by a mere breeze, spoke in a tone of utter ennui. "A millennium has passed since our last gathering. Now, let us commence this assembly." This gaunt elder was none other than Zeus, the president of the Valhalla Assembly, and the third-generation king of the Greek pantheon. The assembly he mentioned was a once-in-a-thousand-years congregation of deities, convened to deliberate the fate of humanity. Now, let us pose the question. With seemingly no strength left to hold the wooden mallet for long, Zeus allowed it to slip from his grasp. He lifted his deeply sunken head, addressing the gathered gods, and began, regarding the continuation of humanity over the next millennium, shall it be permitted or bestowed an end? As he sat upon the president's throne, his expression void of joy or sorrow, Zeus slowly spread his arms and urged the assembly, "Come forth. Let the will of the gods be laid bare." An end. As Zeus's declaration resounded, reclining upon a lotus, the god of creation and destruction, Shiva, whose 3 eyes and 4 arms appeared languidly sprawled upon the lotus, raised an X sign with indifference, stating, "For a millennium, humanity has shown no inclination for self-reflection. Guiding these beings back is simply too cumbersome. Such trouble, why not obliterate them entirely and allow a more devout species to evolve?" "Indeed," echoed Shiva. "As our esteemed Shiva has articulated, for a millennium, the seas brim with pollution, refuse, forests vanish, and species face extinction. The world grows increasingly grotesque." Before Shiva could finish, the goddess of love and beauty, Aphrodite, perched seductively upon the back of a bare divine servant, cast a flirtatious glance at Shiva before raising her X sign. "These beings, who desecrate the natural beauty and are predominantly enraptured by material desires, provide us gods with dwindling faith. They must be granted their end." Concerning matters of faith, and given that Aphrodite, the socialite of the Greek pantheon, had entangled nearly all male deities in her web of desire, the god of fire and craftsmanship, Hephaestus, adorned with a crown of verdant grass, could not remain silent. Thus, as Aphrodite's voice, thick with the essence of desire, echoed through the hall, a multitude of male deities whom she had previously seduced raised their X signs in unison, proclaiming, "Aphrodite is correct. For a millennium, humanity has offered us increasingly meager faith. These humans have become a cancer, devoid of purpose for our divine existence. Indeed, let us bring about the end of humanity." Let it be so. Though many goddesses harbored resentment towards Aphrodite, the utterance of the word faith compelled even those who disdained her to raise their X signs in agreement. Alongside the pantheon, they chose the end of humanity, yearning for the creation of a new, devout species. Consequently, in mere moments, within the Valhalla Assembly Hall, the cacophony of divine voices coalesced into a singular decree, and it seemed a conclusion had been reached. Amidst the unanimous cries for an end, Zeus's skeletal hand reclaimed the fallen mallet, declaring, "Then, let us grant humanity its end." As Zeus articulated this weary and listless proclamation, the mallet, symbolic of the god's intent to terminate humanity, began to descend slowly from his grasp. The deities understood that once the mallet struck the ground, their collective will would be realized, and the interminable saga of humanity was poised to draw to a close. What was the catalyst? Nuclear war? No. An asteroid collision? No. An invasion by extraterrestrial beings? No. The underlying reason lay in humanity's lack of reverence for nature and their dread of the unknown, which ultimately manifested as a belief system that nourished the Western pantheon of deities, now unanimously decreeing the end. To annihilate humanity? Surely, there could be no more absurdity in this world. Wait, just as the weary Zeus was poised to let the mallet fall, a clarion female voice resonated from the entrance atop the assembly hall. "Who dares interrupt the sacred decree of the gods?" With the mallet hovering perilously close to the cushion, Zeus turned his sunken gaze toward the source of the voice, beholding the Valkyrie, clad in an eagle helm and golden armor, with the eternal spear Gungnir leaning against the throne, and ravens Hugin and Munin perched upon the shoulders of Odin, the king of the Norse pantheon. With an inscrutable expression in his singular eye, Odin addressed Brunhild, "You, a mere demigod, should not presume to contest the decisions of the gods. The tyranny of humanity and their diminishing faith in us is indeed a reality. Yet to merely extinguish them is disregarding the essence of their existence." Disregarding Odin's words, Brunhild raised her head defiantly, expressing her boredom. "How utterly tedious. Boring? What do you suggest, then? Shall we once again submerge the Earth in floods? Or hasten the onset of the Ice Age? Shift the planet's orbit to plunge into the sun?" The notion of boredom reverberated like a boulder plummeting into an abyss, stirring the previously indifferent assembly into a tempest of agitation. Divine gazes bore down upon Brunhild with palpable pressure. In that moment, as Brunhild bore the weight of the god's scrutiny, an ancient voice emerged, overpowering the cacophony of the assembly. "What, then, do you find entertaining, Valkyrie of the North? The ultimate war between gods and humanity?" As Zeus's words echoed, Brunhild opened the hefty tome in her hands, standing tall and proud as she addressed the assembly of gods, declaring the provisions of Valhalla, Article 62. Clause 15, an extraordinary regulation. A one-on-one confrontation between 13 deities and 13 humans. This is what is referred to as Ragnarok. Silence. An eerie stillness akin to death itself. It felt as though even time had come to a halt. In an instant, the silence shattered, giving way to the raucous derision and maniacal laughter of the assembly. Ha! Humans engaging in a one-on-one battle with the divine? Absurd. Utterly ludicrous. How could mere mortals ever hope to triumph over gods? A match that is guaranteed to be victorious, even if it were to occur, could never be deemed entertaining? Combat. To even consider it a battle against humans is a gross understatement. It hardly qualifies as a game. Thus, the will of the gods is to reject this confrontation and directly enact the demise of humanity. If I understand correctly, the gods intend to evade a direct confrontation with humanity, do they not? Oh, they wish to annihilate humanity without engaging in battle. With her chin propped in a contemplative pose, Brunhild suddenly lifted her gaze, her eyes filled with scorn as she surveyed the assembly of gods. Her voice dripping with disdain as she exclaimed, "Are the gods who wish to bring about the end of all humanity so lacking in courage that they cannot even stand on the same arena as humans?" The moment her words left her lips, the previously cacophonous discussions in the council chamber fell into an abyss of silence. In its place surged a tide of fury, a wrath as deep as a chasm, as fierce as a prison. Sensing the collective ire of the gods, a smile crept upon Brunhild's lips. Indeed, gods are far more easily provoked than humans. Hee-ha-ha guffaw. Suddenly, as the piercing gazes of the gods bore down upon the Valkyrie Brunhild, a dry, grating, yet divine laugh, echoing with the authority of the gods, erupted from the council chamber. How intriguing, truly fascinating. In the next moment, the once emaciated Zeus, as frail as a withered corpse, suddenly ignited with bolts of lightning from the depths of his sunken eye sockets. Bang! Then, accompanied by the sound of muscles swelling with ferocity, his arms, Zeus's formerly gaunt arms, reminiscent of a desiccated mummy, suddenly expanded exponentially, rending apart. As his muscular arm swelled and unleashed its might, before him lay a fearsome dragon, adorned with scales of defiance. Like a tattered sack, it was torn asunder by Zeus's burgeoning arm, its scales shattered, and flesh ripped apart. Ultimately, even the most resilient skull of the dragon succumbed to the explosive power of his arm, shattering instantaneously. The dragon, brimming with vitality, met its demise on the spot. In the moment of crushing the dragon's skull, one arm was thickly muscled and formidable, the other remained frail and withered, like a corpse. Zeus. He spread his asymmetrical arms wide, gazing wildly at the assembly of gods, bellowing, "Shall we engage in a captivating contest between the gods and humanity, my esteemed colleagues?" The instant Zeus's words resonated, before any response could be given by the gods, he seized the wooden mallet, symbolizing the decision-making power of the Valhalla Council, that had mysteriously reappeared in his grasp. He brought it down with force upon the striking pad. Bang! Crackle! In tandem with the thundering collision of the mallet against the pad, the sound of an explosive eruption reverberated. This would be the final war, dubbed Ragnarok. The ultimate battle between gods and humanity. The dust settled, and the conflict was set to ignite, just as the mallet met the pad in a shattering clash. At the moment the resounding explosion erupted, light, rays of divine radiance burst forth from the bodies of the gods within the council chamber. Instantly, the resplendent light, coalesced from the pantheon of Western deities, gathered within the Valhalla council chamber. Crackle! Following this, the thunderous sound of space fracturing resonated explosively. Then, the already vast council chamber seemed to come alive, expanding at a rapid pace. In mere moments, it grew to an immeasurable magnitude. Bang! Whoosh! And just as the council chamber, under the divine light of the gods, reached its maximum expansion, a luminous sphere of gathered divine power erupted in the high heavens, transforming into countless beams of brilliance. The radiant light surged forth in mere seconds. Humanity, the Valkyrie of the end, since the inception of the human species. All souls that have lived and died. They appeared in succession from the radiant light, taking their seats in the council chamber, now expanded to its limits. Meanwhile, the chairman of the Valhalla Council, Zeus, the third-generation king of the Greek pantheon, harnessed the power of the gods to expand the chamber, ensuring that all of humanity would be drawn here. Crackle! In the pirate world, within the imperial palace of the Rocks Empire, the disheartened Boa Hancock, her eyes stained with tears, gazed listlessly at the sky, lamenting the monotony of this world. Suddenly, her ears were met with a series of explosive sounds that could only arise from the fracturing of space. Following the sound, Rocks beheld a radiant light, seemingly composed of myriad glimmers, exuding a formidable aura akin to a chasm or a prison. It charged towards a crystalline barrier, struggling against it. However, despite the overwhelming might of that intricate radiance, surpassing even the complete form of Uranus, each surge shattered layer upon layer of space. It remained utterly incapable of breaching that barrier, which seemed as thin as a strand of hair, yet bore faint signs of having been repaired. Crack! Finally, after countless attempts by the radiant light, a fine crack appeared at the site of the barrier's repair. Then, a sliver of radiant light emerged. Subsequently, the information regarding the so-called Ragnarok, a contest between 13 deities and 13 humans to determine the fate of the human race, surfaced in Rox's mind. Ha 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 ha. Gods versus humanity. The instant he received this information, the previously bored and disinterested Rox's lips curled into a sinister grin, and he erupted into raucous laughter, exclaiming, "How utterly fascinating!" Just then, the radiant light, carrying the information of gods versus humanity and the intent of summoning, arrived before Rox. As he prepared to absorb the approaching light into his mind, his face twisted with ferocity and madness. Rox abruptly raised his arm and swung his fist. Bang! Crackle! In the next moment, Rox's fist, shrouded in translucent, precious light, exploded, shattering the radiant light. Then, as he grasped the fragments of the shattered radiance, his face alight with exhilaration and murderous intent, he looked up at the radiant light that continued to assault the crystalline barrier, unrelenting in its efforts, and growled. "I particularly want to ask those so-called gods, who the hell gave you the right to decide my demise?" Chapter 182, Side Story, the most fearsome, fierce, and frenzied warrior of the three kingdoms. The following day, in the Valhalla venue, expanded to its limits. The central area once designated for the throne of Chairman Zeus was replaced by an expansive arena. Surrounding the arena, the viewing seats, expanded to their utmost limits by the divine power of the gods, were packed tightly with all of humanity. Every soul that has ever existed since the dawn of their species. Before me, in the opulent and resplendent viewing stands, sat the pantheon of gods, each embodying pride, coldness, or disdain. At this moment, the first battle of the twilight of the gods, known as the legend of the celestial realm, is about to commence. Seasons have changed, and how many years have I waited for the moment to sound the horn of doom? Suddenly, a voice laden with the essence of demise reverberated. A blinding, dazzling, and radiant divine light erupted from the center of the arena. Then, emerging from this divine radiance was Heimdall, the slender, masked sentinel of the end. Wielding the horn of doom, in an exceedingly rousing tone, he boldly proclaimed to the multitude gathered in the arena, "I, Heimdall, hereby declare the ultimate war between humanity and the divine with the horn of doom. Here and now, let it officially begin. Are you all prepared? The rules are simple. The death of either side will be determined by the eternal obliteration of their very existence." As the diminutive figure of Heimdall exuberantly announced the rules, a sudden sound of heavy footsteps echoed, causing the eyes of the onlookers, including some gods, to widen in surprise. The sound erupted from the entrance of the divine side. The moment Heimdall heard the heavy footfalls, he swiftly pointed towards the entrance, and in the next instant, the divine light enveloping him illuminated the threshold. Heimdall, with fervor in his eyes, exclaimed that the vanguard chosen by the gods for this first battle is none other than this man, whom all deities are eager to witness in full force. Born for battle, destined to die for battle. In his hand, Mjolnir, the mightiest hammer, capable of shattering the earth, was wielded by the strongest berserker of the north, the god of thunder, Thor. As Heimdall's words resonated, Thor's blood-red hair flowed like a river of crimson in the wind. Adorned with black lightning-patterned gloves and shouldering a hammer larger than himself, the expression on his face radiated the confidence of the mightiest hammer god, Thor, as he stepped into the arena amidst the divine light. Boom! The moment Thor entered the main venue, a thunderous sound of a war gong erupted. Thud, 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 accompanied by the neighing of a steed, a blood-red horse, as vigorous as a dragon, emerged from the entrance of the human side. Here comes the vanguard representing humanity, seeking to uphold the endless pride of humankind, a being capable of rivaling gods, known as the mightiest warrior, whose reputation is beyond dispute. From the Eastern Han era, the fiercest, most ferocious, and most reckless general, known as the Flying General, Lu Bu, the demon god. Thud, thud, thud. As Heimdall's proclamation ended, the blood-red steed, the red hair, surged forth, carrying Lu Bu, who donned a purple-gold crown and a magnificent belt, with his bare torso showcasing rippling muscles. Without a shred of armor, the fierce Lu Bu, filled with murderous intent, gazed down at Thor, the hammer god, from atop his steed. As the son of the king of the Norse gods, how could he tolerate being looked down upon by mere mortals? Boom! In an instant, an aura of wrath, akin to the fury of thunder, erupted from the expressionless Thor. The overwhelming force surged forth, aiming to crush Lu Bu, who defiantly gazed down from his steed. Yet, the ferocious energy, wrought from years of conflict with frost giants and bolstered by Thor's divine status and princely might, was met with utter disregard by Lu Bu. Whoosh. At that very moment, as Thor's power surged, Lu Bu's armored legs tensed. The red hair, fiery red and devoid of any blemish, let out a roar that echoed like a dragon's cry. And then it soared forward. Carrying Lu Bu on its back, it charged fiercely toward Thor. Lu Bu's subordinate, Gao Shan, trained his elite forces to be fearless, embracing death in battle. As the lord of Gao Shan, Lu Bu epitomized valor, surpassing even the fierce spirit of his troops, embodying a ferocity more savage and a madness more profound. Thud! The moment the colossal hooves of the red hare struck the ground, Lu Bu wielded a spear forged from the power of the Valkyrie, ready to cleave through Thor. You provoke me, and I shall strike you down. Clearly, in this era, Lu Bu, who had reigned supreme on countless battlefields, was now fully awakened in his primal bloodlust, ignited by Thor's overwhelming presence. Swish! The spear, a divine artifact known as the Shield Breaker, sliced through the air, propelled by Lu Bu's unrivaled martial prowess and the raging force of the red hare, bridging the distance between him and Thor in an instant. It descended, aiming for Thor's head. Clang! In the next moment, as Lu Bu unleashed the Shield Breaker, Thor, wielding Mjolnir, which was larger than even himself, effortlessly raised it to block the path of the blade. Clang! The sound of metal clashing reverberated through the arena, and the gathered gods widened their eyes in astonishment. A mere mortal was able to stand toe-to-toe with the prince of the Norse pantheon? But before they could voice their disbelief, something even more shocking occurred. Swish! As the spear and Mjolnir clashed, Lu Bu's steed, the red hare, suddenly surged with power. The ground beneath Thor's feet shattered as if it were made of tofu, creating two deep fissures that astonished the crowd. In that moment, Thor could not withstand Lu Bu's onslaught. A chorus of exclamations erupted from the divine side. Our Lord is magnificent. Lu Bu's subordinates, Chun Gong and Gao Shan, along with their soldiers, raised their fists in exuberance. It became evident that these so-called gods were not invincible beings beyond human reach. Humanity could indeed repel the divine. And this was Thor, born for battle, destined to become the future king of the Norse gods. Chapter 183, Side Story, The Might of Lu Bu, Thor injured. Boom! With the thunderous sound of something heavy hitting the ground, all present could clearly see that Lu Bu, in a union with his steed, had carved deep furrows into the earth beneath Thor with a force that transcended his own limits. In the palm of his hand, the enormous Mjolnir dragged Thor's arm, bending his waist to the utmost limit. The ground of the arena trembled fiercely in collision. Down, down, down he fell, the invincible Lord Thor, unexpectedly succumbing amidst the clash of titans. Witnessing this spectacle, the god's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming in astonishment, "Crack, crack, crack!" Yet, at that very moment, thunder erupted. Striking bolts of azure lightning surged forth from the colossal hammer of Mjolnir. Observing the cataclysmic tempest of thunder, Heimdall, the overseer of the divine duel, seemed to have made a discovery, exclaiming loudly, "No, he has not fallen. This is the stance of Lord Thor's counterattack. He is preparing to strike back." It appears that Thor has slightly acknowledged that human. No sooner had Heimdall's words escaped than Odin, the king of the gods, seated upon his throne with an expression of indifference, spoke slowly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have employed such a maneuver. Boom, boom, boom. As Odin's voice echoed, the thunderclap reverberated throughout Valhalla, resonating with every deity and mortal present, shaking the very foundations of the assembly. This was reminiscent of the frost giant's ancient assault on Asgard, when Thor boldly stood forth and shattered the advancing 66 frost giant kings with a single, devastating strike. In reverence of Thor's glory, the gods named that obliterating blow the god of war's thunderhammer. Thor's hammer has appeared. Truly, Lord Thor is the greatest. Hee-ha-ha. Listening to the explosive thunderclap, gazing at Mjolnir, raised high by Thor's arms, radiating with the essence of a tempest, Zeus, the chairman of the assembly, who at that moment resembled a skeletal figure, whispered with a hint of amusement in his sunken eyes, "Behold, the game ends here." As Zeus finished his statement, an eruption of overwhelming thunder, ferocious beyond compare, was unleashed by Thor's Mjolnir, propelled forth with terrifying velocity towards Lu Bu. Boom, boom, boom. Yet, what left the crowd aghast was that Lu Bu, who had just been struck back by Thor's fierce assault, did not retaliate during Thor's moment of preparation. In fact, at the very moment Thor initiated his offensive stance, Lu Bu dismounted, positioning himself before the snorting steed, Red Hair, a wild grin on his face as he awaited Thor's charge. It felt as though Lu Bu, merely a mortal, believed he could withstand the full force attack of the Norse prince and even overpower him. In the next instant, enveloped by the terrifying storm of thunder, Mjolnir completely engulfed Lu Bu, who had just leaped off his horse, shielding the noble steed. TCH, a mere mortal dares to be so arrogant. Such a being deserves the wrath of the heavens. It seems the first battle has concluded. However, before the gods could fully articulate their scorn or disdain, their words faltered abruptly, as the mocking expressions in their eyes were swiftly replaced by shock. For in the very moment the thunderstorm's brilliance had not yet entirely dissipated, they beheld Thor, who had been wielding Mjolnir to unleash the god of war's thunderhammer against Lu Bu, suddenly erupting forth, spewing divine blood from the very heart of the radiant tempest. What? This is absurd. The chest of Lord Thor, who had invoked the god of war's thunderhammer, has been wounded by that mortal. A mortal strike has harmed a deity. As they beheld the blood gushing from the chest of the hammer god Thor, the divine beings gasped in incredulity. Yet, unlike the gods, the humans, who had previously been filled with trepidation and despair upon learning that the gods intended to annihilate them, now exhibited fervor in their eyes, collectively crying out, "Look, gods! Humanity is not mere fodder for your whims. We are equals, capable of clashing and even defeating divine beings. Hey, you!" Just as the voices of the crowd rose in unison, Lu Bu, who had wounded Thor with his spear, revealed a fierce grin, admiring the resilience of Thor, who remained standing despite being struck. Not bad, huh? Lu Bu's wild voice jolted the stunned deities back to reality. The referee Heimdall, his expression one of shock, quickly interjected, "Astounding, truly astounding." Under the onslaught of the god of thunder's ultimate strike, Lu Bu, as a human, not only withstood the attack, but also injured Thor. "Did you see that, gods? This is my lord, Chungong's master." Even as Heimdall's words faded, Lu Bu's subordinates, led by strategist Chungong, stood up with fervor, raising their fists and proclaiming, "Our lord's blade can pierce the gods." Thud! Just as the cheers erupted, Thor, whose chest bore a massive gash from Lu Bu's blade, was not enraged. Instead, he regarded Lu Bu with an appreciative gaze, saying, "What a pity it is to be human." Boom! Before his words could finish, for the first time, encountering someone who could withstand his attack and retaliate, Thor swung his arm and launched a renewed assault on Lu Bu. Chapter 184. Side Story. Who gives you the right to destroy humanity? Clang, clang, clang. Amidst the resounding clash of metal, the spear darted like the wind, and the hammer fell like rain. The most ferocious warrior of Eastern Han clashed once again with the most arrogant god of the Norse pantheon, as Lu Bu, whose frenzied strikes were thwarted by the impenetrable Mjolnir, felt an even greater surge of ferocity surging through him. He finally encountered an opponent who could withstand his full force and retaliate. A human weapon could truly wound a deity. Observing the intense clash between the two, Zeus, seated upon the throne of the gods, felt an unusual expression emerge within his deeply sunken eyes. This is exceedingly peculiar. The greatest difference between gods and humans is not merely longevity, but the divine physique, godly power, and celestial weaponry unique to the gods. It is well known that mortal weapons, no matter how sharp, cannot remain intact in a clash with divine armaments, let alone a mortal blade inflicting harm upon a divine being. Mortal weapons cannot harm Thor, and it is impossible for any mortal weapon to clash with divine arms. Unless, of course, the weapon in his hand is not a mortal weapon at all. Swish! As this realization struck, Zeus suddenly lifted his head, directing his gaze toward Brunhild. Sensing Zeus's scrutiny, Brunhild smirked, revealing an odd smile. "Oh, so that is how it is." Observing the strange expression on Brunhild's face, Zeus focused intently, sensing the power emanating from Lu Bu's spear, his face revealing a look of comprehension. The Valkyrie truly possesses remarkable insight. Zeus now understood that the spear in Lu Bu's grasp was no mere mortal weapon. Instead, she is one of the 13 Valkyries, forged from divine artifacts, capable of injuring divine bodies and vanquishing deities with her celestial weapon. To think that she would sacrifice herself to confront the gods for the sake of mere mortals? Upon realizing the secret behind Lu Bu's long spear, Zeus, far from showing any anger, found his sunken eyes transformed into heart shapes. Such an occurrence before my very eyes truly ignited a profound excitement within me, the likes of which I hadn't felt since the cataclysmic explosion of the universe's singularity. Indeed, the most formidable king of the Greek pantheon, a notorious seducer, has taken a fancy to Brunhild. He intends to make her his woman. The other gods, well aware of his character, immediately grasped Zeus's intentions, and their expressions turned to one of utter incredulity. Good heavens, how can he be so indiscriminate in his desires? Suddenly, amidst the god's incredulity towards Zeus, a resounding crash echoed as an artifact shattered. In an instant, the deity's eyes widened in shock, for they clearly beheld the Norse prince, Thor, gripping the handle of Mjolnir. The legendary artifact, which allowed Thor to unleash the maximum power of Mjolnir, the Aegis of Yggdrasil, was shattering under Lu Bu's relentless assault. Like fragile glass struck by a hammer, it cracked and splintered into fragments. What? As they watched the pieces of Aegis tumble to the ground from Thor's grasp, the gods could not contain their astonishment and rose in exclamation. That was the very artifact that enabled Thor to wield Mjolnir. Without it, he would be unable to summon its might. Having failed to vanquish that mere mortal even with Mjolnir, now that the Aegis lay in ruins, could Thor possibly erase the existence of that human? Could it be that in this first battle, the gods would suffer defeat? Shocks surged like a torrent among the divine assembly, an unending wave of disbelief flooding their hearts. For Mjolnir, the mightiest weapon of the Norse, capable of shattering the very earth itself, is not easily wielded. Its overwhelming power is so great that when unleashed, it threatens to annihilate even its wielder. Thus, Thor must rely on the Aegis to protect himself from the cataclysmic forces of Mjolnir. But now, this legendary shield, designed to withstand the might of Mjolnir, has been destroyed by Lu Bu. Can the hammer god, Thor, still harbor any hope of victory? Behold, gods! Do you see? This is Lu Bu, the most formidable and fearsome warrior of the Eastern Han dynasty. Astonishingly, he has shattered even the strongest defensive artifact of the celestial realm. Lu Bu is indeed exceptionally powerful. Cheers erupted among the gods, astonished by the destruction of the Aegis, while the humans celebrated in fervent jubilation, their spirits soaring. They felt a glimmer of hope. For the first time since humanity's inception, a mortal stood shoulder to shoulder with, and even triumphed over, the divine. Suddenly, just as everyone was immersed in the belief that Lu Bu might decisively defeat Thor and secure a victory for humanity's legacy, a profound transformation unfolded around Thor, who still clutched Mjolnir following the destruction of the Aegis. With a thunderous roar, the very Mjolnir in Thor's grip began to crack and splinter. Accompanied by the sound of shattering, the air resonated with what seemed to be the heartbeat of a living entity erupting from the hammer itself. At last, has it awakened? Just as the onlookers were astounded by the metallic hammer emitting a powerful heartbeat upon shattering, Thor, with an impassive expression, gazed at the fissured hammer and commanded, "Now that you're awake, do your job properly, or I shall crush you." Upon hearing this, the gods, initially incredulous that Lu Bu had shattered the Aegis, were now filled with confusion. What was happening? Why could Thor still hold Mjolnir unharmed when the Aegis had been destroyed? It seemed there was a misunderstanding. As the gods pondered this bewilderment, Zeus, with heart-shaped eyes fixed on Brunhild, casually remarked after glancing at Thor, "Those gloves were not crafted by the Norse pantheon to protect Thor from Mjolnir's wrath. Rather, they were designed to restrain Thor from inadvertently shattering the unawakened Mjolnir." Suddenly, as Zeus's words fell, a cataclysmic thunder erupted from Mjolnir, a tempest far more terrifying than the divine thunderbolts Thor had previously unleashed. At the same moment, Thor's muscles bulged with raw power, expanding and contracting as they burst forth from the cracks in Mjolnir. In an instant, Mjolnir, once appearing as mere metal, transformed into an imposing weapon resembling a monstrous figure forged from muscle and metal. As this bizarre hammer struck the eyes of the onlookers, a wild grin spread across Thor's face. His arms swelled with muscle, and with a mighty surge, he raised the colossal hammer high above his head. "You, the one who ignites my battle fervor, Lu Bu." And as Thor raised the monstrous hammer, his fierce gaze met Lu Bu's, who was equally brimming with battle spirit. And he slowly spoke, "I have a favor to ask of you." With a swift motion, Lu Bu brandished his spear, intrigued by Thor's request, and said, "Speak. But do not perish too quickly." Instantly, as those words left his lips, thunder erupted, akin to the wrath of the heavens, surging from the now muscle-bound Mjolnir. Each bolt of thunder radiated an aura of unparalleled danger. It was evident that in the aftermath of their confrontation, Thor, the Norse prince, had become completely exhilarated. Even Odin, Thor's father, lacked confidence in his ability to defeat Thor in this state of unrestrained power. Do not die too quickly. But just as the gods were awestruck by the sight of Thor lifting Mjolnir overhead, a sinister laugh, thick with murderous intent, erupted from Lu Bu's throat. Ha! Ha! In an instant, the expression of Lu Bu, holding his spear with one hand, twisted into a fierce snarl, as hot streams of breath escaped his nostrils. Then, as the colossal Mjolnir surged forward, Propelled by Thor's bulging muscles, it hurtled toward Lu Bu, who swiftly countered with a blinding strike. In the next instant, the peculiar giant hammer collided fiercely with Lu Bu's shield, the destroyer, resulting in a cataclysmic clash. In a heartbeat, a terrifying mushroom cloud erupted from the very core of the arena, surpassing even the most explosive of detonations, casting a shadow that obscured the heavens. The blinding radiance of thunderous brilliance, accompanied by an overwhelming haze of dust, enveloped the entire arena in an instant. Shock rippled through the onlookers as they beheld the devastation wrought by such a fearsome confrontation. The eyes of the gathered multitude reflected sheer astonishment. And it was not merely the spectators. Even the deities were compelled to bear witness, their divine power stirred by the explosive clash. Suddenly, seated upon the throne of the God King, Zeus cast a gaze filled with lascivious intrigue towards Brunhild. The spark of amusement in his eyes vanished, replaced by an intense astonishment. With a palpable air of authority, Zeus could hardly contain himself, unleashing the full force of his divine presence. Instantly, an oppressive pressure emanated from the hearts of the gods, a force that was both uncontainable and insurmountable. As they sensed the weight of this might, originating from the chair of the council, the king of the Greek pantheon, the deities exchanged bewildered glances, questioning what had transpired to elicit such wrath from Lord Zeus. That old man is furious, they thought. Could it be that Lord Thor is on the verge of defeat? Yet, the murmurs among the gods were abruptly silenced. In that very moment, as Thor's mighty Mjolnir and Lu Bu's shield, the destroyer, clashed once more with the intent to annihilate, a rift emerged. A dark, profound, and terrifying spatial tear suddenly manifested above Valhalla, expanding to its utmost limits. Crack, crack, crack. The sound echoed through the ears of both gods and mortals alike, reminiscent of shattering glass, as they witnessed the emergence of this spatial fissure. Following this, thin and intricate lines of space began to fracture and expand, radiating outward in an infinite cascade. What is that? A spatial rift? Why would Valhalla, with its most resilient barriers, experience such a phenomenon? Suddenly, amidst the awe of the gods fixated on the rift, a crystalline substance, seemingly without thickness and reminiscent of an amniotic membrane, emerged from beyond the tear. Then, a hand appeared. A palm, complete with 5 fingers and distinctly visible lines, emerged from that membrane-like entity. Crack! As the hand materialized, its fingers clasped the edge of the rift, and simultaneously, a second muscular arm, veined and bulging, emerged alongside it. Creak! As those 2 hands gripped the edge of the spatial fissure, the sound of straining muscles, akin to steel wires being twisted to their limits, reverberated through the air. Crack! Crack! The sound of the rift being forcibly torn apart echoed across Valhalla, resonating in the ears of all present. In less than a moment, the rift, initially no wider than a handspan, was forcibly expanded to accommodate the passage of a person. Then, a figure emerged from the rift, adorned with an imperial crown, hair billowing wildly, exuding an overwhelming aura of supremacy that overshadowed all. This was indeed the fabled council chamber of Valhalla. The instant this formidable man appeared, radiating an untamed and barbaric power, he surveyed the gathered gods with a menacing glare and declared, "And you are the gods who seek to bring my end. I have a question for you, these so-called deities. Who granted you the audacity to annihilate humanity? What gives you the courage to decide my fate?" Chapter 185, An Exceedingly Feeble Deity. Pressure. As the force of the rending space descended, it bore down with the weight of 1,000 tyrants. A manifestation of the will to obliterate the pirate world, an embodiment of dominion over all. Like a cataclysmic force, it surged from the heights of the Valhalla council chamber. An overwhelming wave of chaos. Under such might, not only mere mortals, but even the assembled gods felt as though a mountain had collapsed upon them. The terror of oppression enveloping them. Hee-ha-ha-gaga. How dare mere mortals question the gods? Suddenly, as the overwhelming presence of the rending space descended, Zeus, seated upon the throne of the Valhalla council, lifted his gaunt head, his hollow eyes gleaming with admiration as he addressed the audacious figure of Roxas. "You, my friend, are truly fascinating." Admiration. In the face of the chaotic descent of the rending space, Zeus did not exhibit anger, but rather a gesture of appreciation. However, the other gods, having heard Zeus's words of praise, cast sympathetic glances towards Roxas. For those who had once garnered Zeus's admiration, whether divine or mortal, male or female, even non-corporeal entities, had invariably found themselves ensnared in his harem. This moment signified that this audacious human, who had torn through space and emerged in Valhalla, had caught the attention of this insatiable Lothario. Yet, before the sympathetic gazes could linger, they were abruptly interrupted by a tempestuous gale of thunderous fury. In that instant, as Zeus spoke, the hammer Mjolnir, fully awakened, was wielded by Thor, who declared, "Those who dare disrupt our sacred duel shall face my wrath." The thunderous roar of his voice echoed, filled with an icy resolve, as he vowed to utterly annihilate the interloper. With a resounding crack, the peculiar giant hammer Mjolnir shot forth like a cannonball from Thor's grasp, hurtling towards Roxas. "Well done, Lord Thor. How dare this mere human stand above the gods? Such blasphemy must be met with iron-fisted retribution. Lord Thor, eliminate that scoundrel." As the tempestuous hammer, infused with the might of the storm, surged forth, the gods, who were previously astonished that a mere human could shatter the invulnerable barriers of Valhalla, were instantly invigorated, their voices rising in fervent exultation. Alas, this magnificent figure has yet to savor the thrill of battle, and yet he is destined for utter destruction. Listening to the gods' fervent cries echoing in his ears, witnessing the imminent descent of Mjolnir, the resurrected hammer of Thor, in the next heartbeat, Zeus, who had just praised Lox, now wore an expression of utter disappointment. Truly, what a waste of divine potential. While he did not share Zeus's rather coarse palate, the pantheon resonated with his sentiment. At that very moment, as the rift in space tore open, it posed a grave question to the gods. The human before them was destined to perish beneath Thor's mighty hammer. Even if he could rend apart the seemingly indestructible barriers of Valhalla, the manner of Lox's emergence was indeed awe-inspiring. However, in the instant he manifested, the godly elite clearly perceived the radiant power of the gods that surged behind him. Indeed, in the eyes of the deities, Lox was not merely exploiting his own strength to breach Valhalla's spatial confines. Rather, he was harnessing the divine might bestowed upon him by the gods of Valhalla. Were it not for the divine radiance coalescing around him, one might have genuinely believed that a mere mortal had torn asunder the very fabric of Valhalla. Lord Shiva was jesting. How could the formidable spatial barriers of Valhalla, located at the convergence of the realms of gods, men, and demons, be breached by a human? Suddenly, the mocking words of the gods ceased abruptly, replaced by the sharp, jarring sound of metal scraping against metal. In that fleeting moment, as the mocking gods turned their gaze, they beheld the hammer, Thor's hammer, falling with such force that it could shatter the earth itself. Even divine beings would be annihilated by the tempestuous lightning contained within its form. Yet, astonishingly, it was the very human who had been aided by the gods that now gripped Mjolnir tightly in his hand, unarmed and seemingly unfazed. Yes, this man not only withstood the earth-shattering power of Thor, but did so with his bare hands, unscathed. How could this be? A mere mortal, managing to halt the might of Thor. Not only did he stave off Thor's power, but he also repelled the thunderous might of Mjolnir with his bare hands. Was this individual truly human? In utter astonishment, the gods, witnessing Lox grasping the hammer that had previously been unleashed with such ferocity, felt as if they were watching an ant trip an elephant. They were enveloped in disbelief. It was not merely the gods who were stunned, even the Valkyrie, who had fought for humanity's cause, gasped in incredulity, her beautiful eyes wide in astonishment. He had not even utilized a divine artifact to withstand Thor's Mjolnir. Who was this man? Negative value, 100,000. Negative value, 100,000. Negative value, 50,000. Just as the gods were engulfed in bewilderment, a flurry of system notifications echoed in Lox's ears as he held Mjolnir firmly in his grasp. However, Lox, adorned with an expression of unbridled confidence and fervor, did not divert his attention to the negative values accumulating from his prowess. Instead, he turned to Thor, who stood incredulous before him, and with an air of audacity, addressed the god. "Have your superiors not taught you that interrupting others during discourse is a grave breach of etiquette?" Crack! As Lox's words fell, a resounding sound of shattering echoed from Odin, seated upon the throne beside Zeus. Clearly, as Thor's father, Odin was incensed by Lox's reprimand. Yet, what astounded Odin more than his son's chastisement was the overwhelming power that Lox now exhibited. Although Thor's earlier strike had merely been a casual swing, the sheer destructive force of Mjolnir, capable of obliterating the world's serpent Jormungandr, was not something an ordinary deity could withstand. Even Odin himself doubted his ability to endure such a blow without employing his own divine regalia. Could it be that the rift in the skies above Valhalla was not merely a theatrical display wrought by the collective power of the gods, but rather a testament to this man's own strength, as he forcibly tore through the resilient fabric of reality at the junction of the realms? However, Even more than his lack of decorum, what truly astonished Odin was the might he wielded. As he crushed the armrest of his throne in contemplation, Lox, who had just assumed the role of an elder chastising Thor, now bore a mocking smirk that directed itself at the god. With such feeble strength that even I can thwart, how dare you boast of your intention to annihilate humanity? I question whether you are even gods at all. At this juncture, Lox extended his empty arm, disdainfully surveying the assembly of peculiar gods, and bellowed with fervor, how could such weak deities possibly exist in this world? Arrogance. To speak ill of the gods is a capital offense. Divine retribution. Such blasphemers are unworthy of existence. The presence of such a human is nothing short of the utmost mockery towards the creators of the divine. As Lox's words disparaging the gods echoed through the hall, the deities present reacted as if struck by a bull-headed beast, erupting into a frenzy of outrage. Brunhild. Amidst the gods' collective ire, Zeus's voice, brimming with uncontainable excitement, broke forth. Tell me, who is this man? Such a commanding presence. If we do not know his name and allow him to perish, it would be the greatest regret of a godly existence. Crack, crack, crack. As he spoke, a tempest of thunder, seemingly encompassing the entirety of Valhalla's divine might, erupted above Zeus's head, far more ferocious than the lightning that coalesced around Thor's Mjolnir. Clearly, Lox's remarks had ignited the wrath of the presiding chairman of the Valhalla Council, the king of the Greek pantheon, Zeus, the god of thunder. My apologies, Lord Zeus, but according to the rules of the divine palace, you lack the authority to eliminate him. Yet, just as Zeus's voice waned, Brunhild, the Valkyrie, stepped forth with her head held high. For, according to the extraordinary provisions, the moment Thor struck, his status shifted from spectator to combatant. And under the Valhalla Constitution, established jointly with the Western pantheon before the Eastern gods departed this realm, it is stipulated that, at this point, Brunhild's lips curled into a fervent smile as she proclaimed, combatants, aside from being slain by their opponents in the arena, cannot be annihilated by any god. In other words, as long as you, Zeus, do not surpass the power of the gods who originally established the Valhalla Constitution. Even as the chairman of the council, you, regardless of how unwilling or furious the council's deities may be, cannot extinguish him. As Brunhild uttered her incantation, the Valhalla Constitution began to flip its pages with fervor, as if stirred by an unseen wind. Simultaneously, a colossal tome adorned with intricate patterns and scripts in various languages, including Taoist symbols, celestial seals, Hebrew, and Greek, inscribed with the names of the great deities from both Eastern and Western pantheons, materialized above the Valhalla Council's assembly. Boom. The instant this ethereal tome manifested, the cataclysmic thunderbolt aimed at annihilating Loxus, which had erupted above Zeus's head, dissipated into nothingness like a fleeting soap bubble. Evidently, as Brunhild had proclaimed, once Thor charged toward Loxus, Zeus, the then president of the council, was stripped of the authority to deliver the final blow. How astonishing this was! Gazing at the apparition of the spectral tome, Zeus, his features contorted into a twisted grin, turned to Brunhild and bellowed, since the humans have opted for a substitute, I shall take Thor's place in battle. Boom. As the words left his lips, Zeus, seated regally upon the president's throne, transformed dramatically. His emaciated form, akin to a desiccated corpse, surged with vitality. In an instant, his loose garments burst apart, revealing a physique that had swelled several-fold, with sinewy muscles coiling intensely, bringing Zeus into view. Zeus. Observing the sinewy figure of Zeus, Loxus smirked with a fierce grin and remarked, if it's you, I suppose you could fully satiate my bloodlust, couldn't you? Delightful. Ha! You truly have a way with words. No sooner had Loxus spoken than Zeus, his muscles taut and contorted, unleashed a frenzied roar. I must admit, I find myself increasingly fond of you. So much so that I yearn to crush your body into pieces to find my satisfaction. With that, his face a mask of mania, and his tongue lolling out in a display of fervor, Zeus began to stride menacingly toward Loxus. Clang. Yet, just as Zeus stepped forward, a resounding crash echoed as a heavy object struck the ground. The next moment, the mighty Mjolnir, Thor's sacred hammer, plummeted before Zeus like a falling star. Thor, fixing a steely gaze upon the fallen hammer, Zeus's countenance darkened as he glared at the impassive Thor, his voice strained with suppressed fury. Do you dare to impede my joyous slaughter? Chapter 186, Epilogue, the constitutional deity, oppressing the king of gods. Oppression, a terrifying sense of pressure, as fierce as thunder, emanated from Zeus, whose sinewy frame was taut with energy, except for his head, which remained gaunt. It descended upon Thor like a cataclysmic force. Old man, However, Thor, the Norse prince and god of thunder, did not flinch an inch under Zeus's oppressive aura. Not only did he stand his ground, but as he gripped the handle of Mjolnir, he met Zeus's gaze with unwavering resolve and slowly spoke. Do you intend to steal my opponent? Ha, old man. I never imagined I would be called an old man one day. As Thor's voice faded, the sinewy figure of Zeus erupted into a maniacal, almost frenzied laughter. I am still a youthful god. Yet, as the laughter subsided, Zeus fixed a murderous glare upon Thor, sneering as he spoke, ignorant and disrespectful brat. Do you wish to meet your demise? Crackle. In an instant, as Zeus's words echoed, thunder. The ferocious and chaotic lightning unique to the Greek god King Zeus erupted from above, tearing through the void. Stomp. And just as the Greek lightning erupted from above Zeus, a heavy footfall resonated, and amidst the astonished gazes of the gathered deities, the Norse prince, Thor, the god of thunder, fearlessly stepped forward, wielding Mjolnir. Clearly, Zeus's threat of annihilation had not fazed Thor, the most revered deity of the Norse pantheon. In fact, as Thor advanced, the muscular Mjolnir began to rise inch by inch under Thor's tremendous strength, pointing directly at the god King Zeus. Crackle. As Mjolnir reached its zenith in Thor's grasp, the thunder of the Norse pantheon erupted forth from the hammer, clashing fiercely against the Greek lightning that tore through the sky above Zeus. Observing the confrontation between Thor, wielding the hammer of thunder, and the Greek god Zeus, Odin, the king of the Norse gods, interjected with a glimmer in his single eye. Thor, what on earth do you intend to do? Just as Odin's words fell, Ares, the Greek god of war and son of Zeus, burst into exaggerated laughter. Ha, truly befitting of the proudest of gods, to confront his father with thunder. This is simply exhilarating. What is happening? Why are Zeus and Thor facing off? Aren't they both aiming to eliminate that mortal who dared to insult the deities? The other deities looked on in astonishment, struggling to comprehend the motives of Zeus and Thor, two gods aligned in purpose, yet clashing violently. Hee-ha-ha-ga-ga-ga. To confront me, Zeus, with thunder is truly remarkable. Amidst the astonished murmurs of the gods, suddenly, the euphoric voice of the sinewy Zeus resonated in the ears of all present. This is truly the first time I have experienced this since ascending to the throne of God King after countless ages. You, little brat, cannot possibly think. Here. Zeus's skeletal visage suddenly revealed a peculiar expression as he cast a sinister grin at Thor across the way. The thunder you wield is surely identical to that of your father, Odin, and mine, the father of all gods, Zeus. Let me tell you, the thunder I command is infinitely more terrifying than the one you possess, or even that of your father, Odin. Stomp. The instant Zeus's words left his lips, his sinewy right leg lunged forward. Crack. The next moment, the Greek lightning that loomed above Zeus surged violently toward the thunder erupting from Mjolnir in Thor's grasp. In the blink of an eye, it consumed. The Greek lightning above Zeus, resembling a mythical beast, devoured the heavenly thunder erupting from Mjolnir, leaving it utterly powerless to resist. Do you see? As Zeus reveled in the spectacle of the Norse thunder being effortlessly swallowed by his chaotic lightning, a satisfied expression spread across his gaunt features, and he spread his arms wide. Tilting his head to gaze at the indifferent countenance of the god Thor opposite him, Zeus murmured, "Your thunder, in the eyes of Zeus, is but a trifling reed easily shattered." However, before Zeus could fully articulate his boastful proclamation, it was abruptly interrupted by a thunderous sound of feet striking the ground. As he turned his gaze, Zeus beheld Rocks, who had just moments ago appeared as a demonic entity, rending the resilient fabric of the Valhalla Council. At this instant, he gracefully descended, landing on one foot at the edge of the arena, languidly plucking a grape from the fruit platter beside the eternally youthful goddess Athena. Tossing it into his mouth, glancing towards Zeus, he yawned and declared, "You may continue. I find this spectacle quite entertaining." By the way, suddenly, he extended two fingers, jabbing at the tip of Athena's spear of victory, ensnaring Rocks within. With a vacant hand, he gently pinched Athena's alabaster cheek. Before seizing a second grape from the platter next to her and placing it into the fuming goddess's mouth, he then waved his hand and said, "Once you've decided who will duel with me, let me know." Yawning once more, Rocks exerted his strength, forcibly yanking Athena, who had attempted to raise the shield of Medusa, down from her divine seat. Then, with a weariness etched on his face, Rocks reclined upon Athena's throne, using her as a pillow, and sleepily gestured, "This so-called domain of the gods, Valhalla, is so dull, it's putting me to sleep. Wow, what have I just witnessed?" Rox's actions jolted the gods, who had been astonished by the confrontation between Thor and Zeus. In that moment, Heimdall, the the judge of the celestial duel, hastily raised the horn of judgment and exclaimed, "The Greek goddess, Athena, is being treated like a mere pillow by this insignificant human." Clearly, Zeus's earlier dismissive remarks regarding the Nordic god Odin had slightly provoked Heimdall, a member of the Nordic pantheon. Thus, as he began to narrate the events, he deliberately obscured Rox's actions. Heimdall's incendiary words instantly ignited the wrath of the Greek deities. "Slay him. Slay this arrogant human. To have the audacity to press our goddess down before the eyes of the gods. Such a blasphemous act deserves annihilation." The Greek pantheon was ablaze with indignation, while the onlookers burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! To use a goddess as a pillow. Such audacity, such a domineering human. Why have I never heard of his name before? Ha ha! Regardless of his past, just today, he has boldly pulled a goddess down from her pedestal and used her as a divine pillow, a spectacle that truly deserves the title of a hero." Negative value, 100. 000. Negative value, 50. 000. Negative value, 50. 000. As the gods reacted with shock, anger, or reverence towards Rox's audacious act of using Athena as a pillow, the incessant chime of system notifications echoed in Rox's ears. He glanced upward and, in less than a second, witnessed the accumulation of negative values surpassing the monumental 100 million mark. Observing the attributes on his panel, where the negative value had already breached 9 digits and continued to soar, a manic smile curled upon Rox's lips. Of course. Then, reclining upon the divine form of Athena, Rox looked at Zeus and Thor with a haughty demeanor and slowly proclaimed, "If you two cannot decide who will face me, feel free to come at me together. I wouldn't mind at all." Crack. Suddenly, just as Rox uttered his challenge for both Thor and Zeus to confront him, a deafening roar erupted within the Valhalla council chamber. Following this, the thunder of divinity descended, twisting time itself, as it materialized before Rox in an instant. Buzz. Alas! The ferocious storm that even contorted time itself failed to graze a single hair on Rox's body. The reason was simple. At the moment Zeus's wrathful thunder erupted, incited by Rox's scornful words, a luminous barrier, a protective membrane woven from the divine codex of Valhalla, enveloped Rox, shielding him from the divine thunder. Though this membrane appeared as thin as a fraction of a hair, it was sufficient to thwart even the divine lightning that twisted time itself. Boom, boom, boom. Before the gods could fully comprehend the shock of Zeus's furious thunder being obstructed by the codex, their ears were assaulted by the cacophony of explosive sounds. Was this truly the so-called divine codex of Valhalla? As the sound of the explosion resonated, Rox's voice, filled with awe, echoed, "This durability is simply astonishing." At that moment, aside from Zeus, who could unleash boundless fury in mere fractions of a hair, only Athena, currently beneath Rox, sensed the gravity of the events transpiring. Suddenly, as Zeus's tempestuous lightning struck towards Rox, the languid Rox, reclining on Athena, who was feeding himself a grape, swiftly swung his fist towards the point of the thunderous onslaught. However, much like Zeus's furious lightning, Rox's explosive punch was also thwarted by the protective membrane constructed from the codex of Valhalla. Yet, even though Rox's fist was repelled, a flicker of intense astonishment flashed in Athena's pink eyes. A mere human could perceive the wrathful thunder of the divine King Zeus, which twisted time itself, and upon sensing the lightning strike, accurately retaliated with a punch. This ability, even Odin, the Nordic king, and Ra, the Egyptian king, could not replicate this without the aid of divine artifacts. Just then, as Rox's voice fell silent, a heightened fervor erupted in Zeus's eyes. Suddenly, a horn-like sound, reminiscent of the end of days, burst forth from the horn of judgment that Heimdall bore. Accompanying the sound of the horn, tremors resonated as the phantom of the divine codex, which had surfaced after Brunhild declared that Zeus was unworthy to end Rox, seemed to resonate with the horn. Then light, waves of divine radiance, embodying the essence of boundless freedom and the weight of creation, poured forth from the codex, infusing the horn of judgment. In that moment, the once invisible Heimdall, who had become nearly transparent after Zeus's descent, was suffused with a sense of equal finality. The extraordinary provisions of the constitutional divine canon, the first duel of the celestial palace, encounters a hurdle. In an instant, suffused with the essence of equal annihilation, Heimdall slowly lifted his gaze, his expression devoid of emotion, his eyes reflecting the notion of equal termination as he addressed Zeus and Thor. "Now I shall, in accordance with the supplementary provisions of the constitutional divine canon, question Thor, the participating deity of the first battle." Thor. Do you wish to relinquish your identity as a contender on the divine side of the first duel to allow the council leader, Zeus, to engage in combat against the human contender? With a decisive motion, Thor brandished Mjolnir, his countenance stern as he turned to look at Roxas, slowly articulating, "How could I? Thor, allow my opponent to be handed off to him." As Thor's words fell, Heimdall turned his gaze towards Zeus, whose form was enveloped in crackling bolts of thunder, and spoke slowly. "Then, I request that the council leader refrain from interfering with the continuation of the Celestial Palace duel." Boom! The moment Heimdall's words echoed, Zeus lifted his foot to step forward, forcefully attempting to usurp Thor's rights and launch an attack on Roxas. Yet, in that fleeting moment of his foot's ascent, divine light erupted from the constitutional divine cannon. In the instant the divine radiance burst forth, the council leader of the gods, Zeus, the king of the Greek pantheon, was swept away by the divine light, tumbling back to collapse upon his council throne. Now, in my capacity as the bearer of the Horn of Annihilation, I hereby declare, without giving Zeus, who had just collapsed, a chance to speak, Heimdall, holding the Horn of Annihilation, opened his arms and proclaimed loudly, "The duel of the human, Roxas, against the divine, Thor shall proceed." Chapter 187, Side Story, You are quite impolite. As Heimdall's declaration resounded, the arena reverberated with thunderous footsteps. The sound echoed like a tempest as the assembled gods beheld Thor, who had been confronting Zeus, now advancing with Mjolnir in hand, steadily approaching Roxas. In that moment, the weapon, Mjolnir, the legendary hammer of the Norse god of thunder, descended before Roxas, landing just half a meter away in an unguarded posture. Ha ha ha! Roxas, reclining against Athena, looked upon the mighty hammer's descent with a fierce glint in his eye. "Who would have thought that you would bring me some surprise? Well then, since you have lowered your defenses and presented yourself before me, I shall grant you the most exquisite slaughter, the most glorious death. Rejoice. From this day forth, your greatest honor in life will be to perish at my hands." What? What did that human just say? To die at his hands is the greatest honor of the Norse prince. How arrogant. The assembly of Norse deities erupted in fury, their faces flushed with rage at Roxas's insolence. "Thor, please, obliterate this human who so despises your honor and defile the dignity of our Norse pantheon." As Roxas's words left his lips, the gathered Norse gods, akin to being confronted by a minotaur, were immediately incensed, their countenances flushed with indignation as they bellowed in outrage. What an egregiously arrogant statement. Truly, this audacity befits one who dares to use the goddess Athena as a mere pillow. Roxas, crush him. Show these deities their frailty. Let them understand they lack the authority to annihilate humanity. Suddenly, amidst the cacophony of indignation from the gods, Thor, standing before Roxas with an air of defiance, spoke with measured words, "You shall perish." With that, the moment Thor's declaration resounded, Roxas, who had been reclining against Athena, revealed a sinister grin. Rising before the multitude of humans and gods, under the incredulous gaze of Athena's pink eyes, in a swift motion, he seized Athena's lips. A sound akin to a heavy object slicing through the air erupted in his ears. At that moment, Roxas's bold act of kissing Athena ignited the fury of Thor, the god of thunder, who was born for battle and destined to die in it. Crack, 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 as Mjolnir was unleashed. A tempest of thunder erupted from the hammer, thrashing wildly like a ferocious dragon as it surged forth at a speed of 300,000 kilometers per second towards Roxas. As the hammer soared through the air, the gods present, their eyes alight with fervor, roared in triumph. "Victory is ours. Ha 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 ha. Your arrogance has led you to your doom. How dare you treat Thor with such disdain and steal Athena away?" But soon, the cacophony of their cheers was abruptly silenced. Snap! In that instant, they clearly witnessed a phenomenon akin to bursting a soap bubble. Roxas, with his arm outstretched, had effortlessly extinguished the tempest of thunder that enveloped Mjolnir, without even lifting his head. Then, just as before, Roxas's outstretched arm seized the hammer, which had been propelled by Thor's tremendous might, firmly grasping it within his fingers. What did I just witness? He merely extended an arm, without even raising his gaze, and effortlessly halted Thor's Mjolnir. It felt as though a grown adult were toying with a 3-year-old child. "You wretched being." As the astonished echoes reverberated through Valhalla, Roxas, having claimed Athena's lips, lifted his head with a grim expression, glaring at Thor, and slowly spoke. "Are you not aware that interrupting others in their intimate moments is exceedingly impolite?" Chapter 188, Side Story, Ultra Extreme State. "Moreover, you believe this paltry power can vanquish me." As Thor grappled with Mjolnir, now firmly ensnared by Roxas, the latter, radiating an aura of unparalleled madness, declared with a fierce countenance, "Do you think you know who I am? I am Roxas." Boom. In an instant, the once immovable Mjolnir slipped from Roxas's grasp. As Thor sensed the release of the hammer's grip, Roxas, whose fingers had been curled tightly around Mjolnir, clenched his fist and struck with explosive force against the hammer's surface, veins bulging and muscles rippling in perfect harmony with the metal. Boom. Though Roxas was confined within a mere span, his fist erupted with unbridled ferocity. However, at the moment when the fist of Rox collided thunderously with the mighty Mjolnir, an explosion erupted that surpassed even the chaotic thunderstorm unleashed by the hammer itself, producing a resounding and terrifying roar. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Amidst the cacophony of the explosive sound, Thor, who had stood before Rox in an unguarded stance, was struck as if by a rampaging dragon. Despite his feet being firmly anchored to the ground, he found himself, against his will, propelled backward by the overwhelming force that Rox had channeled into Mjolnir. The moment had arrived. The audacious mortal who dared to treat the gods with disdain and blasphemy finally made his move. In the very instant that Thor, wielding the colossal hammer, was sent flying by Rox's ferocious might, a thunderous roar of shock erupted from Heimdall within the arena, and lo, the thunder god Thor, born for battle and destined to perish in it, was unceremoniously hurled away. Moreover, what was of utmost significance was that the man, who had dared to wrest Athena's power from her, had yet to even draw a weapon. However, Heimdall's astonished recounting came to an abrupt halt, for just as Thor, gripping Mjolnir with a vice-like grip, had managed to gouge out hundreds of meters of earth from the resilient ground of Valhalla's arena, he found that the mighty hammer, revered in both the Norse and Greek pantheons, had fractured. Crack, crack, crack. In that moment, Heimdall distinctly heard the sound of Mjolnir splintering, akin to fragile glass shattering, as Thor steadied himself. Subsequently, the metallic fragments of the hammer began to reveal fine cracks, resembling delicate porcelain. Then, under the force of gravity, these metallic shards succumbed to the fissures, crumbling and cascading to the ground. Shattered, shattered, shattered. What am I witnessing? The thunderous hammer Mjolnir, second only to Odin's spear in the might of the Norse pantheon, which possessed the power to obliterate the earth even in its dormant state, has been reduced to fragments. This mere mortal named Rox has audaciously shattered a divine weapon of unparalleled strength with nothing but his bare hands. What manner of monster is this man? Boom, boom, boom. Just as the gods were engulfed in disbelief at the sight of Mjolnir's destruction by Rox's fists, a terrifying sound akin to the roar of a thunder dragon erupted from Thor. More precisely, it resonated from Thor's right wrist. Looking towards the source of the sound, the onlookers were struck with horror as they beheld that, following the explosion of metallic fragments, the hammer structure had been reduced to a dark, sinewy mass, comprised of blackened veins and crimson flesh. The once living hammer, as if rejuvenated, sprouted tendrils of blood-red flesh, surging forth from its form. In an instant, these fleshy tendrils enveloped Thor's right arm, which gripped the hammer's handle. Boom. At that moment, as the fleshy tendrils encased Thor's arm, a raw and ferocious aura erupted from within him, unfurling into the surroundings. This aura was one that the assembled Norse gods were all too familiar with. This savage and tempestuous presence was reminiscent of the frost giant king, whose demise had led to the fall of several gods during the invasion of Asgard. And just as Thor's body exuded an essence akin to that of the frost giant king, the fleshy tendrils that enveloped his right hand seemed to react to the stimulus, spreading upwards along his arm, intent on encasing his entire being, including his head. Enough. Just as the tendrils were about to encompass Thor's head, his voice erupted like the roar of a thunderstorm. The 40th ultralimit state is more than sufficient. Any more, and I shall lose the thrill of the ultimate battle. Chapter 189, Side Story. Rox makes his move. Momentum. Under the influence of Mjolnir's fleshy tendrils, Thor's already unparalleled aura became exceedingly ferocious and wild. Power. As Thor unleashed his full strength, even the divine hammer Mjolnir could barely withstand the sheer force, which surged exponentially in an instant. The boundless rage, wrapped in his overwhelming aura, erupted forth toward Rox, bearing down upon him. Crack, crack, crack. The savage and furious presence, reminiscent of the primordial frost giant king, surged forth. In its wake, any object obstructing its path, whether it be the resilient floor forged by the power of the gods or the heavenly gold and divine iron of the celestial palace, twisted, cracked, and ultimately shattered under the relentless force. The unbridled pressure transformed into a cataclysmic destructive force, hurtling toward Rox with fervor. Faced with such a tempestuous onslaught, Even the so-called gods found themselves wide-eyed and trembling. For in that moment, confronted with Thor's overwhelming might, they sensed an imminent and palpable fear of death. They would die. They would die. They would die. Even without directly enduring Thor's assault, merely being caught in the explosive aura was enough to obliterate them, soul and body alike. Thud. Just as the gods perceived the imminent threat of death emanating from Thor's overwhelming pressure, a resounding sound of heavy footsteps echoed. Then Rocks, standing over 2 meters tall, his eyes ablaze with a fierce determination, and his long, dark hair flowing like living tendrils in the wind, suddenly appeared before them. His imposing figure, akin to an ancient mountain, stood resolutely between Thor and the gods, blocking the full brunt of Thor's explosive might without a hint of escape. What a fierce momentum indeed! Facing Thor's wrath, Rock's expression transformed from the languid demeanor he had exhibited while resting against Athena to that of a wild beast poised for the hunt. In a state of exhilaration, he cast a sidelong glance at Thor and exclaimed, "However, if that were all you could muster, you'd hardly be able to satisfy my thirst for battle, Thor. What you just implied is that you can continue to amplify your power, am I correct?" As he spoke, a hint of exasperation crossed Rock's face. He suddenly spread his arms wide as if to embrace the world, his countenance brimming with excitement and fervor, beckoning Thor. "Then, Thor, in the spirit of ensuring my own enjoyment, and to prevent your defeat from being so utterly disgraceful, unleash your power to its fullest. Liberate your murderous intent to satiate my bloodlust. Otherwise," whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Rocks, who had stood hundreds of meters away from Thor, vanished without a trace. The next moment, he reappeared right before Thor, still maintaining his welcoming posture. And at the very moment when Locks appeared, his muscular arm, with its sinewy hand, clutched tightly around Thor's neck, eliciting sheer astonishment from the assembled deities. With one arm firmly grasping Thor's throat, Locks smirked mockingly and continued, "Otherwise, don't even think about allowing me to indulge in a satisfying battle or satiate my thirst for blood with your current strength. You won't even withstand a single blow from me." Chapter 190, Side Story, Humanity. Come and fight. Well, what? In an instant, that human bore the overwhelming aura of the god of thunder, manifesting directly before Thor. He pressed his filthy arm against Thor's neck. As Lox's figure emerged, Heimdall shouted loudly, his voice strained with shock. But how could he not be astonished? It is crucial to remember that at this moment, Thor had liberated and absorbed the combined might of Odin, annihilating the frost giant king with his formidable power. Subsequently, he was reforged by the dwarven master blacksmiths of Norse mythology. By liberating the living flesh of the frost giant king encased within Mjolnir, he could augment his own power, potentially harnessing up to 40% of the frost giant king's strength depending on the extent of that liberation. Thus, at this moment, Thor had received a substantial boost of 40% from the frost giant king's essence. Yet even so, despite Thor's unprecedented violent force, augmented by the living flesh of the frost giant king, he still could not shake off the single arm of Lox that was locked around his neck. This meant that Odin, the All-Father of the Norse pantheon, looked upon Lox with trepidation, murmuring, "This man possesses the overwhelming might to crush even Thor, who is empowered by 40% of the frost giant king's strength." No sooner had Odin's words fallen than the Norse gods erupted in incredulous exclamations. "But, Lord Odin, how could a mere human possess strength that surpasses that of the divine?" However, their astonishment abruptly ceased, for in that fleeting moment, they clearly witnessed Lox, with his raven hair billowing, release the grip on Thor's neck, his fingers curling into a fist, unleashing a devastating blow in the blink of an eye. Boom! The punch surged forth like a dragon, colliding violently with Thor's chest, which was adorned with crimson tendrils of flesh. At the moment of impact, the gathered gods could see the grotesque sight of the frost giant king's flesh, which held the stature of a god, shattering into pieces. The tendrils crumbled under the explosive force of Lox's fist, disintegrating completely. And beneath the mass of flesh, Thor's true form was once again sent flying by the overwhelming force. If not for the protective tendrils of the frost giant king, Thor's body would have been utterly obliterated beneath Lox's extreme violence. Puff! Nonetheless, even with the protection of divine flesh, Thor, who had only just achieved 40% liberation and was confident in his ability to contend with Lox, found himself gasping as he steadied himself, coughing up a mouthful of crimson blood. "Your power exceeds all my expectations." Thor, with blood dripping from his mouth, clutched his chest in agony. Looking at Lox with a grimace, "As you said, at merely 40% liberation, I am no match for you. Therefore, I shall heed your wish and fully liberate the essence of the Frost Giant King within Mjolnir. Behold, formidable mortal. What you will face next is power that far surpasses that of any god. With this declaration, Thor raised Mjolnir with ferocity, his expression twisted in rage, and shouted, "Even if it shatters my divine form, I demand that you unleash it completely." Boom. The moment Thor's words fell, a deafening explosion erupted. It was as if an overstuffed box had been forcefully filled beyond its capacity, bursting apart with a thunderous roar. From Mjolnir, a torrent of flesh, vastly larger than Thor himself, erupted like a river breaking its banks, surging forth in a crimson wave. Gurgle crash. The sound of writhing flesh reverberated as the vibrant crimson flesh, exuding an aura of primal ferocity and chilling terror, spiraled upward, enveloping Thor entirely. Boom. At that instant, as the violent flesh encased Thor, an aura far more terrifying than before, infinitely fierce and wild, erupted like a tidal wave from the very ground Thor stood upon. Accompanied by the explosive force of this savage energy, the flesh that enveloped Thor began to contract. In mere moments, this massive torrent of flesh, greatly exceeding Thor's own size, compacted into a suit of armor, radiating a scarlet hue and adorned with depictions of the Frost Giant's rampage against the gods. As the flesh armor manifested, Thor, racked with pain, slowly lifted his head. His eyes ablaze with crimson lightning and a fierce, domineering spirit. He gazed at Lox, his voice nearly a roar. "Human, come and fight." Chapter 191, Side Story, Ultimate Violence. Haha. Sensing the overwhelming aura radiating from Thor, Lox raised his head, laughing exuberantly. "Now this is more like it. This is what I wanted." Boom. The moment his words fell, Lox's powerful form vanished from sight. Just as Lox disappeared, Thor, clad in flesh armor, launched his fist forward with a thunderous roar. In Valhalla, the intersection of the realms of gods, demons, and men, the resilient space shattered under the explosive force of Thor's strike, tearing apart with a deafening crack. Smash. However, in the very next second, Lox's suddenly reappearing form entered Thor's line of sight. As Lox's expression of mild disappointment appeared before Thor, his palm, with clear lines etched upon it, spread open to meet Thor's incoming punch. Perfectly, as if forged from iron, Lox's hand enveloped Thor's fist, halting its momentum. However, as Lox grasped Thor's punch, which was laden with spatial fragments, he looked at Thor, disappointment etched on his face, and said, "Still not enough to satisfy me. Now, Norse Prince, if you possess any hidden strength, it would be prudent to reveal it swiftly. Otherwise, the violent bloodlust ignited by you divine beings will consume you as an appetizer." As the words fell, a resounding clang echoed, each sound reminiscent of adamantine wires twisted to their utmost limit, only to be unleashed by a colossal machine with an awe-inspiring force that transcended the bounds of possibility, producing a harsh, dry sound. It erupted from the arm of Lox, reverberating like thunder. In that very moment, the sheer power of it coursed through Thor's cochlea, allowing him to perceive with startling clarity the violent energy emanating from Lox's grasp upon his arm. A force more ferocious than the wrathful might derived from the Frost Giant King that Thor himself had harnessed. This explosive power erupted from the unassuming hand of a mere mortal. Then, with 10 razor-sharp toes gripping the earth, Thor, who seemed almost fused with the very ground of Valhalla, suddenly realized that his feet had left the ground. What am I witnessing? Within the hammer Mjolnir, the active musculature of the Frost Giant King surged forth, granting Thor a power that barely surpassed that of a god. Yet, he found himself effortlessly lifted from the ground by this ordinary human. "O deities, come forth and tell me this is but a dream. Surely I am ensnared by the nightmare spirits, for how could a mere mortal so thoroughly overpower a Thor unleashed at 100% of his Frost Giant King strength?" Accompanied by Heimdall's incredulous exclamations, all present could clearly see the once grounded Thor being hoisted aloft as if he were weightless, gripped by Lox's powerful fist and raised high above his head. Whoosh! Boom! In the next moment, a heavy object crashed to the earth, sending shockwaves that even rattled the resilient ground of Valhalla, causing a thunderous uproar that reverberated throughout the entire venue. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Each collision of Thor's body with the ground unleashed a cacophony akin to an earthquake, a deep, thunderous roar that surged forth. Suddenly, having felt the force contained within Thor's fist, Lox, dissatisfied with its power, audaciously utilized Thor's arm as a hammer's handle and his very body as the hammerhead, recklessly unleashing his own fury. Bang, bang, bang. The shock was palpable. as the deafening explosions echoed in their ears. And the ground trembled as if caught in a seismic upheaval, all humans and gods present. Indeed, even those exalted beings who towered at the pinnacle of divinity, gawked in disbelief. Their mouths agape. It was no wonder they were so astonished. The scene before them was utterly surreal. While lesser deities might be oblivious, the supreme gods among them understood all too well the nature of the Frost Giant King, a being renowned for his unmatched strength, capable of challenging even the mightiest of divine artifacts. And now, the scion of the Norse pantheon, known as the Thunder Berserker and fully unleashed with the power of the Frost Giant King, found himself utterly overwhelmed by this mere human, rendered powerless as he was treated like a hammer, pummeling the ground with abandon. Is this truly a human being? If such monsters exist among humanity, do we gods truly hold the right to annihilate them? Watching Thor being mercilessly slammed into the ground by Lox, the assembled gods, cognizant of their own inability to contend with Thor, swallowed hard, their faces filled with horror, realizing that it was Lox who now bore the semblance of a deity, while they felt like mere mortals. Indeed, under the extreme violence exhibited by Lox, the gods began to question their own divine status. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Goo goo goo. Suddenly, just as the gods were enraptured by Lox's display of overwhelming might, an eerie, gleeful laughter echoed from the center of the venue, emanating from the chair of the presiding council. Turning to behold, the onlookers beheld Zeus, recently thrust back to his seat by the might of the constitutional divine edict, now laughing with the glee of a child who had received a favored toy. Did you see that? You all witnessed it, didn't you? The little one remains a mere child. Even with his trifling accomplishments, he stands utterly defenseless before a true adversary. At this, the now gaunt Zeus turned his shadowed gaze upon the assembled gods, his voice a low growl. Do you think I sought to contest Lox for the right to battle, driven by lustful desires to add him to my harem? Nay, as the king of the gods, the presiding council of Valhalla, I am not so shallow. My aim is to restore the dignity of the divine. As Zeus's words fell, the gods he had addressed trembled, their eyes widening in disbelief. Had the king of gods, the presiding council of Valhalla, already discerned the terrifying potential of this mortal? Thor's disregard for the larger picture was shocking. If only Zeus were to engage, surely he would obliterate that mortal and restore the majesty of the gods. However, their voices faltered, for just as their fervent discussions reached their peak, a sudden shift occurred. With a maniacal flourish, Lox, treating Thor's body as a hammer, abruptly loosened his grip. In the blink of an eye, accompanied by a howling wind, Thor's armored form shot forth like a cannonball, hurtling into the distance. Boom. In the next instant, a cataclysmic explosion erupted, unleashing a horrifying torrent of sound that reverberated through the entire arena of Valhalla. The very structure of the Valhalla Council Hall swayed violently, as if caught in a tempest. Before the assembled gods could regain their composure from this seismic upheaval, Lox's voice, saturated with madness and malice, echoed throughout the smoke-filled arena. If you are so dissatisfied, Zeus, then step forth and fight. Ha ha ha. At this, Lox opened his arms wide in an embrace of the world, directing his mirthful taunts at the now gaunt Zeus. And if you find yourself outmatched, feel free to summon more of those so-called deities. I would welcome the challenge. Oh my goodness, what did I just hear? At the moment Lox's voice echoed, Heimdall, filled with fervor, seized the horn of doom hanging around his neck and roared, competitors, behold, the human Lox has descended from the skies of Valhalla, tearing through space to confront the god Thor. Not only did he not choose to withdraw gracefully, but he audaciously declared war on the Valhalla Council, challenging none other than the mightiest of deities, the king of the gods, Lord Zeus. Moreover, the audacious human, Rocks, who had just engaged in combat with the god Thor, boldly proclaimed that if Zeus were to be fearful, he could summon more deities to join the fray. Ladies and gentlemen, is there anything more arrogant than this in this world? With a flourish, let us turn our gaze to our king of the gods, Lord Zeus. At this moment, Heimdall, with a face full of fervor and a voice raised in a thunderous roar, pointed towards Zeus and exclaimed, "Let us witness the choice of Lord Zeus in the face of this mortal's challenge, nay, provocation." Of course, under Heimdall's guidance, all eyes of the gathered gods and humans were fixated on the president of the Valhalla Council. Gradually, the Greek pantheon's king, Zeus, rose from his throne, his gaunt form twisting slightly as he stretched out his unusually slender arm, curling it into a fist. He responded slowly, as I have just stated, with my hand. I shall crush every bone in his body, inch by inch. Boom. In that instant, Zeus's emaciated physique erupted with bulging, sinewy muscles. Creak, creak, creak. Surely, You must have thought that after defeating the flesh and blood of the Frost Giant King, young Thor had surpassed the capabilities of an ordinary god, correct? As the muscles expanded to their limits, the sound of creaking flesh resonated throughout. Zeus, with his still skinny head tilted slightly, turned to Rocks and slowly spoke. However, as an elder, I wish to impart this wisdom. Do not underestimate the king of the gods. A being with mere strength, devoid of divine rank, divine duties, and without matching artifacts, is simply a brash fool. Therefore, the fact that Thor, after his limitations were completely lifted, has seen his speed dwindle to that of even an ordinary god, is not something to take pride in. With that, Zeus, his muscles swollen to their utmost limit, took a decisive step forward. Do you see, gods? Our king of the gods, our mightiest Zeus, has accepted the challenge. Do you, gods, concur that Zeus, as our divine representative, will valiantly engage and shatter the arrogance of the mortal Rocks? Agreed. After the formidable Eastern deities departed this realm, the king of the gods, Zeus, who ascended to the throne of the Valhalla Council through sheer martial prowess, was met with unanimous support from the gods. In fact, at the very moment Heimdall's voice echoed, the gods, who had previously felt disheartened by Thor's defeat, instantly erupted with fervor, roaring in excitement. Lord Zeus, obliterate that scoundrel. Crush every bone in his body. Show that insolent human what it truly means to be a deity, what genuine power is. The gods unanimously endorsed Lord Zeus's battle against the human, Rocks, whose arrogance had led him to disregard the dignity of the divine. Just as the gods were consumed by exhilaration at the thought of Zeus's impending clash, Heimdall abruptly turned his gaze towards the elevated platform, where Brunhild, who had initiated the legend of the immortal palace to safeguard humanity, began to speak. Surely, the human side will not oppose the gods' resolution? According to the divine constitution, Brunhild, the sole being capable of contesting the unanimous decision of the gods, could refute the confrontation between Rocks and Zeus. Moreover, upon nullifying the duel, with 7 victories secured, the legend of the immortal palace would guarantee humanity's survival for millennia. A win could thus be assured. Accepting Zeus's challenge would imply that the initial victory claimed by Rocks over Thor could potentially be overturned by the divine. Logically, in such circumstances, it would be prudent to outright reject the confrontation between Rocks and Zeus. Yet, as Heimdall had stated, Brunhild was unwilling to concede. For if humanity could defeat, or even slay the king of the gods, Zeus, the victory in the legend of the immortal palace would be all but secured. Furthermore, as long as Rocks existed in this world, the gods would be stripped of the authority and audacity to annihilate humanity for countless ages to come. On one hand lay humanity's survival for a millennium, and on the other, the promise of eternal safety. Were it not for Brunhild's uncertainty regarding Rox's capability to vanquish Zeus, she would have acted differently. In the moment Heimdall finished speaking, Brunhild immediately voiced her agreement. And it was precisely because of her doubt in Rox's strength that she turned her gaze towards him, questioning if he could indeed triumph over Zeus. Brunhild acknowledged that after Rox's triumph over Thor, she felt she no longer held the authority to decide for this human, who possessed strength far beyond her own. Ha! You believe you can crush my bones, inch by inch. As Zeus stepped forth, Rocks, with his raven hair dancing wildly in the wind, laughed maniacally and exclaimed, You truly dare to say such things? Then let us see whether you will pulverize me, or if I shall reduce you to mere pulp. Oh, king of the gods, Zeus, do ensure you do not fall as swiftly as Thor did. Otherwise, I shall be quite vexed. Confirmed. The moment those words left Rox's lips, Brunhild recognized his fervent spirit. He was exhilarated at the prospect of battling Zeus. No, more accurately, this man was thrilled at the thought of possibly slaying the king of the gods. Such wildness, such arrogance. Could this truly be a human? Sensing Rox's resolve, even the Valkyrie companions were left agape in astonishment. Yet, in the next instant, a ludicrous thought surged within Brunhild's heart. Upon hearing Rox's voice, she felt that if anyone could truly defeat the king of the gods, it would undoubtedly be the one who had just torn through the fabric of space to arrive at Valhalla, and had subsequently shattered Thor as if he were a mere child. Since the esteemed council president is so intrigued, how could I, a mere demigod, possibly stand in the way? Thus, with a slight smirk revealing a hint of madness, Brunhild turned towards the now muscular and fervently excited Zeus, saying, But do not grow complacent and fall too quickly. Otherwise, the dignity of the gods will be utterly lost. However, before Brunhild's words had fully settled, they were abruptly drowned out by the raucous voices of the human side. Having already achieved victory, we should withdraw while the going is good, securing a solid win for humanity. Looking over, she could see 3 figures adorned with the insignia of the immortal palace warriors, surrounded by a throng of fervent neon warriors. With a face full of fervor, he roared with an exuberance that was anything but a mere provocation to the king of the gods. Do they not comprehend that our very lives are firmly clasped in the hands of the deities? It is only fitting that, should the king of the gods, Zeus, engage in battle, it ought to be my esteemed neon legend, the swordsman, who takes the field. Indeed, only I, from the luminous land of neon, could sever the very thunderbolts that the legendary swordsman Sasaki Kojiro is said to have vanquished Zeus. Your praises are most unwarranted. Amidst the admiration of the people of neon, with 2 sharp blades at his waist, he had relentlessly honed his swordsmanship for 400 years after his death. Thus he, once called by his former rival Miyamoto Musashi as having reached the unparalleled realm all swordsmen aspire to attain, spread his arms wide, gazing proudly at Brunhild, and proclaimed, "While I do not presume to defeat the king of the gods, Zeus, I assure you, whether it be Sakata Kintoki, or Okita Tsuji, or Raiden Tamimin, or even myself, we are far better suited to engage than to allow a weary soldier to confront a deity in his prime." Clearly, under the protection of the constitutional divine canon, the neon contenders, who had merely witnessed Rock's pummeling Thor without experiencing the true extent of Rock's overwhelming might, believed that even they could achieve all that Rock's had accomplished. Alas, Sasaki Kojiro began, and at that moment, a hue of awkwardness darkened Brunhild's fair visage. They may not grasp the sheer terror of Thor, who had liberated the Frost Giant King, but as a Valkyrie of the North, Brunhild was acutely aware of Thor's formidable strength. With the full potency of the Frost Giant King at his disposal, the fearsome might he wielded was not merely that of a brute, as Zeus had claimed, but that of a berserker whose power surpassed even that of a god. To vanquish one with such might as Thor, Rox had evidently transcended the authority of the gods. Yet now, those who do not rely on their sisters, sacrificing themselves to activate divine artifacts, who have transformed into such artifacts, and even those who cannot harm the divine forms of the gods, dare to question Rock's strength? Such behavior is akin to a summer insect speaking of ice. However, the awkward darkness on Brunhild's countenance quickly faded, for at the very instant Sasaki Kojiro's words fell, a sound akin to thunderous rupture resonated throughout the Valhalla arena. In the next moment, Rox, who had been locked in a tense standoff with Zeus, suddenly appeared before Sasaki Kojiro, transcending the light membrane of the constitutional divine canon. A rush of trepidation surged within Sasaki Kojiro's heart, for facing Rox, who Miyamoto Musashi had deemed unmatched, ignited an overwhelming sense of dread. At that moment, directly confronting Rox, Sasaki Kojiro felt as if he were ensnared in the jaws of death, as Rox, with an air of arrogance that belittled all, approached him. Upon his arrival, Rox slowly raised his fist, fingers clenched, extending it towards Sasaki Kojiro with a visible, deliberate pace. What could this mean? Was he truly extending his fist toward one of his own? Could this audacious human be preparing to strike against his own kind? Ha! I perceive this audacious human to be a fool, for the audience is safeguarded by the constitutional divine canon. In no time, the gods, who initially deemed Rox a simpleton, fell silent in disbelief. Crack! For in that fleeting instant, they beheld the fist. The knuckles of Rox's extended fist began to crack, revealing intricate fissures akin to fragile glass. In an instant, those cracks erupted, shattering into a cascade of stardust. Boom! The moment echoed with a heavy thud as the body of Sasaki Kojiro, reputed to possess the ability to sever thunder itself, exploded apart like a watermelon plummeting from great heights. A being incapable of withstanding even a single blow from me holds no merit to question my prowess. As Sasaki Kojiro's remnants fell to the ground under the force of gravity, Rox, untainted by a single drop of blood, curled his lips into a sinister smile and declared, "You all agree, do you not?" With a voice that reverberated through the shattered light membrane, Rox, having obliterated Sasaki Kojiro, silenced the once raucous neon spectators who had interrupted Brunhild's words, rendering them mute in sheer astonishment. Pardon me, I took a moment to dispose of some distractions. Casting a disdainful glance at the neon spectators, Rox abruptly turned, his gaze wild with fervor directed at the now amused Zeus. After a brief stretch of his arms, he assumed a combat-ready stance and spoke with fervid intensity. Now, we may commence our battle. Chapter 194, Side Story. Are you not elated? No matter. As Rox's voice faded, Zeus, contorting his form into a devilishly alluring pose, waved jovially at both the gods and the humans in the audience, his expression one of delightful intoxication as he declared, "Just right, my warm-up exercises are yet to be completed. Hermes, the god of art and music, began the performance, his tone laced with exasperation. In an instant, violins, each radiating divine light, their strings overflowing with musical notes, materialized before Hermes. Soon after, cellos, horns, saxophones, and every instrument known to man throughout history emerged, summoned forth by Hermes' divine authority, playing a stirring melody that ignited a fervor within all who heard it. The moment the exhilarating tune erupted from the god of music, a cacophony of strained muscles reached its zenith, exploding outward from Zeus' divine form. In but an instant, Zeus, once emaciated and frail, swelled to several times his size, his muscles coiling with a power capable of crushing even the most resilient skull of a Western dragon. It was as if he were alive, writhing and convulsing, continually expanding with each pulsation. As Zeus' entire form pulsed and swelled, the exhilarating melody crafted by the god of art and music soared to its most fervent and passionate crescendo. Boom! In the midst of Hermes' rapturous symphony, the heartbeat of every human and god present, even that of the king of the gods seated atop his divine throne, reverberated with fervor. They could distinctly perceive their heartbeats quickening, their blood surging with fervor. Yet, at this moment, they had no time to ponder such matters. For just as their pulses raced and their blood boiled, a thunderous cacophony erupted, akin to the very obliteration of the world, cascading forth with the climax of the music. As the muscles of Zeus, pulsating to their utmost limits, erupted forth in a magnificent display. Indeed, it is only your melodies, Hermes, that can elevate my spirits to such unparalleled heights. My entire being feels as though it is swelling to its utmost capacity, as if each muscle and every strand of hair is entwined with the lightning of Zeus, who, in an entrancing posture, turned to gaze at the opposing Loxus, revealing his tongue adorned with a rosy hue, his face alight with exhilaration and fervor as he proclaimed, "You are exceedingly alluring. If I were to adhere to my previous disposition, I might have embarked on a passionate romance with you. However, alas, it is regrettable that your arrogance is too great. Even the proudest of deities cannot accommodate you. And as the president of the Valhalla Council, while I am quite taken with you, I cannot forsake the support of the gods for the sake of a mere handsome man such as yourself. Fear not. Though our fates may entwine for merely 10 fleeting seconds, I still hold a profound affection for you. Therefore, within these 10 seconds of our duel, I shall methodically crush every bone in your body, and subsequently, fashion your skull into a goblet. In this manner, each time I indulge in drink, you shall be with me, the greatest of deities, the king of the gods, Zeus. How does it feel to have your very skull cherished by the mightiest deity, the king of the gods, Zeus? Surely, you must be deeply moved and exceedingly joyful, no? Chapter 195, Zeus versus Loxus. Humph. Ha. In response to Zeus's proclamation, Loxus could not suppress a smirk, his lips curling into a smile as he waved his hand dismissively. You intend to crush my bones inch by inch, and then use my skull as a goblet? Truly, it has been ages since I've heard such an amusing jest. With that, after a prolonged bout of laughter, Loxus gently tilted his neck and gazed at Zeus' gaunt visage, slowly declaring, "It is settled. As a reward for the amusement you have provided, I shall indeed fulfill your request and transform your head into a goblet. Although I personally lack the habit of drinking from other skulls, it matters not, for by that time, you shall be irrevocably deceased." Ha! Across from him, upon hearing Loxus's words, Zeus' forehead became a canvas of bulging veins. After a couple of forced, hearty laughs, he spread his arms wide toward Loxus, his eyes gleaming with fervor as he exclaimed, "Your audacity truly captivates me, so much so that it stirs within me an insatiable urge to slay." Loxus's words had thoroughly enraged the proud Zeus. Simultaneously, Zeus' already fervent battle spirit ignited with a ferocity akin to oil on fire. In a mere fraction of a second, Zeus's form materialized before Loxus. "So, my infatuation with you has reached a boiling point. How about you take a punch from me?" Before the words had even left his lips, Zeus' fist, crackling with violent thunder, surged toward Loxus. However, with a resounding crash, Zeus's fist, visible only to deities of supreme rank and to Adam, who possessed divine sight, was firmly ensnared within Loxus' grasp, who had just seized Thor's arm and swung it like a hammer. "A punch from you? Certainly," Loxus growled, his eyes narrowing with ferocity. "But only if you can actually land a hit on me." As Loxus's voice resonated, Heimdall, as if electrified, exclaimed with fervor, "What have I just witnessed? The fist of the god Zeus, which even I, a deity, could not perceive, has been firmly captured by this human. Ladies and gentlemen, Do you realize what this moment signifies? Yes, just moments ago, Thor was swiftly defeated after having his fist caught by this man named Loxus. At this juncture, Heimdall threw his arms wide, passionately proclaiming to the gathered deities, "Now, the question arises, will our esteemed president of the Valhalla Council, our king of the gods, Zeus, succumb to the same fate as Thor at the hands of Loxus?" Before Heimdall could finish his thought, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Just as the weight of his words hung in the air, Zeus's other arm, unrestrained by Loxus, retaliated with a swift blow in the blink of an eye. Regrettably, while Zeus's punch, unleashed in that infinitesimal moment, did not meet the same fate as before, when his fist, charged with storm and fury, was about to strike Loxus. Adam, with divine sight, clearly observed that Loxus maintained his grip on Zeus's arm, while simultaneously lowering his own form to evade the impending blow. In that same instant, Loxus's vacant fist, propelled with a speed surpassing that of Zeus's strike, collided fiercely with Zeus's head. To the onlookers, it appeared merely as if Zeus's fist had been ensnared, but as Zeus furiously swung his fist, a sickening crack echoed through the air. The head of Zeus, the president of the Valhalla Council, the mightiest of all deities, bent grotesquely as though crushed by a primordial beast, collapsing against his spine. Chapter 196, The Axe of the Gods. Stunned, gazing upon Zeus's head, nearly broken and pressed against his spine, devoid of any glimmer in his eyes, the crowd, both human and divine, stood in utter disbelief. What has transpired? Heimdall, his gaze vacant and his expression one of sheer terror, murmured, "Zeus, our king of the gods, our most formidable warrior, has been felled at the very moment he attempted to strike, his skull shattered by a mere mortal. Victory. A single blow." As Heimdall uttered these incredulous words, his eyes widened to the brink of bursting, his body quaking with disbelief, he exclaimed, "Loxus, with just a single strike, has brought our king of the gods, our esteemed president, to ruin." However, before Heimdall could fully articulate his astonishment, a heavy footfall echoed ominously in his ears. "Hey, old man, how much longer do you intend to feign ignorance?" As the sound of footsteps reverberated through the air, it was soon accompanied by the voice of Loxus, laced with impatience. "Or perhaps, after merely enduring a typical strike from me, this so-called god of gods, this so-called king of kings, has come to comprehend the absolute chasm that lies between us. Thus, are you preparing to feign death to escape?" Initially, Loxus's voice was remarkably steady, even somewhat subdued. However, as time progressed, his tone began to escalate in fervor. By the time he uttered the words about feigning death, his voice could be aptly described as a roar. Feigning death? How could that be possible? At the very moment Loxus's voice, nearly a roar, echoed and swirled above the arena, a voice, aged yet imbued with incredulity and excitement, slowly resonated from Zeus, whose head was bent at an unnatural angle against his spine. "I merely wish to test your vigilance. For after all, if one possesses only strength without the corresponding awareness to match, you, mere mortal, are hardly worth my time. Nor do you qualify to be the exquisite vessel for my divine nectars. Alive. Indeed, I knew it all along. The president of the Valhalla Council, the champion of the strongest gods, having vanquished his own father, the god Zeus, would not so easily meet his demise. Zeus, do not hold back any longer. Unleash your full power to obliterate this wretched human." Crack, 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 as the gods erupted with ecstatic roars. The sound of bones cracking resonated thunderously from Zeus's neck. Accompanying the explosive sound of cracking bones, Zeus's head, which had been bent under the force of Loxus's punch, began to rise inch by inch. "Ah, Loxus, did you hear that?" Shaking his neck, Zeus placed his palm against his ear, a mischievous expression directed at Loxus, exclaiming, "The gods are utterly exhilarated, and I too am completely aflame with excitement. Thus, the time for play has concluded. It is now time for earnest battle." Swish. The axe of the gods. With that, Zeus's right leg, muscles bulging to their utmost limit, began to rise inch by inch until it reached above his head in Loxus's view. Swish. Just as that muscular foot reached its zenith, a gust of wind, fierce enough to shatter the resilient space at the intersection of the realms of gods, humans, and demons, erupted from the edge of Zeus's foot. Yet, this tempest that tore through space was merely the aftershock of Zeus's divine axe. The true might of the divine axe was embodied in Zeus's foot, which had already descended upon Loxus's line of sight before the wind had even begun to rend the fabric of space. Chapter 197, Adamoxis. The axe of the gods has appeared. Zeus has become utterly serious. At the moment the name of Zeus's divine axe thundered forth, The gathered gods erupted into fervent cheers. Excitement surged through the assemblage of gods as if they had been invigorated with an elixir. They believed that with Zeus, the mightiest among the deities, fully engaged, no god or mortal could withstand the full force of his assault. Indeed, in the instant that Zeus unleashed his divine axe, the gods present perceived Loxus, who had previously overpowered Thor, as already a dead man. Yet, to the astonishment of the gods, Loxus bore not a shred of fear upon his visage, even in the face of the terrifying aftershock of Zeus's divine axe that had shattered the resilient space of Valhalla. In fact, at the very moment Zeus's foot descended towards Loxus, a sinister smile crept upon Loxus's face. It was as if Loxus was not merely unafraid of Zeus's ferocious strike, but was instead utterly exhilarated by it. Yes, yes, yes. Just as the gods were taken aback by Loxus's expression, a voice erupted from his lips, brimming with fervor and excitement, proclaiming, "Such power in an attack, such might in an opponent, is precisely what I yearn to battle against and engage with in a frenzy. Zeus, you have finally ignited my bloodlust." Stamp. The moment Loxus's wild words hit the air, before the gods could even respond, a resounding crash reverberated from the ground where Loxus stood. Creak, creak, creak. Simultaneously, the sound of metal clashing, as if steel cables were twisted to their limits and then forcefully manipulated by colossal machinery, erupted in the ears of all present. In the next instant, just as Loxus was about to be struck head-on by Zeus's divine axe, the muscles that had been coiled to the extreme on his body suddenly swelled and contracted. Boom. Fist. Just as Loxus's fist had already struck Zeus's head, causing it to bend backward against his spine, with a furious motion of his arm, he met Zeus's divine axe, which was descending with unyielding ferocity, aimed directly at Zeus's head. Boom. Boom. Accompanied by the sound of two resounding collisions, Zeus's head, which had just been restored, twisted and contorted under the force of Loxus's punch, folding back upon itself once more. And as Loxus braved the assault of Zeus's divine axe, he found himself merely sinking 30 centimeters into the ground of the Valhalla arena. Ha ha ha. Zeus, please do not tell me. Gazing at Zeus's head, now folded back against his spine yet again, Loxus, heedless of his own descent, unleashed a barrage of violent punches towards the opposing Zeus. His face twisted in a grotesque grin, roaring, as the god of gods, "Is this truly the extent of your strength? You must possess hidden power. Surely, there is more hidden strength to unveil." Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, just as Loxus unleashed his relentless barrage of punches upon Zeus's bulging form, a blinding flash of light erupted in the form of thunder. In the next moment, just as Zeus, whose head had been shattered and bloodied under Loxus's strikes, began to vanish from Loxus's view, Loxus looked up to see Zeus, once standing before him, now engulfed in divine lightning, suspended high above the Valhalla arena. I had not wished to unleash my full power against a man of such alluring charm, for doing so might cause my very will to spiral out of control, annihilating you utterly. Yet, your formidable strength seems to have surpassed my expectations. Indeed, did you not just express a desire to witness my full might? Upon encountering the gaze of Lox, Zeus, suspended in midair, exhaled slowly, releasing a breath laden with the tumult of thunder. "If you so insist," he declared, "I shall grant your request and unleash my full might to obliterate you." Atomorphous. Chapter 198. The Dusk Meteor Shower. Creak, creak, creak. In an instant, as the words fell, the sounds of bones contracting and muscles grinding reverberated throughout the Valhalla arena. Accompanied by the cacophony, Zeus's frail, almost corpse-like form expanded into that of a muscular behemoth, as though he had undergone an unfathomable transformation. In but a moment, the muscles on his body began to twist and spasm violently. The next second, the flesh on Zeus's surface contorted grotesquely, suddenly contracting and solidifying with ferocity. Hiss, hiss, hiss. As the flesh of Zeus twisted and shrank, steam, mingled with dark crimson vapor, erupted from the pores of his skin. This was the ultimate technique, Atomorphous. Born from the climactic battle between Zeus and his father, the previous king of the Greek gods, Kronos. It is said that in the Atomorphous state, Zeus could even shatter Kronos' transcendent blow, the punch beyond time. It was through his comprehension of the Atomorphous state that Zeus successfully vanquished Kronos, fulfilling the parasital legend and ascending as the third king of the Greek pantheon. Victory! Victory! Although Zeus had not gained the upper hand in his previous confrontation with Lox, and had even suffered the ignominy of having his head struck off by Lox's fist, the moment he revealed his Atomorphous state, the gathered deities erupted into fervent cheers. their faces alight with excitement. In the atomorphous state, Zeus was invincible among the gods. At this juncture, that arrogant human was surely doomed. It has been an eternity since a divine being has compelled me to this extent. Fully embracing the atomorphous state, Zeus floated in the air like a demon. Gazing down at Lox, his divine might palpable and oppressive. To have forced me into the atomorphous state, you, mere mortal, have earned the right to be proud. Thus, prepare yourself to experience the might and majesty of a god. Boom! The momentum surged forth as Zeus, in the atomorphous state, opened his mouth. The previously restrained aura erupted like a dam breaking, surging forth from his very being towards Lox, a torrent of unparalleled ferocity. And with the crescendo of Zeus's voice, his already overwhelming divine presence swelled even more, expanding relentlessly towards Lox. Ha ha! Indeed, you possess hidden strength, do you not? Yet, under the overwhelming and boundless aura that enveloped Lox, there was not a trace of fear upon his countenance. Instead, sensing the perfection of Zeus's atomorphous state, which grew ever more colossal and resounding, Lox's eyes gleamed with exhilarating fervor as he laughed maniacally. Come, let me savor the sweetness of the power you, the so-called king of the gods, conceal. In the midst of Lox's raucous laughter, his fist, within the atomorphous state, with every pore emanating crimson steam, extended towards Lox. With a swish, in the blink of an eye, Zeus's figure vanished from the sight of the onlookers. Then, his fist, akin to an explosion occurring in a minuscule fraction of a second, manifested before Lox. This was the very strike that had felled his father, the second king of the Greek gods, Kronos. Derived from the terrifying punch that transcended time, the dusk meteor shower. Chapter 199, Interlude. A mortal frame strikes down the divine king. Hollow. The moment the shadow of the atomorphous punch pierced the void, chasms appeared, rendering even the fabric of space non-existent. Indeed, the fist unleashed by Zeus in the atomorphous state was so terrifying that it obliterated the resilient space at the intersection of the mortal, divine, and demonic realms of Valhalla. Such formidable power. Observing the gaping void that emerged before Zeus's fist, Adam, barely shielded by a mere leaf, murmured in awe, with such overwhelming strength. Even if I were to join this battle, I fear I would meet my demise. Wait, what is that? Just as Adam marveled at the sheer might, he suddenly noticed something peculiar in his divine perception. In that instant, beneath the dusk meteor shower's impending strike, Lox, who had been rendered immobile, felt something surge from his spine just before the cataclysmic impact. From his back, a radiant substance, shimmering with a pearly glow, erupted. As this luminescent material gushed forth, it coursed along Lox's spine, spreading towards his arms. In that moment, Adam's divine perception registered a dramatic surge in Lox's muscle strength and cellular vitality, multiplying exponentially. As time progressed, Lox, invigorated by this newfound power, was propelled forward with astonishing speed, his fingers clasped into a fist. Then, in an explosive instant, he unleashed a punch that surged forth like a dragon towards Zeus's devastatingly powerful fist, which had the capability to obliterate all space. Such speed, such power. Witnessing Lox's explosive movement, which mirrored Zeus's own in obliterating the most resilient space at the nexus of the three realms, Adam's divine perception illuminated with surprise and hope. Perhaps this young man truly harbored the potential to overcome Zeus. Boom! Thunderous roars erupted. Just as Adam's thoughts settled, the arena of Valhalla resonated with a cataclysmic explosion. The terrifying sound waves unleashed a tempestuous torrent of energy that surged outward, engulfing everything in its path. Crack, crack, crack. As the violent energy raged and spilled forth, the sound of breaking bones echoed within the Valhalla assembly, culminating in a moment where the dust settled. In that instant, the gathered gods stood in stunned disbelief, while the onlookers erupted into jubilant cheers. They witnessed a scene that would be etched in memory. Emerging from the swirling dust was Zeus, the king of the Greek pantheon, the most formidable deity among them. In a state of idhamas, with an overwhelming attack, the twilight meteor shower erupted from his arm. Under the formidable armor of Haki that enveloped rocks, the collision of their fists unleashed a cataclysmic shockwave. It shattered. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Blood, a deep crimson hue, coursing with strands of electric fury, dripped from the severed limb of Zeus, falling to the ground, mingling with the dust as it splattered. A cacophony of disbelief erupted from the assembled gods, their incredulous voices echoing across the venue. Impossible, impossible. How could the arm of Lord Zeus, who unleashed the twilight meteor shower in his idhamas state, be broken? How could this be? A mere human, How could he possess such strength? Not only the gods, but even Zeus, who had just clashed with rocks, gazed at his own mangled arm, blood gushing forth. A flicker of profound disbelief crossed his eyes. However, before the incredulous Zeus could utter a word, rocks, witnessing Zeus unleash the twilight meteor shower in his Adhamas state, felt his battle spirit ignited. Then, the haki that had never been revealed erupted from rocks. Yet now, he regarded the broken arm of Zeus with a face full of disappointment, shaking his head and saying, "Is this it? This is the divine power you claimed would show me the majesty of the gods. This is your full strength." Seizing the moment, as he listened to Rock's disheartened voice and glanced at the pristine condition of Rock's arm, untouched and unblemished, Zeus's lips quivered in a spasm. He never anticipated that Rox possessed such terrifying power. Even in the face of his full-force twilight meteor shower, his arm was shattered, while his opponent remained completely unharmed. Yet, Zeus had no time to ponder the extent of Rock's formidable strength. At that very moment, Rox, with not a single hair harmed, took a step forward, and with a face of disappointment, he looked at the fluctuating expression of Zeus and declared, "Although your full strength has not ignited my battle spirit or bloodlust, your courage to attack me, despite your weakness, brings me a modicum of satisfaction. As a tribute to your bravery, I shall unleash my full strength." What? That arrogant human said what? Full strength? Could it be that the attack that just shattered Lord Zeus's arm was not even this man's full power? This must be a joke. How could a mere human dare to confront the god of gods without unleashing everything he has? The moment Rox finished speaking, the assembled gods gaped in disbelief, unable to comprehend their ears. How could they believe that a mere mortal had the audacity to face the king of gods, Zeus, without exerting his utmost power? However, in but an instant, their doubts evaporated entirely. For at that moment, an overwhelming aura, even through the protective barrier of the divine constitution, surged forth from Rox, instilling a sense of dread in all present. As that terrifying presence erupted from Rox, spatial fissures manifested around him. Suddenly, as the three colors of haki exploded forth, the powers of the fruit abilities surged to life, propelled by Rock's will, reaching the third awakening of the shock fruit. Then, the abilities of the space fruit, float fruit, flame fruit, and thunder fruit, which Rox had exchanged for after becoming the emperor of the empire, all surged forth from his body, intertwining under his command. In an instant, the overwhelming might of Rox, unleashed to its fullest, radiated a ferocious aura that declared his supremacy over heaven and earth. It ignited like fire meeting oil, exploding into a cataclysm of power. Witnessing the swirling array of fruit abilities around Rock's form and feeling the escalating power emanating from him, even the gods seated behind the protective barrier of the divine constitution could not help but sense the impending approach of death. The beings in the audience were already engulfed in terror. How much more so for Zeus, standing directly opposite Rox, who was now fully targeted by him. In that instant, the Greek pantheon's king, the president of the Valhalla Council, Zeus, felt every nerve and every cell in his being scream warnings of death. "I will die. I will die." If he did not act, allowing Rock's momentum to continue to rise and his power to accumulate, he would undoubtedly perish. As Rox released the various fruit abilities from the exchange value system, his already overwhelming presence surged to an even more ferocious level. Throughout the confrontation with Rox, even as one arm had been shattered by Rock's overwhelming force, Zeus's countenance had not betrayed a hint of fear. Yet now, a glimmer of terror at death flickered in his eyes. Crack, crack, crack. Just as the fear surfaced in Zeus's gaze, he who had no intention of using his divine weapon in this duel instinctively reached out with his arm, grabbing fiercely to the side. The next moment, accompanied by a thunderous roar that seemed to twist time itself, bolts of silver and purple lightning erupted from the summit of Olympus, before the throne of the king of the divine pantheon. Then light, a spear-like weapon, entwined with endless lightning, pierced through space and transcended time, hurtling towards Zeus with relentless speed. Instantly, a weapon resembling thunder manifested in Zeus's once empty palm. This was one of the divine artifacts forged by the three giants using lightning and fire for the brothers of Zeus atop Olympus. The Spear of Zeus, the divine weapon that commanded endless thunder and the authority of the skies. However, at that moment, the assembled gods did not divert their attention to Zeus's spear in the slightest, because as the spear, which had been wielded by Zeus for countless millennia, was grasped in his palm, a terrifying explosion resonated throughout the Valhalla Council chamber. The gods clearly observed that even amidst the violent clash with Zeus, Rock's attire remained utterly unscathed. At this moment, he resembled a tattered cloth, suspended upon the formidable muscles of Rocks. Yet, in stark contrast to his ragged attire, what truly captivated the onlookers was the sinewy exterior of Rock's physique. Each inch of his skin, every fiber of muscle, was adorned with a vibrant tapestry of colors. Each hue represented a unique fruit ability. Suddenly, under the immense compression of Rock's indomitable will, all the fruit abilities acquired from the system transcended their conventional limits. Intertwining seamlessly with his muscular fibers, the riotous colors formed under such ferocious compression, each strand possessing formidable power, far surpassed the potential exhibited merely half a year ago under the advanced science of Vegapunk during his clash with the mighty Uranus. Indeed, even a minuscule fraction of Rock's fruit abilities, when combined, now wielded power that eclipsed that of Uranus at the time. In this moment, with all fruit abilities fully harnessed and unleashed upon his muscular frame, enhanced by the eruption of his armament haki, Rocks truly epitomized the pinnacle of his strength. The overwhelming aura. At the instant when the fruit abilities, transformed into a dazzling array of colors, enveloped Rock's muscular fibers under the compression of his will, a terrifying and resplendent pressure erupted forth from his very being, surpassing even that of Zeus wielding the divine spear. Tremors coursed through the air as the full extent of Rock's unleashed power became palpable. Even with the divine spear in hand, the god of gods, Zeus, could not help but tremble. Indeed, it was only after Rock's full emergence that Zeus recognized the insurmountable chasm between them. Yet, despite this realization, even though Zeus acknowledged the fatal disparity, escape was no longer an option. For, at the very moment when all fruit abilities erupted, fully augmenting his muscular fibers, Rocks made his move. Boom. With a resounding crack that split the air, Rocks surged forth with a velocity that transcended time, leaving even Zeus in a state of transcendent readiness, unable to react. In the blink of an eye, instinctively, Zeus channeled his divine power into the spear, igniting it with a cataclysmic force. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Thunder, raging beyond the bounds of time, erupted from the tip of Zeus' spear. The silvery purple lightning illuminated the world in a blinding flash. Yet, in Zeus' perception, what should have been a searing warmth and profound sense of security now morphed into a chilling harbinger of annihilation, the end of life itself. It felt as if this thunder, infused with his divine essence and unleashed from the divine spear, had already succumbed to death at the moment of its eruption. Meanwhile, for the spectators surrounding the Valhalla arena, the spectacle was nothing short of astonishing. As the spear manifested in Zeus' grasp, Rocks emerged behind him, every inch of his skin radiating a kaleidoscope of colors. Accompanying the emergence of Rocks was the unmistakable sight of the severed head of Zeus cradled in his palm. Indeed, it was not the thunder that had perished, but rather, Zeus himself had met his demise. The end of the tale. Thank you for listening. If you enjoyed it, please consider subscribing and liking to support us. Until we meet again in the next story.